I was born with a gift for blades, the kind of talent that let me cut, carve, and slice through almost anything placed in front of me. My palms had grown rough and hardened over the years, covered in calluses built from endless practice and countless hours gripping a knife. For 20 straight years after leaving high school behind, I lived with nothing but the blade in my hands, sharpening my craft until I became known as the best swordsman in the entire country. But no matter how much skill a person has, fate can still bare its teeth in the cruelest way. Then one ordinary day, without warning or reason, I found myself pulled into the very mobile game I had abandoned long ago. Back when I still played it, I had been completely hooked by the charm of its female characters, spending an absurd amount of money just to keep chasing them. The day started inside a famous restaurant that was busy from the moment the doors opened, with customers filling every table and orders flying non-stop from the dining hall. Tables 5 and 7, one special tuna portion each. Plates moved quickly, satisfied customers praised the food, and someone murmured that the chef here was a true master with a knife. Another premium order was sent out for table 4, and the staff politely saw guests off with warm smiles. Right in the middle of the kitchen's usual chaos, a sudden sound rang out from outside, sharp enough to make the sous chef pause and turn his head. For a second, he just stood there listening, wondering under his breath what that strange noise could be. Behind the curtain, Chef Kim stood dressed in black, calmly guiding his knife through a fish with smooth, precise movements. The sous chef stepped closer to the curtain and lowered his voice, carefully calling out, "Chef, there's a phone ringing out here." Chef Kim slipped off his earphones and answered with a quiet, "Got it," though his brows tightened slightly as he thought. "Didn't I leave it on vibrate?" When he checked the screen, the time read 6:57 p.m., September 15th. A notification sat there glowing. Blessing of Miracle reopens. Warrior, the Demon King's army's invasion of the Academy continues. As he read it, Chef Kim stared in disbelief, thinking, "Oh, it's that game I deleted? Is my phone acting up?" A moment later, the sous chef came in again, sounding more urgent this time. "Chef, the customers are still waiting." Chef Kim slid the phone back into his pocket without much concern and said casually, "Then tell them I'm not here." Before the conversation could go any further, footsteps drew closer from outside, and a voice cut through the kitchen air. "You're saying you're not here again?" The lie was so obvious that there was no way anyone standing there could pretend to believe it. A pot-bellied man pushed his way in with a group of men behind him, fixing his eyes on Chef Kim as he said, "Kim, it's time I heard your answer." The man leaned in with a smug look, continuing, "I gave you plenty of time to think it over, didn't I? For someone who handles blades every single day, this kind of job shouldn't be difficult." Then he clicked his tongue as if correcting himself. "Oh, my mistake. I wasn't being considerate." With a small gesture, he ordered his lackeys to open a suitcase stuffed with cash, then smirked. A client should show sincerity first. His grin widened with confidence, as if the deal had already been decided. "I won't disappoint you." He pointed proudly at the money and added, "There's 300 million won up front, once you complete the job." Before the man could even finish his sentence, a series of crisp slicing sounds cut through the kitchen. Chef Kim split the fish cleanly in front of him, then lifted his gaze with a chilling glare that made the room feel colder. His voice stayed calm, but there was steel behind every word. "Sir, this is a kitchen. Cleanliness matters more here than anything else." He looked the man over with open disgust and continued, "People as filthy as you have no place stepping inside. Please leave." Instead of backing down, the pot-bellied man looked even more delighted, his eyes shining as he replied. As expected of the sword god, he spread his hands slightly, as if tempting Chef Kim with a better life. "A man like you shouldn't waste his talent standing here cutting fish, should he?" "Come on," the man pressed, pushing just far enough that Chef Kim's hand moved and closed around a knife. The instant the blade came up, the men behind the pot-bellied man froze, their noisy confidence vanishing into silence. He slowly backed away, but the pot-bellied man still forced out a sneer. Don't think I'm giving up just because of this. I'll be back." Then he turned sharply and barked, "Let's go." By the time the long day finally sank into night, Chef Kim stepped outside the restaurant and took a quiet smoke in the open air. The sous chef stood nearby, still thinking about the offer. 300 million won as a deposit. I would have taken it right there. How did you turn it down so fast? Chef Kim exhaled a stream of smoke and answered plainly, "I make my living cutting fish. How could I accept something like that?" The sous chef would not let it go. "They only want to use your sword god reputation. It's not like they actually need you to slit anyone's throat. Just scare people a little, take the money, buy a house, open a bigger restaurant, and finally live properly." Chef Kim remained unmoved and replied, "No amount of money could make me take that kind of work." While they talked, Chef Kim's phone kept ringing again and again. The sous chef glanced at it and teased, "What's with that noise? You got a girlfriend?" Chef Kim frowned. Girlfriend? It's just a game, the sous chef blinked. You're still playing that blessing of miracle thing? Chef Kim answered flatly. I quit ages ago. Miracle's my foot, Chef Kim muttered. Just then a voice shouted from inside. The kitchen's empty. Where did everyone go? The sous chef immediately hurried back in, glancing over his shoulder as he said, Boss is calling. I'm going in. Left alone outside, Chef Kim stared into the night and let his thoughts drift back. When he was young, his family had gone bankrupt, and from that point on, all he knew was working hard. Living properly was never some grand dream to him. He had simply kept pushing forward. Then the phone rang again, dragging him out of his thoughts. He frowned at it, irritated. What is wrong with this thing? Why won't it stop ringing? He pulled the phone from his pocket and stared at the screen, muttering, Did I re-download this game while I was drunk? I need to delete it. How many years has that army been invading the academy already? He let out a dry laugh and reached to clear the notification, but his finger slipped and opened the game instead. The old interface appeared on the screen, along with music so familiar that it instantly dragged back memories he thought he had forgotten. He stared at the characters on the display and mumbled despite himself. The female characters are still ridiculously stunning. Then the screen suddenly began to flicker, the image shaking and flashing as if the phone itself had gone unstable. Chef Kim narrowed his eyes, suspicion rising as he stared at the glitching screen and wondered if the game was trying to mock his disbelief. He tilted the phone slightly and frowned. Is this network lag or something? But the glow from the screen only grew brighter, far stronger than any normal phone display should have been. The sous chef came back outside a moment later, calling, Chef, the boss wants you. His words cut off halfway. Chef Kim was nowhere to be seen, and the only thing left behind was the phone. The sous chef looked around in confusion, searching every corner but finding nothing. From inside, someone suddenly shouted, Where's the kitchen staff? Chef's gone, probably to the bathroom. The sous chef blurted out, trying to cover the panic rising in his voice. Then he hurried back inside before anyone could question him further. On the abandoned phone screen, the game display remained lit, as if it had quietly finished doing something impossible. A single message appeared across the screen. The transfer had reached 100%, completely finished. First glance, there had never been anything special about this game. It was just another pay-to-win mobile title, the kind where auto-hunting did most of the work for you. Its rating sat at a miserable 2, already telling anyone curious enough to look that the game had plenty of problems. 0.5 stars completed the score, and honestly, no extra explanation was needed for why people judged it so harshly. Then a message appeared asking him to touch the screen, and Kang Jaoma could only wonder why he had ever wasted time playing this thing in the first place. The answer came to him almost immediately. It was probably because of those eye-catching female characters that had pulled him in back then. Before he knew it, he had gotten completely hooked and poured an embarrassing amount of money into the game. But after going through the game again and again, Kang Jaoma realized something ridiculous. He was not a playable character, not even an important NPC, but just some nameless face in the background. That truth struck him hard, cold, and undeniable, leaving no room for him to laugh it off. He had really transmigrated into this forgettable character, trapped inside the body of someone the game barely cared about. And in this world, the name attached to him was Kang Jaoma. A girl with bright green hair brushed lightly against his shoulder as she passed by, moving through the crowd without slowing down. Startled by the sudden contact, Kang Jaoma turned his head and caught sight of her from behind. A woman? He could already imagine what someone might assume, but the situation was not like that at all. The green-haired girl glanced back and apologized softly. Oh, sorry. Fortunately for Kang Jaoma, Blessing of Miracle was set in Korea. The names of places were a little different here and there, but the overall world was close enough to what he knew, so Kang Jaoma managed to adjust faster than expected. As he looked down and checked his phone, another notification sounded, reminding him of the strangest part of all. He had become a teenager again. For an entire year, Kang Jaoma had lived without knowing whether this place was truly reality or still some twisted extension of the game. Even so, day by day, he had ended up living a second life that seemed surprisingly ordinary. That night, when Kang Jaoma returned home, his parents were overjoyed. He had been accepted into Joaquin Academy, a school famous enough to become the pride of the entire family. His father proudly held out the admission letter, beaming as he called him their great sword god, Kang Jaoma. Kang Jaoma shifted awkwardly and said, "Can we put that away now?" But his parents gasped, as if he had said something unbelievable. What? No matter how many times we look at it, we're still proud. We really raised you well, dear. Isn't that right, Jaoma? Tomorrow is your entrance ceremony? His parents looked at him with shining eyes and asked, "Our boy, are you ready?" Kang Jaoma could only force an uneasy smile and answer, "I'll go prepare." Just like that, Kang Gyoma's small dream of quietly living a normal second life disappeared before it could even begin. In his room, he sat alone and stared at the admission letter, muttering, "Tomorrow? Huh? They're so happy about this that I can't exactly refuse." He had already tried asking if he could skip it, but there was no changing anything now, and the whole situation left him completely drained. His eyes shifted toward a photo on the desk, and his expression darkened. "Kang Gyoma, you bastard!" He glared at the picture as if accusing the original owner of the body. "How in the world did you get into an elite school like that?" Before Kang Gyoma had transmigrated, the original Kang Gyoma had awakened his holy power and somehow passed Joaquin Academy's entrance exam. Looking back at the admission letter, Kang Gyoma frowned in disbelief. A genius? Was that really what this guy was supposed to be? The more Kang Gyoma thought about it, the more annoyed he became. This guy had left him with a seriously troublesome life. In this world, holy power was not just some ordinary talent. It was a special ability that could change a person's entire future. It worked almost like a skill from the game, but unlike a game skill, not everyone was lucky enough to possess one. Holy power was usually inherited through bloodlines, and because of that, it shaped social status, dividing people into elites, commoners, and those treated as lowly from birth. Joaquin Academy existed to train young heroes who came from powerful and prestigious lineages. Even though the academy had originally been founded for the sake of raising heroes, it had gradually become more like a school for aristocrats. Recently, however, a special admission system had been introduced for students who did not come from recognized hero families. And somehow, Kang Gyoma, who had no heroic bloodline at all, had been accepted through that special admission route. Of course, there was an obvious reason this world still needed heroes in the first place. The Demon King. That monster was still out there, spreading chaos and leaving destruction in his wake. If no one stopped the Demon King, he would eventually conquer this world again. This place was nothing like a peaceful reality. It was a world where students were trained for war. It was different from his old life, but somehow it felt almost like being dragged back into military service. As Kang Gyoma thought about his holy power, a status window suddenly appeared before him. The window displayed the blessing of painlessness, pain reduction, duration 30 seconds, cooldown 12 hours. Kang Gyoma stared at it and muttered, "This status window still feels so strange. So this is the holy power the original Kang Gyoma awakened? Painlessness? Pain reduction? You've got to be kidding me." He could not believe it. He got into a genius academy with this trash ability? 30 seconds of pain reduction, and then a 12-hour cooldown? That's pathetic. Then another message appeared, revealing the new power that had come after his transmigration. The Sword God's Blessing. The skill claimed that his slashes could cut through anything, but only when used with a blade under 30 centimeters long and 5 centimeters wide. Kang Gyoma stared at the condition in disbelief. Is this a joke? This kind of power wasn't even in the game? The name sounded grand, but the effect itself seemed absurdly simple. It cuts when I swing it. Isn't that what a blade already does? They're seriously calling that holy power? But what bothered him even more was the condition. A blade 30 centimeters or shorter, and only 5 centimeters wide. Kang Gyoma's expression went blank as the realization sank in. That's just a sashimi knife. Are they telling me to cut sashimi in this world too? In the end, Kang Gyoma let out a tired breath and gave up trying to make sense of it. God, I don't even know anymore. Life never goes the way you want. Should I just start packing? Just as Kang Gyoma was about to start preparing, he suddenly froze and remembered one important thing. Oh right, I forgot my weapon. He stood there trying to dig through his memories, wondering what kind of weapon the original Kang Gyoma had started with in the game. In this world, even a lowly E-rank weapon could cost tens of millions of won, while a C-rank weapon easily climbed into the hundreds of millions. Anything A-rank or S-rank was practically a treasure, and the tuition alone already cost a fortune. Kang Gyoma had no desire to throw more money at something he was being forced into. Still, the admission letter clearly said students had to bring proper gear, and showing up empty-handed on the first day would probably leave the worst possible first impression. Kang Gyoma let out a tired sigh, shoulders sinking as he gave in. Fine, I guess I'll just bring a knife. As he walked, his thoughts drifted back to the first master who had ever taught him how to handle a blade. That old master had always insisted on using a Japanese sashimi knife worth over 100 million won. Kang Gyoma clicked his tongue and muttered, "Why am I thinking about that old man now?" A real master never blames his tools. Next day, dressed in his new academy uniform, Kang Gyoma finally arrived at Joaquin Academy. During the inspection, the teacher's face tightened the moment he saw what Kang Gyoma had brought. "New student, this is your weapon?" Kang Gyoma answered without hesitation. "Yes, sir." And it was not just one knife he had brought, but several of them lined up together. At the first day gear inspection, the examiner stared at the knives in complete silence, as if his mind had gone blank. The examiner's expression hardened as he looked at Kang Juoma, thinking that every year some elite students tried to pull ridiculous pranks on him. This time, he decided discipline had to come first. He slammed his hand down on the table with a loud crack and shouted, "Do you think this academy is a joke? You believe bringing kitchen knives to a class placement test is acceptable?" Kang Guillaume did not flinch at all. With a calm face, he simply replied, "This is my weapon." The examiner stared at him in disbelief, his voice rising again as he snapped, "Student." Before the examiner could continue scolding him, Kang Guillaume cut in and said, "I'm a special admission student from an ordinary family." He kept his voice steady as he added, "The tuition alone is already a heavy burden for my parents. How could I possibly afford some expensive weapon?" The examiner froze, then quickly checked Kang Guillaume's name tag, and only then confirmed that he really was one of the special admission students. Just as Kang Guillaume had said, the cost of attending Joaquin Academy was already crushing for anyone who did not come from an elite family. Realizing how quickly he had judged the boy in front of him, the examiner's anger faded. He supported equal education, yet he had nearly looked down on a sincere student because of appearances. But then Kang Guillaume calmly added one more thing. "Besides, blaming your tools is something only an amateur would do." The examiner was struck all over again. A master never blames his tools? Those were not words some ordinary kid should be able to say so naturally. For a moment, Kang Guillaume seemed less like a nervous new student, and more like a seasoned master who had crossed through countless eras with a blade in hand. The examiner's eyes trembled with emotion, and before he knew it, tears began to gather as admiration welled up inside him. Seeing the examiner standing there in a daze, Kang Guillaume cautiously called out, "Teacher?" The examiner snapped back to himself and declared, "Kang Guillaume's weapon is approved." Kang Guillaume quietly packed away his knives and gave a polite nod. "Thank you, sir." Behind him, the other new students started whispering. "Another special admission student? How did someone like him even get in? Ugh, he smells like one of those special admits. Disgusting." The examiner heard every word, his face twisting with anger as he raised his fist and shouted, "New students, quiet." Once the inspection was finished, the examiner ordered them to move straight to the lecture hall. Then he warned them in a sharp voice, "Your attitude will decide whether I become an angel or a demon. Understood?" Kang Guillaume shivered at the words, thinking that just hearing them was enough to bring back old trauma. After stepping outside, Kang Guillaume let out a low grumble and rubbed at his tired face. "I need a break." He had expected things to feel strange, but actually standing here and experiencing it for himself was more unsettling than he had imagined. Still, he had somehow passed the gear inspection and made it through the entrance ceremony. Now only the class placement test remained. The thought alone exhausted him. As he looked around, it really sank in that he was now going to spend 3 years studying at Joaquin Academy, a school built to train future heroes. No matter how much he remembered from the game, seeing this place in person felt completely different. The academy was so enormous that calling it a school almost felt wrong. It was closer to the size of an entire town. Kang Guillaume could not help but feel impressed. Even if he was reluctant, he was actually attending an elite school now. Back on Earth, family problems had forced him to drop out of high school before he could ever live that kind of student life. Because of that, everything about this moment felt strange, unfamiliar, and oddly uncomfortable. Just then, an announcement rang out clearly through the loudspeakers, cutting across the academy grounds. "All new students, the class placement test will begin shortly. Please gather at the training hall by 1 p.m. Kang Guillaume adjusted his gear and muttered, "So it's already time?" The ceremony might have been over, but this test was the part that truly mattered. He looked down at the knife in his hand and murmured, "I haven't used this once since coming here. If I'm taking a test with it, I need to get a feel for it first." There was no reason to avoid it. Kang Guillaume remembered his master's words clearly. "Never put down your knife, even when you sleep, and hold it tight like part of your own body." Over 20 years, that habit had become second nature to him. But after a full year away from the blade, he could not help wondering whether his skills had grown dull. He raised the knife, carefully checking its edge and listening to the faint sound it made as it moved through the air. A small look of satisfaction crossed his face. "Better than I expected. Let's try cutting some leaves," Kang Guillaume murmured. The moment he drew the knife, green lightning wrapped around the blade, and a sharp notification sound rang in his ears. The sword god's blessing had activated. A brilliant glow burst outward from the knife, and almost immediately a red warning message appeared in front of him. The warning was simple and brutal. His physical level was too low. Kang Guillaume flinched at the sudden message, but before he could even process it, another prompt appeared right after the first. Another warning flashed in front of Kang Guillaume's eyes. His weapon level was also too low. so the system would suppress the output and begin synchronizing with the user. Kangyoma's stomach tightened as he stared at the message. I only drew the knife. What does it mean by synchronization? Before he could calm himself, another prompt appeared. The words glowed ominously before him. May the gods' blessings be with you. In the next instant, the green lightning snapped backward as if it had a will of its own, surging through Kangyoma's body and filling him with brutal pain. A broken cry tore out of his throat as his body seized up. Ugh! Ah! Panic rushed through him as the pain grew sharper, and Kangyouma felt the terrifying thought hit him. This might actually kill me. His mind scrambled desperately, searching for anything he could do. What was he supposed to do now? Then, right in front of him, golden light split open the air, cracking space itself like glass. Kangyouma stared in horror, eyes wide as the impossible sight unfolded before him. Damn it, what is happening? Overwhelmed by fear, he lost his grip and dropped the knife from his hand. The moment the blade hit the ground, the distorted space around him suddenly settled back into place. All those surreal sensations vanished at once, leaving only the ordinary courtyard and the echo of his ragged breathing. Kangyouma bent over and grabbed his aching leg, his fingers digging in as the pain continued to throb through his body. A low groan escaped him as he struggled to steady himself. He clenched his teeth and wondered why his body was hurting so badly from just activating a skill. Still trembling, Kangyouma tried to make sense of it. He understood that the skill had activated, but the way the world itself seemed to break apart had to be connected to the sword god's blessing, and the pain was far too intense to ignore. If every activation came with a side effect like this, then using the blessing in battle would be impossible. Kangyouma stared at the knife helplessly, wondering what he was supposed to do now. Just then, the loudspeaker blared across the academy grounds. Students, gather at the training hall immediately. Kangyouma hesitated, his eyes shifting back toward the knife lying on the ground. As much as he wanted to avoid it, he knew he had to pick it up. He swallowed hard and tried to reassure himself. He could not just leave a sashimi knife lying there on the ground. It probably would not hurt this time. Maybe that reaction had only happened because it was the first activation. Slowly, Kangyouma reached toward the fallen blade. His hand trembled in the air, and he forced himself to breathe. I'll be fine, right? The moment his fingers closed around the handle, Kangyouma realized he had been horribly wrong. The pain was even worse than before. Kangyouma's whole body jolted violently in the middle of the courtyard, making him look almost possessed as nearby students stopped and stared in shock. Meanwhile, inside the training hall, the new candidates had already gathered together, their excited voices filling the room. Parents who had escorted their children there chatted among themselves, laughing and exchanging polite smiles as if this were some grand social event. One parent leaned in with a casual grin and asked, "So, how much did your child's admission cost?" Among the crowd, a green-haired man with a slightly dazed expression noticed something and turned his head, murmuring with surprise, "Wow, you really had a rough journey." The atmosphere around him shifted, as if the presence of someone important had just drawn attention from the room. Kangyouma's focus was pulled toward an elderly yet strikingly handsome man. The moment he recognized him, his thoughts froze. That was Siegfried von Nibelung, one of the seven-star heroes, a legendary figure tied to heroic bloodlines and the direct legacy of the old heroes. And among Joaquin Academy's towering legends, Siegfried von Nibelung stood as one of the greatest names connected to its history. People whispered in awe, calling him one of the world's strongest. But Siegfried only gave a faint, weary smile, as if none of those titles mattered. "Heh, should we head back?" he muttered, ignoring the attention around him. Then his eyes caught sight of a beautiful woman approaching, another living legend among the seven-star heroes. It was Medea Poison, the sage, walking forward with a calm smile that made her presence impossible to miss. She looked at Siegfried von Nibelung with a nostalgic glint in her eyes and said, "Has it already been half a century?" Siegfried answered with a tired expression, "Medea, you still don't dress like an academy principal. Even turning 70 hasn't changed you, has it?" Medea Poison smiled back without shame. "Don't women want to stay beautiful until the day they die, old friend?" She lifted her chin playfully and added, "With just one word from me, my blessing could make you look 10 years younger." Siegfried continued in his blunt way, "Even if you turned 70 tomorrow, you're still immature. A person should value what's inside." Medea Poison burst into hearty laughter. "Oh, you stubborn old fogey. You're just as stiff and outdated as you were 50 years ago. Though I'll admit you've softened a little, if you actually brought me here." Siegfried's face turned more serious as he admitted that he used to hate even breathing the same air as those selfish noble types. Medea Poison's eyes gleamed with curiosity as she asked, "Your granddaughter must be stunning, right?" Siegfried von Nibelung grew quietly thoughtful at that. But before he could say much more, it seemed the event below was about to begin. Down on the floor, the new students were greeting one another with bright faces and excited voices. One student stood alone in the middle of all that chatter, and that was none other than Kang Gyoma, feeling completely out of place. Kang Gyoma looked around and muttered, "Am I the only one here with black hair?" Nearby whispers began to spread. Is he that black-haired outsider everyone was talking about? To the snobbish nobles around him, Kang Gyoma was nothing more than a special admission student who did not belong among them. Then Kang Gyoma noticed someone entering the hall, and his attention locked onto her immediately. Not just Kang Gyoma, but nearly every eye in the room turned toward the same person. A radiant green-haired beauty walked forward, her presence shining so brightly that the crowd seemed to part around her. Her gaze was sharp and cold, and the powerful aura around her made it clear she was nothing like the ordinary students gathered there. That green-haired beauty was Abel von Nibelung, the granddaughter of the Sword Emperor, Siegfried von Nibelung, and one of the central female protagonists from the game. In fact, Abel von Nibelung was the one overwhelming reason Kang Gyoma had poured so much money into that game in the first place. Subspace was a separate realm created by the original hero, Valor Joaquin, around the time Joaquin Academy was founded, a reality cut away from the normal world. Wounds and pain inside that subspace were still real, but the pain was dulled by the realm's special rules. Since outside interference could not reach into it, even something as extreme as killing was treated as part of the test. Siegfried von Nibelung narrowed his eyes and asked, "A battle royale inside the subspace?" Beside him, Medea Poison answered calmly, "Yes, subspace combat has always been one of our academy's traditions. This year, we're testing a new format," Medea Poison continued. "The candidates will be divided into groups of 10, then thrown into an unrestricted survival battle." Siegfried von Nibelung frowned. "No limits on equipment? Doesn't that give the privileged students an obvious advantage?" Medea Poison's smile thinned. "Don't start with that. I've already compromised more than enough. Whether we like it or not, most of this academy runs on noble money." She made it clear that even introducing this system had taken no small amount of effort behind the scenes. Siegfried let out a heavy sigh, already understanding what Medea Poison was really saying, because Kang Gyoma was a special admission student. Meanwhile, down below, he could not pull his eyes away from Abel von Nibelung as she passed through the hall. She was absolutely stunning, far beyond the flat image of a two-dimensional character he remembered from the game. Seeing Abel von Nibelung in person was completely different. She surpassed anything Kang Gyoma had imagined. A few foolish students even tried to approach her, and he wondered if he would have done the same if he had not known this game so well. Kang Gyoma had played enough to know that Abel von Nibelung was a character blessed with a dark miracle, deeply tied to the game's original protagonist. And beautiful girls like her were always surrounded by people with power and status. A special admission student like Kang Gyoma could never casually stand beside someone like that. So Kang Gyoma decided it was better to stay away from trouble and quietly bring this noisy academy life to an end. From that moment, Kang Gyoma settled on 3 simple rules for his future: graduate without causing incidents, find a stable job, and live as safely as possible. Then his eyes happened to land on the title of a book nearby. Most popular job, hero, extremely high salary. For a brief moment, Kang Gyoma stared at those words in silence, thinking it over. Then his answer came immediately. Hero? That sounded like a fast way to freeze to death. Just drawing his knife earlier had been enough to make his whole body tremble, and even now, his hands still had not fully stopped shaking. So Kang Gyoma made up his mind. Someone else could save the world. He would rather find a comfortable job and live quietly. At that moment, the loudspeaker roared through the training hall. The 783rd class placement test of Joaquin Academy begins now. The rules are simple. This year's Battle Royale will be conducted with 10 randomly selected candidates per group. The candidate with the highest score will enter Star Class, while 2nd and 3rd place will be assigned to Dragon Class. 4th through 7th place will enter Wolf Class, and 8th through 10th place will be placed in Common Class. The final class rankings will be determined entirely by these results. The scores will be calculated automatically, and there is no time limit. Hearing that, Kang Gyoma quietly thought that the setup was exactly like the game. His goal was simple: aim for Common Class, avoid wasting time, and finish as quickly as possible. Then the announcement continued, activating the subspace device. The exam starts now. May the hero's blessings be with you. Kang Gyoma steadied himself and thought that as long as he avoided drawing his knife, that electric shock should not come back to haunt him. The groups began going through the test one after another. Soon the speaker announced, Group 24 has completed the exam. 1st place, Rachel de Murat. 2nd and 3rd place, Balaba. Then came another result. Group 47 has completed the exam. First place, Ryojo Saki. Second place, Sarada. Watching from a distance, Medea Poison looked thoughtful and said, "Looking at this year's batch, we have your granddaughter, the heir of Taepeng Jiang and John Gong." Medea Poison's tone suggested that the outcome was already obvious. But Siegfried von Nibelung grumbled, "You're really bringing that up? Then look at this." The record showed 7 minutes and 14 seconds. It was astonishing enough to make even the spectators pause. A C-rank weapon had set that kind of record. Abel von Nibelung had apparently requested a fair evaluation. Medea Poison continued reading the details aloud. 172 centimeters, 61 kilograms. Wow, she's quite mature for a kid. Siegfried von Nibelung replied as if it were only natural. That is what you should expect from House Nibelung blood. With the test nearly over, Siegfried started to leave. Medea Poison blinked. What? There's still one group left, and you're already heading to the shop? Siegfried waved it off. It's probably just more noble brats. Medea Poison laughed lightly and said, "See you in the next life, old man." Siegfried answered without looking back. "Yeah, next life." But then in the next instant, Siegfried sensed something strange, and everyone else present felt it too. Medea Poison's expression changed as she gasped. "You felt that, didn't you?" It was unbelievable. Even the candidates gathered below began to notice that something abnormal was happening. Someone looked around in confusion and muttered, "I don't feel that sensation anywhere else." Both Siegfried von Nibelung and Medea Poison stood stunned, unable to immediately explain what was unfolding. Then, without warning, a crack appeared across the subspace, spreading wider as the force behind it grew stronger. Everyone focused on the crack as it shattered apart, sending fragments scattering through the air like broken glass. The entire hall froze in disbelief, and someone finally shouted, "What the hell is that?" A crashing sound echoed through the space, followed by startled murmurs spreading through the crowd. Someone stared upward and asked in disbelief, "Did a person just fall out of the subspace?" Before anyone could understand it, a dazzling flash of light burst across the hall. Siegfried von Nibelung's cold gaze followed the flash, catching the sharp glint of Kang Guillaume's sashimi knife as it flew through the air and landed precisely beside its owner. Medea Poison immediately shouted with urgency, "Medics, check the candidate's vitals! Hurry!" Kang Guillaume's face was reflected sharply in the blade, and at that moment, the result of his test had already become unavoidable. Only a few minutes earlier, deep inside the subspace, a rough shout had ripped through the air. "Not bad, Kang Guillaume, you little punk." A shadowy figure strode closer without hesitation, then suddenly reached out and clamped a hand around another student's throat. The next instant, that student was hurled hard into the wall, the impact shaking the entire area like the ground itself had been struck. Kang Guillaume's stomach sank as the scene unfolded before him. Damn it, he had walked straight into a death trap. Standing before him were the vicious Mao brothers, Jun Mao and Shun Mao, two brutal twins feared for their cruelty. They were undeniably gifted, but their talent was twisted by a nasty, deceitful streak, and they had apparently been playing with their victims for 30 whole minutes. Kang Guillaume clenched his jaw, the thought cutting through him. Was he really so insignificant that they had ignored him until now? The twins continued beating down the other students without mercy, barely even glancing in Kang Guillaume's direction, as if he were nothing more than background noise. Shun Mao began counting aloud, his tone disturbingly casual, as though he were keeping score in some twisted game. 1, 2, he murmured, ticking them off one by one with a lazy, almost bored rhythm. Then Shun Mao turned toward his brother and asked how many he had taken down, only to freeze when he saw Jun Mao ruthlessly finishing off another student. "Damn it!" Shun Mao snapped, irritation flashing across his face as his brother moved faster than expected. Jun Mao brushed it off like it barely mattered and said it was more or less finished anyway. "What's the problem?" Shun Mao said, only for Jun Mao to point ahead and remind him that he had already gotten 4. Shun Mao gave a careless grin and said, "Oh, right, sorry about that. I'll leave that one for you." Their eyes slid toward a trembling girl crouched in fear, her body shaking uncontrollably, and Shun Mao's grin widened as he said she looked good enough for him to take. Watching the whole thing, Kang Guillaume felt rage boil up inside him as the twins toyed with someone who could no longer even fight back. The girl was completely frozen by panic, her eyes wide and empty, with not even the smallest trace of will left to resist. The difference between them was overwhelming, like giants looming over ants with nowhere left to run. Shun Mao smirked down at her, clearly enjoying her fear, and said she was exactly his type. Then his smile turned even uglier as he wondered aloud whether her screams would suit his taste. Jun Mao laughed at that, amused rather than disgusted, and called his brother a pervert. Shun Mao stepped closer, savoring the girl's terror, and asked where he should start tearing her apart. Kang Guillaume forced himself forward, gathering every bit of courage he had, and shouted, "You fat bastards." Even in a subspace like this, where normal rules were twisted, Kang Guillaume couldn't understand why they would go this far. Shun Mao looked over in surprise, his expression shifting as if he had just noticed another insect crawling into view. Jun Mao glanced at him and told his brother to check Kang Guillaume's tag first. When they saw it, their mocking smiles returned. A special student? To them, Kang Guillaume looked like nothing but a lowly punk. Shun Mao sneered at Kang Guillaume's attempt to act tough, then told his brother he would finish him off quickly. Jun Mao gave him permission without much interest, as if Kang Guillaume's life was barely worth discussing. Since Kang Guillaume had dared to insult them, Jun Mao casually ordered Shun Mao to cut out his tongue. Kang Guillaume's mind raced as anger and fear tangled together. Should he use the blessing of painlessness? No. 30 seconds without pain meant nothing against monsters who had been mutilating students for half an hour. Then a green light began to glow from inside his bag, pulsing as if it were urging him to reach in and take what was waiting there. Kang Guillaume knew exactly what that meant. If he grabbed the knife, the blessing of the sword god would awaken. It had been less than half a day since he had hardened his resolve, yet peace had already slipped away from him. "Damn it," he muttered, while the twins stared at the strange glow in shock and demanded to know what it was. Kang Guillaume reached into the bag and wrapped his fingers around the handle of the sashimi knife. For a brief moment, the twins stood stunned. Then they burst into loud, mocking laughter, as if the sight of that knife was some ridiculous joke. Shun Mao sneered and told Kang Guillaume that since he had managed to be entertaining, he would make his death a little less painful by crushing his head first. Then Shun Mao charged, launching himself straight at Kang Guillaume, leaving him with no room left to hesitate. Kang Guillaume activated the blessing of painlessness, clinging to those 30 seconds where pain would not reach him. For that short window, the blessing would counter the agony brought on by the blessing of the sword god. The duration was only 30 seconds, just half a minute to survive what came next. And once it ended, the cooldown would last 12 full hours, while Shun Mao sneered and asked what a dull knife could possibly do to him. Kang Guillaume's grip tightened. If he didn't swing now, he would die right here. But the weight pressing down on that blade was different from cutting fish. This time, the pressure in front of him was human. A strange thought flashed through his mind. Was this why gangsters in movies always use sashimi knives? Could he really cut a person? That sort of thing only happened in films. In reality, even a god shouldn't be able to make it feel simple. Then the answer came sharply through him. If he swung, the blade would cut. With more desperation than strategy, Kang Guillaume forced his body forward and slashed the sashimi knife straight ahead. Shun Mao still looked down on him completely, lunging in with a mocking shout as he spat, "You little punk." But before Shun Mao could even finish closing the distance, something flew clean away from his body, his own arm, severed so suddenly that disbelief froze across his face. Kang Guillaume's eyes stayed frighteningly sharp, cold and focused, as if all the hesitation inside him had been cut away with that single swing. Deep in his heart, Kang Guillaume could only cling to one desperate thought. May the sword god's blessing stay with him now. At that moment, old memories surged up from the back of his mind, dragging him away from the bloody scene for a heartbeat. Back then, Kang Guillaume had once asked his boss in a casual tone why gangsters always seemed to use sashimi knives. Before he could even finish the question, a sashimi knife sliced past his face with a terrifying whistle and buried itself deep into the wall, leaving him frozen with wide, terrified eyes. The burly man barked at him to call him master, not boss, then demanded why Kang Guillaume was so curious about something like that. That man had been Kang Guillaume's first master, a former gangster. To atone for the life he had lived, that master had once cut off his own wrist and sworn that from then on, his knives would only create delicious food and bring people happiness, which was how he opened his sashimi shop. His knife skills were extraordinary, but Kang Guillaume still couldn't let go of the question, so he pressed him again, asking whether gangsters in movies really used sashimi knives for a reason. Master clicked his tongue and told him to think carefully. A broad kitchen knife might stab into flesh, but the skin would grip the blade, making it hard to pull free, while a thin sashimi knife could slide in and out again and again. When Kang Guillaume asked why they would stab instead of slicing like fish, the master exploded, shouting that fish stayed still on a cutting board, and that no one could calmly slice a moving person with blind confidence. Kang Guillaume stubbornly argued that in comics, one clean swing could cut through anything, only to receive a skull-rattling smack, as his master growled that even a blade god couldn't pull off something that absurd. Then reality snapped back into place, and the sight before them was impossible to accept. How could a sashimi knife have done something like this? Shun Mao stared at the empty space where his arm had been, and the shock finally turned into a raw, throat-tearing scream. Kang Guillaume stood before him and spoke in a low voice, daring him to keep running his mouth. After all that mocking, Kang Guillaume wanted to know exactly who had called his knife dull. Jun Mao and the trembling girl were just as stunned, their faces locked in disbelief as they watched the blood spill across the ground. Kang Gyoma had taken the technique he used to cut fish and, against all common sense, applied it to a human body. The pain hit Shun Mao all at once, and he wailed in agony, cursing Kang Gyoma while clutching at the ruin of his arm and begging for the pain to stop. But Kang Gyoma didn't back away. He stepped forward slowly, one measured step after another, and Shun Mao's arrogance collapsed into panic as he screamed for him to stop coming closer. Unable to endure that terrifying pressure anymore, Shun Mao turned and ran, fleeing like prey that had finally realized it was being hunted. Kang Gyoma moved after him in a daze, barely understanding what was happening to his own body. As Shun Mao staggered away, he cried out for Jun Mao to save him, screaming that Kang Gyoma was a lunatic, like something possessed, and begging his brother to hurry. Kang Gyoma lunged forward, and with one brutal slash that tore across Shun Mao's face, he brought him crashing down. Blood burst through the air, and Jun Mao froze in horror as he watched his brother's head split apart, tears spilling down his face before he could even move. A broken roar tore out of Jun Mao's throat as he screamed Shun Mao's name. But Kang Gyoma didn't stop there. His body kept pressing forward, still locked inside those fading seconds of borrowed fearlessness. The girl who had been saved could only stand there in stunned silence, unable to process what had just happened in front of her. Jun Mao forced himself to breathe and tried to calm his thoughts, reminding himself that this was subspace, so Shun Mao wouldn't truly die here. Then his eyes narrowed as he studied Kang Gyoma. Who was this guy? Some kind of madman. His movements were awkward, like someone who had never actually swung at another person before. Kang Gyoma's breathing was uneven. His body was trembling, and Jun Mao convinced himself it had only been a lucky strike. The real danger was that knife, so all he had to do was avoid the blade. Still shaking, Jun Mao reached down and picked up his brother's gauntlet, realizing Shun Mao's fatal mistake had been underestimating Kang Gyoma from the start. With both gauntlets equipped, Jun Mao's power reached its peak, and the moment the prosthetic arm locked into place, a surge of strength flooded through him. He layered power over power, the blessing of resolution to reinforce his defense, the blessing of intervention to raise his strength by 200%, and a strength-enhancing talisman on top of it all. A smirk crept across Jun Mao's face as he activated 3 A-rank blessings at once. Powers ordinary students could only dream of touching. He told Kang Gyoma that he didn't know where that strange sword had come from, but even an S-rank weapon wouldn't be able to leave a scratch on him now. Jun Mao's voice turned colder as he made one thing clear. He was not Shun Mao. Kang Gyoma, already feeling the window closing, muttered the remaining seconds under his breath. 23, 22, 21. Overflowing with boosted confidence, Jun Mao swung his fist and roared that he had no intention of standing there quietly to die, asking if Kang Gyoma was already saying his last words. He promised to crush Kang Gyoma's skull, while Kang Gyoma kept counting in a strained whisper, 7, 6, 5. Just as Jun Mao became certain victory was his, blades suddenly pierced into his vital points with terrifying precision. The movement was so fast that no one watching could even follow Kang Gyoma's body as he struck. Jun Mao's arm dropped, his consciousness slipping away, and his massive body toppled over like a tree cut clean through at the base. Kang Gyoma remained standing with the knife in his hand, but guilt and shock crawled through him, making his fingers tremble around the handle. Only 1 second remained before the protection holding back the pain disappeared. His vision began to blur, and his lips trembled soundlessly, as if his body already knew what was coming. The instant the blessing of painlessness ended, unbearable agony slammed into him, tearing a scream from his throat before everything went black. Sometime later, Kang Gyoma slowly opened his eyes, and strange, unfamiliar images swam into view around him. As his senses returned piece by piece, Kang Gyoma realized he was lying somewhere clean and quiet. Was this a hospital? Kang Gyoma slowly pushed himself upright on the bed, but the moment he moved, a dull ache spread through his entire body. Just then, a blond young man rushed into the room and raised his voice, clearly startled by what he had seen. "Students awake," he shouted, his voice carrying sharply through the quiet hospital-like space. Almost immediately, hurried footsteps echoed from outside, growing louder as several people rushed toward the room. Strangers appeared one after another, but among those unfamiliar faces, Kang Gyoma recognized 2 figures at once, the legendary heroes who had defeated the Demon King's 6th Legion commander 50 years ago. They were members of the 7-star heroes, names that every student at Joaquin Academy would know. Before him stood the world-renowned Siegfried von Nibelung and the Academy's principal, Medea Poison. Medea Poison smiled brightly as she leaned in a little and asked, in a cheerful voice, whether Kang Gyoma was feeling any better. Still confused by the sudden appearance of such legends, Kang Gyoma stammered that he was fine, while wondering why people of this level were gathered around his bed. Siegfried von Nibelung looked straight at him and asked for his name, and Kang Jioma answered carefully, "Kang Jioma?" The instant Siegfried heard it, his expression tightened, and his tone became direct as he addressed Kang Jioma by name. Without circling around the issue, Siegfried asked exactly what Kang Jioma had done during the entrance test. As the memories returned, Kang Jioma realized that none of it had been a dream or hallucination. The person who had done all that was truly him. For a moment, Kang Gioma's thoughts turned grim. If a monster like Siegfried decided to target him now, he knew he would be finished. Even so, Kang Gioma forced himself to remain calm and answered that, even inside subspace, the Mao brothers' actions had gone far beyond what could be ignored. He admitted that his own response had been excessive and said that if punishment was required, he would accept it without making excuses. Siegfried's eyes shifted slightly, surprised by how composed and sharp Kang Gioma's answer was, and Medea Poison let out a soft sigh as the tension began to ease. "Oh, don't be so harsh," Medea Poison said lightly, scolding Siegfried as if Kang Gioma were already one of her precious students. She added that Siegfried had personally cleared the blocked blood vessels in Kang Gioma's body while he was unconscious, joking that old experience still had its uses, then told Siegfried to let the boy rest and spare her the embarrassment. Siegfried's stern face twitched with embarrassment as he muttered that he had told her not to bring that up. The beautiful principal laughed and teased him for acting shy, while Kang Jioma quietly thought, so Siegfried was the one who treated his body. No wonder his body felt strangely light, though it was less like being weightless and more like a bundle of wet feathers had finally been wrung dry. Medea Poison turned her attention back to Kang Gioma and spoke with open excitement, saying they had reviewed the footage while he was unconscious. She praised him for risking himself to save the girl, calling him the prince she had always dreamed of. And she went even further, declaring that Kang Gioma was already a prince in her eyes, leaving Siegfried speechless before he finally cleared his throat and warned, "Medea." When Siegfried told her to tone it down, Medea Poison smiled sweetly and snapped back that she understood, calling him an old nag. She then reassured Kang Gioma that no one was blaming him for what happened during the test, and added that the Mao brothers had only entered through flattery and had already withdrawn. Medea Poison gave a satisfied little laugh, clearly pleased by their downfall, as if the result served them exactly right. Hearing that, Kang Gioma finally understood why they seemed so delighted, and he felt a rush of relief knowing he would not have to face those brothers at school. Medea Poison continued with a brighter expression, telling Kang Jioma that they had come to deliver important news. She announced that Kang Jioma had achieved the highest score in the test, then congratulated him with a beaming smile. Kang Jioma stared at her in stunned silence for a beat before blurting out a confused, "Huh?" The thought hit him like a hammer. Did this mean his peaceful academy life was already over? Later, back in the office, Medea Poison slowly sipped a cup of fragrant coffee and said she had been leading Joaquin Academy for nearly 20 years. Even after all that time, she admitted that this was the first time she had ever seen anything quite like this. She still couldn't understand why a student who had earned such an opportunity would simply say he didn't want it. The situation was so absurd that even someone as experienced as Medea Poison had failed to predict Kang Jiuma's reaction. She said she had emphasized to him that this was the star class, something students could not normally reject on a whim. For a moment, she had honestly wondered if she had heard him wrong, because words like that were enough to make even old veterans like them lose their temper. Still, the selection of the best student had to be based on the direct evaluation results, and the results were already clear. Yet, after thinking for a moment, Kang Gioma had still answered firmly that, even so, he did not want it. Medea Poison looked at him with an amused smile and asked if he was pretending not to understand what kind of honor he had just refused. Then she turned toward Siegfried and teased him, asking if he was upset that his own granddaughter had failed to claim the top spot. After all, the one who had taken that position was Kang Gioma, but Siegfried simply shook his head and asked why that should matter. Siegfried said he had no intention of questioning the judgment tied to the founding hero's legacy. If the Academy had recognized Kang Gioma as the top student, then that result would be followed. He went on to say that if Kang Gioma's technique had merely been exceptional, he could understand it. And if his physique had been perfect, he could accept that as well. But Kang Gioma was still a boy who had not even fully matured, and yet he had performed in a way that defied common sense. His movements carried discipline, and the swordsmanship behind them was at a level Siegfried himself had pursued throughout his entire life, a realm close to sainthood. Even so, when Siegfried had cleared Kang Gioma's blocked meridians, something about the boy's body had left him deeply uneasy. It was an untrained and fragile body, almost too weak for what it had done. Yet in the middle of battle, it had moved entirely on instinct. It felt as if something impossible had taken root inside Kang Gioma. something that should never have existed in an ordinary, untrained boy. For a brief moment, Siegfried even wondered if age had made him childish enough to feel competitive toward a student the same age as his own granddaughter. Medea Poison happily joined in, saying Kang Jioma had that calm, scholarly look, but when it mattered, he acted without hesitation, just like a hero rushing in to save a helpless girl. She sighed dreamily and said that if she were 20 years younger, then immediately corrected herself, insisting that even now she could still make something happen. Siegfried shot her a sharp look and snapped, asking what an old hag like her thought she was imagining. Then he asked if she even knew what academy students called women who acted the way she did. Medea Poison's eyes brightened, clearly expecting some flattering title, and she urged him to say it out loud. Siegfried calmly set down his teacup, looked straight at her, and answered with one merciless word, "Cougar." Medea Poison's smile vanished at once, and in a burst of fury she slammed the ground so hard that the teacup on the table trembled. Meanwhile, Kang Guillaume stood in front of the class assignment board, staring at the result with a complicated look on his face. The name beside his placement was Wolf Class. He felt a little defeated, but this was still the best deal he had managed to get, since Joaquin Academy ranked its classes from Star at the top, then Dragon, Wolf, and finally Common. As the top scorer, Kang Guillaume should have been placed in Star Class, the highest and most attention-grabbing group, but what he truly wanted was Common Class, the lowest rank, where he could avoid constant trouble. After practically begging Medea Poison to move him down to Common Class, she had finally given in with a smile and promised to keep the real reason secret. Instead, she had settled him into Wolf Class, while secretly thinking that sending the top scorer all the way to Common Class would make the old men on the council howl in protest. Kang Guillaume's plan was simple: stay in a lower-ranked class, graduate quietly, and keep far away from the power struggles of the elite students. Wolf Class was close enough to what he wanted, so he gently pushed open the classroom door, only for it to slam shut louder than expected and draw every eye in the room. For a moment, the entire classroom fell into an awkward silence. The students looked surprised at first, but once they noticed Kang Guillaume's special student tag, most of them lost interest and treated him like empty air. Not a single person seemed to suspect that the highest scorer in the entire entrance test had just walked into their classroom. Good. That was exactly what Kang Guillaume wanted. No staring, no whispers, no unwanted attention, just let him blend into the background. Perfect. Medea Poison had actually kept the secret after all. Kang Guillaume quietly reassured himself that successful people created their own path, and for once, this situation was working in his favor. Then his eyes suddenly caught sight of a familiar girl, the same one he had saved during the entrance test. By pure coincidence, she had ended up in the same class, and she hesitantly greeted him before softly thanking him for what happened back then. Kang Guillaume immediately became flustered, unsure how he was supposed to respond to such sincere gratitude. Seeing his confusion, she quickly clarified that she was talking about the incident during the test. Kang Guillaume finally understood and brushed it off, saying it was no big deal, though he wondered why someone his own age was being so formal with him. He added that she did not need to feel awkward about it, since anyone in that situation would have done the same. But deep down, Kang Guillaume knew the truth was not that noble he had been fighting to survive, not consciously trying to play the hero, which made his own words feel a little hypocritical. Trying to move past the awkwardness, he said they had not properly introduced themselves yet, and told her his name was Kang Guillaume. The girl smiled and introduced herself as Chloe, saying it was nice to meet him and that she had not expected them to become classmates. Kang Guillaume answered that he felt the same and was glad to know her. Still, the name Chloe made Kang Guillaume pause inwardly. He had played the game countless times, yet he had never heard of her, and since the main story later centered on the Demon War, he assumed she was probably a background character like him. With an easy smile, Kang Guillaume then asked if Chloe could keep what happened during the test a secret. Chloe looked surprised for a moment, but she quickly nodded. She agreed at once, promising that her lips were completely sealed. Before they could continue, the instructor's loud voice cut through the room, ordering the class to settle down, so Kang Guillaume told Chloe they could talk later and headed for his seat. The instructor slammed a book down on the desk, making the room snap to attention, and began by congratulating everyone on their admission. He told them they had been chosen to inherit the will of the founding hero, Valor Joaquin, and that they should take pride in it, before introducing himself as their head instructor, Lou. For the first day, he said, they would begin with simple physical activities, so everyone needed to change into training clothes and gather on the field in 30 minutes. One student raised a hand and nervously asked what kind of training they would be doing. Instructor Lou answered as if it were nothing difficult: 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and then a few laps around the field. After saying that anyone without objections should change and assemble outside, he dismissed the class, while Kang Guillaume sat there stunned, wondering if they were being trained like Marines. Kang Guillaume approached the podium and began. Sir, I'm Kangioma, only to freeze when the instructor seemed to already know exactly who he was. That detail was not important right now. What mattered was finding a way to skip this exhausting training, so Kangioma said he was not feeling well. Instructor Lu snorted under his breath, clearly remembering what Medea Poison had told him earlier. She had said it was supposed to be a secret, but he clicked his tongue and told Kangioma that this training would make a top scorer like him even stronger, adding that Medea Poison had approved every class for him, even star class. Kangioma's anger flared inside him. So this was what she called keeping a secret. That old witch. Still, he forced an awkward smile and scratched the back of his head. He quickly said it was nothing serious, and that he only needed a quick bathroom break because of a little pain. And Instructor Lu nodded, pleased that even the top scorer was being so honest, before telling him to meet everyone at the field. Later that day, everyone had changed into gym clothes, just as Instructor Lu ordered, and the entire class was already circling the field in endless laps. Kangioma dragged himself along near the very back of the group, shoulders slumped, breath ragged, and every step felt heavier than the last. He could barely keep his legs moving as one miserable thought filled his head. He was seriously going to die from this. At that moment, Chloe slowed her pace and came up beside him, matching his exhausted stride. She glanced at his pale face and uneven breathing, then asked gently if the training was a little too hard for him because he looked completely worn out. Kangioma forced an awkward smile through his panting and said he was fine, then quickly asked how many laps Chloe had already finished. Chloe answered casually, without even sounding out of breath, that she had already completed 9 laps. Kangioma's pride took a direct hit because being outperformed this badly by such a slender-looking girl made him feel even more pathetic. Chloe smiled and encouraged him to keep going, telling him that if he held on a little longer, he would definitely make it. Then, as if the conversation had been nothing more than a short break, Chloe picked up speed and smoothly ran ahead. Kangioma could only watch her pull away while he continued trudging forward, completely drained from head to toe. By the time the day dragged on, the sky outside had turned into a brilliant sunset, glowing warmly over the academy grounds. Inside Kangioma's small room, empty mineral water bottles were scattered across the floor, every single one drained until not a drop remained. Kangioma slammed one of the bottles onto the table in frustration, but after a moment of anger, all he could do was let out a helpless sigh. Completely exhausted, he threw himself onto the bed and muttered that he was so tired he could barely move. And worse than the fatigue, he was starving. After only 1 week of academy life, Kangioma had run straight into an unexpected survival problem. He remembered rushing toward the cafeteria after training, desperate to refill his empty stomach with something solid. The moment he reached the counter, his eyes lit up and his mouth watered because he was so hungry, it felt like his body was about to collapse. Without thinking, he ordered pork belly and asked for 1 serving as fast as possible. But the cook only gave him a cold, silent look, as if waiting for Kangioma to understand something obvious. That was when Kangioma noticed the meal voucher box beside the counter and realized with a sinking feeling that the food was not free. Embarrassed, he quickly said he would go grab a voucher first, trying to act as if he had known all along. He still planned to order a large pork belly rice bowl, but the smile on his face vanished the second his eyes landed on the price tag. His voice trembled in disbelief as he stared at the number and wondered how pork belly could possibly cost 50,000 won. Muttering bitterly about the outrageous price, Kangioma had no choice but to give up on the meal. And that was how his room had ended up filled with empty bottles, because for the past week, Kangioma had been surviving on water. He squeezed the last possible drop from another bottle, then tossed it aside in frustration, cursing the fact that he was going to starve at this rate. 50,000 won for pork belly was daylight robbery, and Kangioma felt like his soul was already floating halfway to heaven. Before enrolling, his father had offered him money and told him to take some, but Kangioma had thought he could earn his own way and refused because he didn't want to burden his struggling parents. Now that decision came back to crush him, and regret hit hard as he realized he absolutely should have taken the money. He cursed himself for being an idiot, because trying to survive on cheap water from the campus store was beyond pathetic. Then a glowing window appeared before him, showing the blessing of the sword god. 1 swing could cut anything. His body level had risen from 1 to 2, and his physical condition had improved. The restriction on the blade had also loosened, now allowing a length of about 30 centimeters with a 2 centimeter margin and a width of about 5 centimeters with a 1 centimeter margin, making activation safe. As Kangioma read the window, he realized that simply thinking about it was enough to bring up his status, though hunger was still keeping him wide awake. Unable to stay still, he jumped off the bed and walked over to admire his reflection. His body now had a clear six-pack, and his stamina had improved too, making him smile because all that suffering had not been completely wasted. The blessing of the sword god had cleared his meridians to this extent, reshaping his body far more than he expected. Kang Guillaume felt that if he kept making steady progress, he could reach new heights, and even though the blessing had not upgraded yet, he might soon be able to wield a short sword properly. His gaze drifted toward the two short knives resting on the table, and he remembered how, before the ceremony, he had been afraid to even touch a sword. But now, whenever there was no blade in his hand, his fingers almost itched for one, making him wonder if this was the influence of the blessing. Kang Guillaume scratched his head in confusion, not understanding why he felt strangely proud of that change. Just then, a knock sounded at the door, startling him out of his thoughts. Kang Guillaume walked over and opened the door, asking who had come to see him at this hour. Chloe was standing outside, looking flustered as she apologized and asked if she was disturbing him, while Kang Guillaume wondered why she had come to his room. He quickly told her she was not bothering him and that he had only been lying down, then asked what was going on. Chloe hesitated for a moment before admitting that she had not seen him at the cafeteria all week, so she had started worrying that he might not be feeling well. Caught off guard, Kang Guillaume tried to hide the truth and said he simply was not used to other people's cooking, even though he was so hungry he could practically feel himself drooling. Chloe seemed to accept his answer shyly and told him she understood, then softly said he did not need to worry. She explained that she had been heading to the campus store to buy ingredients, and she thought they could cook dinner together. Kang Guillaume's face instantly brightened, and he agreed with almost too much enthusiasm, telling Chloe they should go right away, leaving her blinking in confusion at his sudden excitement. Kang Guillaume then brightened up and added, "So this means you're inviting me over for dinner, right? Perfect. I'm actually a pretty great cook, so just leave the meal to me." Humming lightly to himself, he pointed across the street and said her dorm was right nearby, so they might as well head over at once. After the two of them searched through the store until the sky outside had grown dark, Kang Guillaume and Chloe finally made their way back, crossing over to Chloe's dorm with everything they had picked up. When Chloe took her first bite of Kang Guillaume's cooking, her eyes immediately lit up. "Oh my gosh, this is delicious," she exclaimed, unable to hide how happy she was. Watching her enjoy the food so openly made Kang Guillaume feel unexpectedly warm inside, and he smiled as he said he was glad she liked it. As Chloe kept eating, she looked genuinely impressed and praised him again, saying that Kang Guillaume not only cooked quickly, but somehow made everything taste incredibly good, too. Chloe admitted that whenever she handled fish, she usually just boiled it and never imagined it could have this kind of flavor. Seeing her plate emptied so cleanly, Kang Guillaume felt a quiet sense of satisfaction, then stood up and suggested they take a look inside the fridge. The moment Kang Guillaume opened the refrigerator, he paused in surprise at the neatly packed rows of fish inside. "You really do love fish, huh?" he said. Chloe beamed proudly and answered that she did, explaining that she came from a river town. Kang Guillaume smiled, rolled up his sleeves and said that was perfect because fish happened to be his specialty. After everything he had just gone through, Kang Guillaume's hands almost itched with the urge to cleanse his mood by preparing sashimi. But just as he was about to begin, a sudden concern flashed through his mind. The thought hit Kang Guillaume all at once. If he used an ordinary kitchen knife while the blessing of the sword god was active, things could go very wrong very quickly. Kang Guillaume hesitated for a moment, then asked Chloe if she had anything longer than a regular knife. Chloe blinked in surprise and repeated, "Longer?" Kang Guillaume explained that he was used to handling swords, so a small kitchen knife felt strangely awkward in his hand. Chloe listened and nodded as if she understood. Chloe began searching through her things, taking his request seriously, and after a little while, she came back carrying a long sword instead of a cooking knife. With an eager look on her face, Chloe held it out and asked if that would work. Kang Guillaume stared at the sword for a beat, then quietly shook his head. Kang Guillaume's expression turned more serious, and he decided there was no need to go that far. In the end, he told Chloe he would make do with the kitchen knife after all. Once Kang Guillaume gripped the knife, his focus sharpened at once. He set the terms in his mind like a challenge, deciding he would finish everything in just 30 seconds. A system notice appeared, confirming that the blessing of painlessness had activated. Kang Guillaume steadied himself and thought back to the life he once lived, when he had been known as the best swordsman in the nation. With the blessing of the sword god guiding his hands, Kang Guillaume moved in a blur. Before Chloe could even properly follow the motion, the fish was already prepared and only 21 seconds had passed. In that impossibly short time, Kang Guillaume had already removed the scales, pulled out the bones, and cleaned the fish with terrifying precision. The fillets came apart cleanly under his blade, each cut made with almost legendary speed. Kang Guillaume let out a relieved little laugh, feeling as if he had survived the dangerous moment without disaster. Chloe watched him work with wide, amazed eyes and asked how he could possibly be that good at cooking. Kang Guillaume answered casually, as if it were nothing special, saying he used to work part-time at a Japanese restaurant. Chloe tilted her head in confusion and repeated the phrase part-time, clearly unfamiliar with it. Kangyuma was surprised that she did not know what it meant, but Chloe quickly flustered and apologized, saying she was sorry because she really did not understand. Kangyuma laughed gently and told Chloe there was nothing for her to apologize about. The difference in their backgrounds was obvious in that small exchange, but he brushed it aside with a cheerful smile, saying that seeing her enjoy the meal was enough to make him happy. Chloe's face brightened again, and she admitted with clear excitement that she was genuinely thrilled Kangyuma had cooked for her. Chloe then quickly offered to wash the dishes herself. Kangyuma nodded and thanked her, casually letting her take over since they were in her room, and the dishes belonged to her. While Chloe cleaned up at the sink, Kangyuma leaned back and quietly savored the comfortable feeling of being full, satisfied and strangely at peace after the meal. Then, with a sharp crash, one of the plates slipped and shattered. Chloe immediately panicked, turning pale as she hurriedly apologized and insisted she had not broken it on purpose. Kangyuma turned toward her and gave a faint, understanding smile. Seeing how clumsy she was with something as simple as dishes, he wondered if Chloe had ever washed them before, then remembered that he had also been awkward when he first started at her age. At that moment, a book slipped from one of the shelves, landing open as a light breeze stirred the pages and made them flutter one after another. Kangyuma's gaze fell on the open pages, and he realized it looked like a diary. On the page, the writing said that someone had helped Chloe during the class placement test. The handwriting was neat and delicate, with a soft, cute charm that made the words feel surprisingly innocent. Seeing that side of her, Kangyuma suddenly felt that Chloe was, in many ways, just like any other girl her age. Kangyuma decided it would be better to put the diary back where it belonged, but before he could look away, another page turned on its own. The next entry said that the person who had helped Chloe was in her class, and that his name was Kangyuma. It continued with Chloe confessing that her heart kept racing, and she had no idea what she was supposed to do. The diary then admitted that Chloe could not bring herself to tell him, and the words carried such a shy, sweet feeling that Kangyuma could almost picture her smiling as she wrote them. Kangyuma finally understood why Chloe had been acting so bashful around him. Even so, curiosity tugged at him, and he found himself wondering if he should read just a little more. In the end, curiosity won. Kangyuma turned another page, only to find it completely filled with the same confession again and again. Chloe had written "I love you" over and over until the words covered the page. Kangyuma froze in place, stunned by what he had just seen. At almost the same moment, Chloe turned around, noticed the diary in front of him, and dropped the plate she was holding. The color drained from Chloe's face as terror washed over her, her most private secret laid bare. Stammering in panic, she asked if Kangyuma had seen it, then blurted out a desperate farewell, as if the embarrassment alone might end her life. Heroic families built their prestige by hunting monsters and chasing glory, earning the admiration of society while strengthening their own positions with every victory. But beneath that polished system, the powerful exploited every hidden weakness behind the mask of authority, and even public institutions often found themselves unable to touch those protected by status and bloodline. Among those heroic families, one clan chose to step forward in a different way, operating not under the sun, but from the shadows. That clan was the Auditor family, a house that worked in darkness even while quietly yearning for the light. Rather than standing on battlefields to receive applause, the Auditor family maintained order through assassination, removing threats from places ordinary justice could never reach. Children born into the Auditor family were subjected to psychological conditioning before they even reached puberty. Their emotions were suppressed, their minds were hardened, and through brutal training, they were shaped into assassins long before they could live like ordinary children. Chloe Auditori first stained her hands with blood when she was only 15 years old. Chloe had never denied her talent as an assassin. Before she even became an adult, she had already heard that praise countless times, and eventually, she simply accepted it as part of who she was. But that training did more than sharpen her skills. It twisted something deep inside her, leaving a heavy darkness rooted in her heart. As the years passed, Chloe's senses began to grow dull, until only faint traces of emotion remained within her. Even so, Chloe entered Joaquin Academy, a place where students were divided into classes based on their abilities, despite the traditions and expectations of her family. And although members of the auditory family were said to possess abilities that surpassed even dragon-class students, were still placed into ordinary classes according to auditor family tradition, no matter how dangerous or skilled they truly were. This was also part of a quiet agreement with Joaquin Academy, meant to keep the Auditor family from drawing unnecessary attention. Because of that arrangement, Chloe Auditory lost 3 precious years of her youth, living without any real personal freedom of her own. Chloe faced the fate of becoming an assassin without ever daring to resist, accepting it as something already decided for her. That was how Chloe lived right up until the day she met a male student named Kang Guillaume, the boy who suddenly shouted, "Hey, fat bastards, are you insane? Don't touch her." During the subspace battle, death might not have been permanent, but for Chloe, it was the first time she had ever come so close to it. Even then, Chloe faced that danger with unsettling calm, showing no fear at all, as if death was simply the destiny waiting for her. To her, struggling against it felt pointless, because that was the way she had been taught to live. At least that was the cold reality Chloe had always believed in. But Kang Guillaume's actions struck Chloe like a ray of sunlight breaking through a sky full of dark storm clouds. Something buried deep inside Chloe began to stir awake for the first time. To Chloe, Kang Guillaume's blade was not just a weapon. It was a sword moved by his own will, raised for the sake of protecting someone. And the person Kang Guillaume chose to protect with that sword was Chloe herself. Ever since childhood, Chloe had treasured a fairy tale she secretly kept hidden beneath her bed. She read it again and again, a story about a princess trapped inside a castle until a prince finally came to save her. Prince's love in that little book always lingered in Chloe's heart. It was a tale of being rescued, of someone reaching out when escape felt impossible. Whenever Chloe read it, her cheeks would grow warm, her chest would tighten, and a strange, unfamiliar feeling would rise inside her. That feeling was the tender, overwhelming love of youth. Back in reality, Kang Guillaume's face turned pale as the situation sank in, and he cursed under his breath. Chloe fixed her gaze on Kang Guillaume with an intensity that made the room feel smaller. Kang Guillaume scratched the back of his head, desperately trying to look calm. Then Kang Guillaume forced out an awkward smile, hoping it would somehow soften the mood. But the air only grew heavier. Chloe's expression was so unsettling that sweat began to bead on Kang Guillaume's face. Kang Guillaume thought he was completely screwed. He couldn't even figure out where he had gone wrong. Was it noticing this innocent teenage girl? Or was it following Chloe home for a meal in the first place? Trying to sound natural, Kang Guillaume told Chloe that the night had felt much nicer because she was there. He added that it was the first good meal he had enjoyed in ages, then quickly tried to leave, saying goodbye before things got any worse. But Chloe's composure cracked completely, and she pressed him with a sharp question. Kang Guillaume had seen it, hadn't he? Chloe pulled off her dishwashing gloves, while Kang Guillaume panicked and pretended not to understand, blurting out a confused, "Huh? What?" Chloe snapped, asking what else it could possibly be. Kang Guillaume tried playing innocent and mentioned her book, saying she must study hard. But Chloe's anger only flared hotter as she corrected him. She meant her diary. Kang Guillaume's mind raced. Did Chloe have eyes in the back of her head? He couldn't understand when she had even noticed him looking. Even Chloe's polite tone had vanished, making her seem like a completely different person. Kang Guillaume denied seeing anything, but Chloe coldly repeated that he saw nothing, as if it were no big deal, then warned him not to lie. Cornered, he stammered and admitted that yes, he had seen it. Chloe's expression turned chilling as her hand tightened around a sword and a deadly aura began to spill from her body. Kang Guillaume stared in disbelief, unable to understand what was happening, and his eyes darted around the room for a way out. They were on the 4th floor, so jumping out the window would be fatal. There was only one exit, and Chloe was standing right by it. Kang Guillaume was completely trapped. Kang Guillaume's thoughts spun faster as he tried to figure out what Chloe was about to do. Chloe dragged the edge of her sword across the floor, the scraping sound filling the room as her eyes burned with rage. Kang Guillaume realized with dread that Chloe was coming straight toward him. For a second, Kang Guillaume wondered if this could even be real, or if Chloe was somehow moving like she was sleepwalking. But those empty red eyes told him exactly what he was dealing with. Chloe had turned into a yandere. The way Chloe's entire presence changed in an instant made Kang Guillaume wonder if she had more than one personality hiding inside her. A yandere was already bad enough, but if Chloe had another side like this too, the danger had just doubled. Kang Guillaume realized that reading Chloe's diary must have triggered this terrifying change, and at this rate, she might chase him until he was dead. The murderous pressure coming from Chloe was even stronger than what Kang Guillaume had felt from the Mao twins. Kang Guillaume cursed his school life for becoming a complete nightmare, knowing he had to escape and think of a plan immediately. Only 9 seconds remained, and Kang Guillaume's sashimi knife was still back in his own room. He searched for the kitchen knife, but going after it now meant risking the loss of an arm or leg before he could even grab it. In pure desperation, Kang Guillaume silently called out to his mother, wondering what he was supposed to do. Then Kangioma spotted a paper knife nearby. With Chloe raising her sword and closing the distance, Kangioma lunged for the paper knife and grabbed it just in time. Kangioma wanted nothing more than to calm Chloe down and talk the whole thing through, but the look in her eyes made it clear that ordinary words were no longer reaching her. With Chloe closing in and the exit blocked, Kangioma realized there was no choice left but to act. A sharp system chime rang in Kangioma's head, announcing that his mental stats were rising as his buried rage temporarily sharpened both his words and his physical dexterity. The power inside Kangioma began adjusting itself to match his condition, as if his body was being forced to adapt in the middle of danger. Then the protection of the sword god activated, wrapping around Kangioma at the very moment he needed it most. A final message followed, telling Kangioma that divine blessings were standing with him. As Chloe stepped closer with that terrifying pressure, Kangioma suddenly blurted out, "Chloe, your hair's gotten a little long." He quickly added that he would give it a trim, and in the next instant his hand flashed forward with several swift cuts, sending a few strands of Chloe's hair drifting down. Without Chloe realizing how much time had slipped by, the storm in her mind gradually faded, and she finally stirred awake. Chloe looked almost the same as before, except her hair was just a little shorter, while her body showed no sign of injury. The first thing that crossed Chloe's mind was Kangioma, and she immediately wondered where he had gone. Chloe remembered that while she had been washing dishes, she had secretly glanced at Kangioma through the reflection in the window. She realized she had been sneaking looks at him, then brushed the hair away from her forehead before suddenly shouting for her katana. When Chloe spotted the katana resting near the table, relief rushed through her, and she let out a quiet sigh. Chloe was already used to fainting after using that weapon, so the blackout itself did not shock her as much as it should have. Faint memories surfaced in Chloe's mind, words of praise telling her she had done well, followed by someone asking what had happened and urging her not to deny her talent as an assassin. Back in the quiet room, Chloe stared at the sword for a long moment before burying her face deep into a pillow. Muffled against the pillow, Chloe yelled at herself, calling herself an idiot for fainting at such a ridiculous moment. A groan slipped out of Chloe as her face flushed red, and she felt like she was completely losing control of herself. Still embarrassed, Chloe mumbled to herself, wondering whether she had said anything strange while she was unconscious. Then Chloe noticed a paper knife lying on the floor, and confusion slowly crept across her face. Chloe wondered why the paper knife was there at all, only to pause when she realized that her hair was shorter than before. She stared at the little blade and began to wonder if this paper knife had been what cut her hair. When Chloe checked the trash, she found the fallen strands of her own hair inside. Realizing that Kangioma had cleaned everything up before leaving, she softened and thought he was far too kind. Chloe immediately decided she had to write this down in her diary before the feeling slipped away from her. Sitting at the table, Chloe opened her diary and carefully wrote the words, "Kangioma, I love you." After finishing the line, Chloe paused in surprise, as if that simple confession had somehow said everything. Outside beneath the moonlight, Kangioma wiped his mouth and remembered the exact moment the blessing of painlessness had ended. Somehow, Kangioma had survived even after pushing past the 5-second limit, though he could feel the price hitting him now. The consequence was painfully obvious. Kangioma had thrown up the dinner he had just eaten. Sitting on a bench under the night sky, Kangioma sighed heavily, looked upward, and accepted the miserable fact that the whole meal was gone. And after all that, Kangioma was hungry again. While Kangioma sat there lost in thought, a new line of information appeared before his eyes. Most swordsmanship was designed to end a fight with a single killing blow or to cut down several enemies at once. Chloe's sword style, however, was different. Every movement aimed straight for vital points, refined entirely for assassination. Kangioma knew that if Chloe ever truly tried to assassinate him, it would be over instantly, and his head would likely be the first thing to go. For a moment back there, Kangioma had felt death standing right beside him. Acting purely on instinct, Kangioma had aimed for the back of Chloe's neck. Luckily, the paper knife was too short to reach deep enough, and all it managed to cut was Chloe's hair. Kangioma had cleaned everything up before leaving, so there should not have been anything suspicious left behind. It seemed fine for now, but keeping things stable was far harder than he expected. People said living an ordinary life was difficult, yet this situation was on another level. Ever since Kangioma had been dragged into this shameless game world, it was not as if he had been living without ambition. But for someone who had mastered the sashimi knife, abandoning the manners and restraint of a proper gentleman was not easy. Everyone in this world had a role they were meant to play. Blessing of Miracles was not only the name of the game, but also the unique blessing held by the original hero, someone Kangioma still had not met. Together with Valor Joaquin's Blessing of Courage, those powers were known as the two mythical blessings of the game world. And the reason those blessings existed was clear. They were meant to protect the world from the Demon King. That original hero was destined to wield both holy swords and demon swords. As for Kang Gyoma, all he had was a sashimi knife, and honestly, that fact alone explained the difference well enough. Kang Gyoma slapped his own cheeks to snap himself back into focus, then reflected on everything that had happened since he entered Joaquin Academy, where one strange encounter after another kept piling up. All the new situations, the changing stats, and the chaos around Kang Gyoma had made him lose sight of his real goal. He had been stalling and making excuses, but now he finally remembered the truth. Nobody in this place was normal. Kang Gyoma knew a little about the game's major figures and the people who mattered most to the plot. But when it came to truly understanding this world itself, his knowledge was still painfully thin. After all, it had only been a week since he enrolled at Joaquin Academy. According to the original storyline, the protagonist's blessing should begin awakening soon. Since everyone was still in the early training stage, that meant the game's real story was only just beginning. Kang Gyoma understood the broad direction of the main plot, even if he never made it all the way to the ending. He did not particularly regret quitting the game back then, but now that he was trapped inside it, knowing even part of the story was a clear advantage. No matter what happened from here, Kang Gyoma decided he would stick close to the main storyline. If events started spiraling out of control, the truly valuable people could easily be missed or pushed aside. If Kang Gyoma remembered correctly, the story would begin turning much darker during the second semester of the third year. That was when a demonic hero would rise, gathering demons beneath the Demon King's banner and turning the academy itself into a target. From there, the scale of the conflict would only keep growing until a massive war between humans and demons loomed over everything. In the end, the game followed the kind of classic fantasy path where the whole world was dragged into battle. As Kang Gyoma tried to recall the details, frustration welled up inside him. Why was the plot already shifting like this? He had already wasted his youth working as a chef and missed out on the bright, ordinary teenage years others enjoyed, and now this world was making him furious all over again. The more Kang Gyoma thought about it, the more he remembered why he had deleted the game in the first place. Why did so many of them have to die? The story had felt so hopeless that even getting attached to the characters became painful. And now what could be worse than that same war happening in the world Kang Gyoma was living in? A war was still a war, and the question that chilled him most was whether he would die in it. No, Kang Gyoma refused to accept that. He still had 3 years, and he needed a practical goal. He was not a coward, and he had no intention of dying so easily, so he had to become strong enough to survive. Most games eventually push toward a happy ending, and this world would probably be saved by the protagonist in the end. But Kang Gyoma still needed the strength to protect himself because he could not afford to live like some fragile insect waiting to be crushed by war. Kang Gyoma decided he would train quietly and discreetly for the sake of survival. If he drew too much attention, he might be dragged directly into battles against demons, and that was exactly the fate he needed to avoid. He also had to be careful with the blessing of painlessness, since it dulled pain and made it harder to notice the damage piling up. With no real choice but to keep relying on his sashimi knife for now, the burden on his body was far from light. Then a status window appeared in front of Kang Gyoma. As his eyes moved across the numbers, he had to admit that the stats were more impressive than he expected. Kang Gyoma stroked his chin as he took in the new information, reading through indicators for physique, mentality, weapon rank, and other strange measurements. The panel warned that if Kang Gyoma pushed forward, he would have to face the consequences. His physical strength showed a value of 2, with the standards for sword use apparently being less strict, while his mental strength was listed as 3 and said to create a fearsome aura during action. His weapon rank, meanwhile, was only 1. Another section said Kang Gyoma was not yet qualified to unlock something, and beneath that, his synchronization was listed at only 1.5%. Kang Gyoma's attention lingered on that strange line, and he narrowed his eyes at the word synchronization. Wondering what it meant, Kang Gyoma tapped the panel. But a red warning flashed immediately. Access to the system was restricted because he lacked the proper qualifications, leaving him staring in confusion. It was another mystery tied to this strange power, but Kang Gyoma knew it was not the priority right now. What mattered first was training his body and finding a proper new weapon, because he could not keep relying on the blessing of painlessness forever. Kang Gyoma also had to practice with a real sword, especially since he still was not qualified to fully draw out the blessing of the sword god. When Kang Gyoma checked the schedule on his phone, luck seemed to be on his side. Next month's combat training would replace the midterm exam. The reward for that training was a B-rank Murasame weapon. If Kang Gyoma could master it, he would be qualified to graduate, and because its specs would not trigger the blessing of the sword god, it could become his backup weapon. Kang Gyoma let out a long sigh, realizing there was still far too much for him to do. Just then, a voice called out to him with a casual, "Hey." When Kangioma turned his head, he saw a girl standing nearby, her body still damp with sweat from training. The girl looked at him and said plainly that he was sitting in her spot. Their eyes met, and for a moment the air between them seemed to spark. Kangioma froze in place, completely stunned by the sight of her. Seeing Kangioma sitting there in a daze, the girl asked if he could move over a little. Kangioma was still shaken as recognition hit him. It was Abel von Nibelung, and no matter how long he stared, she looked almost unreal. Kangioma found himself staring at Abel with a sharper look than he intended. Abel quickly told him he did not need to leave entirely, only to scoot over and make some space. As Abel sat down beside him, Kangioma glanced sideways and wondered what she meant by her spot. Wasn't this a public place? Then he thought of the Academy's class system and figured that was probably how things worked. Still, staying near someone tied so closely to the protagonist could make the plot much more complicated. If Kangioma felt uneasy, the smart move would be to avoid Abel. But even with that thought in mind, he could not deny how stunning she was. Abel was not just a character on a screen anymore. She was real, sitting right there beside Kangioma, and then she quietly looked up. Abel said this spot had the clearest view of the stars. The sudden softness of her words startled Kangioma, and the way her gaze drifted upward made him feel strangely uneasy. Kangioma found himself wondering if this was really the Abel he knew, because she did not feel like the distant granddaughter of the Sword Saint from his memories. Wasn't Abel supposed to be someone unapproachable, especially to anyone connected with the protagonist's route? When Kangioma failed to answer, Abel looked at him and said his weapon was a sword, too. Surprised, Kangioma asked how she knew that. Abel's cheeks faintly reddened as she lowered her gaze, then admitted that her grandfather had told her. She added that she had heard swordsmen carried a unique kind of look in their eyes. Kangioma was left speechless, frozen by Abel's oddly direct words. And Abel held out her sword toward Kangioma. Abel asked if he wanted to try holding it. Kangioma began to sweat, noticing that the sword did not look especially heavy at first glance. When he hesitated, Abel puffed out her cheeks and turned her face away, clearly sulking. Kangioma could already tell she was not the easiest person to approach. Kangioma wondered again if this was truly the Abel von Nibelung he remembered. Then Abel suddenly asked him if he knew who she was. Sudden question caught Kangioma off guard, and for a moment he wondered if Abel was suspicious of him. But of course that could not be it. Everyone at Joaquin Academy knew Abel von Nibelung. Kangioma answered carefully, saying he knew a little about Abel. Abel immediately replied that she did not know Kangioma, which startled him and made him wonder what exactly she was trying to say. With a small smile, Abel clarified her point. Wasn't it strange that Kangioma knew her name, while she did not even know his? Kangioma lightly teased Abel, asking if he really had to give his name to someone who was basically still a stranger. Abel only shrugged and replied that, for all she knew, he could be a spy of the Demon King who had slipped into Joaquin Academy. Then Abel paused for a second, her expression turning thoughtful, before admitting that she could not really come up with any other reason. Still, Abel pointed out that it was already late at night, and Kangioma was sitting out there all by himself. The way Abel looked at Kangioma caught him off guard. He realized she had actually noticed him earlier, and honestly, there probably was no better explanation than that. The two of them fell into a strange bit of banter. Abel asked why Kangioma was there, and he answered as if it were obvious, saying he was training. When he asked her the same question, Abel said she was training too, only for him to ask what exactly she was training. Kangioma's answer seemed to leave Abel momentarily at a loss, and for a short while, only the sound of breathing filled the quiet night air between them. As Abel raised her hand, seemingly about to explain, Kangioma's eyes caught sight of the scars covering her hands. Abel immediately pulled her hands back and hid them from view, and the conversation fell into an awkward silence. After letting that silence hang for a moment, Kangioma quietly said that Abel must be incredibly dedicated. Abel answered as if it were the most natural thing in the world, saying of course she was. Abel told Kangioma that he could not understand what it meant to carry the blood of House Nibelung. People like her had to wear a perfect mask at all times, because the moment they showed even the smallest weakness, others would trample over it. Then she asked if he knew she had failed to earn the top score this year. Abel admitted honestly that it was the first time she had ever lost, but as she said it, a faint smirk tugged at her lips. Strangely enough, Abel said she felt relieved. Even so, Abel could not help being curious about the person who had beaten her. She wanted to know exactly who that person was and what kind of strength they had. Kangioma froze as panic crept up his spine, especially when Abel added that she would crush them the next time they met. Alarmed, Kangioma asked if Abel would really go that far. Abel snapped back that this was about honor. She had even begged her grandfather for information, but he only told her that the person was not in her class. To Abel, that meant someone had dared to break the order she believed in, and she could not bear the thought of living as second best. Then Abel suddenly seemed to realize how much she had said and wondered aloud why she was telling all of this to a stranger. Kang Jioma glanced at her and asked the same thing, and Abel softly huffed in response. Abel said it was because Kang Jioma seemed weak. Her family's motto was to stand firm against the strong and be kind to the weak. Abel added that everyone in her class was exceptional, so she had no real friends there. Kang Jioma was left speechless, quietly realizing that this was probably why Abel had always seemed so distant in the original story. Abel stretched lightly, then decided it was time to call it a night. She gave Kang Jioma a blunt goodbye, but after hesitating for a moment, she leaned in again. Abel looked at Kang Jioma closely and asked one more time whether he was finally going to tell her his name. Kang Jioma answered coolly with a simple no. Abel stared in surprise, asking what he meant, and he joked that she was hiding his name away like a cat burying its own mess. The next day in class, Kang Jioma sat at his desk with his hands clasped together, quietly thinking that academy life was calmer than he had expected. Chloe Auditore had also started making friends and blending into the class much better than before. Kang Jioma, on the other hand, was doing his best to avoid meeting Chloe's eyes. Whenever Kang Gioma's gaze even came close to Chloe's, her new friends would glare at him with icy suspicion, and that was not something he could easily ignore. Kang Jioma knew he was not the only special student at Joaquin Academy, but the others rarely interacted with anyone, probably because they were too full of pride. In that sense, he felt lucky he had not chosen a higher class. The Star class and Dragon class were already tangled in their own power struggles. Back when Kang Jioma played the game, those students had seemed almost like clowns from a distance, but if he had actually been stuck inside one of those classes, his head might have exploded from the pressure. At least for now, Kang Jioma could eat properly, sleep properly, and rest without too much trouble. Naturally, his next thought was what he should eat that day. Then a card bearing Director Medea Poison's image was pulled out, and he was told that the top student should have received it earlier, with an apology for the delay. It was Joaquin Academy's faculty card, and Kang Jioma felt so grateful that even bowing to Director Medea 3 times a day would not be enough. Silently, he thanked her from the bottom of his heart. The card felt almost too powerful in his hands, and Kang Jioma could not help reflecting on how fiercely useful it was. Kang Jioma thought he had fulfilled his role as a student well enough. He had not changed the game's plot too drastically, and if things continued like this for the next 3 years, he might actually be able to live the peaceful life he had always dreamed of. At the front of the classroom, the teacher began explaining that 700 years ago, after the first war between humans and demons, the hero Valor Joaquin realized future heroes would need a place to be trained. Because of that realization, Valor Joaquin founded Joaquin Academy on 7 guiding principles. The teacher reminded the students that those principles would appear on the test, so they needed to study them carefully. Kang Jioma listened with boredom, already knowing this material so well that he could practically recite it from memory. Valor Joaquin had fought the brutal commander of the Demon King's First Legion, Lycan, for 20 long years. He eventually won, but the victory cost him an arm and left him unable to fight again. During that era, screams echoed everywhere across the battlefield. It had been a bloody and exhausting war, one that ended without any clean sense of victory. Fortunately, humans and demons eventually signed a truce, and Joaquin Academy was built to nurture the talents who would protect the future. The teacher continued, explaining that the first human-demon war had led to a non-aggression pact, which then opened the way for 700 years of peace. Around Kang Jioma, students whispered casually among themselves. Some wondered if war would really break out in their lifetime, while others laughed it off, joking that in the 21st century, they were more worried about what to wear to tomorrow's party. Kang Jioma quietly organized his thoughts. 700 years of peace sounded impressive, but he was probably the only student in that room who knew where the first crack in that peace would appear. Everyone else had simply grown too used to tranquility. Kang Jioma wanted to speak up, but revealing what he knew could change the flow of events in ways he could not predict. Director Medea Poison might joke about wanting to quit, but with her seer-like insight, she was the first one to sense that trouble was approaching. Among the 7-star heroes, Director Medea was the first to truly protect the students. Kang Jioma had not played much of this part in the game, but he still respected her deeply, and that only made the truth heavier, because Director Medea Poison was also the first of them to die tragically in the battle against the Demon King. Kang Jioma still couldn't bring himself to accept it. No matter how many times he turned the thought over in his head, the unbelievable truth refused to disappear. He sank deeper into his own thoughts, his expression growing heavier as the answer settled in. Honestly, this was one piece of knowledge Kang Jioma wished he had never learned. At the front of the classroom, the teacher finally closed the lesson with a calm voice. That was all for today. and everyone needed to start preparing for the test coming up in 2 weeks. The moment class ended, the students began filing out in clusters, the room filling with excited chatter. Someone whispered that it was seriously cool, while another student immediately asked what was so cool about it. Kang Jeoma frowned, caught off guard by the sudden buzz around him. He looked from one student to another, confused, trying to figure out what had everyone so worked up. Then a voice from nearby suddenly made him flinch. The question hit his ears sharply, and Kang Jeoma's attention snapped toward the commotion as someone wondered if it was really him. Kang Jeoma quickly checked the date on his phone. May 5th. Of course, this was exactly the day when the students would start gathering together and spreading rumors like wildfire. One student asked if he would be joining their class, but another dismissed the idea right away. Someone like that would obviously be placed in star class, not here. Kang Jeoma followed the stream of students with his eyes, and the memory clicked into place. If he was remembering the original story correctly, today was the day Leon Van Reinhardt enrolled. His eyes widened slightly as the realization hit him. The timing, the gossip, the sudden crowd, it all lined up far too perfectly to be a coincidence. And there he was, Leon Van Reinhardt, the true protagonist of this world. With his handsome face and effortless charm, he drew everyone's attention the instant he appeared. At that moment, the first real crack began to form in the peace that had lasted for 700 long years. Kang Jeoma stared at Leon's face and felt irritation rise in his chest. Just like the game had shown, nearly every girl in this world was destined to fall for Leon sooner or later. If this had been an adult game instead of a heroic fantasy, Kang Jeoma was sure Leon would have gotten himself killed long before he ever reached the Demon King. The girls who would be drawn to Leon were no ordinary students either. Rachel de Murat, granddaughter of the Spear Saint, Ryojo Saki, daughter of Broken Bow, and Abel von Nibelung, granddaughter of the Sword Emperor, were all tied to him. Every major heroine seemed written to become fascinated by Leon, and just thinking about that ridiculous setup made Kang Jeoma feel even more annoyed. Even so, Leon Van Reinhardt was the protagonist blessed with the power known as the Blessing of Miracle. That meant he would be one of the first people pushed into brutal training over the next 3 years. Calling it training almost felt too gentle to Kang Jeoma. It sounded closer to being drafted all over again, and he had absolutely no desire to suffer through that nightmare twice. Even Valor Joaquin had only managed to seal away a single demon commander. If that was the limit of a legendary hero, then just how terrifying was the Demon King supposed to be? For a moment, Kang Jeoma wondered if this story was insane enough to let even the protagonist lose in the end. While Leon continued chatting easily with the students around him, his gaze suddenly shifted and landed on Kang Jeoma, making Kang Jeoma stiffen in surprise. Leon then gave him a bright, friendly smile, the kind that seemed completely natural and impossible to misunderstand. It felt almost like some strange fate had arranged for them to meet in the middle of that crowded room. Kang Jeoma reminded himself that this was the blessing of miracle at work, and surely the protagonist would deal with the coming disaster. Looking at Leon's open, trustworthy expression, Kang Jeoma felt himself almost convinced. Then someone suddenly shouted from the crowd, asking if it was over there. The shout made Kang Jeoma turn his head, his attention pulled away before he could think any further. Later that evening, the atmosphere had changed completely. Kang Jeoma stood inside a quiet training hall, where the dim, gloomy space made every sound feel heavier. He gripped a wooden sword and swung it again and again, his movements rough and uneven as he tried to sharpen his reflexes through sheer repetition. After pushing himself until his breath came out ragged, Kang Jeoma lowered the practice sword and examined his arm. As expected, without meeting the proper requirements, his blessing still refused to activate. He needed to raise his swordsmanship to a certain level first. Until then, the power he was counting on would remain out of reach. As Kang Jeoma stood there thinking, Chloe Auditor approached him with a shy, hesitant expression. In a small voice, she asked if she had done something wrong that day. Kang Jeoma froze on the spot. The memory of nearly losing his head flashed through him, but he forced himself to stay calm. Since they still had 3 years at this school together, keeping things peaceful was the only way to survive. He answered lightly, telling Chloe it was nothing. Relief immediately softened her face, and she asked if he really meant it before letting out a quiet sigh. But inside, Kang Jeoma couldn't stop wondering what her real personality was like, especially after seeing how she had wielded that sword without even being conscious of it. That blade had felt painfully sad, almost as if it were crying out for help, yet it had also overflowed with unmistakable killing intent. If Chloe truly decided to kill someone, Kang Jeoma knew she would be far more dangerous than the Mao brothers. Chloe fidgeted for a moment, then spoke again. She asked Kang Jeoma if she could treat him to dinner one more time. She quickly added that it was only to thank him. Her voice softened as she admitted she was nowhere near as good at cooking as he was. The word dinner instantly dragged Kang Jeoma back to the terrifying memory of almost dying. A curse rose in his mind as he wondered what she could possibly want him to eat or drink this time. But then he saw the hopeful look in Chloe's eyes. That quiet, anxious expression made it much harder for him to turn her down coldly. If he refused, things would become awkward between them. But if he accepted, Kang Jeoma couldn't shake the feeling that he might end up lying in a morgue by tomorrow morning. Then an idea suddenly sparked in his mind. With a brighter tone, Kang Jeoma told Chloe that it might sound strange, but instead of dinner, he wanted to ask her for help with something. Chloe blinked and repeated the word help, as if she hadn't expected that at all. Kang Jeoma nodded and told her honestly that he couldn't think of anyone else to ask. Her eyes lit up with excitement as she pointed to herself, surprised that he meant her. She quickly asked what he needed. Kang Jeoma scratched the back of his head, choosing his words carefully, then asked if she could teach him swordsmanship. He needed a teacher anyway, so this gave him the perfect excuse. And more importantly, Chloe Auditori was frighteningly strong, even if she didn't always seem aware of it. Ever since that day, Kang Jeoma had found himself thinking about survival every night before going to sleep. This arrangement could be useful. As he was turning the thought over in his head, Chloe appeared in a fresh outfit and walked toward him with a smile. She asked when he had arrived, saying she had been waiting over there, and Kang Jeoma answered that he had just gotten there before asking about her. Chloe's eyes sparkled as she said she had also just arrived. When Kang Jeoma checked the time, it was only 6:30. He stared at the time in confusion. Hadn't they agreed to meet at 8 o'clock? Kang Jeoma looked at Chloe a little more carefully, unable to ignore the strange feeling that something about her behavior was different today. Chloe noticed his stare almost immediately and tilted her head, asking if something was wrong. Kang Jeoma quickly waved it off, telling her no, nothing was wrong at all. But Kang Jeoma's gaze couldn't help drifting for a moment toward Chloe Auditor's firm-toned waist. He had never noticed it before because she was always covered by her school uniform, but now that he could see the lines of her abs and muscles, it finally made sense why she was so unbelievably strong. Even with that intimidating strength, Chloe still looked strangely cute in front of him, which made the sight worth appreciating for a second. Kang Jeoma then held out the wooden sword toward her and told her to take it. Chloe blinked in surprise, as if that was not what she had expected at all. She had assumed they would train with real swords, and Kang Jeoma immediately stiffened at the thought, shocked that she considered real blades normal for practice. This was supposed to be training, not a death match. Still shaken, Kang Jeoma reminded himself that practice was just practice, and wooden swords existed specifically so people would not get injured. Chloe laughed softly, her mood shifting into something unexpectedly gentle, which caught him completely off guard. Then Chloe's empty-looking gaze settled on the wooden sword in her hand, and for a brief moment all the softness seemed to drain from her eyes. With only a single swing, Chloe made the wooden sword cut through the air so sharply that Kang Jeoma flinched before he could stop himself. Kang Jeoma stared at her, stunned. Just how strong was Chloe Auditori? The sound of that swing almost felt like the air itself had been sliced open, and he knew he would have to stay extremely careful. Kang Jeoma checked his status again, scanning over the numbers with a focused look. His stats were not bad, and his physical growth seemed to be moving forward at a steady pace. But that only made him wonder more. Was this how blessings normally worked in this world? Did they simply strengthen a person's existing abilities and sharpen their skills? Or was there something deeper hidden behind it? Kang Jeoma kept searching for the missing condition, trying to understand exactly what requirement he still had to satisfy. Chloe noticed him standing there in silence, his eyes fixed on nothing, and tilted her head with a curious look. She asked him what was wrong. Then her expression grew a little hesitant, and she asked if she had scared him. Kang Jeoma snapped back to himself and quickly apologized. Since only he could see the status window, Chloe probably thought he had just frozen in place like an idiot. After forcing himself to calm down, Kang Jeoma reminded her that this was their first session and asked her to take it easy on him. Chloe nodded without hesitation and agreed. Kang Jeoma raised his wooden sword in front of him, bracing his stance as best he could, and asked if they should begin, and just like that, the two of them started their training. In his previous life, Kang Jeoma had always lived by one simple rule: only trust what he could see with his own eyes. True mastery had never been something he believed could be earned through blood and sweat alone. To reach that level, a person had to rebuild the body from the ground up, until every movement became sharper, cleaner, and more deliberate. That mindset was the reason Kang Jeoma had managed to adapt to the academy at all. The lessons carved into him when he was young were still guiding his body now. He closed his eyes for a breath, feeling sweat gather in his palms while his stance remained stiff and awkward. Even so, Kangyoma tried to steady himself and focus on accuracy, forcing his attention onto each tiny movement of the sword. Next instant, Chloe rushed straight at him, and Kangyoma's heart lurched. She was far faster than he had expected. Her speed was absurd. Chloe's strike came straight toward his neck, and Kangyoma barely managed to twist away in time. Inside, Kangyoma cursed in panic. He had clearly asked Chloe to go easy on him, but this felt nothing like mercy. Chloe's eyes had gone cold as she continued pressing forward to her. Training seemed to mean treating every exchange like a real fight. Only a few seconds later, Kangyoma's movements began to break down, and his hands trembled around the wooden sword. He wondered why the weapon felt so heavy in his grip, but he forced himself to endure it. If he could just block Chloe's next attack, he might be able to strike back. Before Kangyoma could set up his counter, Chloe suddenly leaped above him. His eyes widened as he realized she had become even faster. Was that previous movement only a feint? Kangyoma raised his sword in a desperate guard, but the impact of Chloe's strike slammed down so hard that the wood cracked under the force. Kangyoma was driven backward, his feet scraping against the floor. He could not understand how Chloe kept chaining her attacks together without slowing down. Chloe pressed him relentlessly, each blow crashing in with enough force to shake his arms. Every strike felt heavy enough to crush him, and Kangyoma knew he was already reaching his limit. There was no opening at all. Kangyoma could barely defend himself, let alone find a chance to counterattack. Then a piece of wood snapped off from the damaged sword. Chloe finally calmed down, staring at the broken weapon as if she herself was surprised by how much power she had used. Chloe's face went pale as she realized she had broken the sword of the boy she liked. Flustered and guilty, she quickly apologized, saying she had truly meant to go easy on him, but had still ended up breaking it. She looked at Kangyoma anxiously and asked if he was angry. At that moment, a strange light began glowing around both of them. Chloe's eyes widened in alarm as her gaze dropped to the sword. At the same time, a translucent interface flashed violently before Kangyoma's eyes. Message warned that the weapon did not meet the required conditions. Then another alert followed, stating that the weapon had been damaged and an error had occurred. Immediately after that, the interface declared that forced self-adjustment had begun. Kangyoma's humanity began to drop as the sword god's blessing activated with frightening intensity. His expression twisted into something terrifying, and a powerful killing intent started pouring out of him. Another message appeared announcing that the weapon equip conditions had finally been met, but the weapon had already been destroyed, triggering yet another error. The interface then forced suppression in order to adjust Kangyoma's personality. His humanity continued to decrease, sinking lower and lower as the strange force tightened its grip on him.
The sword god's blessing activated fully, and somewhere in a strange separate space, Kangyoma found himself as a chef once again, his thoughts echoing through the unfamiliar place.
Kangyoma looked around in confusion. Where was he? The space around him looked like a kitchen. For a moment, he wondered if he had simply been dreaming, unable to tell whether this place was real or only inside his mind. Then the old habit settled over him. Right, he had been preparing fish, and if there was work to do, then it was time to get started. Kangyoma noticed a knife he had not used in ages, and thought he might as well try it. But the moment he reached for it, something felt wrong, as if he could not select it at all. Since that knife would not work, Kangyoma calmly shifted his attention to another one and decided to use that instead. But even after switching to a smaller knife, Kangyoma still couldn't make it work. The blade sat there uselessly, refusing to respond no matter how naturally his hand reached for it. Then, from somewhere inside that strange kitchen-like space, a voice echoed around him and told him not to worry. The voice calmly urged him to keep choosing, as if the answer was already waiting for him among the blades. One by one, every option vanished from consideration, until only the sashimi knife remained in front of him. But the moment Kangyoma thought about holding it, he remembered the pain. Just gripping that knife felt like it would tear through his hand. The voice asked him how it felt now, and Kangyoma wrapped his fingers around the handle. To his surprise, he murmured that it was strange. There was no pain at all. Instead, the sashimi knife rested comfortably in his palm, almost like it belonged there. The voice seemed satisfied and pushed him onward, telling him to go ahead and cut. His hands began moving on their own, like strings were pulling his body from above. With a strange calm settling over him, Kangyoma accepted it and prepared to create a masterpiece. Back in reality, a violent killing intent surged through the training hall. Kangyoma stood frozen in place, silent and motionless, with an eerie stillness clinging to his entire body. Chloe Auditory stared at him in confusion, her voice tightening as she called out to Kangyoma and asked if he was okay. She begged him to say something. But Kang Gyoma's eyes looked as if his mind had gone somewhere far away, trapped in a loop she couldn't reach. Then, without warning, his eyes flashed with a green glow. Kang Gyoma lunged straight toward Chloe, launching an attack with terrifying speed. Dreadful aura wrapped around both of them, making the air in the training hall feel heavy and suffocating. Chloe's composure cracked as panic entered her voice, and she shouted again for Kang Gyoma to speak to her. She demanded to know what he was doing, her fear turning into disbelief as she asked if he had completely lost his mind. But Kang Gyoma didn't stop. He kept moving forward as if he couldn't hear Chloe at all. The force of his attack sent Chloe flying backward, nearly 10 meters across the training hall. Her body slammed hard into the wall, the impact echoing through the empty space. Chloe crumpled from the shock, stunned and breathless before blood spilled from her mouth. In that instant, Chloe realized the person in front of her felt nothing like the Kang Gyoma she knew. It was as if someone completely different had taken over his body. While Chloe was still trying to process what had just happened, Kang Gyoma struck the exact spot where she had been moments earlier, unleashing a devastating blow. Chloe forced herself to move and dodged backward, narrowly escaping the attack before it could land. Kang Gyoma looked almost mad, his eyes overflowing with killing intent, while his body moved wildly, completely outside his own control. Chloe planted her wooden sword to steady herself, but the shock from Kang Gyoma's attack still ran through her body and left her senses reeling. Her limbs felt heavy, and even standing properly became difficult. Chloe could barely move under the pressure of his killing intent. She couldn't understand what was wrong with him. But one thing was clear. If this continued, Chloe had to stop Kang Gyoma before he destroyed himself or her. Struggling to keep her voice steady, Chloe called out to him again and begged Kang Gyoma to stop. But Kang Gyoma charged at her once more, closing the distance without the slightest hesitation. Facing the incoming attack, Chloe realized there was no way she could dodge it this time. With a weak, trembling voice, Chloe pleaded for Kang Gyoma to stop and wake up. But he rushed forward anyway, and in her desperation, she cried out his name. At the same moment, inside that kitchen-like space, Chef Kim muttered in confusion, wondering what was wrong with this fish. No matter how he tried to cut it, the fish kept slipping away from him. Chef Kim frowned, thinking it was a strangely evasive one, almost as if it could talk, or as if he were hallucinating. Then Chloe's desperate cry rang through the strange space, sharp and unmistakable. She called Kang Gyoma's name. Her voice reached him again, begging him to wake up. Kang Gyoma's gaze dropped to the knife in his hand, and in the polished blade he saw his own reflection staring back at him. That single glimpse shook something loose inside him. The truth began to return, piece by piece. He wondered where Kang Gyoma had gone. And then the answer hit him all at once. The chef standing there was not separate from him. He was Kang Gyoma. Chloe's image appeared before him, her face full of fear as she pleaded for Kang Gyoma to wake up. Back in reality, the wooden sword was no longer in Kang Gyoma's hand. It had been hurled away and was now lodged deep in the wall. At the last possible moment, Kang Gyoma had thrown the weapon aside and snapped himself awake before the attack could reach Chloe. Chloe trembled where she stood, both arms raised to shield her head. For the first time, she looked genuinely shaken, her fear written plainly across her face. Slowly, Chloe opened her eyes, still dazed from the terror of the moment. What filled her vision was Kang Gyoma's face, close enough to make her heart stumble. Kang Gyoma looked at her with a gentle warmth that contrasted sharply with the killing intent from moments ago. Supporting Chloe carefully by the waist, he lightly tapped her head and said they should stop for the day. Chloe was still confused, her mind replaying the soft tap on her head as if she couldn't quite understand what had just happened. She stammered and asked if Kang Gyoma was okay. Kang Gyoma simply waved his hand with a faint smile, thanked Chloe for the training, and turned as if he was heading back like nothing had happened. He walked away, leaving Chloe behind as she struggled to find the words to call after him. Outside the training hall, Chloe moved slowly through the quiet path, one hand clutching her injured arm. Ever since the placement test, Chloe had already known that Kang Gyoma was a martial genius. But what she had felt today was not just strength. There was something bizarre about him, something that went beyond ordinary talent. Kang Gyoma's killing intent was unreal, so intense that Chloe couldn't properly block him. It didn't feel like a technique at all. It felt more like pure instinct. Even if Chloe used the full power of her own blessing, she had to admit it. Against Kang Gyoma in that state, she was no match. Chloe could still feel the impact in her arms. Kang Gyoma had driven her back with nothing more than a half-broken wooden sword, and the memory alone made her grip tighten. She had always known Kang Gyoma was strong, but this was something beyond what she had imagined. Before Chloe could finish sorting through that thought, a figure stepped into her path and remarked that she looked rather happy. Chloe lifted her head and noticed someone with the same hair color as hers standing in front of her. The familiar voice called her name, making her expression shift at once. It was Nox Auditore, a second-year student from Common Class, and someone Chloe knew far too well. Chloe looked closer, then her eyes widened slightly as recognition settled in. She quietly called him Brother Nox. Nox adjusted the mask over his face with a cold, dismissive motion. Then he asked if, after finally enrolling here, Chloe had already started spending her time around lowlifes. Chloe's reaction was immediate. Her voice sharpened as she told Nox not to call Kang Guillaume that. Nox repeated Kang Guillaume's name with a faint edge in his voice. Then he warned Chloe that if she kept involving Kang Guillaume, the Auditor family would eventually eliminate him. But Chloe did not flinch. Without showing fear or hesitation, she simply brushed past Nox as if his threat meant nothing. As she walked away, Chloe said that even the entire Auditor clan would not be able to defeat Kang Guillaume. Then she left without adding another word. Nox remained where he stood, quietly muttering Kang Guillaume's name under his breath. Meanwhile, Kang Guillaume was lost in his own thoughts, trying to force everything that had happened into something he could clearly understand. The answer he reached was grim. The power inside him was not a blessing or some holy gift at all. It was a curse. If Kang Guillaume wanted to avoid relying blindly on the sword god's blessing, then he needed a weapon that could handle his power properly. But the problem was that the power itself seemed to want control over him. It did not feel uncomfortable or painful. Instead, it felt frighteningly natural, filling him with wild ambition and bloodlust. While Kang Guillaume had been unconscious, that curse had moved him like a puppet, using his body without permission. Whispers had pushed through his mind, urging him to cut down every obstacle, grow stronger, and destroy anything standing in his way. Kang Guillaume knew he could not let that force take control of him again. It was Chloe's scream that had dragged his humanity back to the surface. Only then did Kang Guillaume realize he had already crossed a dangerous line. When Chloe called out Kang Guillaume's name, that single sound seemed to pull his fractured soul back together. In that instant, everything inside him connected again. Sword's power had grown stronger, but Kang Guillaume understood the risk now. If he killed without thought, he would fall straight onto the demonic path and eventually lose himself completely. Chloe had brought him back from that edge, restoring the faith and humanity that had nearly slipped out of his grasp. In the end, it was Chloe breaking the wooden sword that had triggered his violent outburst. It was frustrating to admit, but Kang Guillaume was still grateful that Chloe had woken him up. He wanted to thank her properly, yet the problem remained. He still could not control that state, and he had no idea when the demonic side might erupt again. He needed to think seriously, find a countermeasure, and make sure someone could pull him back the next time it happened. The sword god's blessing was undeniably powerful, but in this world, that kind of strength came with a price, even taking from his lifespan. Since it had become Kang Guillaume's own skill, he could not simply throw it away, so he had no choice but to adapt. He could not ignore the curse or pretend it was harmless. Kang Guillaume wanted to live peacefully in this world, but achieving that kind of life was clearly not going to be simple. Problems around him still looked small on the surface, but none of them had truly been resolved. And now, Kang Guillaume was beginning to feel something unsettling inside himself. That thing was eating away at his sanity, pushing him toward the demonic path, and trying to turn him more violent. It was not a divine blessing. It was a curse that craved his body, and although the power was tremendous, Kang Guillaume knew he had to handle it with extreme caution. 3 days passed, and the classroom returned to its usual noise, filled with students chatting as if nothing unusual had happened. Nearby, Chloe Auditory was talking with a friend. Her friend excitedly said yesterday had been incredible, and that Chloe should try it too, while Chloe answered quietly that she would check it out later. But even as Chloe spoke, her eyes carried a faint sadness and worry she could not hide. Since that day, Kang Guillaume had not appeared for 3 whole days. His seat remained empty, and Chloe did not even know how to contact him. She silently blamed herself for not asking for a way to reach him sooner. Chloe had even gone to Kang Guillaume's dorm and knocked on his door, but all she heard from inside were groans of pain. She had wanted to break in, but the fear that Kang Guillaume might hate her for it stopped her. Instead, she left, still thinking about how much she liked the way he looked when he rested his chin in his hand. Lost deep in thought, Chloe had stolen countless glances at him before, but she was always afraid that Kang Guillaume might see her as a nuisance, so she was careful every time she tried to speak with him. At first, Chloe told herself she was only drawn to Kang Guillaume because he had protected her, but deep down she knew that was just an excuse. Under her breath, Chloe quietly admitted that she wanted to see him. The next day, Teacher Lubian stormed into the classroom with his usual fierce energy. He barked at the students to be quiet, scolding them for bickering non-stop despite being students of a prestigious academy. Because rain was in the forecast, he announced that their training session would be replaced with self-study instead. Then Teacher Lubian noticed the empty seat and muttered that Kang Guillaume was still absent. Still, He assumed there had to be a reason, because a true teacher trusted his student and waited. With that, Teacher Lubian shouted for everyone to study, and the whole class answered in unison. One student whispered under their breath that Teacher Lubian was grumpy as hell. Just then, Teacher Lubian spotted someone entering during class and turned sharply toward the door. His eyes widened as a student slowly climbed the stairs, each step calm and deliberate, his gaze cold enough to silence the room. Kang Guillaume had finally returned after disappearing without permission, and somehow, Kang Guillaume looked even more like a dangerous bad boy than before, his hair sharper and streaked with a smoky edge that made him seem effortlessly cool. Chloe Auditory was the most shaken out of everyone. She rose from her seat almost without realizing it, her voice catching as she stammered Kang Guillaume's name. Kang Guillaume did not respond to Chloe right away. Instead, he turned toward Teacher Lubian and politely lowered his head, apologizing for arriving late. Teacher Lubian looked momentarily caught off guard by the sudden apology. After a brief pause, he cleared his throat and told Kang Guillaume it was fine, then ordered him to take his seat. Kang Guillaume's calm behavior, combined with Teacher Lubian's unexpected leniency, immediately sent whispers spreading through the classroom. Some students remembered he was a special entrant, while others murmured that he had not looked like this before, and a few couldn't help saying he looked even more attractive now before the room finally quieted again. Those 3 days of suffering had changed Kang Guillaume's atmosphere completely, making him seem colder, sharper, and far harder to read than before. Once self-study ended, the students began leaving the classroom in loose groups, their voices rising again as the tension faded. Some students immediately started talking about food, with one complaining that they were starving and another teasing them for being that hungry already. Chloe Auditory slowly approached Kang Guillaume, her steps timid and careful. When she softly called his name, he turned toward her and answered naturally, asking what she needed. Worry showed clearly on Chloe's face as she asked whether something had happened. Kang Guillaume had been absent for days, and she had honestly thought something terrible might have gone wrong. Then Chloe hesitated, her guilt surfacing as she wondered if their training session had been the reason he disappeared. Kang Guillaume paused for a moment, then softened his expression into a reassuring smile. He told Chloe it had only been a bad cold and thanked her for worrying about him. That bright smile hit Chloe harder than she expected, making her heart race as her face warmed. Still dazed, she blushed and quietly said she was glad to hear he was all right. Behind that calm smile, Kang Guillaume was still thinking about how suspicious the whole situation was. Those 3 days had felt like pure mental torture, almost like withdrawal from an addiction. He had locked himself away with no food and no water, buried under his bedding while praying for the convulsions tearing through his body to finally stop. The price of using that power through a broken weapon had been worse than any pain Kang Guillaume had ever experienced. But that was not even the strangest part. His body itself felt unchanged, yet his face seemed colder than before, and part of his hair had turned white. To Kang Guillaume, it was obvious that this was the punishment caused by the sword god's blessing. Then he noticed the guilt still lingering in Chloe's expression. Since she had been his last sparring partner, she clearly blamed herself for what had happened. Kang Guillaume realized he needed to put Chloe's mind at ease before that guilt weighed on her any longer. So he reminded Chloe that she had invited him to dinner last time, then casually suggested they eat together that night. Chloe froze in shock, her cheeks turning red almost instantly. She pointed to herself in disbelief, asking if Kang Guillaume really meant dinner with her. Kang Guillaume nodded and said yes, but added that this time he wanted to try Chloe's cooking. The moment Chloe heard that, she practically jumped with joy and eagerly promised she would do it. Her excitement overflowed at once, and Kang Guillaume could see that Chloe's mood had finally brightened. Chloe quickly asked what kind of food he liked so she could make it for him. Kang Guillaume thought for a moment, then admitted that since he had not eaten properly in a while, he was craving something satisfying. He brought up the meal he had eaten at Chloe's dorm last time, saying he had thrown up afterward, not because it was bad, but because it had been so expensive that he had not eaten again since. Then Kang Guillaume suddenly sensed something. His gaze shifted toward a nearby plant pot, and after scanning the area, his eyes locked onto someone watching from a distance. Chloe noticed the change in his expression and, puzzled, followed Kang Guillaume's line of sight. She asked him what he was looking at, but her voice faded as she realized someone was standing there. A figure leaned against the wall with his arms crossed, silently watching them from the side. His eyes were sharp and predatory, carrying a pressure so intense it felt as if he might devour anyone who stepped too close. The moment Chloe saw him, her entire body went stiff. Kang Guillaume noticed Chloe's reaction and asked if she knew him. But Chloe only stared at the man, her brother, without answering, which made Kang Guillaume even more curious. Kang Guillaume stepped forward and approached the figure directly. The moment their eyes met, the air between them sharpened, heavy with killing intent. Kang Guillaume spoke first, his tone cold and direct. If the man had something to say, he should say it instead of standing there staring. The figure's eyes shifted from green to red, and the change sent a chilling pressure through the hallway. Kang Guillaume questioned the look in his eyes, but Chloe quickly stepped between them. She told Kang Guillaume to ignore him, then turned sharply to her brother and demanded to know why he had come after she had already told him not to. Kang Guillaume immediately picked up on the word brother. Chloe's voice was sharp, but there was a tremor underneath it, making it clear that she was afraid. Nox Auditory looked Kang Guillaume over and said he did not seem strong at all. Then he asked Chloe if she had really broken the Auditory family's rules for a guy like him. Chloe bit her lip and answered that whether it involved the Auditor family or not, it had nothing to do with her anymore. But Nox pressed harder, saying blood-stained hands could never be washed clean, and that anyone born an Auditor remained chained to the family forever. And Guillaume found the contrast oddly amusing. Chloe spoke like someone from the modern world, while Nox sounded like he had stepped straight out of an old historical drama, and the two of them clashed like water and fire. Nox refused to back down. He told Chloe to abandon that weakling and return to the Auditor family where she belonged. That finally made Chloe snap. She warned Nox not to speak about Kang Guillaume that way, and in the next moment, the siblings' argument erupted without end. Kang Guillaume quietly observed them, feeling the intense killing intent hanging in the air. Luckily, the other students had already left, or this scene would have caused a serious commotion. He was already familiar with the Auditor family from the original game. They were a clan of assassins who handled the dirty work from the shadows. They usually appeared around the middle of the story, not especially strong in open combat, but terrifyingly effective once they moved in darkness. Their children were trained as killers from childhood, shaped through harsh methods until they grew into swift, agile, and dangerous assassins. So Chloe, being an auditory, explained many of her strange habits. She had been raised as a killer, someone taught to take lives as casually as picking up candy. And her brother Nox was clearly the real thing, a genuine auditory assassin through and through. With competition that fierce inside the family, Kang Guillaume could finally understand why Chloe had been treated the way she was. Chloe Auditory had only come to this place because she wanted to get away from all of that. More than anything, she wanted a normal life, one where she could breathe freely without being dragged around by her family's shadow. But just like the cursed blessing weighing down on me, Chloe had been born into an assassin clan, and that meant the road in front of her had already been chosen before she ever had the chance to decide it herself. Her life had been fixed from the start, shaped into that of an emotionless killing machine. It was cruel, painfully cruel. I wasn't some grand hero, and honestly, I had no desire to become one. I knew I couldn't save the entire world, not with these hands. But I could at least reach out to Chloe, so I stepped forward, putting myself between them, and faced Nox Auditory head-on. What exactly is your problem? Talk to me instead. That was the one thing I could do for Chloe right now. And more than that, it was the one thing I actually wanted to do with my own will. This curse, just like the blessing that came with it, was something I had to carry myself. No matter how heavy it became, it was my burden to bear. So when the moment finally came, I could only hope it would answer me properly. I turned my gaze toward the man in front of me and asked, "You're Nox Auditory, right?" There was no way to break free from these chains by pretending they didn't exist. I needed the Sword God's blessing now, whether it dragged me toward heaven or straight into hell. No matter how much pain came with it, I wasn't going to give up. If running away was impossible, then the only thing left for me was to move forward and accept everything head-on. "I'm Kang Guillaume," I said, letting the words fall cold and clear. Kang for sword demon, Guillaume for demon. As a swordsman, I won't turn away from what's in front of me. Follow me, let's talk. Meanwhile, inside Professor Liu's office, Liu sat quietly at his desk, his expression dark as he kept thinking back to the strange way Kang Guillaume had acted earlier. Something about that kid didn't sit right with him. The look on Kang Guillaume's face had been completely different from before. Just as that thought crossed his mind, a woman suddenly burst into the office. "Senior, why do you look so worried?" she asked, leaning in without any hesitation. "You're going to lose even more hair at this rate." Liu immediately snapped back, flustered and irritated. "Don't touch my head." The woman froze for a second, realizing she had gone too far, and quickly pulled her hand back. "Sorry," she muttered awkwardly. Then, right in the middle of that tense little pause, Liu's phone began to ring. Liu picked it up at once and answered in a sharp, official tone. "Common Class Instructor Liu Beyond speaking. Is this an urgent matter?" Beside him, the woman stared at his head and quietly thought to herself that it was definitely a wig, though somehow it made him look a little cuter. The moment Liu heard the report, his expression shifted. "What? Subspace?" he asked, sitting up straighter. "What happened?" A student actually signed up for combat. When Liu asked who it was, the answer came back immediately. Kang Geoma. Then he demanded to know the opponent, and the reply hit even harder, Nox Auditore. Liu's eyes widened in shock. What? By then, the subspace arena had already been prepared. The heavy door slid open, and the countdown began to echo through the area like a warning bell. Kang Geoma sat alone in the waiting room with only 15 minutes left before the subspace match began. He had expected the whole process to be complicated, but everything had moved forward so smoothly that it almost felt strange. As he waited there, the principal's warning came back to him. If he was truly serious about going through with this, then he needed to be careful. Subspace combat wouldn't leave real physical wounds on the body, but that didn't mean it was safe. The damage carved into the mind could remain, and in the end, victory was still the thing that mattered most. The dull roar of combat carried into the waiting room from outside. Watching other students fight could teach him plenty, but these matches were far more brutal than he had expected. I had tried to stay unnoticed for as long as possible, but at this point, that plan felt almost meaningless. As I leaned back against the wall, lost in those heavy thoughts, Chloe Auditory quietly approached and sat down beside me. When Kang Geoma turned toward her, he was startled by the raw emotion on Chloe's face. Tears were already streaming down her cheeks, and it was obvious from her trembling eyes that she was worried for him and blaming herself. Having to fight Chloe's brother was something Kang Geoma had never expected, and the awkwardness settled between them almost instantly. Still, he forced himself to speak gently. "Chloe, this isn't your fault. I still have the weapon you gave me," Kang Geoma added, keeping his voice steady so she wouldn't worry even more. "So don't look at me like that. I'll be fine." For a while, neither of them said anything. A heavy silence settled over the waiting room, pressing down around them more loudly than any words could have. After several long seconds, Chloe finally lowered her gaze and spoke in a quiet, sorrowful voice. "My brother is really strong." Kang Geoma tried to ease her anxiety with what little confidence he could offer. "I've sparred with you before, so I know at least a little about how your family moves." But Chloe still looked uneasy, her hands tightening as she warned him not to take Nox lightly. "He's considered a genius even in auditor history. No one in our generation can match his control over shadow weapons. By the time he was 14, he had already become a nightshade assassin." A nightshade assassin? The title alone sounded dangerous enough to make the air feel heavier, but no matter how much Kang Geoma wanted to avoid this fight, there was no other path left for him now. He would have to face Nox with everything he had. As that resolve hardened inside him, his old master's words returned to him. He had been born to wield a knife for the rest of his life. Even after being thrown into this new life, Kang Geoma still couldn't escape it. Once again, he found himself standing on a battlefield with a sashimi knife in his hand. Then the loudspeaker crackled overhead and the announcement rang through the room. "The subspace match will now begin. Selected students, please enter the arena." Kang Geoma reached for his two knives and gripped them firmly. Before leaving, he glanced back at Chloe and said, "I'm going in." Chloe looked up at him with eyes full of distress, and the guilt in them was impossible to miss. She still clearly believed this was happening because of her. Kang Geoma looked straight at her and spoke with quiet certainty. "Chloe, no matter what happens, this world is filled with combat geniuses. No matter where you look, there will always be people born with terrifying talent. But right here, right now, in this fight, I'm going to win." With those words left behind, Kang Geoma turned away from Chloe and strode toward the entrance of the subspace arena. The subspace door opened before him, and a burst of blinding white light spilled out. Kang Geoma instinctively raised a hand to shield his eyes as he stepped through. When the light faded, he found himself standing in the middle of an empty arena. The space stretched wide around him, so vast that for a moment his own body felt small inside it. Then the stands erupted with cheers. Voices crashed down from every direction, shouting for him to win, yelling that they had been waiting for this match. Kang Geoma couldn't help but smirk as the noise rolled over him. Standing there in the arena with the crowd roaring around him, he felt for the first time almost like a real warrior. It was strangely exhilarating. As he looked up toward the audience, he noticed the star-class students gathered among the spectators. Every major face from the original game's cast seemed to be watching this fight. Among them, Abel von Nibelung stared down at the arena with focused eyes, watching Kang Geoma's every movement without looking away. The excitement in Kang Geoma's chest was impossible to deny, but nerves still curled underneath it. Even so, he steadied his breathing and told himself he would be fine. Across from him, Nox Auditory's expression twisted with irritation. "Are you mocking me, punk? You seriously brought a kitchen knife to fight me?" Nox growled, killing intent spilling off him like a suffocating wave. "You're dead." That wild pressure crashed into Kang Geoma hard enough to make the air feel tight around his throat, but he still forced out a sharp retort. "You think a master like me needs some legendary weapon to win? A kitchen knife is more than enough," Kang Geoma said without the slightest hesitation. That calm arrogance hit Nox Auditore like an insult, and rage twisted across his face. Damn you. I'll split your skull open? Nox snarled, his voice sharpening with murderous fury. Let's see if you can still run your mouth after that. Kang Guillaume's answer came back just as cold. You'll get what you want soon enough. Kang Guillaume's eyes narrowed as he studied the sharp swords in Nox Auditore's hands. Those weren't ordinary blades. They were rank S auditory weapons, made for assassins who killed before their targets could even breathe. The twin blades carried the unmistakable aura of the Auditor family's assassins, a dark pressure known as Black Fang. It was one of the strongest techniques from the original game, and the killing intent pouring from it was almost suffocating. Kang Guillaume knew right away that the real danger wasn't just what he could see. He had to stay alert for sudden strikes, hidden angles, and attacks that could appear before his body had time to react. Rank S weapons could deliver terrifying damage in an instant, and with Nox Auditore's speed behind them, even dodging one clean attack would be difficult. The announcer's voice rang out across the arena, cutting through the tension. Both fighters were confirmed ready. At the same time, the subspace field began preparing its defensive magic, surrounding the battlefield with layers of invisible protection. Then the final words echoed above them like a signal from the heavens. May the gods' blessings be with you. The instant the match began, both of them rushed forward at once, their bodies slicing through the distance like drawn blades. Their first exchange was so sharp, and even that neither side gave an inch. A sudden notification flashed before Kang Guillaume, as if the world itself had updated in response to the battle. The blessing of the blade god stirred awake inside him, sending power rushing through every nerve in his body. At the same time, the sword god's blessing activated, sharpening Kang Guillaume's focus until the arena around him seemed to slow. Divine power settled around him like an unseen force, and for that moment, Kang Guillaume could feel the blessing standing with him. Up in the stands, the spectators gasped as the two fighters clashed again and again. What kind of fighting is this? I can't even follow their movements. Someone shouted, eyes wide as the blades flashed. How is a common class student moving that fast? The subspace battle only grew more violent from there. Sword strikes burst across the arena in dazzling streaks, each impact filling the air with sparks and force. Rachel Demuret leaned forward in shock, unable to hide her excitement. Their speed is insane. Abel von Nibelung stared at the fight with disbelief flickering in her eyes. That supposedly weak student was actually keeping up at this level. Neither fighter could be dismissed. Both Nox Auditor and Kang Guillaume were terrifying in their own way, each showing the kind of talent that forced the crowd to pay attention. Their blades crashed together without pause, the sound ringing through the arena as their movements blurred into lightning-fast exchanges. Nox Auditory began pressing harder, forcing Kang Guillaume back step by step with relentless attacks. One of Nox Auditory's strikes slammed down with brutal force, cracking the ground beneath them and sending fragments scattering across the arena floor. Not bad, Nox Auditory said, his eyes burning with a cruel edge. But can you dodge this? He unleashed Triple Blackbird, and in the next instant, a surge of killing intent exploded outward like a dark wave. Kang Guillaume's eyes widened at the sheer speed of the attack. It closed in so quickly that even his sharpened senses barely had time to register it. Dark aura swallowed the space around him, and Nox Auditory's lips curled into a victorious smile. It's over, Nox Auditory said, already convinced the match had been decided. But when the dust finally began to clear, Kang Guillaume was still standing. The ground around him had been torn apart, but his body remained firm in the middle of the destruction. He dodged it? The spectators murmured in disbelief. Some immediately began chattering that second years were simply on another level. Others scoffed from the stands, saying the first year with the kitchen knife was doing nothing but dodging and running around. Abel von Nibelung watched more carefully than the rest, her expression tightening in thought. It looked like the second-year assassin was dominating, but that wasn't the whole truth. Kang Guillaume wasn't just fleeing, he was dodging with precision, carefully waiting for the moment when Nox Auditory left an opening. Nox Auditory clicked his tongue in frustration, forced to admit that Chloe Auditory had been right about him. Kang Guillaume was no ordinary opponent. Even after using Black Fang Guardian to raise his speed, Nox still couldn't land a clean hit. Speed alone wouldn't be enough. Nox Auditory needed to read Kang Guillaume's movements ahead of time, cut off his escape route with absolute precision, and end it with a single decisive strike. And yet the sight kept grinding against his pride. That ridiculous kitchen knife was actually blocking his rank S swords, and every clash made his irritation burn hotter. Then, without warning, Kang Guillaume let one of his knives slip from his hand. Nox Auditory's eyes narrowed at once. What are you playing at? Kang Guillaume didn't answer. Instead, he calmly displayed his technique, raising the remaining knife and aiming its edge straight toward Nox Auditory as the intricate patterns along the blade caught the light. Nox Auditory focused on him more intensely, but the longer he stared, the more unsettled he became. Kang Gyoma's gaze was even sharper than the blade in his hand, and that look dug under Nox Auditore's skin. Was that stance meant to provoke him? You dare mock me in the middle of this fight? Nox Auditore growled, his anger boiling over. You're begging to die. Killing intent spread across the arena like an invisible weight, pressing down on everyone watching. Nox Auditore's eyes blazed coldly, filled with both death and rage. With Shadowfang drawn out, he was certain Kang Gyoma was finished. This would end right here, because no one survived Crimson Slash. Kang Gyoma remained cold and still. Just wait. A blinding light began to radiate from him as his thoughts sharpened. He wanted a normal life, yet unwanted battles kept dragging him in. But against Nox Auditore's overwhelming aura, he had finally found the way to fight back properly. Whether this power was a curse or a blessing, Kang Gyoma would treat it as something that belonged to him. His body was under his control now, every movement flowing into the next with flawless precision. He had to stay calm. Even if the curse tried to pull his mind toward madness, Kang Gyoma would be the one to master it. If there was no escaping the divine blessing placed upon him, then he would use it to fight for his life. Then, all at once, a sharp crack rang out from Nox Auditore's arm. Nox Auditore hadn't even realized it at first. In that single, unseen moment, he had already lost control of his arm. Kang Gyoma had shot past him like a missile, faster than the eye could clearly follow. Only a cloud of dust remained in Kang Gyoma's wake, hanging in the air where he had just passed. For a moment, the entire crowd went silent, as if everyone in the stands had forgotten how to breathe after witnessing what had just happened. Whether this power was truly a blessing or a curse, Kang Gyoma couldn't deny one thing right here. In the middle of battle, its value was shining brighter than ever. His dream of a quiet, peaceful future might already have begun to crack, but Kang Gyoma could feel it clearly. This storm had only just started. In the next instant, Kang Gyoma unleashed a storm of slashes toward Nox Auditore, each strike snapping through the air before the eye could follow. Nox's eyes burned with rage and humiliation as he barely managed to endure it. You bastard! Before Nox Auditore could fully recover, Kang Gyoma's finger knife flicked forward, so fast and lethal that it nearly took his head in one clean motion. The strike was too quick, too deadly, and the subspace immediately activated its protective barrier. A dark shroud spread across the arena beneath the stands, wrapping the battlefield in a heavy veil. The crowd froze in place, staring down in disbelief at the scene unfolding below them. When the barrier finally faded away, Nox Auditore had been restored by the subspace. His body was unharmed, but the look in his eyes made it clear that his mind had been shattered. Everything Nox Auditore believed about the fight had collapsed in a single blink. Kang Gyoma calmly sheathed his knife, and the sword God's blessing faded from him as quietly as it had appeared. Even the top girls from Star Class were left speechless. A first year from Common Class had defeated a second-year assassin so decisively that no one could laugh it off. The loudspeaker blared across the stunned arena, announcing that the combat space had officially concluded. Kang Gyoma glanced up toward the stands and saw the reaction he had expected. Shock, silence, and eyes fixed entirely on him. At this point, there was no turning back. This knife had been meant for gutting fish, not cutting through people. Even inside a controlled space, the feeling left a bitter taste in Kang Gyoma's mouth. At least this had all happened inside a virtual subspace and not in reality. As unpleasant as the sensation was, Kang Gyoma had to admit the quality of this combat space was impressive. Nox Auditore stood there sweating, his jaw tight as frustration and shock twisted together inside him. Kang Gyoma really was strong, exactly as Chloe Auditore had warned. This wasn't just luck or some cheap trick. Kang Gyoma's combat experience was real, and Nox Auditore could feel that truth in every exchange they had shared. Still, with that much killing intent pouring out of Nox Auditore, anyone would have tried to dodge. Kang Gyoma's ability to survive, it had to be connected to his blessing. The announcer's voice continued ringing through the arena. Winner, first-year Common Class student, Kang Gyoma. A special first year had defeated a second year, and the announcement made the whole arena buzz even louder. Kang Gyoma let out a quiet sigh, feeling like he had just received free publicity he never asked for. Still, there was no use complaining about it now. This was the path Kang Gyoma had stepped onto with his own feet. So he would endure it, no matter how uncomfortable the attention became. By the next morning, the aftermath of the fight still hadn't faded. Whispers moved through the academy halls, with students murmuring that Nox Auditore was from the Auditor family, so of course he had been terrifyingly strong. But then another name kept following right after his. Yeah, but a first year named Kang Gyoma still beat him. Before long, Kang Gyoma's name was being repeated everywhere, echoing through classrooms, hallways, and conversations he wasn't even part of. Abel von Nibelung sat with her chin resting in her hand, staring out the window as one name circled endlessly in her thoughts. Kang Guillaume. It had become the only thing anyone seemed able to talk about. As shocking as the result was, Abel knew it was true because she had seen it with her own eyes. The moment Nox Auditory's arm fell, Abel hadn't been able to follow Kang Guillaume's speed at all. And what made it even more unreal was that Kang Guillaume had displayed that level of swordsmanship while holding 2 kitchen knives. As the granddaughter of a swordmaster, Abel von Nibelung had always carried pride in her bloodline and her training. She had confidence in her own skills, more than enough to stand tall among her peers. But now she couldn't ignore the possibility that she had misjudged Kang Guillaume completely. How could someone be that strong with nothing more than a knife in his hand? Then Abel suddenly connected everything, remembering the chance encounter she had shared with Kang Guillaume before. She had still been curious about the person who had beaten her to the top rank. Next time she had sworn she would defeat him herself. Her grandfather had said Kang Guillaume looked weak, and the rule of House Nibelung was strength, self-discipline, and kindness toward those weaker than oneself. But now it finally clicked. This year's top-ranked student, the one Abel had been chasing without realizing it, was Kang Guillaume himself. Anger surged through Abel as her fists clenched tightly. It was obvious now. Kang Guillaume had outclassed her. So what had he been thinking when he looked at her back then? The thought made her composure crack. Unable to hold it in, Abel slammed her hand down on the table. What was he thinking? Rachel de Murat jolted awake beside her, startled by the sudden noise. What's going on? Are you crazy? Rachel demanded, still half awake. Abel immediately stiffened, realizing what she had done, and quickly looked away. Sorry, it's nothing. Rachel narrowed her eyes and leaned closer. Really? Something's going on, isn't it? Abel tried to dodge the question, keeping her tone flat. I just haven't trained enough lately. I'm feeling sluggish. Rachel looked even more suspicious after hearing that. Then what's with that secretive face? Abel insisted. She wasn't hiding anything, but Rachel refused to let it go. Come on, spill it. What's up? Rachel started throwing out guesses one after another. Are you hungry? Did you forget your weapon? Do you need the bathroom? I said it's nothing, Abel snapped. Then Rachel's eyes suddenly lit up with a mischievous idea. Oh, wait, do you have a crush? Abel froze on the spot. Damn it! Before she could stop herself, heat rushed into her face, and her cheeks turned red. Rachel burst into laughter the moment she saw Abel's reaction. No way, really? Miss Abel von Nibelung has a teenage crush? I thought you weren't interested in romance at all, Rachel teased, clearly enjoying every second of Abel's discomfort. Abel's voice faltered as she tried to deny it. It's not like that. But Rachel only grew more curious, leaning in with a playful smile. Then who is he? He must be pretty special if he managed to steal your heart. Rachel tapped her chin, pretending to think it over. Let's see, Leon? Yeah, I mean, with that handsome face, it wouldn't be surprising. Abel's expression stayed cold, giving Rachel absolutely nothing to work with. Rachel studied Abel's face and thought it over again. Abel was always competitive with Leon, so maybe that guess didn't quite explain this reaction. Rachel de Murat's eyes narrowed with sudden interest. Wait, maybe it's that special student from yesterday's dojo? The moment Rachel said it, Abel von Nibelung stiffened so sharply that it was almost visible. Rachel had hit the target perfectly. A sly grin spread across Rachel's face, as if she had just scored a perfect shot. Today, her instincts were unusually sharp, and she had clearly found something entertaining. Before Abel could stop her, Rachel grabbed her by the hand and pulled her up with cheerful force. Come on, Miss Abel. Abel blinked in confusion as Rachel dragged her along. Where are we going? Rachel answered without hesitation, like it was obvious. To common class. Before long, the two of them arrived at the entrance of common class. Rachel pushed right up to the door and called out loudly, Hey, common class, mind if we interrupt? The moment Rachel de Murat and Abel von Nibelung appeared, the entire classroom froze. Every student turned toward them in shock, unable to understand why star class students had shown up there. Rachel strode inside with complete confidence, scanning the room like she owned the place. So this is where the second and fourth ranks are, huh? Once Rachel spotted the person she had come looking for, she didn't bother acting modest. She climbed right onto a desk to get a better view. Where's the black-haired guy? Rachel called out, looking around the room. Yo, black hair, where are you hiding? A green-haired student immediately snapped at her, clearly unable to ignore what she was doing. Climbing on the desks is going way too far, he complained, staring up at Rachel in disbelief. Rachel simply flashed him a charming smile and winked as if she had done nothing wrong. Come on, I'm cute. Let it slide. The green-haired student instantly blushed and lost the ability to answer. Behind her, Abel let out a tired sigh and covered her face with one hand. Rachel was making the whole thing far more dramatic than it needed to be. Then Rachel finally spotted Kang Guillaume. But Kang Guillaume wasn't alone. Another girl was sitting right beside him, close enough for Rachel to raise an eyebrow. Was that his girlfriend? Rachel's smile only deepened. If Kang Guillaume already had someone next to him, that didn't ruin the fun at all. If anything, it made things more interesting. She adjusted her hair, loosened her tie a little, and walked forward with a playful confidence in her step. This was going to be entertaining. Chloe Auditory, who had been laughing just moments earlier, suddenly went pale when she saw Rachel approaching Kang Guillaume. Rachel leaned in close to Kang Guillaume, bringing her lips near his ear as she whispered to him. Chloe froze completely, as rigid as a statue. Even Abel was stunned by how boldly Rachel had closed the distance. Rachel perched herself on the desk with a casual smile. "Hey there!" Kang Guillaume stirred from his drowsy state, still half asleep and even drooling a little as he lifted his head. The first thing that hit him was Rachel's striking presence right in front of him, close enough to jolt him fully awake. Rachel tilted her head with a sweet, teasing tone. "Oh, you're awake? You're Kang Guillaume, right? I didn't recognize you at the dojo yesterday." Kang Guillaume blinked at her, confused. Rachel de Murat? Why was she here? Rachel leaned even closer, her smile turning openly flirtatious. "Up close, you're actually really handsome." The instant Kang Guillaume heard that, every instinct in his body screamed danger. Something about this felt wrong, and the bad feeling only grew stronger. Just as Rachel's finger drifted toward Kang Guillaume's face, Chloe Auditory caught it with a cold, sharp motion. Her voice was icy as she asked, "Sorry, but who are you?" The air around them turned heavy with jealousy, so sharp and intense that it almost felt like it could cut through the room. Rachel looked briefly surprised by Chloe's sudden move, but then a mysterious smile curled at her lips. With a light flick, she brushed Chloe's hand away. Kang Guillaume watched the exchange and flinched slightly, anxiety creeping across his face. Was this what real danger looked like? Chloe's instincts were clearly on high alert, and Kang Guillaume muttered under his breath as he noticed what was in her hand. Wait, is she holding a paper knife? Anxiety tightened Kang Guillaume's expression. A fight breaking out inside the classroom. He had never seen anything like this happen in the game. Why was everything changing so much? Abel rushed forward and grabbed Rachel's arm, raising her voice in alarm. "Rachel, what are you doing? This is their classroom. It's dangerous." Rachel turned back with a teasing smile. "What's wrong, Miss Abel? I'm just saying hello. Was there anything rude about that?" At that moment, a spark of mischief lit up in Rachel's mind. Rachel stepped closer to Chloe and gently patted her on the head, breaking the tension in the most provocative way possible. Both girls had already lost the calm they started with. Rachel smiled down at her and said, "Kid interrupting adults is rude. Children shouldn't do that." Rachel's smirk sharpened as she added, "And playing with knives is dangerous. Got it, innocent girl?" That final taunt pushed Chloe over the edge, and she extended the blade of the paper knife. Rachel turned away as if Chloe wasn't even a threat. "Now then, let's continue our chat." In the next instant, Chloe slashed forward, the blade flashing toward Rachel. Kang Guillaume and Abel, standing nearby, froze in shock with their eyes wide. Rachel sensed the danger immediately and spun around with swift, practiced movement. A splash of red suddenly burst across the desk, but it wasn't blood. It was tomato juice from a bottle that had spilled open. Someone nearby groaned in frustration. "It's ruined. Be careful when you open that thing." Another student shot back, just as annoyed. "If I opened it slowly, you wouldn't even notice me." The interruption was annoying, but the confrontation snapped right back into focus. Rachel caught Chloe's wrist and stopped the attack cold, a smirk forming on her face. "Tch, I thought you only had strength to match that tiny frame." "I didn't expect you to be fast too," Rachel said, tightening her grip until Chloe could no longer move freely. "Are you really just a kid?" Abel shouted at once, her voice cutting through the tense classroom. "Rachel, stop!" Rachel seemed to lose interest as quickly as she had started. With a casual motion, she lightly pushed Chloe back. Chloe stumbled from the push, but instead of falling, she flipped smoothly through the air and landed cleanly on both feet. The movement was so skillful that the students around them couldn't help but stare. Kang Guillaume stayed calm on the outside, but his eyes remained fixed on Rachel de Murat. Rachel came from the Spear Saints family, a bloodline famous for close-range spear combat and terrifying raw strength. Their family motto said that before absolute power, all techniques were useless, and Rachel herself was a star-class student, ranked 4th, and the granddaughter of the Spear Saint. Rachel glanced between Kang Guillaume and Chloe, then smiled with open amusement. "So, is this your girlfriend?" Kang Guillaume answered without even blinking, his voice flat and cold. "No." But the moment Kang Guillaume felt Chloe Auditore's icy stare from beside him, even he felt a chill crawl up his back. Why did her gaze always become so terrifying at times like this? "Please, stop looking at me like that. This is already enough of a hassle." Trying to calm the situation before it got worse, Kang Guillaume chose the safest answer he could think of. "She's just a friend." For now, that had to be the best response. Rachel de Murat crossed her arms and went strangely quiet. Kang Guillaume watched Rachel carefully, wondering what exactly she was trying to do here. Her attitude didn't feel random. Was something troublesome already starting to brew? And his eyes shifted toward Abel von Nibelung, and he finally noticed her standing there too. Right. Abel was here as well. He had been so focused on Rachel's sudden intrusion that he had barely paid attention to her. After gathering himself, Kang Guillaume looked between the two star-class girls and asked in a guarded voice, "Why are you two here?" Rachel answered without a trace of shame, her smile bright and teasing. "I heard Abel likes you, so I came to see what kind of guy managed to catch her eye." Abel instantly turned red and waved both hands in panic. When did I ever say that? Rachel only widened her eyes in fake surprise. Wait, wasn't that why we came? I thought you followed me because you wanted to see him? With Rachel pushing her into a corner, Abel lost her usual composure and could only stammer helplessly. "That's..." Abel started, but her voice trailed off as every stare in the classroom landed on her. The room grew tense, and quiet whispers began spreading among the students. Did they hear that right? Were those two actually fighting over Kang Guillaume? Abel's voice had come out louder than she intended, making the situation even more awkward. "What is going on?" someone muttered. Abel turned her face away in embarrassment and quickly denied it. "No, this is a misunderstanding. I never said we should come here." Kang Guillaume heard every word clearly, but his expression stayed cold. "Then go back." When no one moved or spoke, he added bluntly, "If there's nothing important, you can leave." That sharp, no-nonsense response almost made Rachel snap on the spot, but she swallowed it down, holding herself back for the sake of her pride. Abel thought that would finally end things, but Rachel leaned closer instead, lightly elbowing Kang Guillaume with a playful smile. "You're interesting and pretty cute, too. I like guys like you." Kang Guillaume frowned, already annoyed. "Lucky me, I'm actually boring." Kang Guillaume didn't need any more complicated relationships tangled around him. His school life was already messy enough, but Rachel suddenly hugged his arm and pressed close with a teasing voice. "Don't be so tense. How about watching a movie in my room after class?" Sweat formed on Kang Guillaume's face as he froze in place. Chloe Auditory couldn't endure it any longer and shouted, "Get away from him!" Rachel turned toward her with eyes gleaming in amusement. "What was that, Guillaume?" Rachel burst into laughter. "Ha ha, your precious Guillaume. That's hilarious." Then she tilted her head with a teasing smile. "Listen, miss, it's Kang Guillaume. That nickname is way too cute." Kang Guillaume could only sit there helplessly, feeling like the situation was getting worse by the second. Then Abel's aura suddenly surged, sharp enough to make the air tense. "Rachel." The warning in her voice startled Rachel, who knew all too well how dangerous Abel's temper could become. Rachel finally stood up as if she was ready to leave, but before walking away, she turned back with a shameless little smile. "Well, that was embarrassing. Anyway, glad to meet you, Kang Guillaume. See you." With that, Rachel left the classroom, leaving nothing but chaos behind her. Kang Guillaume groaned under his breath. "Just go already." This was way too annoying. Kang Guillaume buried his face into the desk, exhausted by everything that had just happened. Chloe leaned toward him and asked softly, "What's wrong?" Outside the classroom, Rachel glanced back one last time. Rachel's smile faded slightly as she wondered to herself, why was Kang Guillaume so cold to me? For a brief moment, Rachel's eyes carried a hint of regret, along with emotions too mixed and complicated to put into words. Rachel slowly walked out of the room, while Chloe hurried closer to Kang Guillaume after seeing him hide from all the stares around him. Out in the hallway, Abel followed behind Rachel with her mood slightly lowered, still carrying the awkward weight of what had just happened. Rachel walked ahead, thinking back on the encounter. She hadn't expected that at all. Kang Guillaume was far more terrifying than he looked. He had been cold, almost unreadable, but those deep black eyes carried a pressure that overwhelmed her. For a moment, Rachel felt as if a knife had been placed right against her throat. Rachel had gone there intending to mess with Kang Guillaume, but instead she had discovered something much more interesting. As she remembered the tradition of the Spear Saints family, where exceptional warriors were valued as ideal marriage partners, a smile slowly returned to Rachel's face. Kang Guillaume was ideal. Rachel glanced back toward Abel and thought that she finally understood why even an untouchable queen like Abel would be drawn to him. Then Rachel suddenly quickened her steps, moved ahead of Abel, and blocked her path. "Sorry," Rachel said. Abel let out a sigh, already tired. "If you're apologizing for the mess you made, then apologize to common class, not me." But Rachel's expression turned serious. "That's not what I meant." Abel blinked, caught off guard. "What?" Rachel crossed her arms and said it plainly. "I'm going after Kang Guillaume. I won't let you have him." Abel froze in place, suddenly realizing a new threat had just appeared in front of her. Elsewhere, Nox Auditory finally woke after losing to Kang Geoma. Still dragging several IV drips behind him, he stormed through the hallway with rage burning in his eyes. I'll kill him, that bastard. I'm a genius of the auditory family I've never lost before. Would the result change if he fought Kang Geoma at night? Should he kill him tonight? But the moment that thought crossed Nox's mind, cold sweat broke out across his skin as he remembered Kang Geoma's deadly gaze. Nox shoved an injured student out of his way and barked, "Move!" He clenched his teeth, determined to lead the auditory family with his power, defeat Kang Geoma, and bring Chloe back. As Nox charged forward, he thought again about Chloe Auditory's potential. Her talent could rival his, or maybe even surpass it. That was why Nox had to act now, before things slipped further out of his control. With the strength of the auditory clan behind him, and with his own night techniques added on top of that, Nox would make Kang Geoma understand who he was dealing with. But then Nox suddenly froze in the hallway, his face going pale as he saw Kang Geoma standing ahead of him. Kang Geoma looked so casual that it almost felt unreal. Nox stiffened, unable to hide his shock. You're here? A few minutes earlier, the chaos in the classroom had finally started to settle down. But inside Chloe Auditory's mind, old memories had begun to rise again, and Kang Geoma's image only made the uneasiness in her chest stir more strongly. Even though Chloe had regained some of her composure, her expression slowly darkened, like clouds gathering before a storm. That irritation came from one clear source: Rachel de Murat getting far too close to Kang Geoma earlier. Kang Geoma noticed the shift in Chloe's mood and studied her carefully. She looked sad, but also strangely annoyed, and more than anything, he couldn't stop wondering how she had pulled out that paper knife so fast. Chloe muttered under her breath, "Damn it, how dare she act like that with Kang Geoma?" Chloe was still lost in those thoughts when a familiar voice suddenly called her name. Chloe. The moment Chloe recognized the voice, her expression flipped into a bright smile. "Oh, Kang Geoma, what's up?" That sudden 180 made him break into a nervous sweat. Before anything else, he really wished she would put that knife down. Kang Geoma awkwardly scratched at the back of his hand, hesitating for a moment before he finally asked, "So how is your brother doing?" "Nox, I mean?" Chloe Auditory looked startled at first, as if the name had caught her off guard, but after a brief pause, she steadied herself and her expression slowly returned to normal. "He's in the Academy Hospital," Chloe answered quietly. Seeing the shadow fall across her face, Kang Geoma stepped in front of her and realized right away that simply bringing up Nox was enough to darken her mood. Kang Geoma wondered if there was some bad blood between the siblings. The Auditor family was strange enough already, but Nox being hospitalized still didn't make sense. Fights inside subspace weren't supposed to leave real physical injuries. Since Chloe knew she had been the one who sparked that fight, she avoided his eyes and muttered, "I haven't gone to see him, so I don't really know." "There weren't any visible wounds," Chloe added, her voice a little subdued, "but I heard he was admitted right after everything happened." Kang Geoma gave her a faint, reassuring smile and said, "He'll be fine. Don't worry too much." Even as he said that, Kang Geoma's expression sank with guilt. He had slashed Nox over and over, but could a few cuts in subspace really leave enough mental damage to put him in the hospital? Then another thought crossed his mind. What if Nox was pretending to be weak, just waiting for a chance to ambush him at night? That possibility immediately put Kang Geoma on guard. Still, he gently placed a hand on Chloe's head, making her cheeks flush in surprise, and asked, "Do you know which room he's in?" A soft head pat seemed like the quickest way to calm her dangerous intensity and keep things friendly. Chloe stiffened for a second, then settled down and nodded. "Yeah, I know." When Kang Geoma entered Nox's hospital room, Nox's eyes shot wide open and he began stammering before he could even finish a sentence. The moment Kang Geoma's cold gaze landed on him, Nox's entire body jolted like he had been struck. Kang Geoma picked up an apple from the room, held it casually in his hand, and asked in an almost too calm voice, "Can I eat this?" Fear seized Nox on the spot, especially because Kang Geoma was already biting into the apple before Nox could even answer. Kang Geoma studied him for a moment and thought that Nox looked perfectly fine. Then his eyes drifted around the room. The Auditor clan really was loaded. This wasn't just a hospital room, it was a luxurious private suite that practically screamed old money. Nox forced himself to regain a little composure, though his voice still shook as he asked, "How did you?" But before Nox could finish, Kang Geoma reached toward a knife. Panic flashed across Nox's face at once. Was Kang Geoma really here to assassinate him? Kang Geoma wrapped his fingers around the knife, but instead of attacking, he simply began peeling the apple. His hand moved with terrifying precision, shaving the skin away and clean, curling strips that fell like bright orange rinds. Nox could only stare, his thoughts spinning in confusion. How could Kang Guillaume be this ridiculously good at peeling an apple? In less than 30 seconds, Kang Guillaume had finished completely, leaving the apple smooth and neatly prepared before placing it down on a plate. Then he stood up, set the plate near Nox, and said in a low voice, "If you can't handle normal food right now, at least eat this fruit." Nox froze at those strange, unreadable words, unable to tell whether they were kindness, mockery, or a threat. His assassin instinct screamed to life. Beneath the sheets, his fingers tightened around a hidden knife, and a dangerous thought flashed through him. Was Kang Guillaume challenging him? If he moved now, he might be able to kill him. Just as Kang Guillaume reached the door, he stopped and glanced back over his shoulder. "If you're planning revenge," he said coldly, "then I'll wipe out the entire Auditor family myself." The weight of that threat slammed into Nox, leaving him too stunned to move or answer. After the door closed, Nox stared silently at the apple on the plate. It had been sliced into 8 perfect pieces, each one cut with chilling accuracy, and only then did his strength give out as fear swallowed him whole. Outside the hospital, Kang Guillaume walked beneath the night sky and thought to himself that Nox's mental damage seemed worse than expected. At the very least, he had left a warning behind so Nox wouldn't start any unnecessary trouble. To be honest, Kang Guillaume was still wary of the Auditor family. They were known across the continent as the greatest assassin clan, filled with dangerous people at every level. That threat he had given Nox was mostly a bluff, and he knew he couldn't actually back it up. With the protection of the blessing of painlessness, Kang Guillaume could probably endure for 30 seconds. In theory, he might even be able to take down around 10 people in that span. But that was only a calculation in his head. The smartest choice was still to reduce the damage as much as possible and avoid letting the situation turn into a bloody mess with needless casualties. Under the moonlight, Kang Guillaume looked up and thought the moon really was beautiful. But beauty like this only felt peaceful when it wasn't tied to some tragedy that had already happened. He had ruined a genius. That truth sat heavily in his chest, and now it felt like he was standing in the path of a relentless storm, dragged along by events he could no longer avoid. As he reflected on everything, Kang Guillaume wondered if he had handled the situation poorly. He was exhausted, and lately it felt as though he was slowly losing control. But for now, Nox was no longer the biggest problem in front of him. The real issue was Rachel de Murat. The female character Kang Guillaume wanted to avoid getting tangled with more than anyone else. He didn't need Rachel pulling him into more trouble. In the game, whenever Rachel developed a crush, she chased after that person with frightening persistence. Trying to push those worries aside, Kang Guillaume shifted his attention to the upcoming midterm exam, a major test that measured both individual ability and teamwork, and checked the item list on his phone. What Kang Guillaume needed most right now was a new weapon. Something that would let him keep fighting for longer than the 30 seconds his current limits allowed. This exam was important, and if he ended up with strong teammates, clearing it would become much easier than trying to carry everything alone. Working as a team would not only raise their overall chances of success, but also help each person grow through the pressure of fighting together. Every role would matter, as long as Kang Guillaume could keep pace with the others. If luck was on his side and his teammates were capable, the whole exam could become far less complicated. The test involved D-rank monsters called merma, grotesque creatures with half-human, half-fish bodies that walked upright on 2 legs. Even among the monsters from the game, they ranked high on the list of things Kang Guillaume found ugly. It wasn't just the thought of fighting them that bothered him, it was the idea of seeing those things up close. He had spent his old life cutting and handling fish, and now he was supposed to fight walking fish like enemies on a battlefield. That did not sound fun at all. Kang Guillaume even joked to himself that if they were beautiful mermaids instead, the stress might be easier to handle, though getting a nosebleed in the middle of combat would create its own problem. Sitting down on a roadside bench, Kang Guillaume suddenly remembered more details about them. Merma were demonic humanoids, rank-and-file fighters used by the Demon King's army. Even so, they were only low-level grunts and couldn't be considered true demons. Still, for an academy exam, they were more than enough of a challenge. Around Kang Guillaume, the quiet night settled gently, and the calm atmosphere soothed his thoughts the way peace was supposed to. This world's history was built on war, but nights like this were strangely still. The silence made it easy for Kang Guillaume to sit back and think. 700 years had already passed since humans and demons agreed to a truce, though small clashes and hidden conflicts still continued beneath the surface. Kang Guillaume recalled the 8 demon beasts and the 6th Legion commander under the Demon King. Half a century ago, that commander broke the truce in an attempt to revive a sealed demon leader, acting on his own as a rogue force. Humanity's strongest heroes rose to stop him, and after a brutal week of fighting, they won. but peace came at a terrible price, with 3 heroes losing their lives in the process. After that battle, no large-scale war broke out again, but the thought still bothered Kang Guillaume. Humanity's strongest heroes had only been able to match the 6th commander. For now, peace continued to hold. Kang Guillaume lifted his gaze toward the moon and quietly understood that this peace had never been something easy to protect. Then his thoughts turned to Valor Joaquin, the legendary figure who had sealed the first demon commander all by himself. That level of power felt almost unreal. Just how strong had Valor Joaquin truly been? Even so, Kang Guillaume knew the calm would not last forever. In 3 years, the Demon King's army would begin to move again, and it would not stop with a few commanders moving in the shadows. If the Demon King himself eventually stepped onto the board, what was Kang Guillaume supposed to do then? Still worrying about a future he could not reach yet would not solve anything. For now, Kang Guillaume forced his thoughts back toward the midterm exam. The problem was simple and painful. He had barely made any friends, and in this academy he had lived far too reclusively. His fight with Nox had definitely drawn attention, whether he liked it or not. Kang Guillaume wondered if that attention could at least help him find teammates. If he was going to survive in this world, he had no choice but to accept situations like this. The next 3 years were not going to be peaceful. Kang Guillaume looked down at his phone again, steadied his breathing, and told himself to focus on the midterm first. Whatever came next, he had already made up his mind to be ready. A week passed just like that, and by the time team selection was nearly settled, everyone seemed to have found a group, everyone except Kang Guillaume. Kang Guillaume stared at the situation in disbelief. There was no way this was real. After everything that had happened, he still didn't have a team? Only then did the truth sink in. Kang Guillaume had gone too far during the earlier commotion, and now most of the students were too frightened to approach him. As his eyes moved across the room, Kang Guillaume suddenly spotted Chloe Auditory sitting by herself. Ever since that day, Chloe had become strangely quiet. She sat there almost motionless, like a statue that had forgotten how to breathe normally. Kang Guillaume walked over to her and called out, "Hey, Chloe!" Startled, Chloe lifted her head to look at him. He asked, "You don't have a group yet, right?" Chloe gave a small nod and answered, "Yeah, I still don't have one." The atmosphere turned a little awkward. Kang Guillaume scratched at the side of his face and said, "That's weird. You seem like you have plenty of friends here." Chloe smiled softly, as if that did not matter at all, and replied, "I'm fine, as long as I have you, Kang Guillaume." Kang Guillaume looked at her for a moment, then asked, "Then do you want to team up with me? We'll still need 3 more people after that, though." The moment Chloe heard him, her eyes lit up with a bright sparkle. "Yes," she answered without hesitation. To Kang Guillaume, that reaction made one thing clear. Chloe would definitely be a reliable teammate. Kang Guillaume's goal for the exam was simple: kill as many demons as possible. With the blessing of painlessness giving him 30 seconds of freedom, and with a shield to cover him, he could move much more aggressively in battle. Chloe let out a small giggle, her expression turning almost delighted. "Heh, that sounds fun." Seeing Chloe so openly happy made Kang Guillaume smile despite himself. But before the mood could settle, a familiar voice suddenly called out, "Kang Guillaume!" Rachel de Murat came bounding over with her usual bright energy, as if she had been waiting for the perfect moment to appear. "I came to see you, Kang Guillaume." Kang Guillaume's face immediately tightened with annoyance. "Why are you back?" Rachel blinked, looking a little flustered by his reaction. "I'm just visiting. Why are you getting so tense?" Beside him, Chloe's expression darkened the instant Rachel appeared. Trouble had arrived. When Kang Guillaume noticed Chloe's paper knife already in her hand, he instinctively recoiled. Kang Guillaume took a step back and waved Rachel off. "Go back. I'm tired, and I don't have time to play around. I need to prepare for the exam." Rachel's eyes grew watery, and she pouted like she had been deeply wounded. "You're so mean." Kang Guillaume only scoffed at the act, completely unconvinced by Rachel's sudden display of hurt feelings. "Stop acting like we're close," Kang Guillaume said flatly. Rachel recovered almost instantly, her pitiful expression vanishing as she sighed. Fine, I get it. You're so tiring." Then Rachel dropped herself onto the desk with a dramatic slump, whining as if the whole world had exhausted her, leaving Kang Guillaume staring at her in speechless disbelief. Kang Guillaume cursed inwardly, then suddenly looked up as a thought hit him. Rachel tilted her head and asked, "Oh, right. Do you have enough teammates for the exam?" Kang Guillaume immediately wondered if she was trying to join his team, so he answered coldly, "Not yet." Rachel's face brightened at once, as if she had just heard exactly what she wanted. "Great, then join my group. Let's team up." Kang Guillaume was still too stunned to respond properly. While he tried to process the sudden invitation, Rachel stepped closer with a gentler smile, as though she had planned this from the start. There was a strange spark in Rachel's eyes, something playful and hard to read, gleaming beneath her confident expression. Rachel slowly raised her hand and lifted Kang Geoma's chin, snapping him out of his daze. Flustered and a little irritated, Kang Geoma quickly brushed her hand away and asked, still not understanding her angle. Why me? There are plenty of other students who would be desperate to become your teammate, Kang Geoma added, staring at Rachel as if her choice made no sense at all. Rachel flashed him a mischievous smile and held his gaze without backing down. They're not as interesting as you, she said softly. I don't know why, but I have a feeling that being around you will be thrilling. After hearing her answer, Kang Geoma drew a clear line. Rachel, I've already decided to team up with Chloe. Rachel only smirked and raised two fingers with complete confidence. That's no problem. My team just so happens to need 2 more people. Kang Geoma paused and thought it over. He did not like Rachel's stubborn personality, but rejecting her could hurt his exam rewards and even his grades. In the end, he decided he might as well accept it, remembering the old saying, hate the sin, not the sinner. Before answering, Kang Geoma glanced toward Chloe to check how she felt. Chloe frowned, making it obvious that she did not like Rachel, but after a short hesitation, she gave a reluctant nod. Only then did Kang Geoma turn back to Rachel, his tone firm. You're the one handling the team arrangements, right? Without wasting even a second, Rachel pulled out her phone and began texting someone. Deal, she said lightly, but once this is settled, you're not backing out. Kang Geoma froze as an important detail suddenly came back to him. Wait, who's the team leader? Rachel kept typing on her phone as if it was nothing, and replied casually. Oh, it's Leon, you know him, right? He's pretty famous. The moment Kang Geoma heard Leon's name, his body jolted and a heavy feeling sank in his chest. He muttered, damn it. Rachel laughed while Kang Geoma sat there in silence, questioning how his life had ended up like this. Had Kang Geoma committed some terrible sin in his past life? He had spent nearly 30 years quietly filleting fish, and even after trying so hard to avoid trouble, he kept getting tangled up with the main heroines. There was no denying that Kang Geoma had become noticeable in this world. The heroines around him were captivating in their own ways, the kind of people who naturally drew attention whether he wanted to look or not. But Leon Van Reinhardt was different. He was the original protagonist of the game. Just thinking of him brought a strange pressure down on Kang Geoma, as if Leon's sharp gaze could pierce straight through him. Why was his vision suddenly getting blurry? Kang Geoma's thoughts churned wildly, unable to guess what awaited him next. Every step felt strangely predetermined, with consequences piling up no matter how much he tried to dodge them. He had even tried changing teams to avoid trouble, but Rachel had slipped his name in and submitted the roster before he could escape. Her mocking voice seemed to echo in his head, asking if he really thought he could run away. Furious and almost ready to cry, Kang Geoma wondered if he should just fight her and be done with it. His hand tightened into a fist, and for a dangerous second, a new urge rose inside him. But Kang Geoma forced himself to stop. He had to keep at least a little adult dignity. Chloe noticed the look on his face and laughed softly. What's wrong with you? You look really down, Chloe said, studying him closely. You've been acting strange ever since that blonde girl left. Kang Geoma let out a tired breath and replied, I'm just stressed about being teamed up with star-class elites. Chloe looked at him with unwavering confidence and encouraged him right away. No one in star class can beat you, Kang Geoma. I guarantee it, Chloe added firmly. Kang Geoma felt a little embarrassed by how sincerely she said it and awkwardly answered, thanks, since Chloe was joining too. Abandoning the team now would be irresponsible. And when Kang Geoma thought about it calmly, the lineup was actually stacked. As much as he hated the circumstances, this was a strong setup. Kang Geoma told himself to think positively, then turned back toward Chloe. Chloe, when is the team meeting? Chloe answered right away. The blonde girl said to meet at the main hall cafe at 6 in the evening. Kang Geoma gave a small nod after checking the time. It was almost the appointed hour, so he rose from his seat and said, then we should get moving. With that, the two of them hurried toward the cafe. Inside the cafe, a cup came down against the table with a sharp, heavy sound. Chloe's eyes widened with excitement after taking a taste. Holy crap, this is actually good. Kang Geoma stared at the green drink in front of her, unable to hide his surprise. 50,000 for one green drink? The inflation in this place is completely insane. Then Kang Geoma took a sip of his own drink, and his face twisted almost immediately from the bitterness. Trying to keep his expression under control, he forced out, your Starbucks-style drinks are decent. Kang Geoma reminded himself to act mature. The espresso had only cost 20,000, so he had ordered it without thinking too much. But the moment the bitterness spread across his tongue, he regretted it. On top of that, shops outside campus did not accept Academy cards, so Kang Geoma decided he definitely would not be coming here often. Just then, his phone buzzed with messages from Rachel de Murat. Kang Gioma, where are you? Rachel quickly followed with another message, saying she couldn't find him. Kang Gioma replied that she was already 5 minutes late and told her to hurry. Rachel sent back an apology with a laugh, explaining that she had to gather the kids first. Kang Gioma frowned at the screen and messaged back, asking if she meant the cafe inside the meeting room. Then, from nearby, Rachel's voice rang out. There you are. The door to the meeting room swung open all at once. Rachel stepped in with her usual cheerful tone and said, Sorry, we're late. Did you guys wait long? Leon Van Reinhardt entered right after her, and behind him came a student Kang Gioma did not recognize. Leon's face was almost unfairly perfect, the kind of flawless appearance that made people pause without meaning to. But Kang Gioma's gaze drifted past Leon and landed on the rough-looking guy behind him, whose sharp eyes and cocky air gave off a completely different impression. Kang Gioma quietly sized him up. He looked like the tough guy type, someone who would rather charge forward than sit still. Leon approached with a warm, easy smile and held out his hand first. Hey, it's great to meet you. His eyes shone with open excitement, and Kang Gioma accepted the handshake while introducing himself. I'm Kang Gioma. Leon smiled and said, Your subspace fight was impressive. With you on the team, I feel a lot more confident. His words came out smoothly, without a hint of awkwardness, as calm and polished as expected. This was the protagonist Kang Gioma had experienced through the game. After everyone took their seats, Leon looked around the table and suggested they start with introductions. Rachel immediately raised her hand, looking like she was ready to jump in first. Leon began in a clear voice. Since I'm the team leader, I'll go first. I'm Leon Van Reinhardt from Star Class. Honestly, I'm not sure why I ended up as leader, and I'm not perfect. But let's work together and pass this midterm. Kang Gioma listened with a blank expression, though his thoughts were somewhere else entirely. Damn, just looking at Leon's face made life feel unfair. Rachel giggled lightly and waved off her own turn. Everyone already knows me, so I'll skip. Next, the rough-looking student spoke up next with a bold, straightforward voice. I'm Speed Weapon, Dragon Class. I admire heroes. Kang Gioma's eyes moved toward the word hero practically plastered around Speed Weapon's neck, and suddenly the introduction made a lot more sense. And that was all Speed Weapon said. Kang Gioma had expected him to explain his unusual name at least a little, but instead, Speed Weapon stayed quiet, heroic obsession and all, breaking some of Kang Gioma's assumptions about him. Then Chloe Auditory stood up and introduced herself in a calm voice. Hi, I'm Chloe Auditory from Dragon Class. I'm here with Kang Gioma. Perhaps because Rachel's charm had been bothering her, Chloe's voice carried a brief, icy edge when she said Kang Gioma's name. But the sharpness vanished quickly, and she regained her composed expression. Chloe gave the others a polite look and added, It's great to meet you all. That sudden shift in Chloe's tone seemed to startle Rachel for a second. Then the room's attention naturally turned to Kang Gioma. Kang Gioma kept his introduction simple. I'm Kang Gioma from Dragon Class like Chloe. Leon smiled again and pulled out a laptop. After a few quick clicks, a three-dimensional map appeared on the screen in front of everyone. Let's begin, Leon said, leaning slightly toward the display. At lunch today, the instructors gave the team leaders this map of Scopuli Island, which will be our exam site. We'll be sent there through a subspace gate, Leon continued. But the island itself is real. That means any injuries caused by demons during the exam will also be real. Leon adjusted the map and zoomed in on one section. Our team has been assigned to the northeast coast. Including our team, 3 groups will be hunting demons in that same area. Leon explained as the marked zone came into view. The objective is simple. We need to kill as many merma as possible because their numbers on the island are limited. Leon leaned back slightly after finishing the basic explanation. That's everything for now. Does anyone have questions? Speed Weapon raised his hand almost immediately. Scopuli Island has some strong demons, doesn't it? Wouldn't that make the exam dangerous? Speed Weapon asked. Leon answered without hesitation. The instructors have already scouted the area thoroughly, so it should be safe. Speed Weapon accepted that and nodded. Then Chloe hesitated for a moment before asking, What about surprise attacks or conflicts between teams? Leon responded clearly. The exam is focused on demon kills. Any conflict between students will result in immediate disqualification. Is that clear? Leon asked. Chloe nodded with surprising eagerness, and Kang Gioma silently thought that her question felt exactly like something someone from an assassin family would ask. Leon brought the meeting to a close. That's all for today. Prepare for the exam, and tomorrow we'll meet again to discuss combat roles. Understood? Everyone around the table gave their agreement. With the meeting finished, Leon began packing up his laptop and gathering his things. One by one, everyone left the room until only Kang Gioma and Leon remained. The silence immediately turned awkward. so Kang Gioma started to move and muttered to himself that he should probably go. But just as Kang Gioma was about to leave, Leon called out from behind him. "Hey!" Kang Gioma stopped in surprise and turned back around, his hand still close to the door as Leon's voice caught him off guard. Leon hesitated for a moment, as if even he was unsure whether he should ask, then finally spoke in a careful voice. "Kang Gioma, where are you from?" Leon stood there quietly, waiting for Kang Gioma's answer. But Kang Gioma didn't respond right away. The question hung between them in a strange, uncomfortable silence. After a short pause, Kang Gioma felt something click in the back of his mind. What was this? The question felt oddly familiar, like someone had asked him the same thing once before. But this time, the words seemed to carry a different weight. Where was Kang Gioma from? Was Leon simply asking about his background, or was there something deeper hidden behind that question? Unlike Kang Gioma, whose expression tightened with unease, Leon's eyes slowly cooled. His gaze narrowed, and for a brief moment, a dangerous pressure filled the room as the silence stretched on. A bead of sweat ran down Kang Gioma's face. He couldn't read Leon's intention at all. What exactly was Leon trying to find out by asking about his origin? No matter how Kang Gioma thought about it, the question felt different from casual curiosity. If Leon only wanted to know where he came from, why wait until everyone else had left? There had to be a reason. Noticing Kang Gioma's silence and visible displeasure, Leon finally spoke again. "Sorry," Leon said, his tone softening a little. That was a weird question to ask. Then Leon looked at Kang Gioma more directly and added, "Kang Gioma, are you like me? I thought maybe you were." Kang Gioma froze on the spot. Like him? What was that supposed to mean? Korean was the common language used in the game's world, but that didn't mean everyone here was Korean. Kang Gioma's Korean background was already known, yet Leon, with his Western build, blonde hair, and blue eyes, clearly didn't give off the same impression. While Kang Gioma silently turned the question over in his head, Leon was the one who broke the tension first. "Forget I asked," he said lightly. "Just pretend this never happened." Leon stood up and started heading toward the door. "I'm leaving first." Kang Gioma watched him go in confusion, but before Leon could fully walk away, Kang Gioma suddenly reached out and patted him on the shoulder. "Hey Leon," Kang Gioma called, stopping him before the moment slipped away. Actually, Kang Gioma could already feel an uneasy pressure rising in his chest. Damn it, he needed to ask more. If Leon left like this, Kang Gioma knew he would be stuck thinking about that question all night. Another complication had just fallen into his lap. Kang Gioma pressed him again. "Leon." The air between them turned awkward, but Leon suddenly grabbed Kang Gioma's hand, smiled as if to brush everything off, and said, "I'm from Germany." That answer only left Kang Gioma even more baffled. Leon released his hand, turned away, and walked out of the cafe, while Kang Gioma remained behind, still staring after him as Leon's figure disappeared from view. Kang Gioma stood there for a moment before muttering under his breath, "What the hell was that?" Later, back in his dorm room, Kang Gioma reached for his spoon during dinner, but his thoughts were still stuck on that conversation. What had actually happened back there? Was Kang Gioma just imagining things? Or had Leon really been hinting at something? For one brief moment, Kang Gioma had honestly thought Leon might be from another world too. Kang Gioma crossed his arms and tried to reason through it. If he thought about his own transmigration into this game, then it wouldn't be impossible for someone else to have crossed over as well. And honestly, if anyone fit that kind of role, it made more sense for Leon, the protagonist, than for Kang Gioma, who was supposed to be nothing more than a side NPC. His gaze shifted toward the knife resting on the table. Ever since the blessing of painlessness and the sword god's blessing had activated, Kang Gioma's senses had sharpened in ways that didn't feel normal. He needed to check the sword god's blessing again. Kang Gioma drew the sashimi knife, closed his eyes, and focused his mind. Leon was a key piece of this world, and that alone made the question impossible to ignore. Then Kang Gioma's eyes snapped open, startled by the response that surfaced within him. Just like before, when Kang Gioma entered the sword god's focused state, a voice rose from somewhere deep inside that strange clarity. Kang Gioma pressed a hand to his forehead, grimacing, thinking too deeply about this hurt worse than anything the blessing of painlessness could protect him from. Leon's actions today still matched the character Kang Gioma knew from the game almost perfectly. Even a highly skilled actor couldn't behave that naturally forever. So had Leon really just been asking about Kang Gioma's origins and nothing more? If that was all, then it was fine. But the way Leon had phrased it made Kang Gioma think, even for a second, that Leon might be the same kind of existence as him. Kang Gioma opened the wiki and searched for Leon van Reinhardt. The clock showed 10:28 p.m., but the page offered almost nothing, only an empty prompt to create a new entry, with no useful data at all. Leon remained a mystery. Maybe the developers had intentionally left him unclear to keep players guessing. Kang Jioma sighed, realizing that in the past, he would have overthought every little detail. Now, somehow this kind of uncertainty almost felt normal. He decided to stop chasing questions with no answers. For the midterm, he would be teamed with Leon anyway. If a problem came up, he would need Director Medea's help. And after the exam, if Leon truly became involved in something dangerous, Kang Jioma would deal with it then. Director Medea might only hold the title of honorary principal, but in reality, she was the one who ran the world's top academy. Kang Jioma told himself again that he had to stop overthinking every strange thing that crossed his path. Still, it felt strange. Normally, Kang Jioma would have avoided this entire mess without hesitation, yet now he was oddly calm. Was this another effect of his blessings? A status window appeared before him. The sword god's blessing displayed its updated information. If Kang Jioma slashed, everything would burn. The physical requirement had risen from 5 to 7, while the mental sword standard remained at 3. His speech and actions were becoming slightly more weapon-dominant, but the unlock conditions still had not been met. The synchronization rate had climbed from 2.5% to 6.8%, and the next stage would unlock at 7%. A note appeared underneath as well. The shield would only activate if the blade length was under 35 plus 1 centimeters, and the width was under 8 plus 1 centimeters. Things were definitely moving forward. His mental and weapon stats hadn't changed, but his physical strength had improved from training. As for weapon intensity, Kang Jioma figured he would unlock that with Murasame. He understood those 3 metrics well enough, but the synchronization rate bothered him. Why was it rising so quickly? He was already almost at the next threshold. Was it related to reflection, or to the way he had been acting lately? Kang Jioma barely understood what was happening inside himself, and that made the whole thing frustrating. There was no one he could ask about it. Then another notification suddenly popped up with new information. The activation time would adjust based on his use of the Blessing of Painlessness. The Blessing of Painlessness had changed. Its activation time had increased from 30 seconds to 40 seconds with a cooldown of 12 seconds. Kang Jioma stared at the window, nearly stammering from shock. Wow, 40 seconds? How did it increase that much? The answer seemed simple enough. The more he used it, the longer the duration became. All the hardships he had been forcing himself through were finally starting to pay off. Kang Jioma sheathed the knife and burst into a low laugh, unable to hide his excitement. Haha, unbelievable. This feels amazing. With 5 days left until the exam, Kang Jioma threw himself into physical training, pushing his body harder each day. Over the next few days, another team meeting was held, but Rachel de Murat kept disrupting the serious atmosphere with her usual unpredictable behavior. With 3 days remaining, Kang Jioma sparred with Chloe Auditory, testing his movements and sharpening his reactions against her. The fact that Chloe joined the sparring still surprised him. Then, with 2 days left, Rachel clung far too close to Kang Jioma, making him panic as Chloe's icy stare and paper knife hovered in the background like a silent warning. With only 1 day remaining, Kang Jioma focused on building his endurance. He steadied his stance, prepared to run, and slashed forward with controlled force, feeling genuinely satisfied with how much progress he had made. At last, the day of the midterm exam arrived, bringing with it the tense atmosphere everyone had been preparing for. Kang Jioma's team gathered at the arena square, where the subspace teleportation gate stood ready, waiting to send them to the exam site. Dressed in his academy uniform, Kang Jioma stood with the others and stared straight ahead, his expression calm but focused. So this was the subspace teleport gate. Kang Jioma quietly took in the sight, feeling that the atmosphere here was completely different from the dojo he was used to. Someone called out to him, and Kang Jioma turned toward his 4 teammates. Their lineup was unusual at a glance: 3 swords, 1 spear, and 1 flute. Rachel de Murat looked him over and spoke first. "You're always so punctual, Kang Jioma. Why are you late today?" Kang Jioma thought back to the previous meeting, when Leon Van Reinhardt had carefully assigned everyone's roles. Leon would hold the center. Rachel, as the melee fighter, would take the front. Speed Weapon, acting as support and healer, would stay 4th. Chloe Auditory, quick and stealthy, would move 2nd. Chloe looked toward Kang Jioma with a small smile, her expression softening the moment her eyes settled on him. "Sorry, I'm a little late," Kang Jioma said. His assigned position was the rear, where he would handle support, and he had to admit that Leon's role assignments were surprisingly accurate. Kang Jioma couldn't help staring at their weapons in amazement. Was that really a rank S crescent halberd? The weapon had a 2-meter crescent blade, and Rachel had chosen it like it was nothing. Rachel smirked and leaned closer, whispering that latecomers had to pay a penalty. Kang Geoma's eyes then moved to Leon's unsheathed double-edged sword and finally to Speed Weapon's flute. Feeling his stare, Speed Weapon snapped. "What are you looking at?" Rachel leaned in again, lowering her voice as if sharing a secret. "Believe it or not, that flute is a rare rank S healing weapon." Kang Geoma was so shocked that for a second he could only stare at the flute in silence. "Seriously? That flute?" Kang Geoma asked, still not convinced. Rachel nodded with complete confidence. "Yup, it's true. In the game, rank S weapons were extremely rare, the kind of gear most people would never even see. Even rich students could spend thousands just trying to get their hands on a rank A weapon, and yet this so-called rank S flute looked like a children's toy. Maybe appearance really had nothing to do with strength, or maybe it was a wolf in sheep's clothing." Curiosity got the better of Kang Geoma, and he reached out to touch the flute. "Cool," he murmured. Speed Weapon immediately flinched and pulled it away. "Enough, back off." Then the announcer's voice boomed across the arena square. "Attention, the 2034 midterm exam will begin soon. You all look ready. The rules have already been explained, so I'll keep this short," the announcer continued. "If the situation becomes dangerous, run. You're not heroes yet. You're students. Do not trade your lives for grades. If you wish to withdraw, or if you're injured, contact your instructor at any time." While Instructor Lai gave the final warning, Leon calmly checked the time on his watch. "It's time," Leon said, lifting his gaze to the team. "Stay calm and do your best." Kang Geoma was still thinking things over when Chloe stepped closer, worry visible in her eyes. "Kang Geoma, is something wrong?" Chloe hesitated, then admitted in a quiet voice. "I'm feeling really anxious." "Scopuli Island is known for mermaids," Chloe said, her unease making her voice sound smaller than usual. Kang Geoma tried to reassure her right away. "The instructors already confirmed there are no mermaids there, Chloe. You don't need to worry." Chloe nodded, but the tension in her face didn't fully disappear. "In my hometown, Sicilia, mermaids appeared before. They're connected to the truce between humans and demons. Even in peaceful times, they rarely appear outside the dark prison, but the rumors never really stop. No one knows the exact conditions for their appearance." Instructor Lai announced for the students to enter the gate. Pushing her worries aside, Chloe stepped forward and rejoined the rest of the team. Kang Geoma gently patted Chloe on the head and said, "Let's go." Chloe's cheeks flushed at once, and she quietly reassured herself that she didn't need to be afraid. Kang Geoma was here, and she trusted him. Then somewhere inside the dim space, a voice began to echo. "Chloe, Chloe, Chloe!" Chloe froze in place, her hand tightening around her sword. Kang Geoma shouted toward her, "Chloe, are you okay? Snap out of it!" Chloe jolted as if waking from a trance and blinked in confusion. "Was I out of it just now?" The team quickly realized something was wrong as they discussed the situation. They couldn't contact the instructor at all. The signal had been completely cut off inside the cave, and one of the team members was already badly injured. Then, from the darkness in front of them, a grotesque figure slowly emerged. A legendary mermaid, something so rare it was almost never seen, had appeared before them. Minutes before the Merma appeared on Scopuli Island, Kang Geoma's team had arrived at the picturesque exam site. A long stretch of white sandy beach spread out before them, beautiful enough to steal anyone's breath. Despite the breathtaking view, most of the team looked terrible. Everyone except Kang Geoma was nauseous and retching non-stop, barely able to enjoy the island at all. Leon glanced at Kang Geoma with a slightly embarrassed smile. "Kang Geoma, you're holding up pretty well, huh?" Kang Geoma answered casually, "I don't really get seasick." Leon let out a small laugh and said, "Ha ha, it's not exactly seasickness." Behind them, a fish-bodied creature suddenly emerged, its wide eyes filled with an almost childlike fear. Kang Geoma recognized it almost immediately and stared at the creature. A merma? It was smaller than Kang Geoma had expected. The creature let out a frightened squeal, then turned and fled before anyone could even attack. Kang Geoma realized he had overreacted earlier and felt a little foolish. With creatures like that, he might not even need to glance at his sword. Besides, he was guarding the rear anyway. Leon spoke up, keeping the team focused. "At our assigned position, we should expect adult merma. These juveniles aren't the ones we're supposed to hunt," Leon continued. "We'll head toward Chloe's scouting point first." Following Captain Leon's orders, the team left the beach behind and moved through the trees, pushing deeper into the island. Leon warned them to stay sharp as they advanced, and Kang Geoma found himself quietly impressed by how naturally Leon took command. Leon seemed to understand the terrain well, guiding the team through the island without hesitation. After a long trek through the forest, the team finally came to a stop. Leon looked ahead and announced, "We're here." A blur shot through the air so quickly, it was almost impossible to track, slicing past the trees like a streak of light. A heartbeat later, Chloe dropped neatly to the ground, landing with effortless balance and a presence sharp enough to make everyone look twice. Kang Guillaume stared at her in surprise, still trying to follow the path she had taken. "You moved through the trees?" he asked, clearly amazed by how silently she had crossed that distance. Chloe only gave a small shrug, as if it were nothing special. "Yeah, it stands out less that way." Leon turned his attention straight to Chloe, his expression tightening now that she had returned from scouting. In a low, serious voice, he asked, "What's the situation, Chloe?" Chloe answered without wasting a second, her gaze fixed in the direction she had come from. "There's a cave about 500 meters ahead." With Chloe leading the way, the group moved carefully through the trees until the cave finally came into view. Its entrance was half hidden beneath thick branches and shadow, with a cold, unsettling air drifting out from the darkness inside. Deep within the cave, faint yellow lights began to flicker one after another. They were not torches, they were eyes glowing in the dark as something waited inside. Around a roaring fire, dozens of merma had gathered together, their strange half-human shapes shifting in the flames as the cave walls danced with their shadows. Rachel narrowed her eyes as she counted the moving figures around the fire. "There are about 50, maybe 60 of them, right?" Kang Guillaume stayed quiet as he weighed the situation. If they managed to wipe out this many monsters at once, first place would practically be within reach. But Leon, as captain, had always valued safety above everything else. Inside that cave, they would have no outside contact, and even one serious injury could become dangerous fast. The question was whether they should take the risk or choose a safer path. In the end, the decision belonged to Leon. As Kang Guillaume remembered their earlier discussion, Leon had already divided their roles with the calm precision of someone preparing for a real battle. "Chloe, once we arrive, you'll scout ahead," Leon had said. "Weapon, you'll stay behind everyone, provide support, and handle healing from the rear." Kang Guillaume had glanced at Weapon with a teasing look, still unable to hide his surprise. "Honestly, I still can't believe you're a healer." Weapon immediately bristled and snapped back. "What? A hero helps people? You seriously didn't know that?" Leon had continued without letting their banter slow him down. "Kang Guillaume, you'll guard the rear and watch for anything that tries to surprise us." For Kang Guillaume, that position was exactly what he wanted. It let him keep an eye on the whole group while staying ready for anything that slipped through. Leon then placed himself in the center of the formation, ready to strike whenever the situation demanded it, and move where the team needed him most. Rachel, who had been listening with growing curiosity, pointed toward herself and asked, "Then what about me?" Leon looked at her calmly, as if he had been waiting for that question. "You have a special role." Back in the present, Leon's eyes settled on the cave entrance, and his hesitation disappeared. He made the call to face the monsters head-on. Rachel understood immediately. The instant Leon gave the order, she launched herself forward, moving toward the cave with fierce confidence. Her sword flashed in the dim light as she threw it straight into the center of the fire, right where the Mirma had gathered closest together. Kang Guillaume's eyes widened at the sudden move. "What the hell?" he blurted out, while the creatures all turned toward the sword in confused silence. Before the Mirma could understand what was happening, Rachel came dropping down from above. Her blonde hair streamed behind her, and her eyes burned with a wild, fearless intensity. She landed right by her sword, seized the handle in one smooth motion, and struck before the startled monsters had any chance to react. "What's going on?" Rachel shouted as she swung her holy sword, her voice ringing through the cave along with the sharp rush of steel. One long, sweeping slash tore through the crowd, and in an instant, countless Mirma lost their heads as the blade cut cleanly across the firelit space. Remembering Leon's plan, Rachel kept moving without pause, carving through the monsters as if the whole cave had become her battlefield. "Can you handle it?" he had asked her. Rachel had answered with complete confidence, almost laughing at the idea that this would be difficult. "Of course, compared to me, they're nothing. I'll take them all down." From a safe distance, Weapon raised his flute and began to play. The strange melody drifted through the cave, pulling the half-human Mirma toward him like bait on a hook. The creatures reacted instantly, snapping their heads toward the sound before rushing forward with their mouths stretched wide open. Rachel kept cutting through them without slowing down. Metal rang, flesh split, and her voice mixed with the chaos as she counted each kill aloud. 6, 7, 9, 11. Every monster she brought down only seemed to sharpen her excitement further, her smile growing bolder with each clean strike. Her attacks came so fast and so relentlessly that before long, her count had already shot up to 24 kills. At that pace, it was obvious the entire swarm would be wiped out before much more time had passed. Rachel laughed brightly through the battle, clearly enjoying herself. "Weapon, thanks for thinning them out. That makes 25. Kang Guillaume watched from his position, genuinely stunned by how clean and accurate Rachel's movements were. Every swing landed exactly where it needed to. The Mirma were torn apart all around her. their bodies scattering across the cave floor in severed pieces. Chloe, unable to stand back any longer, finally drew her own blade. Her eyes blazed as she watched Rachel dominate the battlefield and steal the spotlight. With one perfectly timed slash, Chloe swept her blade through the enemy line and cut down 8 merma in a single motion. 8, Chloe said, her voice cool but unmistakably proud as the bodies dropped around her. She did not hide her satisfaction either, letting the number hang in the air like a challenge. 2 more merma rushed straight at Chloe, but she barely shifted her stance before answering with 2 quick strikes that sent them crashing into death. 2 more, 10. Chloe's pace had caught up with Rachel's, and now both of them were tearing through the cave with terrifying skill, each blade moving with sharp, practiced mastery. Leon and Kang Geoma both watched their expressions change, realizing that the battle had started turning into something far more intense than a simple monster hunt. Kang Geoma's concern deepened as he stared at the 2 swordswomen. What is this? Why aren't they stopping? It became painfully clear that Rachel and Chloe were no longer just fighting the merma. They were competing with each other, swinging their blades with almost reckless momentum. Everything else around them seemed to fade from their attention as they kept cutting, fully absorbed in the contest unfolding between them. Then a huge merma burst into the fight, its oversized mouth opening grotesquely wide as it charged into the chaos. For a split second, it looked as if the massive beast might crash straight between the 2 swordswomen. Instead, Rachel and Chloe struck at the same time, shredding it into countless pieces before it could even begin its attack. Rachel laughed as the monster fell apart. "You thought you could take us, sweetie? Keep dreaming." Then she turned her grin toward Chloe. "Not bad, kid. You're faster than I expected." Chloe immediately shot back, refusing to let Rachel claim the moment. "I killed that one. Don't play around, Blondie." Rachel and Chloe split apart at the same time, each turning toward a different cluster of enemies and cutting their own path through the cave. Kang Geoma let out a quiet sigh of relief as he watched them separate. "Good," he muttered. "For a second there, I thought they were actually going to start fighting each other." Leon finally lowered his guard and slid his sword back into its sheath, no longer ready to jump between them. A small smile crossed his face. "Looks like we worried for nothing." Kang Geoma nodded beside him. "Yeah, I guess we overthought it." In what felt like only a blink, nearly 60 monsters had been wiped out. Leon spoke with a half-joking smile, though his words still carried the confidence of a captain. "We're teammates, after all. We have to trust each other. Are we done here?" Then Leon made the call without hesitation. "Let's move." The way he said it was clean and decisive, the kind of command that made it clear why everyone naturally looked to him as the leader. For one brief moment, the whole thing almost felt too simple, as if the only question left was something harmless and casual rather than a matter of survival. It had been a brilliant display of teamwork, with every role falling into place, and every attack connecting exactly when it needed to. But the calm shattered in an instant. A strange, mystical force struck Leon directly in the stomach like a bolt of lightning, driving the air out of him before anyone could react. The entire team froze where they stood, their eyes going wide as if the sudden attack had stolen their focus and locked them in place. Kang Geoma was the only one who stayed composed. His expression hardened, and he slowly turned his gaze back toward the darkness behind them. There, looming over the cave like a nightmare, stood a colossal mermaid, its presence pressing down on them with a suffocating force. Its body looked disturbingly human, but the bones beneath its skin were covered in scales. Its slit pupils narrowed like a snake's, and its twisted fingers and toes made it look even more grotesque. This was no ordinary monster. This was the legendary mermaid. Rachel's face tightened with panic the moment she saw it. "Why is a mermaid here?" Weapon, just as shaken, looked around and added, "Wasn't this place already scouted?" Kang Geoma stared at the monster in stunned disbelief. What the hell was this? Everything had been going smoothly until now. Damn it. Should they run or should they fight? If they tried to escape while carrying an injured Leon, the whole team could be wiped out. That left only one choice. Kang Geoma shouted over the rising chaos. "Rachel, contact the instructor, report the mermaid right now." Weapon's voice shook as he answered. "What? There's no signal." Kang Geoma gave a sharp, humorless smirk. So they were completely cut off. No wonder everyone was starting to panic. Right now, he was the only one keeping his head clear. Without waiting for anyone else to recover, Kang Geoma took command. "Rachel, hold off the small fish." Then his eyes snapped toward Weapon. "Weapon, pour every healing blessing you have into Leon. Don't hold anything back." Chloe. The moment Kang Geoma called her name, Chloe snapped back to attention, her posture tightening as she waited for his order. "Go outside," Kang Geoma told her. "Find any nearby students. Tell them to evacuate. Then get an instructor here." Chloe hesitated, her voice catching. But you, Kang Geoma steadied her with his answer. If we want to save the team, we can't afford to carry Leon out right now. Hurry, before more murmur come. Chloe's face showed how badly she hated leaving them behind, but she finally forced herself to nod. All right. The next second, Chloe shot away like a streak of lightning, disappearing through the cave entrance before anyone could even follow her movement. Rachel was about to turn back and hold off the merma when she noticed Kang Geoma walking toward the mermaid instead. Kang Geoma, what now? Do you have a plan? She shouted. When he kept approaching the monster, her voice rose in alarm. What are you doing? Weapon gasped from behind him. Are you crazy? Kang Geoma did not even look back as he gave the order again. Rachel, Weapon, you two handle the small fry? Rachel shouted after him, furious and terrified at the same time. What kind of plan is that, you lunatic? Kang Geoma closed his eyes for a brief second, then drew his sashimi knife. When his eyes opened again, a confident grin tugged at his mouth, but his gaze had gone cold, sharp, and completely resolved. I've always hated tiny fish that are too easy to cut, Kang Geoma said, his voice calm despite the monster in front of him. The one that deserves my real attention is the big one, this fish. Demons possessed a special power, much like humanity's blessings, a force known as magic. Just one casual strike from that power had taken Leon, the protagonist, down in an instant. That alone made the gap between humans and demons brutally clear. Even with the sword god's blessing on his side, Kang Geoma had no guarantee of victory. In the original game, a magic-wielding demon was not something a person could defeat alone. It was a battle meant to be handled by a full team. Facing a boss meant for group combat all by himself was nothing short of madness. But Kang Geoma had already been forced into a corner, and there was no clean way out. Damn it. This was beyond shameless. He had already crossed the point where retreat was possible. Chloe would need at least 10 minutes before she could return with help. And until then, Kang Geoma had only one option left. Within 40 seconds, he had to cut down the mermaid. As Kang Geoma drew his blade fully, the urgency in his chest settled into something steady, and his fighting spirit sharpened under the weight of his resolve. His commanding words, his movements, and his intent all began to align with the will behind his blade. The moment suppression activated, the sword god's blessing flared to life. Kang Geoma grinned, almost thrilled by the pressure crushing down on him. It's been ages since I sliced sashimi for real. May the god's blessing be with me. Meanwhile, Rachel threw herself into the smaller merma without mercy, cutting them down one after another before they could close in on the others. She drove the swarm back step by step, leaving them no path to escape and no future except death at the end of her blade. Then Rachel poured her strength into her spear and swung with everything she had, unleashing a crushing vortex that swept through the stubborn stragglers, still clinging to the fight. By the time the attack faded, Rachel was breathing hard. Sweat ran down her face and she wiped it away with one hand while forcing herself to stay upright. Weapon watched Rachel tear through the horde with frightening power, but even from where he stood, he could see the exhaustion starting to weigh on her body. For a moment, Weapon wanted to send his blessing toward Rachel and support her, but Leon's wound was too deep. Healing him demanded every bit of focus Weapon could spare. Little by little, the terrible injury in Leon's stomach began to close, the torn flesh slowly mending under Weapon's concentrated healing. Weapon already knew Kang Geoma was absurdly strong after what happened in the subspace battle, but watching him step forward to solo a boss was something else entirely. He's insane, Weapon thought, unable to take his eyes off Kang Geoma's back. Just watching the standoff made Weapon's limbs tremble. A part of him wondered if he should stop Kang Geoma before he got himself killed. The mermaid, beautiful in a twisted and terrifying way, bared her sharp teeth at Kang Geoma and sneered as if she were looking at prey. Dark energy gathered around her, twisting into a sinister whirlpool of magic before she unleashed it with furious force. Kang Geoma did not flinch. With a chilling gaze fixed on the monster, he rushed straight toward the incoming attack. In that instant, Kang Geoma read the situation with ruthless clarity. This mermaid was a demon, and her advantage came from long-range water magic. But Kang Geoma pushed that thought aside almost immediately. Magic or not, a fish was still a fish. All he had to do was get close enough to cut. Without the slightest hesitation, Kang Geoma swung his sashimi knife, driving the blade forward through the pressure closing in around him. His eyes burned with pure hatred as he moved, every ounce of killing intent aimed straight at the mermaid before him. But the instant Kang Geoma's blade cut through the air, the mermaid's body shifted strangely, dissolving like mist before the edge could truly bite into her. In the next breath, she appeared somewhere else entirely, shooting across the battlefield straight toward Weapon. Weapon was caught completely off guard, his face drained of color as the monster closed in on him far faster than he could react. The mermaid's lips curled into a cruel grin, her expression overflowing with confidence as if she had already decided weapon was finished. Taking him down was not going to be that simple. Before the mermaid could land her attack, a sharp scream ripped from her throat. Kang Guillaume had already caught up to her, his slash tearing across her body and forcing that agonized cry out of her. Even so, the wound was not deep enough. The cut hurt her, but it was nowhere near enough to end the fight. Kang Guillaume clenched his teeth in frustration. Damn it, I didn't reach far enough. Still, he refused to hesitate. He lunged forward again, driving in with more brutal sashimi knife slashes aimed directly at the mermaid. But the mermaid moved even faster than his blade, twisting away and diving straight into the lake before he could finish the attack. Kang Guillaume landed hard, rage simmering under his breath. Damn it, no wonder she's a mermaid. Her movements are a pain to predict. She was targeting the injured and the support first. Kang Guillaume knew he had to move quickly, but just then, a weak voice cut through his thoughts. He turned and saw Weapon staring in stunned silence. Only then did Kang Guillaume realize the faint voice had come from Leon. Seeing that Leon had finally begun to regain consciousness, Kang Guillaume let out a small breath of relief. With a crooked smirk, Kang Guillaume asked, "You good?" Weapon blinked, still shaken, and stammered, I'm fine." Kang Guillaume's eyes stayed sharp as he gave Weapon another firm command. "Then keep helping, hero." That one word struck Weapon harder than he expected. Hero, for a moment. He could only stare, completely dazed. It sounded almost ridiculous, yet something about it hit deep. Weapon remembered the words he had once spoken himself, the ideals he had carried so seriously. Justice, courage, sacrificing yourself for others, turning despair into hope. In this elite hero academy, Weapon had almost never seen anyone who truly showed that kind of potential. That was why, back in Dragon class, Weapon had asked Rachel to join this team. With her strength supporting them, the balance felt right. And if Leon was there, Weapon believed he might finally get to witness the kind of hero he had always admired. Kang Guillaume thought about it for a moment. Right, Leon was the protagonist of the game, the one meant to stand at the center of that heroic path. But Kang Guillaume could only answer awkwardly, almost apologetically, "Sorry, but you don't really seem that heroic to me." Sure, Leon was strong. No one could deny that. But being strong alone did not make someone a hero, and Kang Guillaume could not help wondering whether hero was really a title anyone could just claim. Back in the middle of the battle, Weapon's view of Kang Guillaume began to shift. He had never expected Kang Guillaume to stand against a mermaid alone, especially in a fight that looked doomed from the start. No sane person would willingly solo a boss like this. It was insane. The mermaid raised her power again, summoning magical fish from the water to launch another attack. With a single wave of her hand, the conjured fish surged forward, darting through the air toward Kang Guillaume. Kang Guillaume did not look shaken at all. He slipped past their charge with ease, a sharp smirk crossing his face. Too slow. But then something felt wrong. Kang Guillaume's instincts caught the shift immediately, and he froze for a split second as he sensed the trap beneath the attack. The mermaid smiled triumphantly, convinced she had finally caught him. But that victory was not guaranteed yet. The ground suddenly cracked open under Kang Guillaume's feet, a pit forming as the stones split apart beneath him. Kang Guillaume sprang aside just in time, escaping the collapsing floor. "You thought you could trick me? Dream on, darling." But as Kang Guillaume moved, the mermaid twisted her body a full 180 degrees and launched herself somewhere else. Rachel, watching from nearby, realized the target at once and shouted, "Weapon!" She was aiming for him all along. Like a missile, Kang Guillaume shot after the mermaid, closing the distance and slashing with everything he had. But once again, it was still not enough to finish her. Kang Guillaume clicked his tongue in disappointment. He had missed the decisive strike again. Focus, Kang Guillaume. The mermaid's form had begun to weaken, and sensing the pressure turning against her, she changed tactics, reaching toward the cave wall. Then with a deafening boom, the cave shook. A beam of power pierced straight through the rock, tearing upward through the stone and blasting toward the open sky. The mermaid raged in fury, unable to accept that she had failed to crush Kang Guillaume's team the way she intended. Her scream echoed wildly through the cave as her own magic recoiled and slammed back into her. Some distance away, a student flinched at the sound and looked toward the source. "Coach Kim, there's a weird noise coming from over there." A huge explosion followed, bursting with a blinding flash. Then, in the aftermath, a strange rain began to fall from above. Coach Kim stayed calm despite the disturbance and gave the order without panic. "Pack up and move the injured." He glanced toward the sky and brushed it off in a steady voice. It was probably just thunder. "Yes, sir." Following the order, the students gathered themselves and began heading back toward the academy. Back at the cave, the mermaid's destructive magic had left behind a smoking crater, the scorched stones still hissing from the force of the blast. Weapon continued playing his flute without stopping, pouring his healing power into Leon as the melody carried through the chaos. The remaining merma, terrified by the explosion and the overwhelming force around them, scattered and fled from the blast zone. Rachel looked around in confusion, her face tightening as the situation suddenly shifted. One moment, everyone had been locked in place by fear, and the next, they were running through the pouring rain as if the ground itself was chasing them. Kang Gyoma clicked his tongue inwardly, frustration flashing through his mind. Damn it. Even after 30 full seconds, he still hadn't landed a single strike deep enough to finish her off. Two of the enemies had already turned their attention toward Leon, but the mermaid's own cursed bad luck had brought the cave crashing down around her. Buried beneath the rubble she caused herself, it almost looked like she had finally died there. But then a violent burst of power erupted from beneath the broken stone, blasting the debris outward in every direction. She was still alive, and worse, she still had strength left to fight. The mermaid's body began to change before their eyes. The thick, monstrous scales covering her frame peeled away, replaced by unnervingly smooth skin, and her figure twisted into a more curving, human-like shape as she launched herself straight at Kang Gyoma. Kang Gyoma stood firm in the rain like an untouchable god, his posture calm despite the monster charging toward him. Without looking away from the enemy, he gave a quiet order. Rachel, most of the small fish have already been cleared out. Protect Weapon and Leon. Rachel hesitated for a beat, still shaken by how calmly he was handling everything. Her voice came out uneven and uncertain as she forced herself to answer. Okay. Weapon stared at Kang Gyoma with wide eyes, unable to fully accept what he was seeing. Kang Gyoma was seriously fighting a demon alone. He had always thought Gyoma was just recklessly insane, but now it felt like he was watching the birth of a legend right in front of him. Kang Gyoma slowly breathed out, finally clearing away every stray thought in his head. With only 10 seconds left before he crossed into overtime, his focus sharpened completely. Now, it was time to move. The mermaid saw that unshaken confidence in his eyes, and for the first time, her momentum faltered. Her teeth ground together, veins swelling across her face as anger and hesitation twisted together. Then she snapped forward again, throwing herself at Kang Gyoma with raw, ferocious speed, as if rage alone could tear him apart. Kang Gyoma closed his eyes instead of retreating, letting the sound of rain, breath, movement, and killing intent settle into his senses. The blessing of the sword god awakened within him, and when his eyes opened again, they shone with a cold, merciless light. "Come on," Kang Gyoma muttered, his blade ready in his hand. "I'll carve you up." Meanwhile, Chloe Auditory was racing through the storm, desperate to find help and warn the others before the danger spread any further. She had no idea how long she had been running anymore. Her lungs burned, her thoughts shook with panic, and still, the only command echoing inside her head was to move faster. I have to be faster. Chloe pushed herself harder, refusing to slow down for even a second. There was no time to stop now. Anything small that blocked her path was cut down immediately. Branches, vines, and minor threats disappeared beneath the flash of her weapon as she forced her way forward. Her legs were screaming from the desperate sprint, each step heavier than the last, as if her body might collapse before she reached anyone who could help. Kang Gyoma's final words kept replaying in her mind, sharp and urgent through the rain. "Chloe, get the instructor." He was stronger than anyone Chloe had ever met, yet he was never someone who chased fights for no reason. Kang Gyoma avoided conflict when he could, and only drew his blade when there was truly no other choice. Chloe had trusted his judgment and left because he told her to go. But the enemy was a mermaid, a monster far beyond anything normal, and the thought tore at her heart, if only she had been stronger. Then a tremor rolled out from the direction where Kang Gyoma had stayed behind, shaking through the ground and sending a fresh wave of unease through Chloe's chest. Was that an explosion? Had the fight already begun? Please, Kang Gyoma. Please survive. As Chloe kept running, her foot suddenly caught on a vine hidden beneath the rain-slick ground. Her balance broke, and her body pitched forward dangerously. At the last instant, Chloe twisted one foot beneath herself and corrected her stance, barely managing to catch her weight before she fell. She couldn't afford to stop in the middle of the downpour. She couldn't afford to fall here, not while Kang Gyoma was still back there fighting. Tears mixed with the rain on Chloe's face as despair clawed at her throat. She had to save him, no matter how much her body hurt. Clenching her teeth, Chloe shouted into the storm with everything she had left. "Is anyone there, please? Is someone there?" Still running with no clear direction, Chloe suddenly sensed something nearby, a faint presence barely visible through the rain and shadows. The shapes ahead blended into the surroundings so completely that she could barely tell what she was looking at. There were signs of life, but her senses were too shaken and exhausted to judge them clearly. Her anxiety surged all at once. Were they allies or enemies? And why did something like the mermaid have to appear now of all times? Acting on instinct, Chloe drew her sword and slashed toward the presence ahead. But a blade came in from behind and caught her strike, stopping it before it could land. Only then did Chloe realize she had attacked a person. Standing there in front of her was Abel. Chloe's nerves were so frayed that she could barely control her voice. She stared at them, stunned, and stammered out. People. Relief hit her so suddenly that her strength almost left her body. Thank goodness. I'm sorry. Chloe collapsed in front of Abel's group, her body finally giving out after the desperate run. Abel looked completely confused, while the rest of the team stared at her in bafflement. A light brown-haired boy blinked and muttered, "What was that?" Then a girl beside him added, just as startled, "Was that a sneak attack? Why did she suddenly charge at us?" someone asked, while the group continued staring down at Chloe, who was sprawled helplessly on the wet ground. "She's crazy, right? We should call her out. We can't just let that slide." But as Abel looked more closely at Chloe's face, that furious expression stirred a memory from the day she had met Kang Geoma in class. Abel quickly stopped the others and said, "Wait, she looks familiar." Chloe's consciousness was already slipping away, her strength completely drained, but she still forced out one broken plea. Save Kang Geoma." Then her eyes closed, leaving everyone around her frozen in shock. For a moment, no one said a word. Only the rain filled the silence between them. Back with Kang Geoma's group, Weapon could only watch the fight unfold in disbelief. He wondered if he would ever see anything more shocking in his life. Geoma moved like a master chef slicing fish on a cutting board, except the thing in front of him was a demon, and he wasn't merely surviving against it, he was overwhelming it. The sight burned itself deep into Weapon's memory. No matter how much time passed, he knew he would never forget this battle. It was the same speed and precision Kang Geoma had shown during the subspace fight, only sharper now. He slipped past every demonic attack, closed the distance without wasting a single motion, and struck with simple, clean movements that produced undeniable results. Even Rachel, who carried the bloodline of the Spear Saint clan, had never witnessed a display of swordsmanship quite like this. Shock and disbelief spread across their faces as they watched Kang Geoma continue pressing the mermaid back. If things kept going this way, Kang Geoma might truly be able to kill the mermaid with his own hands. Rachel remembered the moment she had decided to recruit Kang Geoma, and her gaze stayed fixed on him as the fight pulled her attention in completely. Then, snapping back to herself, she shouted, "Weapon!" Rachel suddenly threw herself forward, slamming into Weapon and knocking him away just as an unexpected attack came tearing toward the spot where he had been standing. After barely getting him out of danger in time, Rachel snapped at Weapon with sharp irritation in her voice. "Don't zone out. Do you want to die?" Still shaken, Weapon could only stare back and mutter. A deep crater had been blasted into the ground right where Weapon had stood only a second earlier. If Rachel had not shoved him aside, their group would have lost one of their members on the spot. Weapon finally forced his mind back into focus, realizing how completely he had been swallowed by the unreal sight in front of him. This was not an ordinary opponent, it was a magic-wielding demon. As Weapon watched Kang Geoma continue fighting, the situation looked almost impossible. Kang Geoma had only a kitchen knife against a demon using magic, a matchup that should have been completely one-sided. He was dominating now, but if even one spell landed in a way he could not avoid, everything could fall apart. After the brutal exchange of attacks, Kang Geoma stood soaked in sweat and rain, his hand locked tightly around his knife. His eyes stayed firm and unwavering as he faced the demon, the kind of monster humanity had feared for generations. The mermaid saw that her attacks still had not brought him down, and an angry breath hissed from her throat. Then she lifted one hand, gathering power once again to shape a new spell. Above them, icy rain began to form in the air, each frozen droplet hissing sharply as the magic condensed. The falling droplets hardened into needle-like shards, all of them turning their points toward Kang Geoma, as if the sky itself had taken aim at him. The mermaid lowered her hand, and the first 6 strikes shot forward at terrifying speed, slicing through the rain as they closed in on Kang Geoma. Kang Geoma moved through the storm of attacks, dodging one lethal line after another while countless needles rained around him. Even the sashimi knife in his hand was beginning to show signs of corrosion from the pressure of the fight. Even with the disadvantage stacked against him, Kang Geoma twisted his body and unleashed a broad horizontal slash, sending his blade across the space in front of him. The attack cut straight into the mermaid's torso, landing cleanly before she could fully pull herself away. For a brief moment, disbelief spread across the mermaid's face. as if she could not understand how his blade had reached her. Kang Gyoma stepped in with a chilling stare, his stance low and menacing as he closed the distance without the slightest hesitation. The mermaid's torso caved under the force of the blow, and the flow of the battle changed completely. A scream tore from her mouth as pain finally broke through her monstrous confidence. Kang Gyoma immediately swung again to finish the opening, but the instant his blade moved, a sharp sense of unease struck him. The mermaid suddenly switched places with one of the lesser mermaids nearby, using it as a substitute in the middle of his attack. Instead of cutting her down, Kang Gyoma's slash tore into the lesser mermaid that had been forced into her place. Confusion flashed through Kang Gyoma's mind as the real mermaid retreated. While pulling back, she began pouring power into her other hand. Then, in a grotesque motion, the mermaid drove that hand into her own stomach and began pulling something out from inside herself. A glowing orb formed from her mouth, shining with dangerous power as it locked onto Kang Gyoma as its target. As the attack built up and the danger became obvious, Rachel and Weapon shouted at the same time, their voices cutting through the chaos. "Dodge, Kang Gyoma." Kang Gyoma froze for a split second, stunned by the impossible timing. How was he supposed to dodge something like this? Then a flash exploded across his vision, and the entire world around him shifted. A moment later, Kang Gyoma found himself standing in the middle of a vast expanse of water, beneath a sky so clear it felt completely disconnected from the battlefield. Where was he? Somehow, against all logic, Kang Gyoma was standing on the surface of the water as if it were solid ground. He lowered his hand and touched the surface, only to feel real water ripple beneath his fingers. While Kang Gyoma tried to make sense of what was happening, a red glow suddenly appeared nearby, cutting into the calm scenery like a warning. Kang Gyoma reacted instantly, his body moving to dodge even before his thoughts caught up. At that same moment, a voice declared with chilling clarity, "Cut complete." Then he was back in reality, and a red slash mark burned across his vision like a path carved directly into the air. Kang Gyoma drew another sashimi knife and dropped into a defensive crouch, his body tightening as he prepared for the next movement. He sprang forward into a leaping slash, and the blade left a vivid red trail behind it as it tore through the space ahead. A massive shockwave erupted from the strike, powerful enough to drain the lake-like magic and break apart the spell that had been swallowing the battlefield. Kang Gyoma stared at the aftermath, breath catching as the force of what had just happened hit him. What the hell was that? Immediately after, the mermaid's body was lying motionless on the ground. As the power around her faded, her pale, wrinkled skin slowly came into view. Kang Gyoma stood in the middle of the blood-soaked earth, surrounded by the heavy stench of the battlefield. Even then, he kept gripping the butcher knife tightly, his eyes fixed on the monster's body. For one brief moment, it seemed like the fight might finally be over. But it was not finished yet. A severed piece of the mermaid's body twitched and convulsed on the ground, and a weak, ugly groan slipped from the monster's throat. Rachel and Weapon stood frozen where they were, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. Kang Gyoma had done something so unbelievable that neither of them could fully process it. At that exact moment, a cold and precise slash cut through the air, taking the mermaid's head cleanly and without a trace of mercy. Her severed head dropped and rolled across the muddy ground. Weapon's eyes widened in horror and disbelief as the truth finally settled over him. They had actually won. Kang Gyoma had defeated a demon by himself, and he was still only a first-year student. Right then, Kang Gyoma suddenly spat out a large gush of blood. With every bit of strength drained from his body, he collapsed to his knees, clutching his wounds as blood sprayed out around him. Rachel's face went pale as she shouted his name. "Kang Gyoma!" Without hesitating, she rushed straight toward him. Leon, who had finally recovered enough to move, slowly pushed himself upright. Weapon turned toward him, relief washing across his face. "Leon, thank goodness." Then from somewhere nearby, the sound of approaching footsteps began to grow louder. Weapon turned toward the sound, his body tensing again as worry crept back into his expression. For one frightening second, Weapon wondered if the mermaids that had escaped were coming back for another attack. But instead, it was Abel and her team emerging into view. Weapon let out a breath of relief and murmured, "Thank God. You're finally here." As Abel's group stepped deeper into the area, one of her teammates saw the aftermath and screamed in shock. Holy crap, what is that? Spread out before them was a scene of complete chaos. The cave reeked heavily of blood, and the mermaid's body had been hacked apart across the ground. Someone in Abel's group sucked in a sharp breath and muttered, "Damn, that's a mermaid." None of them could believe what they were seeing. Questions burst out one after another in panicked voices. Why was a mermaid even here? How had something like that been carved into pieces? The whole sight was so absurd, it barely felt real. Rachel ignored all of their shocked chatter and focused only on Kang Gyoma. She held him close, her face tight with fear as she looked over his wounds and kept calling to him. Kang Geoma, stay with me. Hang in there. Abel stood there, stunned for a moment, watching Rachel cling to Kang Geoma with open worry. A strange thought crossed her mind before she could stop it. Why were they acting so close? Leon stepped closer, but as he moved, his eyes accidentally met Abel's. For a brief second, tension sparked between them, sharp and silent, before Leon forced a strained smile onto his face. Abel's irritation rose as she watched him try to keep himself composed. His team had nearly been wiped out, yet their leader was standing there pretending to be calm. The feeling left a bitter taste in her mouth. Still, Abel spoke up and got straight to the point. I've already contacted the academy. If things go smoothly, the instructors should arrive within an hour. Then Abel's gaze swept over the ruined cave and the butchered demon remains. But what the hell happened here? Weapon's face twisted with irritation as he answered. Those damn instructors said this cursed island had already been surveyed. So how does a mermaid show up here and turn everything into this disaster? Abel grew impatient and pressed him for a real explanation. All right, then spill it. Weapon snapped back immediately. Are you ordering me around? Abel fired back, just as annoyed. Why do you always twist things like that? I'm asking, and honestly, you probably wouldn't believe it anyway. After a tense pause, Weapon clicked his tongue and gave in. Fine, I'll tell you. Explaining this kind of mess is my specialty anyway. Weapon then began laying out everything that had happened, recounting the entire encounter to Abel and the rest of her team. After hearing the story, Abel stared at him in disbelief. So you're saying a mermaid appeared out of nowhere, and Kang Geoma stepped forward to fight it alone? Weapon gave a small shrug, as if even he still could not fully believe it. Yeah, pretty much. Abel's thoughts immediately started racing. A first-year student had single-handedly brought down an unannounced demon? Even the legends she had heard from her grandfather did not sound this outrageous. It was almost impossible to accept, but looking at the scene in front of her, Abel had no choice but to believe it. After all, they had no reason to lie about something this serious. Abel had been born into an epic legacy, carrying the blood of House Nibelung and the heroic history tied to Valor Joaquin and Aron Nibelung. With a background like that, people had expected her to be special from the moment she was born. But Abel had never wanted to drown in the weight of her bloodline, so she had trained relentlessly, sharpening her talent until she reached her current position. And yet Kang Geoma, a commoner with no grand family name behind him, possessed skills so extraordinary that Abel could not help but admire it. Was the gap between them really that wide? The feeling twisting inside Abel was complicated: fear, awe, respect, and a strange sting to her pride. For a moment, she even wondered if Kang Geoma was something beyond ordinary human limits. Abel quickly turned to her team and gave an order. Hey, use your blessing and heal him. One of the girls stepped forward to treat Kang Geoma. His body looked so battered and torn that he almost seemed like a corpse, and Abel could only stare while the same thought repeated in her mind. He was the same age as her, yet he had defeated a demon alone. It was unbelievable. Weapon looked back at Abel and asked, "You said you contacted the academy, right?" Abel nodded without hesitation. "Yeah, that's correct." Weapon's expression darkened. "Then maybe we shouldn't tell the instructors the full story. They're the ones who said this island had already been surveyed." Abel's eyes narrowed as she understood what he was implying. "Yeah, something about this doesn't feel right. No matter how large Scopuli Island was, this cave was not hidden well enough to be impossible to find. And yet a demon had appeared here anyway. That simple fact did not add up." Before Weapon could continue, Leon cut in, his voice low and tense. "Are you saying there might be a demon spy inside the academy?" A heavy silence dropped over the entire group. Weapon hesitated, then stammered out a careful answer. "Not exactly, but we can't rule it out either. This part of the island was not some unreachable secret location. Someone should have known about it. Just as Weapon had said, if Kang Geoma had not been there, Leon's entire team might have been wiped out by the demon. But the question was why, for 700 years of peace, even with conflicts still happening in the world, demons had never directly attacked students from Joaquin Academy. Under the agreed terms, an incident like this could easily become the spark of war. As Abel imagined that terrifying possibility, a chill ran through her body and made the hairs on the back of her neck stand up. Weapon noticed the look on her face and lightly patted her shoulder. "Abel, I know what you're thinking, but that's taking it a little too far. Suspecting a spy isn't unreasonable," Weapon continued. "But we don't have enough to decide that from this incident alone," Leon added. "Then in that case, we should get our stories straight. If there really is a spy and word spreads that Kang Geoma took down a demon by himself, he could become a target." Still, the thought left a bad feeling behind. Keeping quiet about what Kang Guillaume had done felt wrong too, almost like burying the truth when he had risked everything. Abel thought for a moment, then offered another option. Why don't we consult my grandfather, the Sword Emperor? After that decision was made, the group managed to return safely to Joaquin Academy. By then, the sky above the academy was still a clear, gentle blue, with white clouds drifting lazily under the warm golden sunlight. A soft breeze slipped through the open window, carrying the calm of the outside world into the quiet room. Sometime later, Kang Guillaume slowly opened his eyes, his vision still hazy and unfocused. He looked around weakly and muttered, "A hospital bed?" He lifted one hand with effort, staring at it as the truth sank in. He was still alive. Right before the mermaid died, she had released a magic attack that had felt almost impossible to avoid. But Kang Guillaume remembered seeing the sashimi knife slice straight through it, and the magic had burst apart like a water balloon. Was that really water? And what was that strange feeling that had passed through him in that moment? Ever since Kang Guillaume activated the blessing of the sword god, the sensations inside him had become harder and harder to put into words. Lying there weakly, he breathed out a single thought. Blessing. A translucent status window opened before Kang Guillaume's eyes, listing the details of the blessing of the sword god. When he slashed, the target would be cut. His body level remained at B. The restrictions on sword use had loosened, and his mental level had risen from B to B+, giving his speech and movements a heavier, more imposing aura. His weapon level showed A, though the next unlock conditions still had not been met, and his synchronization rate had climbed from 6.8% to 7.2%. Seeing that mental level increase, Kang Guillaume let out a faint, amused breath. So that was why he had not frozen in fear before the demon. The effect of the blessing had been quietly supporting his mind the whole time, and the more Kang Guillaume thought about it, the more incredible it seemed. His synchronization rate now sat at 7.2%, small in number, but impossible for him to ignore. If it reached 15%, Kang Guillaume would be able to read the path ahead and unlock the next condition tied to the blessing of the sword god. Did that change happen because of the mermaid's magic? Was that the moment something inside the blessing opened? While Kang Guillaume was still lost in thought, Director Medea suddenly rushed into the room and pulled him into a tight hug, her voice trembling as she fought back tears. "Kang Guillaume, I was so worried something terrible had happened to you," Director Medea said, holding him as if confirming he was really alive. "Those damn instructors had the nerve to say they surveyed the island properly. Honestly, I want to beat every single one of them." Kang Guillaume broke into a nervous sweat under the force of her hug and barely managed to speak. "Director Medea, hold on a second." Director Medea laughed awkwardly and loosened her grip a little. Sorry, I got too worked up." Even while apologizing, she kept talking and began rummaging through her pockets. "Oh, right. This too. Where did I put it?" Director Medea muttered, patting around as she searched. "I know I had it with me somewhere." At last, her hand closed around what she was looking for. "Found it. Take this. It's your midterm reward." She presented Morasami to him, a blade so clean and sharp that its surface gleamed like a mirror. Kang Guillaume stared at the weapon Director Medea had brought him, stunned into silence. His eyes stayed fixed on it without blinking, as if the blade itself had pulled all his attention away from the room. The weapon's information appeared before him next. It was a B-rank weapon at level 25, with an attack power of 1670. Noticing how intensely Kang Guillaume was staring, Director Medea smiled gently and said, "I hope you'll like it. I was supposed to present it to you in a more formal setting, but with everything that happened, I'm sorry it had to be like this." Then Director Medea sensed someone waiting nearby. Her gaze shifted toward the entrance, and her voice rose as she called out, "Hey, old man, why are you acting so shy? Come in already." Kang Guillaume followed her gaze and realized someone was being pointed out, forcing the Sword Emperor, Siegfried von Nibelung, to finally step into the room. Siegfried adjusted his tone as he entered, clearly trying to keep the conversation under control. "Medea, how many times have I told you not to call me that?" Director Medea only leaned into the teasing. A 70-year-old man acting like a timid teenage girl is a strange sight, you know. Feeling the odd atmosphere between them, Kang Guillaume glanced from one to the other and asked carefully, "Sword Emperor, why are you here, sir?" Director Medea's expression softened, and she answered in Siegfried's place. "We came for the same reason. We've already heard the full story from your group, Kang Guillaume. On behalf of Joaquin Academy," she said, her voice becoming serious, "we owe you an apology." Director Medea and Siegfried both bowed their heads to him. The sudden change in mood left Kang Guillaume completely bewildered, and Director Medea continued speaking before he could respond. "What happened during the midterm exam was the Academy's responsibility. If you and your team had not acted, every student there could have been in serious danger. I, Medea poison. As director of Joaquin Academy, swear that I will uncover the cause behind this demon incident. Siegfried added in a calmer but equally firm voice. You saved those students, Kang Guillaume. Kang Guillaume became visibly flustered by the praise. He turned his gaze aside, awkwardly dodging their serious expressions. I only did what I could, Kang Guillaume said, his voice quieter than usual. Director Medea looked at him with sincere approval. What you did was admirable, but until we have a clear investigation, this incident needs to remain confidential. It's ironic for the director to say this, she continued, but this is now an internal academy matter. I'm truly sorry, Kang Guillaume. I should have been paying closer attention to you. Kang Guillaume understood that everyone had their own duties, burdens, and responsibilities to carry. Not wanting the atmosphere to grow heavier, he gave her a small smile and said, It's fine. Seeing how calmly Kang Guillaume accepted it, Director Medea finally looked a little relieved. All right. Thank you for everything. After that, the three of them continued talking for a while, most of their words circling back to concern for Kang Guillaume and the aftermath of the incident. Eventually, Director Medea and Siegfried left the hospital room together, leaving Kang Guillaume behind to rest. As their footsteps faded down the hallway, the afternoon light streamed softly through the hospital windows, casting long, quiet bands of brightness across the floor. After walking a little farther, Director Medea paused in that pale light and looked ahead with a distant expression. Then she asked, Do you remember? The sudden question caught Siegfried off guard, and for a moment he looked at her as if he had no idea what memory she was reaching for. Director Medea did not wait for him to answer. On our first day at the academy, you were sprawled across a chair like you owned the place. I told you to move, she continued, and you drew your sword on me while saying, Don't order me around, grunt. The old memory made Siegfried fall silent for a moment. Then, after a short pause, he replied flatly, I don't recall that. Director Medea stared at him for a beat, then looked away again. It's already been 60 years. Time really does pass quickly. And yet, she added, 60 years is not even a fraction of Joaquin Academy's history. It's funny, isn't it? When we first entered, the Academy had already existed for ages, carrying a long history filled with great and small events. For 700 years, it has trained students and protected them. As Director Medea spoke, the air around her changed, and the softness in her expression slowly disappeared. Suddenly, the glass barrier outside shattered with a sharp, violent crash. A green shield instantly rose between them and the falling shards, stopping the broken glass before it could scatter across the hallway. Director Medea's face was now burning with anger. Her eyes, usually composed, filled with a hatred so intense it chilled the space around her. Memories flashed through her mind. Before the midterm exam, she had received reports from the instructors claiming they had surveyed the area again and again. Since Scopuli Island was a place where mermaids could possibly appear, the Academy had supposedly taken extra precautions. Even as Director Medea's anger spilled into the air, Siegfried did not look surprised. He simply stepped closer and placed a steady hand on her shoulder. Realizing she had let her emotions break through, Director Medea turned back with a strained smile. Sorry, I got a little worked up. Siegfried looked at her skeptically, clearly not fooled by that smile. Trying to lighten the mood, Director Medea shifted the conversation and said, Come on, though. That Kang Guillaume is amazing, isn't he? Kang Guillaume had taken down a mermaid completely on his own. Siegfried von Nibelung fell into quiet thought, his expression turning serious. Kang Guillaume truly was a natural talent. Over the years, Siegfried had seen countless so-called prodigies and chosen children appear brightly for a moment, only to vanish just as quickly, like shooting stars burning out in the night sky. The heroic clans were always hungry for fame and recognition. The moment one of their children showed even a little brilliance, those families rushed to brand them as geniuses. Even with his own granddaughter, Abel, Siegfried had forbidden people from throwing that word around carelessly. But if there really was someone worthy of being called a true genius, it might be that kid. With more battle experience and time to grow, there was no telling how far Kang Guillaume could climb. But Kang Guillaume eventually reached the realm that Siegfried himself had once dreamed of touching. Without saying anything more, Siegfried walked past Director Medea, leaving her staring after him with a puzzled look. Then Siegfried spoke over his shoulder in his usual calm tone. I'll be staying at the academy for a while. Director Medea did not look surprised at all, and simply smiled. All right, then help me clean up this mess. Director Medea added immediately. Siegfried was caught off guard by the sudden task and answered flatly, No. Director Medea stared at him, wondering what exactly was wrong with that stubborn old man. Siegfried only looked back at her with a calm, unreadable expression, as if refusing her request had been the most natural thing in the world. After that, life at Joaquin Academy slowly began returning to normal. And Guillaume eventually appeared in class again, though a faint shadow of sadness and deep thought still lingered around him. Under Director Medea's orders, the truth about him slaying the mermaid on Scopuli Island was kept hidden from the public. It felt a little smug to think this way, but Kangioma knew that, because the mermaid had been stopped, everyone around him could still laugh and act cheerful like this. After leaving the hospital, Kangioma headed straight to the Academy Forge to have Murasame enhanced. With the blessing of the sword god, Murasame was no longer just an ordinary weapon. If it was going to keep serving as his damage-dealing blade, upgrading it was absolutely necessary. Kangioma placed the weapon before the blacksmith and said, "Enhance this for me." The blacksmith accepted it without hesitation. "Got it. Since it's the 700th anniversary, the enhancement is free. Come back in a week," the blacksmith added, his enthusiasm rising as he looked over the weapon. Feeling like he had caught a lucky break, Kangioma nodded. "All right. I'm hoping the enhancement is a complete success." While Kangioma was still thinking about the upgrade, a familiar voice called out to him, "Kangioma." He turned and saw Chloe Auditory moving toward him on crutches. She looked him over with concern and asked, "You're already out of the hospital? Are you feeling okay?" When Kangioma noticed the bandages wrapped around Chloe's leg, his eyes narrowed with worry. "Why are you here?" Chloe let out a light laugh, trying to make the injury seem less serious than it looked. "Aha, I ended up like this. But thanks to Weapon's quick first aid, the doctor said I'll be off the crutches in a week and walking normally again." She tapped her chest with confidence and added, "I'm still from the Auditory family after all." Chloe smiled brightly, almost proudly, and seeing that expression made Kangioma feel quietly relieved. More than anything, he was glad to see her alive, healthy, and smiling in front of him. Then Kangioma asked, "Nothing else happened, right?" Chloe tilted her head and answered, "Well, I heard Director Medea and the Academy Council of Elders are clashing." Kangioma thought back on the incident, realizing again that they had survived thanks to everyone working together. Chloe had gone alone to get help. Rachel had fought off a horde by herself, and Weapon had supported the group with healing and first aid. But then Kangioma's thoughts paused on Leon. What exactly had Leon done back then? Had he only led the group and helped defeat the demon? Or had Leon been the first one ambushed before everything spiraled out of control? The calm mood broke before Kangioma could think any deeper. Teacher Lai appeared at the classroom door and shouted, "Everyone quiet." He seemed to be in a rush as his voice boomed across the room. "Keep order and sit down. Before training begins, I have a sudden announcement. We'll be having a new instructor. Let me introduce him." The students looked toward the entrance in confusion, their eyes widening one by one as Siegfried von Nibelung walked in slowly, carrying himself with quiet dignity. In an instant, every pair of eyes in the classroom locked onto him. Siegfried stepped up to the podium and crossed his arms, standing there as if the entire room naturally belonged under his command. The students began whispering in disbelief. "Is that the Sword Emperor? So cool," someone breathed. Meanwhile, Teacher Lai bowed at a perfect 90 degrees, trembling slightly as his eyes darted around the room. Kangioma stared at Siegfried from his seat, and his expression ended up looking almost exactly like everyone else's. What was that old man doing here? Elsewhere, in another room far from the classroom, someone was struck hard and sent flying backward, their body trembling as they hit the ground. "Sorry," the person stammered, but the apology barely left their mouth before another sharp slap knocked them down again. The trembling figure tried again, voice shaking with fear. "I'm sorry, Miss Kim." Standing before them was Choi Seol-ah, her glare dark and sinister enough to freeze the air. Choi Seol-ah's fury exploded as she roared. "The 5th Legion commander is extremely pissed." She pulled out something that looked like a rainbow-colored worm and held it near her tongue, her expression twisting with disgust and anger. "Why weren't you more careful back then? You really do have a talent for making people furious." Choi Seol-ah snapped. The elder who had just been struck could only lower his head and mutter another weak "Sorry," thinking that might finally be enough. The elder braced himself in silence, only to be hit yet again. Choi Seol-ah leaned in close, her voice dropping into a dangerous growl. "Try saying sorry one more time." The elder shook from the repeated blows, barely able to keep himself together. "Hick, yes," the elder stammered. Choi Seol-ah glanced aside, watching him carefully before continuing. "I told you to bring Leon back barely alive, and even that was too hard. Even if he's a hero candidate, you couldn't simply let the plan proceed. You even brought a mermaid with you and still failed. And because of that basic mistake, the Sword Emperor is now staying at this academy." Hearing that, the elder clutched his aching face, his expression twisted with fear as he pleaded in an apologetic voice. Professor Kim lost her patience completely, her voice sharpening as she snapped at him. Do my words sound like nothing more than wind brushing past your ears? Before the elder could even answer, her foot shot out and slammed squarely into his face. After being struck again and again, the elder finally clamped a hand over his mouth, too terrified to let another careless word slip out. But inside, his rage boiled over in silence. Damn it. Damn it. For a mere teacher to treat him like this, given his status, it was something unheard of, humiliating, and utterly unacceptable. Professor Kim bent down toward him with a mocking smile tugging at her lips. Her gaze swept over the blood staining him, and she sneered in disgust. So much blood, absolutely filthy. Then she continued without the slightest trace of pity. How ridiculous. A mermaid was actually brought down by first-year students. Her expression shifted with a faint hint of amusement. Surprising, yes. But with the students who entered this year, I suppose nothing is completely impossible. The elder hurried to correct her, his voice trembling as he forced the words out. It was one student who did it, ma'am. Professor Kim's eyes immediately turned cold as she looked down at him. Leon. The elder shook his head at once, panic flashing across his face as he quickly denied it. No, ma'am, it wasn't him. That answer made Professor Kim pause. Her brows drew together and her voice dropped with impatience. Then, who was it? I hate people who dance around the answer. Spit it out. Remembering what had happened, the elder lowered his gaze and hesitated for a moment, as if even saying the name made him uneasy. Then, in a low voice, he finally answered, the one who acted was this year's top student, Kang Gyoma. Professor Kim's expression stiffened at once. Her narrowed eyes held on that name, and she muttered under her breath, almost as if confirming it to herself. Kang Gyoma, the one who entered through special admission. She lifted one hand and purple flames began to flicker above her palm like restless spirits. With irritation still lingering in her voice, she murmured, Is that so? And she slowly licked her lips, her eyes gleaming as though a new and interesting idea had just crossed her mind. The purple flames suddenly surged toward the candy bag in her hand, blackening it in an instant, and a strange burnt sweetness spread through the air. The next morning, the academy courtyard rang with the steady rhythm of training. Footsteps hit the ground in unison as a chant echoed through the open air. 1, 2, 3, 4. Louder, Teacher Lee called out from the front, pushing Wolf class through another round of endurance running without giving anyone room to slack off. The students sucked in their breath and shouted again, forcing their voices to rise with the pounding of their feet. 1, 2, 3, 4. Nearby, Chloe Auditor sat on a stone bench, unable to join because of her injured leg. Even so, she watched the class with a helpless little smile, raising her hand and waving warmly as she called out, Keep it up! Unlike his first miserable attempt at keeping pace, Kang Gyoma was finally starting to adapt to Teacher Lee's rhythm. But when his eyes drifted toward Chloe resting peacefully on the bench, a strange sparkle of envy crossed his face. Ha ha, I'm so jealous. They always said nothing in life came easily, and Kang Gyoma was feeling that truth with every breath. Just as he finally managed to catch a little air, a loud voice suddenly rang out beside him and startled him. So slow. Did you hurt your leg during the last exam? The one running beside him was none other than Siegfried von Nibelung, the new instructor. He wore a bright green tracksuit that made him stand out immediately among the students, and despite his age, he looked even more energetic than Kang Gyoma. Kang Gyoma quickly straightened his voice and answered, No, sir. But inside, surprise and suspicion struck him at the same time. What is going on? Why is he suddenly running right next to me? Siegfried von Nibelung, known as the Sword Saint, was Valor Joaquin's right hand. He was the original bearer of that legendary title, the warrior praised as humanity's strongest. During the Second War, Siegfried had personally trained Leon in swordsmanship, making him a major figure who appeared in the middle portion of the original game's storyline. A worried look crept across Kang Gyoma's face as he silently complained in his heart, Please, just go to Leon instead. The main storyline had already veered far off course, and the thought only made him more uneasy. Wait, didn't Leon fail in the end to inherit the Sword Saint title? Back on the forums, players had desperately wanted Leon to obtain that title, but nobody ever managed to make it happen. The developers had even stated directly, Leon achieving the Sword Saint title is impossible. We apologize for the inconvenience. At the time, that announcement had caused a huge uproar. So if Leon never managed to claim the title, did that mean it was fine for the Sword Saint himself to be running alongside Kang Gyoma now? No. There was no way that could be fine. This was annoying in the worst possible way. What was he supposed to do now? His anxiety only grew as the other students stared at him, looking at him as if a four-star general had suddenly started escorting him personally. After they had been running in silence for a while, Siegfried finally spoke again. A warrior's foundation is stamina and endurance. No matter how much talent you possess, if your body is weak and your will breaks easily, then you're useless. You'll never be able to draw out the potential hidden inside you. Basic training is what supports every bit of growth you'll have in the future. Don't slack off. Focus. Being pushed first by Teacher Lee, and now by the Sword Saint himself, Kang Guillaume felt dread and helplessness settling heavily over him. Yes, Kang Guillaume answered at first, still catching his breath. But when the pressure beside him sharpened, he raised his voice immediately. Yes, I understand. Seeing that Kang Guillaume had obediently accepted the lesson, the Sword Saint glanced at him from the corner of his eye and gave a small, satisfied nod. Good. The moment the word left his mouth, Siegfried shot forward like a flash of lightning, cutting through the air with terrifying speed and leaving Kang Guillaume far behind, with only the whistle's call ringing around him. Kang Guillaume stared after him, stunned. Is this old man getting younger? Is he aging backward? Or something. In the game, the Sword Saint had always been a mysterious figure, someone who rarely appeared and never stayed in one place for long. Yet for some reason, Siegfried had not only visited Kang Guillaume twice while he was in the hospital, but now he had even taken charge of teaching Wolf class. After the exhausting training session left everyone dripping with sweat, the Sword Saint gathered the students together and announced, "From now on, personal weapons are forbidden during outdoor training." He then dragged out a large bag packed full of replacement weapons. Spears, swords, shovels, shields. There was a strange mix of almost everything piled inside. The students stared at the pile in confusion, their faces practically covered in question marks as they tried to understand what he was thinking. The Sword Saint continued calmly, as if the bewildered looks meant nothing to him. Instead, each of you will choose a weapon from this collection and use it until you become accustomed to it. Kang Guillaume's eyes widened in shock. Even his sashimi knife counted. Around him, other students immediately began murmuring with doubt. But my weapon is a family heirloom. A brown-haired male student stepped forward and asked carefully, "Sword Saint, wouldn't training with our heirloom weapons be better for our future growth? Why ban them?" The question had clearly been expected, because the Sword Saint merely closed his eyes with a calm, unreadable expression. Then, after a brief pause, he answered in a steady voice. "Good question. But before anything else, every warrior must first build a proper foundation. If you rely too heavily on high-grade weapons, you'll begin neglecting your own training. Eventually, you'll mistake the strength of the weapon for your own ability." The student reacted as if the words had stung him, and his voice rose louder. "But shouldn't we get used to them so we can cover our weaknesses?" Several students around him nodded along, though some looked like they were only trying to curry favor. The Sword Saint's reply was blunt and merciless. No matter how fine a weapon may be, if the person holding it lacks skill, then it's nothing more than junk. A true master doesn't blame his equipment. That is the end of the discussion. Kang Guillaume flinched slightly at those words, as if they had struck closer to home than expected. But a moment later, the corners of his mouth lifted into a faint smile. Satisfied, Kang Guillaume nodded inwardly. Exactly. He couldn't have said it better himself. When the students continued murmuring among themselves, the Sword Saint slammed his staff hard against the ground, instantly drawing every eye back to him. "Master your basic skills, and any weapon will feel natural in your hands. Those who become proficient with standard weapons will receive high scores in the year-end promotion exam." The moment the students heard about that tempting reward, the entire crowd erupted with excitement. "Really? Move, I'm first." In seconds, the pile of worn-out training weapons became the center of a noisy scramble as everyone rushed forward to grab one. Kang Guillaume stood off to the side, still a little bewildered by how quickly the atmosphere had changed. Everyone was suddenly fired up, rushing around with shining eyes, and he had to admit that Siegfried's words were painfully accurate. To think Kang Guillaume had assumed the man was only here as a punching bag for Director Medea's frustration. After the others had swarmed the weapon pile, Kang Guillaume slowly walked toward what was left behind. His gaze moved over the scattered scraps until it stopped on one item no one else had touched, the lonely sashimi knife resting quietly among the weapons. The moment Kang Guillaume saw it, disappointment crept across his face. If he had known things would turn out like this, he would have chosen more carefully. Still, he reached down and picked up the sashimi knife, and at that exact moment, Siegfried's eyes locked onto him. Kang Guillaume felt the danger in that stare almost immediately. He glanced sideways, bracing himself for some comment or warning, but Siegfried simply watched him in silence without saying a single word. Once everyone returned to formation, Siegfried addressed the class again. "Today, you'll be sparring in pairs so you can get used to those weapons." The announcement sent a wave of unease through the students. "Seriously? We're not using a virtual space? If we do this for real, Someone's going to get hurt? Hearing those timid complaints rising around him, Siegfried's expression remained firm. You entered this academy to inherit the legacy of the 7-star heroes and to become real warriors worthy of that path. A warrior only grows through real combat training, the kind that carries danger with it. His voice stayed calm, but the weight behind it made everyone listen. However, pointing blades at one another without preparation can be fatal. So before you begin sparring, I'll demonstrate a match first. The crowd immediately burst into excited whispers. That's amazing! We actually get to watch the Sword Emperor fight. Unbelievable. We've only ever seen this kind of thing in VR. Teacher Lee quickly shouted over the noise. Quiet! Teacher Lee's voice cut through the commotion as he glared across the group. No talking during class, but even Teacher Lee couldn't hide how nervous he was about Siegfried's sparring demonstration. Sweat gathered on his face and his legs nearly trembled beneath him. I'm Liu Bian, one of the Academy's top educators, but in my entire career I've never been thrown into a situation this dangerous. Even if it's only a demonstration, my opponent is still the Sword Emperor. Mom, I'm sorry, I don't think I'll be making it home this spring. Teacher Lee swallowed hard. Feeling as if this might truly be the end, forcing himself to stay composed, he prepared to echo Siegfried's instruction, only to freeze the instant he heard the name being called. Student Kang Guillaume. In an instant, every pair of eyes on the training ground turned toward Kang Guillaume. Siegfried's voice rang out clearly, leaving no room for misunderstanding. Step up here. A cold, sharp gleam spread through the air like pale morning mist, and the tension of the training ground suddenly transformed into roaring excitement. Cheers and startled cries echoed from every direction. The students gripped their own weapons tightly, glancing back and forth between their blades and Siegfried's. Awe filled their faces as they cried out. Incredible! How can someone fight with nothing but scrap iron? And we're actually going to see Siegfried and Kang Guillaume face off right in front of us, another student whispered, barely able to contain the excitement. This is unbelievable. Kang Guillaume's mood changed at once after taking in the situation. He slowly closed and opened his eyes, again and again, trying to steady himself. A master standing at the peak of swordsmanship is watching me. The air feels heavier than before. Even the wind has shifted. His stance, the way he grips his sword, the angle of the blade, everything is flawless. Every single part of him is aimed directly at me. Then Siegfried's voice suddenly snapped Kang Guillaume back to the present. Are your bones steady yet, kid? Without even thinking to hesitate, Kang Guillaume felt excitement surge up through his chest. His voice came out firm and clear as he answered, Yes, sir, they're steady. Siegfried's sword caught the light with a sharp gleam. His gaze stayed fixed on Kang Guillaume as he gave the next command. Then raise your sword. That commanding tone struck Kang Guillaume hard, dragging him into a brief but heavy moment of thought. Even if this was only supposed to be a swordsmanship exchange, it clearly wasn't that simple. Wasn't this going a little too far? Kang Guillaume had only just left the hospital. His body had recovered after resting, but maybe because of the blessing of the sword god, his instincts were already screaming for victory. But his reason pushed back against that urge. His opponent was Siegfried. There was no gentle outcome waiting here. If Kang Guillaume was lucky, he might lose an arm. If luck abandoned him, he could lose his life. And on top of that, far too many people were watching. His thoughts spun wildly. Why isn't my blessing helping me right now? His instincts kept shouting at him to fight, but Kang Guillaume knew he had already drifted far away from the original storyline. Thinking about the consequences waiting after a reckless choice, he quickly realized he needed an excuse to step back. So without wasting another second, Kang Guillaume raised his voice and called out, I'm no match for you, sir. Please sheath your sword. Naturally, the students behind him immediately began mocking him. Haha, just get beaten already. Coward, their jeering laughter spread through the crowd and showed no sign of stopping. But Kang Guillaume's gaze did not waver. They could laugh so freely because it had nothing to do with them. Honestly, if he swung his arms seriously, most of those carefree students would be saying goodbye to this world. Kang Guillaume stared straight at Siegfried, and veins began to stand out on the old warrior's forehead. Siegfried's voice turned icy and furious. You don't even have the pride of a swordsman? How long do you think you can survive by hiding that strength? No matter how talented you are, you'll achieve nothing like that. Truly a coward. Siegfried had not spoken loudly enough for the others to hear, but the chill in those words echoed sharply in Kang Guillaume's ears. No pride as a swordsman? My self-respect? A trace of dissatisfaction appeared in Kang Guillaume's eyes, as if he were questioning himself from the inside. First of all, he had always wanted to become the greatest swordsman in the world. And second, he had no real reason to lower his blade here. He's provoking me on purpose. Kang Guillaume could feel it clearly now. This whole atmosphere was pushing him to run away, and if he actually fell for it, he would regret that choice for the rest of his life. Kang Guillaume slowly opened his hand, then clenched it tightly around the sashimi knife. Veins rose across the back of his hand as he gripped the unimpressive weapon that no one had bothered to notice before. One by one, every eye turned toward him, and anticipation filled the students' faces. Teacher Lee hurried forward in alarm, shouting, "Wait, wait, student Kang Guillaume!" But before he could get any closer, Siegfried lifted one hand and silently stopped him. Siegfried's gaze sharpened, burning with intensity as he looked at Kang Guillaume. "Looks like you've made your choice." As if Kang Guillaume had been waiting for this exact moment, he stood before everyone and declared in a bold, steady voice, "Student Kang Guillaume requests your guidance." The sashimi knife slid free from its sheath, and in that same instant, the blessing of the sword god awakened. A soundless void seemed to open around them. Their focus narrowed until nothing else mattered, and when their blades finally met, the difference in age between the two warriors became meaningless. Within that pitch-black stillness, Kang Guillaume began moving forward step by step. Thud, thud. Each footfall landed with a clear, heavy sound. Siegfried took a defensive stance and watched Kang Guillaume approach. Memories flashed through his mind, sharp and vivid. Even at 70 years old, that one moment still burned in his memory. Digging back through the years of his childhood, Siegfried remembered the time he first grasped the essence of swordsmanship as a young boy. While training on a mountain, he had encountered a wandering knight with severed hands and tattered clothes. That knight had come toward him as if to take his sword. And in the middle of Siegfried's shock and disbelief, what he witnessed was nothing more than a basic sword stroke. Yet that simple movement felt like an unshakable declaration. The knight's swordsmanship had reached the very realm Siegfried had spent his life dreaming of. Siegfried's focus deepened as he observed Kang Guillaume carefully. This was the same boy he had first noticed during the placement test. Kang Guillaume still had the frame of a young student, but his eyes carried an authority far beyond his age. Kang Guillaume. If it was this boy, then perhaps he might hold the clue to that holy land, the realm beyond the one Siegfried had pursued for so long. A burning heart faced a cold blade. Setting aside the name and title of Siegfried von Nibelung, he wanted to stand before Kang Guillaume simply as one warrior facing another. Siegfried released a plain, straightforward slash, but the blade flashed with terrifying precision as it cut directly toward Kang Guillaume. But Kang Guillaume's figure blurred in an instant, leaving only an afterimage behind as he slipped away from the path of the attack. Siegfried von Nibelung did not show the slightest hint of panic. His eyes calmly tracked Kang Guillaume's movement, instantly calculating where the boy would appear next, and his sword swept sideways in a clean horizontal slash toward that predicted spot. The blade flashed through the darkness once again, sharp enough to split the air, but Kang Guillaume slipped away with effortless precision, as if he could feel the fighting spirit surging toward him before the attack even arrived. A faint smile curved across Kang Guillaume's lips. His eyes lifted slightly, and against the dark scenery, his silhouette looked almost unreal, with only the glint of his blade shining like a small, distinct point of light. Without giving Siegfried even a breath of pause, Kang Guillaume suddenly dropped from above, diving down with the speed and sharpness of a falling blade. Below him, Siegfried tightened his grip around his sword and prepared to meet the attack head-on. The instant their weapons collided, a shrill metallic cry rang out across the entire space. A flash of approval appeared in Siegfried's eyes. Instead of avoiding the clash, Kang Guillaume had chosen to attack directly from the front. The path of Kang Guillaume's blade was strange, almost like the flight of a swallow cutting through the air. As Siegfried struck, Kang Guillaume twisted his sashimi knife to meet the blow, his movements smooth and polished like a seasoned professional. The thin blade drew a clean arc, producing a sharp sound as if it had sliced straight through space itself. When Kang Guillaume countered, Siegfried immediately raised his sword to block. Every collision between them threw off sparks like small bursts of fire. Siegfried's sword carried the weight of a lifetime's worth of skill and battle experience, while Kang Guillaume's knife held a mysterious force that seemed to push beyond ordinary human limits. As Siegfried felt the power behind Kang Guillaume's movements, his thoughts sharpened. The boy's physical ability still could not compare to his own, but he had never expected Kang Guillaume's footwork to be this light. Even so, Siegfried's sword was not something so light and easy to overcome. His gaze hardened, and in the next instant he released a brilliant slash that shone across the battlefield. The expressions of the students watching from outside shifted all at once. One of them stared with widened eyes and muttered in disbelief. Unbelievable. His fight with Nox was already shocking, but wasn't that virtual match supposed to be just luck? Another student whispered. Wolf class is supposed to be weak, and Kang Guillaume is only a special admission student with some talent at best. And why did Siegfried choose him for a spar? Someone else murmured, unable to hide the confusion. Does he really care that much about one special admit? Their faces twisted with jealousy and irritation as they whispered among themselves. I hope Siegfried teaches him a lesson. It'd be perfect if Kang Jioma ended up crying miserably. While those petty thoughts passed through their minds, the students stared harder, eagerly waiting for the duel to unfold the way they wanted. But against all their expectations, Kang Jioma simply held the sashimi knife with a relaxed grip, as if facing Siegfried was not weighing him down at all. Even though it was called a spar, his opponent was still Siegfried von Nibelung, one of the 7-star heroes. No matter how anyone tried to hide it, even kneeling would not have been enough to cover the anxiety of standing before such a legend. And yet Kang Jioma showed no fear on his face. Then one student noticed something strange and frowned. Why are they just standing still? Kang Jioma and Siegfried faced each other with weapons in hand, but neither of them moved a single step, their feet planted firmly as their blades reflected the sunlight with a cold, sharp gleam. Teacher Lee stared at the two of them, stunned by what he was sensing. They were not simply standing still. Teacher Lee had never doubted Siegfried's words before, but even so, the thought shook him. Had Kang Jioma truly reached a level like this already? Teacher Lee remembered the conversation they had shared earlier. When Siegfried first suggested this demonstration, Teacher Lee had been shocked and worried. If Director Medea discovered the truth, and if nearby students were caught in the aftermath, the situation could become dangerous. Siegfried had answered him calmly, as if there was nothing to fear. Do you really think I would seriously fight that boy? Don't worry, if my guess is right, Kang Jioma can step into that place. Teacher Lee had stared at him in disbelief and asked, that place can appear here in the present. Now watching Kang Jioma and Siegfried face each other, Teacher Lee realized the truth was even more shocking. Kang Jioma was not merely stepping into that place, he was taking the blow directly. No matter how much Teacher Lee tried to stay calm, he could not stop the amazement rising in his chest. The battlefield between minds was fierce and unforgiving, a place that only became clear when two blades clashed with complete focus. And this boy had entered that state in less than a single minute. Kang Jioma had done something almost impossible before anyone could properly understand what was happening. Incredible. Around Siegfried's sword, a faint aura began to shimmer, gathering softly along the edge of the blade. A blue light wrapped around the sword, coating the metal in a cold glow that made the air around it tremble. That power did not remain still. It surged outward from the blade, spreading like a wave of pressure through the space between them. The intensity of the duel reached its peak, pressing down on everyone nearby until even breathing felt heavy. Facing Siegfried directly, Kang Jioma was beginning to be pushed back, even if only slightly. To the students watching, the two still looked frozen in place, but the atmosphere around them had clearly changed, with a crushing pressure radiating outward. Teacher Lee's face went pale as panic shot through him. That blue light was aura. This was no longer limited to the battlefield of the mind. Siegfried's power had already begun spilling into reality. The space around them seemed to shift again, yet neither Kang Jioma nor Siegfried moved from where they stood. Cold sweat ran down Teacher Lee's back. This had gone far beyond a simple demonstration. If Siegfried did not stop now, blood would be spilled. Unable to hold back any longer, Teacher Lee shouted, "Stop now!" But before his warning could settle, another overwhelming force burst onto the training ground with Director Medea at its center. The ground cracked beneath Director Medea's feet as she landed, fury burning across her face. Her sharp voice cut through the pressure like a blade. "Stop it!" Her glare snapped straight to Siegfried as she barked. "What are you doing, old man? Have you completely lost your mind?" After the sparring incident finally ended, Siegfried sat in the headmaster's office and kept apologizing, his usual dignity nowhere to be seen. Director Medea sat across from him with clear irritation on her face, letting out a sharp huff through her nose. Siegfried lowered his head, avoiding her gaze as he muttered, "It's nothing." Director Medea forced herself to calm down, but her brows remained tightly furrowed. Her teeth clenched slightly as the image of that dangerous sparring match flashed back through her mind. At that moment, she had arrived just in time to prevent a catastrophic fight. Grabbing Siegfried by the collar, she had roared in his face, "Are you still sane? If you've gone senile, stay at home. I went through all that trouble to arrange for you to come to the academy, and you decide to show off your strength against a student. Are you insane? Do you really want me to deal with you myself?" Then Director Medea had suddenly turned and noticed the terrified students staring from nearby. Realizing she had gone too far in front of them, she forced herself to settle down and finally released Siegfried's collar. Siegfried clearly understood that he had made a mistake. He lowered his face and said quietly, "I didn't mean to." But even then, his eyes drifted toward Kang Jioma. Kang Jioma, meanwhile, remained calm as he slid the sashimi knife back into its sheath without a trace of panic. Seeing that, Siegfried's suspicion only deepened. He had lost control, used his full strength, and even activated aura. Director Medea noticed Siegfried staring at her prized student, Kang Guillaume, and crossed her arms with visible annoyance. "Hey, old man, are you listening to me?" Siegfried let out a startled sound, jolting back to attention. Then, to Director Medea's surprise, he turned toward her and bowed his head in apology. That gesture caught Director Medea completely off guard, and much of her anger faded on the spot. Back in the present, she leaned back in her chair and looked at him with narrowed eyes. "In more than 50 years, this is the first time I've heard you apologize, and twice in a single day, no less. That is a complete change from your usual attitude." Wondering if Siegfried's memory had finally started failing him, Director Medea frowned. "What was that earlier? If I hadn't been there, what would have happened? You even used the blessing of the sword god on a student." Siegfried slowly lifted his teacup and took a quiet sip, as if the matter were nothing at all. Then he spoke in a calm voice. "If I hadn't activated the blessing, I wouldn't have been able to gain the upper hand." Director Medea froze across from him, her eyes widening like she had misheard every word. What did I just hear? Those words had come from the mouth of the arrogant Siegfried himself, and Director Medea could hardly believe it. She knew Kang Guillaume was a natural talent, of course, but she also understood exactly how powerful Siegfried was. The idea of that old monster being pushed back was almost impossible to accept. Siegfried's expression turned serious, and his gaze drifted past the office walls as if he were looking at something far beyond them. "That kid has already reached the realm of the mind plane." Director Medea shot up from her seat, unable to hold back her shock. "What? He's already reached that realm? It took you nearly 30 years to achieve it, and now a 17-year-old student has done the same? Does that even make sense?" Siegfried set his teacup down with a thoughtful look on his face. "I don't know either," he admitted. "But what if something is making up for the experience he lacks?" Director Medea sank back into her chair and covered her face with one hand, her voice heavy with disbelief. My God, the world really has gone mad. Then she remembered Kang Guillaume's face after she had finished scolding Siegfried. At the time, she had rushed straight over to Kang Guillaume and asked urgently, "Are you okay?" But what she saw made her pause. Kang Guillaume was standing there with a thick aura radiating from him, his face completely expressionless, as if his mind were still somewhere far away from the training ground. For a brief moment, Director Medea flinched. She found herself helplessly rooted in place, unable to respond as calmly as she normally would. For the first time, she felt a deep, primal fear welling up inside her, the kind of overwhelming pressure she had only ever felt when facing the commander of the 6th Legion. But this time, that terrifying sensation was coming from Kang Guillaume, an ordinary academy student. Was it because his name carried Guillaume in it? Director Medea's thoughts spun into chaos. As the academy's headmaster, she was actually afraid of one of her own students. Director Medea glanced across the room at Siegfried, who was quietly drinking his tea again, as if nothing strange had happened. No matter how unbelievable it sounded, he did not look like he was lying. Her brows tightened as she stared at him and asked bluntly, "So you lost?" Siegfried slammed his teacup down and sprang to his feet in outrage. "Impossible, never. No matter how talented Kang Guillaume may be, he still can't match me. Besides, I didn't have my full equipment." Director Medea did not even flinch. Instead, she looked at him with a dry expression and said, "Oh, why are you getting so worked up? Weren't you the one who always said that true masters don't blame their equipment?" She propped her chin on her hand and narrowed her eyes with a meaningful little smile. "And now you're using your gear as an excuse?" Siegfried's face stiffened with embarrassment, and his shoulders trembled as he growled through clenched teeth, "You damn hag." Director Medea's expression sharpened at once. "Say that again? What was that? You want to die?" And just like that, the argument exploded into a full brawl that lasted for 2.5 hours. That night, back in the dormitory, Kang Guillaume lay awake as the sparring match replayed through his mind. The moment he had boldly accepted Siegfried's challenge and drawn his sashimi knife for the duel, the ringing clash of metal had pulled something awake inside him. "Was that rain outside?" Kang Guillaume stared up at the ceiling in the dim room and muttered quietly to himself. Siegfried really is battle-hungry. The match had ended abruptly, but if Director Medea had not stepped in when she did, the situation could have turned extremely dangerous. Kang Guillaume turned over on his bed, his body heavy and his mind dulled by exhaustion, but his thoughts kept moving. There was no mistake. What he had entered during that clash was definitely the mind plane. It had been his first time experiencing it, and the sensation was incredibly strange. The mind plane was a state of mastery, a deep understanding of one's weapon that only opened after reaching a certain level. When the right conditions were met, it could create a mental space separate from reality. They said that only top-tier masters who had devoted their entire lives to a single weapon could enter that place. In this world, only a handful of heroes were capable of freely accessing the mind plane. Even Leon van Reinhardt, the protagonist of the original game and a genius blessed with natural talent, had taken 3 full years under Siegfried's guidance before reaching that state. Kang Jeoma knew that detail well, because that was exactly when he had quit the game. So why had the mind plane, something that took Leon 3 years to grasp, come so easily to him? After thinking it through for a while, Kang Jeoma's gaze naturally drifted toward the Sashimi knife. Across both his past life and his current one, Kang Jeoma had spent more than 20 years living with blades in his hands. As someone who had once served his nation as a master tactician and swordsman, it made sense that his weapon skills were already at an extraordinary level. And every time the blessing of the sword god activated, his focus rose far beyond normal human limits. His past life and current life seemed to be overlapping, filling in each other's gaps, and helping him break through situations that should have been impossible. As Kang Jeoma reflected on it, he lifted the Sashimi knife and stared at its edge. Right, based on experience, simply running away only made things worse. Instead of staying passive and letting problems close in around him, Kang Jeoma would focus on what he was good at and handle everything one step at a time. A small smirk slowly curled at the corner of his lips. Suddenly, Kang Jeoma sprang up from the bed, fully alert now as the thought of training sharpened his tired mind. Without hesitating, he drew the Sashimi knife again, the familiar blade catching faint light in the dark dormitory room. If he could freely adjust the mind plane, then he might be able to train inside it without having to activate the blessing of the sword god. Kang Jeoma closed his eyes and focused deeply. At that moment, the dormitory lights went out, and the room sank completely into darkness. The world around him shifted, and Kang Jeoma found himself stepping once again into the mind plane. A sharp cracking sound echoed through the space, and the world before him shattered into countless fragments. Memories of his sparring match with Siegfried came flooding back all at once, clear and vivid. He remembered the sensation of meeting Siegfried's sword, the feeling of a sixth sense expanding outward, breaking apart into pieces before reassembling into one intangible whole. Then, from somewhere behind him, a hand appeared and gently touched his shoulder. In the next instant, blue energy rippled down Kang Jeoma's arm and wrapped around the Sashimi knife, enveloping the blade as if it had burst into flame. Kang Jeoma stared at the sight in bewilderment, but the Sashimi knife could not withstand that power, and before his eyes the blade crumbled into dust. Back in reality, Kang Jeoma blinked in confusion and muttered, "What the hell was that?" Meanwhile, somewhere in a secret location within the academy, furious voices rang out. "Elder Claddy, this time you've gone too far." Another elder immediately agreed. "Exactly. This is an insult to all of us." Claddy von Beimhark slammed his hand against the table, his anger flaring as he shouted back, "Didn't all of you agree to it?" 5 men sat around a round table, their attention focused on the elder being questioned. One of them spoke sharply, "But sending a demon? Even with the treaty in place, they're still our enemies." Claddy's face twisted with fury. "Is now really the time to discuss that? We need to eliminate the suspicious element as quickly as possible. I'll say it again. Investigate the special admission student, Kang Jeoma." The green-haired elder frowned with doubt. "Isn't he a potential hero candidate? I thought Leon was the candidate." Claddy immediately denied it, his voice full of contempt. "That guy hasn't even activated his blessing. He's nothing but trash. Have you forgotten?" During the entrance exam, Kang Jeoma crushed the genius twins. Director Medea even blocked the information afterward, using special admission protection as her excuse. "Everything about him is suspicious." Another elder slowly nodded in agreement. "Either way, we can no longer avoid eliminating heroes." Claddy von Beimhark leaned forward, his expression darkening even further. "Exactly. We are already barely managing the 7 stars, and now another hero might appear? We have to cut that possibility off before it grows." And this time, Claddy added through clenched teeth. They even went as far as bringing Siegfried von Nibelung into the academy. The more Claddy spoke, the more his anger swelled. Ever since 7-star Medea became headmaster, the authority of the Academy Council of Elders has been weakening day by day. After Basman was defeated, people began worshipping only the 7 stars, while treating us like useless old relics. Claddy's voice grew heavier as he looked around the table. "But it is the Academy Council of Elders that guides the masses and maintains the balance. If another hero rises, our very existence will be threatened." The room filled with low murmurs as the elders exchanged grim looks. "Indeed, to preserve our power, we need a common enemy." Another voice followed in agreement. Any hero who threatens the Demon King must be eliminated. But beneath Clady's cold expression, another thought twisted through his mind. As an academy elder, he was not trying to persuade the council simply for the sake of that woman. 5th Legion commander was furious. If Clady and the others did nothing now, then begging for death might end up being easier than facing what came next. One of the elders who had stayed silent until now finally opened his mouth, his voice cold and firm. "I understand. Send the order to the Auditor family." The next morning, inside the forge, a heavy thud echoed through the room as a massive hammer slipped from the blacksmith's hands and struck the floor. Kang Gyoma stood there, trembling, his eyes wide with complete shock. For a moment, he was so stunned that no words would come out. The blacksmith had dropped onto the ground as well, terrified and awkwardly scooting backward, as if trying to put distance between himself and the result of his own work. In Kang Gyoma's hand was Murasame, except now the sword had somehow become a sashimi knife. What the hell? What kind of forging disaster could turn a B-rank sword into an E-rank knife? Whether it was coincidence or fate, Kang Gyoma had somehow returned right back to the sashimi knife. New information for Murasame appeared before him. E-rank durability. Once known as the bone-cleaving sword, it had been reborn as a carbon steel blade through the secret techniques of a master craftsman. Though small in size, its true effectiveness would change depending on the person wielding it. But Kang Gyoma's face showed nothing but open disdain as he stared down at the blade. "What is this supposed to be?" The blacksmith hurried to explain, his voice rushed and nervous. "I did my best, I swear, but this is the first time anything like this has happened to me. In nearly 30 years of forging, I have never seen a weapon behave this way." In other words, the metal split in two with a single hammer strike, almost as if it were rejecting the reforging process. The blacksmith swallowed hard as he continued. "At that moment, I genuinely felt like the sword had a soul, so I quickly made a mold, melted the iron down, and reforged it as best I could. This is the result. If any other smith had handled it, that weapon would already be nothing but scrap metal." The part about the sword breaking after one strike seemed to be true, and that only made Kang Gyoma feel even more uneasy about Murasame. Now it was a small sashimi knife with a reddish-brown wooden handle, a blade wrapped in plain cord, and a thin sheen of oil glimmering across the metal, at exactly 35 centimeters long. Every detail showed the blacksmith's skill, yet worry still lingered on Kang Gyoma's face. Even with 20 years of knife-sharpening experience behind him, Kang Gyoma had to admit the craftsmanship was impressive. It matched the blessing's requirements perfectly, but the durability was only E-rank. Seeing Kang Gyoma remain silent, the blacksmith grew even more anxious, and his tone softened. "Honestly, in nearly 30 years, this is the first time I've felt this uneasy handing a weapon to a client. But this sword has tremendous potential. If you enhance it properly, it will become very strong. As an apology, bring me the materials and I'll enhance it for free." Kang Gyoma studied the blacksmith's expression, and several thoughts flashed through his mind. The man's eyes did not look like they were lying. If Murasame's growth potential was A-rank, then the weapon itself had to be at least a rank in potential, maybe even S-rank with enough luck. It was a tempting offer, almost too good to refuse. But Kang Gyoma's mood still flared as he asked, "What if it breaks again?" Seeing the sudden change in Kang Gyoma's expression, the blacksmith quickly raised both hands. "Even though it's E-rank right now, its potential is A-rank with the right enhancement materials. This katana can reach A-rank, perhaps even higher, and it will not fail." Kang Gyoma's expression eased slightly. But then the blacksmith hesitated and began to stammer. "The problem is, those materials." Kang Gyoma immediately understood what he meant. Low-tier magical beast materials might not be enough. Thinking about it more carefully, he would probably need materials from A-rank magical beasts or something even stronger. That realization left Kang Gyoma baffled. A-rank magical beasts were roughly equal to E-rank demons. Did that mean he would have to kill more monsters on the same level as that mermaid? He really did not want to risk his life just to enhance a weapon. The cost was far too high, and not only in money. After thinking for a moment, Kang Gyoma finally gave a small nod. "You promise, right?" The blacksmith answered with immediate confidence. "Of course. I swear it on my honor as a smith." The blacksmith laughed heartily and patted his chest, as if everything had now been settled. Kang Gyoma stared at him for a moment before calmly saying, "Now that that's settled, refund me half the cost of the scrap metal used for the forging." The blacksmith's jaw dropped. "Huh?" Kang Gyoma stated the amount without blinking. 10 million? Blacksmith immediately became flustered. No, I followed your request, and I even offered to enhance it for free." Kang Gyoma held up the weapon and replied without backing down. "It dropped from B-rank to something worth barely half as much. By market value, this is fair." Watching Kang Gyoma calculate the loss so coldly, the blacksmith was stunned. What kind of person was this? This kid was actually trying to scam an adult to his face. Before the blacksmith could think any further, Kang Guillaume began unwrapping the cord around the blade. Might as well test how it works. The blacksmith's face went pale with fear and he stammered in a hurry. Sorry, how about 5 million? Kang Guillaume did not move an inch from his demand. 10 million? Seeing that the number was not coming down easily, the blacksmith hurriedly raised his offer. 8 million. I can't go any lower than that. Kang Guillaume gave no answer. He simply continued unwrapping the cord, letting the silence press down harder than any argument could. The blacksmith panicked as sweat poured down his face. Even fragments of a B-rank weapon had their own market value, and making back that kind of loss would not be easy. As the blade was finally revealed, Kang Guillaume's eyes sharpened, and his voice turned firm enough to cut through the room. Refund my money. The blacksmith collapsed back onto the floor, sitting there in a daze as all resistance drained from him. All right, fine. Kang Guillaume opened the status panel. Blessing of the Sword God. When he slashes, it cuts physical level, 78. Sword range expanded, mental level, 4. Authority in speech and action enhanced, weapon level, 13. Pain is reduced by 1 level when the blessing activates, synchronization 7.2 to 9.3. Reach 15% to unlock the next condition. The blessing activates only with a sword under 36.2 centimeters long and 9 centimeters wide. Attack and durability had both increased slightly, while the other stats would unlock once their conditions were met. Later, Kang Guillaume sat on a campus bench, eating while quietly reviewing everything. With this new weapon, his weapon level had risen, and new features had appeared. The main reason Kang Guillaume had hesitated to use the blessing of the Sword God was the unbearable pain that came with it. Now, that pain had dropped by 1 level, from the kind that made him want to die to something he could endure, though it was still far from comfortable. If level 1 already made that much difference, then at higher levels, Kang Guillaume might eventually be able to use the blessing without relying on the blessing of painlessness. The midterm exam was already over. Kang Guillaume's goal now was clear. He needed to enhance his weapon. He kept moving forward like this. He would eventually understand the power that had been given to him, and maybe even learn who had thrown him into this world. While Kang Guillaume was lost in thought, a figure quietly approached from nearby. Kang Guillaume flinched slightly when Chloe Auditory suddenly appeared in front of him, her dazed eyes fixed on the food in his hands as she called out to him, "Giumma!" Kang Guillaume froze for a brief moment before relaxing. "Oh, Chloe." Once she noticed she had his attention, Chloe tilted her head and asked, "What are you doing while eating?" Kang Guillaume quickly bluffed, "Nothing. I'm just not that hungry." Noticing the change in Chloe's condition, Kang Guillaume looked her over and asked, "You're out of the cast? Are you feeling better now?" To avoid making him suspicious, Chloe hopped lightly once where she stood. "Yeah, I'm still using crutches, but I'm much better than before." Then she smiled brightly and added, "Broken bones heal back stronger, you know." Kang Guillaume let a small smirk tug at the corner of his mouth, already opening his lips to fire back. But the words died before they came out. A strange thought hit him instead. Wait, bones, not muscles? Just then, Kang Guillaume's eyes drifted to Chloe's face, and he noticed a tiny grain of rice stuck near her mouth. Without thinking too much about it, he leaned closer and reached out to gently wipe it away. The moment Kang Guillaume's hand touched her, Chloe's cheeks flushed bright red, and her whole body seemed to short-circuit. A second later, she collapsed into a faint, sending Kang Guillaume into instant panic, as he blurted out, "Holy crap." Before Kang Guillaume could even enjoy the soft little moment between them, Chloe suddenly snapped awake from the fall, completely breaking the atmosphere, as if nothing romantic had happened at all. Kang Guillaume quickly stepped closer and offered her his hand, his face still filled with worry. "Chloe, are you okay?" Embarrassed. Chloe scratched lightly at her cheek and avoided his eyes. Yeah, I'm fine." As Chloe steadied herself, her gaze shifted to the object lying beside Kang Guillaume. Curiosity immediately took over, and she reached down to pick it up, turning it carefully in her hands to examine it. Chloe looked over the weapon with genuine surprise in her eyes. "Is this your first weapon, Kang Guillaume? It's actually beautiful." Kang Guillaume didn't try to deny it and simply gave a small nod. Yeah, Chloe thought to herself that simply holding it should be safe enough, so she smiled as she studied the blade's shape and finish. "I really didn't expect it to look this pretty," she said, before tilting her head. "But it's only E rank?" Kang Guillaume's expression dipped just a little at those words. E rank. Realizing she had said it badly, Chloe immediately waved her hands in a rush. No, that's not what I meant. I mean, for the lowest rank, it's really beautiful." "Oh, wait, no." Before Chloe could properly fix her words, Kang Guillaume forced a faint smile onto his face. It's fine. I did get some money back from the blacksmith. He told me if I bring the right materials, he'll enhance it for free. So if I keep at it, Murasame will become stronger. Chloe immediately brightened, trying to lift his mood. Exactly, you're already strong even with a worn sashimi knife. Once you get proper gear, Kangyoma, you'll be even more powerful. Kangyoma looked at her and answered quietly, thanks. But inside Kangyoma's head, heavier thoughts kept piling up. He didn't really need to become stronger just for the sake of strength. Ever since defeating the mermaid, he could handle mid-tier and even high-tier beasts without much trouble. A rank or S-rank demons were still difficult, of course, but ordinary demons were no longer impossible opponents. If anything, running into that mermaid during the midterm felt less like a normal challenge and more like bad luck clinging stubbornly to his back. Putting all of that aside, Kangyoma's real goal was much more practical. He wanted to enhance Murasame so the pain from overusing it would lessen, and just thinking about that made him give a tired, wry smile. Seeing that look on his face, Chloe suddenly felt guilty and raised her voice in apology. Kangyoma, I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to make fun of your weapon. Kangyoma quickly shook his head. No, that's not it. Kangyoma let out a small breath and admitted the real reason. I'm just a little bummed about the Murasame reward, that's all. Chloe's attention sharpened at once, and her expression turned serious. The blacksmith ruined your weapon? A dark, dangerous air slowly gathered around Chloe as her voice dropped into something cold and threatening. Her eyes narrowed with a deadly edge, as if anyone who caused trouble for Kangyoma had already marked themselves for elimination. Chloe's eyes began to glow a lethal red, and Kangyoma immediately called out to her in a firm voice. Chloe! His voice alone didn't reach her. So Kangyoma placed a hand on her shoulder and gave it a light pat. Chloe flinched as if waking from a trance, and the murderous pressure around her faded. Ah, sorry. At that exact moment, Kangyoma felt something strange brush against his senses. His gaze moved past Chloe and fixed on a nearby tree, where a faint presence was hiding among the leaves. Kangyoma narrowed his eyes. What was this? Even Chloe hadn't noticed the presence, which meant whoever was hiding there knew how to conceal themselves extremely well. Whoever it was, they were skilled at erasing their presence, but Kangyoma still stepped toward the tree. His senses had grown sharper than before, sharp enough that he couldn't ignore even that faint trace. At this rate, he felt like he might soon hear ants crawling across the ground. Behind him, Chloe blinked in surprise. Kangyoma? Where are you going? Once Kangyoma pinpointed the exact spot, he raised his leg and kicked the tree hard enough to shake the branches. What are you doing here? Leaves scattered through the air as a figure dropped down from above, landing awkwardly beneath the tree. It was Nox, and Kangyoma stared straight at him. Nox was clearly hurting from the fall, but he kept his composure. Instead of groaning or complaining, he steadied himself and immediately shifted into a guarded stance. Kangyoma's eyes hardened as he looked at Nox. First it had been him, and now Chloe too. Only then did Chloe finally notice Nox's presence. She moved at once, slipping behind Kangyoma while positioning herself as if to shield him from any sudden attack. Kangyoma calmly studied Nox from head to toe, judging the situation in an instant. There was no scent of blood on him, and from what Kangyoma could tell, Nox probably wasn't carrying a weapon. Kangyoma kept his voice low and direct. What do you want with me? Nox flinched slightly at the question, but he said nothing, keeping his mouth shut. When Nox still refused to answer, Kangyoma drew in a slow breath and asked again, this time with more weight behind his words. I thought I made myself clear last time, didn't I? Nox's expression twisted with irritation, and he snapped back. I'm not here for that. Kangyoma's brows tightened, silently demanding an explanation. Kangyoma pressed him. Then why are you here? Nox crossed his arms and clicked his tongue. Trying to talk to Chloe is like pouring water on a duck's back. Nothing gets through. Nox glanced between Kangyoma and Chloe, his tone turning more serious. So it's better if I tell both of you at once. Chloe looked genuinely confused, unsure what he was getting at. Nox paused only briefly, then continued, his eyes fixed ahead as the atmosphere around them grew heavier. This matter concerns you, Kangyoma, Nox said, making it clear that he had not come all this way for some petty argument. The Academy Council of Elders has issued an order for Kangyoma's elimination. Kangyoma's eyes widened in shock. The Academy Council of Elders, those old men wanted him removed? The 5 figures who held supreme authority, always hiding in the shadows and interfering with everything inside Joaquin Academy, were finally making their move against him. Chloe shot up in alarm, her whole body tense. You came after Kang Gioma because of that? Nox's eyes took on a red tint as he looked at her sharply. Chloe, you've been away from home for too long. You've gotten dull. Chloe instantly drew a hidden paper knife, her own eyes glowing red as she stepped forward and shouted, Kang Gioma, stay back. I'll take care of this. Chloe moved with incredible speed, ready to close the distance in an instant. But Kang Gioma remained seated where he was, not moving from his spot. Chloe urged him again, her voice tight with urgency. Hurry, get behind me. Nox only let out a weary sigh. Still so naive. Chloe. Nox called her name first, then turned his gaze toward Kang Gioma. I don't know what you've done, and honestly, I don't care. But the Academy Council of Elders does not look kindly on you. And it isn't only me, Nox continued. Even inside the Auditor family, some people think this order is strange and want to delay carrying it out. The order was given in secret, bypassing Director Medea entirely. Assassinating a student is a clear violation of the rules, Nox said, his tone grim. But when the Academy Council of Elders gives an order, it isn't something the Auditor family can easily ignore. If the pressure keeps building, the Auditor family will eventually be forced to investigate you, Kang Gioma. Nox adjusted his tone, speaking more carefully now. Chloe, I'm telling you this as an auditore. Kang Gioma quietly watched Nox and began putting the pieces together. Nox was using the broken rules as his excuse for showing up. But deep down, this was probably because he was worried about Chloe. With his warning delivered, Nox turned as if he intended to leave without another word. I'm done here. But before he could walk away, Kang Gioma called after him. Nox. Nox flinched at the sound of his name, his steps stopping for just a moment as he glanced back over his shoulder. Kang Gioma looked at him with an awkward, slightly confused expression, then finally asked, What's with you? Nox turned his face away again and kept walking, but his voice carried back just like it had the last time. It's the same as before. Chloe is happiest when she's with you. Even as her brother Nox added in a quieter tone, I've never seen Chloe look the way she does around you. Kang Gioma stood there completely baffled, unable to find a proper response. Nox continued without looking back, his voice low but firm. So don't hurt Chloe again. The confusion on Kang Gioma's face became impossible to hide, his brows drawing together as he tried to understand what Nox was really saying. Kang Gioma lifted his gaze and studied Nox's face more carefully, caught somewhere between curiosity and disbelief. What the hell was Nox talking about? That fierce, arrogant look Nox always wore had softened more than expected. Kang Gioma had thought his threat had broken Nox's spirit, but clearly, Nox's willpower was stronger than that. Then another thought struck him even harder. Wait. Kang Gioma hadn't been the one who hurt Chloe, had he? Kang Gioma kept staring at Nox, watching that expression that looked as if pride had fallen from the sky and hit the ground. Only then did the meaning behind Nox's words start to sink in. Kang Gioma's eyes flicked briefly toward Chloe, and he muttered awkwardly, got it, but the conversation still wasn't over. Nox's rough, raspy voice pulled Kang Gioma into an entirely different kind of tension. Let me ask you one thing. How did you get so strong? Nox asked. Kang Gioma froze on the spot, falling silent for several long seconds. The question sank deep, dragging Kang Gioma's thoughts inward. Why was he strong? To Kang Gioma, real strength meant being able to stand against endless threats without backing down. Someone like Siegfried von Nibelung came to mind. But in the end, Kang Gioma didn't feel qualified to talk about strength at all. He was only powerful for less than a minute each day. Calling that true strength felt almost ridiculous. Kang Gioma's sharp gaze settled on Nox again, but he couldn't just brush the question aside. Nox had revealed a secret from the Auditor family and used Chloe as the reason for coming here. For an outsider like Kang Gioma to hear that, it almost sounded like Nox was silently asking him to take care of Chloe. Pushing that thought to the side, Kang Gioma finally spoke. Nox. He paused for a brief moment, and Nox's shoulders tensed as if he was bracing himself for the answer. Kang Gioma's voice turned stern. You lack sincerity. Nox frowned at once and forced out a short laugh. What's that supposed to mean? Kang Gioma didn't waver. Even if you come from the Auditor family, there are parts of the world you still don't understand. I've been through a lot since I was young, Kang Gioma said, his tone steady. I worked wherever I could, dealt with all kinds of people, and lived through things that shaped who I am now. If you stay boxed up inside the academy forever, you'll run into your limits sooner than you think. Go outside, experience the real world, work hard, sweat for it. If you do that, you'll definitely gain something. After saying all that, Kang Gioma turned away, clearly embarrassed by how serious he had sounded. It wasn't wrong, but it was definitely time to leave. Behind him, Nox muttered under his breath, What the hell does he know? The scene shifted to the next day, during the final afternoon class. Kang Guillaume sat at his desk, scribbling down the words written across the blackboard. The professor's lecture continued in a solemn voice. Above order, above prosperity, and above all things, the heavens were said to hold countless gods. Yet even those beings who looked omnipotent to mortals could not escape extinction forever. But Kang Guillaume wasn't truly listening. His hand moved across the page while his mind wandered elsewhere, forcing him to focus on a different problem entirely. They were targeting the Academy's senior students. Those senior students were descendants of 5 among Valor Joaquin's 7 disciples, people whose influence stretched far beyond Joaquin Academy and reached into the wider world. But in the story, their role had never been noble. They existed to keep interfering with the protagonist again and again, all for the sake of protecting their own authority. That was why they were known as the 5 Plagues. Kang Guillaume's thoughts kept circling the same question. Why had he become such a thorn in their side? Still trapped in those thoughts, he continued copying the lecture. Among the so-called omnipotent gods, there was one who stood above the rest, a being from beyond who destroyed the gods of heaven and declared the end of the mythic age. Even then, Kang Guillaume's focus drifted again. He did care about mythology, but while writing it all down, he realized just how many problems were still waiting for him. Kang Guillaume had tried to stand out, but too many dangerous matters had strangely settled down and become calm. Still, no matter how much he did, it was absurd that so many powerful older figures had started targeting him. His eyes lowered to the words he had written for himself. Scopely Island Leon. Mermaid. That monster's target had never been Kang Guillaume. It had been Leon. When Kang Guillaume remembered the midterm exam, the mermaid had lingered near the pool, as if she had been waiting for Leon from the start. She struck when Leon dropped his guard, and the more Kang Guillaume thought about it, the stranger it became. Even if Kumda had tried to keep the truth hidden, the information had still reached those demon imposters. And the truth was simple. Kang Guillaume was the one who killed the mermaid. The fact that those imposters had gone after Leon, the hero candidate, proved that one of them, or maybe all of them, had some kind of connection to the demons. Kang Guillaume couldn't say for certain yet, but the Academy Council of Elders' actions, combined with what he knew from the story, gave him more than enough reason to be suspicious. They weren't merely sabotaging things from the sidelines. They were trying to corner him directly. Anger rose inside Kang Guillaume as the thought sank in. Were their own interests really more important than humanity's safety and the safety of Joaquin Academy? No matter how corrupt they were, they still represented the Academy, and yet they were scheming to harm students just to protect personal gain over humanity itself. Kang Guillaume had never expected the corruption of power to be this rotten. For a moment, he almost wanted to face those damn old men right away and slash wildly until his anger burned out. But the time hadn't come yet. When the right moment finally arrived, Kang Guillaume would deal with every last one of them. At the front of the classroom, the professor returned to the lecture and added more writing to the board. Still lost in thought, Kang Guillaume suddenly realized he hadn't been paying attention at all. Was there really another choice for him right now? First, Kang Guillaume needed to enhance Murasame, then head into the dungeon. But for that, he needed more members. Going alone would be rough. If he told Chloe, she would definitely help without hesitation. But what Kang Guillaume wanted now was someone with strategic thinking, not someone drifting through life as carefree and slippery as a vine. His hand kept moving as he copied the line about future generations daring to speak of that god's existence. Then a faint smile crept onto Kang Guillaume's lips, and he added his own thought beside it. Weapon! Speed weapon! Find weapon first! The class finally came to an end with the professor's last words hanging in the air. That being was called a god. When Kang Guillaume reached the classroom door, someone stepped into his path and blocked the way, cracking his knuckles with a loud, deliberate pop. The students sneered at him. Well, look who it is. The celebrity finally showed up. His lips curled with open contempt as he looked Kang Guillaume over. But this isn't a place for lowlifes like you to wander around. Special admit? Kang Guillaume calmly looked at the tall guy standing in front of him and barely reacted. What was this supposed to be? Some third-rate side character acting like a school thug. In his past life, Kang Guillaume had worked in restaurants for nearly 20 years and dealt with more drunken troublemakers than he could count. A punk like this wasn't worth wasting his time on. Kang Guillaume walked forward without slowing down. Don't bother me. Move before I lose my patience and shave down that square chin of yours. The insult hit its mark instantly, and the guy's face twisted with rage as killing intent flared around him, and his fist rose into the air. The student snarled, clearly furious. Damn, what a jerk. But Kang Guillaume didn't flinch at all. Kang Guillaume watched the punch come in and thought how painfully slow it was. With that kind of movement, this guy really thought he could take him? In the next instant, weapons suddenly appeared, cutting into the space between them and driving a punch straight into the guy's face. The impact threw the student off balance, and his body lurched backward before he toppled away from Kang Guillaume. The students around them immediately started buzzing with excitement, their voices rising through the hallway. Whoa, what's going on? Is that a fight? After knocking the guy flat, Weapon pulled his fist back and shook his hand with a pained grimace. Ouch, that actually hurt. What's with that rock-hard chin? Kang Guillaume smirked as he watched Weapon casually complain. He'd heard Weapon was a powerful mage, but seeing it up close, his physical strength clearly wasn't lacking either. Weapon glanced back at him and asked, "Wait, did I hit him too hard?" Kang Guillaume brushed the situation aside and went straight to the point. "By the way, you came looking for me, right? Let's talk somewhere outside." Weapon nodded, and the two of them left the classroom behind. A little later, Kang Guillaume set a soda can down by the window as the noisy hallway faded behind them. Weapon opened the conversation without wasting time. "We need to form a new team as soon as possible. I'll help you look for teammates. We'll split the rewards, but the main point is gathering materials from magical beasts, right?" Seeing how quickly Weapon understood the plan, Kang Guillaume added, "If I simply announced I was forming a team, Chloe would probably be the only one who showed up. But with you from Dragon Class helping, things should be much easier." Weapon took a sip from his drink, then spoke in a practical tone. "A dungeon team needs at least 4 people. Even if we ignore the academy rules, do you really think you can run 5 or 6 dungeons a day by yourself?" Kang Guillaume shook his head without trying to act tough. "No, I can't conquer a dungeon alone." Weapon looked at him like he had just heard a joke. "Are you kidding? You took down a mermaid by yourself and now you're saying that? Too much humility isn't good either, Kang Guillaume." Kang Guillaume had no idea how to answer, realizing Weapon probably thought he was only pretending to be modest. Weapon studied him for a moment, then tilted his head. "You look like you've recovered pretty well." Kang Guillaume blinked. "Huh?" Kang Guillaume decided to go along with it and gave a faint shrug. "Yeah, thanks to your healing, I was able to relax pretty comfortably in the hospital's VIP room." Weapon looked up at him, then lifted his can slightly as if offering a casual toast. "All right," Weapon said at last. "I'll accept your offer. There's no real reason to refuse, and somehow I feel like sticking with you is going to give me a lot of new experiences." Kang Guillaume's face brightened with a grin. "Thanks." Weapon immediately moved on to the important details. "Have you thought of any targets yet?" Kang Guillaume answered without hesitation. "C rank, Buffalo Dungeon." Weapon nodded as if the choice made perfect sense. "The Water Buffalo Dungeon in Chan?" "Yeah, that one's a classic." After thinking for a moment, Weapon counted them off. "So we've got you, me and Chloe, that makes 3. For the last member, what kind of person are you looking for?" Kang Guillaume pondered it briefly, then answered with unusual firmness. "Anyone except Rachel or Leon." Weapon burst out laughing. "Ha ha, they couldn't join even if you asked." "Rachel has been training at the center ever since you were hospitalized," Weapon explained. "And Leon is getting ready to farm high-level dungeons with students 52 and 53. Kang Guillaume let out a quiet sigh of relief. "Good." But just then, Weapon's expression shifted, and he lifted his gaze as if something had come to mind. "Now that I think about it," Weapon said slowly, "I do know someone. At this hour, they're probably sleeping over there." Kang Guillaume looked at him completely puzzled. "Sleeping? No way." Weapon kept sipping his drink like this was perfectly normal. That's just how that person is. After draining the can, Weapon tossed it cleanly into the bin and turned to leave. "Let's stop by the shop first. We need to buy a few things." By evening, the full moon hung high above them, lighting the path as Weapon led Kang Guillaume toward an unfamiliar place. Weapon glanced ahead and said, "The door's open. Let's go in." Kang Guillaume looked around, wondering where exactly Weapon had brought him. Was this his place? Did the academy really have a spot like this hidden away? Kang Guillaume had never been here before, not even back when he knew this world through miracle blessing. In his past life as a Japanese cuisine chef, he had never managed to visit Japan, though he had always wanted to study the market there. Now, in a strange way, he felt like he might finally satisfy that old wish through this experience. When Kang Guillaume turned his head, he spotted an archery range in the distance, its targets riddled with arrows from countless shots. As he stared toward the range, he and Weapon noticed someone lying nearby, stretched out as if they had fallen asleep right there. Weapon walked over without hesitation. "There you are. Hey, wake up." But the person didn't respond at all. Weapon sat down beside the sleeping figure and tried again. "Get up. It's morning. Why aren't you moving?" Then Weapon leaned closer and lowered his voice, whispering one simple sentence. "I bought it." The girl shot upright instantly, her eyes snapping open. "Huh? Where?" Weapon casually pointed toward Kang Guillaume. With that guy, in a blur, the girl's eyes gleamed with fierce purpose, and she launched herself straight toward Kang Guillaume. Kang Guillaume was caught completely off guard, and before he could react, her attention locked onto the bag he was carrying. With a sharp, sudden turn, she snatched the bag right out of his possession. Even after grabbing it, her gaze stayed intense and almost predatory, leaving Kang Guillaume frozen in bewilderment. Because both of them had moved too fast, they crashed into each other a moment later. The result was absurd. Kang Guillaume ended up pinned beneath her, while the girl calmly chewed on something, as if nothing strange had happened. "Delicious," she murmured, still chewing. "So good, freaking awesome." Kang Guillaume could only stare up at her in stunned silence. Completely helpless beneath her, Kang Guillaume's mind went blank except for one thought. What the hell was this situation? Then the girl suddenly looked down at him and asked, as naturally as if they were old friends, "Hey, do you have any more red bean cakes?" At that question, Kang Guillaume's mind was pulled back into an old memory from his past life. Back then, two chefs had been moving busily through the kitchen, preparing food at a frantic pace, when a loud crash suddenly erupted from outside and made both of them turn their heads. Suspicion flashed across their faces almost immediately. In front of Kang Guillaume, a glowing object hovered in the air, and he remembered it clearly. That was right. This was the thing that had kept him entertained after long, exhausting workdays. On the screen, a strange image appeared, and with it, a wave of memories came rushing back into Kang Guillaume's mind. He remembered how mainstream mobile games had endless ways to hook players in. The most effective method for draining money from gamers was simple in theory: create beautiful, captivating characters they couldn't ignore. But simple didn't mean easy. In the role-playing game, Miracle Blessing, Kang Guillaume had faced plenty of challenges, and after spending so much time surrounded by sweaty men both in-game and in real life, he had come to deeply appreciate the female characters that existed in that world. Now, with just one tap and a quick payment, the item would arrive. Kang Guillaume even found himself asking the obvious question. Why was he doing this? The answer was simple. It was because of the beautiful female characters in the game, and now they weren't only inside the game anymore, they were standing right here in front of him. Suddenly, Ryojo Saki's clear voice rang out. Ryojo Saki's voice cut through the air, clear and casual, as she looked at Kang Guillaume and asked, "Do you like rice cakes?" Kang Guillaume froze where he was, his eyes still fixed on the glowing screen in his memory. Every character in that game had been crafted with such vivid detail that they felt almost alive, each one carrying a distinct personality and charm. Some players thought it was excessive depending on their taste, but the game's revenue proved just how effective it was. The center of Miracle Blessing was Leon van Reinhardt, a handsome yet painfully unlucky man. His charm naturally pulled beautiful heroines toward him, as if they were metal drawn to a magnet. By the second half of the game, after Leon awakened as the strongest, the number of women around him had grown so large that Kang Guillaume couldn't count them even with both hands and feet. Among all of those heroines, the officially designated one was Abel von Nibelung. And every heroine surrounding Leon had her own distinct traits, abilities, and role to play. Then, right there on the screen, Abel appeared before him, both of them holding the same sword as the scene unfolded. Abel stepped forward and spoke with a composed expression. "Sorry, we're a little late." The heart of the tale followed Leon and Abel as they pushed through hardship after hardship together. Through every crisis, every battle, and every impossible wall, their bond slowly deepened until love began to bloom between them. At that moment, Kang Guillaume had been completely captured by Abel's charm. Almost before he realized what he was doing, his hand had already opened his wallet, and he topped up without even hesitating. Seconds later, the payment confirmation appeared on the screen. Web sent CB card Kim, April 12, 1707. Payment completed 149,001. But when Kang Guillaume looked back at the wider cast, the pattern became obvious. Aside from Abel, the heroine who stayed by Leon's side until the very end, the other female characters gradually faded out of relevance, and the one who disappeared from the spotlight the fastest was the girl now standing before him. How was he even supposed to judge her? She would probably be fine. Probably, among all the sidelined heroines, the one who vanished from the main flow the quickest was this beautiful noblewoman in front of him, the archery prodigy, Ryojo Saki. Ryojo Saki gently lifted a candy bar in one hand, her expression unreadable as she asked, "Got any more snacks?" Kang Guillaume was pulled back out of his memories and into reality. Ryojo Saki turned her head away with a cold, distant look, then muttered under her breath, "This guy's such an idiot. What an annoying personality." Kang Guillaume could only glance at her helplessly, taking in that sky-blue hair and unreadable face. Ryojo Saki really was hard to understand. Why had Weapon chosen her of all people? But as Kang Guillaume pieced it together, the answer became clear. He had played this character before, and among the main cast, Ryojo Saki had some of the highest damage stats. At first glance, Ryojo Saki looked unremarkable, almost too relaxed to stand out, but the truth was the complete opposite. She was smart, capable, and important in the later parts of the game. The chances of her relationships falling apart after the banquet were low, so Kangyoma told himself she would probably be fine. While Kangyoma was still lost in those thoughts, he noticed Ryojo Saki walking toward Weapon with a serious expression. "What brings you here?" Weapon held the candy bar in his hand and glanced around, as if searching for the right way to explain. After a short pause, he finally began to answer. Well, Weapon barely got the words out before Ryojo Saki brushed right past him. Somehow, the candy bar that had been in Weapon's hand moved along with her. Kangyoma watched as Ryojo Saki casually unwrapped it and started eating like it had belonged to her from the beginning. Weapon quickly cut in before the conversation slipped away. "That's Kangyoma. You know him, right?" Ryojo Saki paused for only a moment, her tone still indifferent. "Yeah," Weapon continued. "He came to meet me this afternoon." When Ryojo Saki waited for more, Weapon added, "And I happened to run into some thug blocking the classroom door." "Sounds random, doesn't it?" Weapon said, already drifting off track. Ryojo Saki cut him off without mercy. "Get to the point." Realizing he had wandered too far, Weapon quickly corrected himself. "Oh, right. We're recruiting people for the Water Buffalo dungeon next week." Kangyoma listened from the side, unable to hide his confusion at Weapon's explanation. It was so clumsy that it almost felt unlike him, though in a strange way, it fit his support-type nature perfectly. What kind of explanation was that supposed to be? Weapon hurried to fill in the missing details. "Except for the buffalo horns, we'll split the rest of the rewards at that." Ryojo Saki's eyes shifted and locked directly onto Kangyoma. Ryojo Saki stepped closer, closing the distance with an almost probing stare, then lifted one finger and pointed it straight at Kangyoma's chest. "Hey," she said, her gaze sharp enough to pierce through him. "You're the one from that subspace battle, right?" Kangyoma didn't bother denying it. Yeah, for a long moment, the two of them simply stared at each other in silence, neither one looking away. Then Ryojo Saki turned away and started walking, speaking as if the decision had already been made. "Dungeon rewards count toward grades, so there's no reason for me to refuse." She paused after a few steps and glanced back. "Still, you seem less bold than I expected. You don't exactly look persistent or strong." Kangyoma let out an exasperated sigh. "I really didn't expect someone who was just napping outside to lecture me about being bold, and honestly, that attitude stinks." Ryojo Saki picked up her coat and spoke without much emotion. "Sorry, but I don't want to work with someone who lacks guts." Weapon immediately jumped in, unable to stay quiet. "Saki, you saw that match. Kangyoma's fight wasn't some joke." Ryojo Saki shot back, then maybe his opponent was weak. Weapon frowned hard. "No. Are you crazy? His opponent was from the auditory family." Weapon almost continued into the details of the midterm, but the moment he realized what he was about to say, he quickly clamped a hand over his own mouth to stop the secret from slipping out. That sudden movement immediately caught Ryojo Saki's attention, and her eyes narrowed with suspicion. Kangyoma felt the air tighten between them. Trying to cover the awkward silence, Weapon spoke up again. "Oh, I can't say. It's annoying, but just listen." Ryojo Saki misunderstood his tone instantly. "What am I, a dog? You tell me to listen and I'm supposed to obey?" She glared at him, irritation sharpening her voice. "And if a dog drools over rice cakes, what does that make it?" The tension thickened at once. Ryojo Saki snapped. "Are you mocking me? What do you even know about rice cakes?" Weapon panicked and stammered. "I do know. That's why I bought them." Watching the two of them bicker, Kangyoma sighed inwardly. Here they went again. What was he supposed to do with this? Kangyoma thought comparing food preferences to dogs was already lowering the conversation too far. Jealousy and criticism were different things, and there was no need for anyone to stoop to that level. Without hesitating, Kangyoma turned away and spoke firmly. "Weapon, enough. Stop. Let's go. If she's going to act this uncooperative teaming up, we'll only make things worse. We should find someone better suited for the dungeon." But beneath the moonlight, Ryojo Saki stayed perfectly calm. A faint smirk touched her lips as she asked, "So you don't need me for the dungeon anymore?" For a moment, silence fell over the entire area, wrapping around the three of them like a heavy curtain. To break that silence and settle the matter, Kangyoma decided to act instead of wasting more words. He opened his coat, revealing two familiar sashimi knives hidden inside. Kangyoma gripped one of the knives tightly. his posture steady, then swung his arm in a clean horizontal motion. The knife left his hand like a streak of light, slicing through the open air before striking the exact bullseye of a target 50 meters away. Ryojo Saki froze on the spot, her eyes fixed on the distant target where the knife had landed dead center. Then her gaze slowly moved back toward Kangyoma. Before Ryojo Saki could fully react, another flash cut through the air. Her eyes followed the second knife as it flew straight across the range and buried itself perfectly into the bullseye of another target. After showing his skill so cleanly, Kangyoma looked at Ryojo Saki with a calm expression. "Do you need me to show more?" Ryojo Saki was stunned, shaken on the inside despite how carefully she tried to keep her composure. A faint blush rose across her face as she understood exactly what Kangyoma had been trying to prove. Next morning, a door opened somewhere in the academy. Ryojo Saki was already sitting there waiting, a pair of glasses resting neatly on her nose. When Kangyoma arrived, she looked up and greeted him with a simple, "Hey." The other three arrived not long after: Kangyoma, Weapon, and Chloe. They had gathered in a classroom connected to the Academy's cafe, and Weapon blinked in surprise when he saw Ryojo Saki already waiting there. "You're here early?" Chloe gave a small nod and greeted her calmly. Morning. Kangyoma's gaze met Ryojo Saki's across the room, and for a brief moment, neither of them said anything. Ryojo Saki gave him an awkward little smile, her cheeks faintly flushed as she lifted her hand. "Ha ha, hey." Kangyoma noticed that same strange expression still lingering on her face, and a thought quietly crossed his mind. The sashimi knife effect was real. Weapon walked over and dropped into the seat beside Ryojo Saki, looking at her with curiosity. "You've done this kind of thing before?" Ryojo Saki answered calmly, as if it was nothing special. Usually after a few tries it's done, then she pulled out a sheet of paper and placed it on the table. "The permits are approved. Everything's almost ready." Weapon cleared his throat, picked up a pen, and shifted into a more serious mood. "All right. Let's start planning for the Water Buffalo Dungeon." Weapon began explaining the basics. As the name suggests, the dungeon is full of C-rank water buffalo demons. They rush straight in from close range, Weapon continued, so fighting them head-on with melee attacks can get pretty dangerous. Then his eyes sharpened as he tapped the page. "But everything has a weakness. For those things, the opening is long-range attacks." But as Weapon continued, his expression grew noticeably more serious, and his voice dropped lower than before. "There's one thing you absolutely must never do," Weapon warned. "Do not open the central stone gate." Chloe frowned at that and leaned forward slightly. "What happens if someone opens it by accident?" Weapon thought for a moment before answering. "There are rumors that something is sealed behind it, but that's only a theory. Nothing has been confirmed." Ryojo Saki added in a calm voice. "The Academy's condition for challenging the Water Buffalo Dungeon is that the stone gate must remain closed. There's no reason to open it on our own, right?" Kangyoma nodded along, trying to sound casual. "Right?" Then he added a little too firmly, "It's absolutely off-limits." The other three all turned to look at him at once. Kangyoma stiffened awkwardly. Hey, Weapon stared straight at him and asked, "Kangyoma, do you know what's behind that gate?" Kangyoma quickly shook his head. No, of course I don't. And I don't plan on touching it either." Weapon let out a small sigh, realizing he might have been overthinking it. "Oh, what am I even saying?" Kangyoma kept his real thoughts quiet. That gate only opened when certain conditions were met, and for now, it should still be locked. If they ignored that danger, then the Water Buffalo Dungeon was actually one of the most rewarding places they could choose. When Kangyoma glanced toward Ryojo Saki, he noticed her staring at him with a slightly dazed look. Kangyoma smiled faintly and asked, "Oh, you really love sweets, don't you?" Ryojo Saki didn't seem embarrassed at all. For someone who uses their brain a lot, sugar is essential. Kangyoma could only give her a weak, uncertain smile. He honestly had no idea what he was supposed to say to that. Suddenly, Kangyoma's expression changed. Chloe sensed it at almost the same time, her eyes sharpening and turning red as she quietly went on alert. Kangyoma's thoughts tightened. Was someone watching him again? Chloe turned toward him, her voice low with concern. "Kangyoma, what's wrong?" Kangyoma didn't answer out loud. He stayed still, quietly telling himself to wait. When the right moment came, whoever was hiding would eventually reveal themselves. Under a clear blue sky, the group headed toward a new destination. A bus appeared on the road that wound along the mountain range, rolling steadily forward toward Chan. Inside the bus, Kangyoma sat quietly by the window, his expression thoughtful as his eyes followed the passing scenery. This was a remote place on Earth, once known as a famous location tied to the heroes of this world. Back when Kangyoma had read the novel, he had sworn to himself that he would never take this route. And yet somehow here he was now sitting on a bus and heading straight toward that very place. After some time, the bus finally stopped. A voice rang out from outside, catching Kang Gyoma's attention. "How did you get here? This is a civilian-controlled area near a dungeon." Kang Gyoma looked through the window and saw someone pushing a barricade aside to clear the way. His brows drew together slightly as he scanned the area beyond the glass. Security here was tighter than he expected. Then that familiar feeling returned, the sensation of being watched. Kang Gyoma focused, suspicion rising in his chest. Could those old men from the Academy Council of Elders be tracking him? While Kang Gyoma was lost in thought, Weapon suddenly walked up beside him and called out, "Hey, Kang Gyoma!" Hearing his name, Kang Gyoma turned toward him. Weapon held something out in his hand and asked, "Want an egg?" Kang Gyoma shook his head. "Oh, no thanks." Then another thought flashed through his mind. Was Weapon seriously eating that today? But Weapon quickly changed the subject. "Are you worried about that X-rank dungeon?" Kang Gyoma gave a dry chuckle. "Haha, I knew it." Weapon ignored his reaction and turned towards someone else. "Ryo Saki, want an egg?" Ryo Saki kept her cool expression. Her eyes still turned toward the window as she answered shortly. No, Chloe, meanwhile, was asleep nearby, resting herself to recover energy for the mission ahead. With no one left to offer it to, Weapon simply ate the egg himself and nodded in satisfaction. Tasty. Outside the window, there wasn't much worth looking at, so Ryojo Saki eventually shifted her attention back inside the bus. Her gaze landed on Kang Gyoma as he talked with Weapon. Weapon glanced at him and asked, "Want to do something to pass the time?" Kang Gyoma answered casually, "Nah." But then he noticed Ryojo Saki watching him, and the sudden eye contact caught her completely off guard. Ryojo Saki quickly looked away, surprised, and the curiosity in her eyes shifted into a faint uneasiness. Kang Gyoma lowered his gaze toward his feet, thinking quietly. He didn't feel like someone was watching him now, so why was Ryojo Saki looking at him like that? A little while later, the bus came to a stop. It was hard to tell who stepped off first or last, but as Chloe climbed down, she immediately looked around and exclaimed, "Wow, it's so beautiful." "The weather is really nice today, isn't it?" Chloe added, her voice bright as she took in the open scenery. Kang Gyoma didn't pay much attention to the weather. His thoughts had already shifted elsewhere. This place had once been home to ancient monsters, but now it had been reduced to a farming area. Even so, everyone here seemed well prepared. Chloe moved at the front of the group with her familiar sword secured across her back, walking like she had already decided she would be the first one into danger. Beside them, Saki carefully carried a long object wrapped in cloth, almost as tall as her own body. Weapon, on the other hand, came empty-handed, and his cold stare landed straight on Kang Gyoma. "Seriously, Kang Gyoma? What's with all that stuff you're dragging around?" Kang Gyoma turned his head calmly, more curious than bothered. With every step Kang Gyoma took, something inside his backpack clinked and rattled, the sharp metallic sound echoing just enough to grate on Weapon's nerves. Without bothering to argue, Kang Gyoma quietly opened the backpack for him. Packed inside were rows upon rows of familiar sashimi knives, far more than just the signature brown-handled ones, and several of the blades had even been painted and modified to draw out extra power. Weapon froze for a second, sweat sliding down his forehead as he stared at the ridiculous number of knives. "What? Are you planning to open a shop inside the dungeon?" Kang Gyoma only gave him a steady, confident look. It's better to be over-prepared than regret it later. Weapon still didn't fully understand why anyone would need that many knives for one dungeon run, but he decided not to dig any deeper. Instead, he let out a small chuckle and shook his head. "You really talk like some old man sometimes? Well, knowing you, I guess you've got your own reasons for preparing like that." Chloe then stepped forward, her voice carrying a firm confidence that filled the space between them. "I'm always the one who takes the lead, so I'll go first." Kang Gyoma glanced at her and smiled faintly, remembering how only a few months ago she had seemed so timid and small. But now Chloe stood there with enough confidence to guide the entire group forward. Seeing that change in her, Kang Gyoma simply nodded and accepted it without hesitation. No problem. The four of them soon reached the dungeon entrance together. Up ahead, 2 barricades blocked the path and 2 guards stood watch beside them. When the guards noticed Kang Gyoma's group approaching, surprise briefly crossed their faces, but they quickly straightened themselves and returned to their practiced composure. The guards looked over Kang Gyoma and the others with clear suspicion in their eyes, but Kang Gyoma and Saki kept their expressions calm, as if nothing about the situation bothered them at all. One of the guards glanced down at a notebook lying on the table, then looked back up at them. "You're from the academy, right? All 4 of you, write your names in the registry before entering." One by one, they stepped up and signed the registry, with Kang Gioma leaving his name last. The moment Kang Gioma finished writing, the guard's face changed for just an instant, a tiny flicker of surprise slipping through before he could hide it. Kang Gioma noticed that reaction immediately. His eyes narrowed slightly as he studied the guard's expression, trying to catch whatever had just given him away. By then, the other three had already started moving ahead. Weapon glanced back and called out, "Hey, Kang Gioma, what's taking you so long? Let's go!" Chloe also looked over her shoulder, silently urging him not to linger there. Kang Gioma let out a quiet sigh and gave a small nod. "Yeah." As the gate opened with a heavy sound, the others stepped through first. Kang Gioma followed after them. "Let's go." But the moment they passed beyond the entrance, Weapon's face twisted into a grimace. "Ugh, this smell. Looks like this is going to be rough for me." At almost the same time, an uneasy feeling rose sharply in Kang Gyoma's chest. His body felt strangely tense, and he wondered to himself, "Am I trembling?" Behind them, the dungeon gate began to close little by little. Before the gate fully shut, Kang Gyoma glanced back toward the staff still standing outside. He tried to steady himself with a quiet thought. It would probably be fine. Then the gate slammed closed, cutting them off from the outside light and leaving the four of them inside the dungeon's darkness as they pressed deeper in. The inside of the dungeon was surprisingly well maintained, nothing like the gloomy, crumbling cave Kang Gioma had imagined. If anything, it almost felt like a tourist attraction. Since Academy students came here often, he supposed that made sense. The walls were covered in graffiti and careless phrases left behind by previous visitors, including strange lines like, "You came and you left." Seeing all those marks, Kang Gioma couldn't help but stare. What kind of dungeon was this? At this point, it really did feel more like a sightseeing spot. While Kang Gioma was lost in those thoughts, someone lightly tugged at the sleeve of his coat. When he looked down, he saw Saki standing beside him, her face looking a little pale and uncomfortable. "I'm having some trouble," she murmured. Kang Gioma immediately turned toward her with concern. "Are you okay?" Saki's voice dropped into a quiet whisper as she answered, "If I eat something sweet, I think I'll feel better." Kang Gioma reached into the pocket of his coat without saying much. Saki watched his hand closely, her eyes silently sparkling with expectation. He pulled out a handful of candies and offered them to her, but the moment Saki saw what they were, disappointment spread across her face. "Candy?" Saki stared at them, clearly let down. "No rice cakes?" Kang Gioma blinked, taken aback by the sheer confidence of her complaint. "Why would you expect that from me? If you wanted rice cakes, you should have brought them yourself." Saki replied as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "It'll save you later." Even so, she accepted the candy and popped it into her mouth. Kang Gioma forced himself to regain his composure, reminding himself that he needed to stay focused. Before he could fully settle his thoughts, Chloe suddenly appeared close by, startling him. Her eyes had changed, sharp and assessing as she looked into the distance. 3 to 4 monsters are approaching about 200 meters ahead. Weapon turned toward the others, instantly serious. "All right, stick to the plan, and we won't be in danger." Then he looked toward Chloe and Saki with a firm expression. "Chloe, Saki, I'll protect both of you. Don't worry," Weapon added, his voice steady as he tried to reassure them before the monsters arrived. Chloe reached for her crossbow and drew it smoothly, lowering her stance as she prepared to meet the threat head-on. Saki also moved quickly, gripping her own weapon, a red bell, and thanks to the candy Kang Gyoma had given her, she seemed just a little steadier than before. Kang Gyoma's eyes widened when he recognized it. That was an S-rank weapon. With something like that, clearing this dungeon should be far from difficult. But Saki still looked tired as she held it, muttering, "This thing is old, so it's a bit stiff." Kang Gyoma's confidence wavered as he wondered if he could really trust it. Then Saki suddenly shouted, "Hold on!" She pulled out a red bean candy bar, took a bite, and her face immediately brightened with pure delight. "Now I can really fight," Saki declared, looking far more energized than she had a moment ago. The small confidence that had just started to build inside Kang Gyoma disappeared almost instantly. He stared at Saki for a moment and thought, "Can I really trust her with this?" The monsters didn't give them any more time to hesitate. A strong gust of wind swept out from deep within the cave, brushing past them like a warning. "They're here," Kang Gyoma said. "Everyone, get ready." A harsh clattering sound echoed through the passage, growing louder and louder as the monsters rushed closer. Chloe and Saki braced themselves at once, while Weapon lifted his flute and began to play, preparing to support the group from behind. Then 3 two-legged buffalo monsters burst into view, charging forward with heavy steps. But the group did not flinch. Chloe launched herself first, stomping hard against the ground to build momentum before springing high into the air. Her eyes sharpened as she aimed from above, and then she fired her crossbow in rapid succession, releasing bolts one after another. One of the arrows struck directly into a monster's eye, and the creature crashed down with a heavy thud. But even after that hit, the remaining charge did not break. Three shapes still seemed to be rushing forward, and Chloe's eyes widened slightly. Why were there still three of them? The moment Chloe landed and saw that the monsters had not slowed down at all, she made her decision. "I'll slow them down," Chloe said, steadying herself for the next move. Weapon shouted from behind her, "Chloe, lure them toward the ambush point." But before Chloe could move, Saki spoke up. "Leave it to me." Chloe turned at once and saw Saki raising her bow, her blue hair fluttering in the rushing wind. In the next instant, three golden beams shot forward, cutting through the darkness straight toward the charging monsters. In that dangerously silent space, the three buffalo monsters were wiped out in an instant, their massive bodies vanishing under the force of Saki's attack before they could even properly close the distance. Saki lightly licked her lips, as if the attack had been nothing more than a casual warm-up. "Sorry, I shot first." Then, without any shame at all, she smoothly changed the subject and lifted her chin toward the candy. "By the way, this is really good." Kang Gyoma stared at the destroyed monsters with clear exasperation in his eyes. Saki had fired so fiercely that even the horns had been blown away along with the bodies. How are we supposed to collect materials now? Kang Gyoma felt a small pang of sadness as he looked at the ruined remains. With that kind of wide-range firepower, Saki had basically carried the entire fight by herself. Long-range archers really were terrifying when they got serious. It was impressive, no doubt about that. But the materials they came for were now completely ruined. Kang Gyoma clicked his tongue inwardly. Damn it. Weapon looked toward the deeper passage and asked, "Should we keep going farther in?" Just then, a stone suddenly dropped from the spot where the one-eyed buffalo had fallen. The monster forced itself back up and charged straight towards Saki. Saki's eyes widened in surprise. "Wasn't it already down?" Her expression twisted with annoyance as she muttered, "What a hassle." Before Saki could recover, a stone struck her leg hard. Her balance broke at once, and her bow slipped from her grasp as she stumbled. Danger closed in, right in front of her. With no time to dodge, Saki could only raise her arm in front of her face to block the impact, but the pain she expected never came. When Saki opened her eyes, Kang Gyoma was already there. He had drawn one of his sashimi knives in a flash and sliced the charging buffalo clean in half, the cold edge of the blade gleaming sharply in the dungeon's dim light. The split buffalo crashed violently to the ground, its heavy body slamming down with a dull final impact. Once the danger had passed, Kang Gyoma turned towards Saki with a small, relaxed smile. "Are you okay?" Saki quickly covered her mouth, her cheeks flushing red as embarrassment spread across her face. Kang Gyoma blinked at her reaction, completely confused by the sudden change. At that exact moment, the sharp sound of a phone ringing broke through the tense air. Outside the dungeon, one of the guards answered the call and straightened his posture. "Yes, instructor, I understand." Back inside the dungeon after the water buffalo had been taken down, Kang Gyoma stepped forward and picked up one of its horns from the ground. As he examined the material in his hand, a few thoughts crossed his mind and a faint smile appeared on his face. The main goal of this secret realm trip was the water buffalo horn, a high-quality C-rank enhancement material. It could strengthen weapons, but that wasn't its only use. Since it was this valuable, Kang Gyoma intended to collect as many as he could while they were here. Then, from behind him, Saki suddenly called out in a quiet voice, "Hey." When Kang Gyoma turned around, Saki held out a candy bar toward him. "Thanks for earlier. This is my thank you gift." Kang Gyoma looked slightly surprised as his gaze shifted from the candy bar to Saki's face. For a moment, he just stared at her, thinking silently for a few seconds. Why was Saki suddenly giving him something? Kang Gyoma couldn't quite figure it out, but he decided not to overthink it. Still, if Chloe misunderstood and got upset, that would become troublesome fast. After taking the candy bar from Saki, Kang Gyoma turned toward Chloe. "Chloe." The moment Chloe heard her name, her face softened and a shy blush appeared on her cheeks. "Huh?" Kang Gyoma leaned a little closer and whispered something too quietly for the others to hear. Chloe listened, then nodded obediently. "Oh yes, all right." But their quiet exchange was immediately interrupted when Weapon cut in with a teasing voice. "Hey, are you two flirting or something?" Chloe's face turned bright red in an instant, while Kang Gyoma frowned at Weapon, completely shattering whatever sweet daydream Chloe had started slipping into. Kang Gyoma stared at Weapon in disbelief. "Why would you think that just from seeing us talk like this?" Weapon shrugged and backed off lightly. All right, I was just wondering." Kang Gyoma still looked puzzled, but he let it pass. "Oh, it's fine then." Chloe's shoulders seemed to sink slightly, disappointment showing clearly on her face. To Kang Gyoma, though, This was normal. Keeping a little distance was the safest way to deal with Chloe's intense reactions. But Chloe quickly gathered herself, pushing aside the awkward feeling as something more important came to mind. I have a few questions. Why are there so many monsters here? At those words, all four of them grew more alert. Their eyes moved carefully across the tunnel as they observed their surroundings more closely, before heading deeper into the cave. Weapon turned toward Saki, his expression more serious now. Whatever is happening inside this dungeon, the monsters are acting strangely. It shouldn't be this quiet. Saki looked thoughtful for a moment, then nodded slowly. Yeah, I agree. Something about this feels off. Weapon's eyes widened a little as he leaned toward her. Off how? Thinking back to the moment they entered, Saki popped another candy into her mouth and answered bluntly. I'm not completely sure. It just feels like they're running away from something. For water buffaloes, this kind of behavior is highly unusual. This isn't how they normally act. Weapon nodded as if that made perfect sense. You're right. Water buffaloes are usually gentle. They were even used for plowing fields in the past, and they're known as one of the magical beasts friendliest to humans. Kang Gyoma could only feel exasperated as he remembered the aggressive monsters that had just charged at them. Those beasts were supposed to plow fields, and somehow everyone here actually believed that. After discussing the strange behavior of the water buffaloes, the group continued farther into the dungeon. In the game, this place had been considered low difficulty because water buffaloes didn't attack unless provoked. Kang Gyoma had experienced that himself before. They were called magical beasts that were extremely hard to agitate. But now that this world had become reality, Kang Gyoma couldn't help wondering whether everything would still follow the same rules as the game. There were definitely suspicious details. But Kang Gyoma told himself it would probably be fine. The route had already been decided, and if something happened, they could still call for help. The checkpoint staff were supposed to be standing by outside. With that thought, he turned toward Weapon. Hey, what's your relationship with those two anyway? Your network is surprisingly impressive. Before Weapon could answer, Saki cut in first. I was first place in the written exam, and he was second. Since his scores were good, he goes around bragging about it everywhere. Weapon immediately flustered. Hey, why are you saying it like that? Saki smirked with a triumphant look, clearly enjoying his reaction. I'm just telling the truth. Then she lifted 3 fingers proudly. And in the last placement test, I was third, you know. Kang Gyoma shifted his gaze toward Weapon again. Then what about Chloe? I don't think you met her through the exams. Weapon stammered for a moment, suddenly less smooth than before. Well, we're pretty close. Kang Gyoma frowned slightly. As a player, he couldn't understand how he had never known that Weapon was connected to so many game characters. Weapon's name had never even been mentioned like that. Seeing Kang Gyoma's reaction, Weapon finally started to explain the connection more clearly. My clan is a minor branch connected to Chloe's family, a sideline of the prestigious Auditor family. We don't see each other that often, but we've crossed paths since we were kids. You could say we're distant relatives who share the same blood. Weapon paused, then turned the question back on Kang Gyoma. I've talked about myself. What about you? Kang Gyoma stayed silent, and Weapon laughed as he playfully punched him in the chest. Don't look at me like that. I'm satisfied with my life right now. I'm happy being from a minor branch, with no need to get dragged into complicated disputes. Noble society is rotten with drama. Honestly, you're the impressive one. Kang Gyoma remained unfazed and answered flatly. It's nothing like that. Don't worry about it. Weapon laughed louder and said, Who knows, maybe one day you'll become one of the 7-star heroes. Chloe's eyes brightened right away, and she chimed in with excitement. Yeah, that's totally possible. But as the others spoke, Kang Gyoma noticed that Saki's mood had suddenly changed. Saki had stopped walking and her face had gone cold, her expression turning sharp and serious. I hate the 7-star heroes, Saki said, her voice low and heavy. Kang Gyoma and Chloe both looked at her in surprise, caught completely off guard by the sudden bitterness in her words. Why? Saki shook her head, as if she had no intention of explaining any further, and quickly steered the conversation away from the 7-star heroes. Let's go. We still have to finish the mission, right? Don't we need 2 more water buffaloes? The group continued forward through the cave. But as they walked, Kang Gyoma's gaze was pulled towards something unusual on the wall, a strange purple slash mark carved across the stone. The instant Kang Gyoma saw it, a heavy, unpleasant feeling surged through his chest like a warning he couldn't ignore. Weapon looked back at him, noticing that Kang Gyoma had stopped moving. What are you doing? Come on, let's go! Kang Gyoma snapped out of his thoughts and answered quickly. Oh, right. Elsewhere, near the dangerous entrance of the dungeon, a mysterious figure stood in the shadows and spoke through a communication device. It's me. The mysterious figure asked if everything had been done as ordered, and the voice on the other end answered immediately. Yes, of course. They've already gone deep into the water buffalo dungeon, and they're engaging the monsters now. The mysterious figure frowned slightly at the report. The mysterious figure started to ask another question. Do you need? But before the sentence could be finished, the voice on the device cut in. All right, I'm not that confident. The mysterious figure's tone sharpened. What else did you do? The guard answered tensely. Just as I reported, I placed a glowing stone along the water buffalo's path. The mysterious figure, the 5th Legion commander, held a piece of candy in one hand and muttered coldly, You talk too much. If this fails, your responsibility won't be small. The guard tightened his grip around the phone, anxiety showing in the pressure of his hand. All right, I trust what I've done. If anything seems off, I'll report it immediately. With that, the call ended. After lowering the phone, the guard stared toward the dungeon entrance with a troubled look in his eyes. A dark thought crossed his mind. Would Kang Gioma and the others die in there? The dungeon gate gave off a faint glow, and an ominous mist curled around it, making the air around the entrance feel even more unsettling. If the gate opened while something was still being prepared inside, then Kang Gioma's group would have almost no chance of surviving. The guard stepped closer to the gate, his eyes narrowing as he studied the strange glow and the mist surrounding it. He couldn't leave it alone. He needed to check the situation one more time. Inside the cave, Kang Gioma's group continued deeper into the dungeon. Then Chloe suddenly stopped in place, her eyes turning sharp and alert. Chloe's voice tightened as she listened and sensed the movement ahead. I think magical beasts are coming. Kang Gioma reacted immediately. Good. How many? Chloe focused on the darkness ahead, carefully observing the movement echoing through the passage. Then she swallowed hard, her expression stiffening. About 50. The other 3 froze on the spot. What the? For a second, it felt like they must have misheard her, but then a thunderous roar exploded through the dungeon, shaking the cave violently around them. Kang Gioma, Chloe, Saki, and Weapon stood stunned, their eyes locked on the direction of the deafening sound. From the darkness ahead, a whole herd of water buffaloes came charging forward like an invading army, their heavy steps pounding against the dungeon floor. The 4 of them were frozen in shock. Weapon tried to keep himself calm, but his voice still came out as a shout. What are those things? Why are there so many? Aren't water buffaloes supposed to be docile? At the front of the herd, the leading water buffalo roared fiercely, its eyes blazing an unnatural red. Behind it, countless others bellowed together, filling the cave with a terrifying wave of sound. Weapon's face turned pale, and for a moment he could barely get the words out. What the hell is this? Weren't they supposed to be tame? Kang Gioma couldn't explain why the water buffaloes were acting like this, but instead of letting panic take over, he forced his mind to sharpen. Watching the chaotic swarm rush toward them, he suddenly remembered the words of his first teacher, every knife had its own purpose. A chicken knife wasn't made to handle beef. A sashimi knife existed to slice raw fish. That was the lesson Kang Gioma had once been taught, and he remembered accepting it clearly. As those memories rushed back, Kang Gioma murmured to himself, Sashimi? Back then, he had questioned his teacher. Wasn't a sashimi knife still a knife meant for cutting? His teacher had raised the blade in response, and young Kang Gioma had flinched before he could stop himself. Sorry, Kang Gioma had quickly blurted out. But nothing violent happened. There was only a clean, flawless slice, so precise that it almost felt effortless. His teacher had simply smiled at him and said, That's true too. Back in the present, Kang Gioma stared at the charging herd and made up his mind. This time, he would have to use a sashimi knife to handle beef. Without wasting another second, Kang Gioma gave his orders. Chloe, distract the water buffalo herd, attack them from the front, then move quickly to both sides and break up their formation. Don't try to fight them directly, just draw their attention. Chloe nodded with a serious expression, immediately understanding what Kang Gioma wanted from her. Got it. Kang Gioma then looked toward Weapon and spoke briefly. You know what to do, right? Weapon looked surprised for a moment, but he caught on quickly and nodded. Of course. Saki, however, looked completely confused as she watched the 2 of them respond so easily. What is this? Why are the water buffaloes acting like that? There are 50 of them. Before Saki could spiral any further, Kang Gioma called her name sharply. Saki. She flinched at once. Kang Gioma gave her a clear order. Stop the ones that get too close. Saki froze, then whispered toward Weapon. What's with him? How is he so calm? Weapon chuckled lightly. Spend enough time in a squad with Kang Gioma, and you get used to killing monsters. Don't be too shocked. Saki still couldn't fully understand what she was seeing, her mind struggling to catch up with Kang Gioma's calmness. To Kang Gioma, though, the idea was strangely simple. A herd of buffaloes, a sashimi knife, and a battlefield in front of him. It wasn't as impossible as it looked. It was just like using the blessing of the sword god. If that was the case, then Kang Gioma only needed to prepare properly. He pulled knife after knife from his bag, lining up 8 sharpened blades as the blessing of the sword god activated around him. Frenzied water buffalo broke from the herd and charged straight toward Kang Geoma. Kang Geoma held his stance without backing away, then threw one of his knives directly at the charging target. Weapon supported the team from behind, while Saki stood frozen in place, her eyes widening as she watched the unbelievable sight unfold in front of her. The candy bar slipped from Saki's hand and dropped to the ground. In a dazed voice, she could only whisper, "What is this?" The cold air mixed with the damp, rancid stench of the dungeon. In front of Saki, Kang Geoma stood alone atop a pile of water buffalo corpses, surrounded by the foul odor of blood and torn flesh. The cave, which had just been shaking with roars and battle, now sank into an eerie silence. Saki stared at the scene, the corner of her mouth twitching as an indescribable emotion rose inside her. She struggled to stand and looked around at the scattered remains. What the hell is this? Time itself felt meaningless. It could barely even be called time at all. In less than a minute, in the blink of an eye, dozens of water buffaloes had been turned into cold chunks of meat. Even with the scene right in front of her, Saki could hardly believe what her eyes were seeing. Each time Kang Geoma moved his arm, his blades spun through the air like cold steel propellers, cutting apart the rushing beasts with terrifying ease. Their mission was already as good as complete, yet Chloe dashed forward again, her eyes shining with that familiar excitement. In the next instant, several afterimages split away from Chloe's body, moving at a speed that made the air itself seem to blur. Using her blessing, she created 4 clones, and all of them rushed in at once, pulling the water buffalo's attention in different directions. As Chloe's afterimages converged around the herd, her sword slid smoothly back toward its sheath. Clang. The crisp sound of the blade striking the scabbard rang through the dungeon. A heartbeat later, sharp slashes appeared across the water buffalo's bodies all at once, as if the cuts had been waiting for that single sound to reveal themselves. Not wanting to fall behind, Kang Geoma immediately threw his next knife. His shadow stretched across the cave wall, and every blade he released struck its target with frightening accuracy. His cold gaze stayed locked on the beasts in front of him. With one clean swing, the remaining buffaloes in his path collapsed to the ground. Kang Geoma moved through the battlefield like a passing breeze. The water buffaloes roared in desperation, but in the blink of an eye, lines of sword aura had already carved themselves across their bodies. Every swing of Kang Geoma's shoulder sent another blade flashing forward like lightning, tearing through the charging enemies. His movements looked almost casual, even random, yet every strike was perfectly placed. Each beast fell from a single cut, their massive bodies split apart with smooth, flawless surfaces, as if the blades had met no resistance at all. The few water buffaloes still left alive let out hopeless cries, forced to watch their own herd fall one after another. Boom! Rocks and broken debris scattered across the cave floor, but Kang Geoma dodged it all with inhuman speed and reflexes. His steps stayed light, almost relaxed, as he walked through the blood-soaked battlefield as if it were nothing more than an ordinary path. From the rear, Weapon kept his focus on playing the flute, sending sound-based support toward the team. Saki still couldn't fully understand what was happening. She had heard about Kang Geoma's strangeness during virtual training sessions and through quiet rumors, but hearing about it and seeing it were completely different things. Right before her eyes, Kang Geoma charged forward without slowing down, even as the water buffaloes gathered and swarmed around him. They tried to crush him with sheer numbers, rushing his position from every side. And the more beasts there were, the tighter the encirclement around Kang Geoma became. Saki's breath caught in shock. She lifted her bow instinctively, but she didn't dare release an arrow. Kang Geoma was surrounded, and for a split second, she thought he was in real danger. Then Saki's eyes widened, disbelief spreading across her face. Kang Geoma swung 2 sashimi knives horizontally. Slash after slash after slash tore through the air, and every water buffalo surrounding him was driven back, sliced apart into pieces. In Saki's sight, Kang Geoma stood there in silence, his eyes filled with absolute confidence. At that moment, he no longer looked like someone standing off to the side of the story. He looked like the very center of it. Saki's bow slowly drooped in her hand as she stared blankly ahead. What? What the hell just happened? Before her, the remaining water buffaloes had become a chaotic mountain of flesh. A murderous pressure hung over the entire cave, while red blood spread across the ground, turning the scene into something horrifying yet strangely unforgettable. Kang Geoma quietly looked over the battlefield, then gave a small smile. Somehow, he had already produced a bag and started collecting enough water buffalo horns to satisfy the mission requirements. His voice was perfectly calm as he looked at the results. This should be enough. Staring at the bag now bulging with horns, Kang Geoma began thinking to himself, It had taken 40 seconds to wipe out 50 water buffaloes. The only shame was that he didn't have a spatial bag, so he could carry only part of the materials. Even so, he nodded in satisfaction and smiled as if the whole thing had been nothing special. Chloe approached Kang Gioma with her eyes sparkling brightly. Kang Gioma, you were so cool today. Kang Gioma also knew how much effort Chloe had put in earlier. Her terrifying speed had drawn the herd's attention and made the entire fight much easier to control. Kang Gioma gave her a faint smile. You worked hard too, Chloe. Without you, we wouldn't have finished this quickly. His praise made Chloe blush with obvious delight, and she gave a small, happy laugh. Thanks. As Kang Gioma and Chloe spoke, his expression toward her softened just a little. He didn't like showing his feelings openly, but when someone helped achieve the goal, he never held back his praise. Weapon was already used to that side of him, but Saki was not. Saki kept staring at Kang Gioma as though she had just witnessed something that shouldn't have been possible. Weapon glanced at Saki, then shrugged with a knowing look. I told you, don't be shocked. Saki snapped back at him, irritated. Don't be shocked after seeing that? Are you an idiot? Weapon laughed and let out a sigh. Haha, I couldn't speak the first time either. Honestly, it's still hard to believe that guy Kang Gioma breaks common sense every time he shows up. Saki pressed her lips together, her expression turning complicated as her voice trembled slightly. Who the hell is Kang Gioma? Looking at Kang Gioma and Chloe ahead of them, Weapon only shrugged again. I don't know either. And today isn't the first time Kang Gioma has dominated like this. He's been stacking up achievements at the academy and in other dungeons too. Saki couldn't hide her shock, her eyes still fixed ahead as if silently asking what kind of person Kang Gioma really was. But Saki eventually shook her head, trying not to get stuck on it forever. Weapon turned toward Kang Gioma with a sincere look and said, Thanks, man. Saki followed Weapon's gaze back to Kang Gioma, but her mind was still a complete mess, unable to process everything she had just seen. After confirming that they had met their goal, the group started making their way out of the dungeon, talking among themselves as they walked. Weapon still sounded amazed. The dungeon condition was only to kill 2 water buffaloes, but you took down way more than that, almost by yourself. That's insane. Kang Gioma gave a faint smile. During the midterm, when I fought the mermaids, I didn't do much. Think of this as making up for it. Weapon started to protest. Hey, back then that wasn't. But then he stopped mid-sentence and glanced at Saki, who clearly had no idea what they were talking about. He quickly corrected himself, stumbling over his words. Yeah, fine, thanks anyway. Saki frowned, a giant question mark practically forming over her head. What's going on? Weapon dodged the subject and tried to lighten the mood instead. Forget clearing the dungeon. We nearly died in there. Then his tone slowly turned serious, suspicion creeping back into his voice. But why were the water buffaloes so aggressive today? Saki nodded. Haven't we seen something like this before? Remember the Lion Kings? I thought they weren't as strong as expected either. The group kept walking, but Chloe suddenly stopped and stared ahead. Then she turned toward Kang Gioma with a wary look. Hey, Kang Gioma, where are we? Kang Gioma froze at her question. Saki looked around as well, finally realizing something was strange. Huh? This place? It's like a pillar. Then Saki suddenly shouted, alarm flashing across her face. Oh no. The space around them shifted without warning. From the empty void, eerie purple chains appeared and wrapped around everyone, binding all 4 of them in place. Confusion spread across their faces, but Chloe stayed calm, her eyes glinting as she quickly tried to calculate what was happening. Kang Gioma carefully observed the chains and the distorted space around them, his thoughts turning sharp. They had been bound by chains. So what was supposed to happen next at that moment? A figure suddenly appeared, the dungeon gate guard. He stared at the scene in front of him, completely shocked. What the hell is this? Guard muttered under his breath, unable to believe that the monsters had been wiped out so completely. Panic quickly took hold of him. Then the truth hit him all at once. Damn it, I'm screwed. Desperate thoughts rushed through his mind. He still owed 20 billion to CH1, gritting his teeth. He remembered the earlier meeting. A woman claiming to be an academy instructor had approached him and said, Do one thing for me and I'll clear your 2 billion debt. The guard clenched his fist tightly, his heart pounding hard as the memory pressed down on him. The guard remembered the orders he had received from the 5th Legion commander. First, he had to tame the water buffaloes. Then, using magical stones, he had to drive them into a violent frenzy. And once Kang Gioma entered the dungeon, the guard was supposed to release every single water buffalo at the same time, then open the deepest stone gate hidden inside. The guard swallowed hard as he stared down at the purple crystal clutched in his hand. What the hell had that woman really meant? As doubt crept in, he found himself remembering the conversation from earlier. Back then, the woman had asked coldly whether that student was walking straight toward death. The 5th Legion commander had only smirked, making it clear that she had no intention of relying on a gamble she couldn't control. When she said she would simply find someone else, the guard quickly reached out and grabbed the crystal before she could take it away. No, wait, I'll help. The woman's lips curled into a faint smirk. Then hurry up. I'll call later with the detailed instructions, so answer even if the number is unknown. The guard hurriedly bowed his head, desperate not to lose the offer. Yes, I understand. After that, the woman left him standing there in shock, and a single thought flashed through his mind. 20 billion with that much money wiped away, he could do almost anything. Back in the present, the guard remembered the most important part of the plan and stepped forward with renewed resolve. They were just a group of academy kids. Once the stone gates opened, they were definitely dead. Meanwhile, near Kang Guillaume's group, a voice rang through the tense space. That gate, don't tell me it was here? Kang Guillaume's thoughts sharpened as he stared ahead. Everything had gone far too smoothly until now. Even their entry into the dungeon had happened without any real trouble. Kang Guillaume's eyes turned cautious as he realized the truth. This gate could only open with a glowing magical stone. The stone fragments dropped by the boss were supposed to be the reward, but he hadn't expected them to function as a key to the gate itself. Then Kang Guillaume noticed the red slash mark carved into the stone gate. A normal blade could never have left a cut like that. That mark belonged to him. Kang Guillaume silently drew his knife, his body preparing for what was coming next. But movement around them suddenly made the entire group tense, their senses snapping toward the danger nearby. Chloe's eyes narrowed as she looked into the darkness. What's that? Everyone saw it then, a hulking red monster standing ahead, gripping a giant axe in its massive hands. Weapon stared at the creature in disbelief. Is that really supposed to be a water buffalo? A chill ran through Kang Guillaume as unease tightened in his chest. Damn it, it had already awakened. While the others panicked, Kang Guillaume forced his mind to stay cold and clear. The reward for clearing this place could be the blessing of transference, a power capable of moving a blessing from its original owner to another target and activating it there. But that blessing couldn't be used by itself. And now right in front of them, an A-rank magical beast had appeared. Minotauros, radiating unmistakable menace. A powerful gust of wind slipped through the cracks of the gate, sweeping across the chamber like a warning. The flickering light of an oil lamp threw shadows across the wall, revealing the silhouette of another nearby water buffalo. Then on the opposite side, yet another one appeared from the darkness. All 4 of them saw it clearly now. A massive buffalo stood towering between the others, with one purple beast and one green beast flanking it on either side, all of them radiating fury. They were the left charge and the right strike, the king's left and right advisors. With her sharp perception, Chloe immediately turned toward Kang Guillaume and asked, Kang Guillaume, what are those things? Why are magical beasts like that appearing at the stone gate? Kang Guillaume didn't answer right away, his mind sinking deep into thought. Those 2 as well? Remembering the earlier situation, Kang Guillaume told himself that even if he slashed the gate apart and tried to escape, once that monster fully awakened, no one would get out unscathed. The pressure around him grew heavier, forcing Kang Guillaume to concentrate with everything he had. This wasn't like the midterm, when he had known nothing about the mermaid. He had fought this Minotauros in the game before. In perfect condition, he could take all 3 by himself. The problem was that he had already used up the 40 seconds from the blessing of painlessness. Kang Guillaume gritted his teeth and made his decision. He had to choose the move with the highest chance of success. At that moment, a booming sound echoed through the space, making the tension press down even harder. After a brief moment of calculation, Kang Guillaume reached into his pocket and carefully gripped a hidden sashimi knife. Then Kang Guillaume suddenly turned toward Weapon. Weapon, can you boost my strength and reduce the pain? Weapon looked surprised, but he answered right away. Yeah, I can, but how long do you need me to keep it up? 2 minutes at most, Kang Guillaume replied, keeping his voice short and steady. Weapon still looked a little worried, but after seeing Kang Guillaume's expression, he nodded firmly. Got it. If you say so, I'll do it. With that preparation settled, Kang Guillaume turned his attention to Chloe and Saki. Chloe, Saki, handle the small fries. Both of them froze for a brief moment at how calmly he said it. Kang Guillaume's voice grew heavier as he emphasized the warning. That big one is dangerous. Don't get close to it. Saki stood tense, her focus pulled completely into the threat ahead, leaving no room for any other thoughts. In front of them, the water buffaloes roared violently, their bulging muscles making their rage impossible to miss. Kang Guillaume tightened his grip and drew the E-rank Murasame. lifting the blade high as he prepared to move. Green light spread around him, and the blessing of the sword god activated. Lightning-like power surged through Kang Gyoma's body, bringing a wave of excruciating pain that struck him all at once. Kang Gyoma spat out a mouthful of blood, and the hand gripping his knife trembled from the agony coursing through him. Even so, his body could still move. Weapon began playing his flute to support him. But even with that help, the piercing pain tearing through Kang Gyoma's body was almost unbearable. Still, Kang Gyoma held his ground. He drew in a deep breath and poured every one of his senses into the battle in front of him. The boss charged first, lifting its massive axe before swinging it down with crushing force. Kang Gyoma dodged to the side at the last possible moment, slipping out of the axe's path. His eyes never left the beast, locked onto it with cold focus as the real fight began. Pain ripped through Kang Gyoma's nerves like fire, but he refused to let that force stop him. Using the very momentum of his own body, he twisted into a spinning slash, carving a deadly arc through the air, and striking the beast's weak point even as his battered body screamed at him to cough up blood. Right at that instant, a brutal counterattack erupted from beneath him. Boom, boom. The ground exploded upward, splitting apart as if something monstrous had punched through the earth itself. Kang Gyoma pulled back in a sharp retreat, but the beast gave him no space to breathe. It immediately pressed forward, driving a vicious kick straight toward him. Damn it! The impact landed with a heavy thud, and blood splattered across the ground in a red spray. Kang Gyoma staggered backward, barely keeping himself upright as his thoughts churned through the pain. It felt as if every sense that had been suppressed by the blessing was now bursting free all at once. The beast's eyes suddenly flared with an unnatural crimson glow, and Kang Gyoma's expression tightened. Damn. Its movements were no longer the same. Kang Gyoma could tell at once the monster was changing the way it attacked. What began as a crushing downward chop suddenly twisted into a horizontal swing, the shift so abrupt and fast that there was almost no time to react. Kang Gyoma dropped low at the last possible second, ducking beneath the strike by a razor-thin margin. The axe missed him and slammed into the ground instead, burying itself deep as cracks split outward through the floor. Kang Gyoma accelerated, cutting around to the beast's back in a blur, but the frenzied buffalo sensed him instantly and spun around to meet him with another savage swing. Boom! The blow crashed out with devastating force, sending a shockwave through the area like a bomb going off and swallowing the battlefield in dust and smoke. Inside that thick haze, the buffalo paused for only a heartbeat, but then it sensed something unexpected moving through the smoke. Inside that thick haze, the buffalo paused for only a heartbeat, but then it sensed something unexpected moving through the smoke. Weapon kept his flute pressed to his lips, still playing even as sweat poured down his face and his trembling body nearly gave out. At the same time, Saki was desperately holding off another beast, and as she leaped forward, Kang Gyoma's earlier words flashed through her mind. Use the strength in your muscles, control your stance, and let your footwork guide you. If you trust your combat instincts, even the smallest movement can throw the enemy off balance. Understanding the theory was easy, but putting it into practice in the middle of battle was completely different. Still, Saki caught the faintest opening, raised her bow, and fired an arrow straight into the buffalo's eye. The beast roared in pain, but it did not fall back. Instead, it tightened its grip around its blade and charged toward her with even more fury. Saki stared at its movements and realized with a chill that it was acting as if it were blind, rushing forward without truly seeing anything. She pulled her bowstring again, lining up another shot. The attack in front of her looked simple enough to read, but then boom, boom. The buffalo's head was blasted clean off, and its huge body lost all strength, collapsing heavily to the ground without another sound. It was dead. Saki quickly glanced around, her thoughts still racing. The Sword Emperor's technique, had she really heard that right? People said the Sword Emperor used aura in a way similar to that special entrant, Kang Gyoma, but she had no time to stop and think about it. Back at Kang Gyoma's fight, the buffalo's eyes widened in disbelief. Kang Gyoma had actually dodged that attack. The beast's gaze shifted through the haze, and Kang Gyoma's silhouette appeared reflected in its ferocious eyes. Around Kang Gyoma, a terrifying killing intent spread out, sharp and demonic enough to make the air feel heavy. The buffalo roared and charged again with a thunderous boom, driving one massive fist straight toward him. But Kang Gyoma slipped away lightly, vanishing from its path with speed even faster than the wind. With Murasame in his hand, a flash of light cut through the battlefield in a deadly arc. Slash, one of the buffalo's arms dropped to the ground. The buffalo let out a scream of pure agony, its massive body twisting from the sudden pain. A guttural cry tore from the beast's throat. It hurt. It hurt badly. Emmett. Its howl, filled with both pain and rage, echoed across the shattered battlefield. Its weapon slipped from its grasp and hit the ground with a sharp clang. At that same moment, Chloe and Weapon had just finished their own fight. Chloe drove her weapon through the other buffalo, and its final roar faded into the air as the creature collapsed at her feet. Breathing hard, Chloe lifted a hand and wiped the blood from her face, her expression dark and thoughtful. The more human a magical beast appeared, the more dangerous it became. Each one differed in strength and intelligence, but Chloe had no time to dwell on that thought. Her head snapped toward Kangyoma's battle. The buffalo continued roaring, but then it suddenly stopped. With its remaining hand, it gripped its axe and slowly raised it high. What was happening? A dreadful power began wrapping around the weapon, crawling over the axe like a living force. The entire group froze in shock. Saki's eyes widened with panic as the realization hit her. Magic? No way. A magical beast was actually using magic. The beast's remaining arms swelled grotesquely, and mutated green veins bulged beneath its skin. Saki tightened her grip on her bow, stunned and trembling. Was it sacrificing its own life force just to turn it into mana? It was only a beast, yet the pressure coming from it was terrifying. A wave of energy exploded outward. Boom, boom, forcing Chloe, Saki, and Weapon backward at once. Saki clenched her teeth, her mind racing as she stared at the violent mana surging around the monster. It was too dense. She could not get close. Weapon kept playing his flute, but worry was written all over his face. In his mind, he was practically screaming for Kangyoma to hold on and finish this. Kangyoma stood completely still. He did not dodge, did not step back, only looked up at the monster as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. The beast lifted its axe higher, preparing to bring down a devastating strike. Kangyoma still did not move, and for one terrifying moment, it felt like everything was over. With magical energy erupting wildly across the area, Kangyoma's teammates could not push through the pressure to reach him or help him. Now Kangyoma stood alone against the boss, forced to face it with no backup. But instead of retreating or showing fear, he gave a cold smirk, his eyes sweeping over the beast with open disdain. The pain tearing through his body only reminded him that he was still alive, and that meant there was only one choice left: pour everything into this final clash. The boss released a piercing roar and swung its axe, sending a crimson arc of magical energy slicing through the air. A violent shockwave spread across the battlefield, but Kangyoma did not falter. He tightened his grip on Murasame and charged straight in. Boom! The instant their weapons collided, a violent tremor shook the area. Kangyoma poured every ounce of strength he had into his arms, barely managing to hold his ground against the crushing force. The magic packed into the blow was far too dense, pressing down on Kangyoma like a wall of pure destructive power. If Kangyoma dodged at this distance, the force would not just knock him away, it would drive the danger straight toward his teammates behind him. In the tiny gap of a single breath, the boss caught the opening in Kangyoma's defense and immediately pushed harder, crushing down with even more pressure. Pressed into a corner with nowhere clean to escape, Kangyoma was forced to take one step back. Then, in that desperate instant, a freezing arrow shot in from far away and stabbed straight into the boss's right eye. The monster threw its head back and roared in agony. Saki stood there panting hard, her bow still raised as she shouted at him. "What are you standing around for? Finish the damn thing already." Thanks to Saki's perfectly timed support, Kangyoma finally saw it. The water buffalo's overwhelming strength was beginning to weaken. Kangyoma closed his eyes for a brief moment. When he opened them again, his focus had sharpened to the absolute limit, and the anxious pressure from his teammates' stares faded from his mind completely. At that moment, the air itself seemed to tear apart and heat surged around him. Kangyoma remembered an old saying, "If you strike, everything will be cut." Right now, those words felt more real than ever. Kangyoma poured his entire mind into that single motion. His shoulders and arms moved almost on instinct, and the Sashimi knife wrapped in sword aura shot forward, smashing into the crimson wave of magic and splitting through it like a fatal cut. Every time the blade collided with the magic, the crimson energy shattered into red fragments, and the impact rang through the cave while the scorching heat made the air tremble. Watching from a distance, Chloe Auditore recognized that power. It reminded her of Kangyoma's battle with the Sword Saint, when that same mysterious green light had appeared. A second later, Kangyoma's Sashimi blade drove straight through the water buffalo's weapon. He twisted the blade as if turning a key in a lock, and green energy spread from the pierced point, swallowing the beast in waves of pain. Kangyoma kept cutting without mercy, as if he had finally been freed from every limit that had ever held his blade back. The Bull King roared helplessly, but Kangyoma spun his weapon again, and the sword aura tore deep through its organs. The sickening sounds of bones snapping and flesh ripping rang out clearly through the cave. Then the blade came down in one final, decisive slash. A clean, sharp sound echoed as the strike cleaved through half of the boss's massive body. The sight froze everyone in place, leaving the entire group staring in stunned disbelief. It was far too epic for words, the kind of moment that went beyond anything they had imagined. For a moment, the boss's huge head seemed to hang in the air before it finally crashed to the ground. Kang Geoma landed lightly, exhausted as the foul stench of the monster's body rose around him. Once Kang Geoma caught his breath and saw that everyone was still safe, a long sigh of relief escaped him. He lifted his gaze slightly, letting himself feel the weight and glory of their hard-won victory. They had won. They had actually done it. Even Kang Geoma could barely believe he had managed to pull it off. Saki pressed one hand against her chest, her heart still pounding violently as she drew in a deep breath of relief. That final strike had been perfect. Weapon lowered his flute at last, struggling to steady his uneven breathing before collapsing to the ground with a heavy thud. He had no obvious wounds, but the backlash from the pain-reducing blessing had torn him up from the inside. With his lips swollen like they had been stung by bees, he groaned and muttered that every time Kang Geoma appeared, he broke through limits like it was nothing. Weapon's eyes shifted toward Kang Geoma as that brilliant green light still lingered in his thoughts, bright enough to illuminate the dark cave. At their age, being able to wield such radiant aura, what kind of person was Kang Geoma really? While Weapon was lost in thought, Saki hurried over and patted him firmly on the back. "Hey, breathe." Weapon obeyed without thinking, sucking in air, but the breath came out more like a strangled sob. Confused, Weapon turned his head toward her. What? What was that for? Saki crouched beside him and spoke slowly, as if something had finally clicked. "I think I understand what you meant earlier." Weapon blinked at her in complete confusion. "What did I say? That live stream legend thing." Saki tilted her head toward the cave ceiling with a small chuckle. "Yeah, I remember now, and I think I get why you stay around him." Weapon immediately raised a hand as if to object. "What? Since when do I follow him?" Saki only laughed teasingly and brushed off his protest. Weapon muttered under his breath, asking if Kang Geoma was still unable to skip grades this year because of the regulations. Then Weapon frowned and scolded her, asking whether she was shocked, acting foolish, or possessed by something. Saki smiled faintly, almost as if she doubted her own thoughts. What if it's the other way around? Do the rules actually forbid that?" Weapon looked skeptical, but after a pause he admitted, "Well, not exactly." Saki said nothing more after that. She simply looked toward Kang Geoma in silence, thinking that she did not know why, but all of a sudden she wanted to stay near him too. Something about him was just too intriguing. The boss had been defeated by Kang Geoma, but his own body was far from fine. Even with Weapon's blessing boosting him, he knew he needed rest. Still, he considered this level of damage fairly light, and it was worth remembering what it felt like to face an enemy without relying on the blessing of painlessness. Chloe Auditory rushed over first and threw her arms around Kang Geoma, hugging him tightly with worry filling her eyes. "Kang Geoma, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" In her panic, Chloe seemed to forget that he was already injured, and Kang Geoma's body trembled from the pain. He tried to control his breathing before stammering, Chloe, I think it's injured. Hold on." Chloe gently stepped back, her eyes turning shy as she realized what she had done. "Eek, sorry." Kang Geoma, pale from the pain, could only think that someone might as well kill him, because it hurt like hell. Even through his exhaustion, a status panel suddenly appeared in front of him. A message flashed before his eyes, announcing that he had unlocked a new blessing. Kang Geoma gave a bitter smile. This was supposed to belong to Leon, the protagonist. It was a rare one, the blessing of transference. When paired with another blessing, its value truly shined. The blessing of transference allowed an existing blessing to be moved to another creature or object, but direct contact was required for it to activate. It was practically essential for controlling Balmung, the sword that carried both yin and yang. Despite everything, Kang Geoma felt quietly pleased. At least something good had come out of this nightmare. Then the stone gate creaked loudly and began to open. Through the widening gap, a familiar figure appeared, the checkpoint staff member. His expression was twisted and complicated, and the sinister smile on his face looked more frightening than any monster they had just fought. Chloe blinked and turned toward Kang Geoma. He lowered his voice and whispered, "Chloe, that thing I asked you about earlier? It's time." "Yes," Chloe replied firmly, and without hesitation, she charged at the man with determination burning in her eyes. Kang Geoma was not especially skilled at manipulation, but there was no rule saying he could not rely on Chloe's absolute trust. There were two reasons he had chosen her. First, Chloe was an assassin from the Auditory family. Ordinary students could not simply attack people whenever they wanted. but members of the auditor family could act if they had a valid reason. Second, Kang Gyoma was certain this man was connected to everything. With the sword god's blessing sharpening his instincts more than ever, he trusted that feeling completely. Chloe slammed her foot into the man's stomach, and he screamed in pain. She forced him down and drove the hilt of her katana into his thigh. The impact sank deep, and his agonized scream echoed out as if it were tearing his throat apart. Tears and snot streamed down his face as he writhed beneath her, his whole body shaking from fear and pain. Chloe stared down at him coldly, her voice low and dangerous as she growled, "Stay still." Weapon turned pale as he looked between them and stammered, "What's going on? What's happening?" Kang Gyoma calmly exhaled and answered, "I asked Chloe to do something." The checkpoint staff member curled in on himself, sobbing as he stared up at them in terror. "You kids, why are you doing this to me? What did I even do?" Kang Gyoma smiled calmly and crouched down in front of him, keeping his voice low and steady. "That's exactly what we're about to find out. Whether you did something or not, it'll become clear soon enough." Weapon looked completely shaken as the pieces started coming together in his head. The rampaging buffaloes, the stone gate suddenly opening at the perfect moment. Was this man really behind all of it? Saki nodded, her expression turning sharp. "It's too abnormal. There aren't any cameras inside the dungeon, yet he appeared right when everything ended. It's almost like he was waiting for us." Weapon frowned, still struggling to understand. "But why would anyone target us?" Saki glanced at him in disbelief, almost speechless. "Dumbass, that's exactly why we need to dig deeper." With that, Saki stepped closer to the trembling man and called out coldly, "Hey, checkpoint guy, there's no way a small fry like you planned all of this on your own, so tell us who's behind it." The man opened his mouth, but fear clamped it shut again, leaving him stammering uselessly. Saki let out a tired sigh, then turned her gaze toward Kang Gyoma, silently signaling for him to step in. She asked with a chilling calm, "He's not talking. Want me to help open his mouth?" Kang Gyoma couldn't help admiring how composed Saki stayed even in a moment like this. He stepped closer to the man, his brows lowering. "If you don't tell us who's pulling the strings," before Kang Gyoma could even finish the sentence, the man broke down and screamed in panic, his voice shaking so badly it nearly cracked. I'll talk. So don't hit me, and don't kill me. Recently, an instructor from Joaquin Academy came to me and said she'd pay off my gambling debts." Weapon's face twisted with fury, and he scoffed in disgust. "You did all this because of gambling debts? You betrayed students over money?" Saki's voice went cold as the man trembled and tried to defend himself. "It wasn't pocket change, it was 20 million. I refused at first, but..." Before he could finish, Weapon snapped and cursed at him. "Damn it! Shut your mouth, you piece of trash." Saki stopped Weapon before his anger could go any further, then pressed the man again. "Enough. What did that instructor look like?" The man clutched his own body, shaking uncontrollably as he forced the words out. "A female instructor, purple hair, purple eyes, and she was noticeably tall." Saki narrowed her eyes, already matching the description to a face in her memory. "That's probably our class's assistant instructor. I don't forget a face after seeing it once, and her eyes are especially distinctive." Kang Gyoma's expression shifted as he realized it too. "Oh, I see." Weapon looked between them in confusion. "Wait, so the midterm incident was her doing too?" Saki's eyes sharpened with suspicion. "What happened back then?" Kang Gyoma answered simply, "We ended up fighting mermaids." Saki's eyes widened at once. "What?" "Leon was hospitalized after fighting those merfolk." Weapon grimaced, realizing the truth could no longer stay hidden. "Well, the secret's out now. Actually, Kang Gyoma took one down by himself." Saki's expression hardened as everything connected. "Then, we've got all the information we need." Kang Gyoma pulled out his iPhone 16 Pro Max, the recording already running. Every crime connected to that instructor had been captured clearly on record. Weapon stared at the phone in amazement. "Unbelievable, that really is pro." Chloe Auditory made her move without hesitation, yanking her katana free from the man's thigh. He immediately grabbed the wound with both hands, trembling as blood poured out like rain. Kang Gyoma approached him with a cold look. That dungeon gate was never supposed to open, and yet it did. What could be more convenient for making someone disappear without a trace? The man went pale, his lips quivering. "K-kill? What do you mean?" Kang Gyoma stared down at him with a cold smile. "Chloe, take care of him like an assassin would." Chloe nodded once, her voice clear and unwavering. "Got it, Kang Gyoma." Chloe stepped forward with a rigid posture, her face empty of emotion as she fixed the man with calm, hollow eyes that were more frightening than rage. The man screamed, "Wait! You're joking, right? Hold on!" But by then it was already too late. Chloe tilted her head slightly, and her blade swept through the air in one clean, silent arc. His head dropped to the floor, and a dark spray of blood spread across the stone beneath him. Kang Gyoma did not even glance at the body again. His thoughts were already on the academy elders and those rotten instructors who had dared to target him. If they wanted to come after him from the shadows, then fine. Kang Gyoma would take on every last coward hiding behind schemes and spit on them all. Sometime later, Kang Gyoma returned to Joaquin Academy and headed straight for the forging area. In front of him, an item rested neatly on the table, and information immediately appeared before his eyes. Minotaur's Horn, a material from the Bull King boss of the Hidden Dungeon. When used to enhance weapons below a rank, it guaranteed success. Kang Gyoma's face stayed calm as always, and he set the item down with a steady voice. "Enhance it for me." The blacksmith stared at the item in silence for several seconds, his eyes flickering with both confusion and awe. Then that awe suddenly shifted into fear, he thought to himself. My God, this kid actually brought it back? An A-rank beast material? Even for a Joaquin Academy student, owning something like that was terrifying. After the first wave of shock passed, the blacksmith forced himself to regain his composure. His sharp gaze locked onto Kang Gyoma as he asked, "Did you hunt this A-rank material yourself?" Kang Gyoma did not look surprised by the question. He slowly shook his head. "With my team. How could I have done it alone?" Then Kang Gyoma quietly drew Murasame from his side and placed it beside the horn. The blade was smeared with dried blood and covered in deep chips. His eyes darkened slightly as he spoke in a softer voice. "This too. If you're enhancing it, can you repair it as well?" The moment the blacksmith saw the battered weapon, his face flushed red, and his voice exploded with anger. "Hey, kid, what the hell did you do to your weapon to make it end up like this?" Kang Gyoma stood perfectly still, his expression calm and his eyes cold as he answered indifferently. "How did it end up like this?" A faint but oppressive aura began leaking from him, and the pressure immediately made the blacksmith uneasy. The blacksmith quickly waved both hands, forcing out an awkward laugh. "I mean, you should have been more careful. I was just worried you might have gotten hurt." Kang Gyoma did not bother responding. Unmoved, he turned to leave, but just before he disappeared from the forging area, he paused and spoke over his shoulder. "I'm heading out then, as promised. Handle everything." Blacksmith watched him walk away, his face twisting as frustration and confusion churned in his head. Why was he the one stuck dealing with this mess? That damn kid. Before the blacksmith's irritation could even settle, Kang Gyoma suddenly turned back and raised one hand as if he had remembered something. "Oh, and not just that. Sell the extra materials and buy yourself some liquor." The blacksmith's expression shifted at once, his anger giving way to stunned confusion. A new class session began for Wolf class, and this time every student was present. Kang Gyoma quietly took his usual seat, lightly clenching one fist against his chest as he closed his eyes and sank into thought. His condition had improved a lot, but next time he would need weapon to push his support even harder. He leaned back in his chair, letting his eyes drift upward as his thoughts continued to settle. Then suddenly, ping, a system panel appeared before him. Sword God's Blessing. If you strike, it will be cut. There were no other changes. Kang Gyoma stared at the screen, and 3 silent dots seemed to form in his mind. When he checked the numbers more carefully, the enhancement success rate showed 12.7%, a standout figure that did not rise normally, but spiked sharply after major events. Memories of the fight with Chloe Auditor and the mermaids flashed through Kang Gyoma's mind, leaving his eyes heavy with exhaustion and sleeplessness. If he cleared a few more dungeons like that, the success rate would definitely rise. But even as his worries eased, the pain left behind after the Sword God's Blessing faded, still burned vividly through his body. His stats had risen sharply, but the cost had been brutal. His body had taken serious damage, and even his silver hair was no longer as thick as before, though it was slowly growing back over time, whether he liked it or not. Kang Gyoma's gaze drifted sideways, and for some reason the image of his old teacher wielding a fish-cutting knife surfaced in his mind. That old man had gone completely bald once his hair turned white, and Kang Gyoma briefly wondered if the same thing would happen to him before quickly pushing the strange thought away. There was an item sitting on the table right in front of him, but Kang Gyoma barely noticed it at first. Instead, another realization settled heavily in his chest. He needed to prepare far better, because too many forces were already aiming at him, and he could not keep waiting passively forever. Kang Gyoma needed to study blessings more seriously, and understand them on a deeper level. The gap between him and Leon, the original protagonist, was still wide, but that did not matter. With more blessings in his hands, his own foundation would only keep growing stronger. There was still a mountain of things Kang Gyoma had to do, but before anything else, he needed to recover. He stretched his body, carefully loosening his joints one by one, then let out a small sigh of relief. Only then did Kangyoma finally notice the item on the table. It was a small, heart-shaped pink note with a candy beside it, and the message read, "Dungeon Conquest Memento, wishing you a speedy recovery." It looked so sweet that it almost felt wrong to eat it. Seeing that simple gift made Kangyoma remember the moments he had shared with Chloe Auditory and Weapon, their first real team formation, and the dungeon they had cleared together. Having people target his life had practically become routine by now, but it was not all bad. At the very least, he now had two teammates. Holding the gift in his hand, Kangyoma thought that Chloe and Weapon did not affect the main storyline much, though he still was not completely sure whether Chloe truly saw him as a friend. A faint smile appeared on Kangyoma's face as another thought crossed his mind. He had heard Chloe Auditory was hospitalized from exhaustion after the dungeon, so when he had the time, he really should go visit her. But then Kangyoma's attention shifted toward the door. Three familiar figures appeared there. Two people and one mysterious dark shadow. Teacher Lee's voice cut through the classroom silence. "Get back to your seats." The entire class stirred in surprise, but Kangyoma only narrowed his eyes, his thoughts sharpening as he watched the doorway. All Kangyoma could think was, when was the Sword Saint finally going to leave? Before that thought could settle, a sharp ding interrupted him. A phone notification. Kangyoma checked the screen, and his brow immediately furrowed. It was 8:54 on June 8th, and a new message had arrived. "What are you doing?" At first he wondered who it was, and whether it had been sent to the wrong number, but when he looked more carefully at the sender, his hand began to tremble. The phone shook in Kangyoma's grip as his eyes widened. What the hell? His gaze darted straight toward the door, and a wave of panic surged through him. A familiar girl stood there, holding her own phone, and the message displayed on her screen matched the one he had just received. Ryojo Saki lightly licked her lips, her sharp eyes locking directly onto Kangyoma. The classroom instantly erupted, whispers spreading through the room and spilling into the hall. Everyone was trying to figure out what was happening. Teacher Lee sighed, as if he had expected this reaction from the start. With Ryojo Saki standing there, he stepped up to the podium and raised his voice. "Starting today, student Ryojo Saki will be reassigned to Wolf class. Maintain order. In 30 minutes, everyone will regroup and head to the training ground." The class exploded all over again. "For real? Saki is joining our class?" The bald instructor confirmed it plainly. Ryojo Saki had requested the transfer herself. Ryojo Saki walked calmly toward the seats while the students whispered around her. Was Saki really going to be in their class now? What kind of guy did someone like Saki even like? Kangyoma kept his face calm, but his mind grew heavier with every step Ryojo Saki took. He tracked her movement across the classroom, silently praying that she was not about to sit anywhere near him. A memory flashed through Kangyoma's mind. The Miracle Generation, the four most outstanding students of their year. They ranked first, second, third, and fourth, each one gifted with brilliant intellect, overwhelming strength, and top-tier ability in both theory and combat. But what made Ryojo Saki especially notable was her identity. She was the daughter of Kojima Saki, an absolute archer, one of the 7-star heroes, and the Prime Minister of Japan in this world. In other words, Ryojo Saki was practically Japan's princess, so the students reacted as if a celebrity had walked straight into their classroom. For Kangyoma, however, this was nothing short of a disaster. Sweat slid down his temple as he silently begged her not to come his way. Normal trouble was already 100% headache, but with Ryojo Saki involved, Kangyoma was sure that number would jump straight to 200. Ryojo Saki continued approaching with complete ease, her glossy hair catching the sunlight pouring in through the classroom window. She even hummed a cheerful little tune, ignoring the tense atmosphere around her as if none of the staring students mattered. Kangyoma turned his face away to avoid meeting her gaze, silently repeating the same desperate prayer in his mind. "Please, please, not here." But then a shadow fell across one side of Kangyoma's face, and a chill ran down his spine as a familiar voice spoke right beside his ear. "If you're not eating that, I'll take it, Kangyoma." The dreaded moment Kangyoma had been trying to avoid had become reality. Kangyoma slowly looked up, his heart sinking. Ryojo Saki was sitting right on his desk, holding his phone and smiling slyly. "Save my number. Can I sit next to you?" Kangyoma froze as unease surged through him. Why was his bad feeling never wrong? Meanwhile, the gate to the Buffalo Dungeon had been sealed shut, with investigation tape stretched across the area after the severe risk report. The light inside the guard room was still on. A voice asked quietly, before he entered the dungeon, what exactly did he say? The guard answered that the missing staff member had been worried about the students and wanted to investigate the dungeon himself first. The other person paused, considering the answer. Nothing unusual? The guard hesitated for a moment before admitting. Well, now that I think about it, his expression didn't look very good. The brown-haired investigator stood with his arms crossed and nodded. Got it. We need to check the scene one last time. You can leave now. Thanks for cooperating. Night soon settled over the area, and cold moonlight wrapped around the sealed dungeon gate. The two investigators finished their work and stood outside the gate, smoking as they talked in low voices. People dying inside dungeons was not exactly rare. True, but even if it was an accident, they still needed to find the body. The mood between them grew heavier, and one of the investigators frowned. He recalled how the search team had entered the dungeon and found a horrific scene inside. Water buffalo corpses scattered everywhere. The boss defeated by Kangooma's group, and blood-staining the entire area. The investigator judged the scene in his mind as nothing short of a mountain of dried corpses, with blood covering the battlefield from end to end. The Joaquin Academy students had all returned safely, but the staff member who had supposedly entered out of concern had vanished, almost as if he had never existed at all. Without much hesitation, both investigators stepped away from the gate and continued talking outside. A body trapped inside the stone gate seemed unlikely, especially since that gate had never opened before. But we can't interrogate Joaquin Academy students either, one of them muttered. The stockier investigator began walking off. That academy is full of nobles. Who would dare order an interrogation? I'll go handle something and come back. The other investigator leaned against the wall, tilted his head toward the sky, and muttered under his breath. Crazy. Then came a sudden thud. He flinched and turned around, only to see his colleague collapsed on the ground, a sinister bloodstain spreading across his body. A girl's silhouette appeared in the darkness. The remaining investigator's unease spiked instantly, and he stepped back with his eyes fixed on the figure. Magic? A demon stood there in the dark. Her eerie purple eyes glowed like cold flames as she clenched one fist, and black energy gathered around her hand. The 5th Legion commander of the Demon King's army smiled through the shadows and spoke softly, "Hello." Her voice was gentle on the surface, but every word carried a deadly chill that made the air around her feel suffocating. The investigator froze where he stood, stunned by what he was seeing. For one confused second, he could only think, was she human? Before the investigator could even finish processing that thought, a wave of purple energy sliced through the darkness and cut clean across his throat. Blood burst from the wound in a thick spray, spilling down before he could make another sound. Choi Seol-ah tilted her head with a wicked smile and whispered, "Goodbye." As the investigator's body collapsed and his consciousness faded, he finally understood what she was, a being caught between human and demon. Choi Seol-ah was no longer fully human. She had made a pact with a demon and become a half-demon herself, stepping over the fallen body as if it meant nothing. She spoke in a casual, mocking tone. "You did well, but villains like you are always too careless." Back in class, Ryojo Saki sat down as naturally as if she had always belonged there, casually taking out a yokan, peeling away the wrapping, and enjoying it without a care. The moment she tasted it, her eyes lit up with quiet delight, and somehow that small reaction was enough to draw every gaze in the room. Kangooma had more or less accepted Ryojo Saki's transfer into Wolf Class. With the Sword Emperor acting as their instructor, Wolf Class was already far from ordinary. But Ryojo Saki sitting right beside him was a completely different problem. Even if the story often treated her as less visible, she was still one of Leon's heroines, and to Kangooma, that made her an unbelievably troublesome character. Kangooma awkwardly opened his mouth and stammered, "Hey," but before he could say anything else, Ryojo Saki lifted the yokan toward him and cut him off. "Why aren't you eating?" She tilted her head, sounding perfectly casual. "I already shared it with you." Ever since the dungeon incident, Ryojo Saki seemed strangely interested in him, but Kangooma wanted nothing more than to keep a safe distance. Their first meeting had not exactly been pleasant, so Kangooma answered in a colder voice. "Chloe sometimes sits there." Even then, Ryojo Saki did not move an inch. Since it was not a serious enough issue to fight over, Kangooma quickly forced himself to adjust. Ryojo Saki calmly laid out her reasoning. "If someone isn't here before roll call, then they're either late or absent, right? And considering the distance from the dorms, it's probably more likely that they're not coming. No one reserves seats here, so it's first come, first served. Is there anything wrong with that?" Kangooma fell silent, thinking that, annoyingly enough, she was not wrong at all. After finishing the yokan, Ryojo Saki let out a soft, satisfied exclamation. "Wow, that's fire." Kangooma wanted to ask why she had transferred into Wolf Class in the first place, but before he could, the instructor's stern voice rang through the room. "Training begins after roll call. Assemble in 5 minutes. Kang Guillaume glanced around as the students hurried out to change. A few of them hesitated, clearly wanting to talk to Ryojo Saki, but in the end they backed off reluctantly. Ryojo Saki did not seem to care at all. She leisurely pulled out a cute sleep mask, already looking drowsy. Kang Guillaume pressed her. Ryojo Saki, aren't you going to training? Wolf class has morning drills, she answered, as if it were obvious. Archers should train their minds more than run around outside. Good luck. With that, Ryojo Saki pulled the mask down and sank into sleep almost immediately. Kang Guillaume stared at her in disbelief, shook his head, and started heading toward the school gate. Then she suddenly spoke again. Ryojo Saki lifted the edge of her sleep mask and called out in a low voice. From now on, don't call me Saki, call me Ryo. Kang Guillaume paused, confused. Huh. She said it with complete calm. Friends call each other by their first names, not surnames, right? Kang Guillaume questioned her logic. Weapon calls you Saki. Even your weapon is named Saki. Ryojo Saki did not bother explaining herself. What does that have to do with anything? Anyway, have fun at training. I'm sleeping. Then she buried her head on the desk and fell asleep again like nothing had happened. Kang Guillaume watched her for a moment, a faint smirk forming on his face before he finally turned and headed for the changing room. Meanwhile, outside the elite class, a small commotion began to ripple through the hallway. Whispers rose here and there. Quite the buzz. Rachel stretched lazily, then turned her attention toward Abel von Nibelung. Hey, did you hear the news? Ryojo Saki moved to wolf class. Those words seemed to wake the sleepy atmosphere in an instant. Abel rested her chin on one hand, staring at the blackboard as she answered curtly. Oh, really? Rachel shrugged while glancing at her. Abel acted clueless, but her golden eyes still gave off a faint glint. Rachel narrowed her eyes and chuckled mischievously. Are you feeling regret? Abel looked puzzled. Huh? Regret what? Rachel smiled as if the answer was obvious. You know, transfers only happen when there's an opening. Wolf class was short one student this year. Somehow, Ryojo Saki found out about it and grabbed the spot first. That sleepy girl moves fast when it matters. Rachel's eyes glinted with meaning as she said it. Abel faltered for a moment, and Rachel, clearly amused, let out a regretful little sigh. Ryojo Saki really is something, but even if I like her, there's still an order to things. Kang Guillaume was ours. Well, Abel's first. Caught completely off guard, Abel shot up from her seat. Nonsense. What are you babbling about? Rachel giggled, clearly enjoying Abel's reaction. I've noticed it, you know. Whenever Kang Guillaume's name comes up, you react instantly, and you still say there's nothing going on? Really? Abel sighed and waved Rachel off, trying to regain her composure. Let me make this clear once. I've only spoken with Kang Guillaume a few times. Nothing special happened, so stop imagining strange things. Rachel looked directly into Abel's eyes, smiling faintly. That's only for now, right? Who knows what might happen in the future? Abel froze, and Rachel's playful tone suddenly deepened, becoming strangely serious. Abel, other people might not notice it, but don't lie to yourself. It doesn't look good. Think carefully. Confusion, shock, unease, and emotions Abel herself could not fully name flickered across her face. Unlike usual, Rachel was not joking around. Her words struck straight at the center of Abel's heart, leaving behind a strange, stinging pain. Abel had always been calm, or rather, she had always forced herself to be calm. She rarely showed her emotions, maintaining a cool mask while focusing on her one goal, earning the approval of her grandfather, the Sword Emperor. After the midterm demon attack, Abel had planned to quietly seek the Sword Emperor's advice, but against all expectations, Siegfried von Nibelung came to Joaquin Academy himself and took on the role of temporary instructor. Starting tomorrow, I'll be a temporary instructor, he had said. Abel reacted in disbelief. What? You're following me to school now? Her face tightened as she grimaced. She was already far too noticeable as it was. The Sword Emperor cut her off calmly. I'll be handling wolf class first years. Abel stared at him in shock. What are you saying? Siegfried von Nibelung answered evenly. Have you already forgotten? You asked me about this during the midterm. Only then did Abel recall that she had indeed mentioned it to him. Siegfried von Nibelung remained completely unfazed. We probably won't cross paths much, don't worry. But Abel knew the real reason had to be Kang Guillaume. Her grandfather might have tried to hide it, but he had always shown a special interest in him, as if he were looking at an unpolished gem with limitless potential. Inside Abel, an unfamiliar emotion began to stir. Kang Guillaume was an absurd kind of genius, the sort who ignored rank and bloodline completely, then carved his own road straight through the noble world with nothing but overwhelming strength. He was a special admit with unbelievable talent, yet he had come from a background so ordinary and humble that most nobles would have looked down on him without hesitation. And when Abel first met him, Kang Jeoma had looked like nothing more than a thin, scrawny kid. Back then, there had been nothing especially impressive about him at first glance. But now, the boy standing in her memory had become a sharp-eyed young man, strong enough to surpass even Leon Van Reinhardt, the one hailed as a hero candidate. Kang Jeoma was walking a path worthy of a hero, but he never made a show of it. He simply pressed forward in silence, forcing his way through thorns and hardship. If he had been even a little arrogant about it, Abel thought she might have been able to hate him. But Kang Jeoma did not seem to care about praise, status, or even the people who criticized him. Abel felt frustration twist inside her, followed quickly by shame, because beneath it all was the bitter envy of someone who had still failed to earn her grandfather's full approval. No matter how hard she tried to shake it away, Kang Jeoma's image lingered stubbornly in Abel's mind. By the time she finally snapped out of that daze, heat had already risen to her cheeks. Rachel noticed it immediately and curved her lips into a sly, knowing grin. "Oh, is that so?" Abel jolted as if she had been caught doing something unforgivable, then sprang back and shouted, "Ah, what is that supposed to mean?" Rachel, startled by the reaction, burst into laughter and asked, "What are you doing?" Flustered and embarrassed. Abel shook her head hard, trying to force her face back into its usual proud composure. "Whatever I may think of him, I do not have special feelings for Kang Jeoma. I have neither the intention nor the time for that kind of thing." Rachel gave her a mischievous wink, her smile sharpening with playful relief. "Oh, then I'm glad to hear that, Lady Abel. That means I won't have to compete with you too, thank goodness. I can deal with the red-haired girl and Ryo Josaki somehow, but if you joined the race, that would be a real problem." Abel went completely still, unable to find a clean answer to that. Only then did she realize she had almost stepped right into Rachel's awkward little trap, so she quickly turned away and hurried back toward her seat. But Rachel was not finished with her teasing yet, and her amused voice followed Abel as if she had been waiting for one more chance to poke at her pride. "So you're finally admitting it?" Rachel said. "Nonsense," Abel snapped back at once, anger flashing through her embarrassment as she lowered her head and refused to say another word. Meanwhile, the professor continued his lecture on why academic study still mattered, even for students blessed with power. Today's topic was the basic analysis of blessings, and while the subject itself could have been painfully dry, his witty way of speaking kept the classroom surprisingly lively. Even Kang Jeoma, who normally hated theory, found himself listening. "Blessings are classified by their origin," the professor explained. "If they come from guardians, we call them guardian blessings. If they come from spirits, they are spirit blessings." Simple enough, yes? One student raised a hand and asked with a serious face, "Professor, then what about blessings from ancestors? Would those be ancestor blessings?" "Lately, I've been dreaming about my late grandfather." The professor chuckled lightly, as if he had been expecting that kind of question. "Student Jom, your ancestors may inspire you to lift heavier weights, but they do not hand out blessings." Laughter spread across the classroom at once, and even the professor smiled along with them. Still, he soon lifted a hand to bring everyone's attention back. "That's enough. Next, we'll move on to blessing tears." While the class stayed bright and noisy around him, one person slept as deeply as the dead, Ryojo Saki, Kang Jeoma's desk partner. Kang Jeoma glanced at her and thought, even this professor cannot do anything about her. The professor's eyes briefly passed over Saki, but he ignored her as naturally as if this happened every day without the slightest trace of irritation. Just how much privilege did she have? From any teacher's point of view, Saki had to be a difficult student to handle. Today was only her second day in Wolf class, and Kang Jeoma wanted to ask why she had transferred here, but he had never found the chance because she spent the entire day asleep. Even when he shook her shoulder to wake her, Saki would only blink once or twice, then sink right back into sleep. It was unbelievable. If she wanted to sleep that badly, why not choose some quiet corner instead of the seat right beside him? Yet, despite her carefree and lazy attitude, she always claimed this spot like it naturally belonged to her. Good thing Chloe Auditory is still in the hospital, Kang Jeoma thought. If she saw this, someone might actually end up dead. Even so, he had to admit one thing. Because of Saki, dealing with the aftermath of the dungeon incident had become much easier. When he remembered the checkpoint staff being beheaded, he also remembered how Saki had handled the entire mess, smoothing things over before it could spiral out of control. In terms of practical ability, she was on a completely different level from weapon. The lecture continued as the professor returned to the board. Blessing tiers include heroic, spirit, guardian, and mortal. Most of the students in this room possess mortal blessings, correct? The classroom suddenly grew quiet, and a few students visibly stiffened at the blunt statement. The professor smiled, softening his tone to keep them from sinking too far. Do not be discouraged. A mortal blessing, when used properly, can rival or even surpass a guardian blessing. Spirit blessings, after all, are already extremely rare. Kang Gyoma stared ahead and thought, is that supposed to be comforting? Still, he could not deny that he had obtained a rare blessing himself only a few days ago. Then a curious student raised a hand and asked, Professor, what about heroic blessings? The professor's expression shifted slightly, and when he answered, his voice grew slower and heavier. Heroic blessings, sometimes called hero blessings, belong to the realm of legends. Across history, only the great hero Valor Joaquin, the founder of this academy, was known to possess one, and in the modern era, there is one other person. The professor paused at that exact moment, but before he could continue, the bell rang through the room. He closed the topic with a faint smile. Time is up. We will continue next class. That is all. Kang Gyoma started to rise from his seat along with the others, but then something came back to him. He stopped halfway and raised his hand. Professor, I have a question. The professor looked a little surprised that Kang Gyoma had spoken up, but he soon smiled and turned toward him. Go ahead, student, Kang Gyoma. Kang Gyoma chose his words carefully, then asked in a slow, measured voice, Do you know this phrase? The blessing of the gods is always with people. At those words, Saki's eyebrow lifted ever so slightly, and through her sleepy eyes she peeked at him from the side. Professor fell into thought for a moment before answering. That is an interesting question, however. There is a strange gap in the phrase you just mentioned. Kang Gyoma blinked, caught off guard by that response. A gap, sir? The professor closed his book with a quiet sound, and his voice took on a solemn weight. Because gods no longer exist in this world, still your curiosity is admirable. If you have more questions, come to my research room. With that, the professor left the classroom, leaving behind a room full of students buzzing with whispers and confusion. Kang Gyoma turned back and found Saki staring at him with those drowsy, half-lidded eyes. He hoped he could finally ask why she had transferred into wolf class, but before he could get anything out of her, she simply propped her head on one hand again. Then, just like that, she started drifting off once more. I'm sleeping again. Hey, just a little longer. Kang Gyoma could only stare at her helplessly before muttering under his breath. Should I just take a nap too? The thought had barely crossed his mind before he gave in to it, letting his eyelids grow heavy as he slowly drifted into sleep. Then, without warning, a message appeared deep inside his subconscious. A blinding light was being sent to him, and the searing brightness forced Kang Gyoma to narrow his eyes, even within the dreamlike haze. His eyelids opened on instinct, and the blurred darkness in front of him gradually came into focus. When Kang Gyoma fully opened his eyes, the sight before him left him completely speechless. A message appeared. The sword god was requesting to speak with him. Then another vision crashed over him. An endless black sky, with a galaxy flowing across it like a silver river, as if a blade had sliced straight through the universe. Kang Gyoma's body floated in the middle of a deep abyss, like something out of a science fiction film. A terrible sense of helplessness pressed down on him, as though he was alive and yet did not truly exist, sending a cold chill through his entire body. In the middle of that silent darkness, another glowing message slowly appeared before his eyes. You want to accept? Yes or no? The sword god is requesting to talk with you. Do you accept? Before Kang Gyoma could fully understand what was happening, his eyes filled with light, shining with a mixture of awe and unease. He looked like someone caught between reality and a mystical realm, unable to tell which side he belonged to anymore. The notification kept blinking in front of Kang Gyoma, refusing to disappear, as if it were waiting for his decision. A single question hung there in the air. Did he want to block whatever was trying to interfere? Only two choices appeared, yes or no. Then the message sharpened, warning him that Kang Gyoma was interfering with the data code and forcing his way into the world line itself. As Kang Gyoma read those words, his brows slowly tightened. World line? The term echoed in his head, and the more he stared at it, the more it felt like every answer around him was buried under another layer of mystery. Then, without warning, thunderous booms erupted one after another. A deafening explosion ripped through the empty space, and the shockwave rolled outward so violently that it seemed to shake the universe itself. The ground beneath Kang Gyoma lurched and trembled. His entire body locked up on the spot, as though some unseen grip had seized every muscle. A numb chill crawled upward from his toes, and when he tried to speak, his throat tightened until not even a breathy sound could escape. Above him, the stars began spinning in wild, chaotic circles, trembling as if crushed under an invisible pressure. But then, in a single eerie instant, everything stopped. Every star snapped into perfect order, too precise to be natural, and Kang Gyoma could only stare in shock, wondering why the silence had suddenly become so terrifying. The gap in power is far too great. A cold, hollow voice drifted out from the void, stripped of warmth or emotion. Your qualifications are still far beneath the required level. You're not yet permitted to enter. The voice did not simply reach Kang Gyoma's ears, it sank directly into his consciousness, crashing through his thoughts like a tsunami and sending a splitting pain through his skull as if his head might burst apart at any second. Do you still wish to continue? The words did not come from a mouth. Instead, the stars scattered across the night sky rearranged themselves before Kang Gyoma's eyes, forming that question in brilliant, unsettling light. Kang Gyoma stood frozen, his heartbeat hammering so hard it seemed to echo through his ribs. And in that tense moment, he finally understood something with chilling certainty. This was not just a dream. It was a warning, or maybe the first clue to why he had ended up in this world in the first place. It might even be connected to the blessing of the sword god itself. No other explanation fit as cleanly as that. Around him, the strange cosmic resonance grew harsher and more violent, pressing down on him with a force that made the air feel heavy. Kang Gyoma clenched his teeth until his jaw ached. Gathering what little strength he still had, he forced his voice out and roared into the darkness. I choose yes. The moment his will was made clear, a new status message flashed before him. Kang Gyoma was confirming his decision, and through sheer control force he was attempting to access the world line. The entire world shuddered in response. Sharp cracking sounds burst through the space, one after another, spreading rapidly like fractures racing across glass. It felt almost like a security system had begun purging excess data. Fragments of information were wiped away in rapid succession, disappearing like corrupted viruses being swept clean from a server. Even the orb of information Kang Gyoma had seen earlier was not spared. Its glow weakened, flickered, and then vanished completely, swallowed by a deep abyssal darkness. But just as it disappeared, an unnatural sound rang out, and the space itself shattered. Every broken fragment, no matter how tiny, remained connected to a thin red thread, like an untouchable data pathway that could not be severed. Kang Gyoma traced those lines with his eyes and saw the gaps sliced cleanly apart, as if someone had reached in and deliberately manipulated reality itself. A cold uneasiness crept over him. It was just like the day he awakened the blessing of the sword god at the academy gate. Kang Gyoma had seen this impossible strangeness before. His gaze sharpened, locking on to one point in the darkness. He slowly reached forward. Somewhere ahead of him, whether close enough to touch or far beyond his reach, something indistinct began to rise out of the blackness. It was a colossal eye, glowing silently in the endless night. No matter what that thing was, Kang Gyoma knew he had to uncover its identity. He pushed himself forward, stretching just a little farther, trying to close the final distance. Then a voice suddenly rang out. Hey, wake up! The sound tore through the strange space and dragged him back toward reality. At the same time, a cold hand landed on his shoulder, sending a sharp shiver through his entire body. A notification flashed again. Due to external interference, data had been lost. Kang Gyoma would have to reschedule the meeting. Question marks and exclamation points seemed to flash through Kang Gyoma's mind all at once. His hand was still stretched forward, but now a crack was spreading open in front of him, and confusion surged up inside him. What was happening? Before Kang Gyoma could make sense of it, the strange hand on his shoulder tightened and held him back. From the crack ahead, a violent flood of data began pouring out. Symbols, numbers, and unfamiliar strings of code spilled through the opening, rushing past his vision in a chaotic stream. Just before the data vanished, it left behind one final message. Kang Gyoma was sending a warning to himself. Slash it, cut it down, no matter what it turned out to be. But before Kang Gyoma could move, an invisible force pulled him from behind. The message dissolved, and darkness surged over him like a collapsing flood, swallowing him whole in an instant. May the blessing of the gods always be with him. Hey, Kang Gyoma, wake up. A familiar voice dragged him back to the real world. His eyelids felt heavy as stone, and when he finally forced them open, Ryojo Saki was right in front of him, gripping his shoulders and shaking him so hard that the entire room seemed to spin. Kang Gyoma thought he had never felt this dizzy in his life. Ryojo Saki puffed out her cheeks and grumbled at him, saying he had scolded her before for sleeping too much, yet here he was now, passed out like a corpse. Before Kang Gyoma could even gather himself enough to answer, Ryojo Saki let out a teasing laugh. She told him he ought to thank her, because without her waking him up, he probably would have gone through class entirely inside his dreams. But then Ryojo Saki suddenly stopped. Kang Gyoma's eyes were still unfocused and clouded, yet tears were streaming down his face like rain. He could not separate the dream from reality yet. His lips parted as if he wanted to say something, but no words came out. Some question was lodged deep in his throat, a question he did not even understand himself. The dream remained wrapped in mystery, leaving only unanswered fear behind, as the tears kept falling beyond his control. A little later, Kang Guillaume quietly made his way home. His steps were slower than usual, and before long he stopped beside a nearby stone bench and sat down to catch his breath. Ryojo Saki's worried words lingered in his mind. Was he okay? Had he seen a sad dream? But no matter how hard he tried to grasp it, the memory slipped away from him. Kang Guillaume frowned to himself. He was sure he had dreamed about something, so why could he not remember it? Being caught asleep by a sleepaholic like Ryojo Saki was embarrassing enough, but waking up in tears made it even worse. Just then, his friends came into view. Someone remarked that he was already there, and Kang Guillaume looked up to see Weapon, Ryojo Saki, and Chloe approaching him together. The quiet around him quickly gave way to a lively discussion, the group's voices overlapping as they gathered near the bench. Weapon took the lead and tried to organize the situation again. He said they needed to review everything from the beginning, because it looked like the enemy targeting the Dark Demon was somewhere inside, and the upcoming midterm exam was also involved. Before Weapon could finish, Ryojo Saki cut him off in a loud, exasperated voice. She complained that they already understood the point and asked how long he planned to keep summarizing. Then she jabbed at him by saying that was exactly why he was not the top scorer, telling him to think quietly in his head instead of rambling out loud. Ryojo Saki even groaned that her ears were bleeding and that Weapon would have to take responsibility for it. Kang Guillaume could only stare in speechless disbelief, realizing that he had been the one who asked Weapon to explain things earlier, yet Weapon was the one getting roasted for it. Sure enough, Weapon snapped back at her. He asked if she really thought she would stay the top scorer forever, and warned her to wait until next week's written exam. Ryojo Saki, completely uninterested in the challenge, simply covered her ears and muttered that her ears were genuinely bleeding, so she was putting a stop to the noise. Beep, beep, beep. In the middle of all that bickering, Chloe had been quietly left in the background, and Kang Guillaume finally noticed her when their eyes happened to meet. Kang Guillaume asked Chloe if she was feeling better. Flustered, Chloe answered that she was much better now, though she was still worried about passing her cold to him, so she had kept her distance. Kang Guillaume let out a relieved sigh, finally understanding why she had been standing so far away. Then Kang Guillaume turned back toward Ryojo Saki. He told her she had probably already heard some of it, but the situation had become messy, and thinking it through alone had gotten him nowhere. As he spoke, his eyes met hers, her pale blue pupils fixed on him, cool and sharp as if she were reading right through him. Then Ryojo Saki snapped at him, reminding him that she had already told him to stop calling her Saki. Her voice was steady, but there was a clear edge beneath it. Kang Guillaume froze, caught completely off guard by the correction. Ryojo Saki, now clearly insisting on being addressed differently, stared at him with an even colder glare. "Ryojo, things aren't looking good," Kang Guillaume said carefully. As he spoke, he glanced toward Chloe, who was still standing far enough away that she probably could not hear them well through her cold. Feeling slightly relieved, Kang Guillaume tested the name again in a softer voice. "Ryojo? Is that okay?" At that, her expression eased into a faint smile, as though the simple change had soothed her. "Yeah," she said. "That sounds nice. I'm looking forward to working with you, Kang Guillaume." Weapon drew a notebook from his things and flipped it open with practiced hands, the pages already packed with neat writing. Lowering his voice, so only the group could hear, he said, he had gathered everything they knew so far in order to judge where they stood. His finger moved down the page as he began with the first point. Someone within the Academy Council of Elders was clearly aiming for Kang Guillaume. The second point was the female instructor mentioned by the checkpoint staff. Weapon paused there, his eyes moving across everyone before he continued in a more careful tone. Light pink hair, cold-looking eyes, and a fairly tall build. His notes were surprisingly clean, written in elegant handwriting, with the most important parts underlined in bright highlighter. Chloe stared at the page for a second, then blurted out in honest surprise that his sketching was actually beautiful. Weapon gave Chloe a brief glance, accepted the comment with a small nod, and went right back to the issue. But he added that knowing her appearance alone did not help much. Even if the Academy Council of Elders really was behind the commission, the evidence was still too thin to pin anything on them. At best, it would be dismissed the moment it reached an auditor's review. Chloe nodded behind her mask and gave a faint cough before agreeing with him. Weapon was about to move on, but Ryojo Saki suddenly cut in, saying she had actually seen that female instructor herself. She had hacked into Joaquin Academy's security system and checked everyone from head instructors down to assistants, all 546 staff members. After combing through every record she could reach, Ryojo Saki had found one person who matched the description. The problem was, even with that match in front of her, she still could not confirm the woman's true identity with certainty. Kang Guillaume stared at her in open shock, unable to hide how stunned he was. He asked if she could really do something like that so casually. Ryojo Saki answered as if it were nothing at all, saying this was the Tech 5.0 era, so pulling off a few little tricks was hardly something worth making a fuss over. She went on to explain that even though Joaquin Academy's security was among the best, she had attacked the system at dawn when its defenses were at their weakest and the people watching it were at their most careless. She was already tired before the job, and now she was completely drained. Then she added that everyone should stop wondering why she slept through so much of the day. Kang Jiaoma listened with a chill running through him, realizing that daytime sleeping and nighttime grinding was not a joke for her at all. To Kang Jiaoma, Ryojo Saki no longer looked like an ordinary student in that moment. She was practically a demon with a keyboard. After all, she had even managed to find his phone number, something he had never given her in the first place. Weapon cut back in before the conversation could drift too far. In the end, they still had nothing solid enough to act on. Sneaking into the Academy Council of Elders would be too dangerous, and dragging someone in for interrogation was not a realistic option either. Weapon admitted that if anyone could force their way through, it might be Kang Jiaoma, but even then the damage it caused would probably outweigh anything they gained. Ryojo Saki and Chloe both agreed, their expressions turning serious as Weapon continued laying out the next step. That was why, after thinking it over, Weapon said they had come up with another idea. Instead of moving blindly, they wanted to start a club. Kang Jiaoma blinked, clearly thrown off by the sudden change in direction. After everything they had just discussed, he could only repeat the word back in confusion, asking if they really meant a club. Ryojo Saki immediately jumped in and confirmed it. At Joaquin Academy, official clubs were allowed freer movement around campus and received funding for approved activities. Whether the purpose was real combat training or something less serious, the Academy placed a lot of value on teamwork, so clubs naturally came with useful benefits. Ryojo Saki added that, in practice, clubs functioned almost like small organizations operating under Joaquin Academy's authority, with their own structure, activity space, and protections. Before she could say anything more dangerous, Weapon quickly reached over and covered her mouth. He told her to keep it simple and just say that an official club could receive protection from the Academy. Ryojo Saki let out an irritated sigh, clearly annoyed at being stopped, but she relented. Fine, she said. With enemies both inside and outside the Academy, forming a club would give them a second layer of defense from both directions. Kang Jiaoma understood the idea right away. The club system was basically a powerful bonus in Academy games. It gave players a private space that could be customized and used to strengthen bonds with different characters. In his mind, Kang Jiaoma compared it to a housing system, the kind of otaku wallet-draining feature designed to swallow time and money. Back when it was only a game, he had been too busy to care much about that side of it. But now that this world had become his reality, he had never expected that same system to turn out to be so genuinely useful for survival. Kang Jiaoma looked back at the others and asked what requirements they needed to meet in order to form a club. Weapon answered right away. They needed at least 5 members, an activity plan, and then they had to submit the application to the supervisor. Kang Jiaoma did the math in his head almost immediately. 5 members meant they were still short by 1 person. He glanced around the group and asked if all of them were really planning to join. Weapon gave him a crooked, almost wounded smile and told him not to make him sad. Of course they were joining. They would not have brought the idea up if they had not already decided. Then, with a teasing grin, he added that they all knew Kang Jiaoma had no friends besides them anyway. Chloe answered without the slightest hesitation. If joining the club would help Kang Jiaoma, then her decision was obvious. She would be there, no matter what. Ryojo Saki smiled as well, reminding him that he had helped her back in the dungeon. Besides, she added with a confident little look, this group clearly needed at least one proper brain to keep it functioning. Kang Jiaoma fell quiet for a moment. The wider this world became, the more he saw how many relationships were built on calculation, benefit, and social rank. Yet these people, who had not even known him for very long, were choosing to trust him and stand beside him, even in a world where hierarchy was brutally strict. After a brief silence, Kang Jiaoma thanked all of them sincerely. Weapon, eager to keep the energy from fading, quickly moved the conversation forward and suggested they decide on the club's name while everyone was already gathered. Several names began flying around almost immediately. Chloe, with a serious expression, proposed something like Assassin's Memory, crushing corrupt forces, then looked to the others as if she genuinely expected them to consider it. A heavy silence dropped over the room after Chloe's suggestion. Weapon finally forced out an awkward laugh and gently said that the name felt a little too intense for what they were trying to do. Ryojo Saki, suddenly excited, suggested that they should just call it the Snooze Village Patrol Team and stop worrying so much about the name. Weapon immediately snapped at her and told her to hush before that idea could spread any further. From there, the discussion only grew more heated. Everyone had their own idea. Everyone defended it with surprising stubbornness, and not a single person seemed willing to give way. Kang Jioma stayed quiet through the noise for a while, letting them argue until the right answer settled in his mind. Then he spoke calmly and suggested Travel Club, a name that fit both conquering dungeons and wandering through unfamiliar places. The name landed much better than expected. The group responded almost in unison, saying it sounded good, as if the argument from moments earlier had never happened. One after another, they agreed to it. Someone said they were in, another called it a solid choice, and Kang Guillaume finally nodded, saying that settled it. Kang Guillaume then reminded everyone that the written exam was coming next week, and that they needed to prepare for it. But just as he said it, he hesitated and looked back at the others, asking if Travel Club was really acceptable. Weapon, who had still been chatting eagerly with Ryojo Saki, suddenly remembered something important. They still needed a faculty advisor, or the club could not be officially formed. That, Weapon admitted, was the real problem. A club advisor had to be at professor level or higher, which made the requirement far harder than simply gathering 5 students. Chloe thought for a moment, then suggested the professor from the magic department as a possible choice. Professor Damien was friendly, well-liked, and someone students could approach without much fear. The issue was that he was always busy, so there was a good chance he would not have time to take on an advisor role. Still, Chloe could not think of anyone more suitable. Ryojo Saki considered the numbers carefully. Out of more than 500 staff members, only around 30 were professors. Among the ones connected to the first-year blocks, there might be only about 10. The academy encouraged students to form clubs, yet the actual system was filled with frustrating contradictions. Then Ryojo Saki turned her attention to Kang Guillaume and asked if he had anyone in mind. Kang Guillaume answered calmly, asking for confirmation that the advisor simply had to be professor level or above. Weapon replied that yes, that was the rule, but the person still had to be within the academy. There were hardly any people above professor level who could be approached for something like this. Kang Guillaume raised his phone for them to see, his expression steady. Then he said they were wrong. A freezing silence swallowed the room. Ryojo Saki reacted first, her eyes widening as her whole body went stiff. Weapon's breathing grew heavier, and he swallowed hard as if he had just witnessed something impossible. Even Chloe, despite her faint cough, froze in place, her lips trembling without a word. A cold shiver seemed to crawl down everyone's backs. Whatever was displayed on Kang Guillaume's phone was too clear to deny, and one thought hung in the air between them. Was this actually real? For a moment, no one knew how to respond. The only feeling left in the room was pure disbelief, as if they were all silently asking the same thing. What the hell had Kang Guillaume just shown them? Soon after, the setting shifted to a cold, administrative building, where the air itself felt heavy and oppressive. The place had the kind of stillness that made even an ordinary errand feel like stepping into enemy territory. From behind the reception desk, a dry, emotionless voice rang out. The staff member informed them that, unfortunately, the club president had to submit the application in person if they wanted to form a club. Kang Guillaume stepped forward at once. For a brief moment, there was a flicker of confusion in his eyes, but it quickly settled into resolve as he declared that he was the president. The instant those words left his mouth, the staff member behind the counter lifted her head. Her gaze sharpened like a blade, carrying that all-too-familiar look of someone who measured students by their family background and elite status before anything else. She frowned and repeated the word back with obvious doubt, questioning whether he was really the one. Then her eyes dropped to the special green badge pinned to Kang Guillaume's chest. Her lips curled into a faint sneer as she muttered that he was a special admit student. The air around the counter grew stifling, as if an invisible blade had been suspended above them. Kang Guillaume felt anger rise inside him as he looked at her. He could not help thinking that if this was what passed for an educator, the academy was more terrifying than he had imagined. Still, he forced his emotions down and kept his voice firm, asking her to follow the proper procedure and accept his application. The moment she heard those words, the staff member abruptly rose from her seat. Her eyes locked onto Kang Guillaume with open contempt, making it clear that she had no intention of treating him like an ordinary student. The staff member's voice came out sharp and dismissive, as if the matter had already been decided. A special admit student, in her eyes, had no right to stand there asking for approval. Then she tapped the form and pointed out the missing line, saying that any club needed a faculty advisor, and Kang Guillaume's application did not have an advisor's name written anywhere. Kang Guillaume's brow tightened, and his voice dropped a little as he asked what she was trying to say. The woman leaned into the moment with cutting sarcasm, telling him to look at the green badge on his chest if he still did not understand. Then, with open contempt, she asked whether he seriously believed any professor at Joaquin Academy would agree to advise a club founded by a special admit like him. After throwing those words at him, she sank back into her chair and turned away as though Kang Guillaume had disappeared from the room entirely. Her cold, dismissive stare seemed to freeze the air around the counter. Kang Guillaume remained where he was, his pulse pounding harder and harder as helplessness and anger tangled inside his chest. He knew exactly what his background meant in this place, and that only made the silence in his mind feel heavier. Old memories flashed through Kang Guillaume's head, one after another. Before coming to this world, he had spent 20 long years in the food service industry as a chef, standing behind counters, dealing with customers, bosses, and arrogant people who looked down on others without a second thought. Kang Guillaume told himself he knew exactly how to deal with people drunk on their own sense of superiority, but the anger still simmered beneath his calm face. His jaw tightened, and for a moment he said nothing. His trembling hand brushed against his pocket almost by instinct, as if reaching for the sashimi knife that had once steadied him in another life. The thought crossed his mind like a dark joke, whether to cut or not to cut, but in the end he chose a different way. Instead of arguing any further, Kang Guillaume took out his phone, dialed a number, and brought it calmly to his ear. When the call connected, his voice remained even as he greeted the person on the other end. The staff member visibly flinched, then rose from her seat with wide, startled eyes. Kang Guillaume ignored her reaction completely and continued speaking into the phone, saying that he was at the administrative office to submit the club formation documents. The woman's jaw slowly fell open as she muttered in disbelief, staring at him like she could not believe the nerve of this student. But Kang Guillaume's call still was not finished. Kang Guillaume stayed perfectly composed, listening for a moment before answering. She was coming now? That was no problem. He would see her shortly. After ending the call, he lowered the phone and turned his cold gaze back toward the staff member. Kang Guillaume told her that the advisor had been confirmed so she could continue with the procedure. The woman froze for half a breath, then shouted back at him, her voice shaking with anger. She demanded to know whether he really expected her to believe such obvious nonsense. Her outburst echoed across the office, drawing the uneasy attention of the other staff nearby. Several people looked over with worried expressions, but she only grew louder. Her voice rose until it nearly cracked as she called the situation absurd and ridiculous, unable to accept what Kang Guillaume was implying. Then she tried to threaten him with her connections, declaring that she was the cousin of the principal's best friend. If she reported Kang Guillaume, she insisted, he would be expelled from Joaquin Academy, special admit or not. Kang Guillaume did not bother matching her volume. He only fixed her with a gaze as sharp as a drawn blade and said in a flat voice that she was being too loud. Those few words struck harder than a shout. The woman stared at him in stunned disbelief, her face flushing red while her raised voice still hung awkwardly in the room. She snapped back, demanding to know what Kang Guillaume had just said to her, as though she could not believe a special admit had dared speak that way. But Kang Guillaume remained calm, his voice low and edged with quiet menace. Looking at her without flinching, he said it seemed like someone was about to be the one leaving this place. Right as the tension reached its breaking point, the doors suddenly flew open. The harsh screech of metal tore through the air, cutting across the office like a warning. Everyone turned toward the entrance at once, their faces filled with confusion, unease, and the sudden fear that something far bigger than a student complaint had just arrived. The staff member who had been confronting Kang Guillaume began to tremble where she stood. A creeping sense of dread spread over her face, as if her instincts had already realized what her pride still refused to accept. From beyond the doorway came the familiar sound of heels clicking against the floor. Each measured step rang out cold and clear, landing like a hammer against the hearts of everyone in the room. Kang Guillaume's expression softened into a faint smile. Without looking away from the staff member, he calmly said that his advisor had arrived. The person who stepped in was none other than Dean Medea Poison of Joaquin Academy. Her black silk cloak swept behind her like a pair of dark wings, while her hair caught the morning light and shimmered like crystal. The staff member at the counter went deathly pale, her body stiffening as if she had turned to stone, eyes wide with pure terror. Medea Poison placed a hand gently on Kang Guillaume's shoulder, her voice turning warm as she called him her Kang Guillaume. Kang Guillaume gave a small smile and apologized for troubling her, but Medea shook her head at once. Her gaze was soft as she told him that if he needed her, she would come even from the farthest reaches. The staff member stood frozen, her thoughts spinning into chaos. Kang Guillaume? Was he not just a special admit student? Her eyes darted back to the green badge on his chest, and irritation burned through her fear as she struggled to understand what she was seeing. Medea Poison turned back to Kang Guillaume and asked for the documents, saying she would handle everything from there. Kang Guillaume nodded and handed them over. Before leaving, he told her that it was time, asked her to take care of the matter, and said they would meet again later. A little time passed, and then another male staff member came rushing over, hurriedly pushing a wheeled chair toward the dean as if every second of delay might cost him his job. Medea Poison sat down with calm authority, her gaze turning icy. Then she lifted a single finger and the room seemed to tighten around that small motion. A sheet of paper shot forward through the air and flew directly toward the staff member who had argued with Kangioma moments earlier. The woman fumbled clumsily as she caught it, her hands shaking while sweat poured down her face. All of her earlier arrogance had vanished in an instant. She tried to speak, stammering that it was all just a misunderstanding, but Medea Poison's sharp gaze cut her off before she could crawl her way out. Medea reminded her that she was the dean, then asked how someone so careless could be working in this office. Her voice dropped even colder as she demanded to know how the woman dared bring up lineage against the student Medea herself had chosen as her successor. The air in the room turned frigid, and the curtains whipped wildly as though caught by a sudden storm. Medea Poison held out the paper with the calm finality of a judge delivering a sentence. Medea Poison gave the woman only 5 minutes. In that time, she was to write her resignation. Shock rolled through the office like a wave. For a moment, no one moved, and the entire room felt as though time itself had stopped. At 8:32 in the morning, Kangioma held his phone and read the message Medea Poison had sent him. She told him that he could come to the school office whenever he needed. The office, she added, was always open to him. Another message soon followed. Medea addressed Kangioma directly and explained that the club was not officially established yet because they were still missing one member. Even so, nearly everything else had been completed, and the travel club would be approved once that final requirement was met. As for the staff member from earlier, Medea had already dealt with her. Kangioma replied with sincere gratitude, thanking the dean and saying he would see her later. Medea Poison's response came back simply, after class. She told Kangioma to come to her office then, adding that the new area had already been updated. After that, Kangioma headed to another place entirely. He pushed open the door and stepped inside, his voice carrying into the room as he announced that he had arrived. It was the blacksmith shop. Inside, Wayland was still hammering away at the forge, metal ringing under each heavy strike, and at first he did not seem to notice Kangioma at all. Then Wayland finally turned his head, his voice low and rough from work. He guessed that Kangioma had come for the weapon and told him to wait a moment. Kangioma stood there quietly, his thoughts drifting as the sound of the forge filled the shop. The scene reminded him so strongly of their first meeting that he could not help wondering why Wayland was still working in this place. As Kangioma watched him, old impressions rose in his mind with a strangely emotional weight, mixing the memories of a game character with the reality of the man standing before him now. Blacksmith Wayland had once been the main NPC tied to weapon quests, a character with 2 faces depending on the player's luck. In the community, he was infamous for eating up players' precious gems and leaving them cursing at the screen. Even so, Wayland had a strangely funny side that made him hard to truly hate. Back when Kangioma was only a small paying user, he had not liked him much. But now, Wayland was not a bundle of game code. He was a real person and even a business partner, remembering the time his Murasame had gone from B rank down to E rank during upgrading. Kangioma still felt a faint heat of anger rise in his chest. It left him with complicated feelings that were difficult to sort out. Before Kangioma could sink any deeper into those thoughts, Wayland approached and broke through the silence. Wayland looked at Kangioma's absent expression and asked what he was thinking about, saying he looked completely lost. Kangioma snapped back to himself and forced a small smile, brushing it off as nothing. He said Wayland simply reminded him of someone. Wayland burst into a hearty laugh and joked that the person must have been a handsome man just like him, then quickly shifted back to business. Wayland held out the weapon with a slightly embarrassed look, as if even he was reluctant to praise his own work too directly. He admitted that it felt awkward to say, but the result had turned out better than expected. The high-quality demon material Kangioma brought in had helped tremendously. Kangioma froze the moment he saw it, his eyes lighting up. Murasame had been completely remade, transformed into a new version that felt sharper, stronger, and far beyond what it had been before. Excitement shook Kangioma's voice as he exclaimed that the result was insane. Wayland, caught off guard by the sudden reaction, looked flustered and asked what Kangioma had just said. Then the update rang out in Kangioma's mind with a cold, mechanical clarity. The blessing of painlessness had changed. Pain would now disappear during activation. The activation time had been adjusted from 40 seconds to 50 seconds, and the cooldown had been set to 12 seconds. Kangioma stood there stunned, his heart thudding hard against his ribs. 50 seconds. The number alone was enough to make him break into a cheer, and he could not hide the joy spreading across his face. He had nearly forgotten that he always checked a swordsman's defense-related stats first, but this update was far better news than he had expected. For the next dungeon, the old 40-second limit would not have been enough. But now, with 10 extra seconds added to the activation time, Kang Gyoma felt as if a thin ray of hope had finally cut through the darkness ahead. He gripped the newly reforged weapon and carefully checked its details, his eyes narrowing with focus as the information appeared before him. Murasame, raindrop, sashimi knife type. The description followed, stating that this blade, which carried bone within it, had been reborn as a carbon steel cleaver infused with the hidden craft and secret technique of a true artisan. Its size was small, and its performance depended heavily on the one who wielded it. The displayed stats showed a blade length of 35 centimeters, a width of 6 centimeters, and destructive power ranked at C rank. Its range sat at E rank, while its durability had risen to C rank. Its growth potential was A rank, and its overall score had climbed to D rank. Kang Gyoma looked over the numbers with a mix of surprise and satisfaction in his voice. The stats were better than expected, especially considering the material had only been C rank. Having durability jump by 2 full ranks was already a huge gain. If Murasame ever ended up clashing against Aura in the future, it would be a real problem if the blade could not withstand the pressure. Thinking about that, Kang Gyoma felt a little guilty toward Wayland, because pulling off this level of work from a small shop was honestly more impressive than he wanted to admit. Then the system announced that a new feature was available, waiting to be unlocked with a tap. Kang Gyoma muttered under his breath, curiosity rising as he decided to tap it and see what had changed. A fresh panel opened in front of him, clearly displaying that the enhancement had been successful. The message explained that the weapon's growth potential had unlocked 3 special ability slots. However, those abilities could only be activated through magic stones, and the results would be determined randomly. The weapon remained D rank, and all 3 ability slots were still empty. Kang Gyoma froze as worry crept into his expression. Magic stones again. Of course, it had to be magic stones. The scene shifted with the sharp crash of shattering glass, the sound slicing through the space like a sudden burst of violence. A familiar face appeared in the gloom. Elder Claude von Baimhark leaned against the wall with a dark, sunken expression, his eyes weighed down by grief and frustration. He snatched up a bottle and drank from it roughly, draining it as though trying to burn away the thoughts in his head. Then he hurled it to the ground, where it smashed apart with a hollow sound that echoed like something inside him breaking. Claude von Baimhark growled through clenched teeth, cursing under his breath as he wondered what he was supposed to do now. His gaze fell on a photograph, and painful memories dragged him backward. The man in his thoughts was the father of House Baimhark, Wang Ho, one of the 7-star heroes, a figure praised and celebrated across the entire world. 40 years ago, Wang Ho had been ordered into battle against the 6th Legion commander, Basman. To the public, Wang Ho became a noble symbol, a heroic name that people admired without ever seeing the ugliness hidden behind the glory. But Claude von Baimhark gritted his teeth, his voice trembling with old rage. After his father's death, he had witnessed the assassination plot meant to seize control of the Baimhark family with his own eyes. Instead of being crushed by that plot, Claude von Baimhark twisted it to his own advantage. He killed his own blood relatives and used their deaths to establish order under his control. By the age of 30, Claude von Baimhark had already become a senior member of Joaquin Academy. His voice dropped lower, almost like a whisper sinking into the darkness, as he admitted that the darkness inside him since childhood had slowly grown into thoughts no human should have. In his mind, foolish humanity needed to be led. To preserve the regime of the chosen nation, he believed there had to be a public enemy for everyone to fear. That enemy was the demon tribe. That fear had justified Claude von Baimhark's power and authority. But then he sighed, his voice heavy as Leon van Reinhardt's name surfaced in his thoughts. Leon was the hero chosen by heaven, the one blessed with miraculous power that could someday subdue the Demon King, and that possibility terrified him. The gap between humans and demons was supposed to be overwhelming, yet Valor Joaquin had already created a precedent by sealing away the demon Lycan, and that fact chilled Claude von Baimhark to the bone. Something like that could not be allowed to happen again. Claude von Baimhark contacted someone, his voice cold and controlled as he gave the order. He wanted help dealing with that warrior candidate Brat. A voice answered obediently, acknowledging him as Elder Claude von Baimhark. Claude's eyes glinted with cruelty as he issued the next command. Call the Undertakers. As he remembered the assistant instructor and the 5th Legion commander, his jaw tightened and fury shook through his voice. Those cold, fiery eyes remained carved into Claude von Baimhark's bones, as if they had seen straight through him and exposed both his noble mask and the filth underneath it. Half human and half beast, that villain had signed a contract with a higher commander, throwing away humanity in exchange for magic and power. The scene shifted back to the classroom, where the lesson had begun and the air was filled with quiet concentration. While the other students diligently took notes, Kang Jioma sat with his chin propped in one hand, his gaze unfocused and dreamy. In front of him was a detailed sketch of a short knife, the newly remade Murasame. Kang Jioma muttered in a tired voice, wondering why it had to be magic stones of all things. His thoughts drifted back to the first time he had received Murasame, when his heart had raced with anticipation, and he had held high hopes for its future potential. 3 equipable special abilities were an incredible perk, and remembering the brief joy he felt when he first saw the new feature made Kang Jioma smile for a moment. But that smile faded quickly as he returned to his notes, his hand moving fast across the paper. Back in the game, descriptions of magic stones had always been vague cliches with barely any real substance. Kang Gioma's thoughts turned sarcastic as he remembered the saying that even dog poop could become medicine and that the ancestors were never wrong. Still, he could not stop questioning why magic stones were the catalyst for special abilities. They were mystical minerals dropped only after defeating bosses in special dungeons. The real problem was that those bosses were basically walking ore mines with teeth. Even though they were called demons, they were A-rank threats, dangerous enough to make Kang Jioma shudder just thinking about them. Suddenly, Kang Jioma glanced sideways. He was not looking at Chloe Auditore, but at Ryo Saki, who was sitting beside him with her familiar sleep mask and a grumpy look on her face. A ridiculous thought crossed his mind. Was this because her name had the word demon-like sound in it? It sounded absurd even to him, but for some reason the special abilities seemed to be leaning in that direction. Kang Jioma sighed as his gaze lingered on Ryo Saki, who let out a wide yawn beside him. He wondered if she had gone to a festival or simply stayed up all night doing something suspicious again. A week had already passed since the Buffalo Dungeon trip and the noisy group party that followed. The memory of Gigan, the giant beast nicknamed the Great Monster, rose vividly in Kang Gioma's mind. That demon had dropped a massive magic stone, the very key needed to open the dungeon's stone gate. Kang Jioma frowned as he remembered that someone had defeated Gigan and taken the stone. But Gigan was a high-tier demon. He could still picture the 4-armed golem's colossal body, each step shaking the entire area. It had been powerful and strangely cute in its own way. But demons that dropped magic stones were not simple monsters. They were natural disasters wearing monster skins. And Gigan was only one example. Beyond it were basilisks, foul serpents, ferocious manticores, and countless S-rank monsters that could tear apart ordinary challengers. The player community had called them the Wailing Wall because of their terrifying difficulty, a name that had even stunned Kang Jioma back when he was only a low-spending player. Kang Jioma tilted his head back and looked up at the ceiling, his heart feeling heavy. Was it really worth risking his life just to unlock special abilities for a weapon? Subduing those demons was supposed to be Leon Van Reinhardt's mission, but Kang Jioma could not easily convince himself to stay out of it. Just then, Chloe Auditore appeared after being away for several days. Stepping into the classroom with a bright, radiant smile, she walked toward Kang Jioma and cheerfully asked if he had found a friend to sit beside him. Kang Jioma turned toward her with a faint smile and greeted her good morning, but almost at the same time, both Kang Jioma and Chloe Auditore narrowed their eyes. Their attention landed on Ryo Saki, who was occupying the seat Chloe usually took. An awkward silence settled between them. Kang Jioma, feeling helpless, quickly changed the subject and asked whether the treatment conditions had helped Chloe Auditore recover. Chloe lifted one finger with a bright smile and said they had. Then she admitted that the experience had been awful, with green light surrounding her the whole time. Kang Jioma nodded, but a trace of sadness flickered through his eyes. In a quieter voice, he apologized, saying he had never meant for things to turn out that way. He lowered his gaze, and the memory of that battle, without the blessing of painlessness, pressed down on his heart again. These days, Kang Jioma wanted power more desperately than ever. The old dream of peace and safety had been pushed aside. His goal had not changed, but the world itself seemed determined to reject him. Unexpected variables and hidden dangers waited everywhere, lurking in places he could not predict, as though fate itself had decided to test Kang Jioma at every turn. Then weapons suddenly appeared behind them, chatting energetically with Chloe Auditore and pulling Kang Jioma out of his dark thoughts. Kang Jioma let out a quiet sigh, thinking that academy life was not easy at all, and that even his personality was becoming gloomier. 1 month had already passed since enrollment, and the Second World War, which was set to erupt in 3 years, was slowly revealing just how terrifying this world truly was. To face what was coming, Kang Jioma could no longer treat strength as something optional. Enhancing himself and unlocking special abilities for Murasame had become mandatory. Then the group's attention shifted, and they finally noticed Ryojo Saki dozing beside him. Weapon burst into loud laughter, pointing out that Ryojo Saki was completely out cold. Kang Gyoma only shook his head as a speechless silence filled his mind. Chloe Auditory giggled and said Kang Gyoma was always so brooding. He sighed and explained that he had been thinking about special abilities. If he could find a powerful one, it would become a huge advantage, not something he could leave to random chance. Suddenly, Weapon leaned close to Ryojo Saki, which made Chloe Auditory flinch in surprise. Kang Gyoma, meanwhile, remained buried in his thoughts. He still could not guarantee how the war 3 years from now would unfold. Leon Van Reinhardt might be the protagonist, but Kang Gyoma did not fully trust him. Then, without warning, Ryojo Saki woke up and drove a punch straight into Weapon's chin. Chloe Auditory burst into delighted laughter, while Kang Gyoma stared at the scene in complete bewilderment. Weapon clutched his cheek with watery eyes, looking pitiful as the pain slowly sank in. Weapon looked at Kang Gyoma with a wounded expression and complained that Ryojo Saki had hit him. Kang Gyoma frowned, still trying to process the sudden chaos, and asked when Ryojo Saki had even arrived. Ryojo Saki pulled off her sleep mask with a mocking smirk and answered that it had been exactly 10 years, adding dryly that time really did fly. Weapon quickly changed the subject, turning his attention back to the club registration. He asked Kang Gyoma how things were going with the application. Kang Gyoma answered calmly that Dean Medea Poison had already confirmed it, but they were still short one member. Even so, the travel club could begin operating, and they had already secured a manager to help oversee things. Weapon nodded as he listened, but then his expression brightened with excitement. He leaned in and asked if Kang Gyoma had heard the latest news. Leon Van Reinhardt had cleared another dungeon right when Weapon arrived. Kang Gyoma lowered his head slightly, a heavy feeling settling in his chest. No matter how he looked at it, Leon Van Reinhardt really was moving like the true protagonist of this world. Ryojo Saki stretched lazily from her seat and suddenly joined the conversation. In a casual tone, she said that yesterday Leon Van Reinhardt's group had handled an A-rank dungeon with a small party, and they had also cleared a C-rank dungeon afterward. Weapon looked genuinely surprised, blinking at her. He said Ryojo Saki knew even more details than he did, then teased her by asking if she was planning to go back to Leon Van Reinhardt's group, since she still seemed to care so much about him. Ryojo Saki did not look moved at all. Her emerald eyes shifted coldly toward Kang Gyoma for just a moment, leaving him quietly puzzled by the meaning behind that glance. Then Ryojo Saki answered in a short, indifferent voice. No, she had no interest in going back. Kang Gyoma fell into thought as Leon Van Reinhardt's image rose in his mind. Leon was definitely growing stronger, but Kang Gyoma could not shake the feeling that he had become a shield, standing in front of the protagonist and blocking evil in his place. And Kang Gyoma did not want to spend his life simply carrying Leon's burdens for him. Beside him, Chloe Auditor and Weapon kept chatting brightly, their voices filling the room with easy energy. But Kang Gyoma remained lost in his own thoughts. Even if it was only a theory, Leon Van Reinhardt did not seem capable of stopping every threat by himself. And if danger kept closing in, Kang Gyoma had no intention of staying silent. Kang Gyoma clenched his fist, his eyes burning with quiet resolve. If he wanted to survive in this world, then he would swing his blade without hesitation. If Kang Gyoma decided to cut, then whatever stood in front of him would be cut down, no matter what it was. Ryojo Saki glanced at him from the side, a question mark practically hovering over her head, and asked if he was into that kind of thing. Kang Gyoma froze on the spot, suddenly flustered by how badly his muttering had been misunderstood. He quickly denied it, saying that was not what he meant at all. Ryojo Saki only smirked back at him and asked what he had been talking about, then, as if mocking his seriousness, suggested it sounded like some kind of game. The scene shifted to the Beimhark family mansion on Jeju Island. The estate was luxurious enough to show off old wealth, but the atmosphere inside felt cold and suffocating. A maid quietly led a group of visitors down a long red carpet. From within the group, a spiky-haired man spoke in a joking tone. He told the captain that they had finally made it, since Joaquin Academy's elders had personally called them in. Then he laughed and asked why they should not seize the opportunity to step into high society. The leader, a girl with sharp eyes and a dangerous presence, immediately snapped at him. She called him Ferric and told him to shut up unless he wanted his tongue cut out. Ferric forced an awkward laugh and quickly backed down, saying he understood. Another member, whose hair resembled Chloe Auditory's, spoke in a low voice. He told Ferric that since he was new, he probably did not know this yet. The captain hated people who acted superior. Ferric looked startled and asked why she had accepted the job. Then, the other man answered plainly that the money was simply too much to refuse. Everyone took jobs like this because they had to survive. Ferric nodded as the numbers sank in. a 100 million deposit per person, with the final reward doubling that amount. The leading girl's purple eyes glinted as her patience ran out. She ordered both of them to be quiet, her voice sharp enough to cut the conversation dead. The group finally stopped in front of Clady von Beimhark's office. The maid knocked on the door and announced formally that she had brought the guests to Elder Clady von Beimhark. A low voice from inside told them to enter. As the group stepped in, their identities became clear. The man with Chloe-like hair was Deputy Taepeng Jiang, the spiky-haired one was Farrick, and the leading girl was Captain Shen Lei, the predator of the Undertakers. Inside the room, Clady von Beimhark sat with his hands clasped together, his cold gaze sweeping across the three of them. In a controlled voice, he said, "They must have worked hard to make it all the way there." Shen Lei did not answer him. She only stared back with a razor-sharp gaze, giving him no warmth, no flattery, and no sign of submission. Clady von Beimhark lifted a glass of wine, his voice lowering as he gave the order. He told them to hand it to the contractor. Shen Lei took the file on Kang Jioma and began scanning through it, her eyes moving over each line with cold efficiency. The file listed Kang Jioma's details one after another. Kang Jioma, height 1.8 meters, student of Joaquin Academy, wolf class. His weapon was a kitchen knife, and his listed traits were caution, minimal social interaction, and exceptional class-related skill. Farrick peeked over Shen Lei's shoulder and scoffed as soon as he saw the information. He asked what kind of target this was, mocking Kang Jioma as a hairless kid and a parasite. Shen Lei immediately shot him a deadly glare, warning him without needing to raise her voice. Clady von Beimhark continued without caring about the insult. Next week, during survival training on a deserted island, they were to take care of Kang Jioma. The starting fee was 100 million for each of them, with separate rewards promised afterward. Shen Lei frowned slightly, her eyes narrowing as she asked what they were supposed to do about the aftermath. Clady von Beimhark set his glass down with a quiet sound, his voice turning icy as he gave a simple answer. Dispose of it. The island would be surrounded by the sea, after all. If Kang Jioma vanished there, Clady von Beimhark said, he would end up as fish food or shark food. The scene shifted to exam day. Kang Jioma sat alone in a corner, chewing on a sandwich while muttering study material under his breath. The Hero Revolution had begun in France 694 years ago. He propped his chin on one hand, still reviewing in class as his thoughts kept turning. Joaquin Academy's academic style leaned heavily toward practical ability, and Kang Jioma had done well enough on the midterm that he did not need to panic too much. Even so, the ranking board displayed out in the hallway pressed down on him more than he wanted to admit. They claimed the ranking board motivated students to care about their scores, but to someone like Kang Jioma, it felt cruel in a very direct way. He chewed his sandwich and remembered that Ryojo Saki and Weapon had taken first and second place in the last exam. This was not only about grades anymore, it was about pride, and Kang Jioma could not afford to lose so easily. Just then, his phone buzzed against his hand with a new message. The message had arrived at 7:58 from Ryojo Saki. She reminded Kang Jioma that the written exam was today, and asked if he had eaten breakfast yet. Kang Jioma replied that he had eaten a sandwich. Ryojo Saki answered right away, telling him to fill himself with energy. According to her, sugar before a test was important, or his brain would lag. Then, in typical Ryojo Saki fashion, she launched into a sudden lecture about eating oats every day to boost metabolism, slow aging, cleanse the blood, and prevent cancer, before asking what he thought. Kang Jioma chuckled softly as he read the message. He thought it was almost impressive that on the morning of an exam, Ryojo Saki was sending him something that felt less like encouragement and more like a research paper. He typed back that in his country there was a certain kind of candy people ate before taking tests. Ryojo Saki's reply came back with immediate excitement, asking if that was really true. Then she followed up right away, wanting to know what kind of candy it was. Kang Jioma teased her by telling her not to translate it under any circumstances. Ryojo Saki instantly fired back, asking if he was messing with her. Kang Jioma found the exchange funnier than he expected, and the corners of his mouth lifted despite the pressure of the exam. That small back and forth helped him relax. Kang Jioma smiled faintly and began pulling his focus back together. Everything now was for the exam, and Kang Jioma refused to lose in some foolish way. But after the test ended, the scene shifted to him sitting slumped in a corner, looking completely worn out, as one painful question echoed in his head. Was he an idiot? Nearby, Ryojo Saki and Weapon were arguing about the exam. Weapon asked what the first question had been, and Ryojo Saki answered that it was asking who the phrase "God is dead" referred to. Chloe Auditory turned toward Kang Jioma with a bright smile and asked if he had done well. Kang Jioma looked dazed for a moment before answering that he had gotten all 3 questions. Chloe Auditory beamed at him, clearly impressed. She asked if he was serious and wanted to know how he had managed to do it. Kang could only think to himself that he had solved those questions before while playing the game, and yet for some reason, knowing that did not make him feel smart at all, it only made him feel even more like an idiot. Chloe's face lit up with a bright, carefree smile, as if nothing in the world could bother her. Beside her, Weapon looked completely crushed, grabbing his head with both hands like his whole soul had just left his body. Kang suddenly turned toward Chloe and asked, "Chloe, have you heard anything from Nox?" He hasn't replied for quite a while now. Chloe looked a little flustered at the question. She scratched her cheek awkwardly and said, "Oh, he called me around 7 last night, but I went to bed early, so I didn't answer." Kang frowned slightly as the answer sank in. Chloe was usually the type to stay up late, so the excuse sounded suspicious. He wondered if she had dodged the call on purpose, especially since the auditory family's contact number was supposed to be a secret. If Nox didn't show up in person, then Chloe was the only one who could pass along any updates from the auditory family. Even though Chloe and Nox were siblings, something about the situation felt strangely off to Kang. All he could do was hope the two of them would sort it out before it became a bigger problem. Just then, Weapon suddenly exploded in frustration, shouting, "Why? I stayed up all night studying." Ryojosaki calmly raised one hand, cutting through Weapon's panic with a flat expression. "Relax. Just accept it. This is simply the result of an intelligence gap." Weapon didn't stop ranting, his voice growing louder and louder until Ryojosaki's face tightened with irritation. She frowned and muttered, "Ugh, you're way too loud." Kang stared at the two of them in silence, his expression slowly shifting from blank confusion into complete disbelief. Then Ryojosaki suddenly slipped into the seat beside him with a cheerful smile. Leaning in as if she had caught something interesting, she asked, "So, what are you two talking about, dating?" Kang instantly stiffened, his face turning awkward. "That's not what you think." Meanwhile, Chloe's cheeks flushed red, her eyes sparkling as the word echoed in her head. "Dating with Kang?" Trying to cool the situation down before it got worse, Kang quickly added, "I've said this plenty of times already. It's not like that." Ryojosaki leaned even closer, her smile turning playful as she clearly decided to tease him a little more. "Then why do you always ignore my texts?" Ryojosaki asked, her tone light but sharp enough to make the air shift. Kang panicked at once. Always, it only happened once. But before he could explain any further, Chloe's voice cut through the room, low and dangerous. "Kang Chloe asked, slowly. "You two are texting each other?" He turned around and saw Chloe rising from her seat, her gaze dark and dangerous as it locked directly onto Ryojosaki. The air in the classroom tightened in an instant, stretched thin like a bowstring. Chloe and Ryojosaki stared each other down, both of them looking ready to explode. The whole classroom felt tense enough to snap as Chloe and Ryojosaki glared at one another, sparks practically flying between their eyes. Kang stood caught between them, a terrible feeling crawling up his spine. What was even happening? They normally sat together without saying a word, yet now the whole thing was blowing up just because of a few texts. Watching both girls suddenly flare up like this, Weapon stood there completely bewildered and muttered, "What is this supposed to be?" Ryojosaki flashed a sly little smile before turning her attention back to Kang. "Huh? What's going on with Chloe? Is something wrong with her?" Kang brow furrowed, irritation slipping into his voice as he warned her, "Back off a little." But Ryojosaki only kept grinning, her eyes glinting with mischief. "What's that? Kang You know exactly why she's angry, don't you?" Across from them, Chloe stood frozen in place, her stare icy and her voice trembling with anger. "Kang you didn't even give me your number." A murderous pressure began to spread from her, and her fists clenched so tightly it looked as if she wanted to crush everything in front of her. Sweat broke out on Kang face, but he tried his best to stay calm. "Chloe, there's a reason for that. My number is top secret." Chloe didn't seem to hear him at all. Her eyes sharpened with an intense, possessive glare, and her voice began to twist with a frightening yandere edge. "You promised," Chloe said, her words heavy and trembling, "that you would be my prince and mine alone." Ryojosaki grabbed Kang arm in alarm, her eyes widening as she gasped, "What? What is wrong with her?" Kang turned toward her, his voice tight with anxiety. "Ryojosaki, you know what yandere means, right?" But Ryojosaki only looked confused and kept provoking the situation without realizing it. "Yandere, is that English? What does it mean? I'm not very good with English." Weapon immediately sensed how dangerous the atmosphere had become. Without wasting a second, he shoved Ryojosaki away from Kang and snapped, "You still don't get what's happening?" Ryojosaki stumbled back, startled, then clutched her forehead and shouted, "Hey, how dare you push me? I'll kill you." Weapon ignored her threat completely, staring ahead with a grim expression as he muttered, "This is insane." At that moment, Chloe pulled out a paper knife, and its small blade caught the light with a chilling gleam. A dangerous black, lightning-like energy began spreading from Chloe, wrapping the classroom in a suffocating pressure. She stepped forward with crazed eyes fixed on Kang Jioma, while his mind raced in panic. What now? He had skipped all those YouTube videos about yandere characters, and now he couldn't remember how someone was supposed to handle this. As Kang Jioma desperately searched for a way out of the situation, Chloe continued closing the distance, her voice turning as cold as ice. "From now on," Chloe said, her stare never leaving him, "you'll only look at me." Kang Jioma forced himself to speak, though his voice shook slightly. Chloe calmed down. "Let's talk this through." But Chloe didn't stop. The paper knife sliced through the air toward Kang Jioma, forcing him to react instantly. He managed to dodge in time, but his heart was pounding hard in his chest. When the first strike missed, Chloe immediately followed with a rapid storm of slashes, her voice overflowing with resentment. "You always make me sad," Chloe said, each word cutting deeper than the knife in her hand. "There are always other girls around you, never just me." As Chloe spoke, one of her sudden slashes veered dangerously toward Ryojo Saki. Kang Gyoma's eyes widened in horror. He swung his arm with all his strength, knocking the paper knife aside and throwing Chloe's balance off for a moment. Ryojo Saki watched the exchange and gave a disdainful snort, completely unimpressed. Humph, weak. Chloe's attack had been stopped, but that only made the fury in her eyes burn even hotter. "I tried so hard for you," Chloe cried, and another sharp slash ripped through the air in front of them. Weapon stood frozen in shock, barely able to process what was happening, while Ryojo Saki's own face flushed with anger and her eyes flashed dangerously. In the next instant, Kang Jioma moved in and locked Chloe's arms, forcing her down and pinning her against the floor before she could swing again. Even restrained, the anger still burned fiercely in her eyes. "Chloe," he shouted. "Calm down and listen to me." Chloe struggled beneath him, glaring up as she shouted back, "You don't even contact me. What is there left for us to talk about?" Chloe demanded, her voice shaking with hurt and frustration. Kang Jioma looked straight into her eyes, lowering his voice but keeping it firm. "I wanted to meet you in person. I wanted us to talk face to face." "Phone calls don't carry enough emotion," Kang Jioma continued gently, "especially when it's something between us." Chloe froze beneath him, the sharpness in her gaze suddenly softening. Her cheeks turned red, and she stammered as if his words had hit her directly in the heart. "Between us?" Kang Jioma nodded and leaned a little closer, keeping his voice soft and sincere. "Yes, Chloe, between us." The moment those words reached her, Chloe's face turned even redder, and her eyes began sparkling like tiny hearts were floating inside them. "Thank you," Chloe whispered, her expression melting into pure happiness. "Kang Jioma, you really are always thinking about me." Her cheeks glowed bright red, and a radiant smile spread across her face as if imaginary hearts were swirling all around her. Weapon watched the whole thing unfold and slowly covered his mouth, strangely moved by the sight. Ryojo Saki, however, didn't share the mood at all, standing there with a cold, unreadable look in her eyes. Kang Jioma kept his voice gentle as he continued. "Ever since the Buffalo Dungeon, I've depended on you more than you realize, so don't look so sad, all right?" Chloe smiled in complete bliss, so overwhelmed that even the glass of water on the table tipped slightly from the emotional tremor around her. Kang Jioma glanced toward her with concern, then quietly thought to himself that he had somehow managed to turn the situation around. Weapon quickly looked over and asked, "Are you okay?" Kang Jioma gave him a small nod and answered, "I'm fine." Ryojo Saki glanced at Kang Jioma with an expression no one could quite read. Chloe, still floating in her own happy little world, chirped, "So what should we talk about next?" Kang Jioma turned toward Weapon and said, "First, let's clean this mess up." Weapon nodded in agreement, while Ryojo Saki silently made her way toward the door. Kang Jioma watched Ryojo Saki leave, falling into a brief silence as the thought crossed his mind again. She was acting like this all over again. By the time the scene shifted outside, the setting sun had washed Joaquin Academy's campus in a vivid orange glow, stretching long shadows across the school grounds. Weapon and Ryojo Saki walked side by side beneath the sunset, both of them carrying a heavy mood. Ryojo Saki kept tapping at her phone, her eyes lowered and thoughtful as the screen lit up her face. Weapon couldn't stop thinking back to the killing intent Chloe had released earlier. Whenever Kang Jioma was involved, Chloe seemed to lose control completely. Her feelings for him were twisted, sure, but they were also terrifyingly intense. He glanced ahead at Kang Jioma and Chloe. Chloe was beaming happily beside him, while Kang Jioma walked with his hands tucked in his pockets, his fingers quietly gripping the sashimi knife hidden there. Weapon found himself thinking that Kang Gyoma's gentle attitude hid something dangerously sharp underneath. Kang Gyoma understood how to use the fear born from violence to steady a situation, but somehow, that didn't feel like the nature of a villain. It felt more like the trait of a monarch. Weapon then looked over at Ryojo Saki, who was still absorbed in her phone, and asked, "Hey, what's going on with you? You've been pouting this entire time," Weapon added, studying her face as if trying to figure out what had set her off. Ryojo Saki frowned without lifting her eyes much. "What do you mean? I didn't do anything." Weapon tilted his head, still curious, and asked, "Then what are you doing on your phone?" Ryojo Saki kept her gaze fixed on the screen as she answered, "Deleting videos? The viewers don't really follow my content anyway." Weapon blinked in surprise and asked, "Wait, you do YouTube?" Ryojo Saki turned the phone slightly to show him the screen, closing her eyes with a casual expression. "Not professionally, just for fun. I was learning how to deal with yanderes so I could live peacefully." Weapon's mouth fell open when he saw the title on the screen. It was a practical guide called, "What to Do If a Yandere Pulls a Knife." And somehow, it had already reached 210,000 views. Weapon immediately shouted, "That's such a waste. Why would you delete it?" Ryojo Saki stared coldly at the screen and replied, "I don't need it anymore." Weapon couldn't resist teasing her. "So your channel is Saki-chan Japan? Are you teaching Japanese or something?" Ryojo Saki snapped back at once, "Don't laugh, or I'll kill you." The two of them kept bickering as they walked, but under the warm sunset, the mood had softened into something strangely light. The scene shifted again, this time to Joaquin Academy's library, a quiet sanctuary filled with rows of books and a deep, peaceful silence. Next Wednesday, Joaquin Academy's 3-day, 2-night survival training on Avalon Island would begin. Even though it was called survival training, the rules allowed students to form groups of anywhere from 1 to 4 members. Kang Gyoma stood in front of a tall bookshelf, his fingers brushing over the spines one by one, until he finally stopped. He thought to himself that he had found what he needed, though honestly, the whole thing sounded more like camping than actual survival. He pulled out a book titled Survival Methods by B. Galix, carried it over to the table, and muttered under his breath, "This should work." Kang Gyoma rested his chin against his hand and fixed his eyes on the book, settling in to read through it carefully. The training didn't affect grades, but it was meant to test each student's independence. And as someone who had once played through this world as a game, Kang Gyoma remembered this event especially well. In the original story, Leon van Reinhardt obtained Balmung, the legendary holy demon sword that would become his main weapon. Memories of Leon and Abel von Nibelung surfaced in Kang Gyoma's mind, along with the way their budding feelings slowly melted Abel's icy walls. Kang Gyoma sighed, remembering how deeply immersed he had been in that event as a player, though now that he was living through it himself, there was nothing left to envy. He flipped through photos of the events that had happened since his enrollment, and the weight in his chest only grew heavier. Ever since arriving here, Kang Gyoma had been thrown again and again into life-or-death situations, like walking across a thread in the middle of a storm. The Academy Council of Elders was targeting him, a mysterious instructor was still lurking somewhere, and on top of all that, he still needed another club member. For a moment, an image of Abel von Nibelung training alone at night flashed through his mind, but he quickly pushed it aside. No matter how beautiful she was, this wasn't the time to get caught up in feelings. Youth could wait for another life. As a swordsman, Kang Gyoma couldn't deny his longing for Balmung, the legendary holy demon sword. He knew where it was, and he knew just how powerful it could become, so of course he wanted it badly. But Balmung chose its own master, and Kang Gyoma knew he wasn't the one it was waiting for. A scene from the game came back to him. A solemn voice had asked, "Oh, bearer of light, can you prove your worth?" Then Leon van Reinhardt, wrapped in a radiant aura, had raised Balmung and awakened a miraculous blessing. Kang Gyoma let out a quiet sigh. Balmung truly was a weapon made for the protagonist. Meanwhile, Kang Gyoma had been left with a sashimi knife bought from a shop. He turned another page in the survival skills book and reminded himself not to waste time dreaming about something beyond his reach. For now, what mattered was studying properly for Avalon Island. The island supposedly had no monsters, so Kang Gyoma could only hope there wouldn't be another incident like the Buffalo Dungeon. He thought about the powerful figures overseeing the training, including Director Medea and Siegfried von Nibelung, the Sword Emperor, along with a high-ranking temporary instructor. Kang Gyoma nodded to himself. If one of the strongest heroes was personally leading the first year's camping trip, then even if the event drifted away from the original plot, he should still be able to complete his goal safely. He picked up a book on Avalon's history, opened it across the table, and locked his gaze onto the pages. Avalon Island was a deserted island in the west, known for terrain that constantly changed. At its center lay Queen's Lake, a place once praised as a paradise. But despite that beautiful reputation, the island was no longer inhabited by anyone. Kang Guillaume frowned at the page and muttered, "This is all old information. Where's the part I actually need?" Just then, a familiar voice suddenly came from nearby. "You're here too?" Kang Guillaume lifted his head from the book, a question forming on his face as he looked toward the voice. Leon Van Reinhardt appeared beside him, patting Kang Guillaume on the shoulder with a bright smile. "Long time no see, Kang Guillaume." Inside Joaquin Academy's quiet library, Leon Van Reinhardt seemed to shine with his usual captivating presence. As his eyes moved through the room, a few female students near the bookshelves stole glances at him and whispered among themselves about how handsome he was. Leon Van Reinhardt didn't pay any attention to those whispers. His focus stayed entirely on Kang Guillaume, and with that same easy smile, he said again, "Long time no see." Kang Guillaume's eyes shifted toward the book resting in Leon's hand. The title read, Introduction to Magic, and for a moment a quiet question mark seemed to hang over Guillaume's head. Why of all things was Leon reading something like that? Guillaume stared at Leon in surprise, and old memories began rushing back all at once. The sight of the original game protagonist, calmly holding a magic book, did not feel comforting in the slightest. A strange thought crossed Guillaume's mind. Maybe Leon was studying him through magic, using the midterm incident as some kind of bad example. But that thought quickly darkened into suspicion. Leon already had more than enough on his plate, with tasks piled up higher than anyone else's. And yet here he was, casually reading magic books. Guillaume could practically feel his trust in Leon cracking little by little as a heavy, awkward silence settled between them. Leon kept that bright smile on his face as he rested one hand on the chair across from Guillaume, his voice light and friendly. "What are you reading?" Guillaume answered without looking too shaken. "I'm researching Avalon Island, the place where next week's training will take place." Leon simply nodded at that answer and said nothing more. The silence only made the question mark in Guillaume's head feel even heavier, as if Leon's calm reaction somehow made the situation more suspicious. Then, out of nowhere, Leon spoke again, his tone carrying a faint, teasing edge. "Guillaume, you're seriously diligent." For a second, only a long, speechless pause seemed to hang between them. In Guillaume's mind, an image flashed of himself buried under mountains of documents, exhausted and worn down. He let out a tired sigh. Yeah, he could not exactly deny it. He was proud of living more diligently than anyone else, training every day, clearing dungeons, and even studying magic whenever he had time. But what choice did he have? A dark future was waiting ahead, and he only had 3 years to pour everything into preparation. Guillaume looked straight at Leon, his voice steady and firm. No matter what happened, he had to protect his own future with his own hands. Leon only smiled in return, but his answer came out strangely cryptic. "You're different from me, and I'm different from you." Those words immediately stirred an old memory in Guillaume's mind. Back when they had first met, Leon had asked him, "Guillaume, where are you from?" At the time, Leon's voice had been warm and familiar, almost like he was greeting an old friend from the same hometown. But now, Guillaume could clearly sense the difference. Leon's face was still as radiant as ever, yet beneath that cheerful expression was a faint trace of melancholy. His eyes carried an uneasiness that felt strangely out of place. This was not the Leon from the game, Guillaume realized. He was still bright, still friendly, but something much deeper was hiding beneath the surface. Guillaume muttered to himself, wondering what exactly had changed. He could still remember the words Leon had spoken during their first meeting, words that had clearly carried some hidden meaning. Leon passed by him and left one final reminder behind. "Keep studying. The library's closing soon." Guillaume gave a small nod. "Oh, thanks. You too." As Leon's back slowly disappeared from sight, Guillaume sank deeper into thought. Leon truly was different. The long shadows stretching across the sunset felt strangely ominous, standing in sharp contrast to the admiring gazes everyone always gave him. It was as if light and darkness were both pressing down on Leon's shoulders at the same time, weighing on him in ways no one else could see. Guillaume shook his head, still unable to sort out the uneasy feeling in his chest. Was that the burden of a warrior who had to carry humanity's fate? Whatever the answer was, he could not waste time on it now. Before leaving, there was still something he needed to find. Time passed in a blur, and before long, the day of survival training finally arrived. The scene shifted to the training ground, where the whole area was alive with noise, movement, and students preparing for departure. Rachel appeared for the first time in a while, wearing a bright smile as she approached. "Hey, long time no see. It's seriously hard to catch you these days, Saki." Ryojo Saki stood nearby with her usual confident air, calmly looking over everyone around her. Chloe seemed a little puzzled by Rachel's sudden arrival, but Saki stayed composed and greeted them as if nothing was strange. Hey, Rachel, and Abel too. The atmosphere instantly sharpened as the four girls faced one another, their presence alone making the air feel charged with quiet rivalry. Abel was the first to speak, looking toward Saki with a composed expression. Are you ready for the training? Saki answered casually, without a hint of nervousness. Same as always. What about you? Abel smiled at that, but before the conversation could settle, Rachel slipped in with sparkling eyes and a mischievous look. So Ryojo Saki managed to take down the whole class without us even noticing, huh? School life must be pretty fun. Saki only shrugged, unfazed by the teasing. It was a smooth transition. No need to make a big announcement out of it. Rachel turned toward Abel with a mocking smile, clearly enjoying herself. Is this the only way I'll get to see the black sword being stolen? Abel's expression tightened at once. Rachel, enough. But Rachel was already fired up, and her voice rose with excitement. Saki didn't just go to the water continent dungeon. She even joined a club with Kangyoma. So for these 3 days of training, I'm going to stick with him. Saki cut in with a teasing tone. Oh, Gyoma doesn't want to train with anyone, though, Chloe immediately added, sounding sure of herself. Yeah, Kangyoma said he wants to act alone. Rachel's eyes lit up in a strangely excited way, as though that answer had only made her more eager. So, for these 3 days and 2 nights, Rachel said, raising her voice, none of you are planning to join Gyoma? Saki frowned, narrowing her eyes at Rachel's sudden enthusiasm. What are you getting at? Abel also looked toward her, wary now. Rachel, what exactly are you thinking? Rachel grinned widely, her eyes practically shining with little hearts. Jama said he's going alone, but he never said we weren't allowed to follow him. Saki stared at her, completely baffled. What kind of logic is that? Rachel placed a hand over her chest and spoke with absolute confidence. Even if nobody says it out loud, I know the 4 of us are all thinking the same thing. So I propose we settle it fairly with a game, a Gyoma hunt. All 3 of them froze at once. Saki blinked first, still trying to process the words. A fair game? Abel muttered under her breath, already suspicious. Rachel's game? Rachel leaned into the idea with open excitement in her voice. Avalon Island's terrain constantly changes, and once we pass through the subspace gate, every person gets dropped in a random location. That means forming familiar groups from the start will be basically impossible, Rachel continued. So the rule is simple, whoever finds Gyoma first wins. And naturally, she added with a satisfied smile, the other 3 lose. Saki looked stunned by the absurd proposal, while Abel's cheeks flushed despite herself. Rachel, however, kept going, her own face heating up as her imagination clearly ran ahead of her. When you find him first, you can do anything. Hug him, kiss him, no one gets to stop you. Deal? Chloe immediately shouted with confidence, deal. This time I'm definitely going to win. Saki smirked, suddenly entertained. Sounds fun. Should I send pictures as proof? Rachel turned her teasing smile toward Chloe. All right, kid, let's see just how grown up you really are. Abel stood there blushing, her thoughts already racing in a completely different direction. Find Gyoma first, then eliminate him before anyone else could get close. Rachel glanced toward Abel with an amused tilt of her head. You okay with this, lady? Abel's expression instantly turned cold. Sorry, but I'm not free enough to waste time on this nonsense. With that, Abel turned and walked away, leaving the other 3 behind. Rachel only shrugged as if she had expected it. Fine, then it's just us 3. Saki fell silent, while Chloe's face practically glowed with excitement. The scene shifted again. On the training ground, Kangyoma yawned heavily, his tired face making it obvious he had barely rested. He grumbled to himself, I'm so tired I stayed at the library way too late last night. Still, he moved one hand near his pocket with a strangely confident air, as if he had already prepared for everything that mattered. Everything he needed had been carefully written down in his phone. A notification appeared on the screen, reminding him that Director Medea required every student to bring at least 1 temporary weapon. Gyoma had his sashimi knife, 24 packs, and even a secret weapon ready. When he pulled out his phone, he saw a flood of messages from Medea. Had he packed first aid supplies? Clothes? At least 3 sets of underwear? Black pants so dirt would not show easily? Gyoma let out a small chuckle as he read through the messages. Medea was acting almost exactly like his mother. Then he paused and reconsidered the thought. Since the director was older, would it be more accurate to call her his grandmother instead? He immediately brushed that idea aside and turned his attention toward one of the instructors nearby, muttering under his breath. They were probably going to leave soon. Then he remembered what the gatekeeper had said about the secret realm. His gaze shifted toward a female assistant instructor standing nearby, a woman with short purple hair, purple eyes, and an appearance that made him pause in thought. Was she watching him? The thought slipped through Kangyoma's mind as his eyes narrowed slightly. With Avalon Island's terrain constantly shifting, this survival training was the perfect chance for someone to isolate him and deal with him without anyone noticing. Gyama's fingers brushed against the pocket where his preparations were kept, his thoughts turning sharper. But if the terrain could be used against him, then he could use it to counterattack too. Stabbing someone still felt wrong, no matter the situation, but he had no intention of dying here. Then he remembered the rough sketch Weapon had drawn for him. Short hair, average build. That was all the description really gave him. Gyama shook his head with a helpless look. Weapon really was like a kid sometimes. How was he supposed to find someone based on vague details like that? Gyama lifted his gaze toward the sky, and just then, Siegfried von Nibelung's voice rang out from nearby. Kang, Gyoma, don't slack off today. Abel trailed behind Siegfried with a faint blush on her face, and Gyoma, seeing the odd atmosphere, gave a teasing smile. Sword Emperor, make sure you catch a big fish. Siegfried coughed awkwardly, clearly caught off guard by the remark. Ah, thanks. Then he quickly steadied himself and added, your efforts have been multiplying lately, but make sure you rest enough to endure this training properly. Gyama gave a small nod, answering with a polite smile. Thank you. I hope you catch a big fish, too. Abel passed by without saying a word, her gaze cold enough to make the air around her feel a little sharper. Gyama watched her with clear confusion on his face, but after a moment he forced an awkward smile as if trying to lighten the mood. You're about to get a boyfriend, so cheer up a little. Before Abel could respond, Ryojo Saki suddenly crept up close to Gyoma from the side, moving so quietly that his instincts reacted before his brain could. Gyama immediately raised his hand and flicked Saki right on the forehead. Saki grabbed the spot with both hands and shouted, Hey! Are you hitting people just because you're bored? Gyama let out an awkward laugh, scratching off the tension with a sheepish grin. Haha, I felt danger and reacted. I didn't know it was you. Sorry. Saki frowned while rubbing her forehead, clearly annoyed. My forehead isn't a geography book, you know? Anyway, do your best. I'll find you later so we can talk. After saying that, Saki turned and walked away, leaving Gyoma staring after her in confusion. Ryojo Saki really was difficult to understand. Her personality never seemed to move in a straight line. Gyama found himself remembering their moments in class. Saki would keep changing seats for no obvious reason, quietly watching him from different angles, as if studying his every reaction. She had stopped dozing off like before, and now wandered around constantly. And whenever Gyoma failed to react to her, she would sulk in silence and disappear somewhere on her own. Saki was one of the main heroines, and that alone made her important. But because of that, Gyoma was even more reluctant to let himself get too close to her. Then the instructor's voice thundered across the training ground. The subspace gate to Avalon Island is activating. Stay safe, everyone, and enjoy your time there. Gyoma stared at the gate as it opened, light rippling inside the passage. This time, he wanted to get through everything quietly. No unnecessary trouble, no needless chaos. He lowered his voice and muttered to himself, May the icy blessings stay with me. Beyond the gate, the view opened into Avalon Island's wild landscape, where dense forests stretched beneath towering mountains. Gyama stepped forward into that unfamiliar world, feeling the weight of the moment settle over him. It had already been a year since he fell into this world, and now he was finally setting foot in Avalon, the sacred land itself. When he looked up, the primordial apple tree rose before him in the distance, and a small murmur slipped from his lips. He cut the thought short. There would be time to think about that later. For now, the competition had already begun. Rachel, Ryojo Saki, Abel, Chloe, Weapon, and Leon. All of them were somewhere on this island now. Gyama's confidence slowly rose as he whispered to himself, feeling the real challenge begin at last. The hunt had started. He had to focus. Once he had a moment to breathe, Gyoma pulled out his phone and checked his current position, confirming that he had appeared somewhere near Yggdrasil. A few thoughts surfaced naturally as he studied the screen. Before coming here, he had copied Avalon Island's map from the library. The place where he spawned was now marked, helping him match his current location with the memories from back when he had been a chef playing the game. Back then, the game map had shown the target's location somewhere near the island's central lake. Gyoma narrowed his eyes, thinking back carefully, then muttered, I remember it being near some kind of rock. His expression steadied as his focus sharpened. That meant he needed to head toward the lake near the World Tree. To get there, he would have to cross through the forest and pass a rocky mountain area. The World Tree, the protective forest, and the outer rocky cliffs all lined up in his mind. I still have 3 days, Gyoma reminded himself, and survival was only part of the assignment. They also had to search for orbs scattered throughout the island. In other words, this was basically a treasure hunt, like something students might do on a field trip. The orb gems they found would affect their final scores, and since he had heard they could also be used as enhancement materials, Gioma planned to collect as many as he could while moving across the island. He reached into his bag and pulled something out, speaking under his breath. First, just like Bear Galax wrote, I should prepare some survival tools instead of relying only on the sashimi knife. Gioma drew out a knife that was slightly longer than his usual blade. It was his secret weapon, a machete, the kind used for chopping firewood and cutting through timber, which he had bought from a mountaineering shop. This machete was something he had purchased specifically to show his determination for this training. Holding it up, he inspected the weight and shape more carefully. He needed to get used to fighting without depending on the blessing of painlessness for those 50 seconds, so he planned to conserve that power as much as possible. A green glint flashed in Gioma's eyes. He tested the machete with a basic downward slash, then followed it with a sideways swing, feeling out the balance as he began judging how useful it would be. The grip feels great, he murmured, but it's still a little awkward. His gaze suddenly shifted to the side. He decided he would only use the machete in emergencies while keeping the sashimi knife as his main weapon, and in that brief moment of awareness, Gioma spotted a cute rabbit peeking at him from behind a bush. Sudden smile spread across his face. Oh, perfect. I can practice with this machete and hunt some food at the same time. But almost immediately, his expression changed as a shadow blocked the light across one side of his face. My God, the head is a rabbit, but the body definitely isn't. The creature slowly stepped out from the brush, towering larger than Gioma himself, its unblinking eyes fixed directly on him. For an instant, confusion exploded in Gioma's mind, but instead of backing away in fear, he broke into a bright smile and spoke to the monster as if he had found exactly what he wanted. I actually found a rabbit. This really is a land of rabbits. Perfect. With that, Gioma shifted his weight and lunged forward. He would show the protection of the sword here. There was no need to use the blessing. Using the combat skills he had built up through constant training, Gioma pulled the knife behind his back. A dangerous gleam flashed in his eyes as he charged straight toward the rabbit-like monster. The rabbit suddenly turned its body to the side, staring at him with an unexpectedly sharp look. And in the creature's eyes, Abel's silhouette appeared all at once. At that same moment, Abel stood frozen with bewilderment spreading across her face as confusion washed over her completely. Abel crouched down and reached her hand toward the little rabbit with a soft smile, hesitating between amusement and curiosity. Geez, are you supposed to be food, or are you supposed to be a pet? Unlike the monstrous rabbit Kang Gioma had run into, this one looked completely ordinary. Abel slowly extended her arm toward it, unable to resist the sight of its small, harmless-looking body. It was so cute that she felt her guard melting despite herself. In a gentler voice, she asked, "Why are you here all alone? Where's your mother?" But the very next moment, the rabbit suddenly snapped forward and bit her finger. Abel flinched hard, pulling her hand back with a sharp cry. Ouch. The rabbit immediately turned around and hopped away at surprising speed. Abel rose to her feet, irritation flickering across her face as she watched it escape. Running off just like that? Fine. What goes around, comes around. Abel instantly reached behind her back and drew her sword, pointing the blade toward the path the rabbit had taken. Her voice rang out as she chased after it. Stop right there! Even as she moved, she could already tell this was going to be more troublesome than expected. Still, a small smile remained on Abel's lips. Rather than backing down, she saw this as something useful. No, actually, this might be a good result, she thought. It was a perfect chance to test how much she had improved after her special training, even if her opponent was only a rabbit. Then something unexpected happened. As Abel watched, the rabbit suddenly accelerated, little musical notes practically humming from its mouth as it bounced ahead. A mischievous look spread across the rabbit's face as it glanced back at her, almost as if it knew she was chasing it. Its strange behavior only made Abel's pursuit feel more bizarre. Abel's expression tightened with anxiety as she realized something was wrong. Was it getting even faster? No, that made no sense. The rabbit had been hiding its true ability from the start. A surge of green energy rose from its body, twisting its natural movements into something far beyond normal. No matter how fast it was, Abel still trusted her sword. In a single instant, Abel closed the distance with Nibelung swordsmanship, her lips lifting in confidence. Got you. For a brief moment, the rabbit stopped moving, as if it had finally been cornered, but then it leaped in a completely erratic direction. Abel stayed focused, carrying the pride of the Sword Emperor's granddaughter, and read the movement as best she could. That jump had still been within her calculations. Then Abel's expression changed. Something about the timing felt wrong. The rabbit's speed and the angle of its leap threw her off just enough that she could not adjust her direction in time. A stream, or maybe a small lake, suddenly came into view right in the direction Abel was headed. Confusion flashed across her face as she raised a hand, trying to react before it was too late. Then the terrain opened beneath her path, and with a loud splash, Abel fell straight into the water. The Sword Emperor's granddaughter, Abel von Nibelung, emerged with her golden eyes gleaming in disbelief. Water dripped from her hair and clothes as she stared ahead, stunned. What was that? She clearly saw the rabbit standing on the surface of the water, as if the little creature had planned every step. And then, in that strange reflection, Kang Guillaume's silhouette appeared. Guillaume's body seemed to sink through the reflected surface, and the moment pulled away from Abel's side of the island. Elsewhere, a flock of black birds shot through the air in a sharp, precise direction, startled into flight by the shockwave from Guillaume's clash with the attacking rabbit. Guillaume kept swinging slash after slash, but the rabbit kept dodging every attack with infuriating ease. After a while, Guillaume was left panting heavily, his shoulders rising and falling with each breath. I trained so hard, but without the blessing, I'm useless. I can't believe this. Even with confidence built from the strength of his past life, he could only look up at the sky while gasping for air. His body sagged slightly, the fatigue finally showing through his posture. Ha ha. Oh God. The rabbit stopped in front of him, moving its little front paws as it stared directly at Guillaume. The rabbit's face was annoyingly cute, and Guillaume finally gave up and dropped himself onto the ground. Still panting, he muttered, "Instead of wasting my energy for nothing, I'll just sit here like an idiot and chat. Let's see what happens." As he sat there catching his breath, the rabbit bared its distinctive teeth, and its adorable face shifted into a mischievous, irritating grin. With a sharp clank, Guillaume let the long knife fall from his hand, the sound ringing out like a swordsman abandoning a useless weapon. All right. Guillaume drew his sashimi knife, choosing it as his true combat weapon. His expression turned cold, and the presence of the sword god's blessing began to settle around him. Far from Guillaume's fight, sunlight spilled over another part of Avalon Island. Rachel gripped her spear tightly and leaped high into the air, shouting with all her energy, "Go!" An intense pressure radiated from her as her eyes turned heart-shaped with excitement. Wearing a confident smile, Rachel darted off toward a new direction. She dropped down from above and landed abruptly, planting herself in place as she stared ahead. I'm just fumbling around here. It feels like I'm walking in circles. A laugh slipped out of her. Ha ha ha, this is bad. Even so, her smile did not fade. After all, she had declared that this was Rachel's real game. Rachel reached behind her head and laughed loudly, even as the situation refused to improve. What should I do now? This is tougher than I thought. So what's next? Then she noticed a bird flying overhead, and her thoughts immediately jumped to Kang Guillaume. Black crow, a black sword, a demon sword, and Kang Guillaume. Rachel's imagination linked them together in an instant. Wow. By coincidence, the massive silhouette of Yggdrasil loomed nearby. Rachel swung her spear, sending a gust of wind through the air, and convinced herself with a grin. They said crows liked shiny things, didn't they? If she followed that bird, maybe it would lead her straight to Guillaume. Golden lightning sparked around Rachel's body as she lowered her stance. Thinking too much was a waste of time. It was better to move first and figure things out along the way. Rachel launched herself high into the air again, racing off in one direction as she shouted with bright confidence, "I'll meet you soon." Elsewhere, Ryo Josaki paused with the bruise from Guillaume's forehead flick, still visible on her skin. She tilted her head slightly and murmured, "I think I just heard Rachel's voice, didn't I?" Saki held her familiar bow close as she looked toward the sound. Then she checked through what she had prepared. "All right, let's confirm this again. Food, rice cakes, a blanket, a sweater, and some weapons." Her thoughts naturally circled back to the strong swordsman she was trying to find. A cat-like smile curved across Saki's lips as she pulled her green cloak around herself. He's not here. Her focus sharpened as she carefully recalibrated her plan. Since she had decided to join this game, she had no intention of losing. Her starting point was Avalon Island's beach, so her path had to be planned from there. Her eyes caught sight of Yggdrasil, the one fixed landmark on the entire shifting island. But as she had already noted, she was still near the distant beach. If I wanted to do something alone, the island's center would give me better odds. Sadly, I don't have anyone here to help me. Saki's focused expression gave way to a puzzled look. What should I do? What now? She did not want to lose her head over this situation. Then Saki turned and started moving in another direction, her smile still intact. "When we meet again, I'll repay you properly. Just wait." Night settled over Avalon Island, and stars glittered across the sky while flashes of purple light flickered somewhere in the darkness. In the shadows below, wolves began to appear. The wolves lifted their heads and howled, sensing something moving nearby. Their roars filled the night, but Chloe Auditor met them without fear. her expression cold as relentless sword slashes tore through the darkness. Hunting was one of the specialties of the Auditor assassin family, and Chloe Auditor moved through the night with a quiet smile on her face. "Kang Guillaume, wait for me," she murmured, her gaze fixed somewhere deep within Avalon Island. Chloe's body never slowed as she charged forward through the darkness. More than anyone else, she wanted to be the one who found him first. "I'll find you before the others," she thought, her resolve sharpening. "Then you'll only look at me." Then Chloe's attention snapped toward something ahead. A presence, a human presence. Her eyes brightened with sudden certainty. Kang Guillaume, not far from the direction Chloe was heading. A soft light flickered in the forest. Kang Guillaume, unaware of the chaos spreading from his earlier fight with the attacking rabbit, had already started a campfire and was roasting a large slab of meat over the flames. Guillaume spoke to himself while tending the fire, piecing together his situation like a survival plan. Since the fur had already been removed, food would not be a problem for a while. If he turned the extra meat into jerky, he would be set for the next part of training. But then a faint noise came from the darkness, sharp enough to make him pause. His eyes shifted toward the sound, and his thoughts immediately sank into caution. That was not the sound of an ordinary beast. It could be someone or some force coming after him. Guillaume could not afford to let his guard down, and he definitely could not just sit there waiting. Guillaume reached into his bag and pulled out his sashimi knife, moving carefully toward the direction of the noise. His thoughts stayed tense. Something was coming, and it showed no sign of stopping. At least he had food secured now. His sashimi knife was in perfect condition. Then his eyes flashed with surprise as the presence finally broke into range. It was here. Guillaume raised the knife and slipped into a fighting stance, his body lowering just enough to strike the moment anything lunged at him. At that instant, Chloe Auditory suddenly burst into view, rushing forward with both hands out, as if she had finally found the person she had been chasing. But almost at the same time, Rachel appeared as well, arriving so abruptly that the situation became even more chaotic than Guillaume expected. Rachel froze when she saw Chloe there and clicked her tongue in surprise. "Oh, you naughty girl." Chloe's face fell with clear disappointment as she muttered, "Rachel?" The two of them glared at each other, irritation flaring instantly, and shouted in perfect unison, "Why are you here?" Guillaume still had his knife raised, but then an even bigger surprise appeared. The first one who had actually found him was Abel von Nibelung. The moment Guillaume recognized Abel, he stopped his attack at once, holding himself back before the blade could move any farther. Abel was kneeling on the ground, her face flushed a deep red, as if she had just stumbled into the most embarrassing moment possible. Guillaume stared at her in complete confusion, stumbling over his words. "Abel, why are you like that?" His expression only grew more puzzled as he tried to understand what had happened. And then, almost absurdly, his attention drifted back to the campfire. Was the meat still roasting properly? Beside the flickering campfire, Guillaume quietly fed the flames, keeping the blaze alive as warm light danced across the clearing and cast long shadows over the sharp knife strapped behind him. Nearby, the fur of the defeated monster still carried the rough scent of battle, a reminder of the fight that had ended before this strange gathering began. Hazy thoughts drifted through Abel's mind like thin smoke rising into the night sky. The monster's fur was soft and warm around her, almost comforting, but her face remained touched with melancholy. A pile of dried meat sat in front of her, yet she could not bring herself to care about it at all. When she glanced at the sizzling meat over the fire, her brow tightened slightly. Rabbit meat. The thought immediately dragged Abel back to the humiliating memory of chasing a rabbit through the forest, failing miserably, and somehow ending up in this embarrassing situation. Now, sitting beside Kang Guillaume, Abel could not ignore how painfully aware she was of the gap between his skill and her own. Her body trembled a little, partly from the biting cold deep in the forest and partly from the heat creeping into her cheeks. This was so embarrassing, she thought, while the chill continued to gnaw at her. At that moment, Abel jolted as if waking from a dream. Without making a big deal out of it, Guillaume gently draped the massive cleaned rabbit pelt over her trembling shoulders. His voice was quiet and warm. "Use this to cover yourself." Abel froze in place, her eyes sparkling with surprise as the words reached her. She turned her face toward the fire, feeling the pelt's warmth slowly spread over her body. But even with the cold easing, her cheeks flushed brighter from shyness. Under the night sky where countless stars glittered above them, the crackling fire mixed with the restless thoughts stirring inside her chest. "I'm going crazy," Abel scolded herself silently, her mind in complete turmoil. She should have left already. Besides, this beast hide smelled off. Idiot, she thought, trying to steady herself. But no matter how much she complained, she had to admit the pelt was strangely warm. Guillaume's small act of care made her heart flutter more than she wanted, and she mumbled a shy thank you while feeling quietly grateful. Then a sharp pain suddenly broke the peaceful silence. Abel flinched and cried out, "It hurts." Her eyes darted down toward her ankle where the skin had turned red and swollen. "Wait, is this from earlier?" Abel asked, panic starting to rise in her voice as she looked at the injury more closely. Before she could fully gather herself, her cheeks burned all over again. "Hey, what? What are you doing?" Her slender leg was now in Guillaume's hands, and he held it carefully, his strong fingers moving with surprising gentleness. Her already flushed face turned as bright as the fire. Guillaume looked at the swollen ankle with calm concern and said, "If you leave it like this, it'll be dangerous. It could get infected." Abel reluctantly allowed him to continue, even though her heart was racing far too fast. Guillaume carefully treated the wound, using his own cravat along with pieces of wood to support and stabilize Abel's injured ankle. His movements were meticulous and thoughtful, each one steady enough to leave Abel dazed. When Guillaume looked up and said a few more words to her, Abel could barely respond properly. This thank you," she mumbled, her voice small and awkward. Silence settled over them again, broken only by the crackling fire and the savory smell of roasting meat. Guillaume returned to watching the large cut over the flames, while Abel quickly turned her face away to hide the redness still lingering on her cheeks. After a while, Guillaume broke the quiet with a simple question. "Why do you keep wandering around alone?" Abel looked up at him, her eyes briefly bewildered, as if she had been pulled out of a dream. "Huh?" Then she paused, and her cheeks warmed again as Rachel's game flashed through her mind. Whoever found Kang Guillaume first won and could do anything. Abel covered her face, trying to hide her embarrassment as she forced out an explanation. "There are things I want to do and I feel more comfortable alone." Guillaume gave a small smile while adjusting the fire and answered casually, "Oh really? I get it. You're like me." Those simple, sincere words turned the cold young lady, Abel von Nibelung, into a flustered girl in an instant. She looked at Guillaume, her mind spinning wildly. She was about to fall into a trap, and she knew she needed to retreat before it was too late. Acting quickly, Abel quietly pulled out her phone, opened the camera, and snapped a photo with both herself and Guillaume in the frame. It was undeniable proof. Under the warm firelight, Abel's shy smile looked strangely charming, while Guillaume sat behind her completely unaware, just as the phone screen captured him. At 1935, Rachel and Ryojo Saki's group chat suddenly lit up with a notification about the game. Abel had found Kang Guillaume first. The photo she sent shocked them both. Saki replied instantly, "What? You were actually first? What is this?" Rachel, unable to contain herself even through text, exploded. "What the hell?" Both Rachel and Saki opened their phones with their eyes blazing. Hadn't Abel said she was not playing? Rachel growled over the message, calling her a sneaky black cat, even while admitting the picture looked way too good. Meanwhile, Chloe, who was outside the group chat, stared blankly with no idea what was happening. Abel thought sending the photo would make her feel triumphant, but instead, her heart sank with a strange and inexplicable sadness. Then Guillaume suddenly held out a piece of roasted meat toward her, his voice gentle and warm. "Here, eat this." Abel quickly hid her phone, and her face brightened at once, her eyes glinting with obvious hunger. "Ah!" she exclaimed softly, accepting it before the quiet returned between them once more. Abel nibbled at the meat while lost in thought, stealing little glances at Guillaume beside her. The whole thing felt painfully embarrassing and awkward, yet she could not look away for long. Trying to break the tension, Abel suddenly blurted out the first question that came to mind. "How did you get so strong?" Guillaume looked up at her, clearly puzzled by the sudden question. Memories flickered through Kang Guillaume's mind, getting knocked down head-on, asking for a little mercy, and only ending up dragged into even more endless trouble. It was fair to say those days had felt like living in hell. He let out a quiet sigh before finally answering Abel. "It was thanks to a great teacher," Guillaume said, "a real master." Abel's curiosity immediately sharpened, her eyes brightening as she leaned into his words. Guillaume gave a small nod and added, "He was the master who taught me how to wield a blade." Those words pulled Abel into her own memories. For 17 years, she had poured her youth into swordsmanship under her grandfather's guidance. She had always believed in her talent, confident that she stood above most people her age. But even then, she had never seen a swordsman quite like Kang Guillaume. Returning to the present, Abel could not hold back her curiosity. She looked at him more intently and pressed the question further. "Then what exactly did you learn, and how did you learn it?" Guillaume stared into the campfire, watching the flames bend and flicker as his voice grew heavier. "I realized a long time ago that being strong doesn't mean you always win." Abel froze, confusion showing clearly in her eyes. Guillaume continued, his gaze deep and steady. "The person who refuses to give up until the very end is the real victor. The one who endures, keeps going and survives. That is what true strength really is. Abel stared at him in stunned silence, one hand rising to cover her mouth as her heart began pounding harder than expected. You? She thought, caught between surprise and amusement. No, the way he spoke was less like a boy their age and more like some old man who had already lived through everything. Gioma gave a small chuckle, and that was enough to make Abel burst into laughter, her voice spilling into the quiet night. Sorry, but your words are so cheesy, I can't handle it. While she laughed, Gioma looked at her in confusion and protested. Hey. Abel teased him even more, saying, You talk just like my grandpa. 10 points for having an old soul. But remember, you're still only 17. Then Abel suddenly remembered something, and her voice grew a little brighter. This reminds me of when we talked on that bench. This is the first time we've had a proper conversation since then, right? Gioma simply offered her another skewer of roasted meat. Eat more. Abel accepted it with a small nod, her cheeks still faintly red in the firelight. Oh, sure, she said softly, trying to sound calm even though her voice came out awkward. The next morning, a strange sound stirred Abel from sleep. She jolted awake and realized she had fallen asleep beside the campfire, which had already burned down into cold, ashy remains. Gioma was nowhere to be seen. Only a few pieces of roasted meat had been left behind near the place where he had been sitting. Abel's expression slowly changed, and a heavy feeling settled in her chest. He had left without saying a word, she thought, doing her best to keep herself composed. But then she remembered the way Gioma had bandaged her ankle the night before, using his own cravat without hesitation. And the fact that it was still wrapped around her ankle now made the feeling even harder to bear. Tears suddenly rolled down Abel's cheeks, and she panicked the moment she noticed them. Why am I crying? She hurriedly wiped the tears away, but her mind continued spinning, unable to settle on a single clear thought. Being cared for so naturally felt strangely special, almost painfully so, but no matter what feelings stirred inside her, Abel told herself she would push forward, even if she had to do it alone with a smile. Thinking of the swords mounted high and the path she had chosen, Abel steadied herself. No matter how difficult the challenge became, she would overcome it. Sunlight filtered through the trees, casting soft gold across the forest as Abel looked ahead with a heavy heart. Gioma, why do you do this to me? She had always envied people who could be kind without needing a reason. But now that she had been on the receiving end of that kindness, her own heart had turned into a complete mess. Abel gripped her black sword and rose to her feet. There are still 2 days left, she told herself, slipping on her shoes while holding carefully onto Gioma's cravat. Crying would not change anything. A confident smile slowly returned to Abel's face as she pulled the fur cloak around herself and stepped forward once more. I have to return this, right? She murmured, holding the cravat close. Let's go. Deep within a mysterious forest, Gioma was alone again, moving carefully through the trees with his sharp knife ready in his hand. His expression grew serious, as if he sensed something waiting ahead. Last night, the forest's cold had bitten into him like a blade, but now the morning sun burned hot against his skin, and for some reason it made him think of Abel. A brief thought passed through his mind. She was probably awake by now, and if he was being honest, she really was beautiful. A faint smile touched Gioma's lips, but his steps remained steady. Then another thought stopped him for a moment. For some reason, Abel did not seem to like him very much. Her noble, distant attitude always felt like an invisible wall standing between them. Gioma sighed as he paused beside a towering cliff, its shadowy depth swallowing the light below. Remembering their unexpected meeting the night before, he frowned slightly. He had been kind to Abel not because of affection, but because the fragile look in her eyes had made it impossible for him to turn away. But one act of kindness did not change everything, he reminded himself. Gazing down into the fleeting darkness beneath the cliff, he muttered, "Looks like I'm out of the forest." His thoughts drifted on like clouds crossing the cliffside sky. The storyline had shifted a little, but compared to the challenges he had already faced, it was not a major collapse. Leaning against the rock face, Gioma slid down along the rough surface, dust smearing across his clothes as he descended. After taking a moment to think, he pressed forward again, his eyes carefully scanning everything around him. Today was supposed to be the day Abel and Leon's feelings began to spark, wasn't it? Gioma shielded his eyes from the harsh sunlight and muttered with faint unease. She wouldn't give Leon the blanket, would she? A small, helpless smile crossed his face. Reality was really twisting things around. He shook his head, pushing the stray thought away. Enough. I need to find the blessing of rebirth before sunset. Information surfaced in Gioma's mind. The blessing of rebirth was a spiritual tier blessing, one rank below the blessing of transference, but its power was still undeniable. It rapidly regenerated the body, making it ideal for activating strength on oneself. When combined with the blessing of transference, it could break past normal limits and allow him to use blessings on himself without the usual restraints. Fully healed, Gyoma whispered, a smug smile beginning to form as if he had uncovered a secret no one else had noticed. Even a fragile blade could recover to some extent with that power, and his eyes gleamed at the thought. It sounded almost overpowered, but it had clear limits. It could heal wounds, but it could not regrow lost limbs. In the game, the blessing of rebirth had been a hidden piece that had little relevance to Leon's growth. But for Kang Gyoma, it was an advantage he absolutely could not miss. Leon would eventually become unmatched anyway, so Gyoma needed to seize this opportunity for himself. With firm hands gripping the cliffside, Gyoma began climbing, each movement deliberate and decisive. The scenery around him was vastly different from the game's graphics. None of the familiar rocks he remembered were where they were supposed to be. He wandered until sunset, breathing heavily from the long search, but at last a victorious smile spread across his face. Found it, the blessing of rebirth. Ahead of him, a radiant glow spilled from an ancient structure, making Gyoma pause as a question rose in his mind. What's glowing like that? Blessings are supposed to be hidden. At the center of the ruin, a massive stone orb shone with brilliant light. A reward. Gyoma's heart began to race, even as his brow furrowed. To find the blessing of rebirth and an orb in the same place, this was almost unbelievable. Looks like luck is finally smiling on me, Gyoma whispered, excitement rising in his chest. The journey to this ruin had been anything but easy, but after everything, he had made it. First, Kang Gyoma fixed his blazing eyes on the orb and made up his mind. Whatever happened after this could wait. He just had to seize it first, then figure out the rest. Still, as the light in the sky began to shift, one anxious thought pressed into him. He had to make it before sunset. But before Kang Gyoma could move any closer, the enormous roots surrounding him suddenly burst apart with a violent crack. It was as though some unseen power had ripped straight through them, tearing the giant roots open without warning. Kang Gyoma froze on the spot, his mind filling with confusion as he stared at the shattered roots. What the hell was that? Before he could make sense of it, footsteps echoed through the depths, and a cold voice cut through the air. I didn't expect anyone to wander all the way down here, the voice said, carrying a sharp edge of doubt, as if the intruder's presence was both surprising and suspicious. Weren't you supposed to be sightseeing around the world tree? The voice continued. Or did you really come this far into the depths just for that orb? Leon stepped into view, his sharp eyes flashing as they landed on Kang Gyoma. For a brief moment, Gyoma was stunned by the sudden appearance. But when he met that piercing stare, his expression hardened and a low growl slipped out of him. Get to the point, Kang Gyoma said. Leon only smirked, his tone turning openly provocative. Or maybe the orb isn't your real reason for being here, is it? Kang Gyoma drew in a slow breath, forcing his nerves back under control as he tried not to let Leon's words shake him. I only saw the orb from a distance and came to retrieve it, Kang Gyoma answered. But Leon cut him off immediately, his gaze as sharp and cold as a drawn blade. So you came for this orb, Leon said, repeating the words slowly, as if weighing each one. I see how it is. Leon's voice dropped into an icy calm as he made his decision. Then there's no other choice. If you want it, come and take it from me. Leon stood firm and raised his fighting spirit, as if declaring that a warrior's path was proven through battle. Even the strange words about his birth and half the world laughing carried the weight of a challenge. With his posture straight and unshaken, Leon looked every bit like a noble knight, but the words leaving his mouth carried the darkness of an overlord preparing to crush an enemy. A long, brilliant streak of light tore through the air, flashing like a blade stroke that split the space between them. The two of them locked eyes across the distance, neither one backing down as the tension sharpened into the beginning of another fight. When Kang Gyoma saw just how serious Leon's expression had become, his thoughts began racing, piecing together the situation as quickly as he could. What was going on? Leon was supposed to be with Abel right now. Today should have been a crucial turning point in the original flow of the story, not a confrontation here in the depths. No, that couldn't be right. The memory of Abel from the night they first met flashed through Kang Gyoma's mind, along with her words about overcoming her trial. But as far as he remembered, nothing major had happened that night. His focus snapped back to Leon standing before him, and Kang Gyoma's thoughts grew even sharper. Even if Leon knew something about that situation, there was no way he would start a fight over it this suddenly. Leon swung, and a long slash tore past Kang Gyoma, carving a clean, precise cut into the wall behind him. The force of the attack sent a shock through Kang Gyoma's body. As his eyes locked onto the sword in Leon's hand, his thoughts refused to slow down. Leon had found it. Balmung. Kang Gyoma stared at the weapon, then asked tensely, "Are you okay?" His mind spun, though the pieces still refused to fit perfectly together. Balmung was a weapon born from opposing attributes, carrying both demonic and holy power within it, the Twilight Sword. Balmung's hilt gleamed in pure silver, bright enough to catch the eye instantly. Along the blade ran delicate wave-like patterns, but what drew the most attention was the green gem set deep into the center of the hilt. At first, that gem had been meant to act as a catalyst, using its divine power to suppress and neutralize Balmung, the sword known as the most sinister weapon in the world. But Balmung was still a weapon that depended on magical energy. Even with the gem restraining it, the sword's nature could be heavily shaped by the person who wielded it. Worry slowly crept across Kang Geoma's face. In the game, Balmung could become either a demonic sword or a holy sword depending on the player's choices, and now seeing Leon hold it like this, one fearful thought rose in him. No way, Leon. Then Leon spoke, his tone calm but unnervingly certain. All right, I think this is a perfect match. Kang Geoma's thoughts kept spinning without pause. Leon still hadn't fully closed off his mind, and that made the situation even more dangerous. This is insane, Geoma said, staring at him. Are you serious? Across from him, Leon's face remained cold and unreadable, and his answer came back just as chilling. I'm not good at lying. Leon took a step forward. Kang Geoma's mind briefly went blank before another thought formed. It seemed Leon was trying to claim his own place here and use Geoma as the stepping stone that would push him higher. Sweat began sliding down Kang Geoma's face. Leon's actions almost made sense from that angle, but it was still only a guess. The only thing that was absolutely clear was that the orb gave Leon enough reason to fight. Seeing Kang Geoma remain silent, Leon finally broke the stillness between them. Sorry, but I don't have much time. Let's begin. In the next instant, Leon shot forward at blazing speed. The air itself seemed to split apart beneath the force of his charge. Meanwhile, Ryojo Saki was elsewhere, walking along with irritation already written across her face as she started complaining about what had just happened. Weapon, who was walking beside her, flinched so hard he nearly jumped out of his skin. Whoa, why are you yelling and making such a fuss? Saki shot him a disgusted look and snapped back. Ugh. The person I'm actually looking for isn't here, and instead I run into you. Seeing how openly annoyed Saki was, Weapon's patience quickly ran out. Hey, you think I wanted to bump into you either? But Saki cut him off without missing a beat. So who's leading the way? If you know something, walk ahead and speak clearly. A thick vein of anger seemed to pop on Weapon's forehead. Weren't you the one looking for me? You're searching for Kang Geoma, aren't you? Saki didn't bother denying it. Yeah. Their steps came to a stop, and Weapon blinked at her in surprise. Huh? Don't tell me you've actually been thinking about Geoma? Saki paused for a moment, then turned the question back on him with a guarded look. Why would you think that? As they started walking again, Weapon launched into his argument like he had been waiting to say it. No, it's obvious. A month ago you were just some kid hanging around the archery range, and now you're acting completely different. Isn't it because of Geoma? Weapon continued. You used to say hacking and all that troublesome stuff was annoying, so it's weird seeing you go out of your way to do things nobody even asked you to do. Without warning, Saki stopped dead in her tracks, and Weapon walked straight into her from behind. Weapon clutched his reddening nose and complained, Hey, why'd you stop so suddenly? But his annoyance faded into confusion when he saw Saki's cold expression. She stared ahead and said quietly, Hey, Weapon. A strange silence settled between them. Then Saki slowly turned around, her movement oddly stiff, and a faint blush colored her face as she asked in a shy, uneasy voice, Do I really look that obvious? A huge question mark practically appeared over Weapon's head. Unable to believe what he had just heard, he blurted out, You're possessed by Geoma, aren't you? Or maybe he hypnotized you. A massive flare of anger erupted from Saki, and before Weapon could react, her fist drove straight into his handsome face. Shut up. He had been completely caught off guard and couldn't dodge in time. Ouch. But right after that, something in the air changed. Saki's eyes darted around as she listened carefully, her expression shifting from embarrassment to alertness. What was that? What's that sound? Weapon, still dazed from the punch, brushed it off at first. Was that an earthquake? But Saki immediately disagreed, her attention fixed on the strange vibration in the distance. No, Saki said, her voice turning serious. It's different. It feels concentrated. Somewhere far away, the echo of a sword rang out, sharp and unmistakable. A sharp metallic crack rang through the air as the blade in Kang Geoma's hand suddenly snapped cleanly in two. Kang Geoma's machete had been split apart by Leon's strike, and the broken piece spun past him before clattering somewhere behind his back. Shock spread clearly across Kang Geoma's face. His eyes stayed fixed straight ahead, unable to look away from Leon as one thought hit him hard. This was completely insane. After landing that strike, Leon stopped in place, his cold expression never wavering. His voice came out calm, but there was pressure behind it. "Why didn't you fight back? You knew I was going to swing, yet your eyes still don't have that coldness in them." Leon's gaze lowered slightly, as if Kang Guillaume's hesitation itself had offended him. To Leon, that lack of killing intent felt like disrespect. Kang Guillaume felt a strange, unpleasant sensation crawl over him as his thoughts began racing. The truth was, he hadn't been able to react in time. For a split second, he had thought Leon was about to throw a punch, and without knowing the real reason behind this fight, he couldn't just rush in blindly. If he unleashed the blessing of the Blade God at the wrong moment and got cut down anyway, it would be over. From across the distance, Leon called out again, pressing him for an answer. "Why did you do that?" But Kang Guillaume's thoughts kept moving. If he acted recklessly here without understanding anything, he would be throwing away his own dignity as a fighter. Leon, the protagonist tied to the blessing of miracle, stood there radiating an icy pressure. His voice sharpened as he ordered, "Pick up your weapon. This was going to happen someday anyway." With no path left to retreat through, Kang Guillaume reached for his sashimi knife and drew it out. Standing before him was the bearer of the miraculous blessing, and there was no room left for hesitation. As Leon advanced again, Kang Guillaume's resolve wavered for an instant. Trying to handle this without relying on any other protection was absurd. He forced himself to cast aside that arrogance, and the blade finally slid free from its sheath. Their weapons collided head-on, and in that instant, the blessing of miracle and the power of the sword god crashed violently against each other. A massive explosion erupted from the clash, sending shockwaves tearing through the surrounding space. The two of them closed the distance again, each gripping his weapon tightly as they rushed back into the center of the fight. Kang Guillaume was forced backward, his feet sliding under the pressure as Leon's strength pushed him away. Leon didn't let that retreat last for even a breath. He chased after Kang Guillaume immediately, both hands clamped around Balmung as he drove the sword upward from near the ground. Purple aura began to gather around the attack. Kang Guillaume twisted to the side at the last second and managed to parry the basic strike with his knife. But the moment their weapons met, Kang Guillaume's sashimi blade was sliced cleanly in half, and the shock on his face said everything. Leon's counterattack came right after, tracing a familiar arc through the air, almost the same path as his first devastating swing. Kang Guillaume threw himself into a roll, barely escaping the slash before it could catch him. Leon tightened both hands around Balmung, his eyes locked directly on Kang Guillaume. The next strike was already taking shape in his stance. Kang Guillaume instantly leaped back. Leon's attack missed, but its force still chased after him like a trailing blade of pressure. As Guillaume widened the distance, his hand shot into the bag holding his sashimi knives. In one swift motion, Kang Guillaume hurled two knives straight toward Leon. Leon focused on the incoming blades and cut twice in rapid succession, knocking both knives aside before they could reach him. The moment he finished parrying them, Leon surged forward again, closing the gap on Kang Guillaume far faster than expected. Leon's next strike was already prepared, while Kang Guillaume, caught off guard by the sudden approach, couldn't set up a proper defense in time. Light flashed from Balmung's blade, and Kang Guillaume stood frozen for a heartbeat, staring straight at the attack rushing toward him. Bright beams of light flickered across the nearby pillars, streaking through the ancient space in sharp, unstable lines. Then an invisible force swept through, slicing those pillars apart in an instant, as if the stone had been nothing but paper. Kang Guillaume ducked low and managed to dodge the assault, but his bag wasn't nearly as lucky. Most of the knives inside were cut apart along with the pillars, leaving him with far fewer options than before. As the last light of the sun began to fade, Kang Guillaume lowered his body like a compressed spring, ready to move the instant an opening appeared. He snatched up another knife and bolted from the area at full speed. While his feet carried him away, his mind immediately started reassessing Leon's strength. Leon was on a completely different level compared to the midterm. This was the growth limit of the protagonist showing itself, proof that Leon had trained and leveled up far beyond what Kang Guillaume had expected. A sudden red glow cut through Kang Guillaume's thoughts, forcing him to glance back over his shoulder. A massive sword aura had fused with the air itself and was closing in on him with terrifying speed. Its thunderous momentum was so overwhelming that Kang Guillaume's mind nearly blanked from the sheer scale of it. The attack slammed down violently, sweeping away part of the ancient stone structure as if the old ruins had been carved open by a storm. A rift spread through the space around them, and the light on Leon's blade finally faded. His breathing had grown heavy, and sweat dotted his face as the strain began to show. A faint laugh slipped through the smoke rising in the distance. From within that haze, Kang Guillaume stepped forward coldly, sashimi knife in hand. Leon narrowed his eyes the moment he saw Kang Guillaume emerge again. alive and still moving toward him. After regaining his composure, Kang Geoma fixed his gaze on Leon and asked, "Leon, why are you doing this?" Leon did not answer right away. His expression turned thoughtful, almost distant, and instead of looking at Kang Geoma, he lifted his gaze toward the sky. "The world," Leon said, the words leaving him quietly as his eyes remained raised. "If it's you," Leon continued, his voice carrying a strange conviction, "I can make everyone in that world happy." A smile slowly formed on Leon's face, and a short laugh escaped him, light but unsettling. Haha. The aura around Balmung ignited once more, swelling across the blade with even greater force than before. Kang Geoma's eyes sharpened as the pieces finally clicked into place. Now he understood what was driving Leon. Leon raised Balmung high above him, the sword lifted toward the sky like he was preparing to bring down judgment itself. Kang Geoma stared at him with complete focus as the energy pouring from the sword pierced upward into the sky, radiating an intense wave of mana. Leon's words rang out through the charged air. "Who is that someone?" Once again, Leon committed everything to his next attack, pouring his intent into the strike without looking back. This time, Kang Geoma charged forward to meet him. The balance from before had shifted, and the fight was no longer moving at Leon's pace alone. Kang Geoma drove his sashimi knife forward, and the blade struck with enough force to break apart the energy gathering around Balmung's hilt. The true weight of the impact burst outward, scattering debris through the air. Balmung's glow began to fade, and under the strain, a small piece of the hilt itself cracked away. "I believe in that," Kang Geoma said quietly, his voice steady as the sunlight spilled over him and gave the moment a strange, vivid brightness. For a moment, both of them remained frozen in their fighting stances, but the sharp coldness that had been wrapped around Leon slowly began to loosen. Leon lifted his sword again and raised his eyes toward the sky. "It's too high," he murmured, before lowering his gaze back toward Kang Geoma. And just as things had been set into motion, the one chosen in this place was Kang Geoma. Kang Geoma slid his sashimi knife back into its sheath and stood beside the central orb, his presence finally still after the chaos of battle. Once the confrontation came to an end, a heavy silence settled over the area almost immediately, pressing down on everything around them. Kang Geoma narrowed his eyes and carefully sheathed his sashimi knife, letting the blade disappear back into its scabbard. A faint glimmer of light appeared behind him. At the exact moment the blade clicked into place, Leon's silhouette began to blur, then quietly dissolved. Kang Geoma turned his head at once, confusion flickering across his face. Where Leon had been standing, only a single white feather now rested in the empty space. "He's gone?" Kang Geoma muttered to himself, still staring at the feather. What was that just now? His thoughts sank deeper as he looked back on the duel that had come out of nowhere. His gaze drifted toward the distant sunlight, and he quietly understood it as Leon's way of stepping higher as a warrior, forcing himself to be forged through battle. Even so, Kang Geoma held no hatred toward him. Then Kang Geoma looked down at the knives that had been unexpectedly cut in two, and the weight in his chest grew heavier. Leon had been rushing to end the fight quickly from the very start. It was almost a shame, but Kang Geoma knew the truth clearly. If he had failed to react in time, he would already be dead. The memory of dodging Leon's lightning-fast attack replayed in Kang Geoma's mind. He had done everything he could to avoid aiming directly for Leon, and because of that, the fight had turned into a desperate scramble from start to finish. It was easy to say he would hold back, but actually doing it was another matter. As his hand came to rest on the crystal orb, one fact remained undeniable. Leon's growth had reached a level truly worthy of the protagonist. Kang Geoma touched his face, a faint trace of embarrassment rising as the image of a bewildered blacksmith flashed through his mind. Come to think of it, he had probably shaved off a small piece of the weapon's integrity. The weapon's dual edges were tied to its enhancements, so if he gathered enough materials later, he would have to repair it properly. There shouldn't be any problem with Balmung's final form, right? Kang Geoma pushed that stray concern aside and added to himself, at least he hadn't cut Leon down here. The fight was over now. In a way, it really had felt like a special tutorial. Turning to the matter in front of him, Kang Geoma kept his hand resting on the crystal orb and spoke with a tired, almost lazy calm. "All right? That's enough." The crystal orb suddenly flared with brilliant light, then burst outward in a shining wave. A smile spread across Kang Geoma's lips as he felt it respond. He had found it. It was really here. Light gathered around Kang Geoma's hand, and a massive information panel appeared above him. It announced that he had obtained a new blessing. The blessing of rebirth could rapidly regenerate and repair damaged cells, though severed body parts could not be restored. Kang Geoma stared at the message and wondered whether it had already taken effect. Without hesitating, Kang Geoma picked up a piece of metal and stabbed it into his own hand to test the blessing. Blood immediately began to flow. But as he pulled the blade out, the long cut across his hand formed a strange protective pattern, and green plus signs flashed again and again. Before long, only a small scar remained, and the bleeding had completely stopped. Kang Gyoma raised his arm and inspected the healed wound, joy flickering across his face. Whoa, this efficiency is the real deal. But that excitement soon gave way to a quieter sadness. He was happy, of course. He had finally obtained what he had worked so hard for. The sky slowly darkened into night, and somewhere in the quiet distance, smoke curled upward from a small campfire. Kang Gyoma sat alone beside the flames, staring into the fire as his thoughts drifted far away. The melancholy that had followed him from afternoon into evening still refused to leave. But what exactly was this feeling? Seriously, Abel? Was that really the reason? As Kang Gyoma remembered Leon's cold expression and the sight of Balmung pointed directly at him, he sank even deeper into thought. One phrase kept echoing in his mind. It'll happen someday anyway. At the time, everything had been too urgent for Kang Gyoma to ask what Leon meant. What was that supposed to mean? The blessing was always with him. Kang Gyoma muttered the thought under his breath. Words meant only for himself. Leon's identity, the idea of a person from another world, and even before that, the mystery of being thrown into this world at all, everything was still wrapped in questions. For now, Kang Gyoma could only do what had to be done. He shifted the firewood inside the flames and watched the sparks rise. In his past life, Kang Gyoma had a fiery temper. Even now, though he suppressed it far more than before, he had never been the type to turn away from injustice. He had argued with plenty of regular customers before, and deep down, he knew he had a personality that didn't easily back down. Was that what people called a sense of justice? The game itself had shaped the way Kang Gyoma thought. His plan had always been to avoid interfering with the original flow as much as possible. But before anything else, he had to keep himself alive. If he became a player in this world, then that fate belonged to him now. Even though he had tried to gain favor without disrupting things too much, he had nearly ended up fighting Leon for real today. Old worries resurfaced in his mind, along with the memory of the dungeon gatekeeper. On top of that, he now had to face the very real risk of assassination. If his life was truly threatened, then the image of himself fighting past his own limits became impossible to ignore. When that moment came, Kang Gyoma would fight back with everything he had. That was not the way of a demon. It was simply what a human would do to survive. Silence wrapped around his thoughts. Kang Gyoma lifted his eyes toward the night sky and murmured softly, "Am I really okay like this? I need to handle things with some moderation." Then, all of a sudden, Ryojo Saki seemed to appear nearby, standing in the quiet darkness as she said, "There's a lot you could say, but just be yourself." Kang Gyoma jolted, surprise flashing across his face, then looked around in confusion, but Saki was nowhere to be seen. What he had heard was only a reflection of his own heart taking her shape. His instincts pushed him to speak anyway. Was that a hallucination? That's weird. Still, if Ryojo Saki had really been there, Kang Gyoma knew she probably would have said something exactly like that to bring him back to himself. For a while, only silence remained. Then Kang Gyoma found himself wondering what the others were doing at that very moment. Elsewhere, Ryojo Saki and Weapon sat together beside their own campfire. A brief message pinged on Saki's phone. "If you fall, you die." She stared down at the screen, and a faint sadness settled quietly in her chest. In another place, Chloe Auditory was being teased by Rachel, who had casually slung an arm around her while singing in a playful tone. Chloe could only clench her fists, her eyes going blank with sheer frustration. Meanwhile, Abel had stripped down and was soaking in the clear pool inside a cave. Her weapons had been set neatly to one side, and a relaxed smile rested on her face. "Hey everyone," Abel said with a light smile. "Daytime feels a little ticklish." Smoke continued to rise into the night, distant light flickered faintly, and the atmosphere around Kang Gyoma's camp grew still and quiet. By then, Kang Gyoma had fallen asleep while sitting beside the fire, which had already burned down and gone out. But nearby, soft footsteps began to press through the grass, quiet enough to blend into the night. 5 assassins emerged from the darkness. Farik, the blonde among them, gave a silent signal, and 2 of the assassins tightened their grips around their weapons. Behind them, their team leader Reishan closed her eyes and sensed the instant of movement. A flash of light appeared as 2 weapons shot forward. The attack surged straight toward the sleeping Kang Gyoma, cutting through the darkness with deadly speed. Sensing danger at the last possible second, Kang Gyoma's eyes snapped open. The first weapon grazed his arm as he moved, slicing close enough to draw blood. He managed to dodge, but the second weapon still skimmed across his leg, leaving another sharp wound as the ambush fully began. Kang Gyoma's gaze snapped toward one direction, sharp and focused. The weapons that had just cut past him suddenly stopped, burying themselves deep into the nearby trees. A voice rang out from the darkness, carrying open surprise. "Wow, Captain, is that kid really just a student?" Ferric clicked his tongue with a mocking grin, clearly amused by what he had just seen. Amazing. Why don't we recruit him right here on the spot? Shenlei immediately cut him off, her voice cold and commanding. "Shut up, Ferric." Seeing the figures step out of the shadows, Kang Guillaume forced his focus back into place. The moment he recognized them, the answer surfaced in his mind. The Undertaker assassins. Their head stood Shenlei, the leader of the Undertakers, an assassin Leon was supposed to encounter much later. Born into a noble family only to be betrayed by her own blood, she had been shaped by cruel circumstances, eventually choosing the path of an elite mercenary. That resentment had twisted her into a villain, an unfortunate figure destined to fall by Leon's hand. Kang Guillaume's eyes stayed fixed on the approaching group. Even knowing Shenlei's background, he felt no sympathy for mercenaries who had thrown away their humanity and lived by murder. After launching the attack, Ferric spoke with a mocking smile. "Hey kid, what exactly are you? Even with my gentle little strike, you still couldn't dodge it cleanly." Ferric's tone grew even more amused as he studied Kang Guillaume's strangely calm face. "Are you some hidden mercenary or something?" "You're definitely not an ordinary kid," Ferric continued, his grin widening. "How does a brat keep a face like that in this kind of situation? Captain, seriously, what do you think about recruiting him?" Shenlei paused for a moment, then looked directly at Kang Gama and asked in a low voice, "Where do you belong?" Kang Guillaume's cold stare remained clear and unmoving, but his thoughts sharpened with confusion. What were these people even talking about? Why were assassins asking about his affiliation? Did they not see him as a student? When Kang Guillaume gave no answer, Ferric pushed the provocation further. "Hey kid, you're still alive and already acting so high and mighty. This isn't the first time the captain has taken interest in two-star prey, right, Vice Captain?" A fist fitted with a brutal knuckle weapon came into view. Vice Captain Taepeng Jang answered with a smug expression. "Definitely, judging by this kid's movements, he's no ordinary person. He might look like a student, but even if he's the top freshman this year, he's probably already prepared to jump into this line of work." A twisted smile tugged at Taepeng Jang's face as he remembered Kang Guillaume escaping the earlier attack. It had been a perfect dodge. Even Taepeng himself would have stumbled a few times trying to pull that off. Then something inside Kang Guillaume began to shift. It felt as if his consciousness and heartbeat had frozen at the same time, while a paralyzing helplessness spread through him, crawling outward from his fingertips. Kang Guillaume's voice came out low and steady. "I saw you coming." His eyes changed, and danger seemed to cling to his entire body. "Since you're here, that means the order must have come from a high-ranking corpse disposal officer." Shock rippled through the group. Ferric was the first one to react, his disbelief breaking across his face. "You bastard, where are you from?" Ferric snapped. "How dare you investigate us?" But Shenlei raised one hand and stopped him. "Enough!" Then Taepeng Jang took over, narrowing his eyes. "So I guess you know something about us." Kang Guillaume answered without a trace of warmth. "I know you're a pack of filthy murderers for hire." His dry, provocative tone struck every assassin standing there at once. Taepeng Jang clenched his teeth, anger twisting across his face. This crazy kid had just said the one thing their captain hated most. Kang Guillaume stepped forward, closing the distance little by little, and his voice changed with the pressure in the air. "I'm guessing you hate being called a commoner," Kang Guillaume said coldly, "especially when you came from a noble family, right?" Taepeng Jang couldn't hold himself back anymore with a furious shout. He swung his fist straight at Kang Guillaume. "You bastard!" Kang Guillaume activated the blessing of the sword god, and in one smooth motion he slipped past his enemy like a blade passing through open air. A heavy silence gripped the scene. Then a thin red line appeared across Taepeng Jang's neck. Dodging like a rat, Taepeng Jang muttered, still thinking he had missed his target. But a moment later he sensed that something was wrong with his own body. Uh-huh? His balance vanished, and his head slipped away from his body, as if it had been gently set loose. Kang Guillaume's razor-sharp sashimi knife had cut so cleanly that not even blood sprayed from the wound. Assassins recoiled in panic at the sight. "What is this? Vice Captain, you damn bastard!" Kang Guillaume stood motionless in the aftermath, but one thought struck him with chilling clarity. He had killed someone. His gaze slowly turned back toward the remaining assassins. This was not subspace. These people were not illusions or game pieces. They were real, and they cursed at him with real voices. "Damn it!" Something black flickered across Kang Guillaume's vision. A voice seemed to press into him. "What are you doing?" Kang Guillaume's eyes began to change, and blackness crept over one of them. A number appeared in his vision. 12. A crushing pressure surged outward, aimed directly at Shenlei. Kang Guillaume's voice hardened as if warning the force itself. Don't bring it. The number shifted again. Kang Gyoma's face twisted under the strain, and the blessing of the sword god erupted from him with terrifying force. Then, somewhere beyond the battlefield, a phone screen suddenly lit up and displayed the date. December 7th, 1207. Back when Kang Gyoma was still a chef, he glanced at the information on the screen and muttered to himself, "Time really flies." And now another coincidence shows up. December 7th, 1207. Kang Gyoma mumbled under his breath. I need to find it quickly and clock out. Then a door swung open in front of him. Where did I put my humanity? Kang Gyoma wondered aloud. Did I leave it in the fridge? Inside the fridge, drinks were lined up neatly across the shelves, arranged so carefully that the sight felt strangely suspicious. Standing there was the current Kang Gyoma, staring into the fridge with narrowed eyes. Who had rearranged all of this? Those bastards must have been planning to stash it in here. Kang Gyoma guessed he would probably have to take every single drink out just to check properly. But just then, Kang Gyoma's eyes caught something unusual among the rows. In his view, the line of drinks seemed to condense into a single strange row, as though the boxes had suddenly lined themselves up for him to read. A large question mark rose in Kang Gyoma's mind as he stared at them. Did I not sleep enough? Kang Gyoma muttered. I swear these letters just changed. He leaned in and carefully inspected the juice boxes. Sure enough, the characters printed on them had warped into something strange. Sudden light shone across Kang Gyoma's surprised face, illuminating his stunned expression as he stared at the changed letters. The light intensified, stretching into a stronger beam. One by one, red square shapes appeared in a long line, as if something hidden was being displayed right before Kang Gyoma's eyes. That same battle-ready look from earlier returned to Kang Gyoma's face, and his hand tightened around the sashimi knife. A strange number appeared before him, 2.5. When his gaze shifted, the number changed again to 7.2. Then, moments later, it turned a dangerous red, 12.7. Kang Gyoma's eyes gleamed with a terrifying intensity. A cold thought surfaced in Kang Gyoma's mind. If he cut something now, would it break, or would it survive? The recent events dragged Kang Gyoma's mind back to the instant when Vice Captain Taepung Jang's head slipped from his body after Kang Gyoma's slash. Another voice rose in the chaos, shouting desperately, while Kang Gyoma's smile twisted into something that no longer felt human. Vice Captain! The remaining assassins rushed at Kang Gyoma all at once. You damn kid! Grab him, damn it! But while they charged forward in a rage, Kang Gyoma darted straight ahead. In a single blink, he closed the distance and lifted his knife. They had still been looking down on him as nothing more than a child, and because of that, none of them reacted fast enough. Before the assassins could spit out another word, 3 of them were marked by a clean horizontal cut, just like Vice Captain Taepung Jang before them. Kang Gyoma carried the motion through without hesitation, as if every cut had a weight and consequence he had already accepted. With one decisive movement, all 3 were cleaved apart. A dense, almost visible aura of killing intent wrapped around Kang Gyoma's body. Seeing their comrades fall in front of them, the others surged forward, blinded by rage. Die! 2 slashes cut toward Kang Gyoma from the front, but both struck nothing but empty air. Moving with lightning-like speed, he had already slipped far away, landing lightly on one foot. The basic slashes made Kang Gyoma turn, and in that instant he answered with 2 clean cuts of his own. Blood sprayed out, staining the ground and the air around him red. One of Kang Gyoma's eyes was now covered in a deep black shadow, tinged with a bloody crimson glow. Every eye turned toward Captain Shen Lei as she shouted at her remaining men. Hey, you idiots! Snap out of it! Your opponent is just a kid! But even Shen Lei couldn't hide the panic flashing across her face. Sweat gathered on her skin as the situation slipped further out of control. Screams of agony echoed through the area. The assassins kept charging, and Kang Gyoma met each one with 1 or 2 slashes, cutting them down as they came. The assault still didn't stop. Blood splattered across Kang Gyoma's face, and Shen Lei's expression shifted as her thoughts raced wildly. What was this? Was he really a student? Another comrade's body was split in 2. Farrick shouted in disbelief, his voice cracking. Captain, is this real? Shen Lei's thoughts kept spiraling. She had thought Kang Gyoma was nothing more than prey. After finishing off the assassins in front of him, Kang Gyoma suddenly closed in on Farrick, radiating fury and murderous pressure. Farrick's face went pale, and his voice began to falter. Kang Gyoma didn't give Farrick the chance to finish. A simple slash cut cleanly through Farrick's neck, sending blood spraying as his head and body dropped instantly before Shen Lei's horrified eyes. Shen Lei stumbled backward, her feet losing their steadiness. She had believed this would be an easy task, something they could finish in a flash. Then Shen Lei remembered Claddy von Baemhark's words, 100 million per head, with extra rewards on top. She drew two short swords and held them in reverse grips, anxiety closing around her chest. That damn crazy old man. Kang Gioma lifted his gaze toward the sky. The hunters who had attacked him were gone now, and the ground around him was soaked in blood. He didn't look human. With dazed eyes, Kang Gioma looked back, unsure himself whether he was fully clear-headed or not. Still, one conclusion remained in his mind. Disguised as a student, there was one target left. Kang Gioma charged forward, his speed rising sharply. Before him stood Shenlei, a being tied to both human and demonic blood. Shenlei gritted her teeth, stunned but refusing to collapse under the pressure as Kang Gioma's attack rushed toward her. "You bastard!" But then something changed. Shenlei's back slammed against a large rock wall and confusion flickered across her face. No, Kang Gioma had pinned her down to the ground instead. His focus returned, and with it came a colder calm. Everything was settled, trapped beneath him. Shenlei's eyes widened before she squeezed them shut. At that point, the situation was basically under Kang Gioma's control. Kang Gioma slid his sashimi knife back into its sheath. Only 9 seconds remained. From Leon to the Undertakers, everything had taken far too long. His gaze gradually steadied. It had only been self-defense. But even so, Kang Gioma hoped he would never have to use that power again. As he remembered the exhausting fight against the Water Continent group, his eyes drifted with a strange heaviness. This was completely different from fighting demons. This time the enemies had been human, and facing a group that had truly threatened his life, Kang Gioma thought quietly. There was no reason to pity them. No reason for regret. His gaze lowered to Shenlei, whose hands were now tied to a tree. Now it was only Kang Gioma and Captain Shenlei left. He turned toward her and began the conversation. "Tell me," Kang Gioma said, glancing at Shenlei, "who sent you here?" She met his gaze and answered coldly, "You really think I'll talk?" Kang Gioma's thoughtful gaze deepened. This was his chance to uncover who was behind the assassination plot. If he could make Shenlei talk through fear, he would get far more out of her. Killing her now would leave him with nothing but unanswered questions, and he knew he would regret that. Kang Gioma spoke again, his tone low. "Are you foolish, or are you brave?" Shenlei clenched her teeth in anger. "What?" Kang Gioma knelt beside her and said calmly. "Your subordinates made their move, and you saw exactly how that ended. Wouldn't it be better to talk nicely while I'm still being nice?" Shenlei's anger flared. She bit down on her lip, holding back the fury rising inside her, then muttered under her breath, "That damn old man." Then a crooked smile crept across Shenlei's face. "Yeah, now I understand why that old man wanted you taken care of." Looking directly at Kang Gioma, Shenlei raised her voice. "All of your information, your family, your parents, everything was wiped clean from the very beginning." Her voice lost its earlier calm and turned rough with resentment. "Hey, that old human really had the nerve to order us to kill a villain disguised as a student. If I'd known the truth, I would have killed that council old man first." Her harsh words made Kang Gioma fall into deep thought. What was Shenlei talking about? All of Kang Gioma's family information, his parents' records, had been erased. A hazy feeling rose inside him. The images of his parents blurred in his mind, and an indescribable vortex seemed to open before his eyes. What did they look like? Kang Gioma stood up and looked down at Shenlei. His voice sharpened as he asked, "What did you just say?" Exhausted and still bound in place, Shenlei blinked back at him and replied weakly, "Huh?" But the moment Kang Gioma drew his sashimi knife, Shenlei's expression changed completely. The danger in his eyes was unmistakable as he stared her down and repeated coldly, "You said I have no family? No parents?" Blade slid slowly out of its sheath, inch by inch, its edge catching the light. Kang Gioma's voice stayed calm, but every word carried weight. "I was planning to hear about the assassination order, then let you leave quietly." Shenlei flinched hard at that, the fear in her face rising all at once as Kang Gioma kept speaking without looking away from her. "But there's one thing I want to ask first." His tone dropped even lower, sharp enough to freeze the air between them. "And this isn't a negotiation. It's a threat." Cold sweat gathered across Shenlei's face as more of the blade came free, the faint scrape of steel making the silence feel even heavier. Kang Gioma's gaze stayed fixed on her as he added, with terrifying calm, "Even if you lose your arms and legs, you'll still be able to talk, won't you?" Then, without warning, an overwhelming pressure crashed down over the area, so heavy it felt as if the sky itself had suddenly lowered. Both of them struggled under that dangerous aura, their bodies instinctively resisting the crushing force. Kang Gioma narrowed his eyes, a thought flashing through his mind. What is this? This pressure was no ordinary killing intent. The mana hanging in the air was thick, ancient, and deeply unsettling. Beneath their feet, the blood on the ground began to stir. At the same time, the crushing pressure faded away as suddenly as it had appeared. It was gone. Kang Gyoma sensed something massive shifting under him, and his eyes dropped toward the floor. Was it coming from the assassin's blood? The eerie pool of blood stretched into tendrils and crawled toward Shen Lei like living veins. They wrapped around her body, swallowing her in a terrifying red mass as she screamed, "What? What is this? Stop! Don't come near me!" Her screams rang through the area again and again. Kang Gyoma felt a dangerous life force swelling inside her, ready to burst out at any moment. What's happening? Meanwhile, far from that bloody scene, someone's fishing rod gave a sudden twitch. Siegfried von Nibelung sat leisurely by the water, fishing with the relaxed air of a man who had nothing urgent to do. As he cast his line, he muttered, "Being in charge isn't such a bad feeling, though. To be honest, I've never caught a single thing." He stared at the motionless rod and grumbled. This really wasn't worth the ridiculous price. But just then, the float dipped, and a large ripple spread across the water. His eyes lit up. Oh, it's here. But no, it wasn't a bite. A tremor from somewhere far away shook the area, sending fish leaping out of the water right in front of his once calm face. Easygoing mood vanished in an instant. Siegfried's expression hardened as unease settled over him. This is serious. An immense pressure rolled across the distance, and within that pressure the shadow of something monstrous appeared, carrying the presence of a commander. Back at Kang Gyoma's side, the situation had already turned far worse. The blood tendrils forced their way into Shen Lei's body, twisting through her as her screams continued without end. Whatever power had awakened inside the blood, she could no longer control it. Her voice cracked with desperation as she cried out, "I'll tell you everything! Everything!" Kang Gyoma watched her closely, blade still in hand, but then a strange, chilling sound slipped from her throat. Her face began to twist into something unnatural. Her terror poured out in a broken voice. "I don't want to die." Green, cross-shaped energy gathered around her, converging violently before a massive pillar of power shot upward from Shen Lei's body and pierced into the sky. The shockwave blasted everything around them away, and the beam tore through the heavens, visible from an enormous distance. Far away, the commander of the 5th Legion sensed the disturbance and lifted his head slightly. His gaze sharpened at once. Back at the scene, flames erupted suddenly and something began to descend through the blazing air. A gigantic vortex of fire formed, spiraling outward with terrifying force as it swallowed everything around it. Kang Gyoma tightened his grip on his blade, every instinct warning him that a new danger had arrived, one far greater than what he had been facing before. From inside the smoke and flames, a black silhouette slowly emerged. Then came a laugh. "Ha ha!" Shen Lei's body began to change, reshaped by the power that had overtaken her. Her arms lifted toward the sky, and a sinister smile spread across her face. "Ha! So this is it. The human world after 700 years. Kang Gyoma froze for a split second when he heard that. 700 years? No way. As he studied the transformation happening before him, another thought followed. This magical power. Even the presence of a mermaid powerful enough to become a mighty creature would feel small compared to this ancient mana. The being before him exhaled dark flames, completing Shen Lei's transformation. Her hair burned like living fire as she turned her attention fully toward Kang Gyoma. "Hello, kid." The moment she spoke, Kang Gyoma recognized what stood before him. Aegir, the fire demon, dream demon, lord of the succubus clans, and commander of the Demon King's 5th Legion. A soft sound escaped her lips at first, small and almost playful before it twisted into a mocking laugh. Fiwaha. The massive flames began to fade, and birds that couldn't withstand the pressure dropped lifelessly to the ground around them. At last, the laughter stopped. Aegir's gaze settled on the only living target left in front of her, Kang Gyoma. Then, surprisingly, she lifted one hand and gave him a bright, casual wave. "Well, isn't this the proper way to greet someone? It's been 700 years since I left the demon realm, so I'm not exactly familiar with human etiquette anymore." The figure wrapped in flames introduced herself, even though Kang Gyoma already knew who she was. "I am Aegir, commander of the Demon King's 5th Legion. Nice to meet you." Her smile then curved into something far more sinister. "Kid, what's your name?" Kang Gyoma didn't answer. He simply stood there in silence, tension creeping through his body as Aegir tilted her head and continued teasing him. "What? You're not going to give me your name? How cold." It wasn't that Kang Gyoma was refusing to respond. He was desperately searching through the old memories buried in his mind. Come on, remember the image of his old fishmonger teacher surfaced in his thoughts. Even the fragments that once seemed useless could sometimes become a mirror showing what was waiting ahead. Then another memory flashed by, a conversation with a sous chef from his past. "That character's awesome. You still playing? The best part of living in that world is using the blessing of miracle." Aegir. After digging through those scattered memories, Kang Guillaume finally pulled out several crucial details. Fire demon. Aegir. Demon race. Female. Among the Legion commanders, her physical strength wasn't especially outstanding, but her mental magic was terrifyingly strong. He still remembered the basic traits from Komuki back when he quit the game, but he couldn't understand why Aegir had descended after 700 years by possessing Shenlei. There had to be a reason. While Kang Guillaume was lost in thought, Aegir suddenly looked around the battlefield, her eyes sweeping over the carnage before she laughed with delight, as if the blood and bodies were some kind of abstract artwork. "Did you cause all of this?" Her foot came down on a bloodied corpse, surrounded by mangled bodies scattered across the ground. Without waiting for Kang Guillaume to answer, Aegir kept talking, almost as if she were reciting lines to her own shadow. "Wow, impressive. No wonder you don't seem human. You can stand so calmly in front of me." Her voice rang out with a strange harmony, soft and hypnotic enough to make Kang Guillaume's thoughts briefly stall. He fought to keep his mind clear, but Aegir only giggled, looking at him like she had just found a fascinating new toy. You look inexperienced, but there's potential, so how about signing a contract with me?" A wave of mental power burst from Aegir's eyes, spreading outward like an invisible shockwave. The dense mana around her grew so hot and heavy that the very air seemed to melt, and Kang Guillaume's mind staggered for a moment before he blurted out. "What?" To Aegir, there was nothing strange about what she had done. She was a demon who moved according to instinct and desire, luring her prey with dreams sweet enough to make them forget the danger. Her mocking smile stretched wider as a low laugh slipped from her lips. Phew, phew, phew. Consider it an honor, kid. I'll give you a special chance to become my slave. After all, humans like you pretend to be noble, but all you really do is judge each other and split yourselves apart. Aegir took another slow step closer, her voice dripping with temptation. You kill for profit, hurt each other without hesitation, and call it survival. So why not come with me instead, and lose yourself in a dream far greater than anything this world can offer? She closed the distance and lifted Kang Guillaume's chin with a light touch. Her seductive voice blurred the line between reality and illusion, pulling his thoughts into a haze as his eyes gradually lost their focus. Inside Kang Guillaume's head, stray thoughts began to echo one after another, growing louder in the darkness. She's right. Humans judge each other, separate each other, and place each other into categories whenever it benefits them. The strong take what they want, while the weak are left with nothing. People see injustice happening right in front of them and still let it pass. And when it suits their goals, they even light the sparks of war. If Kang Guillaume was being honest, accepting Aegir's offer might be the most logical choice for survival. Joining the Demon King's Legion would make his ultimate goal, staying alive, far easier than struggling alone. As Kang Guillaume sank deeper into the dream, Aegir studied him with growing curiosity. To her, he was beautiful in a strange way, with a dark heart and raw desires beginning to seep through. Then, in that very moment, a long slash flashed through the air, but Aegir was still a demon, the queen of the succubi, Aegir herself. Kang Guillaume shook off the flood of unnecessary thoughts and pushed her hand away from his chin. A sharp pressure burst outward from him, and when Aegir realized he had broken free from both her charm and her fear, her eyes widened in stunned disbelief. "My goodness, how did you break it?" Aegir murmured, staring at him with open surprise. That was high-level magic. Then her gaze dropped to her own hand, displeasure twisting her face. "Is it because this body is so pathetic? After all that begging for a contract, this is the sloppy work I get? How am I supposed to function properly in a vessel like this?" While Aegir stood there grumbling to herself, Kang Guillaume suddenly let out a soft laugh. "Ha ha!" She froze and stared at him, then slowly tilted her head as if she had just seen something impossible. "Did you just laugh?" Kang Guillaume closed his eyes for a brief moment, his voice calm but biting. "Yeah, that long-winded nonsense of yours was just funny." A heavy silence fell over the battlefield, settling between them like a thick curtain drawn across the world. Then Kang Guillaume drew his sashimi knife again, and the quiet shattered with the faint sound of steel. "That part about me becoming your slave." The moment Aegir saw him take his stance, fury flared in her eyes like fresh fire catching in dry wood. Kang Guillaume tightened his grip around the knife handle and answered with absolute certainty. "No way." Instead of exploding with anger, Aegir's lips curled into a mocking smile, her voice turning playful and sharp. "So rude." The sashimi knife let out a crisp metallic hum as Kang Guillaume swung downward, cutting straight through the flames before him. But Aegir barely reacted, her expression remaining distant and aloof, as if the attack meant nothing at all. A burning arc and a fireball rushed toward Kang Guillaume at the same time, forcing him to unleash another sharp slash through the blazing attack. After Kang Guillaume cut it apart, Aegir casually conjured another flame as though she were already bored, even letting out a tired yawn. Aegir looked perfectly relaxed, almost entertained by the exchange, but Kang Guillaume was anything but at ease. To finish the fight as quickly as possible, Kang Guillaume poured pale green energy into his sashimi knife. The faint aura around the blade immediately caught Aegir's eye, and though he seemed determined to challenge her, his next strike slipped past as she dodged it with ease, like he had sliced through a phantom. Their eyes locked for a tense moment, and Aegir reassessed him with a new spark of interest. "I was half joking before," she said, her smile returning, "but now I'm actually interested. Hey, kid." Aegir stepped back with deliberate confidence, planting her feet as flames gathered around her. "Let's see how far you can go." Inferno. Pillars of fire erupted from the ground one after another, and a wild aura burst loose around Aegir. The advanced pyromancy startled Kang Guillaume as the flames from her earlier attacks swirled back around her like living weapons. "Come on, kid." At her call, two spinning fireballs shot toward Kang Guillaume, their heat rising so fiercely that he had no choice but to move at once. Kang Guillaume's blade flashed swiftly through the air, cutting into the burning energy orbs and cleaving them apart before they could swallow him. For the briefest instant, a flicker of shock crossed Aegir's face. Kang Guillaume didn't stop there. He charged straight forward, his blade darting in rapid lines and leaving thin threads of aura behind each strike. With no other choice, Aegir slipped to the side, still not fully adapted to the vessel, even as her movements surpassed normal human limits. How long had it even been since Aegir had descended into this body? Her adaptation was still slow. As she moved, she sensed Kang Guillaume closing in and turned her head, only to find him already near her with the sashimi knife ready. A forced smile tugged at Aegir's lips, replacing the easy confidence she had worn moments earlier. "Oh," Aegir said, her tone light despite the pressure closing in. "You caught up already?" A massive explosion erupted between them as their auras collided, shaking the battlefield with raw force. Smoke spread outward in thick waves, and through it, Aegir's hand rose to block Kang Guillaume's slash. The sword god really had such a hasty personality. There was no time. Kang Guillaume had plenty of things chasing him and not nearly enough room to breathe. After overusing the blessing of painlessness, his calm was starting to slip, but he pushed himself forward anyway. "Don't stop. I don't have time to waste." 4 rapid slashes tore through the air in succession, each attack sharper and faster than the one before. Kang Guillaume had to use every last second he had left to land more strikes. Time kept slipping away, yet Aegir only grew more excited, blocking each attack with her bare hands as if the danger thrilled her. Each exchange came faster than the last, the rhythm of their fight tightening until it was almost impossible to follow. Kang Guillaume's attack speed finally reached its peak, and his blade tore relentlessly through the flames surrounding Aegir. The assault turned chaotic, a storm of frantic cuts and scattered light. Then the glow around his blade shrank into faint specks, and his slashes finally began to slow. His time had run out. Bloodshot veins filled Kang Guillaume's eyes, and the last traces of aura clinging to his blade faded away. Aegir's arm, the same arm she had used to block his attacks, was now marked with deep, clean cuts. Flames surged over the wounds, burning away the blood as Aegir clicked her tongue. If not for that clause from 700 years ago, this piranha fish blood wouldn't feel so foreign. Her injured arm turned completely into flame, and Aegir licked the blood from her face, savoring the strangely human sensation. One fiery arm became 2, both burning brighter as she looked down at Kang Guillaume, who had slumped forward in pain. Aegir mocked him with a pleased smile. "What a waste for a human, huh? A will like a self-burning flame, so captivating. You're a bit rude, but that fire makes me fond of you. At your age," Aegir continued, her eyes narrowing with interest, "you might even outshine the vessel chosen for him." Aegir's smile crept back across her face, and she spread both blazing arms as if welcoming the battlefield itself. Phew, 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 I've almost fully adapted to this body now. "Kid, can you fulfill my wish?" Aegir's body lifted into the air, her arms rising high as flames burst violently around her. "One final test. Survive this, and you pass. 10th flame Froma." Above Aegir's raised, flame-covered hands, an enormous fireball began to condense, swelling in the air like a miniature sun ready to fall. Kang Guillaume was completely powerless. His body had gone stiff from overexertion, every muscle refusing to move, and all he could do was stare as the devastating attack drew closer. "Kid, at least handle this." With that massive fireball beside her, Aegir rushed toward Kang Guillaume, her sinister smile closing in with death only inches away. But in that exact moment, hurried footsteps cut through the chaos. Having sensed the earlier shockwave, the Sword Emperor appeared in front of him and blocked the attack. The Sword Emperor's blade caught the fireball head-on, stopping the attack as his voice thundered across the battlefield. "Stay calm. Snap out of it." Kang Gyoma's fading senses jolted under that booming command, but the danger had not ended there. Aegir stared in shock, her expression twisting with irritation. "What? Who's this old man? Can you stay out of our business?" But the Sword Emperor didn't move. No, his voice grew heavier. "At the very least, this boy, the Sword Emperor continued, his stance firm as stone. "Absolutely." Before the Sword Emperor could finish, Aegir cut him off with a cruel smile. "Then protect him." The fireball, now strengthened even further, surged forward with terrifying force as her eyes darkened and her sinister grin deepened. Kang Gyoma's consciousness slipped away, his vision sinking into a boundless white void. His eyelids struggled to rise as one faint thought drifted through him. Am I dead? But something pulled Kang Gyoma back from that emptiness. His eyes suddenly flared open, and through the haze he heard someone else's voice. Cough, cough. Ahead of Kang Gyoma, one arm had vanished completely, swallowed by the flames. He clutched his own body, still gripping the knife, and finally understood who had saved him. Lord Sword Emperor. The Sword Emperor had moved with blazing speed, as if refusing to let a peerless talent disappear in a place like this. Kang Gyoma looked back and realized the Sword Emperor had arrived just in time, stepping in when he had been utterly helpless and blocking Aegir's fireball before it could consume him. With both arms raised, the Sword Emperor had met the attack with his sword. This boy had to break the chains of evil. The fireball's path was forced away from Kang Gyoma, but the price was brutal. One of the Sword Emperor's arms vanished entirely. After missing its true target, the fireball continued forward and only stopped when it erupted behind them in a massive explosion. The hopes of the future still rested on Kang Gyoma, even as he remained unconscious for that brief moment. The Sword Emperor felt a deep surge of worry, and then the earlier scene seemed to flash across Kang Gyoma's mind. When he opened his eyes again, he saw clearly who had saved him. Sensing that Kang Gyoma had regained himself, the Sword Emperor turned toward him and spoke. "Good. I guess you were out for a bit, huh?" The Sword Emperor said, his voice steady despite the damage to his body. "Rest for now and try to recover." But with the battlefield still burning around them, that advice sounded almost impossible to follow. Kang Gyoma's eyes, sharp as the sashimi knife in his hand, filled with concern as he looked at him. "Sword Emperor, your arm." Not a single strange expression crossed the Sword Emperor's face. He remained eerily calm, as if losing an arm meant almost nothing. "It's fine. It isn't essential for wielding a sword with two hands. Don't worry about it. You need to focus on recovering." After that brief exchange, the Sword Emperor shifted his gaze forward. Aegir still stood there in Shen Lei's possessed body, and her tone sounded as casual as it had during her earlier conversation. "Hello, old man." Aegir tilted her head, curiosity glinting in her eyes as she studied her raised hand. Then she continued, almost amused. "It's strange, isn't it? How could a mere human cut through my magic?" Aegir's irritation grew little by little, but the Sword Emperor stayed silent, his eyes fixed on her without the slightest tremor. The air between them turned dangerously still, as if even the flames were waiting for the next move. Then a thought struck the Sword Emperor. For Aegir, a Demon Legion commander, to appear in the human world, there had to be a blood-soaked rift opened between the demon realm and the human realm through a sacrifice of flesh. Possessing a human body had acted as the catalyst. In exchange, even a Legion commander could not release her full power. But even with that limitation, the disaster standing before them remained unstoppable. Aegir's expression shifted, and so did her tone. "Oh, this is truly annoying," Aegir muttered, her face tightening. "I suppose I really don't like this body very much. Soon enough, blood will stain this place." Be struggling against a kid and a dying old man. Just the thought seemed to offend her. Both Kang Gyoma and the Sword Emperor frowned, or rather, their bodies tensed under the threat. Aegir stepped forward slowly, and flames began to crawl across one of her legs. "I don't know what trick or scheme you used, old man," but this time, before she even finished speaking, she surged forward, her fiery arms aiming for the Sword Emperor first. A sharp crack split the air as Aegir's voice boomed with killing intent. "This time, it won't end with just losing an arm." Facing that immense danger, the Sword Emperor's eyes flashed gold, locking onto her wide-open gaze. The Sword Emperor swung once, and in that fleeting instant, everything changed. The sound of his slash rang through the air, and before anyone could follow the movement, one of Aegir's arms was severed, cut away with no wasted motion at all. Aegir screamed from pain too intense to describe, while the Sword Emperor's expression remained exactly the same. The fiery arm fell slowly toward the ground, trailing sparks as it dropped. In a single exchange, the situation suddenly evened out. Aegir stared in stunned disbelief. her face twisting with rage as she looked back at the severed arm. Impossible. The Sword Emperor turned toward his foe and spoke with quiet weight. Truly terrifying, as if those words had provoked her. Aegir snapped at once. What? Arrogant old man? You insignificant insect? Pouring all her energy into the ground, she unleashed countless fire spears that erupted upward around him. Faced with that grand and terrifying spectacle, the Sword Emperor simply raised his sword as aura wrapped around the blade. His voice stayed calm. I don't know exactly how you crossed over from the demon world, but I can see it. What's clear in your eyes is endless fear. The fire spears shot toward him, and the surrounding air grew scorching hot, as if the entire battlefield had become a furnace. Holding his sword steady, the Sword Emperor released a basic air slash straight ahead. Several spears were blocked at once. Fear. Seeing her attack countered so easily, Aegir stood dazed for a heartbeat, then focused her gaze on him again, measuring him carefully. What a pathetic insect, Aegir hissed, struggling so desperately. You and I are lucky to have both lost an arm. As Aegir smirked, a flash of green aura suddenly appeared near her neck. In that split-second brush with death, Aegir threw herself far backward, barely dodging the Sword Emperor's lightning-fast swing. Fury carved itself across Aegir's face, and her voice rose sharply with frustration. I don't know where you came from, old man, but to wield such immense aura. Then Aegir noticed the look in his eyes. Old man, those eyes are you Aron Nibelung's descendant? The true form of the Sword Emperor's aura appeared behind him, shaped like a horned figure wielding a sword. Aegir's thoughts fixed on him as she clicked her tongue inwardly. How unlucky. Even so, Aegir's body floated upward again. No matter how powerful he was still only an aging human, long past his prime. The Sword Emperor instantly sensed Aegir's intention shift. The fire spears changed into arrows, and blazing projectiles began condensing above her one after another. Humans are still only humans, Aegir said coldly. Even Aron Nibelung's descendant has grown old. At your age, can you really dodge this? Seeing her prepare another attack, the Sword Emperor's gaze sharpened, and his entire body slipped into a state of intense focus. High above the battlefield, countless fire arrows began to form, each one glowing fiercely before raining down from the sky. Aegir controlled the storm of flames with a raised hand, her voice roaring through the heat. Die! Ha ha! Aegir laughed as if mocking the Sword Emperor's moment of hesitation, then lowered her hand with cruel amusement. What? Feeling overwhelmed? Unable to counter such a wide attack head-on, the Sword Emperor relied on speed instead. He weaved through the deadly rain and escaped the center of Aegir's attack just as the gathered fire arrows detonated behind him in a massive explosion. Kangyoma stood frozen in place, his voice tearing out of him as he shouted, Sword Emperor! Kangyoma's body still refused to move, and thoughts spun violently through his head. He wanted at least the shield of the blessing of painlessness, anything that could help, but right now all he could do was keep his mind from breaking apart. If he let go for even a second, he felt like he would lose himself forever. His hand trembled around the sashimi knife, veins bulging under the strain. Abandoning that protection now would be no different from suicide. Fire arrows continued raining down on the Sword Emperor, but he suddenly twisted his body and charged through them with blinding speed. A golden flash cut across the smoke and a slash formed ahead of him like a brilliant line of light. The crescent-shaped aura swept forward, slicing through the falling arrows and cutting them cleanly in half. Seeing that, Aegir swung her hand sideways, her mocking smile returning. Truly spectacular. With that old body, you're no longer just an insect. You're a rat. Her attacks kept pouring down without mercy, but the Sword Emperor still closed the distance, slipping past every strike with terrifying precision. As he moved, the Sword Emperor spoke in a steady voice. Demons are stronger than humans. Absurdly so, hopelessly so. When I was young, I resented that truth. No matter how hard I trained, no matter how far I pushed myself, I couldn't climb over that wall. But now, at this age, I finally understand. As the Sword Emperor spoke, his speed rose even higher. Aegir's irritation sharpened at his words. What nonsense are you spouting? Yet one thought took hold inside her. Experience could not be ignored. If she watched closely enough, she would find it soon. Somewhere, there had to be a weakness. The Sword Emperor charged toward the dark silhouette of flames. Then Aegir realized it. The severed left arm was his weak point. The moment that thought settled, Aegir's lips curled into a sinister smirk. Aegir raised one arm and shouted, Keep it up, old man. The Sword Emperor leaped forward without hesitation. Yes, fall, monster. Aegir, you're nothing more than a substitute. His voice rose with even greater force. Humans can grow and evolve when they're driven into desperate situations. That ability to step beyond where they once stood, that is what you demons fear. The Sword Emperor closed in, sword raised behind him, his momentum carrying him straight toward Aegir. And because you're trying to invade the human world, Aegir stared as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing, her face briefly shaping into exaggerated shock. Then that shock gave way to a dangerous smile. A massive pillar of fire erupted from the ground. No. There were two of them, and one clamped around the Sword Emperor's leg, locking him in place. Aegir's speed changed in an instant, and she charged straight at him. Anxiety surged through the battlefield like a second wave of heat. Even with the Sword Emperor pressing forward, Aegir drove in without fear. Haraha, I didn't hear a single word you said, honestly. Her hand landed lightly against the Sword Emperor's chest. The moment Aegir pulled her hand away, a fire spear erupted from behind and pierced straight through him. Her missing arm reappeared as flame, gripping tightly as if it had never been severed, and Aegir let out a bored yawn. More arrows struck the Sword Emperor, piercing through his leg and shoulder in quick succession, caught completely off guard. The Sword Emperor spat blood, his body now riddled with fresh wounds. He collapsed to the ground, coughing up even more blood, while Aegir gave him no chance to recover. Aegir placed one foot on the Sword Emperor's head, her arrogance clear in the way she looked down at him. "You're all so cliché," she said, her voice dripping with disdain. "Still exactly the same after 700 years. But I must admit, it suits the desires of insects who can't even live past 100 years. The situation had turned dangerously bleak. Seeing the man who had saved him pushed to the edge of death, Kang Guillaume shouted with everything he had left. "Sword Emperor." At that moment, Aegir shifted her attention back toward him. "Oh, kid. No Kang Guillaume, right?" Leaving the Sword Emperor beneath her, Aegir began walking toward Kang Guillaume instead. "Oops, sorry, Kang Guillaume. I got a little distracted. I still need to tell you your test results." Kang Guillaume froze, stunned by how casually she moved. The Sword Emperor forced out a desperate shout. "No, Kang Guillaume, run!" Aegir raised one finger to her lips, and a tyrannical pressure erupted from her body like the aura of an absolute ruler. The mental test slammed into Kang Guillaume, shaking him from the inside. His eyes grew hazy, and his consciousness began to fade again. Aegir touched Kang Guillaume's face with her hand and smiled down at him. "Oh, your body will serve our race's desires. Don't worry, we'll meet again in hell." The Sword Emperor's attempt to protect him had failed. The Sword Emperor roared even louder, trying to pull her attention back. "You're turning your back on me? That boy is just an ordinary student." But Aegir didn't even bother turning around. Her tongue extended, a strange mark glowing above it. "What do you mean? After giving you a moment to breathe, I don't feel like playing with a dying man anymore. Just stand there and watch." Aegir's tongue drew closer to Kang Guillaume's forehead, carrying a self-activating seal like some twisted special gift. Kang Guillaume's body dropped to its knees. Not knowing exactly what Aegir had done, the Sword Emperor shouted in fury, "You demon!" Aegir finally turned away from Kang Guillaume and replied with a smug little huff, Was that supposed to be a compliment?" A sinister purple energy spread out from Kang Guillaume's forehead. An overwhelming flood of noise from the seal surged through his body like raw data, and when the noise vanished, a unique purple shroud wrapped around him. Red alerts flashed violently across his vision. Warning, warning, unauthorized external intrusion detected. Unauthorized external intrusion. Number 12.7 appeared for an instant, then was replaced by a grid of data. Error occurred. External intrusion detected. A cold warning flashed into view, cutting through the moment like a broken command. The program could not be activated because the player's level was still far too low to meet the requirement. Another message followed immediately after, even more ominous than the first. The program still refused to run this time because the world level itself was insufficient. A location, a Yahello code, and a catalyst were all required to synchronize the process, forcing the system to suppress the imbalance and begin adjusting the world level. Then the numbers began to shift, and the player's level was temporarily forced upward. One value after another rose in sharp, unnatural steps: 12.7, 19.5, 27.6, 39.7, 58.9, 88.2, until finally it reached 99.9. The climbing number froze, and a massive stat window erupted into existence, rounding everything off to a clean 100. Some unknown condition had been fulfilled. Outside that strange flow of information, Aegir watched the battered Sword Emperor struggle forward, her arms folded as surprise flickered across her face. Even so, Aegir's lips curled as she noticed how slow he had become. With a mocking tilt of her head, she sneered at him and asked how he was still managing to move at all. The moment the Sword Emperor drew closer, his strength gave out, and his body collapsed heavily toward the ground. Agor looked down at him with cruel amusement, scoffing as if an insect had somehow twitched even after losing its head. Then, without warning, the air changed. The Sword Emperor tightened his grip around his sword, and a terrifying aura began pouring from him as his eyes locked fiercely onto Agor. Even if it cost him his life, he swore he would cut off both of her legs. Agor felt it at once, a familiar, chilling energy that made disbelief spread across her face. That color, that pressure, it was the Sword Saint's aura, the same force that had threatened her life 700 years ago. And now this so-called fake swordsman had reached that realm on the edge of death, making her irritation boil over. Agor's patience snapped, and she lunged straight toward him with killing intent blazing around her. She decided to end him right there, spitting out a cold command for Aaron's heir to die. That very instant, a gigantic bolt of lightning crashed down from above, striking the exact spot where Agor had charged and splitting the battlefield with blinding force. Agor recoiled in fury and whipped her head back, her voice exploding through the smoke as she demanded to know what had just interrupted her. But her anger quickly twisted into shock. Her eyes narrowed toward the source of the disturbance, and a stunned question slipped from her mouth as she tried to understand what she was seeing. The kid was changing. The sensation was impossible to ignore, as lightning poured down like divine punishment and set the sky ablaze. Amid that overwhelming pressure, a silhouette began to appear, carrying the same unease that Agor remembered from 700 years ago. A huge information window burst open in the air, its glow spreading across the battlefield, as if something beyond normal limits had finally awakened. The user's talent was forcibly upgraded and made real. At 100.0, God-tier pain resistance and God-tier recovery were both materialized at the same time, while the God-tier blessing of transference prepared to use them together to block both pain and temporal rifts. Agor's rage erupted so violently that the air around her seemed to tremble. She cursed the insects in front of her, furious that they had dared to interfere yet again. As her anger reached its peak, Kang Guillaume's face began to change, his expression slipping into a completely different state from anything he had shown before. A black seal spread across Kang Guillaume's chest, crawling over his body like a curse, and for that moment, it temporarily shut down his sword god talent. Then a commanding voice rang out, heavy enough to silence the air itself, declaring that heaven and earth should bow before him. Elsewhere, the focus shifted to Abel von Nibelung, who stood with her black sword in hand. Her face remained as cold and composed as ever, giving nothing away. It was the final day, yet Abel's attention was not on the immediate surroundings. Her sharp gaze drifted toward some distant point, as if something far away had pulled at her senses. Meanwhile, in another location, Ryojo Saki's phone lit up in her hand, the screen refreshing as the time changed. The first number on the screen appeared clearly, 6. Then the full time and date came into view, 6:58, June 25th. Weapon trailed behind Saki with a dazed look on his face, still half out of it as he grumbled that it was bright as noon, so why was she already acting like it was time to move? Ryojo Saki, just like Abel, stared toward the distance with an unusually focused look in her eyes. She murmured that it was over, but the words made Weapon rub his sleepy eyes in confusion as he asked what she was even talking about. Then Saki's eyes suddenly sharpened, her expression changing as if her mind had caught up to something important. She muttered that it was dawn, while Weapon glanced around in complete confusion, wondering if he was the only one still seeing a dark sky. Saki, however, kept thinking aloud, questioning whether this place was still suitable for the test. In any case, the time to return to Joaquin Academy was almost here. Elsewhere, Rachel de Murat and Chloe Auditory were still sleeping deeply, nestled together in the same spot with an almost peaceful closeness. Across the area, other student groups were beginning to stir as well. Some had already woken up, while others remained asleep, and as quiet conversations started between them, Ryojo Saki's thoughts shifted toward the starting point, guessing that most of the students had probably gathered there in large numbers the previous day. As usual, Ryojo Saki kept her eyes fixed far ahead, her gaze steady and distant, as though she was already reading the next move before anyone else understood what was happening. She urged Weapon to hurry, her voice carrying a sharper edge than before. Whatever she had noticed, it clearly was not a good sign. Back at the battlefield, thick smoke was rising everywhere, so dense and dark that it looked as if an entire forest had been set on fire. Kang Guillaume's earlier presence had already shifted the flow of the battle. Shirtless and wreathed in pressure, he stood above while those below stared upward, and an invisible weight pressed down over the entire area. Agor's eyes were now veiled in a strange mist, and her teeth ground together as fury tightened her face. She spat Joaquin's name in disbelief, demanding to know where he had crawled out from. The two awakened talents flowed into the blessing of transference, and lightning began forming without pause. Bolt after bolt gathered more densely around the place where Kang Gyoma stood. A flash of light burst through the haze, and Kang Gyoma began to move. His steps were slow, almost unnatural, yet he continued advancing one foot after another in that strange state. Agor felt the danger rising with every step. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at him, unable to understand how this kid was still moving like that. Thoughts rushed through Agor's mind in a tangled flood. She realized she had been short-sighted. She had sensed that cursed blessing protecting him, but that man tied to the queen was still human, so there should have been no way he remained alive. Now, with the same body standing before her, she understood how badly she had misjudged the situation. Before she could settle that thought, the name Kang Gyoma rose in her mind. At that same moment, a massive bolt of lightning crashed directly into her position. Agor's anger flared all over again. Nearby, however, the Sword Emperor released a strained breath, blood visible in his mouth as his battered body endured the aftermath. From the light radiating off Kang Gyoma, the Sword Emperor sensed an aura he knew all too well. He could not tear his eyes away, as if he were witnessing a miracle that should not have existed. Before long, the Sword Emperor's body lowered itself. He did not fall onto both knees, but bent down onto one, the gesture carrying the weight of reverence. A result then appeared before him, as if the very world was acknowledging Kang Gyoma's current state and bowing in response. At that moment, Kang Gyoma stood before him inside the light, silent and unmoving, his eyes turned a blank, glowing white. Then a strange sound rang out, and a sudden flash crossed the Sword Emperor's face, snapping his attention to what was happening to his own body. For several seconds, he simply froze. Around the place where his chest had been pierced and where his arms had been severed, a green light and a healing seal appeared. He felt the change instantly and looked down as the wound in his chest began closing. Soon, his abdomen had fully recovered. The Sword Emperor reached down to confirm it with his own hand, realizing the abdominal wound had vanished completely, even though his missing arm still had not returned. Shock crossed his face as he turned his gaze back toward Kang Gyoma. He could not hide his confusion, wondering what in the world had just happened. Kang Gyoma suddenly closed his eyes for a brief moment, and when he opened them again, the atmosphere around him shifted once more. The light surrounding him grew so intense, it became almost blinding. Lightning formed around Kang Gyoma in fierce arcs, wrapping around his body as if the storm itself had chosen him. The aura spread through the surroundings and then broke apart, forming strange, swirling vortices. One by one, those currents gathered together, converging and merging at Kang Gyoma's feet. Soon, the glow around Kang Gyoma shifted into a clear, vivid blue, and his movement accelerated so sharply that his speed could no longer be described in ordinary words. Agor suddenly felt Kang Gyoma move, her instincts catching the danger a heartbeat too late. But even after sensing him, her body still could not keep pace with him. From somewhere far away, the sound of wind being sliced apart rang out again and again, sharp and relentless, as though invisible blades were cutting through the air. Then Kang Gyoma appeared directly behind Agor. For one brief instant, shock froze her face. A cold shiver crawled down her spine, and furious anger surged up inside her, all at once. Agor whipped around in disbelief. This was strange, too strange. Something was wrong. She could not sense Kang Gyoma's shape, his condition, or even the flow of his body properly. Whatever state he had entered, it was far beyond what any human body should be able to withstand. Agor immediately threw herself in another direction, retreating from the space behind her. A deep sense of danger screamed through her instincts, and she spat out in alarm that Kang Gyoma was no longer moving like anything human. Then Agor locked both hands together and pressed them hard against the ground. With her head lowered and her voice tense, she apologized to Kang Gyoma for the words she had thrown at him earlier. Agor poured every bit of mana she could gather into her hands, and beneath her palms, the ground began to heave upward as if something enormous was forcing its way out. Cracks tore across the earth. Flames burst outward from the gaps, and a vast fiery domain began to condense around Agor's crossed hands, burning with a force far greater than before. In that moment, she decided she had no choice but to abandon it. Agor crossed a threshold and entered an entirely new state, her presence changing as the heat around her thickened. Her rage swelled even further. Kang Gyoma's body was perfect for that person, but here and now, Agor realized she could not take it back for him. Flames exploded outward, scorching everything in the area. If Kang Gyoma continued to exist, Agor knew he would become a massive obstacle to the future of the demon realm. The oppressive heat climbed higher and higher until it reached its peak. Even the Sword Emperor was deeply shaken by the sudden change, his expression tightening as he felt the force of Agor's power. Breaking through her limits once again, Agor released every last reserve of mana she had stored away, and a smile spread across her face as a pool of molten lava formed in front of her. Fire and chaos gathered together, and as Agor moved her hand, a towering pillar of lava stretched upward in response. From within that pillar, the shape began to change, twisting and swelling as the flames gathered into something even more terrifying. The expanding flames rolled outward and turned into a violent storm, surrounding the area with waves of heat and burning wind. At the center of that storm, a colossal fireball formed, so massive and intense that it seemed ready to swallow everything beneath it. The Sword Emperor was startled all over again, yet Kangyoma remained standing there calmly, facing the disaster as if nothing had happened at all. After completing the spell, Agor's face lit up with a radiant smile. It was a little regrettable, but even so, the sight brought her a brief flash of satisfaction. The flames wrapped around Agor's hands slowly lowered, with a cold finality in her voice. She told Kangyoma she would see him in hell. The gigantic fireball came crashing down from above, swallowing everything in its path, and as it descended, its speed only grew faster, making it feel completely unstoppable. The pressure of the wind intensified around them, and even the Sword Emperor could no longer hide the emotions rising in his chest. At that moment, the Sword Emperor glanced toward Kangyoma, who stood nearby in the face of the approaching destruction. A voice rang through the air, and in the next instant, a blinding flash of light erupted once again. As Kangyoma stood before the threshold of Stat 100, countless talents activated one after another. Pain resistance awakened, recovery began to move, and transfer came alive as divine blessings gathered around him. In the space before him, a data array spread out and began analyzing the incoming fireball. Kangyoma's voice came out slowly and calmly, cutting through the roar of the flames as he said he would cut it. The laws of space seemed to freeze in place. Only Kangyoma remained in full color, while everything around him shifted into green, just like the distant battle on the water continent long ago. This time, red thread-like slashes wove together in front of Kangyoma, crossing over the enormous fireball. In a single instant, the attack was read, shifted, and analyzed, leaving only those red lines carved across it. The path of the strike finally resolved into one straight line, rising sharply toward the sky. A red thread appeared right before Kangyoma's face, reflecting the warped space around it, and he drew his sashimi knife in a single instant. The sound of the heavenly sword rang out, and Kangyoma's swing followed the red thread with terrifying precision. The red thread sliced through the fireball and split it cleanly in two, piercing straight through its center. But it did not stop there. The same crimson line appeared across Agor's body. A sharp, ringing sound cut through the battlefield, clean and merciless. A divine slash followed, and its raw pressure crashed directly into Agor with crushing force. The enormous fireball shattered apart, and the broken flames erupted into a massive explosion that swallowed the sky. In that stunned instant, Agor's body was split in two before she could even react. Her body, no longer under her control, crashed heavily down onto the ground in a broken heap. A flash of light shone from somewhere nearby, and Agor's gaze weakly followed it. Far away, the students felt the strange phenomenon at the same time, and turned their eyes toward it. Rachel and Chloe, who had been asleep moments earlier, woke up in confusion. Both of them stared toward the disturbance and questioned what they were seeing. Elsewhere, Abel froze in place, stunned by the sudden transformation unfolding before her eyes. Weapon said nothing seemed different at first. But then Saki, still dazed, looked upward and murmured that the sky itself was opening. Following Kangyoma's earlier slash, the dark sky had been torn open and bright light spilled down over the students below. Some of their classmates even lifted their phones to record the sight, amazed by how beautiful the dawn looked there. While the students rejoiced beneath the falling light, the situation on Agor's side was completely different. She lay there unable to move. Agor cursed under her breath. She could not unleash her power anymore. Her mana had been severed. Her ruined body lay collapsed on the ground, and if things continued this way, she knew she would die there. Light appeared again, and Agor turned her gaze toward Kangyoma. But he looked like a swaying tree, barely holding himself upright, and ready to fall at any moment. Shock flashed through Agor. As Kangyoma collapsed nearby, she seized the opening, forcing her half-body to rise with desperate effort. As she lifted one hand, Agor refused to die for nothing. To her, Kangyoma's very existence as a swordsman was a disaster waiting to fall upon the demon realm. With the last of her strength, Agor unleashed a flame skill, pouring everything she had left into one final burst of fire magic. But just as Agor tried to pour everything into that final attack, the situation twisted in an instant. A sword wrapped in thick, concentrated aura stabbed into her from behind, piercing straight through the back of her head and bursting out through her mouth. Agor was swallowed by shock, and the one who had struck her was none other than Siegfried von Nibelung. His voice came low and cold as he warned her about turning her back on an enemy. Even with the blade driven through her, Agur forced out her words, comparing him to the 6th Legion commander, Basman, before cursing him as Aron Nibelung's heir. Even while struggling with the sword still pinning her in place, Agur refused to fall silent. Through the pain, she grudgingly admitted that Siegfried was not bad at all, and that he was even tougher than Basman. Cracks began crawling across Agor's body, and she squeezed out her voice again, snarling at Siegfried as Aron Nibelung's successor. Siegfried answered her curse without hesitation, telling the demon to go straight to hell. Agor's anguished screams tore through the air, but they did not last long. Her broken body finally lost its shape, dissolving piece by piece until it scattered into the atmosphere. After watching Agor vanish completely, Siegfried remained standing there in silence, his expression carrying a heavy solemnity that words could not fully capture. As the last trace of Agor faded away, Siegfried spoke quietly into the empty air. He was not Aron Nibelung's heir. He was Siegfried von Nibelung. Once he had made that clear, Siegfried turned his attention toward Kangioma, who lay unconscious nearby after the terrifying clash. With only one arm left, Siegfried carefully lifted Kangioma's head, supporting him gently as he checked whether the boy was still safe. Siegfried calmly assessed Kangioma's condition. His breathing was steady, his blood flow was a little slow, but there were no fatal wounds, and his life was not in immediate danger. Still, remembering the abnormal state Kangioma had entered earlier, Siegfried could not stop himself from thinking deeper. Siegfried looked down at him and wondered, "Kangioma, just who are you?" Then, almost unconsciously, his gaze drifted upward toward the sky. Since ancient times, human beings had believed that everything in the universe carried some kind of mysterious will, something vast and impossible for ordinary people to understand. Storms, floods, lightning, and other violent phenomena were once feared as supernatural forces. Yet, strangely enough, those same forces that filled people with terror were also worshipped, prayed to, and begged for blessings. Siegfried's gaze lowered back toward Kangioma, the kind of existence people might one day call either a calamity or a god. At that moment, a seal appeared across Kangioma's chest, marking his body in a way that felt anything but ordinary. The space around them fell into an eerie silence, as if the entire battlefield had suddenly stopped breathing. But that silence did not last. A massive shockwave ripped outward, tearing through the area and revealing a rift in space. At the starting point, the gathered students felt the force slam into their bodies, the sudden jolt making them stagger in surprise. As the shockwave swept past them, unease spread through the group, and worried expressions began appearing one after another. With Ryojo Saki at the center of the crowd, a spatial shift began to unfold, warping the air around them. Far ahead, Teacher Lai shouted for everyone to gather together, while Siegfried von Nibelung and another person moved someone onto an ambulance for transport. As the scene came into clearer view, everyone saw Kangioma lying on the stretcher, being escorted away from the battlefield. Ryojo Saki's eyes locked onto the sight in front of her, but almost immediately, she glanced to the side. There, Chloe Auditory was rushing forward in anger and panic, desperately trying to chase after Kangioma, only for Rachel to stop her before she could break through. A staff member tried to calm Chloe down and persuade her to stay back, but from the look on her face, no words were getting through to her. Ryojo Saki then shifted her attention elsewhere and saw Abel von Nibelung standing nearby with one hand covering her mouth. Abel looked as if she could not believe what she was seeing, her entire body frozen by the sight in front of her, because one side of Siegfried von Nibelung's body was now missing an arm, and that man was Abel's own grandfather. Tears streamed endlessly from Abel's eyes, falling faster than she could wipe them away. Abel sank to her knees in shock, overwhelmed by a trip that had brought far too many unbearable truths. Ryojo Saki quietly approached and came to her side. Abel's sobs grew even heavier, but Ryojo Saki kept her gaze fixed coldly ahead, forcing herself to stay focused despite the pain around her. Time passed, and a video began playing from someone's phone. Humanity was still in a truce with the demons, but after the recent incident involving the Sword Emperor, the world had undeniably lost one of its greatest forces. With only 4 of the 7-star heroes still standing, people everywhere wondered who could possibly fill the empty seat. The news showed Siegfried returning with one arm missing, while the details remained undisclosed. In the live comments, people reacted in disbelief, questioning how the Sword Emperor could end up like that and why the Academy was hiding so much. Some comments grew even more unsettling, with people imagining the Sword Emperor cutting off his own arm and calling the idea terrifying. Ryojo Saki read through the video and the live chat, and her mood darkened. She had hoped to find something, anything, about Kangioma, but there was still no news, All she could do was guess that he was slowly waking up by now. A few tables away, several boys were talking loudly among themselves. They mentioned that the special student had not returned to class lately, and one of them claimed he had seen that same special student carried away on a stretcher while leaving Avalon Island. Another said something had happened at the Avalon training ground, though he did not know the details. Then the rumors grew worse, with someone saying Kang Jaoma was caught between life and death, and another wondering if he was really going to die. Ryojo Saki overheard every word of their conversation, and the more they talked, the more displeasure crept into her expression. When Ryojo Saki called out to them, the two boys immediately responded with eager faces, asking if she had called them and what she needed. Ryojo Saki turned toward them with a bright, friendly smile and apologized softly. Then she asked if they could take their conversation somewhere else, saying she felt drowsy and could not sleep with them talking nearby. Her expression changed so quickly afterward that the boys were left stunned. The two boys understood the message right away and hurried to leave. They quickly agreed to move elsewhere, muttering that people like them should gather in another corner instead. Once they were gone, Ryojo Saki turned back around, her gaze lowering as she fell into thought. Kang Gyoma's face surfaced clearly in Ryojo Saki's mind. She rejected the rumors at once, telling herself not to be ridiculous because Kang Gyoma would never die. But then Ryojo Saki glanced toward a nearby corner, where Chloe Auditor sat wiping away tears that just would not stop falling. Ryojo Saki's thoughts lingered on Chloe. Ever since Kang Gyoma fell into a coma, Chloe had cried every single day, sobbing as if she was certain she would never see him again. Hearing that only made Ryojo Saki's own sadness grow heavier. Even though she kept telling herself Kang Gyoma would survive, she was still terribly worried. She had not seen him for an entire week, and that felt far too long. Old memories rose in her mind. Weapon had stood there nervously, asking why they were not allowed inside when they were academy students who had only come to visit a friend in the hospital. But one of the two guards frowned and barked that they could not enter. It was a special order from Director Medea, and no one was allowed into that area. Ignoring the warning, Chloe Auditory rushed forward and tried to slip past them, forcing Weapon to call out and tell her to stop. Chloe shouted Kang Gyoma's name in desperation, her voice strained with anxiety. Meanwhile, Ryojo Saki stayed calm enough to think through the situation, wondering if this special order might be directly connected to Kang Gyoma. Ryojo Saki quickly pulled out her phone and began connecting the facts. Avalon Island had turned into a lava-filled wasteland, traces of complex magic had been detected again and again, and humanity's strongest swordsman had returned missing an arm. There was only one logical conclusion. She searched through simulation data and pieced together what she could. From everything she had gathered, a demon had invaded the island, and Siegfried von Nibelung had stepped in to stop it. That had to be what happened. Ryojo Saki's eyes narrowed as frustration settled over her face. She had searched the server multiple times for related information, but every attempt had turned up nothing useful. Director Medea had said they would investigate everything thoroughly and make an announcement later, but with all external communications cut off, Ryojo Saki could not get any information from the press either. At this point, she decided there was only one thing left to do. She had to ask Kang Gyoma directly. Then the final message between them appeared on the screen. Kang Gyoma had written that he wanted to try something, so he would go alone. Ryojo Saki had simply answered that it was all right and told him to have a good day, and after that, the conversation had ended. Ryojo Saki typed a new message telling Kang Gyoma that once he woke up, they needed to talk. But before she could send it, her fingers stopped, and she quickly erased the words from the screen. Ryojo Saki narrowed her eyes and forced herself to face the reality in front of her, the disappointment settling coldly in her chest. The memory of Kang Gyoma flicking her forehead suddenly came back to her. She wondered if that really had been the last time. But then her gaze lifted, and a quiet plan began taking shape in her mind. When Kang Gyoma came back, Ryojo Saki decided she would definitely pay him back for that forehead flick. Back in the academy classroom, a concerned voice broke the silence and asked Abel if she was all right. Rachel sat beside Abel von Nibelung, and an unexpected heaviness hung around the two of them, making the classroom feel strangely quiet. When Abel did not answer, Rachel called her name again. Only then did Abel snap back to herself, blinking as if she had just been pulled out of a distant thought. Abel finally noticed Rachel and softly apologized. Her sad eyes gave away everything she was trying to hide, as she admitted she had been thinking about something else. A few other students were still in the room as the conversation continued. Rachel asked Abel again if she was truly okay, saying that even her face was showing how worried she was. Abel tried to steady herself and insisted she would be fine, thanking Rachel for caring. But Abel's mind was already being swallowed by old memories. She remembered Siegfried von Nibelung apologizing to her and telling her that, in time, she would understand why he had chosen to become Kang Guillaume's guardian. As those words from her grandfather echoed in her head, Abel could not stop herself from wavering. Kang Guillaume's name weighed on her thoughts, because whenever Kang Guillaume ended up in danger, it always seemed to happen after he had helped her grandfather. Abel tightened her grip around her tie, her fingers trembling faintly, while Rachel sat beside her with a listless expression of her own. Elsewhere, Elder Claddy sat drinking endlessly from a bottle of 1793 vintage liquor, throwing it back as though alcohol could drown out the mess around him. Slammed the bottle down hard on the table, his irritation spilling out clearly as he complained that everything was becoming complicated all over again. Spread out in front of Elder Claddy were reports of failure. Every member of the Undertakers, that villainous assassin alliance, had been wiped out. In Director Medea's office, the reports painted a gruesome picture. Muscles severed throughout the body, nerves torn apart, and injuries that should have been impossible to ignore. Director Medea narrowed her eyes in displeasure, saying the condition was terrible. Across from her, Siegfried von Nibelung calmly sipped his tea and gave a far more optimistic answer, saying Kang Guillaume had recovered, been discharged, and had even become stronger than before. Hearing that, Director Medea smiled faintly. They had mobilized every medical worker and healer they could, so of course Kang Guillaume survived, especially since Siegfried had threatened her to save him no matter what. Her temper flared in an instant as she snapped at the old man, asking if that was what he had meant earlier and reminding him that she was still right there. Siegfried quickly tried to calm her down, telling his old friend not to get angry or she would end up with more wrinkles. Director Medea found his point annoyingly reasonable and finally calmed herself, leaning back as she looked toward the ceiling. She decided they should stop talking about that and try to think positively instead. Then Director Medea glanced toward Siegfried and asked if he was really all right, calling him Sieg with the familiarity of an old friend, and noting that he had lived long enough to see more than most people ever would. Understanding exactly what she meant, Siegfried lifted the stump of his missing arm and answered calmly that, as she could see, it was not especially inconvenient. Director Medea paused at how composed he sounded, and old memories surfaced in her mind. In 30 years of dealing with wounded veterans and hopeless cases, she had never seen anything like it. The cut was unbelievably clean, so clean that even old, misaligned wounds had disappeared. Director Medea stood there in silence, listening as Siegfried continued. He said there was no other word for it but a miracle, and the thought only made Medea's head ache more because she truly did not know what had happened. Her mind shifted back to Kang Guillaume lying in his hospital bed, with Siegfried personally tending to him. In her eyes, it was clearly Siegfried's fault for letting Kang Guillaume return in such a battered state, yet staying beside him through the coma had not been enough for the old man. He had even rented out the entire area for a fortune, and Medea had never seen him act that way before. It made her wonder what had really happened between the two of them. Back in the present, Director Medea crossed her legs and folded her arms, looking dazed as she spoke. Even with the blessing of the crow, she could not read what had happened, because whatever took place was said to be beyond comprehension. Now that Kang Guillaume was awake, she wanted Siegfried to tell her the truth because she had lost sleep over him, and the press had been staring at her nonstop. Siegfried paused for a moment, then quietly set his teacup down on the table and said he needed time to organize his thoughts. Siegfried closed his eyes, and a faint smile formed on his face. It had taken him a while to fully understand what had happened on Avalon Island, and his vague answer only made Director Medea press him harder. Director Medea leaned in and demanded that he stop avoiding the subject and finally tell her what had happened. Siegfried gripped the place where his arm was missing, a shadow of sadness crossing his face as he said the 5th Legion commander had appeared on Avalon Island. A terrifying silence fell between them, heavy enough to make the whole office feel frozen. Director Medea needed a moment just to process it. She stammered in disbelief, unable to accept the name Agor so easily, and called the whole thing ridiculous. Siegfried's eyes lowered halfway as the scene replayed in his mind. He knew it sounded hard to believe, but it was true. Agor was the one who had cut off his arm. Director Medea lost her composure and stood up at once. If that was what happened to Siegfried, then she needed to know what had happened to Kang Guillaume and what had become of Agor. The teacup remained still on the table as Siegfried answered that Agor had been killed. It was too early to announce it to the world, so the truth had to be delayed for now, but Siegfried had confirmed Agor's death with his own eyes. Director Medea could hardly believe it, asking if Siegfried had done it himself, and whether that even made sense. Director Medea slowly sat back down, her thoughts crashing over one another so violently that even Siegfried seemed to lose his appetite for tea. Even someone like Siegfried, the Sword Emperor himself, could not have defeated Agor alone, not even with help. Director Medea could not understand what could have changed the outcome. Then she jolted as another possibility struck her, and she asked in disbelief if Kang Guillaume had been the one who killed Agor. It sounded impossible. but Siegfried gave her a strange smile that silently confirmed it. Siegfried reached for his teacup again and calmly said they would talk about it properly when they met again. For today, though, there was a boy involved, and Siegfried wondered aloud whether Kang Guillaume should not arrive before the adults did. Seeing Siegfried's bright smile, Director Medea realized there was no forcing more out of him right now, so she had no choice but to turn her eyes away. Then, as if remembering something at the wrong time, someone suddenly spoke up about their phone. When Kang Guillaume looked up, the conversation had already shifted toward moving outside the campus. Now that things had reached this point, they all had to pay attention, because the travel club could not keep going the way it was. Weapon proudly showed everyone the poster he had made to recruit new club members. It announced that the travel club was recruiting, calling for members who wanted warm friendship, youthful romance, and small but exciting dungeon conquests. Anyone who wanted a free trip was invited to gather because academy life was supposed to feel free. The poster even included conditions and an application process asking Joaquin Academy students if they were ready to feel alive. Everyone stared at the poster in blank silence, and Weapon quickly added that they had always been controlled before. Since it felt like they had never truly taken the initiative themselves, he asked what they thought of his idea. Ryojo Saki glanced at the poster from the side and admitted that this was the first time something like it had genuinely surprised her. Even if someone had told her to make one, she said she could never have created anything like that. Weapon kept smiling as he explained to Ryojo Saki that a poster needed vibrant colors to catch people's eyes. But before he could continue, Chloe Auditory's paper cutter suddenly stabbed into the bright poster. Ryojo Saki's eyes widened as the colorful sheet was sliced cleanly apart. Weapon stared at the ruined poster in a daze, still trying to explain that the colors were meant to attract passers-by, while Ryojo Saki burst into laughter beside him. Weapon went pale as he turned toward Chloe Auditory and shouted her name, asking what she thought she was doing. Chloe calmly sheathed the paper cutter, closed her eyes, and answered that she could not let Kang Guillaume come back and see trash like that. Weapon was completely flustered, protesting that Chloe had just torn apart the poster he had spent the entire night making. But Chloe poured cold water over his complaint without the slightest hesitation, saying it was lucky the thing was trash, because that meant it could still be burned. Beside them, Ryojo Saki quietly reached for a candy bar near her hand, almost as if she wanted something to distract herself from the noise. The louder everyone became, the emptier Ryojo Saki felt inside. Even the candy in her mouth did not taste sweet, and a faint sadness lingered in her eyes. In her heart, Ryojo Saki wondered when Kang Guillaume would finally arrive. Then, before the thought could settle, a familiar voice cut into the room. Ryojo Saki blinked in surprise. It was Kang Guillaume. The moment she realized it, her thoughts rushed ahead, telling him that if he was already here, he should hurry up and show himself properly. Ryojo Saki noticed the movement, turned her head, and rose from her seat. Across the room, Chloe Auditory and Weapon were already speaking to Kang Guillaume. They asked Kang Guillaume if he was all right, their voices carrying the relief and worry they had been holding back for days. Kang Guillaume noticed Ryojo Saki's gaze and looked startled for a moment, his eyes narrowing slightly as if he sensed something coming. Then, without warning, someone flicked Kang Guillaume sharply on the forehead. It was Ryojo Saki who had done it. Her expression stayed cold and composed, but a faint blush colored her face. Ryojo Saki simply told Kang Guillaume that this was payback. Kang Guillaume froze for a brief second, caught off guard by the sudden attack, and then his face softened into a smile. Kang Guillaume quietly said he was back. Weapon immediately jumped in, mentioning that he had made a poster to recruit new members for the travel club, but Ryojo Saki and Chloe Auditory cut him off at once, warning him not to let Kang Guillaume see that trash, and agreeing that Weapon's poster was absolute garbage. Kang Guillaume stood in the academy square, yet the space around him felt strangely unreal, as though the world had been tilted just slightly out of place. The most unsettling part was that Kang Guillaume was holding a sashimi knife in his hand, its presence oddly clear in the middle of that distorted place. A loud sound suddenly rang out, and at the same time an invisible pressure began building around Kang Guillaume. Specks of light shot straight into the sky, bursting upward like a bouquet of shifting fireworks. But those lights were not harmless sparks. Every one of them was a dangerous blade, and each carried the same familiar name, Sashimi. Unease made Kang Guillaume's senses snap open, and he tightened his grip around the sashimi knife in his hand. Every blade in the air was aimed directly at Kang Guillaume, and he already had only that single sashimi knife ready to meet them. Kang Guillaume released the familiar slashes he knew so well, and for a moment, it seemed as if the incoming blades were being held back. Even while moving, Kang Guillaume watched the weapons seriously, studying the angles of their paths and the way each blade shifted through the air. The square around Kang Guillaume became overlaid with grid-like lines, while the spatial rifts surrounding him began to narrow, Kang Gyoma realized the space was far too chaotic. The instant that thought crossed his mind, a huge shadow fell over his face, and a gigantic sashimi knife tore open the space above him before plunging straight down toward the exact spot where he stood. A vague message pressed into Kang Gyoma's mind, urging him to take the threat seriously. He raised the short knife horizontally to eye level, preparing to meet the massive blade head-on. The huge blade collided with Kang Gyoma's small knife, and brilliant light exploded in every direction. From the darkness, a streak of light stretched outward, splitting the weapon in two. But the blade that broke was the enormous one, not Kang Gyoma's own, and even that did not let his expression relax. Kang Gyoma held his stance without lowering his guard, his body still fixed in the posture of the strike. The giant knife continued to fall in two silent pieces, drifting downward through the strange space. Kang Gyoma reconsidered the center point of the space, focusing on where everything seemed to gather. The ground beneath him seemed to support the impossible weight, while the surrounding space stretched wider and wider until it felt infinite. When no clear result appeared, Kang Gyoma found himself floating without support, and the large knife slipped from his hand. Kang Gyoma wondered what he had just seen, but the entire experience felt like a dream. Then his eyes suddenly opened wide. When Kang Gyoma realized he was awake in his own room, nothing around him looked strange. His bewildered expression slowly faded back into normal calm. Kang Gyoma sat up from where he had been sleeping and quickly rubbed his eyes, complaining to himself that the dream had returned again. Near his pillow, his phone vibrated with a familiar sound, though it certainly was not an iPhone 17 Pro Max. Even so, Kang Gyoma picked it up and checked it, half serious and half curious as he wondered who would be messaging him so early in the morning. Of course, it was Weapon, causing trouble with a huge poster image. Weapon explained that he had been allowed to recruit members for the club, so he had posted the notice right away. Luckily, he had prepared the poster in advance, though uploading it had apparently been difficult, so he could only send it now. He ended the message by telling his captain he would see him later. After judging the picture, Kang Gyoma could only think that the travel club probably would not be getting any new members from this. Standing in front of the mirror in long trousers, Kang Gyoma checked himself over and realized his health had improved a great deal, perhaps even more than before. Kang Gyoma inspected his academy uniform with no way to avoid thinking about what had happened. It seemed he had rested properly in the VIP infirmary, and he had also heard that after the battle with Agor when he had fainted, Siegfried von Nibelung had taken over the infirmary and personally cared for him. After spending a massive amount of money, Siegfried had placed Kang Gyoma in a situation that was hard to describe. Kang Gyoma paused that thought for a moment, and then suddenly realized something was missing. Kang Gyoma looked around and muttered in confusion, wondering where his tie had gone. Thought of the tie pulled Kang Gyoma's mind back to old scenes from Avalon Island. He remembered his chance meeting with Abel von Nibelung, the fight with Leon over an item, and then joining forces with Siegfried von Nibelung in the battle against the 5th Legion commander, Agor. The anxiety from those events had never truly left Kang Gyoma. He wondered what in the world would happen in the future, and whether now that he had survived all of that, he would be able to do better when the next crisis came. Kang Gyoma had wrestled with the same kind of worry not long ago, walking step by step across the great square. In the end, Kang Gyoma told himself that even if he complained now, there was nothing more he could change. So Kang Gyoma decided to move forward. Today would continue just like yesterday, and the Grand Academy soon came into view before him. There, a familiar cheap nut candy was held out toward Kang Gyoma, waiting right in front of him. Ryojo Saki smiled at Kang Gyoma as she offered him the candy and asked if he wanted to eat it. Kang Gyoma followed her gaze down to the candy, then looked back up and recognized her with a quiet, "Oh, Saki." Even after seeing Ryojo Saki, Kang Gyoma could not quite shake off his dazed expression, though he still ended up eating plenty of the candy. Ryojo Saki laughed out loud and called him funny, asking why he was not even a little surprised. Kang Gyoma answered a beat late that yes, he was surprised, and Ryojo Saki played along with a cheerful smile, thanking him as if his delayed reaction was enough. Once the teasing finally settled down, Ryojo Saki's smile faded into something more serious. She walked beside Kang Gyoma and asked if he could finally tell her something, prompting him to look back and ask what she wanted to know. The two of them continued walking together, and Ryojo Saki asked directly what had happened on Avalon Island, and why Kang Gyoma had been stuck in the hospital for so long. Kang Gyoma tried to gather his words, only managing to say that something had happened, leaving Saki blinking in confusion and asking what that was supposed to mean. Before Kang Gyoma could escape the question, 4 different expressions turned toward him at once, all staring as if they had trapped him from every direction. They pressed him to explain what happened, asking what it was, and demanding that he tell them, until Kang Gyoma grew embarrassed enough for sweat to bead on his face. Ryojo Saki's mouth curved into a cat-like smile. while Kang Guillaume's cheeks turned faintly red under everyone's stare. He tried to act normal, but the awkward silence made it obvious that something was bothering him. Ryojo Saki spoke with complete confidence, reminding Kang Guillaume that she was a member of the travel club. Of course, that meant she had a right to know what had happened to him, but Kang Guillaume's quiet refusal passed over her as if he had not heard a thing, and that left Ryojo Saki completely thrown off. She immediately snapped at him, telling him not to ignore that part. Instead of answering, Kang Guillaume sent something to her phone and gave a small gesture for her to check it. Ryojo Saki stared in surprise as her screen lit up, then asked what he had just sent her. What appeared on the screen was none other than the photo Weapon had used to advertise his poster, proudly announcing that the travel club was looking for members to join them on their journey. Ryojo Saki screamed right there after looking closely at the image, demanding to know what that idiot Weapon thought he was doing. She had never given him permission to post that garbage. Seeing how badly the poster had shaken her, Kang Guillaume let out a light breath, waved his hand, and told everyone to deal with it, because if they kept going like this, the travel club would never find any new members. Ryojo Saki was left flustered, and in the next moment, Kang Guillaume vanished from her sight as if he had slipped away in a puff of smoke. She quickly called after him, asking where he had gone. The scene shifted back to the glass panes of Director Medea's office, where the discussion had taken a strange turn. Contrary to how it looked at first glance, that driving skill had apparently been genuinely impressive. Director Medea spoke calmly, asking what exactly was wrong with it and why anyone would call it strange. Across from her, Siegfried von Nibelung could only smile wryly, wondering if that was supposed to be a compliment. Director Medea's irritation immediately rose, and she snapped back, asking how anyone could possibly praise something like that. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. After receiving permission, Kang Guillaume opened it and stepped inside, making Director Medea's surprised gaze shift straight toward him as she recognized him. With a phone resting on the table nearby, Kang Guillaume asked if he had arrived too early. Director Medea quickly shook off her surprise and answered that he had actually come at the perfect time. Siegfried reached his remaining arm toward the teacup on the table and remarked that after living with both arms for 70 years, having only one still felt awkward sometimes. Director Medea immediately complained again, telling him to keep at least some dignity, while Kang Guillaume sat solemnly in his chair and thought the whole situation felt troublesome, even if he was not exactly displeased. Even through her sharp words and irritated expression, Director Medea still showed a special kind of concern for Kang Guillaume. Then the important topic finally came up. Director Medea said she had heard from Siegfried that Kang Guillaume had defeated the commander of the 5th Legion. Kang Guillaume lowered his head and stammered, and a brief silence followed as he tried to sort through the images still left in his mind. Kang Guillaume admitted that his memories were still clear, and when he considered everything that had happened, Aegor's defeat was an undeniable fact. But Kang Guillaume could not say the same about what he had felt in that moment. To put it more accurately, those feelings were vague and difficult to grasp. After noticing his state, Director Medea quickly softened her tone and apologized to Kang Guillaume, saying she had pushed the question too hastily. Director Medea admitted she had forgotten Kang Guillaume had only just been discharged, and that her confusion had ended up directed at him. Kang Guillaume said it was all right, while she added that she understood his temperament, yet still could hardly believe the story, even though she knew Siegfried would not lie. Suddenly, Siegfried cut into Director Medea's words and said it was true. He had been there at Aegor's final moment, and at its core, what ended the battle had been Kang Guillaume's swordsmanship. Siegfried then apologized to Medea for revealing the Avalon Island incident so late. He said he had no choice but to wait, because even now, if news spread too quickly, the demon faction would sense that something extremely unusual had happened. Siegfried looked toward Kang Guillaume as he continued. No ordinary hero could stop a commander-class demon through strength alone, and although he did not yet know how Aegor had infiltrated such a protected island, it was clear that the demon had come with a definite purpose. It was almost as if the demons had been trying to prevent something from happening before it could even begin. Director Medea immediately frowned at that possibility, while Siegfried quietly lifted his teacup. Siegfried warned that if they remained silent like this, the situation would only grow worse. Demons were always impulsive, but they were also cunning enough to twist silence into an advantage. In Siegfried's estimation, humanity would clash with the demons again within the next few years. And if they looked back at what had happened half a century ago, the situation this time could become far more severe. Those were things Kang Guillaume had already realized long ago. If Aegor's death became public, the demons could use it as an excuse to declare war, and even if they could not respond immediately, Siegfried's cautious words made the danger clear. In that moment, Kang Guillaume could truly see why the Sword Emperor was worthy of humanity's respect. Siegfried interrupted Kang Guillaume's thoughts once more. saying that the reason they had gathered here today was because there was something important he needed to say. Siegfried lifted what remained of his missing arm and stated plainly that, in his current condition, he could no longer go out to the front lines the way he once had. Director Medea stood up in displeasure and shouted at him, asking why he would suddenly say something like that. She demanded to know if he was implying he had become ordinary just because he had lost one arm. Siegfried's gaze turned as cold and hard as iron as he answered her. To bring in a better era, a true hero had to be created. Director Medea understood what Siegfried was trying to say, but the weight of the reason behind it held her back. This was still her academy. Siegfried bowed his head to Medea and said that was exactly why she was the director of Joaquin Academy. After saying that, Director Medea stepped away, and the strange atmosphere left behind slowly made Kang Jioma feel an indescribable unease. Once again, Siegfried calmly raised his teacup as if preparing himself for the next words. Director Medea asked whether Siegfried had been thinking about this decision for a long time, and Siegfried answered that he would soon relinquish his position as one of the 7-star heroes. Kang Jioma sprang up in alarm and called out to the Sword Emperor, but Siegfried restrained that emotion with the words that followed. Siegfried told Kang Jioma honestly that this was not a sudden change, but a decision he had reached while lying in the hospital, and it did not mean he was completely withdrawing from the battlefield. It simply meant that from now on, he would do only what he still could. Director Medea fixed her red-rimmed eyes on Siegfried and warned him that the world's media would not leave him alone after a decision like that. Siegfried returned to his calm composure and said that either way, he planned to do an interview soon. Since the attention was unavoidable, it might be better to handle everything at once and save time. Siegfried's calm did not waver as he repeated his intention to face the public soon. If an interview had to happen, then getting it all over with at once would be the most efficient choice. Seeing the two of them slowly come back from the edge of their argument made Kang Jioma smile faintly, even as another thought quietly cut through the room's tension. Until now, Kang Jioma had done everything he could to prevent the original path from twisting out of control. Whenever people from the story acted in ways he did not expect, he had nearly broken into a cold sweat. But looking back on it now, he realized how selfish and self-righteous that had been. Their words and actions carried their own will, proving they were not just game characters moving along a set route, but real people living as themselves. Whatever choices they made and whatever circumstances they faced, they accepted them, endured them, and found their own way forward. Without thinking, Director Medea struck Kang Jioma on the neck, and the first signs of fainting immediately appeared in his body. Closing his eyes and refusing to face reality would be no different from a child throwing a tantrum, and that sharp argument echoed clearly through the room. Then Siegfried spoke again, saying he had nearly forgotten the most important thing. After everything he had heard today, it felt as though his lifespan had been shortened, so he would say it once more and make it clear. Siegfried turned toward Kang Jioma and addressed him formally as a cadet, declaring that he would hand over the title of 7-star hero to Kang Jioma. The scent of danger had begun creeping in little by little, slowly pushing Kang Jioma's once peaceful academy life farther and farther out of reach. The place was still Director Medea Poison's office, quiet and familiar, with the same heavy atmosphere hanging in the air. But now, the only things left in that room were a lone teacup and the soft, familiar sound echoing through the silence. Medea stood by the window, watching the sunlight spill warmly across the room, and as if speaking to someone who was no longer there, she muttered in that all-too-familiar tone, "You fool." After that, there was nothing more she could do. Medea simply fell silent again, letting the quiet settle around her. The earlier clash replayed in Medea's mind once more. Siegfried von Nibelung had said that the demons had to be eliminated first, and then the press interviews would have to be handled. In his eyes, that came before anything else. Siegfried had smiled as he held back his true intention. Of course, I'm not saying we should do it right away. Preparing everything will take at least a year. Besides, Kang Jioma should be allowed to enjoy his school life while he's still at the academy. Repression only breeds worse trouble, he had added. Medea, unable to hold back her irritation, grabbed him by the collar and rapped her knuckles against his head. "You shameless fool." But even that only made the Sword Emperor burst into loud, carefree laughter. As Medea forced herself to remember that exchange, irritation rose in her chest again. Even when no one else was around, the thought of transferring the title of one of the 7-star heroes still felt far too absurd to take lightly. After calming herself, Medea thought more seriously about Kang Jioma. It might be an enormous burden to place on a 17-year-old boy, but no one seemed more suited to become a 7-star hero than Kang Jioma. His achievement could not be made public yet, but if the truth ever spread, the entire world would be thrown into an uproar. He was a terrifying kind of genius, the sort of talent that made even seasoned heroes hesitate. In Medea's mind, Kang Guillaume already stood somewhere within the legendary realm, almost like the figures beneath Valor Joaquin himself. Without meaning to, Medea spoke the name of the first director aloud. The moment she realized it, she hurriedly covered her mouth, stunned that the name had slipped out so naturally. It was only natural. Medea knew these matters far too well. As old memories surged up inside her, she let out a quiet breath, as if the past had suddenly returned. She could not say she failed to understand Siegfried's reasoning. If one of the seven-star heroes remained absent, it could create turmoil, not only within the human world, but even in matters of diplomacy. The demons might respond violently to such a change, but if the appointment came directly from the existing heroes themselves, then there should be no serious problem. Still, that alone would not be enough. They would need the association's approval and the consent of the remaining seven-star heroes as well. Medea finally pushed herself up from her chair, her expression shifting as though she had decided what needed to be done next. On the desk sat a photograph of 7 people gathered together, likely the seven-star heroes from long ago. Medea glanced at it and murmured that perhaps it was time for something like a class reunion. Meanwhile, out in the academy corridor, Siegfried von Nibelung walked ahead with calm, steady steps, while Kang Guillaume followed a short distance behind him. The hallway was so quiet that the only sound between them was the sharp, rhythmic clack of their footsteps against the floor. Before long, Kang Guillaume was the one who broke that silence. "Ah, Sword Emperor, may I ask you something?" At those words, Siegfried, who had been walking ahead, slowed to a stop and turned around. He looked at Kang Guillaume almost immediately, as if he had already guessed the question. "Is this about the seven-star hero position?" "I apologize for not telling you sooner," Siegfried said. Then, with a more serious expression, he asked, "Do you know why 4 of the seven-star hero seats have remained vacant?" Kang Guillaume hesitated for a moment, gathered his thoughts, and then answered carefully, "Isn't it to honor the members who passed away?" Siegfried turned his gaze in one direction, his face unusually solemn. "Yes, you could understand it that way. It is because of their heroic sacrifice that we are still alive in this world today. However, leaving the seven-star hero seats empty for that reason alone would not be reasonable. To be honest," Siegfried continued, his voice becoming more direct, "the reason itself is actually quite simple. We have never found anyone worthy enough to stand as a hero stronger than us. In all this time, no one has appeared who could truly surpass us and carry that title with the strength it demands." Kang Guillaume understood that point even more clearly than Siegfried might have expected. After all, the terrifying power of the demons had already been made painfully obvious in the game. Of course, from one angle, it might have simply been a brutal design meant to make players spend money. But there was a reason Blessing of Miracle Mobile was known as such a punishing game. The demons' basic stats were monstrous. If they launched a full-scale invasion, humanity might have far greater numbers, but it would still be wiped out within half a year. Siegfried continued speaking. "Negotiation and bargaining are only possible when both sides possess real power. You may wonder what that has to do with leaving 3 seats empty." Without blinking, Siegfried looked straight at Kang Guillaume and said, "Mediocrity is worse than having no one at all." Kang Guillaume vaguely began to understand what Siegfried meant. "I see. If a seven-star hero were to fall to some ordinary monster threatening humanity, before he could finish that thought, the Sword Emperor cut him off. "The seven-star heroes are not mere honorary figures. Our duty is to stop the demons and stand as proof of humanity's strength. The title carries a responsibility far greater than fame, though even that meaning has started to fade. People have begun using the name of the seven-star heroes as a tool for political power." Kang Guillaume lowered his head, sinking into deeper thought. Governing a country under the banner of the seven-star heroes. Was that what Siegfried meant? One example immediately came to mind. The prime minister who had held power for 40 years, practically ruling like a dictator. Japan's absolute authority, Prime Minister Kojima Saki. He was a strange man. In the game, he had never appeared directly and was only ever mentioned by others. Ryojo Saki had never spoken about her family here either, and even Chloe only brought up her own family from time to time. Still, Ryojo Saki's words remained carved deeply into Kang Guillaume's mind. "I hate the seven-star heroes." Kang Guillaume raised his voice once more toward Siegfried, who stood ahead of him. "I understand your point, Sword Emperor, but that still isn't what I'm asking. Tell me why it has to be me." Silence wrapped around them again. This time, it felt heavier, because Siegfried seemed displeased by Kang Guillaume's question. Siegfried narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "Are you pretending to be stupid, or are you truly stupid?" "The reason I would leave that position to you," Siegfried said plainly, "is because you are stronger than I am." The gap between that statement and Kang Guillaume's own sense of himself was so enormous that doubt immediately rose inside him. He knew he had pushed Agor to the brink of death, But could he really call that his own personal strength? Kang Guillaume looked back at Siegfried, searching his face for more explanation. But this time, the Sword Emperor gave him only absolute silence. Siegfried turned his gaze toward the sunlight spilling across the window pane. "I have had questions about you for a long time," he said quietly. "But now, I need answers." Siegfried von Nibelung fixed his sharp gaze directly on Kang Guillaume, as if he were looking straight through him. "Your power seems to have a time limit." Kang Guillaume froze for a moment, unable to believe that the Sword Emperor had noticed the one fatal weakness he had never openly revealed. His heartbeat thundered in his chest again and again, growing louder with every passing second. The same questions Kang Guillaume had buried deep inside himself began to surge up all at once. He had never told anyone about that limit. So how could Siegfried possibly know? Could it be that he had already seen through everything? Before Kang Guillaume's thoughts could spiral any further, Siegfried placed a firm hand on his shoulder, patting it lightly as if to calm him down. "Calm down," Siegfried said in a steady voice. "It's only my speculation. Even a hero shouldn't be able to wield that kind of overwhelming power without paying some kind of price. Back during the trials, and again on Avalon Island, I started to suspect it when I saw you collapse after roughly a minute of fighting." The moment those words reached him, Kang Guillaume cut into Siegfried's explanation, because an even bigger question was now pressing against his mind. The first thing Kang Guillaume did was slowly clench his hand into a tight fist, feeling the tension gather in his palm. This was not something he could brush aside with a casual answer. With a serious expression, Kang Guillaume finally said, "There are a few things I need to tell you about my power." Some time passed, and before they knew it, the warm light of dusk had spread across the entire academy, washing the buildings in a deep orange glow. After listening to Kang Guillaume's answer, Siegfried immediately shifted into a more analytical state. "So when you activate your blessing, you suffer unbearable pain, and you suppress that pain by using another blessing." Kang Guillaume nodded. "Yes, that's exactly it." Kang Guillaume fell into thought for a moment. He had explained the blessing of the Blade God and the blessing of painlessness to Siegfried, though of course he had not revealed every detail. He trusted the Sword Emperor, but trusting someone and exposing every weakness were two different things. What Kang Guillaume wanted was not blind confession, but deeper insight from someone far more experienced. In that sense, Siegfried was no different from Kang Guillaume. Still, the Sword Emperor's response was completely honest. "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Using one blessing to carry the price of another, that is a revolutionary idea." "It seems you've found your own way to handle that power," Siegfried added, studying Kang Guillaume with a faint look of approval. "You have talent," the Sword Emperor said plainly, and the weight behind those words made them impossible to dismiss. "However, you must admit that continuing to fight under a strict time limit is dangerous. What matters now is learning how to use that power properly. For that, you need an experienced master, and I need a talented disciple." Once again, Siegfried looked at Kang Guillaume as if the answer had already been decided. "You have talent." Without paying much attention to Kang Guillaume's reaction, Siegfried turned his back as if preparing to leave. "I chose you as my successor, so passing on my knowledge is my duty. I may be close to retirement, but I have no intention of simply lying around doing nothing." "All right," Siegfried said, then held out a tie toward Kang Guillaume. "Take this. Abel told me to give it to you." Kang Guillaume's eyes widened in surprise. "Oh, this," Siegfried continued calmly. "I'll contact you once things have settled. Until then, enjoy your academy life." Siegfried's footsteps slowly faded down the corridor, and this time Kang Guillaume did not follow after him. Left standing alone, Kang Guillaume understood that the Sword Emperor truly wanted a successor and a disciple. At this point, there was no way he could convince Siegfried to abandon that idea. By the time Kang Guillaume returned to his dorm room, night had already fallen outside, covering the academy in darkness. He sank into his familiar bed, hoping to drift into sleep once again. But that sleep was far from peaceful because a red light soon shone across his brow. That light dragged Kang Guillaume back into the strange, watery clock tower space, where sashimi knives came flying at him at terrifying speed. Just like before, he swung again and again, slashing through the air to block the entire assault. Once more, Kang Guillaume found himself standing inside that surreal, watery clock tower space. All around him, sashimi knives shot forward at high speed, and just as he had done before, Kang Guillaume kept cutting them down one after another, using repeated slashes to defend against the full attack. After he managed to block them, square shapes began popping into view around him. Kang Guillaume frowned and complained inwardly, realizing it was that same strange dream again. Then something hazy, vague, and almost impossible to make out began taking form before his eyes. With his vision no longer blurred by nearsightedness, Kang Guillaume narrowed his eyes and tried to see it more clearly. As letters or symbols began appearing again, A massive tear opened in the surrounding space. And once again, Kang Gyoma realized he had to accept it. Just as the pressure of that hardship settled over him, the Sword Emperor's words echoed in his ears. Accept it, but this time, acceptance no longer felt the same as it had in his previous dreams. The knife in Kang Gyoma's hand completely disappeared, breaking apart into streams of data that scattered through the air. Above him, the spatial tear released an even brighter new light. Standing beneath it, Kang Gyoma slowly spread his arms. Fine, it's only a dream. A large knife slid out from the opening without a sound, and just as expected, it locked onto the exact place where Kang Gyoma stood before lunging straight toward him. I won't die from this, will I? Kang Gyoma asked the question with a laugh, even though he had no idea what would actually happen. With no defense left, the giant knife pierced straight into him with frightening ease, and the impact against his body felt far too real to be dismissed as a dream. Blood poured from Kang Gyoma's mouth, spilling out as the shock hit him all at once. Sharp, violent pain spread through his entire body, as if every nerve had been struck at the same time. Kang Gyoma's eyes squeezed shut from the agony, only to snap open again a moment later. In that instant, something inside him changed, and his gaze turned completely black. Somehow, the clothes covering his body had been torn away, revealing a strange and unfamiliar sigil etched across his chest. The blackness around him was suddenly swallowed by white, and at last Kang Gyoma found himself able to set his feet down firmly. As the transformation continued, Kang Gyoma looked over his own body, feeling every strange sensation spreading through him. Flowing aura gathered around him, then slowly seeped into his hands as he held still for a little longer. "This is Zwick Zak," Kang Gyoma muttered, and little by little his vision began returning to normal. Even more aura poured out from him. It felt almost as if something was separating from his body, and behind Kang Gyoma, a clear silhouette began to take shape. "Nice to see you again." Startled by the voice, Kang Gyoma turned around sharply. "You are?" The white shadow standing behind him made a gesture almost identical to his own. Whenever something like this appeared, there was usually only one answer that made sense. Kang Gyoma narrowed his eyes and asked, "GM Game Master, right?" The white shadow simply waved at Kang Gyoma, almost casually. "Oh. Isn't this the right place?" In the next moment, a wide kitchen space unfolded around them. Kang Gyoma recognized it immediately. It was far too familiar to mistake. Yes, that's right. He slowly lifted his gaze, watching the space settle into shape around him. Once the change was complete, the white shadow continued speaking to Kang Gyoma. "It's my first time coming here, so I'm a little awkward. Sorry about that." But the way it spoke only made Kang Gyoma look even more doubtful. Noticing Kang Gyoma's suspicious stare, the white shadow scratched the back of its head as if it had just remembered something important. Then it added, almost too casually, "I'm not the GM." Kang Gyoma stood there for a beat, then asked again, "Not the GM?" The white shadow raised both hands as if trying to explain before things got more confusing. "In some ways, I'm not all that different. I can be the GM, and the GM can be me. Though, if I'm being precise, it's actually the other way around." Kang Gyoma's patience began to thin. His expression hardened slightly as he asked, "Then what exactly are you? Introduce yourself properly. I still don't know who I'm talking to." Kang Gyoma's blank, unimpressed face turned toward the white shadow, and the very next second, it clutched its stomach and burst into loud laughter. "Ah! Ah!" The white shadow kept laughing, its voice echoing through the strange kitchen-like space. Before doing anything else, Kang Gyoma calmly asked again, his tone growing colder, "How long do you plan to keep laughing?" Realizing Kang Gyoma was being completely serious, the white shadow seemed to understand that dragging this out could become dangerous. It pulled out something shaped like an hourglass and said, Sorry, don't dwell on that anymore. Well, it's only natural that you'd be curious about me. But explaining exactly who I am would take far too long, and unfortunately I don't have much time, so I'll keep it short for you. People have called me many things. To some, I am a natural disaster. To others, a cosmic calamity, or even a god. Kang Gyoma instantly caught the most important word in that strange explanation. "A god?" Kang Gyoma repeated, and in that moment the white shadow's gaze seemed to deepen like a black hole opening before him. But not just any ordinary god. To be more exact, I am the sword god. A terrifying aura burst outward from the white shadow, though somehow, the pressure felt more symbolic than truly physical. Kang Gyoma straightened unconsciously, listening as the being continued. It might not have been the kind of god he had imagined, but whether it was called a god or something else, the message was clear. In the end, the sword god was the only one tied to him. "That's all. I'd like to explain more, but it looks like our time is almost up." Kang Gyoma asked the question he wanted answered most, his voice cold and direct. "Why appear now?" The sword god raised one finger and pointed straight upward. The blessing of the blade god has been temporarily disabled. Don't you remember? Kang Geoma was startled at once. The altered image of himself flashed through his mind, along with the realization that the sword's protection had been removed. The sword god let out a light sigh. You're right about that. But because it hasn't been fully upgraded, I could only appear before you in this incomplete form. Even so, the fact that I can speak to you like this at all is already something close to a miracle. The instant the sword god finished speaking, the hourglass in its hand shattered along a crack that had already formed through space. That crack widened more and more, breaking apart the fragile piece of space that had only just been created around them. Is that so? Kang Geoma muttered, watching the strange space begin to collapse. Red square-shaped spaces reappeared in Kang Geoma's vision. What is this? Before he could fully react, his body dropped into an empty space with no ground beneath his feet. As Kang Geoma fell, the white shadow glanced back at him and left one more warning. You can take shortcuts if you want, but don't blindly overdo it with the information you have. The power you use is... The sword god stopped mid-sentence. Even if I told you right now, you wouldn't understand. Watching himself fall out of that white-shadowed space, Kang Geoma cursed loudly. He still had far too many questions. The space began to contract around him, but the sword god's gaze remained fixed on Kang Geoma until the end. Anyway, don't make the mistake of falling this time. Wait. Kang Geoma tried to call out, but the moment the conversation ended, he suddenly snapped back to reality, his body moving exactly as it had in the dream. Kang Geoma raised all 5 fingers high in front of him, completely bewildered by what had just happened. With no other choice, he sat up on the bed, speechless, his mind still struggling to catch up with everything he had seen. At the same time, a system notification screen had updated before him. The synchronization rate had changed from 17.9% to 21.3%. Kang Geoma couldn't look away from the number. Assimilation rate, 21.3%. He needed to write it down before the memory slipped away too quickly. Kang Geoma's feet carried him straight to the desk, where a notebook and pen were waiting. He opened the notebook without much thought and began jotting down the information he could still remember, the sword god. But strangely, even that memory was already starting to fade. Kang Geoma rubbed his head, trying to organize his thoughts. Okay. What matters now is that I keep gathering clues. He turned his gaze toward the nearby window and looked outside. The rainy season had arrived. The sudden rise in his natural assimilation rate bothered him, but at least for now, no clear disadvantage had appeared from the increase. Just when Kang Geoma needed time to think, the phone lying on his bed vibrated with a sharp sound. Kang Geoma immediately walked over and answered it. Hello. But what greeted him was a loud burst of affectionate shouting. Club, we're here! Luckily, Kang Geoma pulled the phone away from his ear in time. Was that lunatic seriously this noisy first thing in the morning? After calming down and listening properly, Kang Geoma's expression suddenly shifted in surprise. What? A displeased voice came through the phone, telling him to head straight to the Academy Cafe. Kang Geoma frowned. Was this really something reasonable to ask so suddenly? Ryojo Saki spoke first. How could anyone dare contact our club after seeing that poster? Chloe Auditory followed in an even harsher tone. There's nothing I can say about it except that it's trash. Caught in the middle of them, Kang Geoma could feel the pressure rising from both sides, and he even saw Weapon's head seem to bloom like a flower from the shock. Chloe looked genuinely disturbed as she asked, I saw it, but what kind of person would actually want to join us after that? Ryojo Saki firmly put on her dangerous-looking glasses. Anyone who contacted me after seeing that poster is suspicious. I'll make sure to interview them thoroughly. I'm the club's main interviewer. Chloe nodded in agreement. I also think that's suspicious enough. It was rare for Ryojo Saki and Chloe Auditory to agree so perfectly. But this time, the two even exchanged a high five. Kang Geoma stood between them like a statue, quietly thinking that there was nothing wrong with being suspicious. After all, they were still in a situation where they had no idea what the female guide, the people behind the dungeon guards, and Leon might be plotting. If their goal really was aimed at Kang Geoma, then this new applicant could easily be a spy sent by the forces moving behind them. Weapon, who had listened to more than enough complaints for one morning, finally recovered his mood and slipped back into the conversation. Then how about the captain for tomorrow? Yeah. Chloe Auditor and Ryojo Saki chimed in almost cheerfully. Right, Geoma. You like fish, don't you? That place is supposed to reopen soon. And more importantly, they added, their voices brightening. We need to throw a proper party to celebrate the day you finally recover. Kang Geoma, however, calmly stated his own preference. I'm a little pickier about sushi than I am about fish. Ryojo Saki looked genuinely shocked, while Kang Guillaume quietly thought that the idea of some ghost replacing him at a sushi table was not appealing at all. Meanwhile, Weapon stood up and added another tempting detail to draw everyone in. This is the most famous restaurant in the academy, so getting a reservation is really hard. Ryo Josaki scrolled through her phone and widened her eyes. 3,000 reviews. Oh my, even the Japanese people are praising it. Chloe Auditor immediately echoed that it looked delicious. In the end, Kang Guillaume had no choice but to give in. All right, it's a celebratory dinner, and since it's that special, I can't exactly refuse. Just as they were talking about that plan, someone unexpectedly began walking toward the entrance. It was a girl with short, pale green hair, and she stopped near the doorway before asking carefully, is this the travel club? Weapon, who happened to already be on his feet, naturally took on the role of host. Oh yes, please have a seat. The girl gave a small nod and slowly stepped forward. At the same time, Ryo Josaki leaned closer to Kang Guillaume and whispered under her breath. She seems more normal than I expected. Kang Guillaume had to pause and think about that for a moment. She did seem normal, but when Kang Guillaume remembered the personalities of the teammates already gathered around him, even the word normal began to feel hard to define. He quietly concluded that everything was relative. Still, Kang Guillaume knew he needed to pay closer attention to this newcomer instead of judging her too quickly. While Kang Guillaume was lost in thought, the girl adjusted her glasses. It was only a simple gesture, though from the angle of her hand, it almost looked as if she were raising her middle finger at him. Weapon broke the awkward tension with a friendly smile. Thanks for applying to join our club. Ryo Josaki, however, sounded a bit blunt when she spoke next. Could you start with a brief introduction? When they heard that, the other three members seemed to lose a little interest, while Ryo Josaki's expression grew sharper and more guarded. Under Ryo Josaki's firm insistence, the girl finally began introducing herself. My name is Hana-san. I'm from Busan. Kang Guillaume looked surprised and suddenly showed more interest. You're Korean? Hana-san adjusted her glasses with her middle finger and answered awkwardly. Yes. Kang Guillaume's thoughts immediately dug a little deeper. He had never heard of anyone named Hana-san before, and he could only guess that a name like that was not exactly a common real-world family name either. Even so, Kang Guillaume still knew how to make small talk in a moment like this. When I lived in Busan, I ate a lot of pork guppap. Isn't it good? He continued, his tone warming before he even noticed it. I really like guppap. If you add spices and chives to that white broth, it tastes amazing. Sensing that something about the conversation had gone slightly off track, Ryo Josaki jabbed Kang Guillaume in the arm with her elbow. Hey, Ryo Josaki warned quietly. Calm down. Kang Guillaume had no choice but to back off and leave the rest to Ryo Josaki. She straightened her posture and continued. All right, I understand. Now tell us your motive and why you applied to join the travel club. Hana-san answered with a solemn expression. I saw on the poster that the club's main activities were traveling and dungeon exploration. My grades this year aren't very good, so I want to clear a few dungeons and improve them. Ryo Josaki, still wary, immediately replied, Our main focus is travel. Dungeon clearing is only an extra part of what we do. There are plenty of other clubs that specialize more in dungeons, aren't there? Hana-san leaned slightly against her own shoulder, exhaled softly, adjusted her glasses again, and then said what she needed to say. I'm already a second-year student now. No club wants to accept a regular class student like me. I mean, someone useless like me being left behind is probably unavoidable. Ryo Josaki seemed to realize she had come across a little too harshly, so she softened her tone. You don't have to put it that way then. What weapon do you use? Hana-san adjusted her elbow slightly and answered. I don't really have a specialized weapon or anything like that, but if I had to choose one, then it would definitely be my fists. Doubt began to rise among them. Are you sure you can handle a dungeon? But Hana-san immediately answered back. I thought you said dungeons weren't the club's focus. Weapon slowly began to notice the problem unfolding in front of him. He had never seen Ryo Josaki lose an argument before. Both Ryo Josaki and Hana-san were giving off an equally formidable presence, as if neither one planned to step back. Ryo Josaki lowered herself slightly, smiled, and continued in a calmer voice. Anyway, I understand. Hana-san also became more direct. Yes, I really do want to join this club, not only to explore dungeons, but also to make some memories before I graduate. Meanwhile, Kang Guillaume wore an unusually focused expression. After dealing with countless customers in his old life, he had learned how to sort people into rough categories by watching their smallest habits. And with the sword, God's blessing added to that instinct, his attention sharpened even further. Ryo Josaki and Kang Guillaume looked at each other for a moment. In the end, it was difficult to find anyone else willing to join them. Their decision was sealed as their hands came together. Welcome to the travel club. Hana-san looked a little surprised. Oh, I passed. Kang Gyoma answered bluntly. We're a year younger than you, so feel free to speak casually with us. Hana-san adjusted her glasses once again and gave a simple answer. All right. Hana-san still looked slightly caught off guard. Oh, I really passed? Kang Gyoma remained direct. Like I said, we're a year younger than you, so you can talk to us casually. She adjusted her glasses again, as if trying to settle herself. All right? Do you know what you should say? Someone prompted. Since Hana-san was their senior, building a good relationship with her would benefit the club. Her sharp gaze settled on Kang Gyoma. Chloe's politeness is enough for me? Hana-san knew everyone was still cautious around her, so she decided to speak a little more openly. You can relax too. I don't want to be treated like some elder when I'm only 1 year older than you. After that, they decided to call her Hana. Weapon handed over a sheet of paper. Okay then, Hana. We need to submit this within the week, so can you fill out this application? Hana took the paper from him and kept staring at the lines of text written across it. One important detail caught her attention. The club sponsor is the principal? Weapon smiled brightly and answered, yes. When our club president asked, she agreed immediately. A dangerous smile slowly appeared on Hana's face. I think I'm going to have a good time in this club. Those words left Kang Gyoma stunned for several seconds, as if he had just sensed something strange beneath her calm tone. The door's open. Call me next week, Hana said lightly. I have to go now. Kang Gyoma remained where he was, with his arms crossed, watching her leave with a half-interested gaze. Who exactly was that? Ryojo Saki noticed the question lingering on Kang Gyoma's face and tilted her head slightly. What's wrong? Kang Gyoma kept staring toward the doorway where Hana had disappeared. Didn't Hana remind you of someone? Or am I the only one who felt that? Ryojo Saki gave a small, teasing grin. Not exactly. Maybe it's just because she looks kind of plain with those glasses like this. She lifted her own glasses in imitation, and Kang Gyoma immediately looked exhausted. Don't copy her. Just as the mood started to loosen, Kang Gyoma's phone rang on the table. Someone glanced over and asked, Oh, whose message is that? Kang Gyoma checked the screen. Oh, it's from the principal. Weapon's eyes widened at once. The principal, did she already hear about the new member? Kang Gyoma picked up the phone and examined the message. Of course not. She probably just replied to the inquiry I sent earlier. But the moment Kang Gyoma opened it, a red exclamation mark appeared, followed by a student profile with his own photo attached. The shock on his face was impossible to hide, while the others stared at him in confusion. Kang Gyoma's thoughts began racing wildly, one possibility after another flashing through his mind. Without wasting another second, Kang Gyoma stood up and left the room. Sorry, I'll excuse myself first. Weapon looked after him suspiciously. Why are you acting like that all of a sudden? Chloe Auditor went straight to the point. Did the principal call you? Kang Gyoma did not answer them. His mind had already sunk deep into the truth on that screen. Every personal relationship tied to him had been erased, and even the traces of his parents were gone. His parents were gone. Kang Gyoma's chest tightened as one thought surfaced sharply in his mind. Was this what Abel had been warning him about? Under the gloomy sky outside, Kang Gyoma's phone rang as he tried to reach the number again. But then he realized the truth he had been dreading. The number he had dialed no longer existed. Standing alone in the square, Kang Gyoma listened to the empty ringing, but no one answered from the other side. Deep down, Kang Gyoma had already known this would happen. His hand loosened, and he let the phone drop lower at his side. Then, as if matching the heaviness in his chest, raindrops began to fall from the darkened sky. Kang Gyoma's feet slowly turned back, retracing the same path he had taken when he left. An indescribable feeling weighed down each step, and a bitter sigh escaped him before he could stop it. Instead of returning to the clubroom or heading to class, Kang Gyoma chose a bench on campus and sat down alone beneath the rain. On his phone was a photo of 3 people, yet only Kang Gyoma's image remained clear and untouched. Soon, even that photo would likely disappear. This was not an illusion, and it was not some false memory. The influence of the sword god's blessing overturned every easy explanation Kang Gyoma tried to cling to. Kang Gyoma lowered his head, his voice sinking with the rain. Maybe they only existed so I could adapt more easily, but Kang Gyoma could not finish the sentence. No matter what direction his thoughts took, they always returned to the same starting point. This had happened because of someone. The game had already been decided from the beginning. The sword god. Kang Gyoma reached into his clothes and pulled out the hidden knife he kept close to him. Maybe it was one of them, or maybe both of them were involved. Above him, storm clouds gathered, folding into one another before a bolt of lightning struck down near the bench where he sat. In that instant, Murasame was drawn completely from its sheath. The massive lightning strike, whether by coincidence or not, had landed only a short distance away from Kangyoma's bench. Kangyoma stared toward the spot with a heated gaze, the earlier words still burning in his mind. One rainy day, the sky remained heavy and gray, but the scene had already shifted elsewhere. Rachel de Murat's voice rang out sharply. "That's mine too. Give it back to me." Rachel walked forward with complete confidence while the boys trailed behind her, and then she turned around, flashing everyone a bright, fearless smile. "Sorry, but no one here is skilled enough to be my rival." Annoyed, Rachel returned to her seat, only to find the noise outside even more irritating than what was happening inside. "It's thanks to you, you know." "What?" "You're the one overreacting." Abel von Nibelung slowly stepped closer and muttered, "What a rough morning. This is really tiring." Rachel did not answer. She sank down quickly and let out a sigh, while Abel's eyes suddenly drifted toward a certain spot. "That's strange. Could it be because of the weather?" While Abel hesitated, Rachel lifted her head slightly from where it rested on her arm. "Miss Abel, could you give me some advice about something I'm worried about?" Abel blinked. Worried, after thinking for a moment, Rachel propped her cheek on one hand and spoke helplessly. "Lately, my self-esteem has fallen all the way to the bottom. Honestly, I don't think I'm bad at all, right? I'm confident in my strength, and my face is beautiful enough that boys chase after me obsessively. And above all," Rachel paused there, glancing sideways at Abel, her heart-shaped pupils locked onto one particular point. Abel realized exactly where Rachel was looking and hurriedly covered herself with both hands, her face flushing red. Rachel, who at least had absolute confidence in her own figure, could not hold back, and her own cheeks reddened as her voice rose slightly. "Rachel, what are you planning to do?" Abel demanded, but Rachel did not give her any time to continue. "Abel, did you know Kangyoma started a club?" The moment Kangyoma's name came up, Abel's shoulder twitched. "Gyoma," Rachel repeated the name with a knowing tone. "Miss Abel, did something suspicious happen on Avalon Island?" Abel was startled by the vague question and immediately denied it. "No. What are you talking about? Nothing happened." Knowing Rachel would keep pressing her, Abel crossed her arms and tried to put some distance between them. "That day, I twisted my ankle, and he left after breakfast the next morning." But those subtle reactions did not escape Rachel's eyes. Rachel smiled faintly. Their girl really could not lie. "Maybe I'm just being sensitive. Sorry about that." Even so, Rachel's expression still did not look settled. "Well, I already told him I don't care. If there's even the tiniest connection to Kangyoma, even something as small as a speck under his fingernail, I'd find it strange. Remember that?" Abel quickly protested. "I didn't exaggerate it that much." Rachel finally found the opening she wanted. She leaned in close to Abel's face with a sly smile. "Huh? So Abel has started paying attention to Kangyoma, hasn't she?" Caught completely off guard, Abel froze in place. "Ow, how could that possibly happen?" Rachel clearly enjoyed that reaction. But then her thoughts returned to Kangyoma. Well, people's feelings can change any time. When it comes to love, nothing is absolute, right? Oh, what was I saying again? Gyoma told me he started a club. Then Rachel remembered another detail and added something about Weapon. Right. I hurried over and told Weapon I wanted to join, but he rejected me flat out. Why was that? I'm not completely sure, but it seems Kangyoma said he didn't want members from the elite class because it made him uncomfortable. Abel asked in a small blank voice. "But Rachel, how does that have anything to do with your self-esteem falling?" Rachel de Murat spoke as if it was the most natural thing in the world, her tone calm and almost careless. After yesterday's little mood, I need at least one café crème today, or I simply won't feel elegant enough. Or maybe a café au lait, the way they make it back in Paris. That is the kind of thing I always like to sip slowly in the morning when I want to start the day properly. Fine, then go with the café au lait, Rachel decided with a faintly noble air. After all, the dignity of the de Murat family must be preserved, even in something as small as a morning drink. "Remy, I'll have an iced Americano from the drink counter," she added, lightly lifting her hand. "And make it very cold, please. Cold enough to wake me up." Her cheeks were faintly red, and tiny beads of sweat clung to her skin. Summer in Korea really was much hotter than what she was used to in Paris, and while that alone seemed to surprise her, it also led her to notice something unexpected. "Huh?" Rachel's eyes narrowed slightly. That's Kangyoma. The person she had been looking for had appeared in the most unexpected place, almost as if the prey had walked right into view on its own. But then Rachel paused again, because there was another person with him, a strange girl standing among that group. Someone she did not immediately recognize. On both sides, the people around Kangyoma were smiling and chatting comfortably, giving off the easy atmosphere of friends who had gathered without much tension. Rachel quickly saved that sight in her mind, and likely in her phone as well. Then, without wasting any time, she went straight back and reported it to Abel. "I think he may have been in the middle of some kind of interview," Rachel said, still remembering Kang Guillaume's face clearly. "I cannot forget the way he looked then. He was smiling with his eyes closed, but really, what could a girl with glasses possibly have that he would like so much?" Abel's half-lidded eyes drifted toward the darker corner beside her, her gaze sinking into a dangerous gloom. Maybe, just maybe, that sort of girl was Kang Guillaume's type. The instant Rachel said it out loud, Abel's presence became sharper and more threatening than ever before. Rachel felt the change immediately and called out with a nervous little sound, "Abel." Meanwhile, over at a Korean sushi restaurant, a completely different gathering was beginning. Kang Guillaume stood calmly in front of the small restaurant, looking at it with a strangely nostalgic gaze. In his previous world, a place this tiny would have made its simple name feel almost painfully accurate. He quietly wondered whether his old occupational habits as a chef would flare up again here. Then he noticed the others arriving and lifted his head. "Oh, you're here." 3 of his friends were standing not far from the entrance, and soon they gathered around Kang Guillaume. With Captain Guillaume at the center, the 4 of them naturally came together as one group. Kang Guillaume looked around once and asked, "Is Hana-san not coming?" Weapon answered simply, "She can't eat raw food, so she said she wouldn't be joining us today." Kang Guillaume glanced toward Weapon with mild surprise. "Is that so?" The thought lingered in his mind for a moment. Hana-san really was unusual in small ways. Wasn't she from Busan? There was no reason to stand around and wait any longer, so the 4 of them headed inside the restaurant together. The moment they stepped in, the smell of fresh seafood and rice greeted them. "It looks delicious," someone murmured, and almost at the same time the staff welcomed them inside. A soft wave of nostalgia rose in Kang Guillaume's chest. It felt strangely like coming home. As the staff called out that a party of 4 had arrived, he took in the familiar atmosphere with quiet satisfaction. But just as Kang Guillaume was beginning to feel comfortable, Chloe suddenly went pale. She took a startled step backward and bumped right into him. Kang Guillaume immediately looked past Chloe's shoulder, following her gaze to see what had shaken her so badly. To his surprise, standing there was none other than Chloe's brother, Nox Auditore. Ryojo Saki noticed the sudden tension and leaned in, asking, "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Kang Guillaume's expression turned serious as he faced Nox directly. "What are you doing here?" Nox, caught off guard by the question, looked unusually flustered. "I'm working part-time," Nox answered, as if even he knew how strange that sounded. Kang Guillaume stared at him in confusion, then tried to make sense of the situation again. "No, that's not what I mean. How did you end up like this? Aren't you a member of the world-famous Auditore family? Are you pretending to work here as some kind of hidden identity while carrying out a covert mission?" Before Nox could properly answer, the blonde manager pointed at him and snapped, "Hey, new employee! Why are you just standing there instead of serving customers? Move already. Weren't you the one begging us to hire you a few days ago? Why aren't you working now?" Nox immediately straightened up and bowed his head. "I'm sorry, boss." Ryojo Saki quickly stepped in front of Kang Guillaume, stopping him before he could press further. "Don't bother them. Let's just go sit down." Once they were seated, the menu opened in front of them. Ryojo Saki's eyes lit up immediately. "Oh my God, I love this." Weapon nodded as he looked over the options. "This menu is actually pretty good. I can see why so many people come here." The prices were listed plainly. Tuna for 50,000 Vietnamese dong, tuna belly for 60,000 Vietnamese dong, salmon for 40,000 Vietnamese dong, and salmon belly for 50,000 Vietnamese dong. Everyone began choosing what they wanted to eat, but while the others focused on the food, Kang Guillaume noticed that Chloe's mood had turned sour. Kang Guillaume spoke to her gently, trying to ease the heaviness around her. "Nox probably has his own reasons. Since we're already here, don't think about anything else, and just enjoy the meal." Chloe answered yes, but her expression still did not brighten. After everything that had happened, Chloe's relationship with her brother seemed to have grown closer than before. Out of everyone, she had probably been looking forward to this outing the most. Then someone suddenly sat down right beside Kang Guillaume. It was Ryojo Saki. She pointed at the menu with interest and said, "I heard the Korean sushi special set here is really good. 11 pieces at that price is a great deal." Kang Guillaume froze for a second, then asked in disbelief, 400,000 Vietnamese dong for one set, and you call that a good deal?" When Kang Guillaume frowned and questioned her, Ryojo Saki tilted her head a little, as if she genuinely did not understand the problem. "Well, it's rare for the whole group to eat out together. Should I be the one thinking about the cost, or should we go somewhere else?" Kang Guillaume instantly realized he had lost that argument, so he changed course. "All right, fine. No more debating. Order whatever you want. You're the one paying anyway." With nothing left holding her back, Ryojo Saki closed the menu with a satisfied little motion and raised her hand toward the staff. All right, we'll order now. Kang Joma silently felt that he needed to adjust his sense of normal again. Ryo Saki clearly came from a different social class. That difference did not exactly shock him anymore, but it was still not something he could get used to easily. The food arrived surprisingly quickly, and the table filled with neatly arranged pieces of sushi. Amazing! It looks so good, someone said. Right? It's rare to find a place like this even in Japan. Another voice followed with approval. This place really knows what it's doing. Yeah, the ingredients look very fresh. Ryo Saki took out her phone, but then she noticed Kang Gyoma's expression. Why does your face look so strange? Are you not feeling well? Kang Gyoma's hand had stopped halfway toward the food, and his eyes were fixed on the dishes in front of him. Kang Gyoma spoke carefully, as if he knew his words might sound strange coming from someone with a chef's instincts. I know this may be an odd thing to say from a chef's perspective, but the ingredients themselves are good. He continued looking at the sushi with the calm eyes of someone who understood food far too well. From a chef's point of view, I'll admit it. The ingredients are definitely good. Not far away, Knox heard those words and frowned to himself. That kid had just said the one thing the boss hated hearing more than anything. And just as Knox feared, the situation immediately turned awkward. A voice came from nearby. Excuse me, customers. Ryo Saki looked up in surprise as the chef himself stepped out from the back. His eyes were fixed on Kang Gyoma as he asked, What did you just say? Kang Gyoma kept his eyes closed for a moment while Chloe, Ryo Saki, and Weapon all stared intently at the chef, sensing the tension rise at the table. After a brief silence, Kang Gyoma finally opened his eyes and answered plainly, You heard me too. I'm not saying your technique is bad, but I wouldn't call it great either. The chef cut in at once, his pride clearly wounded. All right? If you're going to say something like that, then why don't you show me your skill once? If you're that confident in your knife work, the chef continued, his voice sharpening, then let everyone here see you do it yourself. Show us, the chef demanded right then and there. His anger from Kang Gyoma's earlier comment was written all over his face, and the whole restaurant seemed to tense around them. Kang Gyoma's three friends looked a little uneasy as the mood around the table shifted, and even the other customers in the restaurant began turning their heads toward the growing commotion. Kang Gyoma had not planned to get involved this deeply at first, but now the situation had reached a point where he could not simply sit back. Mansoor was sharper than he looked. Even though his Korean was not perfect, he had understood every word clearly. With no easy way out, Kang Gyoma slowly rose from his seat. Ryo Saki glanced up at him, concern showing in her eyes as she asked, What are you going to do, Gyoma? When Mansoor saw Kang Gyoma actually stand up, the veins near his temple tightened, but a challenging smile still spread across his face. A Joaquin Academy student, huh? Confident, are you? I'm Mansoor. I've spent 12 years with a knife in my hand. If you're better than me, then this meal is free. Deal? Kang Gyoma answered with a straight face, his voice steady and firm. A man doesn't go back on his word. Mansoor's smile stayed bright. But in his mind, he had already made a judgment. It was only natural, really. Kang Gyoma was still just a kid in front of his friends, probably trying to look impressive. So Mansoor decided he would hand him a halibut and teach him a free lesson. Unable to hold back any longer, Mansoor spoke first. All right, then I'll have you try cutting the halibut over there. But before he could continue, Kang Gyoma cut him off and refused. Use the sea bream. Kang Gyoma pointed straight into the kitchen without hesitation. The one sitting on the cutting board over there. The sudden choice made everyone pause, and a silent question seemed to hang over the room. The moment Mansoor saw exactly what Kang Gyoma was pointing at, his eyes widened and panic slipped into his voice. What? Wait a minute. But Knox Auditory knew very well what the person standing in front of them was capable of. After all, he had once been beaten by Kang Gyoma's knife himself. Without hesitating, Knox turned toward the owner and spoke up. Boss Mansoor, let's wait and see. But Mansoor could not calm down at all, and his Korean and English tangled together in his agitation. Knox, are you crazy? Letting a stranger into the kitchen could become a huge problem. That's sea bream. Do you even know how much it costs? You're insane. Even so, Knox did not back down from what he had said. As a staff member, I know it's hard for me to say this. Knox continued, keeping his voice controlled. But you can probably trust him. Kang Gyoma did not stop. His steps carried him forward with the same calm, steady rhythm, as if the kitchen already belonged to him. The fish was now closer to Kang Gyoma than ever, resting right before him. Then, with a clean and decisive motion, he prepared to move. Kang Gyoma immediately slipped off his academy jacket, his expression quiet but focused. Long time no see. His hand reached toward the specialized sashimi knife, fingers closing around it with the familiarity of someone returning to an old companion. The blessing of the blade god stirred to life within him, and a faint smile remained at the corner of Kang Gyoma's mouth. The knife rose in front of him. There was no visible process for anyone to follow, no clear motion their eyes could properly catch. There was only the result, the sashimi and the remaining pieces arranged together with flawless precision. Mansoor dropped to his knees before that impossible perfection, his pride crumbling on the spot. I lose. I completely lost. Kang Gyoma could not allow ordinary pride to take over inside someone else's restaurant. He quietly glanced around at the customers watching from their seats. Mansoor lowered his head deeply. I've prepared this kind of fish for 12 years, he said, his voice filled with awe. But this is the first time I've ever seen something this miraculous. Please accept me as your apprentice. Kang Gyoma slowly stepped forward and held out his hand. Please don't do that. Stand up quickly. But Mansoor stayed on his knees, refusing to move. No, I was truly presumptuous, but I want to take you as my master. Please accept me as your apprentice. At those words, Kang Gyoma kept his tone serious and answered carefully. Fine, I understand. Now stand up. Calling me master is too much, so I'll just give you a few pieces of advice. In a completely unexpected turn, Mansoor sprang up with a notebook and pen already in hand, looking ready to record every word. All right, please continue. Kang Gyoma could not react fast enough to how prepared Mansoor suddenly was, but he still gave the advice he had promised. It's not that you lack skill. Your knife handling is just a little disappointing. Try using the sashimi knife with your left hand. Mansoor blinked as he tried to understand the meaning behind those words. My left hand? Do you mean I should use a knife made for left-handed people? Kang Gyoma confirmed it without hesitation. Yes, judging from the cuts, you're putting too much force through your right hand and crushing the flesh, Kang Gyoma explained. Switch hands, and your work should improve by a lot. The rest will come only after years of practice. I don't need to say more than that. Mansoor kept scribbling down every word, looking awkward but completely serious. At last he could not hold back and spoke with genuine admiration. You really are a true master. May I call you master? At that remark, Kang Gyoma's expression tightened slightly. You haven't forgotten the hard work, right? Even if we don't pay for the meal, I gave you advice too, so I should be the one asking you for a favor. Mansoor's face immediately turned solemn, and he straightened as if receiving an important command. Yes, master. Whatever you say. Kang Gyoma picked up the knife once more and raised it high, the blade catching everyone's attention again. Then he turned toward the other patrons and called out loudly. I asked the owner today. He's letting me serve food to everyone here for free. The customers immediately stirred with excitement. Is that true? Then we're having a feast today. And just like that, Kang Gyoma went to work preparing dish after dish. Everyone in the restaurant seemed completely drawn in by him. Let's go over there too. It's really free. As the crowd responded with bright, eager voices, Kang Gyoma's expression softened in a way that stood out clearly. Chloe Auditory noticed that look on his face and murmured quietly, almost to herself. So Kang Gyoma can smile like that too. Ryojo Saki glanced at Chloe for a moment, then turned her eyes back toward the counter. A faint smile touched her lips, and she gave a small nod. At that moment, Weapon rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward with determination. Should we help a little? Ryojo Saki watched him move and called after him. Hey, Weapon, where are you going? Weapon smiled without stopping. Our captain is excited. How can the rest of the team, especially me, just sit around doing nothing? With that kind of energy pulling them in, how could the others possibly stay seated? Ryojo Saki hurried out of her chair and turned toward Chloe Auditory. Oh my, I couldn't even say those words myself. Chloe, let's go too. Chloe answered, yes. But just as she was about to stand, a sudden chill passed over her. Nox Auditory's shadow stretched across the tile floor, falling close beside her. Then his voice followed, calm but firm. Let me go instead. Chloe Auditory needed a few seconds to steady herself, but once she understood what he meant, the tension in her expression eased. Yes, thank you. On the other side of the restaurant, Kang Gyoma had finished serving the sashimi. He folded his arms, lifted his gaze, and looked over the room with quiet satisfaction. Of course, once a lively mood like this took over, Kang Gyoma could not fully hold himself back. Even so, filleting 3 fish had taken him only 50 seconds. The blessing alone was more than enough. Kang Gyoma usually cut through troublesome things like beasts or human enemies, so slicing fish now felt refreshing in a way he could hardly describe. For a moment, he even wondered if he should open some kind of fish-related shop after graduation. While Kang Gyoma was lost in that thought, he still noticed someone approaching from the side. He turned slightly and asked, What's up? I thought you were busy. It was Nox Auditory. He cleared his throat before answering. Thanks to you, all the dishes are already out. The owner said he'll handle the finishing touches, and your friend is serving the tables. I only came over because Chloe told me to come to you. Even so, Kang Guillaume did not let the earlier question slip away. He looked at Nox and asked directly, "But why did you suddenly start working part-time?" Nox flinched, then quickly turned to look at Kang Guillaume. "Didn't you say it yourself? That if I worked hard, I would gain something from it. Don't you remember?" Kang Guillaume's smile quietly cleared away the doubt between them. "Of course I remember. Your ability to put things into action is honestly impressive." After being praised like that, Nox Auditor blushed shyly and let out a small cough. Guillaume. I'm not saying I'm admitting you were right, but I did gain a few things. More frankly, I learned the value of hard work. So I have a question." Kang Guillaume glanced toward Nox Auditori, and Nox continued with a strangely practical seriousness. "What do you do when drunk troublemakers come around and start harassing people?" The conversation between them settled into an unexpectedly comfortable rhythm, as if the tension from earlier had slowly melted away. Both of them spoke from the kind of experience that could not be learned from books, trading thoughts like two people who had each survived their own share of rough situations. After a while, a long sigh slipped out into the quiet space between them. Nox looked at Kang Guillaume with a complicated expression and muttered, "Also, aside from me, the more I talk to you, the harder it is to believe you're actually my age. Have you ever lied about how old you are?" Kang Guillaume gave a faint smile, almost pouting as he answered, "Having a little more social experience than others isn't going to kill anyone, is it?" But then Nox's expression turned serious again. He looked straight at Kang Guillaume and asked, "Kang Guillaume, is there anything else you still wanted to ask me?" Nox hesitated for a moment before deciding to speak. "Revealing clan matters to outsiders is a serious offense, so I was planning to pass the message through Chloe, but you didn't pick up. Anyway, the Auditor family finished investigating you." Nox continued. "Fortunately, they didn't find anything suspicious. We've canceled the commission from the elders. On top of that, the family head even had the elders investigated in return." "The Auditor family exists to maintain order," Nox said firmly. "We are not hunting dogs that obey just anyone's command. An investigation team on an unprecedented scale may be formed soon. Since the target is large, they'll move carefully and thoroughly. I've decided to join that effort. In any case, I wanted to tell you this myself." Kang Guillaume understood the result immediately. The Auditora family would no longer be targeting him. If their blade turned toward the elders instead, something major would happen, but it most likely would not drag him directly into it. Kang Guillaume knew what he had to do now. He reached out his hand toward Nox and said, "Thank you. It must have been difficult for you to say all of that." For an instant, a dangerous glint flashed from Nox, but he quickly raised his hand and caught Kang Guillaume's gesture instead. "I'm not going to do anything," Nox said, forcing himself to remain composed. "On the contrary, I'm the one who should." He cleared his throat, cutting himself off before he became too wordy. Kang Guillaume smiled lightly. "Looks like your relationship with Chloe has improved a little." This time, however, the threatening atmosphere came from Kang Guillaume instead. His smile stayed calm, but the pressure behind it changed. "All right, Nox. Do you know Senior Hana-san?" Kang Guillaume asked. Nox glanced at him with slight surprise. "You mean Hana-san?" Kang Guillaume did not bother hiding why he was asking. "Senior Hana-san just joined our club. Since she's in the same class as you, I figured you might know something about her." Nox searched through his memory for a moment, then nodded. "Hana-san is in my class, so yes, I know her. In class, she's the kind of girl who doesn't stand out much. She usually just sits quietly and reads. But there is one thing about her that's a little unusual. She is always the student who lands exactly in the middle of the class," Nox explained. "There's already such a thing as middle ranking, of course, but with her, it feels different." Nox adjusted his mask and looked upward slightly, as if organizing the thought. "I mean it literally. Whether it's theory or practical work, she always ends up right in the center. Doing that on purpose is not easy." Nox then glanced at Kang Guillaume with suspicion. "And yet you're paying attention to someone else like that." "That's strange." Kang Guillaume's face went blank. "What kind of image do you have of me?" Nox was just about to snap back with a sharp retort, but before he could speak, Owner Mansour suddenly burst through the door and shouted, "Nox! Instead of cleaning up and closing the place, what are you doing here? And Master is here too." Mansour stepped forward lightly, smiling as he held out a certain knife with both hands. "I learned a great deal today. I'm a little embarrassed to call this a gift, Master, but please accept it." Nox, who had already seen what happened earlier, looked at Owner Mansour and the knife with that same doubtful expression. "Boss, this knife is practically your life. Is it really all right to hand something like that over to an outsider so easily?" Mansour froze for a second, then scratched his head and let out an awkward laugh. "I don't mean any offense. It's just that this knife doesn't suit me. I used to believe only in knives, but now I understand that a true master's skill matters more than the tool itself." The knife settled into Kang Guillaume's hand, He waited for a moment, then said, "Well, if that's your reason, I won't refuse." Owner Mansour bowed solemnly. "It is an honor for me, master." Kang Guillaume sighed a little. "Can we not use that form of address?" Since Kang Guillaume had accepted it, the next thing to do was inspect the knife properly. At a glance, anyone could tell it was an expensive piece. Looking closely at the craftsmanship, Kang Guillaume felt that it resembled a weapon more than an ordinary kitchen tool. It reminded him of his first teacher, who always said that real masters never blamed their equipment, even though that same teacher had been obsessed with blades. To a wielder, a good knife was almost like family. Giving it a name was a way of carving one's resolve into it. For a brief, ridiculous moment, Kang Guillaume considered naming it something like Supreme Sashimi Machine. Owner Mansour interrupted his thoughts with a worried look. "Master, are you saying that knife isn't good? Are you not satisfied with it?" Kang Guillaume shook his head. "No, I'm just thinking of a name for it." Mansour's eyes lit up with admiration again. In his mind, a true master really was different in every little thing. Kang Guillaume hummed quietly, turning the knife in his hand as a few possible names passed through his mind. A name should carry pride, weight, and the feeling of a blade worthy of being held. Last, Kang Guillaume chose its name, 10,000-Year Bone. With that change, the photo now showed only Kang Guillaume standing there, the new knife in his possession. Once again, night slowly settled over Joaquin Academy. From the mouth of a dark alley, a group of shadowy figures emerged and walked together beneath the cover of night. They gathered around a single person, their attention drawn toward the figure at the center. "I'm sure everyone must be busy. Thank you for coming to such a difficult meeting." One annoyed man cracked his neck, irritation clear in his posture, and said, "Are you the professor who called us here?" Darkness wrapped around them like a curtain. From within it, the answer came calmly. "Yes, that's right. I'm the professor." Silence fell over the group again, heavier than before, as no one moved right away. Another man finally lost his patience and spoke up. "Enough already. Professor, we're busy people. So why did you suddenly call us all the way out here? Do you even understand how busy someone like me is?" The man continued, his voice rising. "And you still dared to summon us like this?" The mysterious professor's tone turned cold, and a small sound escaped him. "Huh." Then he slowly lifted his gaze toward the sky, as if the man's anger meant nothing at all to him. A loose, amused laugh slipped into the night. Panic flickered across the face of the man who had spoken. "Laughing? Are you crazy? Why are you suddenly laughing like that?" The mysterious professor paused for a beat, then spoke as if he had only just remembered something obvious. "Ah, that's right. Those who have only just signed a contract are still drunk on excitement. How endearing." The man's transformed arms swelled and growled with violent pressure as he snapped. "What is this bastard talking about?" The mysterious professor seemed to show a flicker of interest as he looked at the man's distorted arm. "Oh, so you're the confidant of the 4th Legion commander. Lord Permish's Earth attribute magic truly is a rare thing." The man shifted his stance, his anger rising as his feet scraped against the ground. "What kind of nonsense are you spouting?" "Fine," he growled, flexing his fingers, as if he had been waiting for an excuse to fight. "My hands were starting to itch anyway." "Fine, my hands were starting to itch anyway." With that, the giant body launched forward, charging straight at the mysterious professor with brutal force. Another member hurriedly tried to stop him, reaching out as the situation spiraled. "Hey, stop! If you cause a commotion here," but the giant did not even slow down. His eyes stayed locked ahead as he shouted, "Like I care, if anyone tries to sneak up on us, we'll just wipe them all out." Yet the one who fell was not the professor in the next instant. It was the giant himself who was cut down, his massive body torn apart by a huge gash. The giant's arm ripped away from his body and crashed heavily onto the ground, sending a dull impact through the alley. In an instant, the newcomers were thrown into complete panic. The mysterious professor merely adjusted his cloak with unhurried calm and said, "By the way, consider that a small demonstration of my worth. Now then, introductions should be enough. Let's move on to the main matter," the professor continued, his voice smooth and cold. "Does anyone here have any objections?" Choi Seola and the others made a cautious guess as they watched him. This had to be the power of the 2nd Legion commander. But Choi Seola flinched the moment the mysterious professor pointed directly at her. "Come out here, student." "Ah, no," he corrected himself, as if amused by his own mistake. "I've held a teaching position for too long, so old habits slipped out. This person will explain the situation in detail." Choi Seola steadied her expression, stepped forward and fixed her gaze on everyone gathered in the darkness. Once she was ready, she spoke in a controlled voice. "I'll state only the main point. Contrary to the rumors spreading outside, the Demon Legion was not destroyed by the Sword Emperor." She paused for a brief moment and glanced toward the mysterious figure standing beside her. When no one interrupted, Choi Seol-A continued. Lord Agor was killed by a trainee. That trainee's name is Leon Van Reinhardt, she said clearly. The one known as the next generation hero. At that same time, in a completely different place, Kangioma sat deep in thought, writing 4 distinct marks across a sheet of paper. On the page were the words that mattered most to him now. The Academy Council of Elders, the mysterious instructor, the sword god, and GM. What mattered from this point onward was the future, and Kangioma knew he had to think several steps ahead. As for the Academy Council of Elders, the Auditor family had already promised to investigate them personally. The Academy Council of Elders had made a classic mistake born from noble arrogance. They had treated the Auditor family as if they were disposable lackeys, and worse, they had tried to entrust them with assassinating a trainee without any legitimate authority. That was no different from treating the Auditor family like hunting dogs. Thanks to the Council's own misstep, Kangioma had gained a reliable ally in the Auditori family. Kangioma remembered that in the original game, the force-suppressing Leon vanished after the middle phase for the same reason. The Council had schemed in the shadows only to get caught by the Auditori family. When Kangioma thought back on it, his current situation was actually quite similar. In the game, the purge had been handled by the Auditor family. It was practically the game company's way of giving Leon a helping hand. Kangioma paused, then frowned at the thought. Wait, was no one going to favor him? He was the one suffering like a dog here. In any case, now that the Auditor family had stepped in, they would soon uncover who was behind everything. That left the remaining problem, the mysterious female instructor. There was also the extra information left behind in Agor's note. The words were messy, but one thing stood out. Someone had signed a contract, someone had whined about winning, and the strong were preying on the weak. Whoever this person was, they seemed frighteningly skilled at handling others. Perhaps purple had been mentioned as a clue. In the game, villains were often capable of changing their appearance at will, so Kangioma could only treat that part as uncertain for now. But eye color and gender were much harder to change, so those details had to be remembered carefully. Kangioma reminded himself of that as he thought it through. Could he find her by relying on the blessing of the blade god's tactile ability to judge opponents? Even that power had limits. The biggest issue was that Kangioma's knowledge of magic was still lacking in far too many areas. Should he wait for an opening, or should he start studying magic while thinking things through? As Kangioma idly turned the problem over in his mind, he noticed something strange. On the paper, filled and unfilled circles had appeared in alternating patterns. Kangioma must have written them unconsciously while lost in thought. He lifted the pen toward his mouth and looked up at the ceiling. Right and wrong. Still, Kangioma was not the type to sit around biting a pen while waiting for an answer to come. He needed to take things more seriously and strike where it would hurt. Recklessness and courage were separated by only a thin thread, and right now, this was the moment to use courage. A faint smile spread across Kangioma's face. Sooner or later, he would have to go find Professor Damien and see what could be uncovered. After all that thinking, Kangioma suddenly realized that everyone had arrived. Ryojo, Saki, and Weapon were already bickering nearby. Stop blowing every little thing out of proportion, Saki snapped. It's such a trivial matter. Saki, Weapon shot back. Don't you know what day it is? Chloe Auditore and Hana-san were following behind them. Kangioma looked at the group with concern and asked, "Why is everyone acting so strange?" Saki let out a tired sigh. No, it's not that. But Weapon brushed past Saki's attempt to stop him and leaned toward Kangioma. Listen, Guildmaster. Saki snapped. Hey, Weapon? But Weapon refused to let her cut in. Isn't it almost the first day of the month? Only then did Kangioma remember. That date was someone's birthday. Kangioma opened his mouth and said, "Ah, Weapon, that day really isn't something we need to." But Weapon completely ignored what Kangioma was trying to say and continued with full seriousness. It's the day Valor Joaquin sealed Lycan. Kangioma froze in shock, and Weapon immediately noticed the strange reaction. Huh? What's wrong, Guildmaster? Kangioma quickly forced himself back to normal and answered. Ah, it's nothing. Ryojo Saki stepped in again, trying to rein Weapon back. Come on, I told you not to overdo it. But Weapon was too fired up to stop. Ah, this is so annoying. That day wasn't only about that. The strongest assassin, known as the Mountain Runner Altair Auditore, the next head of the Iron Leg family, the pride of America, and even a top candidate for the next 7 stars. All of them attended the Joaquin Academy ceremony that day. Weapon continued, making it clear that the event had been far bigger than Kangioma first remembered. On that occasion, we should also earn a few achievements for the travel club, Weapon said with complete seriousness. And while we're at it, we can help Director Medea save face too. Ryojo Saki immediately caught the real meaning behind his words and narrowed her eyes. You just want to enjoy the festival, don't you? Stop dressing it up with excuses. Kang Gyoma fell silent on the spot. He did not say a single word, and for a moment he looked oddly flustered, like a grasshopper caught in someone's hand. But Chloe Auditory noticed the shift in his expression right away and gently asked, Gyoma, do you already have plans for the ceremony? Kang Gyoma gave a small, vague answer. Well, nothing special. Chloe's face began to turn red as she hesitated, her voice growing softer. Then on that day, would you maybe? But before Chloe could finish what she was trying to say, Weapon cut in with a loud declaration. Decision made, we'll open a food stall and hand out samples. Since the guildmaster uses a carving knife like that, we should use it to promote the club. Of all the people Weapon could have interrupted, he had stepped directly into the path of someone truly dangerous. Chloe's aura shifted at once, and a terrifying assassin-like pressure began leaking from her. Weapon's entire body started trembling, his confidence from a moment ago vanishing as the danger finally reached his skin. Kang Gyoma sensed that something was wrong and quickly stepped in to support him. Weapon's idea is fine. Both girls froze in surprise and stared at him. What? Weapon, on the other hand, looked moved enough to cry. Guildmaster. But Ryojo Saki, using the anger from earlier, immediately turned her sharp gaze toward Kang Gyoma and raised her voice. Kang Gyoma, you're interested in these noble events too? Are you planning to use this chance to make the high-ranking people remember your name? Confusion spread across Kang Gyoma's face as he looked back at her. Ryojo, aren't you supposed to be the one here with the strongest ties to nobility? Kang Gyoma knew he had to clear up this misunderstanding quickly. I don't have any personal motive during summer break. I've mostly been hunting in dungeons, so I haven't really had the chance to attend events like this. Besides, Kang Gyoma added, his voice quieter, there aren't many days left when we can enjoy festivals like this. The moment those words left his mouth, everyone went still. Then a displeased voice cut through the air. What do you mean by that? Not many left, huh? Ryojo Saki's eyes stayed fixed on him, and it was obvious she had no intention of letting that strange comment pass. Kang Gyoma met her gaze and immediately realized he had slipped up. Without meaning to, his thoughts had drifted to the Second Great War that would come 3 years from now. He had made the same mistake again, probably because he had grown too comfortable around the members of the club. Ryojo Saki leaned forward, her voice low and heavy as she pronounced his name one part at a time. Kang Gyoma. Saki crossed her arms and faced him head-on, her expression sharper than before. Are you the only one who knows the truth? Just like before, the situation had become dangerous for both sides. Kang Gyoma felt as if he had been cornered into a narrow alley by demons again, with no easy way to slip out. Saki closed the distance while Chloe Auditory shifted into full worry mode, sweat forming on her face. Kang Gyoma silently pleaded in his mind. This is dangerous, Weapon. Weapon quickly sensed the atmosphere turning against Kang Gyoma. The guildmaster was in danger. In a flash, Weapon tried to flip the situation around. His face had gone pale as he rushed to the whiteboard, scribbling wildly before shouting, Okay, Guildmaster. I'll make a promotional poster, how's that? Fortunately, that desperate move worked. Chloe stood there in a daze, and Saki, though still firm, stopped pressing forward for the moment. Hana-san's glasses flashed white, and then her familiar smile appeared. Ha! I approved the club because I saw that poster and came here. At Hana-san's words, Weapon's face seemed to age 10 years in an instant. His wrinkled expression forced out a silent thought. Guildmaster, this debt is huge this time. However, Weapon had interfered with someone more dangerous than a hornet's nest, and a cold voice soon called his name. Saki slowly shifted her target from Kang Gyoma to Weapon. From that ridiculous poster until now, you keep disrupting everything. I've thought it over, and now we need to make things clear. Weapon blinked in confusion, as if his life as the club's troublemaker had just reached its end. What the Weapon barely had time to react! This time, no one could redirect Saki's anger. There are too many captains and too many ghosts on this boat, she said firmly. We need to sort out the ranks in this travel club so you won't keep babbling whenever you feel like it. At Joaquin Academy's architecture campus in the dawn light, both sides prepared to settle things in one of the most reasonable ways they could choose. Weapon had his flute slung over his shoulder and gave a confident snort. Ah, that's exactly what I wanted. Don't regret it when that proud nose of yours gets broken, Saki. Across from him, Saki flexed her arm in response. Weapon, if you beat me, I won't nag anymore, and I'll follow your idea for the festival without a single complaint. The other three stood outside the match area, not daring to interfere. Each of them watched with a different expression, caught between curiosity and disbelief. This is kind of fun. Why did it suddenly turn into this? Sunlight crossed over the center point between them, and the two club members readied themselves for the competition. Weapon gripped his flute, planted his hands on his hips for a moment, and let out a smug laugh. I'll show everyone clearly who can help the captain more. Saki faced him with her own hands on her hips, but her eyes were far more serious than his. I'm not letting that remark slide so easily. Weapon had thought carefully to build up his confidence. Saki's weapon was a longbow, and this was not an archery range, so she should not be able to use it properly. All he needed to do was keep his distance and apply a debuff. To begin the match properly, Senior Hana-san stepped forward and gave the signal in a calm voice. Ready? Begin. The instant those words left her mouth, Weapon quickly raised the flute to his lips. At the very same moment, Saki bent down and reached for her bow with one hand. Once armed, Saki kicked off the ground and dashed sideways, widening the distance between them. That vague movement sparked a new thought in Weapon's mind. She had already picked up the bow, but no matter how dangerous she was, she still should not be able to shoot properly with it here. But then, an irrational worry crept in, and Weapon stopped playing the flute for just a moment. Nothing had changed, he told himself. He only needed to set the debuff correctly. The calculation seemed reasonable, but that tiny delay gave Saki the opening she needed to close the gap and leap high. This time, Weapon froze and failed to react in time. Sweat quickly gathered on his face as his mind stumbled. An archer was closing in directly on him. He rushed to speak. "You idiot. At this distance, Saki's attack pattern is obvious." Of course, his hurried words were cut off almost instantly. His head tilted at an awkward angle, and considering what came next, that reaction was completely understandable. Saki shifted her grip on the bow from one hand to two, turning it into something closer to a sword. With one clean swing, she struck Weapon hard in the flank, and he had no way to block that kind of attack. More than that, Saki had gotten serious. She poured even more force into the blow, making it clear she had no intention of treating this like a light spar. And when the bow swept behind her back, Weapon was sent flying. He crashed straight through a sliding screen door and disappeared beyond it. A bewildered look spread across the whole room, especially on Kang Jioma and Chloe Auditory's faces. Only Senior Hana-san remained perfectly composed, as if everything had gone exactly as expected. After dealing with Weapon, Saki turned her attention back to Kang Jioma and spoke as if nothing unusual had happened. "Kang Jioma, have you finished your assessment?" She returned her bow to its proper stance and looked toward Kang Jioma, silently waiting for his judgment. A bead of sweat slid down Kang Guillaume's face as he stared in an indescribable daze. Outside the broken wall, Weapon lay sprawled in the bushes, weakly playing his flute. This time, the sound was not meant to place a debuff on Saki. It was only to heal himself, and the pathetic melody restored his life little by little with painful difficulty. After that chaotic moment passed, only 4 days remained until the festival. At the travel club, Kang Jioma stood alone and watched everyone busily preparing around him. They were doing far better than he had imagined, moving with more energy and coordination than he had expected. Chloe's face practically bloomed into a bright heart shape, her happiness so obvious that it almost felt like little hearts were floating around her. She looked ridiculously pleased with herself, beaming at the stall like this tiny role of assistant cook was the cutest, most precious thing in the world. Senior Hana-san pushed her glasses up with her middle finger, her tone calm and businesslike as she reported, "Kang Jioma, according to the records, I've already placed the orders for the kimchi, the thigh meat, and every vegetable we need. I calculated the amounts with enough extra stock to cover 3 additional days, and the delivery is scheduled for 3 p.m., the day after tomorrow." With Senior Hana-san handling the purchasing and ingredient management so neatly, the pressure shifted elsewhere, and a heavy wave of unease rolled over Weapon. The stall rental paperwork was already finished, but there were still tables and chairs to arrange, gas lines to install, and a mountain of small preparations waiting. Since Weapon was responsible for the overall operation, every unfinished task seemed to land directly on his shoulders. Weapon's anxious tone was enough to grate on everyone's nerves, and Ryojo Saki, sitting a little distance away, looked even more irritated than the rest. She snapped at him without bothering to hide her frustration. "Shut up, Weapon. Stop whining and get back to work." Even so, Ryojo Saki's own fingers were stiff with nerves as she kept tapping away at the keyboard. She muttered under her breath, clearly overwhelmed. I've never even handled something like this before, and of all things, it has to be for a kimchi stall. Still, she wasn't the only one carrying the load, because Ryojo Saki had been put in charge of administration, design, and promotion all at once. Kang Guillaume, who had been standing just outside, heard her complaint clearly. Without hesitation, he answered, "That was my call. Ryojo should lend me a hand." The moment those words reached her ears, Saki's irritation doubled, and her sharp glare immediately locked onto him. "Huh?" Kang Jioma lifted his eyes for a moment, as if confirming the thought that had just crossed his mind. If this had been sushi, everyone working together would have been much easier. But if the whole thing turned into a one-man performance centered around him, the burden would become completely different. More than anything, this festival was going to last a long time. If he was being honest, Kang Geoma had never really had the chance to enjoy a proper festival. Ever since he started working at 17, his days had been swallowed by labor and responsibility, leaving him with almost no free time for something carefree like this. Maybe that was why he had grown so strangely attached to an ordinary mobile game like Miracle of Blessings. Somewhere deep down, beneath all the battles and survival instincts, Kang Geoma may have still been quietly longing for a peaceful, normal, everyday life. That peaceful feeling would not last forever. Around his second year, once the raids by the demon tribe began to surface in earnest, that kind of leisurely academy life would come to an end. In Kang Geoma's mind, this might be the last festival he could truly experience here. Hana-san seemed to notice the shadow passing over his face. She stepped a little closer and asked, "What are you thinking about? Looking so down like that?" Kang Geoma turned back toward Senior Hana-san, only to feel her words strike directly at the dark thought he had been trying to keep buried. Hana-san looked at him with unsettling accuracy and said, "You look like you're thinking this is the last festival." Because of that one sentence, Kang Geoma suddenly found himself seeing everything around him in a completely different light. For a brief moment, Kang Geoma could only wonder in silence if this girl was somehow able to read his thoughts. Realizing that Kang Geoma wasn't going to answer, Hana-san smoothly changed the subject instead. "Do you remember what I said when I joined the travel club?" Kang Geoma blinked, trying to search his memory, and asked, "What did you say back then, Senior?" The lenses of Hana-san's glasses caught the light and turned white, hiding her eyes behind the glare. A faint, unreadable smile touched her lips as she said, "If you don't remember, then forget it." Kang Geoma could only stare back at her, completely lost. With that strange exchange behind him, Kang Geoma turned toward the others. "Hey, weep!" Then his gaze shifted. "No, Ryojo, I'm going to step out for a bit." Seeing how helpless Weapon already looked, Kang Geoma quickly changed who he was addressing. Saki glanced up from where she was sitting, narrowing her eyes as she asked, "Hey, where are you going?" Naturally, Kang Geoma kept the destination hidden and only replied, "I'll tell you later. Please keep an eye on everyone and manage things while I'm gone." The door opened, then shut behind him with a clean, decisive click. Left behind in the room, Saki found herself staring at the closed door, now stuck with yet another problem caused by Kang Geoma's sudden departure. Kang Geoma made his way straight to Professor Damien's research room. Inside the room, Professor Damien was quietly pouring himself some kind of drink, the cup already in his hand when Kang Geoma arrived. A voice came from outside the door. "It's Kang Geoma." Professor Damien immediately lifted his attention toward the entrance and answered warmly, "Ah, come in, student Kang Geoma." Professor Damien pushed a portion of the drink toward him as if he had been expecting company. "I just brewed some tea. You arrived at the perfect time. It's black tea brought directly from Russia, and the aroma is wonderful." Kang Geoma sat down in the chair across from him, but when the tea was offered, he politely refused. "No, I'm allergic to black tea, so—" Professor Damien nodded in understanding. "Ah, I see. That really is a pity." Even so, the way he responded made it feel as though he had noticed something from the very beginning. Kang Geoma used that small exchange to steer the conversation in the direction he wanted. Professor Damien seemed to catch the shift in his gaze, and with perfect timing, he introduced the object nearby. "This is a specimen I happened to acquire recently." At first glance, the specimen looked like an ordinary piece of black stone, but inside it, a faint and delicate current of magic could be seen circulating, almost like a slow pulse beneath the surface. Professor Damien added, "If you're interested, I can give some of it to you, student Kang Geoma." Professor Damien drew Kang Geoma's attention back to the specimen once more. It resembled black stone on the outside, but within that dark shell, a subtle stream of magical energy continued to move. "It's something I obtained recently," he said. "If it interests you, I wouldn't mind giving you a portion, student Kang Geoma." This time, Professor Damien was the one who took the initiative. He set the mood with a calm smile and said, "In any case, I'm glad you came to see me, student Kang Geoma. If there is something you want to ask, go ahead. As long as it is within my ability, I'll explain it as thoroughly as I can." Kang Geoma had not expected Professor Damien to reach the point faster than he did, so he straightened his posture and spoke earnestly. "It's a continuation of the question I asked before about the phrase, 'May the blessings of the gods be with you.'" The moment Professor Damien heard that, he rose from his chair as if he had been waiting for this topic. "Ah, that matter. To be honest, I found it puzzling as well. So I did a bit of investigating on my own." Professor Damien reached for an old book and began searching through it. Then his fingers stopped on a page. "Ah, I found it. Here it is." He turned back toward Kang Geoma and opened the book so the contents faced him. Actually, I went all the way to Russia just to obtain this book. Sunlight spilled through the window frame, laying a pale glow across the room. Kang Guillaume stared at the old book, then asked with a faint sense of disbelief, "Could that have been because of me?" Professor Damien did not deny it. "The clue did indeed come from you, student Kang Guillaume. But I was curious as well. Scholars are simply like that. In any case, I suppose I have you to thank." Professor Damien's tone then shifted towards something more serious. But the more important matter lies elsewhere. As I mentioned during my lecture, scholars divide blessings into 4 tiers: hero, elemental, guardian deity, and personal. That classification is determined by the being that grants the blessing. These spirits are transcendent existences, but they are still beings that inevitably exist within this world. Professor Damien looked toward him and asked, "Student Kang Guillaume, do you remember what I said at the end of the last lecture?" Kang Guillaume recalled the words clearly. There are no gods left in this world anymore. A pleased look crossed Professor Damien's face after hearing that answer. Student Kang Guillaume truly does have an excellent memory. So how about becoming my teaching assistant? Kang Guillaume blinked once, caught off guard by the sudden offer, then answered honestly, "Thank you for the offer, but I'm not interested in academia." Professor Damien looked disappointed again, just as he had when the tea was refused. "Oh, is that so? What a pity." Professor Damien took another sip of his tea, as if using it to recover his enthusiasm. Then he returned to the subject. "Anyway, the focus is that phrase. Now then, let us travel back in time together, all the way to the age of myths. In that ancient era, born from primordial forces whose origins were no longer clear, countless gods were said to have existed. That distant period was what people now call the mythic age. The gods spoken of from that age were not spirits, nor were they simply higher beings standing above humanity. They possessed no emotions, no reason, and no physical bodies. Rather than living creatures, they were closer to concepts given existence. To put it simply, they existed on an entirely different level. Even the spirits that people considered transcendent would have seemed like nothing more than fireflies beneath the blazing sun when placed before a god. Those beings, nearly absolute in nature, had already escaped the shell of the ordinary world. And yet even existences like that could not completely avoid death. Among those gods, one being of the same kind brought that entire age to its end. That being was the sword god. The instant those words reached him, a white silhouette flashed sharply through Kang Guillaume's mind. The image appeared so suddenly that his body stiffened, and he could not fully suppress the emotion that rose inside him. Sitting across from him, Professor Damien seemed to continue as if he had naturally noticed the change. He closed the book and said, "The phrase, 'May the blessings of the gods be with you,' was used by humanity after the divine era to revere him and plead for his power." Professor Damien raised his eyes from the book and looked directly into Kang Guillaume's eyes. "Is that enough to answer your question?" After those words, an absolute silence settled over the room. The conversation ended there, and before long, Kang Guillaume was walking down the long corridor, leaving Professor Damien's office behind him. On the outside, Kang Guillaume remained calm, but that still expression was only a cover for the storm churning inside him. It felt as though he had managed to grasp something important, and yet at the same time, it felt like he had gained nothing at all. After all, because of one casual remark Kang Guillaume had made, Professor Damien had flown all the way to Russia. Maybe Kang Guillaume was only thinking about what benefited him in the end. But even with that in mind, he couldn't shake the feeling that Professor Damien's Russian black tea had been far too suspicious. At that moment, Kang Guillaume slipped his hand into his coat almost absent-mindedly, and only then did he realize the source of the weight he had been feeling all along. Ah, so that's why it felt so heavy. It turned out Kang Guillaume's senses had been strangely dulled because he wasn't carrying his sashimi knife with him. The moment he recognized that, he understood what he had been missing, the safest feeling he knew, and with that thought lingering in his chest, he kept walking forward. Without the sashimi knife close by, Kang Guillaume felt an uncomfortable tightness in his chest, almost like the air around him had grown harder to breathe. It seemed his personality really had changed more than he wanted to admit. Only 4 days remained until the festival. As the festival drew closer, the preparations became more frantic by the hour. Ryojo Saki was buried deep in a mess of planning formulas and scheduling algorithms, while the other 3 gathered nearby, watching Chloe carefully paste labels one by one. Before they knew it, only 3 days were left. Everyone had to move even faster if they wanted the booth to run smoothly, and Ryojo Saki, already at the edge of her patience, angrily shouted at Kang Guillaume, while pointing toward the work area. Another day passed, and now the costume draw cylinder was in weapons' hands. One after another the outfits were chosen and made. Chloe was clearly delighted with hers, practically glowing, while Ryojo Saki only grew more irritated and sulky with every passing moment. After yet another day of preparation, the dishes were finally made with care, each one arranged neatly and looking more appetizing than expected. The four of them gathered together, visibly pleased with how the food had turned out. Only Ryojo Saki stood awkwardly off to the side, peeking in from outside the circle, probably because she still hadn't actually touched the food herself. Then, at last, the decisive day arrived. The festival officially began. In more than 20 years of living as a knife-wielding chef, Kang Gyoma had saved countless eateries that had been standing on the brink of failure. He had always refused material rewards and only chose to work at restaurants that were already close to shutting down. It wasn't because he saw himself as some generous saint, not even when he made Korean sushi. For Kang Gyoma, it had simply been a way to satisfy something personal inside him. With nothing but a sashimi knife in his hand, Kang Gyoma would light the first spark of revival in those struggling shops. It was a little embarrassing to admit, but to him, that had always been his own small kind of romance. Kang Gyoma could admit it frankly now. He had come to that realization a little late, probably because of the influence left behind by his first master. In any case, Kang Gyoma hurried toward the place where everyone was waiting. Weapon now looked like he had a mushroom-shaped head, while the other three were still dressed in their maid outfits. With only 10 minutes left until opening, Kang Gyoma deliberately looked each of them in the eye. Selling food for money was not something to treat carelessly, and he wanted them to understand that before the first customer arrived. This was the travel club's very first official event since the day it had been founded. Even so, Kang Gyoma didn't want them to become so nervous that their bodies stiffened up. All they had to do was follow the steps they had practiced over and over again. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Kang Gyoma's mouth. Maybe this really would be their last festival, so if they were going to do it, Kang Gyoma wanted them to enjoy it to the fullest. Balloon globes floated upward, lifting the canopy into the air and making the booth stand out beneath the bright festival sky. More and more people had begun to pour into the venue, filling the festival grounds with noise, movement, and excitement. Among the crowd, Rachel confidently snapped the first photo, grinning as if she had already solved everything. "Don't worry. Oh my God, no one will recognize us like this. Everyone is too busy watching the festival, so nobody's going to pay attention to us." Her reasoning sounded believable enough, but Abel, who was following behind her, still looked a little embarrassed. And, unsurprisingly, Leon had even added a fake beard to his disguise. Rachel aimed the shot at just the right moment and flashed a bright smile. "Come on, smile, action." After capturing that first moment, the two continued enjoying the lively festival atmosphere. Rachel looked around with sparkling eyes and said, "Wow, it's so loud and energetic. Coming out to play really was the right choice, wasn't it?" Abel quietly agreed in his own way, thinking that going out like this once in a while did feel refreshing. Rachel, completely unaware of his little thought, spoke with the same confidence as before. "Hey, doesn't a festival like this usually have an appearance or greeting from the Sword Emperor or something?" Abel stepped slightly ahead, then glanced back as he answered. "He's retired now. Besides, he was never the type to enjoy events like this in the first place." Rachel nodded as if that made perfect sense. "Uh-huh, right. My cousin never comes to places like this either. That's exactly why I can relax." Just then, Rachel noticed something lying on the ground. It was a flyer. The words on it advertised the travel club's booth. "Enjoy kimchi. Taste the best kimchi, courtesy of the travel club." Rachel's curiosity immediately showed on her face as she held it up. "Hey, look at this." The others didn't quite understand what had caught her attention at first. They leaned over in a daze, only to see Rachel wearing a slightly mischievous smile. With them gathered there in a confused little cluster, the view shifted elsewhere. At the main stage, the host had already drawn everyone's attention, pulling the crowd's eyes toward the center of the festival. First, please welcome the two rookie heroes who have attracted the most attention this year to the stage. Hero of India, the great Dragon King Mahatma. The two heroes instantly stole the spotlight, and the announcement continued with even more excitement. And the Russian hero, the one who walks in flames, Vladimir Yezhov. This year's festival was clearly on an entirely different level. From a nearby corner, the organizers were already focusing on someone even more important. "Hey, that's All Mute. Take a picture." "Miss All Mute, how does it feel to be mentioned as a self-made hero and still stand as the star of the festival?" One of the three major figures being discussed was escorted through the crowd by guards, and whenever even the smallest opening appeared, interview questions immediately followed. "You're considered a symbol of friendship between the two countries, right? You know Puan? Do you know kimchi?" In the middle of all that commotion, Weapon clutched his stack of flyers tightly, his eyes wide with nervous excitement. Wow, this is amazing. All Mute's presence was enough to stir the crowd, but she still kept her emotions perfectly contained. That calm, cool composure alone made people admire her even more, especially as the flyer for the main booth continued to draw attention nearby. While Weapon was busy getting swept up in the atmosphere, a slender hand suddenly reached out from behind him, grabbed his ear, and yanked hard. Weapon immediately let out a sharp shriek. The person pulling his ear was none other than Ryojo Saki. Her eyes narrowed as she scolded him. "I told you to hand out flyers. What the hell are you doing? You're supposed to be busy, so why are you just standing here?" Weapon hurried to defend himself. "Well, a world-class hero is right there. Of course my eyes are going to wander." Hearing that excuse only made Ryojo Saki pull harder, and her voice grew even sharper. "You're the one who insisted we open this booth, so you have to do the work too. Are you going back or not?" Weapon quickly gave in. I got it. I'll go do it." In the middle of being dragged away, Weapon's foot suddenly caught on someone's leg. He lost his balance instantly and went down hard, landing right on his backside. Ryojo Saki stayed calm, her expression barely changing as if she had recognized the familiar silhouette in front of them. And the surprise didn't come alone. Rachel and Abel, who had been circling around the festival grounds looking for everyone, happened to arrive at that exact moment. Rachel's voice rang out playfully. "Oh la la." Back at the booth, one of the dishes was finished and ready to be served. "The kimchi you ordered is here." The dish looked genuinely delicious, enough to catch the eye the moment it reached the table. Inside the booth, Senior Hana-san was serving several tables at once, while Kang Geoma and Chloe moved busily behind the counter, preparing the dishes that kept being ordered. Chloe, now wearing cat ears, chopped onions with quick, focused movements. Her knife work was so clean and precise that Kang Geoma, standing beside her, found himself silently admiring her skill. Kang Geoma had only taught Chloe a little, yet she was clearly talented with a knife. Since Chloe couldn't handle the main cooking directly, he had assigned the prep work to her instead. The cooking itself still had to be done by Kang Geoma, because after all, kimchi jjigae was something only he could make properly. Outside, Senior Hana-san heard footsteps approaching and turned toward the entrance. "Welcome, customers." But they were not new customers at all. It was Ryojo Saki returning. In the corner, Kang Geoma kept thinking as he worked. Customers were still coming non-stop. So where had Weapon and Saki gone, and why had they taken so long to come back? As if answering Kang Geoma's thoughts, Ryojo Saki returned while dragging Weapon along with her, then dropped him back onto the floor. "I brought him back." Huge question marks seemed to appear over the situation. But that was not the only surprise waiting for them. Ryojo Saki looked slightly annoyed as Rachel acted completely on her own, heading straight toward Kang Geoma with both arms stretched wide. Kang Geoma had been so caught up in his own thoughts that he completely forgot about Rachel's sudden approach. But before Rachel could force her way any closer, Chloe flashed into her path, sashimi knife already in hand, blocking her with a sharp, silent warning. Rachel froze for a second, startled by how quickly Chloe had appeared in front of her. Realizing she had been momentarily overwhelmed, Rachel hurriedly covered it with a bright smile and said, "You're so tiny, I almost didn't even see you there." At that moment, Abel was half hiding behind Rachel, her face slightly flushed as she peeked out shyly and greeted everyone. Ashilu Kang Geoma." The awkward little display made Kang Geoma feel strangely embarrassed, as if bad luck had chosen that exact moment to put him on the spot. Still, he forced out a simple greeting. "Welcome." Since Rachel and Abel had already come all this way, Kang Geoma told them to take a seat. Rachel immediately picked a spot with eager enthusiasm, raising her hand as if she were already ordering at a restaurant. "One serving of kimchi stew, please." Abel stared solemnly at the pot for a moment, and Rachel quickly corrected herself with a cheerful tone. "One serving of kimchi jjigae, please." Rachel and Abel chose the farthest corner of the booth and settled in there. Senior Hana-san moved around asking other guests for their orders, while Kang Geoma stayed quiet behind the counter, his gaze lowered slightly, looking as if this unexpected visit had left him less than pleased. Kang Geoma had promoted the booth loudly, but he had never expected those two to actually show up. Since the crowd was only going to grow from here, he decided they needed to serve Rachel and Abel quickly and send them off before things became even busier. "Please place your order here." "Yes." Very quickly, both Rachel and Abel's attention shifted towards Senior Hana-san as she moved through the booth. Rachel leaned in and whispered, "Hey, look. Is that the new member I mentioned before?" Abel hesitated for a moment, then answered, Yes." Rachel clearly started thinking a little too much about it, and a sly smile crept across her face. What's going on here?" Abel tried to act as if she didn't care at all, but her cheeks flushed a bright red before she could hide it. "It's not like that." Abel quickly insisted, her voice coming out far less convincing than she probably wanted. Rachel shrank back slightly into the corner, but her eyes stayed fixed on the friend sitting across from her. With a teasing laugh, she said, "Ha ha, come on. It's a festival, isn't it? Shouldn't we do something fun while we're here?" Abel refused to meet Rachel's eyes and turned her face away instead. "Finals are coming up, and there's still so much to prepare. We don't really have time to do things like this." Just as Abel was about to continue, a plate of ingredients was brought over to their table. Ryojo Saki had heard the entire exchange, and she suddenly asked, "Things like this?" Both Rachel and Abel were caught off guard by the timing. Saki's gaze sharpened as she waited for an answer, while Abel's face turned even redder. Rachel softly whistled, clearly expecting something entertaining to happen, then glanced back toward the prep area. Meanwhile, Weapon, still holding his sore face, slowly stepped in to speak with Kangioma. The table leader at table 9 called for 3 servings, Weapon reported. Kangioma looked at him with a hint of concern. "Are you okay?" Weapon trembled while clutching his face, tears gathering in his eyes from a mixture of pain and excitement. All Mute, the hero of my country, a candidate for the 7 stars. I actually saw her with my own eyes. Kangioma gave him a look and said, "You really do admire heroes?" Weapon nodded immediately. "Of course. Ow, damn it, there's a rock over there." Kangioma shifted back to work and added, "Check the top portion again." When Weapon left, he carried the order away. But Kangioma was left with an unexpectedly heavy thought pressing down on him. It was All Mute. Her real name was Elizabeth Kahn, an American hero already being mentioned as one of the next major contenders. Even in this world, the United States stood at the top of the national rankings as a superpower on par with Korea. With that level of influence, America had built a distinct system within the hero world, openly calling its champions heroes and treating heroism almost like a business. Heroes left their names behind through death, while modern heroes lived by turning their own names into power. Because of that, the world revered the old heroes and cheered wildly for the new heroes standing in front of them. In the end, both kinds of heroes had drifted far away from the ideals they were originally supposed to represent. Either way, Kangioma was still grateful that he had not been born American. A kid with a name like Sassy Man Storm would never sound believable to him, not even after death. On top of that, unofficially, both Elizabeth Kahn and Kangioma had drawn the Sword Emperor's attention as possible successors. Their paths could easily overlap because of that. Kangioma fully intended to refuse that whole plan, but if possible, avoiding her still seemed like the safest choice. For now, Kangioma only needed to stay at the booth and cook kimchi jjigae for 3 days. Someone as prominent as All Mute surely would not come all the way here just to eat stew. The focus returned to the 3 who had been talking earlier. Abel's expression changed in a flustered rush as she tried to explain herself. That's not what I meant. Saki, I've only ever seen you arrive early for class before. You always doze off during lessons, suddenly being dragged into a conversation about her sleeping habits. Ryojo Saki's face flushed in a way that matched Abel's embarrassment. Can't you see, those are completely different from club activities? Saki had not expected Abel to be so one-sided about it, but from the look on Abel's face, it seemed she had meant something else entirely. Abel quickly clarified, "It's not about club activities. I just don't even want to say it out loud." That only made Ryojo Saki more awkward, and for a moment she looked like she wanted to hide somewhere on the spot. Abel and Rachel burst into laughter, laughing more openly than they had in a long time. Just then, a new voice cut through their conversation. "Oh, it smells sour. This must be the place." A group slowly pushed the curtain aside and stepped into the booth. "Yes, no doubt about it. This is definitely the place." That simple action was enough to pull everyone's attention toward the entrance. A low murmur spread through the booth. Several students immediately grew excited as they recognized the newcomers. "Really? I didn't expect to see them here?" Another voice whispered in disbelief. "Wow, isn't that Lang Mao with those 2 men?" Lang Mao strode straight toward Kangioma's spot, her gaze fixed on him without hesitation. "Is that you? You're the one who made my siblings end up like that." Kangioma looked at the person standing before him, someone roughly around his own height. It did not take him long to figure out exactly who she was. She was the older sister of those cruel twins, Jun Mao and Shun Mao, the woman from the Mao family known as Lang Mao. Lang Mao smiled in a way that made the air feel dangerous. "Huh? They said you looked like a wild beast, but compared to what Jun and Shun told me, you're even stranger in person," Kangioma answered without much surprise. "Well, I've never exactly seen those 2 speak well of anyone." Lang Mao raised 2 fingers, giving a silent signal for someone behind her to bring something forward. A burly guard stepped out, carrying an object with careful strength. Lang Mao grabbed an extra chair for herself, sat down as if she owned the place, and then placed the object down with one foot resting against it. "Lend me this chair for a moment," she said casually. From that odd action alone, Kang Guillaume realized there was a serious problem. It was an S-rank armament, Lang Mao's weapon. Seeing her bring something like that into the booth made the answer obvious. She had come here for revenge. Chloe immediately went on alert, her body bristling as she readied her knife. "What are you doing here?" But before she could move any further, Kang Guillaume raised one hand to stop her. "Chloe, don't." While making his intention clear to Chloe, Kang Guillaume also spoke firmly enough for everyone nearby to hear. "Everyone, don't get involved." Following Kang Guillaume's instruction, Ryojo Saki and Senior Hana-san stayed where they were, watching the situation unfold without stepping in. Lang Mao remained seated and continued from where she had left off. "Sorry, but this isn't what you think. That happened months ago. What good would it do to drag it up again now?" Kang Guillaume asked bluntly. "Then why did you come here?" Given Lang Mao's status, she was hardly someone with enough free time to wander around casually like all mute. Lang Mao laughed lightly before answering. "Don't compare me to someone you just met. Whatever, forget it. There's no special reason. I was simply curious about what kind of person you are, so I came to see for myself. My siblings may be nasty, but they do have enough power to back up their attitudes." But the moment those two brought up Kang Guillaume's name, they completely lost their minds, as if just hearing it was enough to set them off. Honestly, watching them react like that was almost funny. That was what made Lang Mao curious. Kang Guillaume had been the one to drag her siblings into that humiliating mess, so she wanted to see for herself what kind of person could make them act like that. For a brief moment, the air between them went still. Kang Guillaume said nothing, but one thought quietly crossed his mind: was everyone in the Mao family this strange? Lang Mao continued speaking as if she had not noticed his silence at all. In fact, her tone even softened a little as she admitted that, in a way, she was grateful to him. Because of Jun Mao and Shun Mao, the Mao family's reputation had been dragged all the way down. Lang Mao had tried every method she could think of to keep those two under control, but those hopeless brats never listened. Then Kang Guillaume gave them such a beautiful beating that the lunatics finally stopped causing trouble, and from the family's point of view, that meant they could finally breathe again. So, with a strangely sincere smile, she thanked him. Kang Guillaume only looked at her with deeper suspicion. To him, it sounded less like gratitude and more like she was thanking him for clearing away the obstacles in her own path. After all, Lang Mao was aiming for a seat among the 7 stars. Lang Mao's status and reputation were already high enough to rival Elizabeth's, but on the 7 stars candidate list, she still ranked beneath her. Her strength was not on all mute's level either, and on top of that, she carried the ugly label of being the older sister of those trashy twins. But Kang Guillaume had no interest in her siblings, her ambitions, or the 7 stars seat she wanted. None of it had anything to do with him, and he had no reason to accept her gratitude as a favor. Without letting his expression change, Kang Guillaume turned his back on her. If she had finished saying what she came to say, then she needed to leave, because they still had a stall to run. Lang Mao only tilted her head slightly, as if amused, and asked if that was really all. Kang Guillaume stayed where he was, still unwilling to continue the conversation. Dealing with her was already annoying enough, even if speaking with Lang Mao was easier than dealing with her younger siblings. But then Lang Mao's next words forced him to look at her differently. As if she had only just remembered it, she casually added that there was one more thing she wanted to thank him for. With a faintly mocking smile, Lang Mao pointed out that Kang Guillaume had opened his stall using their Pao Cai. To her, that alone seemed entertaining enough to mention. Kang Guillaume gave a careless wave of his hand, almost smug in the way he tried to brush her off. Fine, then. Good luck with whatever she was doing. But what happened next made everyone around them pause. Once again, Chloe's instincts sharpened, and she immediately sensed that something in the atmosphere had gone wrong. Kang Guillaume stepped forward before Lang Mao could move on, his voice low and firm as he stopped her in place. Lang Mao was free to run her mouth about many things, but she was not allowed to call kimchi by that name. Even after hearing him, Lang Mao's face did not shift in the slightest. She simply stood there, calm and unmoved, as if his warning had barely reached her. The word Pao Cai hung in the air again, and Kang Guillaume's fist slowly tightened at his side. The tension in his hand made it clear that his patience was nearly gone. Kang Guillaume had planned to let this pass quietly and avoid drawing unnecessary attention, but if Lang Mao insisted on pushing him, then there were some things he could not simply overlook. His gaze sharpened as he gave her a direct challenge. If Lang Mao crossed that line again, Kang Guillaume would cut her down himself. It did not take long for the rumor to spread. Students all over the area caught wind of the confrontation, and soon they were rushing toward the main plaza to see what was happening. Whispers flew through the crowd. Lang Mao was apparently fighting someone one-on-one inside the auxiliary space, and that alone was enough to shock people. Lang Mao, of all people, had accepted a one-on-one match. Naturally, the first question on everyone's lips was the same. Who in the world was bold enough to stand opposite Lang Mao? Leon, who had been standing off in a corner, overheard the excited chatter around him. From what the students were saying, the opponent was a special student who had once clashed with Altair Auditore. The rumor immediately made the others react in surprise, and some were already eager to see how badly Lang Mao would crush her challenger. But Leon had seen enough of Kang Guillaume's battles to understand something the others did not. Without meaning to, his arm gave a small tremble, as if his body remembered the pressure before his mind could respond. Even so, Leon's face did not betray him. His expression stayed locked in that flawless, villain-like calm, giving away nothing to the people around him. He shoved both hands deep into his pockets and turned away from the noise. Without bothering to watch the coming fight, Leon simply walked off as if the whole spectacle had nothing to do with him. Meanwhile, the stands began filling fast. As students pushed into the viewing area, their voices rose together, and before long, only one name was being chanted again and again. In one corner of the stands, the experienced Knox had also taken a seat. He still could not figure out what Kang Guillaume was trying to do, but that only made the situation feel even more familiar. Rachel and Abel had arrived early as well, already watching from the stands. Rachel looked over the scene with a faintly nostalgic expression, as if the tension and noise reminded her of something from before. Beside her, Abel's eyes brightened and a small smile touched her lips. Kang Guillaume somehow always ended up standing right in the center of the biggest trouble. Not far away, in a higher section of the stands, another important figure appeared without warning. It was one of the most promising candidates for the 7 stars. All Mute watched from above with a cold face, her expression unreadable and her thoughts unmoved by the excitement spreading through the arena. Down on the field, the center of all that gossip finally came into view. 2 figures stood facing each other, drawing every eye in the arena toward them. Lang Mao happened to notice All Mute up in the stands, and a casual remark slipped from her lips. With the crowd watching from above, it almost felt like they were back at the academy again. Then Lang Mao turned her attention back to Kang Guillaume, sounding half playful and half mocking. Showing off was fine, but if he was not careful, he might end up just like her siblings. He had a good face, sure, but if his head got ruined, finding a wife later would become difficult. She continued teasing him with that same shameless confidence, repeating the idea as if she were savoring it. Then, with a sly smile, Lang Mao added that he could always marry her later because she was always open to younger men. Her words carried a strange weight, but Kang Guillaume, who had spent decades single in his previous life, answered her without the slightest warmth. So this was what she had been planning from the start. A provoking smile tugged at his mouth as he laid it out plainly. Lang Mao, heir to the Iron Leg clan, wanted to defeat him and use that victory to build her own fame and legitimacy. That was the real reason she had come after him. Lang Mao kept her stance relaxed and satisfaction flickered across her face. She admitted he was sharper than she expected, but then mocked him for understanding the trap and still walking straight into such cheap provocation. Their banter had no time to continue. A system announcement rang out across the arena, declaring that deployment of the auxiliary space barrier was beginning. One of them fought with her legs, and the other with a blade. As the dark curtain of the auxiliary space slowly closed around them, it felt like the stage had been set with perfect fairness. Kang Guillaume calmly drew his familiar Sashimi knife and told Lang Mao one thing with absolute certainty: she would never become a 7-star hero. Lang Mao faced him directly and raised one leg with practiced ease. Her voice remained light as she asked whether people often told him he had no sense of tact. At that moment, a familiar voice seemed to ring beside Kang Guillaume's ear. May the blessings of the gods be with him. The knife left its sheath, and Kang Guillaume lunged forward, answering her almost casually that he heard that from time to time. Across from him, Lang Mao's iron leg speed shot came slicing toward him, and she joked that maybe she should reconsider the whole younger man idea after all. The instant blade and leg collided, sparks burst out in rapid succession. A heavy, invisible pressure spread from the impact, and in the next breath, smoke and dust swallowed the entire arena floor. Inside the haze, Lang Mao felt a flicker of astonishment. Kang Guillaume was not just some loud-mouthed brat after all. Still, the thought of him hiding in the smoke made her smile, as if she found it almost cute. The auxiliary space had turned dim, and with dust drifting everywhere, visibility became genuinely poor. Shapes blurred, shadows stretched, and it was hard to tell where either fighter had moved. Then something seemed terribly wrong with Lang Mao's body. For one impossible moment, it looked as though her head had vanished, until it appeared above her, floating in the air, with a perfectly stunned expression frozen across her face. Meanwhile, the scene shifted back to the stall. Kang Guillaume had gone off to fight, but business could not simply stop. Senior Hana paused for a moment, watching as Chloe continued cutting onions at a slightly faster pace than before. Ryojo, Saki, and Weapon also kept working as if nothing unusual had happened. Seeing how calm they were, the puzzled Senior Hana could not help asking whether no one was worried about Kang Guillaume, especially since the other two had already left. Weapon was clearly distracted, but not because he feared for Kang Guillaume. He calmly told Senior Hana that the person they needed to worry about right now was not their captain at all. It was the customers. Ryojo Saki added her answer with complete sincerity, not looking surprised in the slightest. Kang Guillaume would be back soon, so all they had to do was keep their heads down and handle their own work properly. Senior Hana listened carefully to their calm responses. After a moment, that familiar smile of understanding slowly appeared on her face, as if she finally grasped the strange trust they had in him. Back at the battlefield in the stands, confusion spread through the audience all at once. Lang Mao was suddenly tumbling, even though it looked like neither side had done anything a second ago. But in that same viewing area, 4 people understood that something had just happened. The old man holding the staff, Rachel, Abel, and most of all, Mute, each caught on to the truth. All Mute's thoughts sharpened first. Could there be a difference in ability unfolding right beneath them? Kang Guillaume stood there with perfect calm, while Lang Mao clutched at her own neck, shaken and breathing hard. One by one, disbelief began to ripple through the minds of everyone who understood what they had just witnessed. Lang Mao had managed to withstand the previous strike, but that only made the situation stranger. Was Kang Guillaume using some kind of mental domain? Even someone at the level of a 7-star hero or a monster like Altair Auditori would not be able to use such a thing freely without difficulty. It was a realm of martial mastery that only those who had reached a certain level of conviction could even touch. Still, rare exceptions existed. If someone's talent far surpassed their experience, even a young warrior could place one hand on that threshold. And to all Mute, that kind of power looked like an impassable wall. Lang Mao's brows pulled together as irritation crept across her face. Whatever had just happened, it clearly did not sit well with her. The question remained, why would Kang Guillaume deploy a domain here? This was an auxiliary space arena, so how could something happening inside it affect reality so sharply? Was Lang Mao trying to tell herself that it was nothing serious, just some trick meant to protect Kang Guillaume's pride? No matter how she looked at it, the depth of their inner worlds was completely different. Among the elites, rumors like this occasionally drifted around in whispers. Kang Guillaume stepped forward, and the corner of his mouth curved faintly as the atmosphere tightened around him. Lang Mao stared at him and finally asked the question directly. Was Kang Guillaume the official successor chosen by the Sword Emperor himself? Lang Mao gritted her teeth. Feelings she had buried for a long time surged up together with memories of the past. Envy, jealousy, fear, and even respect all twisting inside her at once. As the heir of the Iron Leg clan, Lang Mao had talent, but she was never the absolute best. She knew that better than anyone, and now the image of all Mute seemed to overlap perfectly with Kang Guillaume standing in front of her. By instinct and pride, Lang Mao's anger finally broke through. In the face of overwhelming power, every excuse sounded cheap and pathetic. She snapped at Kang Guillaume not to act so far above her, because reaching her current position had never been easy either. Lang Mao poured every bit of strength into her legs and activated the blessings passed down through generations of her clan. Then, through clenched resolve, she thanked Kang Guillaume. Because of him, her mind had finally cleared. In the next instant, Lang Mao's upper body tilted sharply, and a clear footprint cracked into the ground beneath her. Then she shot forward like a violent gust of wind, erasing the distance between them almost instantly. Kang Guillaume's expression hardened, and he prepared himself properly. This time, he treated Lang Mao's incoming attack with complete seriousness. Using her left leg to hold her balance, Lang Mao snapped her right leg forward in a blinding kick. It came out like a storm, fierce and fast enough to tear through the air. Kang Guillaume reacted just as quickly, pulling himself back to dodge the strike. Even so, the kick passed close enough to slice off a few strands of his hair with frightening precision. Lang Mao's senses shifted immediately. Her right foot attacked first, and then her left leg swept after it in a wide, cutting arc. Kang Guillaume had already retreated once, but to avoid the second strike, he had to fall back even farther. This was not just an ordinary kick. The force it produced even reached the spectators in the stands, and a massive slash carved itself across the arena wall. Kang Guillaume held his stance as he watched the unexpected effect of that attack. At the same time, Lang Mao's S-rank weapon, Lam Kick, began to activate. Lang Mao flashed forward with her thigh raised and her leg lifted high. This time, she did not plant her foot on the ground first. She launched herself straight toward Kang Gioma while he was still falling back. The attack unfolded in 3 sharp beats, each motion connecting into one brutal technique, the falling ruin strike. From Lang Mao's smug smile to the moment her strike slammed into the ground, everything happened in an instant. A crack split open beneath the impact, then shattered outward, blasting everything around it away. And yet, strangely enough, Kang Gioma's outfit remained untouched. More than that, it looked as if the attack had failed to damage him at all. Lang Mao silently praised him despite herself, so Kang Gioma was at least capable of handling that much. No wonder her siblings had lost their minds over him. Her answer was simple: kick. No matter what came flying at her, she would just kick it away. Next came the 7-star Tremor Storm. A storm of debris burst across the field, and random stones flew like a hail of projectiles, shooting straight toward Kang Gioma's position. For Kang Gioma, the response was just as simple. Slash, slash, and slash again. Cut down anything that came at him and send it flying somewhere else. After cutting through the barrage for a while, Kang Gioma realized something was wrong. Without warning, a red beam of light shone directly onto his chest. Giant question marks seemed to flash over the moment. Then Lang Mao unleashed Lam Kick's violent strike. Like a bulldozer with no brakes, Lang Mao drove her S-rank weapon straight toward the red-marked spot on Kang Gioma's body. Just like before, the attack failed to break through. Its force was nullified, then violently bounced back from Kang Gioma. But this time, something did happen in return. A crack appeared along the sashimi knife. Lang Mao stared in amazement, unable to believe that such a flimsy-looking blade had blocked her attack at all. Still, she could tell it had reached its limit. Then, almost immediately, a glowing plus sign appeared over the knife, and the damaged blade began restoring itself. Lang Mao's eyes widened. It had recovered again. That meant Kang Gioma had transferred the energy of the blessing of transference and rebirth onto Murasame itself. A surge of instinctive power rushed through the weapon, and as Lang Mao retreated, blue sparks began clinging around Kang Gioma's body. At the place where Kang Gioma had been standing a moment ago, not even his shadow remained. Lang Mao's eyes darted around in alarm as she searched for him, realizing just how fast he had become. Lang Mao caught the movement of a swift leg swing, and behind that motion, Kang Gioma's confident smile emerged through the chaos. No matter how fast someone moved, if the motion could be predicted, then there was still a way to respond. A heavy thud cut through the arena. Lang Mao's arm separated from her body and flew into the air. Kang Gioma stood coldly where he was, while Lang Mao froze in shock, one leg still raised and one hand already gone. Pain rushed through her a heartbeat later, ripping a wild scream from her throat. But that scream did not last long, because an invisible pressure soon crushed the sound back down. Lang Mao had caught the exact moment Kang Gioma's gaze locked onto her, and that look alone was enough to make her body seize. And it was not only Kang Gioma she saw in that movement. For an instant, Lang Mao recognized the silhouettes of the Sword Emperor and All Mute overlapping with him. The force of his strike came down like a demonic claw against sharpened iron, brutal and precise. And yet, even faced with that kind of pressure, Lang Mao's momentum had not completely died. Kang Gioma called her name Lang Mao. At that moment, she rushed forward almost uncontrollably, one hand gripping her severed hand, while the other held Kang Gioma's knife pointed straight ahead. As the next movement unfolded, the arena around them was instantly washed in a deep purple hue. Abel watched it all with steady eyes, not looking away for even a second, because that stance did not belong only to the two fighters in front of them. Lang Mao knew exactly what that meant as well. Tears began to rise in her eyes, but her resolve only hardened. She could not lose. She would not lose. And yet beneath that desperate thought, one question quietly slipped into her mind. Why had she come here in the first place? Driven almost to madness, Lang Mao released every last bit of the innate power sleeping inside her body. Her pride, fear, and desperation all exploded at once, screaming through her movements that she had never wanted to lose. Another deep footprint crushed into the arena floor. But this time, the mark did not belong to Lang Mao. It was Kang Gioma who had stepped forward. A sharp gust of wind tore ahead of him, rushing straight into Lang Mao's field of vision and disturbing everything she could see. Instead of clarity, a small fragment of an old memory rose up in Lang Mao's mind. What was distance, really? What did it mean to be far away from someone? In that memory, a hand reached out toward All Mute, stretching forward as if trying to close an impossible gap. For the briefest instant, Kang Gioma's movement stopped. That pause pulled Lang Mao back into reality, snapping her out of the memory and back into the battlefield in front of her. Then, once again, Lang Mao's head separated from her body. With a single decisive strike, Kang Jiwama ended the virtual battle, leaving one question hanging over everyone watching. Was the gap between them truly that enormous? Silence fell over the field. It was not just a quiet pause, but a heavy stillness that seemed to cover the entire arena from end to end. Only Abel remained composed, watching without losing her calm. Rachel, on the other hand, was completely stunned, her reaction far more dramatic as she tried to process what had just happened. Even all mute could hardly believe what she had witnessed. A fight that should have been fierce had turned into something overwhelmingly one-sided. Above them, a cold mechanical voice echoed through the arena and made the result official. The winner of the auxiliary space match was Joaquin Academy student Kang Jioma. The auxiliary space dissolved, and reality returned with a harsh finality that no one could deny. Lang Mao, the continent's shining star, had been defeated. A loud sound rang out from the arena, sharp enough to make Ryojo Saki flinch. Even so, from the look on her face, it was clear she had already known who would win. A small smile slowly appeared at the corner of Ryojo Saki's mouth, quiet but full of confidence. Then Ryojo Saki clapped her hands to draw everyone's attention back to the stall. It was over. It was really over. Had everyone heard the announcement? Hadn't she already said this would happen? Her cheeks were already flushed with excitement as she reminded them again. She had told them Kang Jioma would come back quickly. After the match ended, Rachel and Abel continued their stroll as if the shock of the battle was slowly settling behind them. Rachel casually placed a hand behind her head and asked if they were really going to leave without getting the stew, or rather the jjigae soup, and whether Abel was actually fine with that. Abel answered with an easy calm, saying she was already full. Rachel immediately caught the meaning hidden in that simple reply. So was Abel saying the thing she wanted to see had already happened? Had watching Kang Jioma fight filled her up instead of food? Rachel stared at her friend in disbelief, asking what was wrong with her and telling her to speak up if something was going on. Abel, exasperated, kept her hands behind her back and simply told Rachel to stop. Elsewhere, away from the departing crowd, someone stood near the arena wall with one hand braced against it. It was Lang Mao. A guard hurried up behind her in concern and asked if she was all right. Lang Mao calmly answered that she was fine, because the match had taken place in auxiliary space, so her real body had not suffered even a single wound. But the damage to her reputation was another matter. Lang Mao admitted that their international standing had truly taken a heavy blow, and losing to a 17-year-old made her feel guilty toward the people watching her. The worried guard could only call out to her again, addressing her anxiously as Lady Mao. However, Lang Mao quickly regained her usual composure. She told the guard not to worry because everything was still in place. Kang Jioma was a stock on the verge of exploding, and sooner or later he would rise even higher. When that happened, people's evaluation of Lang Mao would naturally rise along with him. The guard immediately agreed, saying that whatever Lady Mao said was surely correct. Lang Mao recalled the face she found so irritating and decided it was better to take the hit now rather than later. Just wait and see. Sooner or later, everyone would end up kneeling before her. The guard still could not help speaking up. Honestly, no matter how he looked at it, Lady Mao's kind of judgment was difficult to understand. Lang Mao only glanced outward, then did something strange. She raised her hand toward another direction. That direction was where Kang Gama's light had been shining. Lang Mao paused, remembering the exact moment the match ended. She had seen people who were called geniuses before. Back when they were students, there had been Elizabeth. Out in the real world, there were the 7-star heroes, but that young boy was walking through a realm that effort alone could never reach. Lang Mao's fist clenched tighter, the strength in her hand betraying the frustration she refused to show openly. Then a faint smile touched her lips, and Lang Mao reached her conclusion. Kang Jioma was a monster. The news spread quickly, and before long it had already been turned into a video on social media. The headline called him a rookie monster who had defeated the continent's star, with details from the Joaquin Academy match, Lang Mao's defeat, the simulated battle, and the Joaquin Festival all bundled together. Reports introduced Lang Mao as Iron Boot Lang Mao, the famous continent star. During Joaquin Academy's auxiliary space event, an unexpected clash had broken out between one of the continent's top names and a first-year student from Joaquin Academy. The result was shocking. In the blink of an eye, a single sashimi knife had severed the neck of a 7-stars candidate. Iron Boot Lang Mao had shaken the continent again, but now the spotlight had shifted toward Kang Jioma, who was being called Sashimi and was expected to send shockwaves through the hero world. Students buzzed excitedly over the news, asking each other what they thought. No matter how many times they replayed the clip, it still looked legendary. The views had exploded in just one day, and now people were asking if this was the very place where the one who defeated Iron Boot Lang Mao, the Sword Saint Sashimi, was working. With that sudden fame added on top, everything at the booth surpassed expectations. Students lined up one after another and headed straight for the travel club booth, still chattering about how the video had already gone past 20 million views. A student that famous was cooking here? That alone was incredible. Since Weapon's job was mainly to promote and manage the crowd, he confidently gathered the customers into order. They were handing out numbers now, so everyone needed to wait their turn. Customer number 238 was called to come in. Inside the booth, Chloe Auditory was still cutting onions into tiny pieces with quick, precise motions. Kangioma stood nearby, watching over the work. Then someone tried to step forward and forced Ryojo Saki to block the way. She told the person they were interfering with business and asked them to move along, but the visitor insisted they only needed 30 seconds. Ryojo Saki refused immediately, and when they tried to bargain down to 15 seconds, she still would not give in. Kangioma, standing inside, paid the commotion no attention at all. Ryojo Saki hurriedly pushed the person aside, reminding them there had been no prior agreement and that the owner did not even like this sort of thing. Still, the person kept pleading, saying they had already reduced it to just 15 seconds. Ryojo Saki finally drove the person away, then dusted off her hands in irritation. How many people had already tried something like that? Elsewhere, someone else was already angling a phone camera toward Kangioma. Two female classmates had also come to visit the booth, both happily snapping their shots. One of them said she had gotten the picture and would write an article about the kimchi festival as part of student life. The other immediately scolded her for forgetting the most important part. The important part was his new title, Sword Saint Sashimi. The moment Kangioma heard that nickname, he was so shocked he could not even react properly, and the tray of kimchi he was supposed to carry was left untouched. As Kangioma remembered the whole chain of events that had led to this ridiculous situation, embarrassment washed over him. It was painfully, horribly awkward. After the articles had poured out yesterday, this outcome had probably been inevitable. Looking at it now, Kangioma could not even say he was surprised. But among the countless headlines spreading everywhere, one particular line stood out more painfully than all the rest. Sword Saint Sashimi. Sword Saint was supposed to be a title granted through the system's own built-in mechanics. Officially, it was something the Sword Emperor would bestow later on. But in this altered world, the Sword Emperor had already retired, meaning that title should have disappeared from the stage altogether. That was how it should have gone. Kangioma's hands trembled slightly as he stared at the words, unable to understand why that ridiculous title had suddenly been placed over his head right now. After yesterday's cleanup, Ryojo Saki had been called over in the middle of a huge commotion, and somehow all that had really happened was that the word sashimi had been slapped onto the glorious title of Sword Saint. It was still the same noble title, Sword Saint, at least in name. But the moment sashimi was attached to it, all of that grandeur suddenly felt weightless, cheap, and unbearably embarrassing. Weapon came rushing in from outside and headed straight toward Kangioma. In a hurry, he asked why the jade dish had stopped moving, since customer number 250 still needed to be served. Kangioma calmly looked over at him and asked for confirmation. How many customers were waiting now? Behind them, the crowd had grown frighteningly large. Weapon rattled off the numbers with a tense face, explaining that they had already reached number 674, but had run out of paper and would need to buy more later, and if they counted the people who had not even received numbers yet, the line had probably passed 1,000. Kangioma's face tightened as he took in the situation. The trend was clearly getting worse. This was chaos, far beyond anything reasonable, and even in his previous life, his business had never stayed this overwhelmingly busy. Chloe Auditory, working beside him, looked just as tense. Then another small incident happened. While cutting ingredients, Chloe seemed to nick her hand by accident. Kangioma immediately looked over with obvious concern and asked if she was okay. Chloe held her injured hand close and answered with a slightly uneasy smile. It was only a scratch for now, and she insisted that she was fine. Kangioma kept watching her without looking away. At this rate, someone really might get hurt, and with the booth this short-staffed, he decided he would have to take over the knife work himself. But just as Kangioma moved to step in, owner Mansour and Nox Auditory suddenly appeared. Mansour greeted him brightly, saying that even in Girayu, he had never seen a stall this busy. Nox, standing beside him, remained cold and silent. Kangioma answered coolly and directly. He told Mansour that next time he would come by on his own, but today was different. Before he could finish, Mansour smiled and quickly corrected the misunderstanding, saying they had not come as customers. Mansour lightly patted Nox on the shoulder and said he had seen the article yesterday. So today, he had come as a fan, and that was exactly why he had decided to help. Nox froze slightly from the sudden pat, only for Mansour to drag him into it as well, asking if Nox felt the same. Kangioma understood what Mansour was trying to say. They had only met briefly before. But if Mansoor was going to put it that way, then Kangioma had no reason to stand on ceremony. Owner Mansoor hurriedly said that, of course, helping was only natural as a disciple. No, if anything, Mansoor should be the one feeling grateful. Then he turned toward Nox and joked that perhaps they should now address Kangioma as Sir Sword Saint Sashimi. Kangioma's expression soured at once, and he told them that if they were here to joke, they could leave. At that moment, Nox said nothing. His attention had shifted completely, and he stared intently at the way Chloe was moving her hands. When Nox noticed Chloe's injury, a mocking smile briefly flickered across his face, sharp enough to show that the sight had bothered him more than he wanted to admit. Ryojo Saki, who had just finished setting up a new table, complained without holding back. Kangioma had no time to just stand there. When she caught the awkward reaction, she teased him as if he had gotten embarrassed after being scolded. But the moment Ryojo Saki looked over and saw owner Mansoor carrying an entire tray of kimchi with practiced ease, the situation suddenly became a different matter. Even though Nox had been smiling earlier, an injured sibling was something he could not simply ignore. He stepped in and began helping with both hands, and soon the booth's rhythm finally returned to normal. Senior Hannah organized the flow while Chloe Auditor carried the dishes. Weapon stood out front, waving customers in with confidence and keeping the line moving as smoothly as he could. No one could say for sure how the other booths were doing, but by that point, the most crowded place at the festival was definitely the travel club booth. From morning all the way until dusk, they worked non-stop. And somehow, the day's business was handled better than anyone expected. As the evening light slanted across the school roof, someone finally let out a soft breath, as if the tension from the entire day had only just begun to leave their body. Everyone except Kangioma looked completely worn out. He had already changed clothes and was quietly eating something, admitting that he probably would not be able to do this a second time. Still, despite everything, it had been fun. They had not really had a chance to talk earlier. Nox cleared his throat and stepped forward, clearly having noticed that. Kangoma asked if Nox had finished cleaning up, and Nox answered that most of it was done, but unless Mansoor brought more water, they would run out by tomorrow night. Kangioma gave him a small smile and thanked him. Nox answered curtly that Kangioma should not thank him, but the owner instead, though his stiff attitude made it look like he was trying to hide his embarrassment. Still, Kangioma said that thanks to Nox, he had one less thing to worry about. Nox listened for a moment, then looked at Kangioma and asked if he would have some free time later. Kangioma leaned back on his hands and answered with one sharp, decisive word, cutting straight through the mood. Why? Nox adjusted his mask, slid both hands into his pockets, and spoke in his usual cold tone. The head of the Auditor family wanted to meet Kangioma. Kangioma paused, weighing the situation more carefully as an image formed in his mind. The man known as the head of the Shadow Clan, the top assassin who operated from the darkness and maintained order in the hero world, Altair Auditore. If someone like Altair Auditore wanted to meet Kangioma, then it was almost certainly connected to the Academy Council of Elders, the same people who had hired assassins to kill him. On top of that, Altair Auditore had witnessed the duel between Iron Boot Lang Mao and Kangioma, including the moment Kangioma used the mental domain. Anyone capable of using domains themselves would recognize one immediately, even from a distance. Nox added that this was the first time something like this had happened since he joined the clan. The family head had taken a new interest in an outsider, and Altair Auditore himself would appear in person. That was rare, even rarer than the attention given to a 7 stars candidate. In truth, that interest in Kangioma was only a rare formality on the surface. Naturally, Kangioma also had plenty of things he wanted to know about the Auditore family. Kangioma looked up into the air and admitted to himself that Nox was not wrong. Besides, Mansoor and Nox had helped out today, so he did owe them that much of a favor. Of course, all of that was only what Kangioma was thinking. Outwardly, the two of them remained in place, one standing and one sitting, neither saying another word. After a moment of awkward silence, Nox frowned and finally broke it. Why was Kangioma not saying anything? Kangioma calmly replied that he was eating candy, so he would not answer yet. Only after finishing the candy did Kangioma give his answer and refuse all over again. He was not going. Nox froze, then turned toward him and asked bluntly what he meant and why he would refuse. Kangioma slowly stood up and answered without hesitation. It was a hassle, and he was tired. Kangioma thanked Nox for the help today, but before he could fully close the matter, Nox still tried to persuade him with a short, firm command. He told Kangioma to go. The scene then shifted to the window frame of the principal's office. Medea Poison sat at her desk, heard a knock at the door, and calmly told the visitor to come in. The door opened, and someone stepped inside. Medea recognized him right away, greeting him with a casual remark about how long it had been, and the visitor politely answered that it had indeed been a long time. The academy director appeared to search through her memories for a moment, as if placing the face and the situation together. Later, Weapon carried a slightly oversized cardboard box into the meeting room and announced that he had finished choosing the outfits for the upcoming festival. The moment Weapon mentioned the outfits, the room stirred with immediate confusion. The four of them began talking one after another. What kind of outfits were supposed to match selling kimchi? Had Weapon somehow brought the academy a new rival? Did the club activity evaluation really include costumes? No, that had to be impossible. Then Weapon happily pulled out the first outfit from the box. With a proud smile, he revealed a set of maid uniforms, pure, simple, and painfully standard. Kang Jioma noticed it right away, among everyone looking at the outfits. Chloe Auditory's eyes lingered on the maid uniform with unmistakable interest. It was cute enough that the thought naturally slipped out. Was Chloe really going to wear something like that for the festival? But serious-minded Ryojo Saki could not accept that so easily. She immediately complained, asking how they were supposed to wear outfits like that and telling Weapon to choose something more normal. Instead of answering properly, Weapon rummaged through the box again and pulled out something else. Kang Gyoma stepped a little closer to peek inside, his eyes narrowing as he tried to figure out what Weapon had found this time. Weapon proudly held the outfit up for everyone to see. Compared to the maid uniform, this Santa set somehow felt even more like summer, and he explained that it was a seasonal limited item. There were only 5 sets available, so if they did not borrow them now, they would lose the chance, and there were exactly 2 extra sets left. That meant one thing. Weapon looked up, and just then Abel and Rachel appeared inside, making 5 people in total who could share the Christmas costumes. Kang Gyoma immediately cut off that fantasy before it could grow any further. He told Weapon that he was pretty sure he had just seen something suspicious on his face. Weapon did not even try to hide it. Instead, he became even more excited, saying Kang Gyoma had noticed too, and that he had told them it would be amazing, so he would hurry up, pay for it, and rent the costumes. Ryojo Saki had not even given permission yet, but Weapon was already daring to rent them, so she fired a direct verbal shot straight at his face. The other 3 froze in place at the force of that attack, standing there as if none of them knew how to react. Ryojo Saki's face flushed red, and she made her decision on the spot. In that case, she would wear the maid outfit. Back in the principal's office, Medea Poison rose from her chair and cheerfully walked over to Ellie. She said this was the first time they had met since graduation, wondering if it had already been 5 years, then warmly added that she was glad Ellie had returned and asked whether she was enjoying the festival. Ellie removed her gold-rimmed glasses, and the two shared a smile that carried a deeper understanding. Then Medea Poison placed a hand on Ellie's shoulder and asked softly if she had come to the academy because she was curious about Kang Gyoma. Ellie's eyes narrowed slightly at that remark. The phrase, "our Kang Gyoma," caught in her mind, and before long she moved on to the question that mattered more. As Medea Poison took a step toward a chair, she chuckled and asked what Ellie's father had meant by that. Ellie's mood remained steady as she recalled the recent battle, then pointed out that Kang Gyoma had shown he could control the mental domain. Medea Poison sat down, looked straight at Ellie, and lightly turned the question back on her. Wasn't it true that Ellie could instinctively control it too? If Kang Gyoma could handle it in his own way, then what exactly was the problem? Ellie quickly sensed that Medea Poison was dodging the real issue. Her fist struck the wall behind her as her voice rose sharply, telling the principal that she had not come here to play word games. But what Ellie had struck was a bookshelf. Several books tumbled down onto the floor, only adding to Medea Poison's discomfort. Medea Poison remarked that they had not seen each other for a while, and Ellie seemed to have lost quite a bit of her manners. Tremendous pressure burst outward. In an instant, green mana spread across the entire school, covering everything beneath Medea Poison's presence. Ellie immediately realized she had gone too far. In only a few seconds, Medea Poison's mental domain had already formed around her. Sweat broke across Ellie's face as the terrifying pressure sank in. This was the principal's true power, the kind that even powerful figures like Thuong Tin, Thuet Kung, and the Academy Council of Elders would not dare challenge lightly. Ellie remembered the rumors she had heard about Medea Poison in the hero world. Before being known by the title of Sage, there had been another name attached to her, and Ellie had always thought those stories were only rumors. But now, facing Tyrant Medea, she understood the truth. Medea Poison smiled once she saw that her point had landed, then calmly dispersed the domain. Her words pulled Ellie back into reality. Medea Poison asked how long Ellie planned to keep standing there, then gestured toward the opposite sofa. Even so, Ellie's instincts had not fully settled yet. She apologized, still shaken. Medea Poison matched her tone and offered an apology of her own, saying she had been a little sensitive lately because of a certain situation. Besides, Medea Poison did not know what rumors Ellie had heard that made her so curious about Kangioma. But in Medea Poison's position, she could not reveal a student's private information. A principal had to treat every student fairly. Then she asked Ellie what she had always told her back when Ellie attended the academy. Ellie frowned again as her thoughts shifted. She knew exactly what Medea Poison was about to say, because the principal had always treated that lesson as something important. If Ellie was curious about something, then she should go and find out for herself. That was the lesson Medea Poison told her to remember. Ellie slowly rose from her seat, her instincts finally pulling her back into balance. She thanked Medea Poison for her time, while the evening light streamed through the window and stretched across the office. Medea Poison told her there was no need for such formality between them, then asked how long Ellie planned to stay at the academy. Ellie answered that, according to her schedule, she would leave tomorrow at noon. Medea Poison wondered why Ellie was rushing off so quickly after coming all this way. Since it was the festival, she told Ellie to relax and enjoy herself before leaving. Ellie walked straight toward the door, but just before stepping out, she stopped. Without turning fully around, she asked whether Medea Poison's rule about treating everyone fairly also applied to that particular student. As Ellie crossed the threshold, Medea Poison answered in a teasing tone. Ellie was interesting, but to Medea Poison, Kangioma was not merely a student, he was family. The words landed like a quiet tease, light on the surface but sharp enough to stay in Ellie's mind. Ellie hurriedly shut the door behind her, yet she could not push Medea Poison's words out of her heart. Even after the door closed, Ellie's hand remained on it for a moment, her fingers not yet pulling away from the handle. A strange uneasiness flooded her mind, mixing with deep confusion. Kangioma, that boy. Who exactly was he? The scene shifted again. Another day passed, and the festival finally reached its last day. Weapon trudged forward like an old man, moving slowly as he greeted everyone inside. He said he must have overslept because of a cold and apologized for being late. Across from him, Ryojo Saki stood with her hands on her hips, mocking him more than scolding him as she called him a weakling. Kangioma ran the situation through his mind like a mental calculation. Deciding that it made sense, he spoke sternly and suggested that they only operate during the morning, then let everyone take care of themselves in the afternoon. Weapon needed a few seconds to process what he had just heard. Then Weapon suddenly spun a full 360 degrees, raised both fists toward the sky, and beamed as if he had been completely cured. His attitude changed so fast that Ryojo Saki grew even more annoyed, pointing out that the person who had insisted on opening the food stall was also the most excited about getting time off. Senior Hana, expressionless as ever, began working right away and noted that their ingredients seemed just barely sufficient. Then Chloe Auditory hurried in from behind and rushed up to Kangioma, asking if he had any plans for the afternoon. Kangioma glanced at Chloe Auditory's flushed face and answered that he did not really have any special plans. Even as he said it, he continued thinking a little further. Chloe Auditory had taken over most of the kitchen work because Kangioma could only hold a knife for 50 seconds at a time. Looking back on it, she had probably been the one who worked the hardest during the festival. Before the festival began, Chloe Auditor had said something similar. Remembering that, Kangioma guessed she had probably wanted to walk around the festival with him. After thinking it through, Kangioma asked her directly. If Chloe Auditory was free, did she want to walk around the festival with him? A ripple of surprise immediately followed, not only from Chloe Auditory herself, but also from Ryojo Saki nearby, while Chloe Auditory's face filled with obvious joy. Chloe Auditory happily clenched her fist, unable to hide her excitement, and asked a little louder than intended whether Kangioma really meant it. Kangioma glanced at her and answered briefly that he did. Chloe Auditor kept chopping onions without stopping, but her arms were flushed with excitement. Watching her carefully, Kangioma found himself reassessing her once again. Chloe Auditory's potential with the blade was excellent. In only 2.5 days, her knife skills had already reached this level, and thanks to that, the stall had been able to run smoothly. Kangioma decided that returning the favor like this once in a while was probably a good thing. On the other hand, Kangioma noticed Ryojo Saki's cold stare from behind him. The way she looked at him made the atmosphere suddenly tense in a strangely uncomfortable way. However, Ryojo Saki did not say a single word. She simply turned and left, leaving Kangioma confused while her anger and sulking had nowhere proper to go. Fortunately or unfortunately, Weapon was standing beside her. So Ryojo Saki poured all of that frustration onto him instead. Ryojo Saki snapped at Weapon, asking what he was staring at and why he was not preparing to welcome customers. Suddenly turned into the scapegoat. Weapon froze in shock, then hurriedly answered that he was getting to it. Kangioma watched everything unfold in front of him, yet his expression was no calmer than Weapon's. Something about the situation felt off. Was this really just weapons mistake, or was there something else behind it? Before long, more than half the day had slipped away. The sun was already sinking low over Joaquin Academy, painting one corner of the school in warm orange light, while long shadows stretched across the courtyard benches. The moment opening hours came to an end, everyone scattered in high spirits, chatting excitedly as they went their separate ways. But Kang Guillaume alone looked pale and worn out, as if the day had drained everything from him. Maybe it was because he had been stuck dealing with reporters since the day before. Kang Guillaume let out a heavy sigh and lowered himself onto the nearby bench. He really was exhausted. There were still 30 minutes left before his meeting with Chloe, so for now, he decided he should at least rest his body for a little while. Even after saying that to himself, Kang Guillaume did not truly relax. His eyes stayed fixed somewhere far away, and from the look on his face, his thoughts had already drifted to something much heavier. Sure enough, his expression was far too serious for someone simply taking a break. His gaze was sharp, his brow faintly tense, and although he had told himself to rest, calming his mind was clearly not going to be that easy. Clack! 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 The steady tapping of a wooden cane began to echo against the pavement. That dry, rhythmic sound pulled Kang Guillaume's attention away from his thoughts. An elderly man, with the air of a retired gentleman, slowly approached him on his own. Stopping beside the bench, he spoke in a quiet, gentle voice. "May I sit here?" As if worried Kang Guillaume might not have heard him properly, the old man cleared his throat and adjusted his tone. Kang Guillaume quickly answered, "Ah, yes, of course." Once he had gotten permission, the old man settled down beside him with a satisfied air. "At my age, this heat is true torture," he murmured. Kang Guillaume could not help thinking of able training late into the night, then silently wondered why people kept ignoring every other perfectly good bench and coming straight to this one. After turning that thought over in his head, Kang Guillaume decided to cut straight to the point. "Do you have something you want to say?" The old man narrowed his eyes and tightened his hand around the cane. "What I want to say is," then, without circling around the issue at all, he asked, "Didn't you come here from quite far away?" The man before him was none other than Altair Auditore, the head of the Auditore family. Though age had clearly caught up with him, his teeth were still perfectly even and strikingly white. Altair Auditore revealed those white teeth in a broad grin, his eyes gleaming with amusement. "You have good instincts. How did you recognize me?" Kang Guillaume asked. In the distance, the sun continued to sink, and the golden light around them grew softer by the second. Kang Guillaume did not answer right away. Instead, his eyes drifted to the cane in the old man's hand. He could not exactly say that he had seen that weapon in his previous life. It was an S-rank item, the Syndicate hidden sword and cane, a weapon with an appearance perfectly suited to the head of an assassin family. It had been a piece of gear countless players coveted, and Kang Guillaume himself had once wanted it badly. But Altair Auditore seemed to take his silence in a completely different way. "That is not what you were thinking at all, is it?" Altair Auditore murmured. "So you used my crow's protection to completely erase the aura instead. Young man, you are still so young, yet your insight is frightening." Kang Guillaume immediately rejected the idea in a flat voice. "No, I recognize the cane." Before Kang Guillaume could say anything more, the old man continued on his own. "You can probably guess at least part of the reason I came to see you, can't you?" Of course, Kang Guillaume could. His answer came without hesitation. "Is this about the Academy Council of Elders hiring someone to assassinate me?" Altair Auditore lowered his head, and the playful light faded from his face. "Family matters are handled by the family. Once they are settled, there is no need to drag them back into the open." His voice grew heavier. "I came to you because of something more important." Kang Guillaume fell quiet, sorting through everything that might be connected to him. Something more important than the Council of Elders putting a kill order on him? Could it be because he had used the mental realm during the practice duel? No, that alone should not have been enough to make Altair Auditore appear in person. But just as Kang Guillaume's thoughts began to drift in that direction, the conversation suddenly swerved. Altair Auditore cut in sharply. "Young man," the tip of his cane tapped lightly against the ground. In that instant, the thought field around them expanded, pressing outward as if the space itself were being split in two. Then, without any warning, Altair Auditore's voice changed completely. "What exactly is your relationship with my granddaughter?" Kang Guillaume's guard went up at once. The knife hidden inside his coat flashed with a cold glint as his hand moved toward it. "What are you doing all of a sudden?" "Murasame." Altair Auditore's strange tone did not waver. "What is your relationship with my granddaughter?" Then, just as abruptly, his voice returned to normal. Kang Guillaume stared at him, a small question mark practically written across his face. Then the old man let out an oddly deliberate cough and asked, far too directly, "Are the two of you dating?" The oppressive thought field vanished as if it had never existed. and the space around them returned to normal in the blink of an eye. Altair Auditory leaned back against the bench, clearly enjoying himself. Oh ho ho, is that so? Kangyoma could not share even a fraction of that amusement. We are just friends, absolutely nothing more and nothing less. The old man nodded as if he understood everything. I see. Oh ho ho. Kangyoma glanced at him with a strange mix of discomfort and concern. In the game, this man's lines had almost always been nothing but silent ellipses. He had never imagined that, in real life, Altair Auditory would turn out to be this kind of mischievous old man. Even so, there was no denying one thing. This old man was not someone ordinary. Altair Auditory slowly rose from the bench, supporting himself with his cane. In any case, my questions have been answered. I will take my leave now. Please look after my granddaughter as her friend. As you already know, the old man added, his voice quieter now. That girl has always been fragile at her core. Kangyoma did not respond immediately. He simply sank into thought, weighing those words for a long moment. Before Altair Auditory could walk away, Kangyoma raised one more question. Do you truly believe Chloe has to become an assassin? The old man turned back toward him, studying Kangyoma's face before answering. You must have seen another side of Chloe already, haven't you? Kangyoma did not deny it. His mind returned to the dangerous state he had seen when he first met Chloe, that sharp and unsettling presence hidden beneath her usual appearance. Altair Auditory continued. That is her nature. A wild instinct, almost like that of a predator. If you were in my position, would you dare release someone like her into the righteous world, into a place filled with light? Kangyoma frowned at those words. Isn't that nature the result of the way the Auditor family raised her? Altair Auditory calmly corrected him. This family is not as wicked as the rumors make it sound. I will admit that assassin training is different from ordinary upbringing, but before anything else, we were still a family. With Chloe, it was the opposite, he went on. The family did everything it could to hide her true nature. Her reason was trained for years, yes, but whenever her emotions surged too strongly, she would bare her fangs and claws in an instant. I understand that you worry about Chloe as her friend, Altair Auditory said, his gaze steady. But there is one thing you must understand. It feels strange to speak this way about my own granddaughter, he admitted. But Chloe carries that feral nature from the very beginning, and once that nature surfaces, she can hurt anyone around her. If you remain too close to her, I cannot say when your head might be separated cleanly from your shoulders. Kangyoma stood there in silence, conflicted and unable to answer at once. After hearing the words of the Auditor family head, the way he saw Chloe began to shift, and his understanding of her became far more complicated. Altair Auditory hunched slightly over his cane. If you value your life, keep your distance from Chloe. But at that moment, Kangyoma rose from the bench, and the atmosphere around him slowly changed. The acting ends here, he said. That's enough. At the same time, something strange began to move through the crowd nearby. Altair Auditory watched Kangyoma stand and immediately asked, Acting? What do you mean by that? Kangyoma drew the sashimi knife Murasame, and a pale white light slipped from the blade. His voice was calm, but there was a hard edge beneath it. Pretending to worry about me is one thing, but if you're going to mix lies into that concern, you should at least hide them better. May the blessings of the gods be with you. Altair Auditory's eyes widened slightly, taken aback by Kangyoma's sudden movement and the words that followed. Almost immediately, the air around them turned cold and bleak, as if the warmth of the setting sun had been swallowed all at once. The people who had appeared around them revealed their true nature one after another. In the span of a breath, they became assassins, silently surrounding Kangyoma and Altair Auditory from every side. Every assassin who stepped out from the crowd carried that same unmistakable savagery, like wild beasts hiding behind human faces, their eyes sharp and their killing intent barely restrained. But Kangyoma's presence became even more dangerous than theirs. One of his eyes slowly darkened, the black color spreading as if something deep inside him had begun to awaken. His body lowered into that bow-like knife stance. Murasame held with quiet precision, and the air around him made it clear that a large-scale fight was only one breath away from exploding. Before anyone could move, however, Altair Auditory lifted one hand. His voice cut through the tension with absolute authority. Everyone fall back. The assassins obeyed their family head without hesitation. One by one, they withdrew from their positions, their expression still cold and unchanged. Only after they stepped back did Altair Auditor ask, Since when did you notice? Kangyoma slowly slid the sashimi knife back into its sheath, his posture easing only slightly. Didn't you just say I had good instincts? It's something close to that. Facing him directly, Altair Auditory quietly revised his opinion of Kangyoma. You truly exceed my expectations. Kangyoma closed his eyes for a moment, then answered just as bluntly, "And you fall below mine." Some time passed, or perhaps from the outside it looked as if nothing had happened at all. Kang Gyoma was still seated on the bench, calm and composed, with no obvious sign of the confrontation that had nearly broken out. The more Kang Gyoma thought about it, the more unpleasant the whole encounter felt. Chloe and Nox had only just begun to repair their relationship, yet Altair Auditor had deliberately mixed tangled lies into the conversation to scramble the truth. Kang Gyoma still did not know what the old man's real purpose was, but without Murasame at his side, he might not have noticed the trap at all, that disgusting old man. Right after that thought crossed his mind, Chloe appeared in the distance and called out to him brightly. She was dressed in a cute, shore-style dress, her voice carrying across the academy grounds. "Kang Gyoma." Chloe hurried closer, then softened her tone as she looked up at him. "Have you been waiting long?" Kang Gyoma turned toward her without letting anything strange show on his face, though his thoughts still felt unsettled beneath the surface. "Yeah," he answered quietly. No matter what anyone else said, that much was true. Chloe's expression shifted with concern, and she asked again, a little more anxiously. "Did I come too late?" "I'm sorry," she added at once. Kang Gyoma stood from the bench and answered in a steady voice. "It's nothing. Don't worry about it." After speaking with Kang Gyoma for quite some time, Altair Auditore wandered alone through the academy grounds. The students who had no idea who he truly was still glanced at him as he passed, drawn in by the strange dignity surrounding the old man. But Altair Auditore's judgment of Kang Gyoma had already been decided the moment the boy stood up. He had seen through the setup and noticed assassins disguised naturally among ordinary passers-by. On top of that, Kang Gyoma had shown a courage so steady that it did not waver even in front of Altair Auditore himself. When he was suddenly dragged into that dangerous field, Kang Gyoma's judgment and adaptability had shifted instantly, without panic or wasted movement. It was not merely fascinating. That kind of talent was enough to send a chill crawling down the spine. Calling Kang Gyoma a simple prodigy would be an insult. Once Altair Auditore was no longer in the open, he slipped into a narrow alley, came to a stop, and quietly called a single name, Nox. At his command, an ebony vortex immediately opened within the darkness, swirling like a hole torn into the shadows. In the next instant, Nox appeared in that very spot, and lowered himself respectfully. "Yes, my lord?" Nox bowed his head so deeply it nearly touched the ground. Even then, he could faintly sense something unusual from his lord. Altair Auditore, the family head famous for cold precision, was smiling with genuine satisfaction. Indeed, it was worth coming all this way. Nox answered with complete respect. "Your satisfaction puts me at ease." Altair Auditore tightened his grip around the cane, then gave a small nod as if confirming something to himself. "This is the first time." Nox hesitated and carefully asked, "Excuse me, my lord, what do you mean?" Nox's confusion left his question hanging in the air. Altair Auditore smiled faintly and replied, "This is the first time I have felt fear from another person." Nox froze, unable to answer. His shoulders trembled as he tried to understand what he had just heard. But Altair Auditore was not finished. "So this is what that kind of fear feels like. It is rather special." His hand was damp with sweat, his face had gone pale, and his body still trembled faintly. To Nox, it sounded almost too unbelievable to be real. Altair Auditor had already shaken Nox enough and did not seem interested in dragging it out any longer. The family head began walking away, leaving one final instruction behind him. "All right, consider this visit settled. I am also looking forward to meeting that child again soon. Once matters are handled on that side, I will come over." Back at the academy grounds, Kang Gyoma sat there stiffly, his face blank as if he had just realized something important. Joaquin Academy really was enormous. Chloe sat beside him with wide, sparkling eyes, her whole face glowing with happiness. "Kang Gyoma, did something happen while you were waiting here for me?" Her assassin instincts were truly sharp, and Kang Gyoma could not help feeling surprised. Still, he swallowed the truth before it reached his mouth. It was probably better not to tell her that he had just met the head of the Auditor family. Kang Gyoma thought it over for a brief moment, then chose the safest answer. "It's nothing." He did not want to ruin Chloe's good mood with unnecessary details. Instead, he shifted the conversation naturally. "So what should we do next?" Chloe asked with a bright, expectant smile, and the two of them began walking side by side. Kang Gyoma slipped his hands into his pockets and said, "Well, according to the schedule, there's a parade this evening. Then, once it gets completely dark, they'll set off fireworks. We still have some time before the parade starts, so let's just walk around and take a look." Chloe's eyes lit up. "Wow, that sounds great." Chloe nodded eagerly, her smile blooming across her face. Just seeing Kang Gyoma walk at a relaxed pace seemed to make her happy, and before long, She quickened her steps and moved a little ahead of him. After a while, Chloe came back wearing a small pair of rabbit ears that matched the color of her hair. She clearly wanted to show off how cute she looked, though Kang Guillaume barely seemed to notice at first. Chloe turned her gaze toward the distance, taking in the wide view of Joaquin Academy spread out before them. They walked for a little while longer without finding anything in particular to do, and eventually Kang Guillaume spoke up. "Should we sit down and rest for a bit?" Chloe agreed immediately, without the slightest hesitation. Okay. So the two of them sat together on a bench within the campus grounds. Kang Guillaume, who was usually so serious and unreadable, found it difficult to show much emotion even now. "I guess I am a little tired." Beside him, Chloe adjusted the rabbit ears on her head while quietly watching his expression. After thinking about it for a moment, Chloe rubbed her hands together shyly and asked in a small, uncertain voice, "Are you tired because of me?" Kang Guillaume looked back at her at once, not wanting her to feel guilty. No, not at all. But Chloe still lowered her head, unable to hide the worries she had been holding in. "I'm sorry, I should have helped you more. My knife skills are still too clumsy." Kang Guillaume did not agree with that at all. In fact, he thought the exact opposite. "I barely even get to use a knife myself. I'm stuck cooking most of the time, and sometimes I even have to rush out to the training field. Without you, Chloe, the food stall never would have run smoothly." After hesitating for a while, Kang Guillaume finally reached out. As a small reward, he gently placed his hand on Chloe's head. "You worked hard, Chloe. Thank you." Being touched so suddenly made Chloe's face flush uncontrollably. Her heart began pounding fast, and for a moment her emotions seemed to lock up completely. Kang Guillaume noticed her reaction and realized he might have done something just a little careless. Only after a long pause did Chloe answer in an unsteady voice. Thank you." Kang Guillaume treated it as casually as he could. "There's nothing for you to thank me for. When an opportunity appears, sometimes a person has to grab it before it slips away." Chloe drew a little closer, folding her hands shyly in front of her. "By the way, Kang Guillaume," her cheeks were already turning red as she tried to gather the courage to say what was on her mind. The words hovering on Chloe's lips were anything but casual. Then all of a sudden a voice called out from far away. Club president, unfortunately. For Chloe, someone had sliced straight through the romantic mood. Kang Guillaume turned and saw several people heading toward them. It was Weapon. Of course, only Weapon could do something like this. The words Chloe had been about to say were forced back down. There was no need to wonder any longer. Weapon hurried over and apologized right away. "Sorry. I gathered everyone so we could come together, so we ended up a little late." Two other members had already arrived with him as well. Ryo Josaki and Hana-san. "Hi there." Kang Guillaume, who had no idea what was going on, bluntly voiced the biggest question in his mind. "Coming together? Weren't all of you planning to spend some time alone?" Chloe's precious moment had been destroyed far too openly, and all she could do was repeat one name under her breath. Weapon, Weapon. But there was a more important issue to clear up first. After hearing something strange from Kang Guillaume, Weapon pulled out his phone and opened the chat as proof. The club president just sent a message saying everyone should gather here at 5 o'clock. The problem only became more confusing from there. Weapon held the phone out again, showing the message clearly as he repeated, "Look, the club president sent this himself. It says to gather here at 5 o'clock. At that moment, Kang Guillaume stopped focusing on Weapon and slowly began to understand what had really happened. His gaze shifted toward the person standing right beside him, and one thought rose clearly in his mind. If anyone here could pull off something like this, it had to be her. Ryojo Saki noticed Kang Guillaume looking at her, and instead of hiding it, she gave him a bold little smirk, almost like she was openly provoking him. With that expression alone, there was no longer any room for doubt. It really had been Ryojo Saki. The conversation was cut short there. Everyone seemed to have had enough standing around, and it was time to start moving again. Evening had already settled over Joaquin Academy. Chloe, who had cheered up again, pointed toward the center of the campus. Kang Guillaume, that's the parade you mentioned earlier. Weapon, putting excitement before everything else, immediately grabbed Kang Guillaume's hand and pulled him forward with surprising energy. "President, come on! Let's watch it up close. You can't miss this," Weapon insisted. But one look at Kang Guillaume's face made it obvious that he had no desire to dive into the crowd. Still, Chloe clearly did not want to miss it. Let's go! Let's go!" Hana-san added fuel to the fire with perfect timing. The parade girls are about to pass by. When they failed to lure Kang Guillaume properly, they shifted their target to Chloe instead. Weapon was already rushing ahead. "Huh? No, come on, let's go." Chloe ended up going along with them, and before long, everyone had left, leaving Kang Gyoma sitting alone on the bench. Actually, Ryojo Saki had still been there for a while, calmly eating candy while staring at Kang Gyoma the entire time. But once everyone had completely moved away, Kang Gyoma was finally alone for real. He glanced toward the place where Ryojo Saki had been standing, only to find that she was no longer there. After wandering around for a bit, Kang Gyoma eventually picked another bench and sat down. The moment he settled in, a complaint slipped out. "Crowds really aren't for me. Next time there's a festival, I'm quietly skipping it." In the end, while Kang Gyoma sat there as still as a statue, the others had thrown themselves into the lively crowd. Weapon, in particular, was running around with the energy of an excited monkey. A faint sadness began to gather in Kang Gyoma's chest, though not a trace of it showed on his face. Even though he had been with everyone, he still felt strangely distant from them. Chloe had looked as if she wanted to say something earlier, but seeing her smile so happily made Kang Gyoma feel relieved as well. If joining the others helped her mood brighten even a little, then that alone was a good thing. Just as Kang Gyoma's thoughts began to drift, a stranger's voice suddenly cut through them nearby. "Hold it more gently. That hurts." Kang Gyoma glanced over and saw two classmates holding hands, acting completely absorbed in each other. There were couples everywhere, not just one or two, but so many that it felt like the whole area had turned into a gathering spot for pairs. Only then did Kang Gyoma realize one more thing. He had definitely chosen the wrong seat. Squinting slightly, Kang Gyoma took in the situation around him and let out a silent thought. Right? This world was basically built like this. Love, romance, attraction. Did he even have feelings like that anymore? Before Kang Gyoma had been reincarnated into this world, he had thrown all of that aside. Back then, he had not even had the time or space to seriously think about such things. All Kang Gyoma knew for certain was that he liked the characters from this game. At first, there may have been moments when Kang Gyoma felt slightly moved, but now, even he could not clearly tell what those feelings had been. 3 months had already passed since Kang Gyoma enrolled at Joaquin Academy. And in that short time, far too many life-threatening incidents had crashed into his life one after another. There had not been even a single quiet gap where Kang Gyoma could properly look inward and understand his own emotions. Day and night without pause, Kang Gyoma found himself growing strangely numb, even in front of the beauty surrounding him. No matter what happened, Kang Gyoma always ended up facing it alone. Lately, it felt as though Kang Gyoma was being pulled tight like a string. Powerless, exhausted, and buried under far too many thoughts, he could barely sort through himself. Too many events were converging all at once, pressing down on him from every direction. "I'm so tired." With his face still expressionless, Kang Gyoma slowly turned his eyes toward the direction where the voice had come from. It was Ryojo Saki, the one who had not truly joined the others. She was munching on her favorite candy while looking around with a bored expression. "I hate crowded places the most. Then why bother choosing a seat?" Kang Gyoma asked. Ryojo Saki glanced at the bench and sat down nearby, as if she had simply been lucky enough to find an empty spot. "Now my body can finally relax." Before Kang Gyoma could figure out what to think of that, the topic shifted abruptly in his mind, as if a game prompt had appeared. This was a dungeon, the trial stage of 11. Next instruction was simple and direct. Choose a character to fight the snake, then pick one. Looking at Ryojo Saki's figure, Kang Gyoma was reminded that she was one of the heroines he had once directly controlled. Still, setting that strange confusion aside, Kang Gyoma trusted Ryojo Saki's brain. There had to be a reason she had hacked his phone number and used it to message the other members. "You've looked enough," Ryojo Saki said, catching him completely. From her tone, Kang Gyoma could tell she already knew he had been staring for a while. Then Ryojo Saki quickly pressed him. "Hey, why are you staring at me like that?" Her face flushed faintly, and a small question mark practically appeared over Kang Gyoma's head. Kang Gyoma did not answer right away. Instead, his thoughts kept circling. This was the first time he had seen Ryojo Saki make that kind of expression. What was going on with her, so cold? Kang Gyoma looked at her for a moment, then deliberately turned his gaze away. Ryojo Saki was still waiting for him to say something, and his silence made it feel as if she had been completely ignored. Ryojo Saki looked away too and muttered under her breath. "Huh, you're so heartless." Unexpectedly, Kang Gyoma heard her clearly. "Heartless? What's going on?" Ryojo Saki flinched and spun back toward him. "Oh, you heard that?" Before Ryojo Saki could say anything else, Kang Gyoma suddenly lost his composure. He grabbed her shoulders tightly and raised his voice. "What's going on? Were you the one who gathered the members using my number?" Ryojo Saki froze, caught completely off guard. "Ah, sure," but Kang Gyoma gave her no time to properly think. His voice grew rougher, slipping out of control. Could this be connected to that education inspector? Ryojo Saki stammered, visibly embarrassed, her pupils seeming to spin like little whirlpools. Her reaction was completely unnatural. Oh, because Kangioma had spoken too loudly, he failed to hear what Ryojo Saki had said when she repeated herself. What did you say? I didn't catch that. Kangioma's hands were still pressing against her shoulders, touching her skin through the tension of the moment. Ryojo Saki turned her face slightly and whispered, "It hurts." Then she shoved Kangioma hard. I said it hurts. The sudden push threw the balance between them off. Ryojo Saki narrowed her eyes and clenched her fist. You were squeezing my shoulders that hard. How could it not hurt? You're heartless, and weirdly sharp-eared too, aren't you? And besides, Ryojo Saki added firmly, it's not what you're thinking. This time, Kangioma was the one left stunned. Realizing he had misunderstood, he changed his tone and said, if that's not true, then fine. But why did you shove me so hard? Around them, the noise of the festival slowly returned, filling the space again while their heated exchange fell into an awkward silence. Not wanting that silence to drag on, Ryojo Saki looked at him and asked, Hey, are you mad? Kangioma, as dense as a wooden log, simply stared back, while carefully studying every small change in her expression. Did Kangioma really grip her shoulders that hard? And more than that, what had been wrong with Ryojo Saki up until now? Ryojo Saki was not normally like this. Unable to keep looking directly at Kangioma, she swallowed quietly, her gaze wavering as the awkward air lingered between them. Ryojo Saki's favorite candy had ended up tossed off to one side, lying forgotten in the corner, as if even she had lost the mood to keep eating it. In the opposite corner, Kangioma was still seated on the bench, looking as stiff and unreadable as ever while the awkward silence stretched between them. After hesitating for a moment, a sudden thought struck Kangioma. He quickly turned his head and called out to her. Hey, Ryojo Saki! His tone was strangely abrupt, and even Kangioma seemed to realize it as he started speaking. Oh, this is a little sudden, but you... Before he could finish, Ryojo Saki cut in quickly, as if she knew something dangerous was coming. I'll wait. Not yet. Kangioma blurted it out anyway, without giving the atmosphere time to settle. Do you have someone you like? Ryojo Saki's emotions broke through her expression at once. Her eyes widened, and her voice jumped before she could control it. What? For a split second, Kangioma's mind drifted back to the game. Accumulated points, 987,654. Diamonds, 120. Favorability, 999. Ryojo Saki's success route had unlocked, and that familiar line appeared as if waiting for him. I've been waiting for you to say that. Chef Kangioma froze when that character selection seemed to trigger in his memory. Even so, he pushed the conversation forward, subtly adjusting his words to match the expression Ryojo Saki was showing right in front of him. Why Ryojo Saki? If two people kept running into each other again and again, then maybe it was natural for things to feel a little complicated. Ryojo Saki's teasing had always been more than simple teasing. In the game, it was a clear sign that she had let someone close enough to treat them with real familiarity. Ryojo Saki said, her voice softening in that remembered scene. Thanks for understanding me. Then Kangioma's thoughts snapped back to the exact moment he had asked the question. This time, Ryojo Saki was not a game character on a screen. She was a real person, sitting there in front of him, staring without looking away, and the feelings behind her gaze felt much more vivid. Kangioma guessed the first name that came to mind and asked quietly, It's Leon, right? Ryojo Saki's reaction came out louder than expected, almost like a question mark had burst from her face. But then it quickly shrank back down, taking some of her irritation with it. No, not him. Kangioma fell silent, and Ryojo Saki looked at him as if he were nothing more than a block of wood. Maybe this was supposed to happen before the final match in the game, and maybe his memory of that part had become too hazy. Had everything really changed this much? Ryojo Saki crossed her arms, turned away from him, and muttered in annoyance. I'm so stupid for expecting anything. Meanwhile, Kangioma began digging through other fragments of dialogue in his memory, and another possibility slipped out of his mouth. So, is it weapon? Ryojo Saki froze completely. For once, she looked genuinely speechless, as if Kangioma had somehow managed to miss the point so badly that she had no idea where to begin. Trying to recover her mood, Ryojo Saki gave him a faint smile. A moment later, the only thing left hanging in the air was Kangioma's name. Then Kangioma's status information appeared before him. The blessing of the sword god had raised his slash damage, increasing his attack power from 12 to 14. The restraint on his swordsmanship had loosened. His mental attack rose from 8 to 10, making his words and actions carry a heavier pressure. His weapon attack increased from 5 to 6, and when the protection activated, his pain was reduced by 2. 5 levels had changed. His assimilation rate had climbed from 21.3% to 24.7%. 2 unidentified deities had merged into one, and now he could faintly perceive the voice of something unknown. Once the assimilation rate reached 25%, the next condition would be unlocked. The protection only activated when the blade was no longer than 39 centimeters and no wider than 10 centimeters, and Kang Gyoma rubbed his head with a bored expression as he took it all in. Kang Gyoma stared at the information with exaggerated disbelief. Who in the world had made an archer hit this hard? In the end, only a red mark had appeared on his forehead, not an actual bruise. Kang Gyoma kept staring seriously at the status window, turning the details over in his mind for quite a while. Soon, Kang Gyoma's usual stern expression returned, and he began thinking through the changes more carefully. His weapon prowess had risen to 6. That was likely influenced by the mental force and the immunity-related effects he had received from Asura. The assimilation rate, which had first risen during that dream, had climbed again after the battle with Lang Mao. Kang Gyoma still did not know whether this assimilation rate was a blessing or a poison, but one thing was certain: it was closely connected to the protection of the sword god. Kang Gyoma closed the status window and looked around. The orange glow on the horizon had completely faded, and the lively noise of the parade was beginning to die down. In the distance, fireworks started bursting into the night sky. The festival was nearly over, and even in a world where monsters and magic ran wild, moments like this felt strangely ordinary. Looking at it this way, this world did not feel so different from Earth. Kang Gyoma could barely remember his previous life in detail anymore. The only human connection he could truly call his own had been his first master, though even that master had abandoned him as soon as he learned the basics of holding a knife. At the time, Kang Gyoma had been furious because he had not understood why, but now he understood a little better. More important than simply learning techniques was gaining the ability to adapt when something completely unexpected happened. There was no training ground better than real combat. When it came to experience under pressure, this academy and that old man from his past were not so different after all. While Kang Gyoma continued murmuring to himself on the bench, a terrifying presence suddenly brushed against his senses. The festival was still full of strangers, so sensing unfamiliar people was nothing unusual. But this presence was different. It felt strange and unnatural, like something caught halfway between human and inhuman. Hidden beneath it was a trace of magic, and the person carrying it was concealing a blade. Kang Gyoma's expression turned cold as he drew Murasame out. Through the sensing ability tied to the blessing of the sword god, Kang Gyoma could feel that something was wrong within a 30-meter radius, the details spreading clearly through his mind. Simply put, it felt as though a 3-dimensional map was being drawn directly inside Kang Gyoma's head, with the ground itself acting as the conductor. Kang Gyoma's eyes widened slightly, and he could not help praising the result. It was far more effective than he had expected. He had not imagined it would work this well. But there was no time to admire the ability for long. Inside that sensing range, Kang Gyoma detected a moving silhouette. The target was identified. Kang Gyoma fully drew Murasame, lowered his body, and dashed forward at high speed. Out there in the night, someone with purple eyes suddenly flinched, and the situation immediately took a turn for the worse. The figure panicked and lunged forward, reacting as if they had been caught completely off guard. Kang Gyoma appeared directly in front of the opponent and thrust Murasame forward without hesitation. It was a perfect surprise attack. The opponent coughed up a spray of purple blood, a color far removed from anything human. Kang Gyoma swept his blade to the side, flicking the blood away in one clean motion. The target clutched the wound and collapsed to their knees, coughing and choking. The blade flashed coldly in the dark. "Found you!" And the person Kang Gyoma had just stabbed was Assistant Lecturer Kim. She threw both hands toward the sky and screamed, "Oh my God, you killed me!" Her ashen face slowly turned back toward him. The wound she had received was already closing on its own. "I came here thinking we could talk. What is this?" "I came to negotiate." Hearing her complain, Kang Gyoma showed no trace of friendliness. This woman was a villain who had already targeted him before. Ever since the Water Continent dungeon, the quiet around them had carried too many hidden dangers. Whatever other stories she might have wanted to tell, the situation was already decided. Assistant Lecturer Kim was now kneeling in front of Kang Gyoma. Kang Gyoma looked down at her and spoke coldly. "Your real name is Choi Seol-ah, right? Then why have you been operating under the identity of Assistant Lecturer Kim?" Choi Seol-ah hiccuped, her voice trembling as fear crept into it. "Please, please spare me." Her voice shook. But Kang Gyoma's expression did not change at all. He moved straight to the next question. "How many demonic villains are hiding inside the academy?" Choi Seol-ah answered nervously. The ones inside the academy are constantly changing faces, so even I don't know the exact number. Choi Seol-ah's behavior was clearly not normal, and Kang Geoma slowly began piecing together far more than she probably intended to reveal. Up until now, she had spilled almost everything she knew before he even had to force it out of her. Among all of it, the most shocking detail was that some demons already knew Kang Geoma had killed Agor, even though Siegfried von Nibelung had tried to bury that secret. Kang Geoma's eyes sharpened, and his voice turned cold. Then why is Agor's death being pinned on Leon? Choi Seol-ah froze on the spot, her face stiffening as if the question had struck a nerve. But with Kang Geoma watching her so closely, she had no choice but to answer quickly. I don't know. Kang Geoma knew he had to be more practical here. His hand had already moved toward Murasame once before, then pulled back, fully aware of what that blade could do to someone like her. Choi Seol-ah immediately lowered her head and corrected herself in a rush. I'm serious. Among the demons, there's even the professor. Almost everything comes from that bastard's head. Someone low-level like me wouldn't know the full plan. A crushing pressure spread through the air, pressing down on Choi Seol-ah until every emotion in her face was squeezed into fear. Kang Geoma realized that the professor was even more insane than he had imagined. For Choi Seol-ah, this was clearly a gamble, but if she returned to the demons now, she would almost certainly die. Kang Geoma focused on her carefully. From what he could sense, Choi Seol-ah did not seem to be lying. He walked closer one step at a time, closing the distance until he was standing directly in front of her. Kang Geoma looked down at her and asked in a low voice, Choi Seol-ah, do you want to live? It was a question that left Choi Seol-ah in an incredibly awkward position, but who in the world would willingly choose death? She hurriedly bowed her head to Kang Geoma. Yes, yes, of course. Kang Geoma's answer came immediately. Then there are two conditions for sparing your life. He did not give her even a moment to breathe. First, who is the professor? Tell me everything you know. Choi Seol-ah hesitated, her lips trembling as she tried to decide how much she could safely say. That matter. The choice only became harder when the blade Kang Geoma held horizontally flashed near her throat. With Murasame that close, Choi Seol-ah had no room left to keep stalling. He's not, she began, then quickly corrected herself. I mean, that person is a subordinate of that devil. Beyond that, I really don't know anything. Please put the knife away. After confirming that much, Kang Geoma sheathed Murasame and stepped slightly aside. Kwarn, commander of the 2nd Legion. That name was even higher than he had expected. Hidden behind lies, Kwarn stood near the very top of the Demon King's army, and now a subordinate of that devil was inside Joaquin Academy. Choi Seol-ah timidly lifted herself back up. Even the other demons don't know the professor's true identity. That's why his reputation is so terrible. He only disguises himself as a professor. Kang Geoma glanced back at her, and Choi Seol-ah instantly stiffened, trying to look solemn and harmless. But Kang Geoma was not merely looking at her face. He was scanning her entire body for anything she might be hiding. From what he could tell, this female lecturer had once served under Agor. After Agor's death, she seemed to have lost her position even among the demons. The magic Kang Geoma sensed from her was only faint residue, possibly suppressed by force, and she no longer had enough strength to pose a real threat. It seemed she really had come to negotiate. Kang Geoma continued coldly. This choice may be a gamble for you, but you've tried to kill me many times. You don't seriously think that alone is enough for me to let you live, do you? Choi Seol-ah went blank, then nearly collapsed as she cried out, Ah, I didn't try to kill you. It was because of that damn devil. Murasame returned to her throat before she could say anything more. Kang Geoma's voice remained calm. Second condition. Give that to me, and I'll let you live. Right behind Choi Seol-ah's neck, something purple flashed with a faint sound. But Choi Seol-ah still did not understand what Kang Geoma was referring to. I'm sorry. What are you talking about? With a single clean slash, Kang Geoma severed the purple crystal embedded at the nape of Choi Seol-ah's neck. It was a special cut that left no wound on Choi Seol-ah's skin. The detached crystal simply dropped away and rolled across the ground. Those paired stones were formed when someone made a pact with a Demon Legion commander. They served as a binding mark of subservience. The Legion commander acted as the one transmitting mana, while the villain bound by the pact received it. That sigil had become useless after Agor died, but Kang Geoma knew exactly what it was, because he had once used it himself. The mark contained the villain's life force and functioned as the most effective chain, holding them under control. Choi Seol-ah's reaction confirmed everything. The moment Kang Geoma handled the crystal so coldly, all color drained from her face. That was enough for him. So then, Choi Seol-ah, from now on, continue being a villain. Choi Seol-ah nodded desperately at first, then froze as the meaning caught up with her. Yes, sorry. Wait, what? Kang Jeoma left Choi Seol-ah with plenty to think about, and walked away alone, his own thoughts moving even faster. Choi Seol-ah was the type who would do anything to survive. As a source of information, that was not bad at all. Later, he could squeeze far more useful details out of her. Just then, the phone in Kang Jeoma's pocket suddenly rang. When he opened it, he saw a strange message from Ryojo Saki. Where are you? Kang Jeoma stared down at the screen again. Ryojo Saki's message was still there, short and direct. Where are you? Another message followed soon after. We haven't finished talking yet. Can't you hold back? Her worry slipped between the words, though the next line sounded more like her usual self. Then I'll hit you again. Hey, Kang Jeoma. Kang Jeoma looked at the message and answered simply, what? Ryojo Saki typed a few words, stopped, paused for a moment, then started typing again. In the end, only a few short words remained on the screen. Ryojo Saki did not seem to know what else she should say to Kang Jeoma. Then the fireworks bloomed across the sky again. From where Ryojo Saki was sitting, the view was perfect, each burst of light spreading wide above the academy. The other three travel club members, Chloe, Weapon, and Hana-san, had been waiting for that exact moment. Chloe gazed upward in delight, while Weapon could not hold back his excitement. So beautiful. Wow. In another corner of the academy, Rachel and Abel, looking as if they had just finished training, also stopped to watch the fireworks. Director Medea, still buried in work, could feel the moment too. Somewhere else, Ellie and Lang Mao also turned their attention toward the light blooming over Joaquin Academy. After all the confusion, danger, and trouble that had piled up throughout the day, Ryojo Saki finally seemed able to breathe a little easier. Then the messages between Ryojo Saki and Kang Jeoma started again. Did you see that just now? The fireworks? Kang Jeoma replied. Idiot, huh? I can't see them from here. But then his live location function opened, and from Kang Jeoma's current spot, those beautiful fireworks were visible after all. Ryojo Saki did not press him about it any further. Anyway, just come back quickly, and buy me some ice cream on the way. Kang Jeoma's reply came back at once. No way, don't be like that. This might be our last festival, you know? Later, the travel club's new meeting began. Ryojo Saki was dozing off. Chloe was watching something fluttering above her, and Kang Jeoma listened quietly. Meanwhile, Weapon rubbed the back of his head and complained, the festival was still fun, so why are there still contests? Weapon kept grumbling as he looked over the details. And look at how huge the competition area is. What does the club president think about this? Beside them, Chloe's red eyes locked onto a tiny fly, following it sharply as it drifted through the air. Now fully irritated, Weapon slammed the book down on the table. This is no different from trampling all over the students' rights. Ryojo Saki, who had been woken up from a perfectly good sleep, shifted instantly into a bad mood and fixed her gaze on Weapon. Come on. Shut up already. Without making a sound, Chloe quietly slipped away from her spot, still wearing her pink cat ears and tail. Even so, the argument between Ryojo Saki and Weapon did not change at all. This time, Weapon stood up and protested even louder. Am I the only one taking the test? How am I supposed to memorize all of this? What? The word slipped out sharply, almost before anyone had time to understand what had just happened. Two voices had overlapped perfectly on that single word, but the feelings behind them could not have been more different. One sounded genuinely startled, while the other came out light and casual, almost like someone answering, "Yeah, what's up?" Weapon's face turned red in an instant. He forced all the anger boiling inside him down into one tight point, then looked toward Saki and tried to speak through clenched restraint. Saki for this test. Right as Weapon was about to finish, a tiny fly landed squarely on his cheek. In the very next second, a sharp smack cracked through the air as palm met skin. Chloe, still moving on instinct in her cat-like state, had slapped Weapon hard across the face. The moment Chloe snapped out of it, she realized exactly what her hand had done. Her eyes widened, and she hurried to explain herself. I'm sorry, there was a fly on your cheek, so I reacted too strongly. I'm truly sorry, but the hit had been so clean and so powerful that Weapon nearly blacked out from it. He could only clutch his stinging cheek in helpless confusion, wondering what Chloe was even doing. Saki, on the other hand, looked openly pleased by Chloe's terrifying accuracy. Only Kang Jeoma stayed frozen in place, not daring to move or speak, while silently wondering why Weapon had been getting slapped so often lately. Just then, 4 notification sounds rang out at nearly the exact same moment. Ting, ding, dong, message received. Weapon was the only one left standing there in bewilderment. Everyone else immediately reached for their phones and checked the new message. It was an official notice from Joaquin Academy. The message announced a change to the practical portion of the first semester final exam for the year 2034, stating that unavoidable circumstances had forced the Academy to revise the exam format. The original single-entry external dungeon run had been cancelled and replaced with team versus matches. The exam would now take place from Monday, July 13th, 2034, to Friday, July 17th, 2034, inside the Joaquin Academy Special Zone. Each team would consist of one third-year student and two randomly selected first-year students. Team rosters would be sent by message 2 days before the exam, while the full details would be announced on-site on exam day. Complaints broke out from every direction almost immediately. Changing the practical final at this point? Really, the more Weapon read, the more irritated he became. He rubbed the back of his head and grumbled. Who changes an exam 3 days before it starts? As the others reacted, Kang Guillaume's thoughts began moving in a different direction. Originally, the practical test should have been the Goblin Dungeon raid in Gopi, and he had actually been looking forward to it because of the materials he could obtain there. But now, after everything that had happened recently, the plot was clearly beginning to bend away from what he remembered. This chain of events was probably unavoidable. Even though Kang Guillaume had seen something like this coming, the realization still bothered him. Was he destroying his greatest advantage with his own hands? The precious experience he had gained from knowing the miracle route ahead of time? At this rate, Kang Guillaume could only stare down at his phone with a blank expression, his fingers tightening slightly around the device. Saki noticed the strange look on his face right away. She leaned her gaze toward him and asked with a puzzled expression, "What's wrong? Why did you suddenly get so tense? That doesn't feel like you." Kang Guillaume had momentarily forgotten that his friends were still right there with him. Without thinking too deeply, he answered in his usual casual tone, "Oh no, it's nothing." But Saki was not fooled. Her hand had already moved to the notebook in front of him. Open it," she said, before calmly adding her own thoughts to the situation. "Look, this change feels sudden to me too. But if you think about how they're handling it, it isn't completely unreasonable. Demons appeared during the last midterm, and during the survival training on Avalon Island, even the Sword Emperor was injured. Every time students leave the academy for training, something goes wrong. So if the academy wants to keep everyone alive, wouldn't holding the exam inside the school itself be the safest option for the students? What do you think?" Saki laid out her opinion in a bright, matter-of-fact tone, and somehow that simple explanation cleared away the confusion that had been sitting in Kang Guillaume's mind. It did not take long for Kang Guillaume to regain his composure. This time he looked at her and praised her honestly. "Now that I think about it, you're right. My head feels clearer. Thanks to you, I can organize my thoughts properly again." "Thanks, Saki." Being praised so directly made Saki lose track of where to put her face. Her cheeks warmed and she pointed at him while stumbling over her words. Why are you looking at me like that? It's embarrassing. Anyway, Kang Guillaume, if you start panicking, then I'll end up getting flustered too." Kang Guillaume stared at her without blinking. "You too, Saki? Really? Why?" Saki tapped her foot against the floor, quickly trying to cover herself. "No, I mean me and the rest of the travel club. If the club president starts looking lost like that, then the whole group's discipline will fall apart." Saki's heart had drifted into something much more sentimental, but Kang Guillaume's mind had gone straight to practical matters. Watching him miss the mood so completely, Saki could only think that he really was different, and that he truly had no talent for reading people's faces. While thinking through the new situation, Kang Guillaume suddenly realized something important. The plan had changed, which meant they needed to move first. He turned to Saki and said, "Saki, I need a favor. That academy staff list you hacked before. Do you still have a backup?" Saki looked at him with an annoyed expression, but her face quickly paled. "I deleted the digital backup so there wouldn't be any traces, but I still have a printed copy." When Kang Guillaume heard that, he lowered his head slightly and continued. "Great. With that, this becomes much easier." Someone immediately picked up on what he meant. "You're saying we should have Saki hack into the academy network one more time, huh?" It sounded like a heavy request at first, but after a moment, everyone in the room began to understand what Kang Guillaume was aiming for. "So you think villains might be disguising themselves as academy staff?" Chloe's eyes widened at once. "Weren't those villains also in the Water Continent dungeon with Kang Guillaume?" To that, Kang Guillaume could only give a short, cautious answer. "We can't be certain yet, but villains often change their appearances when they move around for missions, so it's definitely possible." Saki watched Kang Guillaume closely as she analyzed what he was trying to do. "So you want to get a new list and compare it directly with the old one, right?" Kang Guillaume looked over the group and nodded. "Yes, you all understand why this matters. The travel club was created to protect us, so we need to know ahead of time who might become a threat later." Kang Guillaume addressed everyone again with the same serious look. "Exactly. This club exists so we can protect ourselves. If there are people around us who could turn dangerous in the future, we have to identify them before they move." Then he clasped his hands together and gave a small, grateful nod. "Thanks, everyone. That should be enough to explain what I'm trying to do." But Saki was not about to let the matter end there. She crossed her arms, leaned back slightly, and added, "I don't fully understand every part of it either, but the Academy staff information is automatically updated every month. From what I can tell, they use both local storage and cloud centers for something." The explanation immediately sailed far beyond Weapon's understanding. "Why does it have to be that complicated?" he muttered, before falling silent in growing disbelief. To Kang Gyeoma, people born in this world would naturally treat those systems as ordinary, even if they had no idea what kind of advantage those habits could create. In Kang Gyeoma's mind, it was a kind of optimization that periodically erased sensory data to reduce storage load. About 67% of the information was masked, and because this world operated that way, they could use the pattern to trace suspicious changes. Even though so many things had already shifted away from what he remembered, his experience from the game was still proving incredibly useful. After thinking it over for a while, Kang Gyeoma turned back to Saki and asked the most important question. "So, when can you finish it?" Saki listened, then gave him the most reasonable answer she could. "Well, helping you isn't exactly difficult," Saki said, narrowing her eyes at him. "But don't you notice that I'm the only one getting worked to the bone here?" Saki stared straight at him without looking away. Kang Gyeoma froze under that gaze, unable to answer immediately, and his thoughts briefly went quiet, because she was right. He had asked Saki for so many favors in the name of the travel club that even he was starting to feel guilty about it. But Kang Gyeoma had nothing meaningful he could offer Saki in return. He had no money worth mentioning, no powerful status, and no fame that could help her. What could someone like him possibly do for the daughter of Japan's prime minister? His instincts would not let him hide from the problem for long. Kang Gyeoma straightened his posture and asked her directly, "Is there anything you want?" The sudden question made Saki jolt in place, her thoughts spinning in circles around herself. "Huh? Want what?" She could not bring herself to meet his eyes. Her face grew red, and she stood there quietly, caught between embarrassment and nervous anticipation. But Saki quickly found her answer. A bright smile bloomed across her face, clearly meant for Kang Gyeoma to see. "All right then, later you have to help me with something too." Kang Gyeoma tilted his head. "Help with what?" Realizing that he did not understand what she meant, Saki rephrased it more gently. "Don't worry, it's not anything material. I'll tell you when the time comes." With that answer, Kang Gyeoma swallowed the questions he still wanted to ask. The next day, a thick stack of printed documents was placed on the table with a heavy thud. After everyone finished studying, they gathered again at the special base, and even Senior Hannah joined them. Kang Gyeoma pulled a chair closer to the table and opened with a question. "You already finished everything?" Saki, already seated and prepared, answered without hesitation. "Yeah, staff, personal information, suspicious travel schedules, all of it. I printed everything out, now we just have to check through it." Hearing that, Kang Gyeoma felt a faint uneasiness precisely because Saki had done the job so thoroughly. Beside him, Weapon was already flipping through the papers, and his expression grew more complicated by the second. Is this really okay for a club president to be doing? Weapon stared down at the documents with disbelief. How many times do these people need to go to the bathroom? Do they have no privacy at all? I get that we're trying to find villains, but this is clearly a crime. When Saki heard that, she simply turned back toward the stacks of paper and answered as if it were obvious. The hacking was already a crime from the very beginning. What else is there to say? The second argument broke out almost immediately. Weapon slapped the documents hard enough to scatter papers across the table and shouted at Saki, "Hey, there has to be a line for everything. This is going way too far." Saki did not even bother turning her head toward him. She only answered in a flat, uninterested tone. Yeah, you're such a principled gentleman, huh?" To calm Weapon's temper before it flared any higher. Kang Gyeoma placed one hand firmly on Weapon's shoulder. "Even the smallest pieces of information are better when we have more of them," he said, keeping his voice steady. Weapon could argue with anyone else all he wanted, but once Kang Gyeoma spoke as club president, there was not much he could do. In the end, Weapon grumbled and backed down. If the club president says so, then fine. With the biggest objection settled, the group finally began checking every detail in the documents. Kang Gyeoma added one more condition from earlier. "And once this is finished, we drop all of it, right?" Saki agreed at once, and the others followed her lead. Of course. Who would dare keep arguing after that? Weapon could only let out a long, defeated sigh. "Fine," Weapon muttered, still looking pensive. Meanwhile, Kang Gyeoma silently sorted out his own thoughts. Chloe was an assassin by upbringing, and Saki was the type who could use almost any method if it meant reaching her goal. In their own ways, both of them stood on rather blurry moral ground. There were still members Kang Gyoma did not fully understand, and that made things even more complicated. But because someone like Weapon was here, pushing back when things went too far, the travel club could at least keep a bare minimum boundary from completely disappearing. Kang Gyoma took a deep breath and laid out the plan for everyone. Anyway, there's about a week left until summer break. During the final exams, the travel club will move to hunt down the villains. That's the plan. Any questions? Almost immediately, a voice answered, "Me?" The one who suddenly spoke up was Senior Hana. Her tone stayed calm, but her question carried weight. "I heard the basics before coming here, but I want to know where that information came from." Weapon looked troubled as well. "Actually, I was going to ask that yesterday too, but Saki stopped the whole conversation. If someone always followed whatever the club president said without question, like some of them did, then of course doubts would pile up. And this was not a small question that could just be ignored." Saki had put Kang Gyoma in a difficult position without even trying. He had hoped to slip around the issue, but she had already seen straight through him. Right now, Kang Gyoma could not reveal that he had made a deal with Choi Seol-ah, or that the enemy's target was connected to Leon. If he said all of that openly, it would only create misunderstandings and multiply the number of explanations he had to give. And if Chloe found out the truth, then Choi Seol-ah, who had no magic to protect herself, would be in serious danger. After a long pause, Kang Gyoma chose the most reasonable answer he could give. "I can't tell you that yet, Senior, but I can promise the information came from a reliable source." Senior Hana looked at him and flashed a faint, dangerous smile. Ha! Kang Gyoma knew his answer was not perfect, so he quietly decided that if the right opportunity came later, he would reveal the source then, but now was not the time. Senior Hana did not press him any further and simply returned to reviewing the information. "All right, I understand." Saki, however, seemed to sense that something was off. Kang Gyoma had his own thoughts as well, and at this point he truly could not figure out what was going on inside Senior Hana's mind anymore. As Senior Hana examined the documents, she would occasionally glance in Kang Gyoma's direction. The reflection on her glasses hid her eyes behind a pale shine, making her intentions even harder to read. Senior Hana hummed a familiar little tune under her breath, light and unbothered, as if nothing in the room could shake her. An uncomfortable feeling rose from the quiet glances passing between Kang Gyoma and Saki. Something about it felt strangely familiar, like a face or memory just beyond reach. But instead of dwelling on it, the topic shifted, and the travel club's first real meeting finally began. Time slipped by faster than expected. The water bottle that had been prepared earlier was now completely empty, and a tired Kang Gyoma stepped away from the table and moved toward the sofa. Chloe had already prepared a fresh bottle of water for him. She held it out with a worried look and said, "Kang Gyoma, you must be tired. Here." He wiped the sweat from his face, glanced over, and accepted it. "Ah, thanks. I was just getting thirsty." As Chloe watched Kang Gyoma take the bottle and drink, a small sadness settled inside her chest. Still, she quickly softened her expression and told herself it was nothing. Ever since Kang Gyoma had arrived in this world, he had always been strangely attentive to those little details. Meanwhile, Weapon and Saki were still working diligently over the documents. "This person who appeared earlier isn't on the staff list," Saki said. "Their travel schedule looks suspicious too." Weapon reached out at once. "Give it here. Keep checking the rest." Kang Gyoma looked back at Chloe and offered a few words to reassure her. "Don't worry too much. Saki and Weapon actually like this kind of work. And Chloe, there are things only you can do, things they can't handle, like what happened in the Water Continent dungeon or at the recent festival." Chloe was not entirely sure how to react to the praise, but hearing those words from Kang Gyoma made her brighten again, almost instantly. "Really?" He laughed more than usual that day, and with just a few gentle words from him, Chloe's imagination began drifting into a new little daydream. She quietly wished that she could be placed on the same team as Kang Gyoma for the upcoming exam. But Kang Gyoma was not focused on that wish. A new message had just arrived on his phone. The practical exam team list for Kang Gyoma's 2034 Team 1 was displayed clearly. Third-year students were exempt from the school-wide exam because they had to prepare for graduation. The team members were Hana-san from Mundane Class 52, Kang Gyoma from Wolf Class First Year, and the team leader, Rachel Demurat, from Spirit Class First Year. A bright, excited message from Rachel followed right after. "Kang Gyoma, we're on the same team again." Kang Gyoma could only stare at it and let out a dry, helpless sound. Time continued to flow like the last drops in an almost empty water bottle, slipping away uselessly while nothing seemed to get any easier. Kang Gyoma sat there sighing again and again, while the other four members kept working. Chloe grew more worried the longer she watched him. but Weapon seemed to understand the situation right away. The club president must be exhausted again this time. Chloe stiffened. Yeah, it's him again. Wait, why is that blonde girl on his team? Weapon tried to calm her down. Well, it's the same team from the midterm, so it should be fine. Senior Hana is on the team too. Nothing serious should happen, right? Besides, worrying about the club president is the most pointless thing you can do. Following Weapon's words, Senior Hana gave Chloe a little more confidence. Don't worry, I'll supervise him closely so he doesn't slack off. Chloe raised her fist with renewed determination. Yes, thank you, big sis. Then, remembering another important person in the room, Weapon quickly turned and asked another question. Who are you teamed with? Weapon asked. Saki kept scanning the documents as she answered casually. A second-year senior from Land class. Her tone did not change at all. Weapon pressed further. Then who's the team leader? Is it you? Saki flipped through the papers and spoke a familiar name. No, it's Leon, another acquaintance. Kang Jioma let out a soft chuckle of surprise, and that small reaction was enough to make all four of them turn their eyes toward him at once. Saki, sounding slightly prickly, turned directly toward him and demanded, Kang Jioma, what are you thinking about? Late afternoon sunlight poured through the window, stretching across the meeting room floor. Kang Jioma smoothly shifted the conversation away. Nothing. So should we clean up now? Yeah. Good luck on tomorrow's theory exam, everyone. Yes, everyone, do your best. The sound of the door opening marked the end of the gathering. It was still the same meeting room, but the familiar silence had returned, settling over the tables in scattered light. Not everyone had left. Two members still remained inside the room. Senior Hana finished collecting the last of the documents and prepared to leave as well. I'm heading back too. But before she could go, Saki called out to her. Senior Hana paused for a moment and turned slightly. Is something the matter? Two documents still lay on the table. Saki carefully arranged them in front of herself, as if preparing to bring up something she had been holding back. Then Saki's finger moved to one specific spot on the page, and the real problem began to reveal itself. Hana-san, Saki asked quietly. Why is your name listed among the faculty? Saki lifted her gaze from the paper. Who exactly are you? The white lenses of Senior Hana's glasses reflected the light, hiding her eyes once again. Even now, the mystery around her refused to show its true shape. Slanted beam of light fell through the window while Saki continued. Her words were calm, careful, and unusually restrained. She did not add any personal guesses or unnecessary emotion. She simply laid out the facts because something about Senior Hana had felt strange from the very beginning. Senior Hana, Saki said, her voice steady. Should we actually be addressing you by the title written on this paperwork? Hana-san. Professor Saki had reached that conclusion with complete seriousness, but instead of denying it or explaining herself, Hana-san only gave a soft laugh. She covered her mouth lightly with one hand, revealing almost nothing through her expression. Being pressed for proof, only to receive a smile in return, naturally made Saki stiffen a little in surprise. And with that single reaction, the mystery became even harder to handle. What in the world was Hana-san, really? Hana-san gave a small flick of her hand, brushing the tension aside as she answered with a surprisingly serious face. Saki, I know today's meeting put a lot of pressure on you, but I think you may be worrying a little too much. What? Saki's expression stiffened. Hana-san continued calmly. Anyway, this is a bit excessive. Mistaking two people just because they share the same name doesn't really seem like your style. Hana-san tapped her finger against the table, right on the very paper Saki had used as evidence. But that same document also seemed to support Hana-san's side. Only then did Saki notice the gap. A business trip during the festival? Had she really missed a piece of information that important? Saki could feel it clearly. That should have been impossible. Her eyes narrowed as another possibility rose in her mind. Had the information itself been manipulated? No, that did not make sense either. The data had been updated automatically by the virtual space system. External tampering was hard enough to imagine, and even accessing that system was not easy in the first place. On top of that, authority over the virtual space system belonged to the principal. Could this somehow be connected to Director Medea? Breaking through the heavy silence, Senior Hana closed the book in her hands and spoke as if the whole matter had already been settled. It's fine. Even you can make mistakes sometimes. You're not a machine, are you? I don't know how it works in Japan, where you're from, Hana-san added, but at least in Korea, plenty of people share the same name. It was a reasonable explanation, and Saki found herself being pulled along by it. Yes, I suppose that's not impossible. Hana-san slowly rose from her seat, her expression as unreadable as ever. Maybe you're still tense because the crime response meeting just ended. Anyway, since the misunderstanding seems to be cleared up, I'll be going now. Saki removed her glasses and set them down on the table, but the uneasiness in her chest did not disappear. Under her breath, she cursed quietly. Damn it. Hana-san no longer had any reason to remain in the room. She walked slowly past Saki. Then, after taking a few steps, Senior Hana suddenly stopped. As the sun dipped lower and the day neared its end, she glanced back and spoke to Saki like a senior leaving one last piece of advice behind. I have something to tell you. For guys who can't read the room like Kang Gioma, he won't understand unless you express your feelings clearly and directly. A playful kind of warmth seemed to peek in from the doorway as Hana-san gave a small wave. Personally, I'm all for it, Saki. Well, I'm off. Good luck. Click. The door shut behind her with a cold, crisp sound that echoed through the quiet room. Saki was left alone, and because Hana-san's final remark had struck right at her weakest spot, the cool mask she had been wearing cracked into something far more flustered and almost cute. A soft laugh lingered as Hana-san left the meeting room behind. The next morning arrived, it was 5:40, and Kang Gioma's muscular arm rested against the familiar sheets of his bed. Whether he had slept properly through the night was hard to say. His eyes looked slightly dazed as he lay there with both hands tucked behind his head, staring up at the ceiling and turning over the changed exam details in his mind. It was not a huge problem, at least not on the surface. But one question still bothered him. Why was Rachel de Murat the team leader? Kang Gioma already had more tasks piled on him than he could comfortably handle, and now this new stress had been added on top. Worse than that, he had ended up in the same group as one of the most troublesome people he knew. As a player, Kang Gioma understood that Rachel's flirting was not exactly born from pure affection. It was tied to her habit of searching for excellent breeding stock. Rachel de Murat was the type who somehow gave off the feeling of instant ramen and Netflix, while still being interested in everything and showing up everywhere. The funny part was that the game developers had even built a lonely character trait into Rachel from the very beginning, giving her a strange, contrasting charm. Rachel de Murat could act like, "Wah, what, don't come near me," even though she had approached first. That was exactly why she was the final character to be won over. Of course, Kang Gioma's original target had been Leon, and he had hoped that part would proceed smoothly. But Kang Gioma had already realized that he was now the one who had taken that position. Before he could think any further, another matter cut through his thoughts. At 5:43 a.m., a message came from Saki. Kang Gioma stared at the time with a huge question forming in his head. At this hour, he picked up the phone, sat up, and spoke first. "Oh, what's up?" On the other end of the call, Saki answered in an urgent voice. "What? You're not asleep." Silence followed. Complete, absolute silence. Kang Gioma only grew more puzzled by Saki's sudden new way of contacting him. Still, he chose to interpret it in the most normal way possible. "I woke up earlier than expected. What about you?" Saki stumbled over her answer. I usually have trouble sleeping at night." Kang Gioma blinked. "Oh, but why call at this hour? Did you notice something unusual?" Talking to Kang Gioma really was the worst. Saki carefully tried to gather her words, and after waiting for a moment, she finally pushed back. "Do you think I only contact you when I need something?" Kang Gioma, as dense as ever, sat there without reading anything deeper into it. What she said was true in a way, but in his mind, important matters were usually sent by text rather than spoken aloud. Saki had only wanted to hear his voice, but once the call connected, all the courage she had gathered began to vanish into silence. "Hey," Saki tried to speak again, but the moment she heard Kang Gioma waiting on the other end, her voice faded and her nerve slipped away. "Hey, anyway, I'm hanging up now." But Kang Gioma was not the kind of person to leave things unanswered. Before Saki could end the call, he spoke again. "Ryojo," Saki immediately tensed, her heart suddenly racing. Huh? What is it?" Kang Gioma took a quiet breath, then said the words plainly. "Do well on your exam, too." Saki's voice rang out loudly enough to echo through the whole area. For all the emotions squeezed into that short call, only 29 seconds had passed. Kang Gioma stared at his phone, still confused by Saki's strange behavior. Sensing that she was about to say something else, he brought the phone closer to his ear and listened more carefully. Her reply came through shy and small. Thanks." Click. Saki hung up immediately, leaving Kang Gioma staring stubbornly at the screen, every bit the hopelessly single man he was. At the same time, the sun began to rise over the far side of the campus. Kang Gioma already knew what he had to do. The sun was up, and it was time to get ready. A new day had arrived, and a building Kang Gioma had never seen before had been chosen as the next important location. The moment Kang Gioma stepped inside, he stopped in surprise. From the outside, it had looked like an ordinary building, but the air inside carried a strangely different atmosphere. This was Joaquin Academy's special zone. Somewhere inside this place was a space recreated from the 20 years of survival experience left behind by the Academy's founder, Valor Joaquin. It was a scaled-down version of a demon landscape, an isolated ecosystem where every stone, every patch of ground, and every blade of grass had been transplanted with careful precision. Fortunately, the Academy had not released actual demon beasts inside. But even if this place was designed for real combat training, taking an exam in an environment like this felt completely different from playing through it in a game, and Kang Guillaume still could not quite get used to it. As Kang Guillaume walked forward in silence, someone suddenly came rushing up behind him at full speed. It's Kang Guillaume! Rachel de Murat was already charging toward him, fully prepared to pounce without giving him a single chance to react. Preparation was the difference between success and failure. They were only a hair's breadth away from an embrace. If Kang Guillaume was the best option in front of her, then Rachel clearly intended to seize the chance and have her fun. But Kang Guillaume openly rejected the idea. Sensing a very real danger closing in, his hand moved to the knife at his waist, slowly drawing it free as a murderous aura began to rise around him. Rachel de Murat instantly hopped backward to put distance between herself and Kang Guillaume, waving both hands in front of her while forcing out a laugh. Wait, calm down. There's an even stronger bad boy scent coming from you than before, isn't there? Rachel, that dangerous edge was just another part of Kang Guillaume's charm, the kind of thing people could not help wanting. Ni hao. Kang Guillaume had been on guard, but even then, he had nearly lost that exchange. Then, as if arriving just in time to rescue him from the situation, Hana-san appeared. Is everyone gathered here? Since Kang Guillaume already knew who the remaining teammate was, he was not especially surprised. Oh, senior. Hana-san smiled brightly at him. Hello, Kang Guillaume. But what caught his attention was the strange weapon she carried. She had claimed before that she did not use a weapon, yet now she was holding a B-rank weapon, a crowbar. Kang Guillaume looked more closely and asked, Is that your weapon, senior? The crowbar had several polished spots that caught the light. Senior Hana casually turned the question back on him. Yeah. What do you think? Kang Guillaume was about to answer after thinking it over. But before he could, Rachel de Murat cut in with her arms crossed, clearly displeased. Hey, Miss Hana, you're already showing up late? Rachel said, making no effort to hide her attitude. Did you forget Kang Guillaume was still waiting here? Hana-san shifted her attention toward Rachel. Oh, Rachel, I think we met once at the festival. Hana-san reached out one hand with a polite smile. Nice to meet you. Please take care of us during this final exam. Her tone made it sound as if she had completely missed the meaning behind Rachel's words, but Rachel could not hold herself back. Rachel grabbed Hana-san's hand and burst into loud laughter without even trying to hide it. Team leader? Ha! Why are you being so formal? Watching that exchange, Kang Guillaume could tell Rachel still had a long way to go. Her face looked like someone who had stayed up all night binge-watching shows, and the way she handled people made it even more obvious. But every conversation, including Kang Guillaume's groups, came to a halt at once. Attention, professors, assistants, and instructors stood above them, drawing everyone's eyes. It seems everyone has gathered. I will now explain the format of the exam. This year's freshman final will be specially held inside the special zone, and the category is team combat. However, the meaning of combat here may be a little different from what all of you are expecting. The method is simple. Each team will enter the gate and reach the designated checkpoint within 1 hour. Teams that arrive within the time limit will advance to the next round. Teams that fail to arrive in time will be eliminated. The students stared back as if they had misheard the explanation. Was that really it? It sounded far too easy. Rachel de Murat said it out loud without hesitation. So we just have to run there as fast as we can, right? Kang Guillaume frowned, though he could not exactly deny it. That was technically true, but if this were only a normal race to the finish line, there would be no reason to call it a final exam. Seeing how confused the students were, the professor continued as if they still had not understood the real implication. Once you enter, there will be no demon beasts. However, the space has been reconstructed to resemble the demonic landscape of Gehenna, commonly known as artificial Gehenna. Inside that area, there will be no intervention or protection from the virtual space barrier. Therefore, first-year students must be especially cautious. Students looked baffled for a moment, then began whispering and arguing among themselves. They already said there won't be any demon beasts. What else are we supposed to be careful about? Is breathing itself going to be hard in there? Hearing one student accidentally touch on the correct point, the professor cut in to restore the danger in everyone's minds. Exactly. More importantly, if inexperienced students handle weapons recklessly, fatal accidents can occur. For that reason, weapons are prohibited during this final exam. For Kang Geoma, whose situation should have been simple, things only became more complicated. Compared to the midterms, the time limit in artificial Gehenna was at least fairer. But virtual space and Gehenna were two completely different matters. If the exam moved forward without virtual space intervention, then how were they planning to evaluate everyone? As if reading that exact question from his face, the professor added the next rule in an indifferent tone. Each team will be assigned an examiner. That examiner will accompany the team to score them and prevent unexpected incidents. If you wish to withdraw during the run, inform your assigned examiner, that is all. At those words, the examiners stepped forward. Following the professor's command, the remaining staff members began descending the steps one after another. Their role was not only to guide the teams, but also to collect the students' weapons in advance, making sure no careless accident could happen inside. So far, nothing seemed especially strange. Rachel de Murat put both hands behind her head and complained. This final exam sounds so boring. It should be about punching and fighting. Hana-san, however, seemed perfectly satisfied with the assignment. It's already heavy-duty enough. This is fine. The moment Kang Geoma heard that, he froze. One teammate was pure trouble, while the other remained a mystery that could turn dangerous at any moment. And now trouble itself walked straight toward them. A familiar figure approached the three of them and said, "All right, students, hand over your weapons." To Kang Geoma's surprise, the examiner assigned to Rachel de Murat's team was Choi Seol-ah. Her eye twitched slightly, and her nerves immediately seemed to slip back into instability. Kang Geoma? Just from the way he looked at Choi Seol-ah, it was obvious something was off. Rachel de Murat quickly noticed and asked, "What's up, do you know her? There's kind of an unpleasant smell around her, isn't there?" To erase any suspicion, Choi Seol-ah flashed a bright smile and even gave them an exaggerated thumbs up. Personally, I don't know him. But there isn't a single examiner here who hasn't heard of Kang Geoma's virtual combat record. Anyway, I'm Examiner Kim. I'll be in charge of your team for this exam. Nice to meet you. For a moment, they all froze. Choi Seol-ah was given exactly 3 seconds to process the situation. That was enough. This was insane. Why had she been assigned to that madman's team? Her genetic mark had already been revoked too, Still, duty was duty. The old tension barely had time to fade before a new kind of tension appeared. Choi Seol-ah tilted her chin and said, "Hey, I know I'm beautiful, but staring at me like that makes me uncomfortable." That was more than enough to provoke Rachel de Murat. Rachel crossed her arms and shot back. "Beautiful, my foot. You look like a sweet potato." And just like that, the two of them plunged straight into their first fight. Being well endowed doesn't automatically make someone beautiful. "What's with that radish head of yours?" "Radish head, huh?" Rachel de Murat's eyes sharpened. "You want to fight? Face to face?" "No, what is this, giving me the cold shoulder?" Choi Seol-ah's tone rose as she looked Rachel over. Talking to an examiner with an attitude that high and mighty. "Sky radish student, go take a walk." Rachel de Murat immediately snapped back. "You flat-chested earth flathead?" Choi Seol-ah's smile tightened. "You'd better lower that tone, radish head. I'm the examiner in charge of your team, and besides preventing accidents, don't forget that I'm also the one grading you." Letting them keep talking would only make things worse. Kang Geoma stepped in from behind to cut the argument short. "The exam is starting. Let's hurry up and go." Hearing him, Choi Seol-ah awkwardly followed along. "Okay, but I do wonder why Kang Geoma isn't the team leader." Rachel de Murat now had another reason to be irritated besides focusing on Kang Geoma. She could not stand it. She really could not stand it. Then, as they entered the mysterious area, Kang Geoma's face suddenly went pale. Stage 1 was artificial, null and wild, the wasteland. Choi Seol cheerfully led everyone forward. "Wow, this is top-notch." Meanwhile, Kang Geoma, trailing behind the group, was already struggling a little. Huff, damn it, slow down a bit. What kind of examiner runs off in front instead of supervising from the rear? Being an examiner clearly gave Choi Seol-ah the perfect excuse to scheme against the students. She turned back with a chuckle and teased him. "Out there you were acting so fierce, but now a little mana flow is enough to make you lose your head?" The surroundings were more than just a desert. The land was barren, broken, and ravaged, with almost no trace of life left anywhere. Kang Geoma reached one hand out as if trying to sense the air, and a chain of memories rose inside him. This environment was definitely not ordinary. After following Choi Seol-ah through the gate, the scene spread before them as Stage 1. After passing through the gate behind Choi Seol-ah, they stood inside Stage 1. For some reason, the environment felt fairly normal to Kang Geoma, but Rachel de Murat was clearly sensitive to mana and already looked exhausted. At this rate, the next stage might be too much for her. Whoa. Choi Seol-ah had strong mana adaptation, so the surge probably felt almost comfortable to her, like returning home. Kang Jeoma had suspected some kind of plot at first, but nothing suspicious had appeared so far. Her genetic mark was still in place as well, so she should not dare to act recklessly. Kang Jeoma turned toward the person beside him, who had remained quiet ever since the exam began, and asked, "Senior, how are you feeling?" The air outside had felt a little off, but Senior Hana was handling it far better than Rachel de Murat. Even so, she still looked tired. "It's tolerable, though it does wear me down. Kang Jeoma, you seem completely unaffected," he replied lightly. "I'm feeling a little strange, too." Senior Hana smiled softly. "You only feel a little tingling?" Ah. Kang Jeoma fell into deeper thought. From that answer, it seemed Senior Hana did not have any special mana adaptation either. Even though Hana-san was a member of the travel club, Kang Jeoma still had doubts about her. According to Choi Seo-ah's information, the criminals had infiltrated deeper than he first thought. Judging by Hana-san's reaction, it did not seem staged, but Kang Jeoma did not have Murasame with him now. For the moment, all he could do was keep watching. Since Kang Jeoma was not the team leader this time, he moved toward the rear and asked the last person in line, "How long have we been in stage 1? Rachel de Murat already looked like she was about to collapse, and being questioned only made her more annoyed. She tried to answer Kang Jeoma the time. Then, after catching her breath, Hana-san checked her watch and answered for the group. "About 25 minutes. Kang Jeoma hesitated, long enough to rearrange his plan inside his head. He had not expected them to have extra time, but only 35 minutes remained. Everyone's condition was bad. They had no clear direction, and the clock kept slipping away. At this rate, they would probably be eliminated. Kang Jeoma had no intention of being knocked out meaninglessly like that, especially when he did not even know what the reward was. If Kang Jeoma had Murasame, he could amplify his senses and detect the flow of mana. But the shared spatial pouch had already been handed over to Choi Seo-ah. Then, in the middle of that pressure, Kang Jeoma suddenly realized something extremely important. Woof, woof, woof. Instead of relying on Murasame, a purple dog appeared. Choi Seo-ah held up a matching purple bead in front of it. The genetic mark item packed with 99% pure mana and weighing 1 kilogram. Almost as if it were playing along for fun, the hound happily followed the signal. Kang Jeoma's eyes sharpened. They had found it, a mana-hunting hound. Meanwhile, Rachel de Murat planted her foot hard into the ground, then stomped again with force. First, she pulled momentum up from the ground beneath her. Then she repeated the motion, trying to make her body adjust through raw physical rhythm. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Seeing Rachel de Murat's strange movements, Kang Jeoma turned toward her and asked, "Rachel, are you okay?" Rachel glanced back and answered with stubborn confidence. "Hey, Kang Jeoma, with this kind of mana, we just crush through it with brute force." Kang Jeoma quietly approved of that response. Good. It seemed everyone was starting to adapt in their own way. Rachel de Murat stepped forward with confidence again. "I'm the team leader, okay?" So she really could move normally now. Kang Jeoma gave a small nod of praise. "Oh, you adapted?" Being in a more comfortable rhythm clearly made a difference. And even Hana-san looked better than before. Choi Seo-ah turned toward Kang Jeoma with a curious look. "Kang Jeoma, you still look perfectly fine? Do you have some kind of secret?" Kang Jeoma denied it without hesitation. "Who knows? Maybe it's because Examiner Kim has ties to demons." Choi Seo-ah let out a dry sneer. "Haha. Your sense of humor really is top-notch." Rachel de Murat kept pushing ahead with the same method, stomping forward in rhythm. 1, 2, 1, 2. Choi Seo-ah leaned closer to Kang Jeoma and lowered her voice into a whisper. "Kang Jeoma, I can sense mana coming from the northwest. If we move that way for about 10 minutes, we should reach the first checkpoint." Hearing that useful information, Kang Jeoma turned back and praised her plainly. "Well done." Choi Seo-ah raised one hand with a bashful little reaction. "Haha, thanks." Kang Jeoma looked her over the way someone might examine a small, surprisingly useful pet. Thanks to Choi Seo-ah, their progress was going much more smoothly than expected. Still, Kang Jeoma could not help wondering whether the others were doing all right. Everyone continued following Rachel de Murat's stomping pace. Choi Seo-ah praised her from the side. "Good job." Hana-san could only give an awkward smile. "Ha!" Rachel immediately snapped back in irritation. "Shut up, 1, 2, 1, 2. 32 minutes had passed since the test began. At that moment, the team currently in the lead was Leon van Reinhardt's group. Leon van Reinhardt's group was charging forward through the harsh terrain. After a long stretch of movement, Leon stopped and turned back toward the others. "It looks like we're almost at the first checkpoint." Let's hurry a little more. The green-haired student behind him breathed heavily, barely keeping pace. Hey, leader, it seems like we still have time. Can we rest for a bit? Ryojo Saki stood beside the exhausted student and tried to encourage them. We're almost there, just hang on a little longer. But Saki's own face looked completely drained as well. When the green-haired student took another step, they immediately broke into a fit of coughing. Everyone nearby looked over in concern and asked, Ario, are you okay? Then Saki turned her eyes toward Leon Van Reinhardt up ahead and spoke firmly. Leon, stop! What was Leon even doing? Ario had already said it was hard to keep up, hadn't he? But Leon answered without the slightest concern. So what? That careless response made Saki furious. She clenched her fists and shouted at him. What, do you even realize how cruel you're being right now? Leon Van Reinhardt did not seem moved. I'm not ignoring him, but I have my own responsibilities as the leader. Saki gave a cold sneer. Responsibilities? You're just acting like you're the boss of everyone here. Leon continued in the same flat tone. Saki, interpret it however you want. But I don't plan to carry members I can't trust, or members who can't keep up with me. I'm not familiar with the atmosphere of that travel club you're part of. Those words instantly lit Saki's anger on fire. What did you just say? She snapped. Leon Van Reinhardt slowly stepped closer and called her name. Ryojo Saki. He actually placed a hand on her shoulder, leaned in, and gave her a quiet warning. Don't expect me to act like that friend of Kangyoma's. After saying that, Leon Van Reinhardt turned away and continued walking. Saki blurted out in anger. What does this have to do with Kangyeoma? Leon answered without looking back. I only meant that I'm not as considerate as that Kangyeoma guy. Nothing more. Saki cursed under her breath, furious. What a bastard, beside her. Ario spoke awkwardly. Sorry, Saki, I ended up becoming your burden. I'll try harder. The examiner nearby seemed to prepare a few words to smooth over the tense atmosphere. Arguing can bring teammates closer too. The pressure on the leader is also heavy, so let's all try a little harder. Saki lowered her head slightly, thinking to herself, and quietly murmured Kangyeoma's name. Looking out at the desolate landscape ahead, Kangyeoma turned toward the examiner and asked, We've already been walking for more than 30 minutes. Why haven't we seen any of the other students? Rachel de Murat, who had been walking in front, turned back with sudden excitement. Oh, that place you can't escape from unless you do XX. Hurry up and come here. Kangyeoma narrowed his eyes. So this was the test. Yeah. Had the others already escaped? Choi Seol-ah placed one hand on her hip and answered frankly. Look at how you're thinking. Remember the survival training on the deserted island last time? This test is the same kind of setup. Each group just starts from a different point. Besides, that small separate space only affects the entrance area. If what Choi Seol-ah said was correct, then Kangyeoma reasoned that the checkpoint itself should be the same for everyone. And if every team was heading toward the same place, they should have run into at least one other group by now. Choi Seol-ah glanced around and made a guess. Maybe most people gave up halfway. Rachel de Murat added with a dissatisfied look. I wanted a test where I could rush in and fight the others. Kangyeoma looked toward Choi Seol-ah and quietly thought to himself that without her, they definitely would have been eliminated by now. With that thought in mind, Kangyeoma called out to her. Choi Seol-ah. She flinched slightly and turned around. Yes, Kangyeoma? He asked. How do the people who give up halfway get back? Choi Seol-ah rummaged through her pocket space. Oh, wait a second. Here it is. She pulled something out and explained. It's called a summoning beacon. If I press this button, our location is sent instantly to the department office screen. Pretty great, isn't it? At that very moment, inside the department office, the staff were watching the students closely through the screens. Kangyeoma could not help but wonder how something like that could function even in a place where the pocket space itself was unable to interfere. How was that even possible? Chloe only gave him a knowing look and answered lightly. You really are curious like a cat, aren't you? Chloe admitted that even she did not fully understand the mechanism behind it. From what she had heard, it was an educational device developed in the laboratory of the Earth Heroes Association, supposedly created from the remaining fragments of an artifact. Even Kangyeoma's pocket space pouch, after all, had originally come from that same association. After hearing all of that, Kangyeoma quietly came to one simple conclusion in his head. It was the kind of explanation that sounded impressive enough to be cool, even if it raised even more questions. Artifacts were mythical relics from an ancient era, back when people still could not clearly distinguish what those mysterious powers truly were. In modern terms, an artifact was a power of unknown origin, yet one that could still be measured, valued, and classified. Only 10 of them existed in the entire world, and each one was estimated to be worth as much as a national treasure. In fact, it was considered illegal for a single country to monopolize one. That was why the Heroes Association personally managed them, treating them as tools meant to preserve balance between nations. But if versions of something like that were being distributed so casually, Kang Jeoma could not help feeling that it might not be the safest arrangement. Once Chloe finished her explanation, she tucked the item away, as if she wanted to stop him from thinking too hard about it. Come on, don't look at it like that. If I lose this thing, I'll have to go all the way there and explain myself in person. Kang Jeoma stared at her for a moment and thought to himself that it was strangely unsettling to hear such an oddly human excuse come out of someone who was supposed to be a villain. When Chloe noticed the worry lingering on Kang Jeoma's face, she tried to reassure him with a confident smile. Don't worry, Jeoma. As long as I'm here, I'll never. But before she could finish that promise, Rachel suddenly cut in from ahead. Oh, Jeoma. Rachel pointed straight forward, her voice rising with excitement as she shouted, Found it! The checkpoint is right there. Seeing the checkpoint ahead, Chloe immediately turned back toward Kang Jeoma with a proud look, as if the discovery proved everything she had just said. See? I told you we'd never get lost. From up ahead, one of the group members threw out a bit of praise. Hey, Egg Yolk, you're not half bad yourself. Chloe stopped the timer with a quick motion of her hand and announced the result. All right. Rachel's group has completed this section in 148 minutes and 24 seconds. Once Gate 2 begins, I'll start timing another hour. Rachel blinked at that and asked, Gate 1? We already passed that, didn't we? Hana-san answered uncertainly. Probably. The words trailed off as everyone slowly turned their attention toward the gate standing in front of them. The question settled heavily in the air as they stared at the strange door before them. Was this really Gate 2? Looking at Gate 2, someone muttered with visible unease. Has even Dorman gone through this place? Is it really okay for us to enter? Chloe leaned closer to Kang Jeoma and lowered her voice, speaking just for him to hear. Jeoma, this is my first time in a place like this too, so I'm honestly a little lost, but this doesn't feel like an ordinary checkpoint. It may only look like a door, but the mana leaking from it is strong enough to twist space itself. Kang Jeoma glanced at the gate and asked, Is it really that impressive? Rachel stepped forward and peered past the gate, trying to judge what waited beyond it. After a moment, she frowned and said, There's nothing behind the door. Hey, flat screen, we just open it and walk in, right? Chloe did not offer any real explanation. She simply insisted, I already told you, it's right, Egg Yolk. The moment you step inside, I'll start the timer. Rachel looked back with suspicion in her eyes. Are you sure you're not messing with me, are you? Chloe answered firmly. I said I'm sure. Rachel turned to face the rest of the team, trying to sound brave despite the faint tremble in her voice. Then I'll open it, since I'm the team leader. Behind her, Chloe had already lifted the timer, ready to begin the moment Rachel moved. Rachel drew in a breath and warned everyone to brace themselves. Kang Jeoma kept his eyes fixed on Rachel as she squared her shoulders and shoved the door with confidence. All right, she said, forcing a bold tone. What's the worst that could happen? Let's go. Rachel pushed the door open with the same reckless confidence, still trying to laugh off the tension. All right, what bad could possibly happen? Let's go. But the instant the door gave way, Rachel's momentum carried her whole body forward, and her expression changed in a flash as she realized she was about to fall. Fortunately, before Rachel could tumble any farther, a hand shot out from behind her, grabbed the back of her shirt, and yanked her sharply back to safety. The one who had caught Rachel was none other than Hana-san. Holding her steady, Hana-san looked at her and calmly asked, Are you okay? Rachel let out a shaken breath, then turned toward her rescuer and said, Thanks, Hana-san. After barely escaping what could have been a deadly fall, Rachel spun around with anger written all over her face. Hey, flat screen, I almost died. Chloe, however, only gave a helpless explanation. Actually, this is my first time here too, so I don't really know everything. But this is definitely Gate 2, and I've already started the timer. Rachel's eyes widened in disbelief as she snapped. Are you kidding me? Beyond the gate stretched an artificial Gehenna, a hellish space that felt deliberately created to crush the nerves of anyone who entered. Gate 2 was the chasm abyss. Kang Jeoma silently assessed the scene and realized that the mana saturating this artificial Gehenna was flowing out from that murky stream below. Kang Jeoma began to understand why they had not seen anyone on the way here. Instructors were assigned to each group under the excuse of protecting and evaluating the students. However, the structure of this place itself was enough to make most students seriously consider giving up before they even began. This test was designed so that unless someone knew the correct answer in advance, there was no choice but to throw themselves directly into danger. By that point, Leon's group had also stepped through Gate 2. Ryojo Saki remained tense for a while, scanning her surroundings anxiously before finally speaking up. Leon had not hesitated for even a second. Watching him move so calmly, Ryojo Saki could not help wondering whether he had been to this place before. Behind them, the examiner stood silently, staring at the students without blinking. As the examiner watched them, thoughts began to rise in his mind. A hero who was capable of sensing mana had appeared before him. Elsewhere, the view shifted to another group. A red-haired youth was breathing hard, his voice shaking as he stammered, "I'm sorry." Beside him, a blonde girl lowered her head and added to the apology. "It's our fault," the blonde girl said, clearly weighed down by guilt. Abel von Nibelung looked at the two of them calmly, then shifted her gaze toward the gate standing ahead, her expression thoughtful and controlled. Abel had already told them she was fine, but she also knew she could not force the others to keep going any farther than this. After making her decision, Abel spoke with composure. "Team leader Abel von Nibelung, we request to withdraw from the final test." The moment Abel finished declaring their withdrawal, the examiner standing beside her immediately stopped the timer. A loudspeaker announcement echoed across the area. Another team had withdrawn midway through the test. The team currently withdrawing at Checkpoint 1 was led by first-year Special Class Leader Abel von Nibelung, with members from Dragon Class, Roan Hartman, and Farming Class, Ilya Lauren. In another corner, a young man was muttering to himself over and over again. It was none other than Weapon. Weapon clenched his fists in frustration, his face twisted with misery. "Oh no, I just threw up the whole pizza I ate this morning." Chloe hurried over and called out to him. "Weapon." When he saw her approaching, he looked up and asked, "Chloe, did your team withdraw too?" Chloe nodded to confirm it. "Yeah, we missed the checkpoint group's time." Weapon tried to comfort her in his own blunt way. "That's fine, my team got eliminated just from walking around in circles." Weapon glanced around, realizing they had already lost a full round of observation. "Looks like Gioma and Saki still haven't come out. I just hope nothing bad happened," Chloe answered with steady confidence. "You know there's no need to worry about the leader." Weapon slowly rubbed his chin, his brows drawing together as he thought it over. "I'm not worried about the leader," he muttered. "The one I'm worried about is Saki." For a brief moment, Ryojo Saki's face flashed through Weapon's mind, but then the thought shifted, and another name surfaced instead. No, Leon. Leon was a prodigy who had appeared in this era almost too suddenly. A boy whose looks, manners, and abilities seemed polished to perfection. He was so flawless that he felt like a clean white sheet of paper, untouched by anything. But a blank sheet was easy to stain. Bring it close to ink, and depending on what color touched it first, it could become something good or something dangerous. After thinking that, Weapon turned toward Chloe and tried to lift the mood. "They'll probably be fine. Let's go, Chloe." Chloe blinked at him and asked, "Go where?" Weapon answered without hesitation. "To hunt criminals. I mean, sure, we got eliminated early, but we can still help out a little." Chloe's eyes lit up as she praised him with excitement. "Smoke, you're becoming more and more like Gioma." Hearing his name get twisted yet again, Weapon's expression stiffened, and he silently screamed inside. Why did she keep getting his name wrong? Pushing that little irritation aside, Weapon waved her forward and urged her to hurry. "Come on, Chloe." Chloe nodded right away, matching his pace as they moved. The focus shifted back to Kang Gyoma's group, who were now making their way across a sheer cliffside path. Kang Gyoma glanced back over his shoulder and warned the others. "Be careful." Rachel, stepping along behind him, quickly added, "Watch your footing." After continuing along the dangerous path for a while, the group finally reached a spot where they could stand more safely. Kang Gyoma looked ahead, quietly studying the route before them as he thought things through. As they kept walking, Rachel's foot suddenly slipped out from under her. Instead of simply stumbling, Rachel lunged forward and wrapped her arms around Kang Gyoma from behind with surprising enthusiasm. Leap of faith, perfect landing. But when Kang Gyoma gave almost no reaction at all, Rachel awkwardly stepped back and explained herself. "Leap of faith," Rachel quickly added. "Leap of faith. I was just kidding." Kang Gyoma turned his head slightly and looked back at her, then remarked in a calm voice, "Seems like you're pretty used to doing that." Hana-san moved forward to get a better look at what lay ahead, her eyes narrowing as she assessed the route. "Looks like we've reached a checkpoint. We just need to cross it." Ahead of them rose a towering spire, standing sharply against the strange landscape. Kang Gyoma studied it for a moment and judged that this time the answer was obvious. The real problem was not whether they had found the right place. The problem was that anyone standing before it would naturally hesitate before stepping inside. Without any help from a separate subspace or protective mechanism, even Kang Gyoma felt reluctant to go through a place like this. For Chloe, who was seeing this kind of place for the first time, the sight seemed to fill her with nervous excitement. Oh, so the mana that's been leaking out this whole time was coming from that lake. No wonder it felt like everything dropped away. Kangioma walked closer to the instructor and called out politely, "Ma'am?" The instructor flinched as if she had been caught off guard. "Huh? What? What's wrong?" Kangioma looked at her calmly and asked, "Why don't you go first, instructor?" The suggestion struck her like a sudden blow, and she stared back at him in shock. "What did you say?" Inside, Kangioma knew exactly what he was doing. It was cheating, technically, but no one had seen anything, and he had already used this same trick before on a hunting dog. If it worked once, there was no reason not to use it again. Kangioma gave a reasonable-sounding explanation. "The lecturer follows the group to prevent accidents, so I think it makes sense for you to go first and confirm that it's safe." The instructor stumbled over her response, clearly uncomfortable. "But this is still a test. If I intervene like that, then you students?" Kangioma cut in before she could finish. "We'll take responsibility. We just need everyone here to agree." Rachel immediately nodded along. "Good idea. I agree with him." Hana-san showed no resistance either and said simply, "Me too." With all of them already in agreement, Chloe hesitated, her confidence beginning to crack. I. Then Chloe completely broke down, dropping to her knees as she confessed, "I can't do it. I'm terrified of heights." The moment she said that, Kangioma suddenly stepped in front of her. Kangioma's words echoed in Chloe's mind with steady pressure. "Cross it, tap it first. It's only a stepping stone." And Kangioma added the offer that made her freeze. "If you go first, I'll give you anything you want." At that promise, Chloe's trembling eased just a little, and she looked up at him with cautious hope. "Really?" Kangioma gave her the condition right away. "Accept that demon seal." Once Chloe realized that the offer benefited her as well, her hesitation vanished almost instantly. She stared at him and demanded, "Promise me!" With that thought pushing her forward, Chloe sprang back to her feet, suddenly filled with energy as she announced with confidence, "All right, follow me. I'll be responsible for your safety." Hearing that, Rachel clapped from behind with exaggerated excitement. "Wow, wonderful applause." Chloe stepped out in front of the group, forcing her voice to sound strong and dependable. "Everyone, this bridge is solid. It seems safe, so cross quickly," Chloe declared. But despite her confident words, her body told a completely different story. She was so frightened that she crawled forward at a painfully slow pace, keeping herself pressed close to the ground. After what felt like a very long time, the group finally managed to make it across the bridge. The moment they reached the other side, Chloe cried out helplessly, "I can't go any farther." Seeing Chloe act like that for the first time, Rachel stared from behind in disbelief and wondered aloud, "Is she really the instructor? She looks like a child." Kangioma, however, calmly added, "But at least she got us across." Kangioma stepped forward and gave Chloe a simple, sincere compliment. "Well done." Chloe looked startled, as if she had not expected to be praised at all. Seeing her blink in confusion, Kangioma repeated himself clearly. "Didn't you hear me? I said you did well." Those few words landed deeply in Chloe's heart, moving her far more than Kangioma probably intended. With her confidence restored in an instant, Chloe jumped up and rushed ahead with renewed energy. "Giama's students, trust me." After watching Chloe go through that strange series of reactions, Rachel leaned toward Kangioma in confusion. "Wait, did you buy her something? Why did her attitude just flip completely?" Kangioma denied it right away. "Where would I even get that kind of money?" Rachel thought about it for a second, then nodded. Fair enough." Then Rachel moved up behind Chloe and called out a warning. "Don't go too fast. I'm the team leader here," Chloe answered confidently without slowing down. "The instructor should go first," standing behind them and watching the two argue with calm eyes. Hana-san quietly made her own assessment. Hana-san said plainly, "Those two are exactly the same." Kangioma nodded in complete agreement. "Totally." Then Hana-san continued, turning the blame back on him. "And this new chaos is your fault, Gioma." After saying that, Hana-san hurried ahead with the others, leaving Kangioma standing behind with question after question flooding his mind. Before them now stood another section of the artificial Gehenna Gate 3, the Challenge Tower. Meanwhile, Leon's group was still pressing forward, rushing through the challenges without slowing down, walking behind Leon and carefully observing him. Ryojo Saki continued making quiet judgments in her mind. So far, no other students had appeared anywhere near them. At this rate, first place was practically secured, so Ryojo Saki could not understand why Leon was still pushing himself to go so far out of the way. From behind, the purple-haired youth tried to keep everyone moving, forcing encouragement into his tired voice. "We're almost there. Just push a little further." Ario, however, was already pushed to the edge of exhaustion. Her legs looked ready to give out beneath her as she groaned. I can't go on anymore. Seeing how badly the others were struggling, Ryojo Saki called toward the front with frustration in her voice. Leon, can't you see what kind of shape the people behind you are in? Can you slow down a little? Before Ryojo Saki could even finish speaking, Leon turned his head and shot a cold, sharp look back at them. Then Leon spoke in a voice that carried no warmth at all. The problem is that you can't keep up with me. Those words left all three of them completely helpless, as if there was nothing they could say back to him. Leon let out a single sigh, and only then did his tone soften a little as he continued. Sorry, Saki. I'm probably tired, too, so I got a little irritated. We've already reached the 5th floor, so we can rest for a bit. That sudden offer to stop and rest made Ryojo Saki narrow her eyes inwardly. Something about it felt off, and suspicion quietly rose in her mind. Then Leon gave his next instruction and urged them to keep moving. Anyway, I'll go ahead and check each floor first. You guys can follow slowly after me. At that exact moment, Ario finally reached her limit and collapsed heavily onto the ground. Ario sobbed in exhaustion, her voice breaking as she looked toward Paul. Teacher Paul, I can't go on. I really can't go on anymore. Paul bent down beside Ario and tried to encourage her in a gentle voice. Ario, we're almost there. Just a little more. Ryojo Saki immediately crouched down in front of Ario and offered her back without making a fuss. Get on. If someone still has strength left, they should carry the one who doesn't, Ryojo Saki said, glancing back over her shoulder. So hurry up and get on before I change my mind. Even as she said it, Ryojo Saki knew she was not exactly in great condition either. Maybe Kangyoma had influenced her more than she realized. She never imagined there would come a day when she would willingly sacrifice her own strength for someone else like this. Ario climbed onto Ryojo Saki's back with a grateful look and murmured, Thanks, Saki. The moment Ryojo Saki felt the weight settle onto her shoulders, she let out a tired sigh. For someone who looks like skin and bones, why are you so heavy? Just then, both of them suddenly noticed something ahead, and a startled sound escaped from their mouths at the same time. Somewhere else inside the tower, Kangyoma sensed something strange at that very same moment. Kangyoma looked forward with a thoughtful expression, his focus briefly drifting away from the others. Seeing him freeze like that, Rachel glanced down at him and teased. What's wrong, Gyoma? Are you scared? Kangyoma stared into the depths of the tower for another second, then answered quietly, No, it's nothing. Back with Ryojo Saki, a blood-stained sword suddenly appeared. She and Ario had been walking normally only moments before, but then Ryojo Saki's body abruptly gave out, and she collapsed onto the ground. Thin streaks of blood spread across Ryojo Saki's arm, staining her skin as the wound revealed itself. Then Ryojo Saki dropped like a kite whose string had snapped, falling helplessly to the floor with no strength left to hold herself up. Barely conscious, Ryojo Saki tried to call out the name that came to her first. Gyoma. Meanwhile, Kangyoma's group continued moving deeper inside. Kangyoma kept his eyes sharp, scanning every part of the passage as they advanced. Suddenly, an unpleasant sensation rose inside Kangyoma like a warning bell. It felt like a bad omen. Had his senses become sharper than before? Up ahead, Chloe reminded everyone in a bright, confident voice. I'll lead as the guiding instructor behind her. Hana-san cheered her on casually. Oh, go for it, teacher. When Rachel noticed Kangyoma falling behind, she looked down toward him and asked, Gyoma, can you climb the stairs? Kangyoma nodded to show that he could, while his mind focused on the structure around them. This place seemed as if it had been split off from the magic tower itself. Valor Joaquin really was unusual. Then Kangyoma's gaze dropped to the stairs beneath them, and he noticed a set of footprints left on the steps. The sight made Kangyoma think more carefully. No one should have seen this during the exam, yet the marks clearly suggested that another group had already passed through here. Up ahead, Rachel was still complaining under her breath. I'm exhausted. Why do there have to be stairs right at the very end? Then Kangyoma's foot suddenly pressed down onto something sticky. He lowered his eyes and immediately realized what it was. Blood. At that moment, a piercing scream tore through the air from somewhere above, making Kangyoma snap his head up. Everyone looked upward at the same time, startled by the sound. Rachel's face tightened as she asked, What was that? Kangyoma did not hesitate for even a heartbeat. He shot forward like a gust of wind, leaving the stunned group behind before they could react. Chloe called after him in alarm. Gyoma! Then she quickly turned toward the other two and ordered, You two stay here. As Kangyoma rushed ahead, a wave of intense anxiety surged through his mind. This feeling was not simple fear. Countless fragmented images began flooding into his thoughts all at once. Among those chaotic flashes, strange names slowly began to surface in Kangyoma's mind. In another part of the tower, Ryojo Saki slowly opened her eyes. She looked down at her own hands, now covered in blood, and confusion spread through her fading gaze as she wondered what had happened. The longer Ryojo Saki stared at the blood, the more her body trembled, pain crawling through her with every breath. Then Ryojo Saki's eyes lowered to the sword point piercing through her chest, and a sharp gasp escaped her lips. The wound was poisoned. At this rate, Ryojo Saki understood that her body would not last long, and as she forced her gaze forward, Ryojo Saki saw Leon locked in battle with someone ahead of her, and the person Leon was fighting was none other than the instructor Paul. Only then did Ryojo Saki realize the truth. Paul really was a villain, and a dagger was already lodged in his body. Even with that injury, Leon and Paul continued clashing fiercely, neither side willing to back down. The force of Leon's attack erupted outward, and the aftershock smashed into the wall behind Paul, shattering it into pieces. Seeing the wall explode from the force of Leon's strike, Paul narrowed his eyes with interest and remarked, "No wonder you're called a hero candidate." But then Paul's gaze sharpened slightly, as if he had noticed something hidden in the flow of the battle. The moment Paul finished observing, Leon vanished from where he stood and reappeared directly behind the old instructor. But in the very next instant, a hand suddenly pierced straight through Leon's abdomen. The one who had done it was Ario, the same frail-looking girl from before. With a cold sneer on her face, she murmured, "Even if you're a hero candidate, in the end, you're still only human." Then Ario turned her eyes toward Paul and reminded him sharply, "The same goes for all of you. It looks like plenty of you still aren't used to controlling Lord Permush's power." Paul lowered his head and replied, "I apologize, Ario." Ario shifted her attention back to Leon, her expression easing only slightly. "Well, as long as you understand." Then Ario looked Leon over with disappointment in her eyes. "But is this really a hero? He doesn't look suitable at all as a vessel for Lord Permush. Was Agor really defeated by someone like this? That damn professor wasn't lying after all?" Paul began weighing the situation with a colder, more careful look. Even so, he managed to endure this long without proper equipment in a place like the Demon Realm. Perhaps Agor simply wasn't compatible with the body he received. I heard the Sword Emperor was there as well, so the report is probably not false. Ario still seemed puzzled, her expectations clearly having been higher. Maybe I expected too much, but there's still no vessel better than this one. If Lord Permush can adapt to possessing this body, then everything will work out. Paul confirmed it without hesitation. The new master will surely be satisfied. Hearing that, Ario looked somewhat reassured and murmured, "That's good. After Agor died, he was the only one who accepted us." Ario then turned her gaze toward Ryojo Saki, who was trembling on the floor, and stepped closer as if inspecting her. "Oh, you're awake, Ryojo Saki." Ryojo Saki was trapped in terrible pain, her body shaking as one desperate thought rose inside her. She did not want to die like this. Her life had always felt empty. Nothing more than a dull cycle of the same colorless days, a cold family, no joy and nothing that truly interested her. Ryojo Saki had not entered the academy because she wanted to become a hero. She had only needed an excuse to die. But before that thought could finish, Ario's voice cut through it. "How was my performance?" Ario asked with a bright, twisted smile. "I was so worried you might discover me, but then you created that disturbance all on your own, and it made everything much easier." "Thanks, Saki." Ryojo Saki's voice trembled as she forced out the question. "Why would you do this?" Ario laughed with almost childish excitement and answered, "Really? You want to know why? Fine, the reason is simple, Saki. I'm disappointed in you. You might not understand it." Ario continued, staring down at her. "But for a long time, I thought you and I were alike. Those exhausted eyes of yours, that expression like you had already seen everything life could offer, it all felt familiar to me." Then Ario twisted the sword still lodged in Ryojo Saki's chest, making her cry out in agony. Ario kept speaking as if the pain meant nothing. "I thought you were one of my kind after this job. I was even planning to take you with me to meet Lord Permush." "But what was that back there?" Ario asked, her voice turning sharp with disgust. "You actually tried to carry me on your back. What was that supposed to be? Did you suddenly awaken some love for humanity? In the end, you're just another human after all." Ario looked down at Ryojo Saki with genuine contempt and said, "I'm truly disappointed in you, Saki. Either way, there's no time left for explanations. We've talked enough." Ario's smile thinned as she added, "At least you won't feel lonely when you die, right?" After saying that, Ario straightened up, turned away from Ryojo Saki, and began to walk off. "All right then, farewell, Saki." With each ragged breath, Ryojo Saki's thoughts became clearer than ever. What she wanted most in that moment was not escape, revenge, or answers. She wanted to live. The wish repeated inside her again and again. She wanted to live. It was only now, at the very edge of death, that she understood it. Now, after all this time, Ryojo Saki had finally found a reason to keep living. She knew there were no gods in this world, And yet in the darkness closing around her, she still found herself begging. Please. Through her fading consciousness, Ryojo Saki heard the sound of footsteps approaching. Without even realizing it, she called the name that had risen to the surface of her heart. Gyoma, Kang Gyoma. Ryojo Saki stretched out her hand weakly, reaching toward him with the last of her strength. Help me. So it had not been a dream. Kang Gyoma had truly arrived in front of her. Looking toward the newcomers, Ario blinked in mild surprise. What? Guests have arrived. From behind, Seola called out urgently, trying to stop him. Gyoma, wait! Then Seola looked past Kangyoma at the scene ahead, and surprise flickered across her face. Her eyes landed on the young man kneeling on the ground, and she exclaimed, "Is that the hero candidate, Leon?" Then Seola glanced toward the other fallen student, the girl who usually stayed close to Kangyoma. They were still breathing. What the hell was going on here? The moment Ario noticed Seola, her face brightened with a cheerfulness that did not fit the blood-soaked scene at all. Seola, long time no see? Seola flinched, clearly unsettled by that greeting. Really? Ugh. Ario continued as if they were old friends meeting by chance. It's good to see you here. How have you been lately? Ario's gaze slid to Seola's blood-stained arm, and her smile grew sharper. I get it. Your husband wants to use this chance to make a contract with Lord Permush too, doesn't he? We changed sides after Agor died. A traitor like you doesn't need a new master, right? Your mana must be nearly drained by now, isn't it? Seola's anger flared inside her. Traitor, her ass, Ario was the one who had turned on them the moment she found the chance. Ario then looked back at Kangyoma with a sneer. And you, swordsman Sashimi, you'd better sit still. It's impressive that you broke that thief's leg, but in this situation you should at least know your place. As Ario spoke, she grabbed Leon and slammed his head hard into the floor. Even the hero candidate is in this state, Ario continued coldly. So what exactly can an unarmed ordinary man like you do? Then Ario turned her gaze back to Seola and spoke with cruel familiarity. Right, Seola? For old time's sake, I'll give you a fair offer. Kill Kangyoma with your own hands right now, and I'll recommend you to Lord Permush immediately. You're carrying a weapon, aren't you? It's in that bag. The moment Ario said that, a wave of fear rushed through Seola. Then, without warning, a hand suddenly reached out in front of Seola, making her stare in surprise. Ario's attention snapped toward that person as well, and she exclaimed, "What?" Seola remained completely silent, frozen in place as her thoughts churned beneath the surface. Seeing Seola freeze in place, Ario let out a delighted little sound, her smile widening as if the situation had suddenly become even more entertaining. Seola, however, was anything but calm. The pressure of the moment pressed down on her chest, and anxiety twisted through her as she stood between Kangyoma and Ario. Her eyes dropped toward the students sprawled across the floor. Their bodies collapsed in blood and exhaustion. Inside Seola, a brutal struggle tore back and forth. Fear, hesitation, survival, and loyalty all crashed together at once. Then Seola reached into her bag with trembling fingers and pulled out a weapon, the sashimi knife that belonged to Kangyoma. Seola lifted the blade high, her voice breaking through the tense air as she shouted, "Gyoma!" Ario watched her with satisfaction, looking almost pleased by the sight. You really are the same as ever. But in the next moment, both their expressions shifted. Seola's voice shook as she called out again. Gyoma, I will serve Kangyoma, Seola declared, forcing the words out with everything she had, as my new master. The anger on Ario's face appeared instantly, her smile twisting into disgust. You crazy bastard. The moment Kangyoma gripped the blade, he activated the blessing of the sword god without hesitation. A terrifying murderous aura began pouring from Kangyoma's entire body, thick and sharp enough to make the air around him feel heavy. His gaze lost its usual restraint, turning cold and uncontrollable. In a voice stripped of warmth, Kangyoma said, "You will die." Across from him, Paul thrust his hand forward and shouted, "I'll deal with Kangyoma." Ario immediately added, "Make sure you don't kill Seola." Paul launched a straightforward attack, and the force of it kicked up a thick cloud of dust and smoke across the floor. Inside that smoke, a single clean cut suddenly opened through the haze. Kangyoma's slash split the dust cloud apart in an instant, as if the smoke itself had been sliced in two. Seeing that sharp strike, Paul's excitement rose. That kind of blow won't even graze my skin, right? Kangyoma, since you were able to take down Iron Leg, I'll give everything I have to fight you. Paul pressed his hand against the ground and began sensing the flow beneath him. A moment later, he felt it, an abundant source of mana swelling through the space. A grin spread across Paul's face. Oh, this is it! This is the perfect environment to bring out the full power of magic. Countless stones began lifting from the ground, one after another, rising into the air before being wrapped in blazing flames. At Paul's command, the burning stones shot straight toward Kangioma. Paul stood firm, confidence flooding his voice as he declared, "I can't afford to lose." All burst into loud laughter. Following Ario and making a pact with Lord Permush was the wisest choice I ever made. The flaming stones continued hammering toward Kangioma, exploding one after another until the entire space shook violently. Watching the attacks unfold, Seol-Ah quickly began putting the pieces together in her head. Paul could use two elements because of his new pact. Seol-Ah clenched her teeth, her eyes fixed on the battle. That bastard Paul Kangioma could not possibly lose, right? Paul shouted through the roaring flames, drunk on his own power. How does it feel to witness the strength of both Lord Agor and Lord Permush at once? Are you terrified now? A small human like you should understand which limits must never be crossed. If you still don't know your place, then this is where it ends. But before Paul could finish speaking, a clean slash tore across his flank. The cut opened with terrifying precision, slicing through Paul's side before his words could fully leave his mouth. Paul snapped his gaze forward, but Kangioma was no longer there. Panic flashed across his face as he cursed under his breath. Where did he go? Where the hell did he disappear to? Another slash came flying in from a blind spot, cutting through the air before Paul could even catch sight of Kangioma. Damn it. He's retreating like a rat. Where is he? Where is he? Where? Beside him. Ario's expression sharpened as she warned. Stay alert, Paul. But Paul could no longer keep himself calm. Rage took over, and he shouted wildly into the space around him. Where are you hiding, Kangioma? Are you planning to hide like this forever? As Paul shouted, he unleashed attack after attack, filling the entire area with a sea of fire that swallowed the surroundings. I won't stop casting until this whole tower has been reduced to rubble, Paul roared, pouring even more force into his magic. In the next instant, Kangioma closed the distance again, appearing near Paul as if he had slipped through the flames themselves. Murderous intent radiating from Kangioma struck Paul head-on, and for the first time, one clear thought seized him. He was going to die. Kangioma's blade flashed again, this time aiming straight toward Paul's abdomen. Paul's mind stumbled in confusion. Kangioma could have cut off his neck if he wanted to. So why was he aiming for the ribs instead? Then Paul's eyes caught sight of Leon collapsed on the ground, wounded in the center of his chest. It was the same place Paul had struck before. Paul's own words echoed back in his mind. I can't afford to lose. This was the price of not knowing his place. Paul's face twisted with fury as he finally understood what Kangioma was doing. Could it be that you? The realization made him roar. You've been toying with me this whole time. Puny human dares to. Before Paul could finish, his entire body tensed violently, and his form began to twist and transform. By the time the transformation settled, Paul no longer looked human. He had become something almost indistinguishable from a demon. The sight left both Seol-Ah and Ario visibly surprised, their eyes widening at the monstrous shape Paul had taken. Even as Seol-Ah and Ario reacted in shock, Kangioma remained utterly indifferent in front of the monster before him. Nothing about Paul's transformation seemed to reach Kangioma. His expression did not change, and his killing intent did not waver. Without hesitation, Paul raised his arm high above Kangioma, gathering strength for a crushing strike from overhead. Kangioma showed no fear at all. He lifted his blade and released a single downward cut, slicing straight from top to bottom. For one strange instant, the entire space around them fell into an unnatural silence. Then Paul's body was revealed, slumped on the ground, cleanly split in two. The force of Kangioma's strike had been so overwhelming that it did not stop at Paul. It carved a deep cut into the tower itself. Outside the clash, Chloe Auditory watched in stunned silence, her eyes fixed on Kangioma as the thought flashed through her mind. Impossible. He could even wield sword chi. The more she saw, the more certain she became that the safest place anywhere in this world was right beside him. For one tense moment, the air itself seemed to hang frozen as if everyone watching had forgotten how to breathe. Unlike Chloe Auditory's quiet awe, Ario was burning with rage, her face twisting as she stared at him and thought in disbelief. What kind of damn monster is he? When Ario realized Kangioma's gaze had locked directly onto her, the confidence drained from her expression. She stumbled backward in fear, her voice breaking as she stammered. Don't come any closer. But Kangioma did not slow down, and he did not answer. Step by step, he kept moving toward her with the same terrifying calm. Ario tried to force him to stop, her voice rising in panic as she shouted, I told you not to come any closer. By then, Kangyoma's eyes had changed completely, glowing with a fierce blazing red that made him look almost inhuman. Ario felt it too, that overwhelming pressure radiating from him, and her face went pale as she whispered, You're not human anymore, demon. The word tore through Ario's mind as she stared at the blade in Kangyoma's hand, its light so bright it nearly blinded her. Her thoughts began to spiral wildly. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I'm really going to die. If she could just offer his corpse to Lord Permush the way the ritual demanded, that alone would be enough. But before anything else, Ario knew she had to find a way to survive this moment. Run? No, that was impossible. Kangyeoma was far too fast for her to escape by foot. Then magic, she would blind him with magic using the mana in the area. But the instant she reached for it, panic hit her again. Mana? Where was the mana? No matter how desperately Ario searched, she could not feel even the faintest trace of mana around her. Her mind shook with confusion. Why? Why couldn't she sense anything at all? Then, all at once, realization struck her like a blade pressed against her throat. It was the dagger Kangyooma was holding. That weapon was pushing the mana away, rejecting it completely. Ario's eyes widened in horror. Impossible. A blade like that should not exist. Desperate, Ario tightened her grip and threatened him, her voice sharp and unstable. If you take even one more step, I'll slit this girl's throat. She bared her teeth, trying to sound fearless even as her hands trembled. Do you really think I wouldn't dare? But when Kangyeoma still kept advancing, Ario's composure finally cracked. Her jaw clenched hard, and a curse spilled out through her teeth. God damn it! Damn it, fuck! Her thoughts scattered into pure survival instinct. She had to get out of there, no matter what it took. But then Ario looked down and froze. The dagger that had been pressed against Ryojo Saki's chest was gone. Her eyes darted around in alarm. Where had the dagger gone? The answer came with Ryojo Saki's strained voice right beside her, making Ario flinch. Let me go, it hurts. Ryojo Saki twisted around, and in the next instant, the missing dagger was in her hand, its sharp tip aimed straight at Ario. Without the slightest hesitation, Ryojo Saki drove the blade forward with all the strength she had left, burying it deep into the demon's chest. Ario clenched her teeth in fury, staring at Ryojo Saki as if she could not believe what had just happened. How could you do that? Ryojo Saki only smiled faintly before answering. You thought I couldn't act? Ryojo Saki said, her voice weak but steady. Poison resistance runs naturally through the Divine Arrow clan. Then her smile sharpened with quiet satisfaction. Looks like carrying the blood of your beloved doesn't make you immune to poison after all, does it? Ryojo Saki looked at Ario with cold disappointment in her fading eyes. I'm really disappointed in you, Ario. As the poison spread through her body, Ario's strength vanished all at once. Like a kite with its string cut, she went limp and collapsed helplessly to the ground. Even as she fell, Ario still could not understand how everything had turned against her. Barely able to move, she muttered through clenched teeth. Damn it, Saki. But Ryojo Saki had pushed herself beyond her limit as well, and once the danger passed, even she could no longer keep herself upright. Her body swayed unsteadily, then her knees gave out and she began to fall. At almost the same moment, the dagger slipped from Kangyeoma's hand and clattered down to the ground. Kangyeoma rushed forward without a second of hesitation, reaching her just in time and catching Ryojo Saki before she hit the floor. The battle had only just come to an end when Rachel and Hana-san arrived at the scene. The instant they appeared, Chloe Auditory raised a hand and silently signaled for them to stay quiet. Ryojo Saki's voice came out thin and strained as she leaned against Kangyeoma. I told you it hurts if you keep cutting me up like that. Why do you look so sad? She rested against him, her body losing strength, while the light in her eyes slowly began to fade. It's just, please stay by my side like this a little longer. After those quiet words left her lips, Ryojo Saki's eyelids grew heavy, and her eyes slowly closed. After the chaos of the fight was dealt with, Kangyeoma and the others wasted no time and hurried back to Joaquin Academy. Inside the recovery room, the steady beeping of medical machines filled the quiet space, each sound cutting through the heavy silence. On the hospital bed, Ryojo Saki's finger twitched ever so slightly, the first small sign that she was finally beginning to wake. Her eyelids fluttered open, and with a hazy, unfocused gaze, she slowly started to take in the room around her. The moment Ryojo Saki regained consciousness, Weapon hurried to her bedside and called out loudly, unable to hide his relief. Oh, you're awake? Still dazed, Ryojo Saki turned her head toward him and blinked. Huh? She murmured. Weapon immediately scolded her in an anxious rush. Do you have any idea how many days you've been unconscious? Nearly 3 days. Hearing that, Ryojo Saki's eyes widened in shock. 3 days? Weapon kept talking, his worry coming out as irritation. You already sleep like a log on a normal day, but somehow you even managed to keep sleeping after all this. Only then did Ryojo Saki have enough clarity to sit with her thoughts, slowly piecing together everything that had happened during the battle. Seeing her fall into quiet reflection, Weapon cut in again. You owe the guild master your life. Rachel said Kang Gyoma was the first one to give aid to you and Leon. Who would have thought he had a talent for healing? The doctor said your wounds were treated almost perfectly. The moment Ryojo Saki heard Kang Gyoma's name, she snapped fully awake, her expression changing at once. Huh? Kang Gyoma? Ryojo Saki suddenly remembered the last thing she had said before. Her consciousness slipped away. That quiet, embarrassing request for Kang Gyoma to leave her in his arms just a little while longer. The memory hit her so hard that she froze in place, shame rushing up her neck until she could barely speak. Her shoulders trembled, her mind went completely blank, and even Weapon could only stand there staring at her in total confusion. Before Weapon could even find the right words to ask what was happening, Ryojo Saki suddenly let out a sharp scream that rang through the entire recovery room. Weapon flinched from the sudden outburst, his eyes widening as he looked at her in pure bewilderment. What's wrong with you all of a sudden? Ryojo Saki was so embarrassed and tense that her whole body stiffened. Images from that day flooded her mind one after another, and she spiraled in panic. It's over. It's completely over. How am I supposed to face Kang Gyoma after saying something like that? Watching Ryojo Saki act so strangely, Weapon's worry deepened. To him, this looked exactly like the kind of dizziness and confusion that came after a serious shock, and he could not help wondering what in the world had happened to her. When Ryojo Saki noticed the pitying look in Weapon's eyes, she went still for a second. Then her face twisted with irritation, and she snapped at him. What? Why are you staring at my face like that? Is there something funny about how I look? That moment, Weapon became even more convinced of his guess. Ryojo Saki was usually a little scatterbrained, sure, but today she was on a completely different level. This had to be stress. Remembering that Ryojo Saki had not eaten properly for days, Weapon softened his voice, took out a red bean cake and held it toward her like he was coaxing a wounded animal. Here, eat this. It's red bean cake, your favorite. Have a bite and calm down, okay? Good, good. The moment Ryojo Saki saw the red bean cake, the fierce glare in her eyes wavered, and for a brief second her expression softened. But only a few seconds later, her eyes narrowed again, this time with clear annoyance. Before Weapon could react, Ryojo Saki grabbed the pillow from beneath her and swung it with all her remaining strength, smacking it straight into Weapon's face and sending him staggering backward as he shouted, "You cheeky monkey! Do you seriously think waving a red bean cake at me will make me stop being mad? Get out, right now!" Weapon's attempt at kindness had been rejected without mercy, and he clutched his aching face as he complained. "Hey, talk properly. Why are you so hot-tempered?" With that, Weapon stomped out of the room in frustration. The door shut behind him with a sharp slam, and once the room fell quiet again, Ryojo Saki was left alone with her own thoughts. Ryojo Saki lowered her gaze and muttered to herself, already regretting it. Why did I take my anger out on him like that? I should apologize properly later. Then another thought rose in her mind. Leon was still alive. Leon had not died. Not yet. The moment Ryojo Saki truly realized that, tears suddenly gathered at the corners of her eyes. All the fear, relief, shame, and tension she had been holding back finally broke loose, and she lay there sobbing helplessly, unable to stop herself anymore. In the middle of those choked sobs, Ryojo Saki remembered the snack Weapon had left behind. Still crying, she suddenly reached out and grabbed the red bean cake beside her. She no longer cared how she looked. With tears still running down her face, Ryojo Saki stuffed the cake into her mouth and ate it hungrily, the soft sounds of chewing mixing with her muffled sobs in the quiet recovery room. After a long while, Ryojo Saki's crying finally began to fade. As all those heavy emotions slowly drained out of her, the tension in her fingers loosened, and her grip finally relaxed. Then, with a faint smile spreading across her tired face, Ryojo Saki whispered in quiet satisfaction, "Delicious." A few minutes earlier, Kang Gyoma had been walking alone through the silent corridor, his footsteps heavy as they echoed down the empty hall. He moved forward in a daze, but his mind refused to rest, racing endlessly from one thought to the next. 3 days had already passed since the semester exam, yet Leon and Ryojo Saki had both been left gravely injured by what happened. Both of them had been pushed into a state so dangerous that they were barely clinging to life. Fortunately, Kang Gyoma's reckless gamble, activating all of his talents at once in the middle of the fight, had somehow succeeded. Thanks to that desperate choice, Leon and Ryojo Saki had both managed to escape the worst of the critical danger just in time. After wandering for a while, without really knowing where his feet were taking him, Kang Gyoma suddenly found himself standing in front of their ward. The memory of that warning returned to him, pressing down on Kang Gyoma's chest like a weight he could not shake off. From now on, this was no longer just about Kang Gyoma alone. Other people were starting to get pulled into the same dangerous whirlpool surrounding him. As that thought settled in his mind, Kang Gyoma's expression changed. The heaviness in his eyes gave way to a hard, quiet determination. Strength by itself would not be enough anymore. What they needed now was a wider view, a clearer understanding of everything moving around them. Just as Kang Gyoma paused in hesitation, he spotted Weapon storming down the hall in anger, grumbling loudly about how all that worrying had been for nothing. Kang Gyoma looked over in surprise and asked in a low voice, "What happened?" Weapon jumped slightly when he noticed Kang Gyoma standing there, then quickly straightened up and replied, "Guildmaster, isn't it supposed to be my turn for the night watch?" Weapon blinked at him, still surprised. "What's this? The Guildmaster came personally. Were you worried something might happen?" Kang Gyoma answered calmly, "Not exactly." Then Weapon suddenly remembered that he had not told him the most important news yet, and he quickly added, "Oh right." Saki woke up. "Her body seems to have stabilized thanks to your help, Guildmaster," Weapon said. "But mentally, it looks like she has some issues." Hearing that, Kang Gyoma frowned slightly and asked, "Issues?" Weapon awkwardly explained what had just happened. It looked like post-traumatic symptoms. She suddenly screamed, then threw a pillow at me. She's always been difficult, but today her tongue was sharper than usual. She even refused a red bean cake. After hearing all that, Kang Gyoma quietly dismissed the concern in his mind. If she had enough energy for that, then she was probably fine. Then Kang Gyoma remembered something more serious and turned to Weapon with a focused expression. "Weapon, how is the screening of the suspicious villains going?" Weapon immediately handed over the list. "Here it is." The list contained several names, each one marked as a possible villain infiltrator hiding within the academy. Kang Gyoma studied the list and murmured thoughtfully, "No professor's name? There must be more of them, but if we expose these people first, sooner or later we'll find the one pulling the strings." After a short pause, Kang Gyoma looked back at Weapon and asked again, "Are you certain this information is accurate?" Without even hesitating, Weapon answered with confidence, "As sure as it can be." Satisfied with that answer, Kang Gyoma turned to leave, but before walking away, he added, "Weapon, tomorrow after class, come with me somewhere for a bit. Are you free?" Weapon looked startled, but he still nodded. "Huh? Sure, that's fine, but Saki just woke up. Aren't we all supposed to visit her tomorrow?" Kang Gyoma quickly explained, "You've been friends with her for so long and you still don't understand her personality? Do you really think Ryojo Saki would be happy if we dragged the whole group in to visit her?" Hearing that, Weapon finally understood and nodded. "Ah, all right." Weapon then looked at Kang Gyoma again, still curious about the plan. "So where exactly are we going tomorrow?" By then, Kang Gyoma had clenched the list in his hands so tightly he had not even noticed the paper starting to crumple. His eyes stayed fixed ahead, filled with a hard determination, as he answered Weapon in a low, vague voice. "It's time we hit those bastards back," Kang Gyoma said, his voice carrying a quiet edge. "We've waited long enough. Now it's our turn to strike back." At the same time, inside the Academy leadership's meeting room, Director Medea stared in shock and demanded, "You're saying that old man, one of the elders named Clady von Beimhark, is the mastermind behind this?" The moment Director Medea finished speaking, a hoarse voice quickly confirmed it. "Yes, Senior. Clady von Beimhark is the one pulling the strings. Even the demons that appeared during the midterm were arranged by him." Siegfried von Nibelung sat nearby, leisurely sipping his tea while listening to the tense discussion. Then he asked, "And what about this semester's exam?" The old man from the mountain continued, "We've only been investigating for less than 2 days, so verification is still underway, but from what we found in Clady von Beimhark's accounts, it looks like he even hired demon sellers to act on his behalf." The moment those words landed, Director Medea strode forward without hesitation, her steps sharp and filled with fury. Rage carved itself across Director Medea's face. Before anyone had the chance to respond, she released her magic and pressed down on the space around her, forcing the floor beneath her feet to sink into a deep crater, unable to hold back the anger boiling inside her. Director Medea spat out each word through clenched teeth, her eyes flashing with killing intent. They sold demons and even used the services of those worthless assassins. Seeing Director Medea's furious stance, the bald old man hurriedly added, "According to our intelligence, Their last confirmed sighting was at the docks near Avalon Island. The more Director Medea heard, the hotter her blood seemed to burn. Her voice turned hoarse as she asked again, "All the way to Avalon Island?" At that point, Siegfried von Nibelung spoke in a calm voice, trying to steady the room. "Medea, please calm down." But Director Medea snapped back at him, anger blazing in her eyes. "Calm down? Do you expect me to sit here and sip tea as peacefully as you? I am an educator. My duty is to protect every single student in this academy. And yet people inside this very school are doing something this despicable. Not only that, members of the Academy Council of Elders are involved too. I prepared everything I could to deal with enemies outside the academy, but the rot was sitting right here inside our own walls." Siegfried von Nibelung set his teacup back onto the saucer with a soft clink, then slowly explained, "You are not the only one furious, Medea. My granddaughter studies here as well. And beyond that." At those words, everyone in the room lowered their heads and fell silent, carefully avoiding one another's eyes. Their reaction made Director Medea narrow her eyes in confusion. Siegfried von Nibelung continued, his voice carrying a helpless weight. "The evidence we have is already convincing enough." The old man beside him quietly added to his words. "We have spent 2 months gathering information and verifying it thoroughly. At this point, the evidence is sufficient for us to begin a sweep immediately." Once he finished speaking, the entire room sank into silence. This time, both of them turned their eyes toward Siegfried von Nibelung, waiting anxiously for his decision. A few seconds later, the oppressive aura around Siegfried von Nibelung erupted. His eyes sharpened with a terrifying murderous intent as he growled. "Is that so?" The pressure rolled across the meeting room like a physical force, so heavy that the teacup on the table shattered into pieces. This time, even Siegfried von Nibelung could no longer remain composed. Before the other two could say anything, he lifted a hand impatiently and gave the order. "Tonight we will—" Just then, right as the tension reached its peak, a loud knock struck the door. Kang Gyoma's hurried voice came from outside. "Sorry, there's an urgent matter, which is why I'm here at this hour. Headmaster, I'll explain it myself." As the large door opened, Kang Gyoma and Weapon stepped inside together, walking boldly into the room. The overwhelming presence of the 3 leaders pressed down on Kang Gyoma the moment he entered, but even under that pressure, he kept his composure. The instant Director Medea saw him, she stammered in surprise. "Kang Gyoma!" A few minutes earlier, Kang Gyoma and Weapon had walked straight into the headmaster's office at the most intense possible moment. Their sudden arrival stunned all 3 leaders, whose faces still carried the anger and tension from the discussion that had just been cut short. Director Medea looked at Kang Gyoma with clear anxiety in her eyes and asked, "Gyoma, what the hell is going on?" Kang Gyoma answered with a serious expression, "It's about what happened during the final assessment. I came because there is something important I need to report to you, Headmaster." As Kang Gyoma spoke, he nudged Weapon forward, making Weapon stumble into the spotlight and stammer awkwardly. After taking a few seconds to steady himself, Weapon finally gathered his courage and explained, "This concerns the recent incidents and the villains who slipped into the academy." The moment Weapon said that, the relaxed traces on the 3 leaders' faces disappeared, and their expressions tightened at once. Rector Medea tilted her head and studied Weapon with a probing look before asking with interest, "You're Weapon, right? A member of the travel club? This is actually my first time meeting you in person." Under her surprisingly warm gaze, Weapon blushed and nodded shyly. "Yes, ma'am." Director Medea looked down at the list, then spoke with a pleased but sharp tone. "So what you're saying is that many of the names here are likely those half-demon, half-spirit types?" Weapon answered immediately and confidently. "Yes. We checked the list multiple times, and even after that, their later movements remained extremely suspicious." As soon as Weapon finished speaking, a powerful surge of mana began rising from Director Medea's body. That mana swelled rapidly around Director Medea, and deep in her eyes a furious bloodlust flickered like a vein of fire. After probing the information for a moment, Director Medea frowned as if she had sensed something strange. She drew her mana back and snapped. "I used my blessing to verify it as well. Those bastards aren't even in the Academy's registry." Hearing Director Medea confirm it herself, Kang Gyoma finally felt certain that his suspicion had been right. If Director Medea's blessing had verified the list, then there was no mistake. Director Medea's confirmation shocked everyone in the room. Even Siegfried von Nibelung and the old man from the mountain stared wide-eyed, unable to hide their surprise. Still holding the list in her hand, Director Medea suddenly remembered something strange and raised her eyes. "Putting that aside, how did students like you manage to print out an internal list like this?" Her gaze sharpened as she asked, "Can you give me a satisfactory explanation?" At that question, Kang Gyoma froze for a beat, and Weapon, standing beside him, jolted as if the blood had drained from his face. Seeing both of them go silent, Director Medea's voice turned threatening as she barked. Answer me now. Frightened by Director Medea's pressure, Weapon glanced helplessly at Kang Gioma, silently begging with his eyes as if asking what they were supposed to do now. But all Weapon received was Kang Gioma turning his face away with a pained expression. After a brief hesitation, Kang Gioma stepped forward and admitted, "We illegally infiltrated the Academy's network." Kang Gioma's composed answer caught Director Medea off guard, and she quickly asked, "You too hacked into the system?" Kang Gioma did not flinch. He simply nodded and confirmed it plainly. "Yes, as club leader, I gave the order, and Weapon carried out the hack. He may look a little naive, but he ranks second in our entire class and knows computers extremely well." The moment Weapon heard his name being dragged in, he flinched and hurriedly tried to cut in. "Wait! Oh my!" But Kang Gioma immediately continued, cutting him off with a solemn and apologetic tone. "I admit that what we did violated the rules. I intended to report it to you first, but there wasn't much time before departure, and I hoped the headmaster would show us some generosity and understanding." Faced with Kang Gioma's sincere attitude, Director Medea could only press a hand to her head and let out a helpless, wry smile. Director Medea sighed softly, then warned them in a gentler voice, "Since your intentions were good, I'll overlook it this time. But you must never do this again. Do you hear me, kids?" After receiving Director Medea's pardon, Weapon quickly bowed his head and answered, "Thank you for understanding us, Headmaster." Director Medea looked at the two of them and explained firmly, "I'm trusting you because of the contributions you've made until now. If any other students had done this, they would have faced disciplinary action or even immediate expulsion." Only after hearing Director Medea fully let them off did Weapon finally release the breath he had been holding. He pressed a hand against his chest, silently trembling with relief as one thought ran through his mind. "I'm really alive." Seeing the fear still lingering on Weapon's face, Kang Gioma felt a strange sense of reassurance. Weapon's explanation had been rough around the edges, but not once had he brought up Ryojo Saki's name. The longer Kang Gioma traveled with him, the more Weapon proved himself to be a reliable friend. Just then, Siegfried von Nibelung, who had stayed silent until that moment, finally opened his mouth. "But this has become troublesome, especially if we decide today to declare war against those elders." The moment Siegfried von Nibelung spoke, every gaze in the room turned toward him, waiting for what he would say next. Seeing that Siegfried von Nibelung was still hesitating, the old man from the mountain cleared his throat and reminded him, "Sword Emperor, since these students are already involved, don't they have the right to know the truth?" Siegfried von Nibelung let out a soft sigh, then answered helplessly, "That is true. I originally intended to go to Clady von Beimhark's residence myself today." The moment Kang Gioma heard that name, his body flinched. He quickly looked up and asked, "Clady von Beimhark, that elder?" Only then did Siegfried von Nibelung reveal the truth to him. "Kang Gioma, the one plotting to assassinate you and your comrades, is the head elder. The ringleader among them is a man named Clady von Beimhark. I am preparing to apprehend all of them using the evidence gathered through the auditor," Siegfried von Nibelung continued. "Of course, that depends on whether we have the right approach." As the discussion reached another dead end, the weight in the room only grew heavier. No matter how solid the evidence was, even Siegfried von Nibelung would have a difficult time confronting the head elder directly if he had not yet fully returned to his current 7-star realm. Even with justice on their side, the head elder remained one of the Academy's immovable pillars of power. After thinking it through, Siegfried von Nibelung continued, "If we attack the head elder head-on, those named demon villains will immediately scatter and escape from the Academy." Director Medea checked the list again and confirmed grimly, "That's absolutely right. If that happens, we may lose track of them forever, but we also can't just stand by and let them run rampant." Kang Gioma weighed both sides of the problem, then let out a quiet sigh. Handling the head elder and the hidden villains at the same time was far more difficult than it looked. After a long pause, Kang Gioma suddenly spoke, his voice cutting cleanly through the tense air of the meeting room. "We can gather them all in one place." Without waiting for anyone's reaction, Kang Gioma pulled out his phone and called someone. As soon as the line connected, he spoke in a stern, low voice. "Choi Seol-ah." Hearing the heaviness in Kang Gioma's tone, Choi Seol-ah startled on the other end and quickly answered, "Yes? What's the matter?" Kang Gioma went straight to the point without any greeting. "You once said these villains don't know one another, right?" Although Choi Seol-ah sounded puzzled, she answered immediately, "Not all of them, but most are like that." Hearing that, Kang Gioma gave his order in a grave voice. "From now on, write down every name I read to you. Every single one of them is a villain." Choi Seol-ah's eyes widened, and she asked with difficulty, "Yes, but how am I supposed to do that?" Kang Gioma answered calmly, Send it through an anonymously forwarded letter. His answer left Choi Seol-a completely dumbfounded. An anonymous letter? Back in the meeting room, Kang Jeoma looked over the situation and asked suspiciously. So the auditor, who has the authority to purge nobles, will strike Claddy von Beimhark's manor, while Director Medea and I attack the place where the villains gather. Kang Jeoma glanced at the others to confirm it. That's correct, right? Siegfried von Nibelung nodded with confidence. Yes, that is the plan. After assessing the chances of success, Siegfried von Nibelung murmured with approval. This method does seem feasible. Director Medea froze for a moment, then shouted in surprise, Hey Kang Jeoma, how can you possibly gather all those villains in one place? Before she could press him further, Siegfried von Nibelung lowered his voice as if to calm her. Medea, but before he could finish, Kang Jeoma cut in. I apologize for being abrupt, Headmaster. But for now, we need to act first. I'll explain everything in detail afterward. After considering his words for a moment, the old man from the mountain clicked his tongue and said, Act first and explain later? Not surprising. You really do look at things from an interesting angle. At the same time, Siegfried von Nibelung glanced at the old man and asked quietly, When you left Sicily, how many people came with you? The old man from the mountain answered carefully. To ensure safety, I personally selected the remaining most outstanding individuals and brought them with me. Hearing that, Siegfried von Nibelung silently recalculated the strength of the forces on each side. The head elder had his night guards, and the auditor had 8 people available. In response to the elder's concern, Kang Jeoma made a clear proposal that stunned everyone in the room. I'll go to Claddy von Beimhark's manor with the auditor's people. I'm one of the victims in this matter, Kang Jeoma added firmly. So I'll take part as well. As he said those words, Kang Jeoma's thoughts tightened inside him. Other people were already being dragged into this fight. Relying only on raw physical strength would no longer be enough to solve everything standing in his way. Kang Jeoma needed to climb higher. He needed to reach a greater realm and obtain a power strong enough to change the board itself. After thinking it through, Kang Jeoma raised his head and declared plainly, I'll be next. I'll enter the 7-star ranks as the Sword Emperor's successor. The instant Kang Jeoma finished speaking, the meeting room fell completely silent. Everyone there turned toward him in stunned disbelief. After a moment, Siegfried von Nibelung composed himself, then laughed with open approval. It seems everyone has finally made up their minds. Before anyone else could respond, Siegfried von Nibelung's expression turned cold and decisive. End the meeting. All preparations will proceed according to the plan. Standing quietly by the window, Kang Jeoma and Weapon each carried their own private unease, both of them unable to fully suppress the fear settling in their chests. After a long hesitation, Weapon finally asked in a low voice, Are you really going? Kang Jeoma paused for a brief second, then turned to look at his friend. His gaze carried emotions he did not quite put into words. Before Weapon could say anything more, Kang Jeoma turned to leave, but he did not forget to warn him, It's dangerous there, so you should stay here. I'll clean up this mess and come back soon. Weapon could only stand there without moving, watching Kang Jeoma's back with eyes full of worry. His voice trembled as he said, Don't overdo it, Jeoma. At the same time, exactly as Kang Jeoma had arranged, the anonymous letter he had ordered Choi Seol-a to send reached the villains. The contents of that message left them completely baffled. A message from the professor? One of the villains muttered, his face twisting in irritation. What the hell is this? Who does he think he is, sending a message like this? Instead of getting angry, the henchman behind him answered with confidence. But judging from the sender ID, it's clearly the professor. The villain snapped back furiously. Are we just some bootlicking lackeys now? This won't do. This time, we need to re-establish the order between us. At that, another villain beside him could not resist mocking him. Look at your face. You're turning pale from just one message. Being mocked so openly made the first villain explode, and he screamed, Who told you to call me a coward? I don't like that professor either, the villain growled, still trying to save face. But what can we do? If he gives the order, we have no choice but to follow it. Then he looked around and frowned in confusion. But why are there only a few of us here? Weren't all of us supposed to gather at this location? At that exact moment, a shadowy figure stepped forward from the far entrance. The instant that silhouette appeared, every villain there turned their eyes toward it. Hearing footsteps approaching from the far side, the villain assumed another ally had finally arrived. A smug grin spread across his face as he called out toward the darkness. Looks like one more person is on the way. So why don't you hurry it up a little, he added impatiently, still believing the figure coming closer was part of their group. If you keep dawdling, the professor is going to be furious. But despite the villain's careless urging, his comrade stayed tense, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. Something felt wrong. Why couldn't he sense even the faintest magical fluctuation from that person? The uneasy feeling sharpened all at once, and the wary villain shouted toward the others, "Hey, wait a moment!" But before his warning could fully leave his mouth, a terrified scream tore out from the darkness ahead. The sound echoed through the space and froze every villain in place. In less than 3 seconds, the leader's arm was cut off without mercy. Fresh blood sprayed across the floor, and the sharp metallic smell rushed through the air. The remaining villains instantly raised their guard. Their bodies stiffened, their gazes hardened, and resentment mixed with fear in every pair of eyes. From the shadowed corner, a familiar figure slowly stepped into view. The one who appeared before them was none other than Director Medea. Director Medea casually tore off the leader's head and threw it against the nearby wall as if it were nothing more than trash. Unable to endure the humiliation and shock, one of the villains screamed in rage, "Bastard! Who's there?" Director Medea walked forward at an unhurried pace, her voice cold enough to chill the room. "I suppose I was too negligent and allowed you filth to run rampant inside the academy." Then her gaze swept over them like a blade, and she greeted them with terrifying calm. "Hello, you cockroaches." Her voice settled heavily over the villains once more, as if she wanted every one of them to hear it clearly. "Hello, you cockroaches." As night fully fell, Kang Gyoma's group began moving according to the plan. The old man walking beside him turned his head and praised him quietly. "Kang Gyoma, you truly are a remarkable young man." The sudden compliment caught Kang Gyoma slightly off guard. He glanced toward the old man, who continued in a calm, thoughtful voice. "I can't read you at all. I can't tell what kind of person you are, or what you're really thinking," the old man said. "Not even someone like me, who has spent so many years in this line of work, can see through you." Then the old man's attention settled on Kang Gyoma's eyes. At first glance, they looked ordinary, but the longer he stared, the more unusual they seemed. "It's those eyes," the old man continued, studying him closely. "Black and glossy, as if emotion, stray thoughts, and even humanity itself have been stripped away, leaving only something as cold and sharp as a blade." "Do you know the line that separates a human from a monster?" the old man asked. Kang Gyoma remained silent, offering no answer. The old man continued in a low voice. "Monsters are always the ones who believe they are still ordinary humans." Hearing that, Kang Gyoma finally responded, his tone calm but guarded. "How does that have anything to do with our current situation?" The old man did not answer right away. Instead, he slowly lifted his gaze toward the distant night sky. When he spoke again, his voice was quiet and steady. "Do not become a monster." No sooner had those words fallen than the countless figures they had been waiting for finally appeared before them. And Gyoma glanced across the people standing nearby, and among the shadowed figures, he caught sight of a familiar face. His eyes narrowed slightly. Could that be Nox? The old man had clearly acted on his earlier words, mobilizing 8 of his finest people for this operation. Watching them move through the darkness, Kang Gyoma could not help but acknowledge their skill. This was truly the peak of shadow arts. Once again, Kang Gyoma looked over the elite fighters the old man had brought with him. 8 hand-picked experts stood ready in silence, and their presence alone showed the terrifying depth of the Auditor family's shadow arts. "In the name of the Auditor family, punish the fallen." The instant those words ended, the weapons in their hands flashed into view outside the head elder's manor, their blades and edges catching the night like silent threats. Back on Director Medea's side, a severed head was already rolling across the ground. The blue-haired man stared at it in horror, his voice cracking as he cried out, Shinji?" Only then did the villains fully realize who was standing before them. It was the sage, Director Medea. She glanced at them coldly and murmured, "There are a few cancerous cells here, 5 in total. Beneath the appearance of an innocent 20-year-old stood a battle-hardened elder, and even among the 7 stars, Medea was a uniquely terrifying existence." The pink-haired man immediately gathered power into his palm and warned the others sharply. "Don't be fooled by how she looks. She's just an old woman who hasn't been on the front lines for over 40 years. He grinned in satisfaction as he looked down at his own arm, feeling the power swelling there. This was the strength his master had granted him. As for that washed-up hag, get lost. With that shout, the pink-haired man launched himself straight toward Director Medea, preparing to strike. But Director Medea avoided his attack with almost insulting ease. She gave a small nod, as if confirming something for herself. That's right, that was the past. As Director Medea spoke, she raised one leg. In the very next instant, the pink-haired man's body was split cleanly in 2. Then Director Medea extended her foot toward his fallen head, touched it lightly with the tip of her shoe, and brought her foot down with brutal force. Her stomp crashed into the ground, crushing down so hard that the impact seemed to shake the space beneath her. Among the 7 stars, Director Medea was the only one whose status remained undefined, and she was known by another terrifying name as well, Tyrant Medea. At that moment, one of Director Medea's eyes transformed, flashing with a dreadful light. Her voice rang out coldly across the battlefield. Next, the moment Director Medea spoke, a fat man suddenly appeared behind her and lunged forward, shouting wildly, "You crazy bitch!" Just as he was about to strike, a razor-sharp slash tore through the air. Siegfried von Nibelung's voice sounded nearby. "You still don't know how to hold back, Medea." Turning toward him, Director Medea only sneered. You're too late." When the blue-haired man saw the sword radiating overwhelming power, his face went pale with shock. The Sword Emperor. Now Director Medea and Siegfried von Nibelung stood side by side. Siegfried glanced at her and asked, "You still haven't thrown that outfit away?" The clothes Director Medea wore were the very same ones she had once worn while fighting alongside the Sword Emperor on the battlefield. Director Medea's voice remained calm as she answered, "I haven't forgotten it even once." Staring straight at the two of them, the blue-haired man shouted in fury, "You insane bastards! What are you all standing around for? Release all your mana now!" Director Medea's eyes flashed as her gaze slid across the villains one by one. "So that means I have even less reason to spare them." The instant those cold words left Chloe's mouth, she drove forward without hesitation, closing the distance on the three men standing in front of her. Deep inside Claddy's manor, a blonde guard suddenly felt the whole building shudder beneath his feet. His eyes narrowed in confusion as the walls trembled around him. What was that? Why was everything shaking so violently all of a sudden? Then his gaze lifted toward the lamp on the wall, its weak light flickering like it was about to die. Again, he clicked his tongue in annoyance. Of course it would short out if they kept leaving it on all night. Grumbling under his breath, the guard stepped closer to fix the lamp. Lord Claddy had more money than most nobles could ever dream of, and yet he was still stingy over something this small. Was he stationed here as a guard, or had he somehow become the manor's electrician? But the very second the lamp came back on, his life came to an abrupt end. An assassin moved through the light with flawless precision, striking him down before he could even understand what had happened. The instant the lamp lit up, death was already waiting for him. A blade flashed with terrifying accuracy, and the assassin's strike ended everything before the guard could make a sound. His severed head dropped heavily, then rolled across the floor, leaving a dark trail behind it. Kang Guillaume stepped over the spreading bloodstain without the slightest change in expression, then continued deeper into the manor. Behind him, the other auditory members slipped in one after another, moving silently through the shadows like trained blades. A guard noticed the strange movement in the dark and froze on the spot. His voice cracked as he muttered, "What? What is this?" His arm shook uncontrollably as he lifted it, pointing toward the darkness ahead. "Hey, look over there." Altair Auditory's cold voice cut through the hallway. "Auditore, open a path for Kang Guillaume." The moment Altair gave the order, 8 assassins emerged around Kang Guillaume as if they had been waiting inside the darkness itself. The guards were instantly thrown into panic. "The Auditory have broken in? Arm yourselves! Arm yourselves now!" Their shouts bounced through the corridor, but Kang Guillaume kept walking forward with his eyes half-lowered, completely unshaken. 2 men, blinded by their own confidence, rushed straight toward Kang Guillaume as if they truly believed they could stop him. Before they could even reach him, an auditory assassin shot forward like a shadow and cut them down in a single breath. Their attack ended almost as soon as it began. One of the rushing assassins swept past them, and the 2 men collapsed before their weapons could matter. As Kang Guillaume and the auditory advanced deeper into the manor, guards fell one after another, their bodies scattering across the floor in their path. 2 more guards misread the situation and charged ahead, mistaking courage for strength. A second later, those same men were gone from the fight, reduced to nothing but lifeless bodies on the blood-stained floor. What unfolded was not a battle. It was a massacre that swept through the manor in the blink of an eye. Desperate screams rang out from every direction. "Run! Run!" Another voice cracked through the chaos, begging for its life. "Help me, somebody! Help me!" Kang Guillaume's footsteps finally came to a stop at the exact moment the last of the guards in that area had been wiped out. Altair Auditory stepped forward and calmly surveyed the surroundings. Even if this place is meant to be top secret, this section is far too large. Seeing Altair's composed expression, Kang Guillaume could not help but ask in confusion, "Master, are you really not worried at all? No matter how solid the evidence is, killing an elder like Claddy will definitely bring serious consequences." Altair only smiled, as if the answer were obvious. "Ha, we are the Auditor family. If we had concrete proof in our hands and still chose to do nothing, that would be the true disgrace." Then Altair glanced toward Kang Guillaume with quiet confidence. "Besides, with a future 7-star like you walking with us, what consequences could possibly be frightening enough to matter?" At that moment, Nox appeared behind them and lowered his head. "Master, everyone has infiltrated Claddy's study. Altair gave a satisfied nod and answered, "I see, understood." With that report confirmed, the group continued forward without slowing their pace. Soon they reached an enormous door, and a sharp spill of light leaked out from the room beyond it. Kangioma looked at the door and asked, "Is this the place?" Standing beside him, Nox nodded firmly. "Yes, this is it." But from inside the room there was not a single sound. That unnatural silence made even Altair's expression tighten slightly. Altair stared at the door and murmured, "It's far too quiet." Kangioma gave Altair a brief look, silently showing that he understood the danger waiting beyond the door. Then Kangioma stepped forward without hesitation and placed his hand against the door. "Then let's go in." After saying that, Kangioma pushed the door open and stepped toward the blinding light spilling out from within. The moment Kangioma's group entered the room, a vast, silent space opened before them, and every person there instantly sharpened their guard. Nox's eyes swept across the room from corner to corner, searching for anything strange hiding in the stillness. All at once, a young man rushed out from deeper inside the room. His face twisted with panic as he shouted, "Master!" Seeing him stumble forward in such a frantic state, Altair tried to steady him. "Calm down. What happened?" But the young man's voice shook badly as he forced the words out. "It's the others." As he spoke, his body suddenly began to twist and swell in a grotesque way, his shape warping so violently that it became horrifying to look at. In the next instant, his entire body inflated like a balloon pushed past its limit, then burst apart, spraying thick liquid across Kangioma, Altair, and Nox. Only after that horrific explosion did the lights inside the room finally flare on. The room brightened only after the young man's body had already burst, revealing the terrible scene waiting in the light. The sight was so horrifying that Nox's composure shattered. His eyes widened as he shouted, "What the hell is going on?" Altair immediately tried to restrain Nox's panic. "Control your emotions." His voice remained steady on the surface. But Kangioma noticed it clearly. Altair's arm was trembling with fear. From the darkness ahead, several figures stepped out while clapping as if they were welcoming guests. Well now, even after witnessing a massacre like this, you tell him to hide his emotions? That truly is the bearing of the auditore head. A group emerged with confident, almost mocking expressions. Among them, a pink-haired man kept applauding, his smile sharp as he called out, "Hey, old man, are you really that emotionless?" Nox finally lost control. His fists clenched tight at his sides as he glared at them and demanded, "You bastards, you dared to do this to our men?" In response, several severed arms came crashing straight down onto the floor with a sickening thud. The enemy sneered at them as if they were nothing more than beasts, growling that they had no right to interrupt while adults were speaking, before throwing the brutal warning at their feet. Clicked his tongue, saying he had planned to keep one as a little memento, but after thinking about the stench it would give off, he changed his mind. Since they were family, he told them to clean up the remains themselves and take proper care of him. That shameless cruelty finally pushed the master past the edge. His face twisted with fury, his eyes burned a fierce red, and his voice thundered through the room as he spat out, "You damn dogs!" But the master's anger only made the pink-haired man look even more entertained. A crooked grin spread across his face as he mocked him, saying, "Well, would you look at that? So you really do have feelings after all, Lord Claddy?" From behind the group, Claddy stepped forward with a cold, arrogant look and answered without hesitation. Those were his lord's orders, he said, and how could he possibly object when a lowly butcher had dared crawl into the world of the elite and pretend he belonged among the powerful? The moment the master saw that familiar face, his rage exploded all over again. He shouted Claddy's name like a curse, calling him a damn dog, and demanded how someone already so rotten could still stoop low enough to stand beside trash like that. Claddy snapped back at him with venom in his voice. He told the petty noble to shut his mouth and stop lecturing him, then declared that before the night was over, he would personally wipe out the auditory family. The master did not back down for even a second. He continued hurling curses at them, calling them parasitic scum who survived by clinging to the demon clan, and told Claddy he should feel ashamed to face his father's spirit. Those words struck Claddy right where it hurt. His expression darkened instantly, his temper flared, and he snarled back, "What did you just say?" Sensing that the situation was about to boil over completely, the man beside the master turned toward him and called his name, trying to pull him back before his anger carried him too far. Across from them, Claddy was just as unwilling to let the insult pass. He trembled with fury and cursed the master under his breath, unable to believe that filthy bastard had dared speak to him that way. Seeing that their shouting was getting them nowhere, the enemy leader cut in sharply and told him, "Enough, sir." Claddy's whole body shook as he struggled to swallow his rage. Even then, he could not let it go, grinding out that the despicable man had dared bring up his father. Before Claddy could finish, a large hand came down firmly on his shoulder, stopping him in place. The enemy leader's voice dropped into something icy and dangerous as he repeated, "I told you to stop." Then, as if a new thought had suddenly amused him, the corner of the enemy leader's mouth slowly curled upward into a knowing smile. He turned his attention toward that boy, the one who had caused an unprecedented stir the moment he entered Joaquin Academy. The student people had started calling part of the Golden Generation, the one who had defeated them all with a single strike. And that same boy had even risen to the very top among the candidates for the vessel position. The one he was speaking about was none other than Kang Gyoma. Kang Gyoma had claimed the highest place among the vessel candidates, standing above the rest with terrifying ease. That was the boy the enemy leader had his eyes on. He looked almost pleased as he admitted that Kang Gyoma was truly exceptional. It was no wonder the other Legion commanders wanted him so badly, but in his mind, taking Gyoma for himself would be effortless. For a brief moment, his gaze dimmed and settled as if he had fallen into thought and was weighing something deeper behind that confident smile. Then, without warning, a heavy murderous pressure poured out from him. The air seemed to tighten around the room, and even the enemy across from him was startled by the sudden change. A cold shiver ran down his spine. The shift was so sharp that he could not understand what had made the man react with such surprise. Unable to grasp what was happening, Clady barked at Kang Gyoma with contempt. He sneered that a lowly scholarship student dared look at him that way, and now that Medea was no longer there to protect him, Gyoma could prepare to die right there. Even after hearing that threat, Kang Gyoma's face did not change. His eyes stayed calm and steady, as though he had already started putting a plan together in his head. Inside, Kang Gyoma thought of old Clady, the man who had never stopped scheming to have him assassinated. He also thought of the wicked infiltrators still hidden in the academy, the ones he had not yet managed to identify. And in that moment, Gyoma realized there would never be a better chance than this to settle every grudge at once. Without a trace of hesitation, Kang Gyoma drew his sashimi knife and prepared to fight. He told the Master and Nox to take the enemy's lives while he would handle the magic by cutting it down himself. The Master and Nox understood what Gyoma intended immediately. In the same instant, both of them drew their weapons, their bodies shifting into battle-ready stances. The uneven matchup only made the enemy leader burst into laughter. He mocked Kang Gyoma for thinking he was special, calling him nothing but a madman, then sneered at the idea of magic being cut and asked if Gyoma really planned to slice him with that little vegetable knife. Kang Gyoma did not bother answering with words at first. He simply activated the blessing of the sword god, letting that dangerous power rise through him, and then smiled as if the answer was obvious. With that faint smile still on his face, Kang Gyoma finally replied in a calm voice, "Of course." The power of the blessing erupted in an instant, bursting outward with enough force to shatter the room's door and send the atmosphere trembling. Even with that power exploding before him, the enemy leader showed no fear. He kept laughing loudly and called for the attack to stop, claiming that with that bunch, they were practically as good as ascended already. Then he turned toward the man beside him and gave a simple order: "Finish them." The man answered with an eager smile, laughing as he said he would gladly do it. Ahead of them, dust and smoke rolled through the broken space. Through the haze, two vague figures could just barely be seen standing in the distance. The man did not hesitate. He charged straight into the smoke, shouting that he could clearly see where they were hiding, and that dealing with them would be as easy as pie. But before he even realized what had happened, a clean and almost beautiful cut had already appeared across his body. In the blink of an eye, his body split apart. The strike had not come from one person alone. It was the combined attack of the Master and Nox. The result was nothing like the enemy leader had expected. His teeth clenched in anger as he stared ahead in disbelief, realizing they had not taken even a single scratch and that the magic had failed. He immediately thrust his hand forward and barked orders at the others. He shouted that those fools had left Kang Gyoma unharmed, then commanded them to aim properly according to the plan and launch another attack at his signal. The remaining enemies unleashed a chain of magical attacks toward Kang Gyoma's group. But by then, Nox had already slipped out of his previous position. Nox struck straight toward the enemy leader, forcing him to recoil and shout in alarm that they were coming. From behind, a heavy-set man reacted immediately and cast his magic. A giant mass of rock formed in the air and hurtled directly toward Nox. Then, from within the darkness, a sharp flash of light flickered, revealing only half of Kang Gyoma's face. With one effortless swing, he sliced clean through the incoming rock and split it in two. The sight left both the master and the enemy leader completely stunned, their eyes fixed on the impossible cut before them. For a moment, the thought crossed their minds at the same time. Had Kang Gyoma really cut through the magic itself? Seeing what had just happened, the blond youth seemed to understand where things were headed. All he could do was gasp through gritted teeth, cursing as he wondered how he was supposed to deal with this. Before he could even finish speaking, Nox sent him flying back a short distance with a swift strike. Faced with the overwhelming strength of Kangyoma's side, the pink-haired man immediately started trying to push the blame onto others. He shouted at them, asking what the hell they were doing and ordering them to attack already. The fat man, furious after being used like a shield, spun around and demanded to know what the pink-haired man was doing instead. The enemy leader coolly answered that he was observing the situation. Meanwhile, on the other side of the room, two mages kept firing off spell after spell. One laughed wildly, saying he had no idea when he would ever get another chance to unleash magic like this again, while the girl beside him screamed for their enemies to die over and over. They sent out a relentless barrage of attacks, but their spells were too chaotic and uncontrolled. Instead of landing properly, the magic collided with itself in midair and erupted into a violent explosion. The failed attack made the pink-haired girl whirl around in anger. She snapped at the other mage, asking why she had not aimed properly, since their spells had smashed into each other and vanished uselessly. The purple-haired girl fired back just as sharply, calling her an idiot and demanding to know why she had shot along the exact same path. The purple-haired girl warned her not to get careless just because their boss had already been killed. But before her words could even settle, the pink-haired girl beside her was caught by the master's blade and cut down in a single clean slash. A moment later, the purple-haired girl met the same end. The master looked down at them with a cold sneer, mocking them for losing focus in the middle of a fight and taking their eyes off the enemy. Only the fat man managed to keep his attention fixed on the battle. His arm swelled and twisted into a huge mace, and he swung it with full force straight toward the master, as if asking whether that was what being distracted looked like. Just as the heavy blow was about to crash down, Kangyeoma appeared as if he had stepped out of thin air. In one swift motion, his blade flashed, and the fat man's transformed arm was sliced clean off. The master's voice rang out with icy contempt, saying the weak never understood when to stay silent. The instant those words left his mouth, Nox rushed in from the side and cut through the fat man's legs. The fat man's body lost all strength, collapsing like a kite with its string cut. The master seized that opening, leapt down without mercy, and delivered the finishing strike, declaring that this was exactly why people like them had to die. It all happened too quickly for Claddy to follow. He stood frozen in place, eyes wide with shock, unable to believe that he had not seen a single movement clearly. Claddy tried to steady himself, muttering that they should secure their field of vision first. Beside him, the enemy leader immediately agreed, calling it a good idea from an elder. Then the enemy leader began gathering his power, his anger spilling into his voice. He cursed his own people as trash and barked that fighting properly mattered far more than simply clearing their sight, ordering them to do their jobs. His power burst outward through the room, and the automatic sprinklers in the ceiling suddenly activated, spraying water down like a sudden indoor rainstorm. After a few seconds, the thick dust and smoke hanging in the air began to thin out, washed down by the falling water. When Claddy and the enemy leader finally saw what was in front of them, both of them went still, their faces twisted with disbelief as they realized the situation had become impossibly bad. Every single one of their underlings had been wiped out. Not one remained standing. Claddy's body started trembling, fear finally creeping into his voice as he spat out, "You bastards." Across from him, Kangyeoma advanced step by step, his movements slow, steady, and terrifyingly calm. At the enemy leader's side, his thoughts sharpened around one truth. Kangyeoma was the real problem, and if he did not deal with him, everything would collapse. Realizing the battle had turned against him, the enemy leader suddenly grabbed Claddy by the throat and held him hostage. He shouted for Kangyeoma to back off, warning him not to come any closer, or he would kill the old man, leaving everyone around them shocked by his betrayal. But Kangyeoma acted as if he had not heard the threat at all. With his weapon already drawn, he kept moving forward without slowing down. Panic shook the enemy leader's voice as he tightened his grip and shouted again that he was serious. He warned them that he really would kill Claddy. Even then, Kangyeoma did not stop. That unwavering advance made the enemy leader's face grow even paler with fear. Kangyeoma continued closing the distance, and the enemy leader's composure cracked further with each step. Then, strangely, a thrilled smile began to spread across his lips. At that exact moment, a massive explosion erupted behind them. The blast shook the room and left everyone stunned for an instant. Through the aftermath, someone slowly stepped inside. A calm voice cut through the chaos, saying that the thing should not be used in such a crude way. The moment the enemy leader saw the newcomer, his fear turned into wild excitement, as if salvation had finally arrived. He cried out that the professor had only just arrived now, even though he had been waiting for him for a very long time. The professor stepped forward and calmly observed that, unexpectedly, everyone except one person was already dead. That outcome, he admitted, had not been part of his plan. Still, the professor spoke with a strange satisfaction, saying that for an educator, nothing brought more pride than watching one's students improve. His arrival filled the enemy leader with relief, while Claddy beside him coughed awkwardly a few times. Kang Guillaume looked toward the professor, his eyes narrowing as recognition sparked in his mind. That man was definitely familiar. Kang Guillaume kept his gaze fixed on the professor, silently turning the realization over in his head. There was no mistaking it. That was the man before him. The professor only gave a cold snort and dismissed the enemy leader's complaints. He called him weak for blaming others and said it was foolish, even more childish than the behavior of the students. The insult hit the enemy leader immediately. His expression twisted, and he snapped back in anger, demanding to know what the professor had just said. His fury surged as he pressed the professor harder, asking if he knew how many people had died because of him. After arriving late, he still had the nerve to speak so arrogantly. The professor continued to taunt him without the slightest concern, saying empty barrels always made the loudest noise, but he had not expected this one to be quite so pathetic. Unable to hold himself back, the enemy leader stepped forward and grabbed the front of the professor's mask. He cursed the bastard hiding behind it and told him to shut his mouth, threatening to kill him if he kept talking. As the enemy leader repeated the threat, the mask was suddenly ripped away and thrown down to the ground. The face hidden beneath it was exposed before everyone, leaving the room wrapped in a tense, stunned silence. Meanwhile, on the other side, a blue-haired man trembled before Medea's overwhelming power. Fear stripped away all his pride as he begged her to spare him, promising that he would tell her everything if she let him live. Medea's voice turned cold as she stared down at him and asked, "Really?" The blue-haired man was clearly terrified, but he forced himself to stay composed. He quickly answered that of course he would cooperate and told Medea to ask him anything she wanted. Before he could finish speaking, Medea drove her fist forward and crushed his head in one brutal blow. As his body dropped, she coldly asked whether anyone should really trust something pretending to be human. Sword Saint beside her remarked that it seemed everything here had been taken care of. Medea gave a brief nod in response, but the Sword Saint did not look fully convinced. After a moment of thought, the question surfaced. Could those 6 enemies really have been all of them? Just then, the space around them suddenly shook with violent force, making both of them snap to attention. A deep unease rose in Medea's mind as she felt the tremor. The first name that came to her was Kang Guillaume. Without wasting another second, Medea and the Sword Saint turned and rushed toward Claddy's mansion, shouting for everyone to move. Back where Kang Guillaume stood, the stranger's voice rang out again with casual annoyance. He apologized to the enemy leader, saying he had been making far too much noise. With nothing more than a single gesture, the professor brought the enemy leader down effortlessly. The sudden ease of it left Kang Guillaume's group momentarily stunned, their attention locking onto the newcomer. Then the professor slowly removed his hood. Seeing him clearly, Claddy stepped forward and asked with desperate hope if he had come to save him. Once the hood came off, the face beneath it was one Kang Guillaume knew far too well. Damien looked at him with that same unsettling calm and greeted him as if they were simply meeting after class, asking how he had been lately. Kang Guillaume's eyes narrowed the moment he recognized him. That face was not unfamiliar at all, and one name immediately rose in his mind. Damien. Damien continued speaking in that relaxed tone, saying Kang Guillaume was probably wondering how he had found his way there. He said he would explain the reason so Guillaume did not need to get too angry just yet. Damien revealed that he had placed a listening spell on Choi Seol-ah. Someone like her, always late and desperately clinging to life, would inevitably crawl toward Kang Guillaume for protection the moment danger closed in. Behind Kang Guillaume, Altair Auditor finally understood what was going on. His expression hardened as he drew his weapon and said that Damien was the man hiding behind everything from the start. Damien then addressed what he had said earlier about the blessing, telling Kang Guillaume there was no need to worry about that part. A scholar's curiosity, he claimed, was genuine, and the explanation he had given before had been the truth. Kang Guillaume clenched his teeth, anger pressing into every word as he demanded to know why Damien had gone this far. Damien let out a small laugh as if the answer should have been obvious. He wondered aloud if Kang Guillaume expected some dramatic final confession, then said the reason was simple. Only one soft word slipped from Damien's mouth, but it carried a chilling weight: the vessel. Then Damien admitted he had miscalculated. There were still 2 obstacles standing there, blocking the path to what he wanted. As Damien spoke, he lifted one hand and snapped his fingers. Kang Guillaume flinched as danger shifted through the air, and he shouted Nox's name in alarm. In the next instant, a distorted spatial vortex tore open in midair, twisting the space around it like a mouth ready to swallow everything nearby. The vortex released a violent pulling force, dragging the air toward it. Knox was forced to lean back hard, bracing himself just to keep from being sucked in. Damien's voice continued calmly through the chaos. He told them not to bother resisting any longer because he had no interest in wasting time on a pointless battle of attrition. Then Damien snapped his fingers again. This time, 2 more magical vortices ripped open and rushed straight toward Altair Auditory. Altair Auditory clicked his tongue in anger as he dodged, snapping that there was no way to predict where Damien's next attack would appear from. Damien smiled faintly and praised him anyway, saying that even without knowing the attack points in advance, Altair still evaded beautifully, just as expected from someone bearing the Auditor name. Kangioma refused to simply stand by and watch. He tightened his grip around his weapon, kicked off the ground, and charged straight toward Damien. But before Kangioma could reach him, another vortex suddenly appeared right in front of him. The sudden distortion made Gioma's eyes widen as he realized the danger was already there. The pressure slammed down over Kangioma's entire body. His balance broke for a moment, and one knee was forced hard against the floor. Even so, Kangioma quickly steadied his breathing, regained control of himself, and fixed a sharp gaze directly on Damien. Damien spoke with open enjoyment, saying that even if Kangioma lost a few limbs, it would not interfere with using him as a vessel. Still, if possible, Damien preferred to take him whole, so Gioma had better understand his limits. After saying that, Damien snapped his fingers once more, and 2 enormous magical vortices formed with terrifying force. From the side, Altair Auditory's concern deepened as he watched the magic twist and churn. He wondered whether Kangioma could cut through it at all, because simply getting close to those vortices was already dangerous. Kangioma realized the nature of Damien's spell. It was magic that detonated the air at a fixed point, meaning if he tried to slash it carelessly, the blast would pull him straight into the explosion. The more he understood, the more troublesome the spell became. Damien's eyes lit up with interest when he heard that. He laughed, clearly pleased, and asked if Kangioma had already figured it out. Damien admitted that Kangioma really was different from the others. He was not the sort of ordinary opponent Damien could dismiss at a glance. Damien, it was almost as if Kangioma could see through everything happening around him. The relentless barrage of attacks forced Kangioma to keep retreating and dodging. He cursed under his breath as he slipped away from one explosion after another. Kangioma tightened his grip on his weapon, focusing on Damien's hands. The trigger had to be those finger movements. Each snap and gesture was what set the detonations in motion. But knowing the trigger did not solve everything. With only 15 seconds left, there was still no way to know exactly where the next explosion would occur. And if they kept dodging blindly, Altair Auditory knew they would eventually be cornered. Altair Auditory called out for them to read the movement of the air currents instead. Damien heard him and sneered, dismissing the idea as ridiculous. Immediately, another vortex appeared beneath Altair Auditory's feet. He reacted at once, launching himself away just before the magic could catch him. A moment later, another magic circle opened under Nox's feet as well. Nox barely escaped in time, slipping away from the attack by a narrow margin. Kangioma observed the timing closely and realized something important. The explosions were not going off all at once. At that moment, Damien redirected one of the attacks straight toward Kangioma. Reading the trajectory, Gioma sprang into the air and avoided it with a clean, precise movement. Kangioma understood more with each attack. The farther away the target was, the slower the detonation became. Damien launched them together, but the explosions triggered with slight time gaps, making Gioma wonder if the next threat would come from behind. Claddy, still trying to attach himself to the strongest side, began flattering Damien shamelessly. He praised the attack and urged the professor to keep killing them just like that. Claddy had barely finished speaking when an explosion burst right beside him, the sudden blast terrifying him so badly that his words froze in his throat. Before Claddy could even understand what had happened, the explosion beside him roared through the room, leaving him shaken and horrified. Damien answered Claddy's panic with cold indifference, asking why he would ever save him. Claddy, confused and frightened, reminded him that gathering these villains here had been the whole point. That made Damien burst into laughter. He asked what possible benefit there would be in saving an elder like Claddy. To Damien, Claddy was nothing more than a man who bent whichever way the wind blew, a person with no real value at all. Damien continued tearing into him, calling him an insect, scum and trash, saying even those insults were not enough. He added that Claddy's father would surely be screaming in hell, and the repeated humiliation made Claddy tremble with fury as he demanded to know what Damien had just said. Damien made the truth even crueler. Claddy had only been bait, a distraction meant to pull their attention away, because not even Damien could handle the Sword Emperor, Medea Poison, and the head of the Auditor family all at the same time. Damien repeated the point without mercy. Claddy had been nothing but bait, used to divide his enemies, since facing the Sword Emperor, Director Medea, and Altair Auditore together would have been too much even for him. But Damien had also needed Claddy kept in place, unable to run. After all, Claddy had always been the kind of cowardly trash who fled the moment fear touched him. Damien made it clear that if they all ended up being taken down, it did not matter. His real objective had already been accomplished. Realizing he had never been anything more than a disposable piece in Damien's plan, Claddy shook with rage and spat at him, calling him a monstrous villain. Damien raised his arm and prepared to unleash the next attack. With a faint note of pity in his voice, he said he had not expected those to be Claddy's final words, then calmly bid him farewell. At the same time, Kangioma had already finished preparing his own attack, his focus sharpening around the opening in Damien's spell. Kangioma released a technique so intense that the entire space seemed to freeze in place. Everyone in the room felt that crushing pressure settle over them at once. The massive force of distorted air was already closing around Claddy, swallowing him little by little as the magic tightened its grip. And Kangioma could see it clearly. The dangerous pressure around Claddy was connected to the ignition point in Damien's hand. The moment Kangioma found the weakness, his eyes locked onto it. He aimed his weapon, rushed forward without hesitation, and knew he had finally found the point to cut. On the other side, Damien still had not noticed Kangioma's movement. With his arm raised and his confidence unshaken, Damien calmly spoke his farewell. But then something sliced through the space between Damien and Claddy with a sharp whistle. Damien's eyes widened in surprise as he wondered what had just flown past him. Claddy was just as confused, frozen in place, and unable to understand why Damien's attack had suddenly failed to finish him. Damien snapped his fingers again and again, but nothing happened. His expression twisted in disbelief as he struggled to understand how his magic had stopped responding. He tried snapping his fingers once more, this time with visible frustration, demanding to know what the hell was going on. Then Damien's gaze shifted toward the knife that had just flown past him. A terrible possibility flashed across his face as he realized what Kangioma might have done. Kangioma immediately pulled the knife back by its cord, stepped forward, and made his claim clear. Claddy's life belonged to him. Damien stared at him in shock, completely stunned that Kangioma had managed to interfere with his attack. His voice sharpened as he called out, "Student Kangioma?" Kangioma tightened his grip around the knife and advanced with calm, lethal intent. His eyes stayed fixed on Damien as he declared that he would cut him down. In that instant, Kangioma understood something with chilling clarity. Time was not always absolute. In battle, even a heartbeat could stretch endlessly. While Kangioma decoded Damien's magic, it felt as if less than a single second had passed, even though his mind was racing through every detail. Everything around him slowed until the structure of the spell became clear. Kangioma could see the link between Damien and the detonator hidden in his movements. And once Kangioma saw that connection, his goal became simple. He would sever it. Seeing his attack completely nullified, Damien turned in bewilderment. His composure cracked as he muttered that this was impossible and could not be happening. Damien tried to convince himself it had only been a coincidence. He reached out again, preparing to snap his fingers one more time. But this time as well, nothing activated. The spell stayed silent, and the expected explosion never came. Kangioma had used the resonance of the sword god's blessing, awakening the blessing of transference and turning Damien's own spatial magic against him. With mind's eye, Kangioma had grasped the structure of the spell itself. At that moment, almost the entire space inside the room had fallen within his control. As long as the resonance held, Kangioma could see everything clearly, the hidden paths, the spell connections, and the weak points Damien was trying to conceal. Kangioma immediately spotted the gap inside Damien's attack, and sent out a precise slash, cutting through the invisible thread that connected the magic. Again, Kangioma caught the opening in the spell's structure and struck without hesitation, severing another connection before it could detonate. Damien snarled in anger, his disbelief turning into frustration. He could no longer deny it. Kangioma was truly seeing the connections. Claddy, watching everything unfold, was now overwhelmed with terror. His face paled as he muttered a desperate curse under his breath. Then Claddy glanced toward Damien beside him, as if searching for even the slightest reassurance from the man who had already discarded him. Damien still could not accept what his eyes were telling him. To him, it was impossible that a human could actually see through that kind of magic. But Damien quickly forced his anger into action. He snapped that, whether Kangioma could see it or not no longer mattered, then ordered every bomb to detonate at once. Damien shouted that he would slaughter every last one of them. In the next instant, countless magical bombs appeared in the air, floating throughout the room like deadly stars. But to Kangioma, every connection between Damien and those bombs was now visible. each one stretching through the air like a thread waiting to be cut. Damien raised his hand to snap his fingers and shouted at Kang Gyoma. If Gyoma could really see the spell, then Damien wanted to see whether he could block everything at once before the entire place was leveled. But Kang Gyoma answered with only the faintest swing of his hand. In that effortless motion, countless slashes burst out and struck the connecting threads one after another. Damien's attack was nullified again, the bombs losing their links before they could unleash their full destructive power. Damien was almost at a loss, staring in disbelief as only one explosion barely managed to occur. He snapped at himself to try again. He repeated the attempt over and over, forcing the magic again and again, but every result ended in failure. Damien stared at Kang Gyoma for a long moment, then tried once more. His voice rose with desperation as he shouted for the bombs to explode again and again, demanding that they obey him. Across from Damien, Kang Gyoma remained completely calm. He continued releasing one slash after another, countering each attack before it could fully form. As Kang Gyoma stood there, the shadows of every enemy he had faced before surfaced in his mind one by one, gathering behind Damien like proof of everything that had led to this moment. On Damien's side, desperation was starting to consume him. He no longer needed everything to work. Just one explosion, even a single one, would be enough. Kang Gyoma looked straight at the opponent before him and understood exactly who Damien was, the mastermind who had gathered everyone, manipulated them, and stood at the center of it all. Damien kept trying, his voice growing harsher with every failed attempt. He shouted at the magic to explode, ordering it again and again as his control slipped. At that moment, two of the bombs finally showed signs of reconnecting, their magical links beginning to form in the air. But the repeated snapping had taken its toll. Thin streaks of blood appeared across two of Damien's fingers, torn open from forcing the spell too many times. Even so, Damien's face lit up with frantic joy. He laughed in triumph, saying it was finally working and that the connection had attached. Behind them, Altair Auditory immediately realized what was happening. His expression tightened as he understood the danger and muttered that it was over. Just as the bombs were about to detonate, Kang Gyoma swung his hand again. His slashes flew out with perfect precision and severed the linking threads before the explosions could happen. Every scattered bomb was disabled at once. Damien froze in shock, unable to understand how Kang Gyoma had stopped him again, or when Gyoma had suddenly appeared right in front of him. Watching the way Kang Gyoma guided the knife in his hand, the truth finally clicked into place. Those movements had not been random at all. He had used that blade to pull every last one of them together. The scattered little bombs were drawn inward one after another, clustering tightly in front of him until they fused into a single, enormous bomb right before his eyes. Then, in the very next instant, a terrifying explosion tore through the manor, swallowing the battlefield in a violent burst of heat, light, and force. When the dust and smoke finally began to clear, the master was still standing in place, his eyes locked on the very center of the battle, without looking away for even a second. The battle had already reached its end. Damien, caught directly in the force of the blast, was left mangled and powerless from the impact. Only then did Kang Gyoma move with calm finality, sliding his weapon back into its sheath as if the outcome had already been decided long ago. Was that really all there was to it? After that, Kang Gyoma slowly shifted his eyes, turning his attention toward Clady. Clady was already preparing to run. With everything collapsing around him, fleeing was the only desperate option he had left. But Clady had failed to notice that Nox had been watching him the whole time. The instant Nox saw him make a move to escape, he stepped in and pressed the edge of his sword right against Clady's throat. The moment Clady tried to slip away, Nox was already there, his blade cold and steady against Clady's neck, leaving him nowhere to run. A sharp spray of blood burst into the air, followed immediately by a miserable scream that echoed through the ruined room. Blood scattered in a red arc as another pitiful cry rang out, making the atmosphere even heavier than before. Before Clady could keep running his mouth, the master stepped forward and firmly covered his mouth, cutting off whatever filthy excuse he had been about to spit out. For someone who betrayed humanity, Clady was talking far more than he deserved. Kang Gyoma drew his knife once again, gripping it with quiet menace as he walked straight toward Clady without the slightest hesitation. When Clady saw the glow gathering around the knife in Kang Gyoma's hand, terror flooded his face. Even so, hatred still spilled out of him as he cursed Kang Gyoma as a worthless piece of trash, a filthy commoner. Kang Gyoma answered without wasting a single breath, unleashing a clean, ruthless slash in one decisive motion. Another slash landed directly across Clady's old wound, forcing a howl of pain out of him. But right after tearing him open, Kang Gyoma used a blessing to heal the injury back up. That impossible act left Clady completely bewildered. He could barely process what had happened, his mind snagging on the absurdity of it, healing after all that pain. Once the wound had closed, Kang Gyoma cut him again, Then, with the same chilling calm, he healed him all over again. The pattern repeated, and Claddy's terror finally broke through his pride. He realized Kangioma intended to keep slashing him and healing him, over and over, without letting the suffering end. Claddy screamed at him, asking if he was trying to play God just to toy with him, begging and raging for Kangioma to stop right then and there. And as Claddy shouted those words, Kangioma granted that wish in the coldest way possible. One final, decisive slash cut through the moment and ended Claddy for good. A heavy silence settled over the room, so deep that even the aftermath of the battle seemed to hold its breath. Trying to cut through that suffocating mood, the master turned to Nox and said he seemed far calmer than expected. Nox answered that it was not calmness at all. He was simply used to seeing this side of things. When the master asked what he meant by that, Nox's expression grew more serious. Nox explained that the master may have already heard about it. He had once felt the weight of Kangioma's blade for himself. Back then, blinded by foolish pride, he had provoked Kangioma and even called him a commoner, despite being praised as a genius himself. Yet in the end, Nox could not leave so much as a scratch on him. The helplessness Nox felt in that moment was so overwhelming that even now he could not properly put it into words. But now, Nox understood something. Chloe had once said that Kangioma alone was stronger than the entire auditory family. At the time, Nox had dismissed those words as nonsense. But after witnessing this, he had no choice left except to admit she had been right. To Nox, Kangioma was the strongest person he had ever seen. No one else he knew could even begin to compare. And what mattered even more was that Kangioma was using that terrifying strength in a way that Nox could only call righteous. That, Nox believed, was probably the reason Chloe had been so deeply drawn to him. The master quietly murmured Nox's name, but Nox continued before hesitation could stop him. He reminded the master that he had always been taught to cherish the auditor family's legacy, but if his own convictions were strong enough, Nox wanted to follow them with everything he had. Without wavering, Nox reached up and removed his hat, making his decision clear through that single deliberate gesture. He declared that he had chosen to become Kangioma's shadow. This time, the master accepted Nox's decision with respect and simply asked whether he was truly certain he would not regret it. Meeting the master's gaze directly, Nox answered with firm conviction that he would not. Then, from outside the room, the door opened, and a stream of light spilled across the ruined interior. Two figures had arrived at last, Medea Poison and the Sword Saint. The moment Medea Poison saw what had taken place inside, she froze, completely stunned by the aftermath before her. The Sword Saint was no different, his expression stiffening as he took in the destruction and the bodies left behind. Even then, his eyes remained fixed on Claddy's corpse, as though he had fallen deep into thought while staring at the fallen elder. The Sword Saint approached the master and asked what had happened there. The master answered plainly that, as they could see, the villains had gone on a rampage. Even Claddy had been dealt with, and by the end of it, they had taken down every last one of them. Of course, victory had not come without a price. They had suffered losses of their own along the way. Headmaster Medea Poison then asked how it made any sense for the auditory elites to have been defeated. The answer came back bitterly. No, it did not make sense. But before even getting to that, there was a far bigger question. Why had villains been inside this place in the first place? The mastermind behind the infiltrators seemed to be someone known as the Professor, and that person had apparently been the one who sent the entire force into the manor. The moment Medea Poison heard that, anger flashed across her face. What? Medea Poison snapped, her voice rising as the meaning sank in. What exactly are you saying? Seeing her emotions flare, the Sword Emperor lifted one hand, quietly stopping her before she could press further. First, they needed to hear the full story. Little by little, the chaos inside the manor began to settle, and the place slowly returned to the heavy, uneasy calm it usually carried. Inside the manor, Altair Auditore had already connected the scattered pieces of the incident. From what he could tell, everything had been orchestrated by the professor. After listening to the entire account, Medea Poison could not hold back her disbelief. The whole situation was far beyond ordinary corruption. It was complete madness. The Sword Emperor looked over the corpses lying across the floor and sank into quiet thought. A blade was not born righteous or evil. It only became what its wielder made of it. And as that thought settled in his mind, one question lingered there. Kangioma. Just who are you really? Altair Auditory spoke with certainty. There was no doubt about it. Kangioma possessed a talent far beyond the ordinary. But a blade with no direction would eventually become a disaster. That was why someone with greater talent needed even greater guidance, so that power like Kangioma's would be led down the right path. And Altair Auditor looked straight at the Sword Emperor and made his meaning clear. If anyone was suited to guide Kangioma, it had to be Siegfried von Nibelung. The Sword Emperor accepted it. Besides, the break was coming soon, so there was no better time to take Kang Gyoma along. A boy like him would surely chase after that ancient aspiration. The long-held goal House Nibelung had carried for generations. A few days later, the atmosphere had completely changed. Inside the classroom, students were chatting brightly among themselves, already talking about their plans for break. One student happily said she would be spending it with her family at a beach house in Hawaii. The girl beside her immediately groaned with envy, saying she wanted to go too. The blonde girl smiled and casually offered to bring her along. Meanwhile, Chloe Auditory walked over to Kang Gyoma while he sat quietly, lost in thought, and told him she had heard the Sword Emperor and Headmaster Medea Poison would handle the aftermath. Still, because one of the Academy Council of Elders had died, the incident was far too serious to be buried easily. Even with plenty of evidence proving that they had colluded with the villains, resolving everything would not be simple. The death of an Elder Council member turned the whole affair into something impossible to ignore. Even if the proof of their connection to the villains was strong, the fallout would still be difficult to clean up. Then from behind Kang Gyoma, a familiar voice rang out and pulled his attention away from his thoughts. It was Ryo Saki who had appeared. Chloe Auditor turned toward her at once and asked if she was all right. Ryo Saki answered in a bright, cheerful voice, asking if Chloe Auditory had come early. But inside, Saki quietly regretted it, thinking she should have arrived even sooner. Then Ryo Saki turned back to Chloe Auditory and reassured her that everything was fine now. Chloe Auditory looked relieved, but still reminded her not to skip buying her medicine. After that, Ryo Saki made her way back to her own seat, settling in as the classroom noise continued around them. Kang Gyoma turned toward her and asked what the doctors at the hospital had said. Ryo Saki answered lightly, saying they told her she would need a few more outpatient treatments. Kang Gyoma then asked if that meant she would return to Japan for treatment during the break. The question caught her off guard, and she blinked in surprise. Break? She had not even been thinking about it that way. Feeling a little awkward, Ryo Saki turned the question back on him and asked what Kang Gyoma planned to do during the break. Kang Gyoma answered plainly that he had no real plans. Most likely, he would just stay at Joaquin Academy. Ryo Saki was stunned the moment she heard that. He was really going to stay there for an entire month? Chloe Auditory looked just as surprised. Kang Gyoma simply explained that he did not have anywhere else to go anyway. Ryo Saki studied him for a moment, then spoke with a slightly puzzled look. Kang Gyoma seemed a little different somehow. She said it looked like he had more gray hair than before, unless her eyes were playing tricks on her. Hearing that, Kang Gyoma quietly looked inward and realized she was right. Day by day, his complexion had been changing in ways that were becoming harder and harder to ignore. Even his hands had changed. Both palms were now rough, hardened, and covered with calluses. In his past life, Kang Gyoma had once seen those calluses as proof that he was growing and improving. But now they were no longer marks of simple effort. They had become the traces left behind by countless lives taken. Even so, Kang Gyoma felt no regret. The enemies he had cut down had all been people who deserved death, but the strange swelling sensation building inside him was deeply unsettling, pressing at him in a way he could not fully explain. He no longer hesitated when he swung his sword. At first, Kang Gyoma had assumed it was because of the blessing, but now it felt different. Before he could even think, his body was already moving on its own. It was no longer just the blessing controlling the flow of battle. The instinct was coming from his own body now, and that left Kang Gyoma with a question he could not shake. What exactly was this body he had been given? Even his parents had vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed in the first place. So in the end, who was Kang Gyoma really just then? A voice snapped him back to the classroom, calling out to him and asking if he was ever going to answer. Ryo Saki and Chloe Auditory looked at Kang Gyoma from the side, watching him sit there like a man who had drifted far away into his own thoughts. Worried, Ryo Saki reached out and placed a hand on his shoulder. She called his name again, asking what had suddenly come over him and whether he was really okay. Kang Gyoma answered that it was nothing. Chloe Auditor, still concerned, asked if he was really planning to spend the whole break hunting in dungeons instead of going home. Ryo Saki immediately cut in, saying that knowing Kang Gyoma, he probably would. Then Ryo Saki mimicked the motion of drawing his weapon, joking that Kang Gyoma would probably say he would chop everything up and then rampage through dungeons non-stop. Kang Gyoma looked a little embarrassed and told her not to act like that, asking why she had to bring it up. Ryo Saki laughed and said that anyway Kang Gyoma was not exactly normal. After all, a monster was always the last one to realize it was a monster. Kang Gyoma looked back at her and asked if he really seemed like that. Ryo Saki let out a startled sound, clearly confused by the sudden seriousness in his voice. Kang Gyoma continued, asking if that meant he might not be normal. The strangely earnest question made both girls burst out laughing. Ryo Saki agreed right away, and Chloe Auditory smiled as well, saying that by now, everyone at Joaquin Academy probably knew Kang Guillaume was extraordinary. At that moment, Kang Guillaume suddenly remembered the words Altair Auditore had left him with, "Do not become a monster." With that thought still weighing on him, Kang Guillaume said he would probably rest for a few weeks during the break. Ryojo Saki's eyes immediately lit up in disbelief. Kang Guillaume, of all people, was going to rest. Then, changing her mind on the spot, she declared that she wanted to stay at the academy too. Ryojo Saki leaned toward him, clearly about to say something more to Kang Guillaume about spending the break together. But at that exact moment, the teacher entered the classroom with the Sword Emperor. The teacher called for everyone to sit down. The classroom quickly settled as the teacher called for order, noting that everyone seemed unusually lively that day. Then the teacher announced that summer break had officially begun as of that day. Everyone was eager to leave, of course, but they were still students of Joaquin Academy, and they were expected to maintain proper conduct even outside the academy. The academy's reputation rested on the way each student carried themselves outside its walls, and the class answered together with bright, disciplined voices, promising that they understood. The teacher looked over the room and gave a small, helpless sigh. These students were answering with far too much energy for someone trying to keep the mood serious. After that, the teacher stepped aside and handed the floor over to the Sword Emperor. The students immediately began whispering among themselves. Was the Sword Emperor about to give them a full hour-long lecture? Knowing adults, it honestly seemed possible. The Sword Emperor walked up to the podium, cleared his throat once, and looked across the classroom before speaking. Only outdated old men wasted time with long speeches. All he wanted was to see them return stronger next term. With that one short sentence, he dismissed the entire class. The classroom exploded with cheers in an instant. As expected of the Sword Emperor, the students had known he would keep it brief. Summer break had finally arrived. With the lesson over, everyone began gathering their things and saying their goodbyes. Chloe Auditory looked a little sad as she turned to Kang Guillaume and wished him a good break. Kang Guillaume smiled back and told her to enjoy hers too, and Chloe answered softly. Kang Guillaume then glanced toward the classroom door and noticed that Nox Auditor was already waiting outside. Before Chloe Auditory left, Kang Guillaume told her that he would be waiting to see her come back even stronger. Those words lit a spark inside her, and she clenched her fist with fresh determination before answering firmly. Then Chloe Auditory's mood brightened again, and she turned around with a cheerful smile, waving goodbye to everyone and wishing them all a wonderful break. But beside them, Ryojo Saki suddenly went still, her expression freezing as her eyes caught sight of someone ahead. The reason was simple. The Sword Emperor was standing directly in front of Kang Guillaume and Ryojo Saki. Sensing that the Sword Emperor had come for something serious, Kang Guillaume quietly told Ryojo Saki to go on ahead. She nodded, though she clearly still looked curious. Even as Ryojo Saki walked away, her eyes kept drifting back toward Kang Guillaume. Once she had gone, the Sword Emperor finally spoke his name. The Sword Emperor asked whether Kang Guillaume had any plans for the break. Kang Guillaume answered that he intended to stay at Joaquin Academy and train alone. The Sword Emperor did not respond right away, only remarking that Kang Guillaume had already done everything he could on his own. Then the Sword Emperor made his offer directly, asking Kang Guillaume if he would like to come with him instead. Kang Guillaume looked at him in confusion and asked where exactly the Sword Emperor wanted to take him. The Sword Emperor answered without the slightest hesitation. The destination was the Nibelung family. The sudden offer hit Kang Guillaume so unexpectedly that he stood there stunned for several seconds. Next day arrived before long. Ryojo Saki was running all over the schoolyard without stopping, searching tirelessly until she finally glanced down at her phone and realized it was already 9 o'clock. After that, she hurried back into the classroom and began looking around carefully, checking every corner as if Kang Guillaume might appear at any moment. She moved from place to place, searching through every familiar spot where Kang Guillaume usually showed up around the academy. After searching for quite some time, Ryojo Saki finally sat down on a stone bench in the schoolyard, her shoulders sinking as she realized Kang Guillaume was nowhere to be found. As she sat there, she quietly thought that maybe she should stay at the academy too, and simply not go home during break either. Looking at the unread message on her phone, Ryojo Saki began to wonder if Kang Guillaume was still asleep. He had not even seen what she sent him. Then she remembered the moment when she had been in Kang Guillaume's arms, and her face warmed with embarrassment. She still had not properly thanked him for that. Before long, Ryojo Saki found herself standing in front of the boys' dormitory, right outside room 307. Now that she was actually at Kang Guillaume's door, her entire body trembled with nervousness. Even then, Ryojo Saki could not bring herself to knock. But then again, not replying to her messages was Kang Guillaume's fault. Ryojo Saki slowly raised her hand toward the door, only to pull it back again before her knuckles could touch it. She turned away shyly, trying to convince herself that it made sense. Kang Guillaume had to be exhausted. Ever since the festival ended, he had barely had a proper chance to rest. Besides, today was the very first day of break. Sleeping in was completely normal. Ryo Josaki told herself she could wait, because she was patient. Meanwhile, outside Joaquin Academy, a bus arrived just like usual. Inside that bus, Kang Guillaume sat by the window, his gaze fixed on the academy as it slowly fell behind him. Going abroad, huh? The thought felt strangely exciting. Kang Guillaume recalled his conversation with the Sword Emperor. Since he had decided to inherit the Sword Emperor's legacy, it was time for Siegfried von Nibelung to train him properly. In a way, this trip would become a journey to pass down power. But training was not the only reason behind the sudden departure. There was something even more important at stake. The Auditor family had every reason to eliminate a traitor. But from the perspective of the Academy Council of Elders, that alone was enough to make Kang Guillaume look like the culprit. During summer break, attention would be at its lowest, which made it the perfect time for them to make a move. No matter how hard the auditory family tried to cover up what had happened, the truth being exposed was only a matter of time. And if they could not stop the story from spreading, the smartest choice was to leave for a place where the Academy Council of Elders could not easily reach him. That place was the territory of the Nibelung family, a heroic bloodline that had endured for 700 years and the birthplace of Aran Nibelung. Sigurd Castle, Kang Guillaume, had only caught brief glimpses of it in the game, but he knew that land was practically a small country of its own. There, the Sword Emperor's very presence was law. No ordinary person would dare violate that authority unless they had completely lost their mind. Just as the Sword Emperor had said, leaving the academy was the safest option. After hesitating for only a moment, Kang Guillaume made his decision and agreed to follow that plan. Hearing Kang Guillaume's answer, the Sword Emperor turned to leave and called it a wise decision. To avoid drawing attention, they would depart first, while Kang Guillaume would take a different route the next day. The Sword Emperor also warned him that until he reached the Nibelung family, he was not to use any communication devices at all, not even his phone. Kang Guillaume accepted the order. Kang Guillaume then asked how he was supposed to know the way. The Sword Emperor reassured him that there was no need to worry, because someone would come to pick him up. Back on the bus, two girls noticed Kang Guillaume and immediately exclaimed in admiration. The purple-haired girl asked what was going on, while Kang Guillaume silently thought that this was already becoming troublesome. The blonde girl suddenly recognized him and whispered that the black-haired guy had been at the festival. The purple-haired girl quickly agreed, saying he was the one who defeated Iron Leg, no doubt about it. He was Sword Saint Sashimi. They kept whispering that Kang Guillaume looked even more handsome in person, while he sat there in silence, painfully aware that he could hear every word. The two girls leaned closer and wondered if they should go talk to him. One encouraged the other to try, joking that no one knew Kang Guillaume might even become her future husband. Just then, someone else boarded the bus with a cold snort. The two male students in front flinched at once, startled enough to blurt out in disbelief. The blonde girl gathered her courage and was just about to walk over, already opening her mouth to call out to Sword Saint Sashimi. But before she could finish that first awkward greeting, a familiar figure slipped past her and moved straight down the aisle. That person calmly sat down in the seat right beside Kang Guillaume. It was Abel von Nibelung. Abel's sudden appearance caught Kang Guillaume off guard, and he turned toward her in surprise, asking why she was there. Abel looked back at him as if the answer should have been obvious, then asked whether Siegfried von Nibelung had not told him. Only then did Kang Guillaume remember what the Sword Emperor had said before. There was no need to worry because someone would come to pick him up. When Abel saw Kang Guillaume fall silent, she grew a little uneasy and asked what was wrong. If something was bothering him, she wanted him to say it, because his silence was making the air between them awkward. Kang Guillaume nodded after a moment and said he understood now. Siegfried von Nibelung had already told him. Abel smiled at that and said that was supposed to be her line. Then Abel turned forward again and said she would be counting on Kang Guillaume from there on out. Kang Guillaume quietly accepted it. Of course, Abel would be the one guiding him. After all, the Nibelung territory was practically her home. Before long, the bus began to move, rolling away from the stop as the academy scenery slowly shifted outside the windows. The two male students sitting in front of them started whispering to each other, unable to hide how unreal the situation felt. One of them muttered that Abel's beauty was even more striking in person, then wondered what kind of relationship she and Kang Guillaume had. The brown-haired student quickly warned him not to stare too much. With people quietly looking her over from head to toe, Abel began to feel uncomfortable, her posture stiffening slightly in the seat. As the bus continued forward, Abel's mind drifted back to what had happened in the forest. Since that day, this was the first time Abel and Kang Guillaume had been alone together like this. and the strange quiet between them felt hard to ignore. Kang Guillaume, however, simply kept his eyes on the window, watching the passing scenery without saying much. Abel thought about how Kang Guillaume seemed so naturally sociable with Chloe Auditor, Ryojo Saki, and Rachel Demurat. But when he was with Abel, he always seemed to keep a careful distance. Then the bus suddenly jolted hard as it passed over a speed bump, shaking the passengers in their seats. The driver called back with an apology, but the impact had already made Abel's stomach churn, and a wave of nausea rose through her. The sick feeling hit her hard, and along with it came a flood of memories she had tried not to touch. In that memory, young Abel did not want to go anywhere. She felt nauseous, scared, and miserable before the trip had even begun. A gentle voice had asked if Abel still needed her father by her side, but young Abel only protested that she did not want to take the bus. Her father had handed her a small patch and told her to try it, assuring her that she would be fine. Abel had looked at it in confusion and asked what kind of patch it was. Her father explained that it was an anti-nausea patch. When Abel asked if it really worked, he answered with complete confidence that it absolutely did. Reassured by those words, young Abel finally agreed, and her father gently told her it was time to go home. Then the memory faded, pulling her back into the present. 10 full years had passed since that day. For Abel, that day was when she lost her parents. And for her grandfather, Siegfried von Nibelung, it was the day he lost his son, leaving that house forever changed. Kang Guillaume noticed Abel's discomfort beside him and quietly handed her a patch, telling her to use it if she was getting motion sick. Abel accepted it from his hand, and Kang Guillaume explained simply that it was an anti-nausea patch. At the sight of that single patch, the old image from her childhood surfaced again with painful clarity. When Kang Guillaume noticed Abel staring at it, he asked if she did not know how to use it. Abel quickly pressed the patch onto her neck and awkwardly muttered that she knew, then thanked him. After a long ride, they finally arrived at the airport. Abel yawned and apologized for oversleeping, while Kang Guillaume looked at her and silently thought she had fallen asleep almost immediately after putting on the patch. She decided it would be better to keep quiet about the fact that she had been drooling in her sleep. Abel went into the restroom to change, and when she came back out, her appearance had transformed completely. She said everything was ready, while Kang Guillaume blinked in slight confusion at her rebellious outfit, which reminded him strongly of Rachel Demurat. Abel spoke a little shyly, warning him not to misunderstand. She was not scared or anything like that. They simply needed to avoid drawing attention, because airports had far too many watching eyes. Kang Guillaume asked if she meant reporters, since he did not think they were that famous. Abel answered that people often followed her around and someone might recognize her. The two of them headed toward the check-in counter, trying to move quietly. But in the end, their caution did not matter, because someone spotted them almost immediately. The reporters recognized them at once, and the moment that happened, the airport's calm shattered. The crowd surged closer as questions poured in from every direction. One reporter called out to Kang Guillaume from TVC America, asking how he felt about being called Sword Saint Sashimi. Another demanded to know his next plan after defeating Lang Mao in China. Then, a CCB reporter pushed in, asking if he could reveal his upcoming targets. More questions followed right after. Why had Kang Guillaume come to the airport today? Did he know the entire hero world was watching him? They even asked about his vacation plans, but Kang Guillaume remained silent. No matter how they had found him, answering carelessly would only make things worse. Still, if Kang Guillaume gave them nothing at all, the reporters clearly had no intention of stepping aside or giving him space. His destination had to remain secret. There was no way Kang Guillaume could disclose where he was truly going. Beside him, Abel looked up at Kang Guillaume anxiously, clearly worried about how he would handle the growing pressure. After thinking for a brief moment, Kang Guillaume finally gave them an answer and said he was going to the United States. Right after that brief exchange, the reporters began twisting the story, claiming that Kang Guillaume's next target was Allmute, the rising star from America. Abel grew worried as the situation escalated, so she moved closer, took Kang Guillaume's hand and gently pulled him away, urging him to leave right then. Only minutes after the airport interview went online, headlines exploded everywhere. Sword Saint Sashimi was supposedly heading to the United States to challenge Allmute, and America's rookie was being framed as the only rival worthy of facing him.